The excitement in the air rang more clearly than the academy bell ever could have as countless students raced out from their first day, eager to tell parents and siblings about what they had and would learn under the tutelage of experienced Chunin instructors. At the front of this great mass, one boy stood out most prominently. His bright red hair reaching his shoulders was an oddity in the village of Kanahagakure, shared by only one other inhabitant. Skin, more pale than the glowing moon, carried an ethereal quality that hinted at him being more a lost spirit than a being of flesh and blood. His eyes, however, were probably the feature that most took notice of, deep pools of amethyst that seemed to shine with the light of a million stars. He was well enough known in this village, a reminder of the great Kyuubi no Kistun's attack 8 years ago. He was one of only 2 children born that day and by far the one that seemed most unnatural. There was no doubt that he had been born as an omen, or even that his birth had been the cause of the Kyuubi's attack, drawing the great beast to their village. The wounds remained painfully fresh within them all. The boy, unfortunately, was ignorant to the memories and horror he invoked within his fellow villagers and instead looked eagerly about the open field for his mother and sister, the centers of his tiny universe. Confusion seeped into him as the seconds ticked by without any sign of them. Seconds turned to minutes, and minutes into nearly an hour. The field was long since emptied and he stood alone in the dying light of the evening sun. Naruto. He turned to whoever had called his name, only to be met with the sight of his instructor Yumino Iruka. The Chunin held within his hands a small stack of papers and had obviously just left the building to head home for the night. Frowning, the man looked down at Naruto in concern. "Where's your mother?" asked Iruka, or Yuahi-san. "Surely she'd have sent her old student to pick you up if she was unable to." I don't know. I thought they'd be here." It was barely a whisper, but Iruka heard the last part clearly enough. They promised. The sun had long since set, the full moon taking overthrowing it and taking the kingdom of heaven for itself. Sitting upon its midnight throne, it gazed down upon the young boy traversing the streets, bathing him in its illuminant radiance. What boy could have been wandering the streets of the clan district by the light of the moon? Red Hair easily answered as Uzumaki Naruto, son of Kushina and suspected son of the Yondaime Hokage Namikaze Minato, as he made his way home. Iruka had been kind enough to take him out for a bowl of ramen to make up for the fact that no one had come for him. Feeling quite a bit better with a belly full of hot noodly goodness, he had thanked his new sensei, bid him farewell, and made his way home. Coming to the gate that bore the traditional Uzumaki spiral, he couldn't help but feel that something was off. Shrugging away the uncomfortable feeling, he pressed onwards, placing his hand upon the door so that it could recognize his chakra. It didn't. Ice formed within his chest, a hollow horror that seeped into his entire being. He hoped he was wrong after a small jolt of pain had been sent up his arm, a warning to those who did not have permission to enter the compound. You would only ever receive one warning. Just as the seals stored signatures that were allowed onto the property, they also stored the signatures of those who tried to gain access without permission. If the small pulse of chakra it forcefully pushed back into your chakra system wasn't deterrent enough, it would unleash a much larger amount on any subsequent attempts. The larger pulse wasn't just plain chakra either. For years, both Mito and Kushina had siphoned off small amounts of the Kyuubi's chakra into the matrix. At this point in time, Naruto knew that there had to be at least 3 full tails of corrosive chakra stored, waiting to lash out the second it was given a target. 3 tails of the Kyuubi's chakra would probably be the equivalent to the Gobi instant death. Luckily for those like himself, looking to push their luck and hoping against hope that they would be recognized, it did not release it all at once. 1/10 of a tail, or approximately 1/7 of the Gobi, would be released. It was by no means safe, but it wasn't instant death, at least. Silver linings, right? Taking a deep breath, he prepared to test his Uzumaki luck. This was stupid. He knew it was stupid. But he really didn't have any other option. He didn't have any friends to stay with, he didn't know where Kurenai lived, the lights in the compound were out though suspiciously early at that, and he really didn't want to sleep out here during a cold autumn night. Steeling his resolve, he once more touched the gate. Pain flooded his small body. Like acid it spread, a ravenous beast that devoured everything it encountered as it coursed through his veins. He was aware of screaming his own, most likely, but he felt an odd detachment from the sound that failed to invoke any recognition within his heart. No, there was no time for such trivial things when he was busy feeling his innards liquefy and weakened bones shatter under the unexpected strain of melted muscle. The smell of burning flesh assaulted his nose as his skin shriveled away and the taste of his own blood filled his mouth. Perhaps he should have slept outside tonight instead, taking chances with the freezing temperature Hino Kuni's autumn nights were known for. A slow death by freezing would have been preferable to this, as would have been the wild animals that prowled the edge of the village such as the clan compounds during the night, a natural defense that had stopped its share of foreign shinobi attempting to sneak into the village. His head began to feel light as darkness grasped for him, numbing the fiery agony and leaving instead a biting cold that twisted at his struggling heart and threatened to smother his soul in oblivion. The last thing he was aware of before he sunk into the cold waters of nothingness's embrace was a seal on his right arm glowing an angry red and a single voice filled with distress echoing in his mind. Naruto. It's weird, he thought, staring at his right arm. To think I would only learn of their departure after lying alone in the hospital for a week. Indeed, it was only yesterday, his 7th day recovering from the rejection of the clan compound, that he had learned that both his mother and sister had left the village on clan business for an indeterminate amount of time. He had tried many times to distract himself from thoughts of their departure, but it was futile. In the end, his thoughts always made their way to them, the two suns that sat in the center of his universe. No. Had sat. They were gone now. Either the suns had left or while orbiting them he had shot off into the darkness of space, lost from their comforting light. He didn't know what explanation he would prefer. Well, that explains why Naruto didn't come with me to the academy today. I should have found that odd considering how much she wants to be a shinobi. Trying once again to rid his mind of such thoughts, he resumed his staring, trying to decipher the markings on his arm despite not having been trained in seals. No, that's what Ka-san's going to be going over with Naruto while they're gone. He let out a quick curse he had heard one of Kurenai's friends say as his mind was brought to them once more. It was slightly easier to distract himself with his next thought, but that did precious little to make himself feel better. Where is Kurenai anyway? Surely she'd have come to check on me at the very least, and I'd have expected my mother to leave me in her care if she knew she was leaving for what may prove to be several years. A deep sigh was let out. Even if she was assigned to watch me, I'm not sure she'd be happy about it. She's not all that fond of Naruto, but she doesn't really try to hide it when it comes to me. It wasn't hard to see that she hated him, and he really couldn't blame her. The red-eyed woman saw his mother as her own, and with the birth of him and his twin she had lost most of Kushina's attention. She disliked them for that, but made an effort to be polite with his sister, whom she hoped to mold into her own sister or perhaps even daughter. You really couldn't tell with that woman. It didn't help his case that not only did he have the facial features of his father, her own father figure, but he was, like his father, male. Kurenai had always had trouble with men, never feeling safe or comfortable in their presence, and to her he was no different, despite resembling his father to such a degree. She had only ever felt comfortable with Minato, and it probably wouldn't be too far off to assume she had harbored feelings for the older man. In fact, the fact that he reminded her of the love interest she lost wouldn't give him any points in her book either. Hell, with his absolute lack of Uzumaki luck, he wouldn't be surprised if she felt his very existence was mocking her, taking from her everything she held precious in her life. In that case, maybe it was better if they didn't interact, especially with his mother and sister gone. She really only ever tried for their sakes, without them their interactions could quickly sour. So, for both of their sakes, and the sakes of Naruto and Kushina, mutual avoidance should prove the best course of action. Using his left hand, he gently massaged the bridge of his nose. Thoughts like this were getting him nowhere. His arm captured his attention again, drawing a frown. The seal itself, evidently, had already been there, rather than being a result of the compound's gate. However, the gate had made it visible. It probably would have appeared had he ever focused on it, but he had been completely unaware of its existence. Channeling large amounts of chakra was almost guaranteed to reveal the presence of a seal, even those that sealed chakra. He had never actually tried channeling large amounts of chakra to his arms for any reason, so it was understandable that he hadn't come to know of it that way. The two questions left, then, were, what was it, and who knew of it? The acting Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had seemed surprised by it, saying it resembled something he had seen before and then proceeded to excuse himself, no doubt to try to figure out what it was that had appeared upon his flesh. At this point, all they knew was that it was somehow connected to the Shinigami's curse mark, which was on the left side of his chest. Considering that fact, it was likely related to the sealing of the Kyuubi no Kitsune, which currently resided within the 8 trigram seal on his sister's abdomen. Known to most within the village, his sister served as the cage for the mighty Biju. Known to far fewer, he was the warden. The seal on his sister was not so much a seal as it was a pocket dimension anchored to this world by her chakra system, keeping the Kyuubi somewhere they could watch over it. It was the curse mark on his chest that was the seal in this case, keeping the giant fox within that dimension using the power of the Shinigami who had branded him with its touch. But this new seal was somehow connected to it, and he wasn't sure why. His first thought had been that it was the key to the 8 trigram seal, but it was known to those fully informed about the sealing that Minato had trusted that to the toad summons of Myobokuzen. So with that option gone, his second guess had been that it would allow him to siphon some of the Kyuubi's chakra into himself. This would allow him to have a boost in combat, store extra energy for emergencies, or perhaps absorb any chakra his sister began leaking. It was a logical conclusion, especially considering that 2 days after the accident his healing had rapidly accelerated due to traces of the Kyuubi's chakra supercharging his Uzumaki healing. But even that felt off. The chakra, for one, did not seem to be originating from this new seal, but rather from the Shinigami's curse mark itself. There was also a calling, he felt, deep within him, a whispering voice he couldn't fully make out. But he did know that while it wasn't coming from the seal, his seal seemed to react to it. Come to think of it, the voice came from the curse mark, just like the Kyuubi's chakra. Could it have been the Kyuubi reaching out to its warden for some reason? It would have to be looked into sometime in the near future. Of course, that begged one final question. Was this new seal reacting to the Biju, or the seal on his sister? Or, more importantly, why? Released from the care of the hospital, Naruto was at a loss as to what to do next. Now, with no friends, no family, 2,000 yen, and the clothes that survived his encounter with the clan compound which amounted to his underwear and pants with only minor rips on the bottom, he was suddenly homeless, hungry, and alone. He should go to the academy for the rest of the afternoon, but lacking clothes as he was, he'd probably be sent back to a home he didn't have. He could try begging, but he was known as the child of Kushina. They'd probably assume he was just trying to get some spending money, so that wouldn't work. Besides, if he remembered anything his mother had ever told him, it was that Uzumaki don't beg. So he'd have to find some way to provide for himself with no skills, little experience doing any sort of work, and without the strength physical labor. Perhaps honest work wasn't an option in this case. No, I'm better than that, he thought, shaking his head, but a small part of him spoke otherwise. You're going to be a ninja, it said. You might as well get used to dishonest work. That's just my hunger talking, Naruto assured himself. He'd figure something out for the short term, and when that was taken care of he'd look towards a long-term solution. Everything would be just fine. Too soon, perhaps, he had previously spoken. Now, cloaked in a rough brown piece of fabric with a makeshift scarf hiding his face, he searched for a target. I could go directly from the source, take what I need, mused the redhead. Or, I could acquire the means to obtain it elsewhere, reducing the chances of being found out. He sighed. I can't believe I only managed 2 days before being reduced to this, he thought in disgust. Shaking off his self-loathing, he continued to contemplate targets. Hidden as he was, it was unlikely that he would be spotted before he made his move. The shadow of a building covered him as he crouched atop a low roof. More rooms extended above him, meaning passing shinobi would cross right over him, and the roof extended far enough out onto the main road of the Konoha marketplace that people would be hard-pressed to make him out so long as they didn't know his location. A shinobi would have plenty of money on them, but chances of me obtaining it and getting away are slim to none. Civilians don't carry much due to the ninja, keeping it safe within banks until required, so I need to find someone who just withdrew from the bank, or someone arrogant enough to think themselves safe. 2.5 hours passed before he spotted a potential mark. The man was not small, a walking mountain of muscle, and he carried himself with confidence. Tattoos covered almost every inch of his visible skin and he seemed quite pleased with himself. A quick glance to the building he had left revealed a bar. Drinking. This early? No, not just drinking, must have been gambling in the back. Because shinobi liked to operate at night, those of ill repute tended to handle their vices during the day. Seeing as it was just before noon, this man was probably finished for the day and ready to enjoy his winnings for the next couple hours before retreating to his den for the night. Having made up his mind, he carefully stalked his chosen target, careful to stay between the rooftop world of returning shinobi and the occasional guard and the civilian crowds below. He was far too suspicious for either. The red light district, I'm not surprised. Despite the early time of day, the red light district was roaring with activity as the more seedy citizens conducted less than savory business. Seedy citizens like the one he was following and, considering what he was and was going to be doing, he probably fit into that category now too. Fucking fantastic. His mark approached one of the many provocative women on the street, no doubt looking to enjoy his winnings to the fullest. The woman took a single glance at the amount the man had in his bag before latching onto his arm, more than happy to relieve him of it. This made it a bit harder, but at the same time, his target's guard had dropped substantially. He was going to be a shinobi, he could work with this. After all, it was just a civilian and a soiled dove. What could go wrong? One kunai, an old one at that, was all he had to work with. It would have to suffice. He'd attempt to cut away the bag first, but if that didn't work, he'd stab him and bolt. Hopefully the pain would loosen the man's grip. With a silent prayer to Lady Luck for good fortune and another to death in hopes of being just as swift and silent, Naruto steeled his nerves and dropped down not 2 feet from the man as the pair made their way through an alley to a rundown motel located off the main road. The man proved more aware than he seemed, spinning to face the cloaked brat that had suddenly appeared. Consequently, the bag under his arm was now much more accessible. Lunging for it, Naruto attempted for the straps that had been looped over the man's left shoulder. The man had other plans and the boot Naruto took to the face made it well known. "Che, damn brat, think you can get the drop on me, huh? I'll teach Yas a thing or two," the man shouted as he moved towards the recovering child. Naruto regained his senses quickly, but evidently it wasn't fast enough. He received a solid fist to his gut for his effort. Shit, this is not going to end well. Grabbing onto the man's arm with one hand, he thanked the gods he had managed to keep a firm grip on his kunai. His first swipe went for the arm, which was ripped back violently, and while the man held his new cut and spewed a string of venomous curses, Naruto kept going, lodging his blade within the man's gut. Unfortunately, it would not be that easy. With a mighty roar, the muscled mountain charged, knocking Naruto into the wall. While it had held thus far, that was the last his disguise could take as his scarf pulled at his feet and his hood was jostled off his head of red hair. Huh, the Uzumaki brat. What, did your whore of a mother not give you enough pocket money today, boy? Asked the giant before spitting at the boy's feet. Well, it doesn't matter now. You choose poorly when you made me your mark, and you lost any chance of escaping with a good beating and a lesson learned when you lodged this. He pulled out the kunai and tossed it at Naruto, hitting him in his left shoulder. In me. Say your prayers, fool, this is your end. He reached down and plucked him up by the neck, grabbing for the kunai to finish the job. He was ill-prepared for the small foot that made contact with his manhood. He dropped the boy with a howl, temporarily falling to his knees, but it was enough time for Naruto to get into a favorable position. With adrenaline pumping through his veins and his life on the line, he didn't hesitate when a voice shouted, "End him." His foot moved in a flash, kicking his scarf back up to him, and the boy wasted no time twisting behind and wrapping it around the man's neck, pulling tight. While the man struggled to breathe, the shinobi to be prepared to take his first kill. The kunai came out easily enough, dripping blood all over the ground, but he ignored the throbbing pain the removal brought him and instead helped the kunai further stain the ground. With one quick move the kunai was plunged through the scarf and into the soft flesh of the man's neck. He died, unable to utter a sound, and a mentally exhausted Naruto momentarily collapsed onto his knees on the back of the corpse. His momentary respite was interrupted by a chocked, panicked sobbing. He let his eyes wander for the source, half on guard and half ready to fall asleep where he kneeled. Considering he was atop a corpse, that was a less than desirable course of action, but he really couldn't find it within him to care. Oh, yeah, forgot about her. The lady of the night, or, rather, in this case, the lady of the late morning, was backed against a wall, tears streaming down her face as she stared at him in fear. Giving a weary sigh, he pulled himself up and picked up his spoils. Is this really all that blood is worth? He wanted to feel bad about what he had just done, but he really couldn't find it within him. This world really is kill or be killed, he mused, turning away from the woman and starting down the alleyway. I need this money. Unfortunately, he was in the way. She needed that money too. Another part of him reminded him. He paused. Frowning, he looked over his shoulder at the terrified woman. She wasn't gorgeous, especially with the tears streaming down her cheeks and mud covering the clothes she had ripped when she had fallen, but she held a rather plain attractiveness that the 8-year-old really couldn't deny. She had blonde hair cut short, probably to make it easier for her to maintain, and vibrant emerald eyes. Judging by the hair color alone, she was probably from the Yamanaka clan. There weren't many within the clans that weren't shinobi, but every so often one would be born that didn't have the desire or aptitude for it. They usually weren't well received by even their own families. It was most likely why this one was working as a prostitute. Her figure was average, with B-cup breasts and a narrow waist that widened only slightly at her hips. Light skin was fairly clean, or would have been had she not fallen on the muddy ground. She wasn't anything special, but she was certainly good-looking enough to distract a man from his worldly woes when in her company. There was something about her that called to him. He wasn't sure if it was the tears, or the fear her eyes showed. Maybe it was how she was trembling in the mud and grime, but his young heart couldn't help but reach out to her. He saw no reason he shouldn't do the same. Turning back to her, he walked until he was standing next to her, gazing down at her trembling form. Kneeling down beside her, he reached into his bag and withdrew what was easily a good 90,000 yen. Here, he urged. It's only fair you get a cut, seeing as I killed your client. Now that she knew he meant her no harm, confidence seemed to rush back into her. There was little doubt that she was of Yamanaka blood now. What's fair, little one, would be if you replaced my client. I'm not a charity case, you know. I don't accept anything I don't work for. Her voice was surprisingly soft and melodic, but carried an almost haughty tone that momentarily caught him off guard. Regaining his composure, he responded as best he could. I'm 8. She laughed. Both having agreed to save the conversation for elsewhere, he had given her his makeshift cloak to wipe off as much mud as she could before throwing it back on, determined to keep his identity hidden. Likewise, the bloodied scarf was once more wrapped around his face, filling his nose with the tang of copper. He ignored it, and instead followed behind the blonde prostitute as she led him to a quaint little restraint that was located off the main road, allowing for a small semblance of privacy as they took a shaded seat at a table in its outside dining area. Ordering, the two sipped their tea, though Naruto had a bit of trouble when it came to that and waited in a comfortable silence for the meals to arrive, the bustling of Konoha's nearby market district leaving a pleasant hum in the early afternoon air. After their meals had been served and eaten, the postponed discussion resumed. As I was saying earlier, started Naruto. It's only fair that you get some of the money I stole from your client. By all rights, it was to be yours soon enough. And like I said, little shinobi, I didn't actually get a chance to earn that money. If you want me to have it, hire me. Even as young as you are, I know a few ways for us to have a bit of fun. He gave her an odd look in response, prompting another laugh from the woman. Look, he paused, waiting for her name, which she supplied easily enough. Tatsuki, formerly Yamanaka Tatsuki. Naruto continued. Look, Tatsuki-san, we both know you would have earned it and, as you mentioned, I took away your chance to earn it. Consider this your rightful compensation. You talk pretty words, boy, surprising for someone who claims to be 8. She grinned, but I'm not backing down. If you are so determined to give me a cut, prove it to me, hire me for the day and we can both go our separate ways, satisfied. He shook his head. I'm not doing the Tatsuki-san, not now, so, instead, how about we cut a little deal? Her interest was piqued as she leaned in close, managing to cross most of the small table so that her face was uncomfortably close to his own. Despite having been covered in mud not an hour earlier, she smelled really good. What kind of a deal are we talking? Advanced payment, answered the redhead. I give you your rightful cut now, and give you a bit more for a reservation. When I'm a bit older, I'll seek you out to claim your services. Letting a thoughtful frown cross her face, she leaned back and folded her arms under her bust. After a moment she gave him a sultry smirk. All right, kid, I like your style. You've got yourself a deal. He gave a relieved sigh and withdrew the original 90,000 yen he had been planning to give her before throwing an extra 10,000 yen. Will this be sufficient? Was his inquiry. Her grin only grew as she quickly counted it for herself. 100,000 yen and I get to do a boy as cute as yourself. I feel like I'm getting the better end of the bargain for the first time in a while. Then we have an accord, shall we shake on it? Something within him felt odd, though not entirely unpleasant, as she gave him a hungry look. She shook her head and gave a laugh that had his heart racing for reasons he couldn't comprehend. No, love, I've got a better way to seal our deal. Walking around the table, she pinned down his shoulders and leaned in to capture his lips with her own. After a few moments she pushed further, invading his mouth with her tongue. Pulling back, she kissed his forehead and turned to leave, a breathless Naruto still trying to comprehend what had just happened. See you around, Naruto-kun, and remember, you get that, she briefly gestured to her body before continuing. And so much more when you come find me. Don't keep a girl waiting too long. She gave a last wink before strutting off. He couldn't help but follow the extra sway she put in her hips. Damn, he quickly scowled when he realized she knew his name. Must have heard that guy call me Uzumaki. Here I was hoping to keep that a secret. Now that she knows my name I probably won't be able to get away with never claiming that night I've reserved. I have a feeling she'd hunt me down and demand I provide the work I've paid her for. Her pride would demand no less. Despite his irritation, he couldn't help but think the last of that fondly. She'd earned a spot on the list of people he liked, he'd enjoy spending time with her as a friend for certain. Of course, she'd never let them be friends until after he had slept with her. HMPH, that would be an odd beginning to a friendship, I'm sure. Then again, if getting her as a friend is the result of a night with her, he gave a grin to the space he had last seen her occupy. The thought of getting what I paid for doesn't seem too bad. The idea of spending a night with the woman didn't feel uncomfortable any longer, but his pants certainly did. The sweet relief that flooded his soul was indescribable, a peace so delicious that he couldn't help but release a short laugh. Not tonight, thank the gods, not tonight. For 2 weeks his dreams had been plagued by a sky of two suns, glaring down on him as he sunk deep into an ocean of oblivion, but this was different. It was by no means pleasant, but he would take what he could get. He had, for this night alone, escaped the emerald and blue eyes, hair like sunset and hair like noon, skin as soft and pale as clouds. He had been hidden from their visage in this new sanctuary, and for that he was grateful. Cold, murky water of unsanitary gray splashed around his stationary feet, gently urging him further into this world. With a soft, sad smile, he followed it through the rooms of this flooded basement, along walls of crumbling yellow and under the occasional flickering light or hole to the surface, through which came the occasional scattered sunbeam. It shields me from them, but, undeniably, they are still there. Even that cursory thought was enough to drag up memories he'd rather not deal with, and in response the piercing sunlight increased in intensity, burning his flesh almost as soon as he passed each ray of light. With a hiss he dropped, splashing the icy water onto reddened flesh to help dull the pain. The smell of decay hit him hard, but it was drowned out by the quickly receding pain, leaving him gasping in the filth, clutching one arm, half melted, to his chest. Ka-san, Imouto, why do thoughts of you hurt so much? It had been 2 weeks since their departure and yet his heart still ached painfully in his chest. During the day it wasn't too bad, a million distractions and other worries serving as a buffer to reduce it to a dull throbbing more easily ignored. At night, however, there was no escape under that watchful stare of the moon, or within the bittersweet arms of Hypnos. His dreams were plagued with them, his two sons, his two angels, and even the sweetest smiles that graced their faces left his soul screaming in sorrowful agony, a wretched song of misery and despair, pain and loss, and, worst of all, an empty hopelessness that gnawed on his heart a little more each day. That was to say nothing for the nights in which their smiles would disappear, replaced by cruel smirks or scowls of disgust. Those looks would only remind him of the questions that still lingered, unanswered. Why did they leave? Why didn't they tell me? Why was I locked out of the house? Will they come back? Did they love me? Did they really hate me? He couldn't hold it in any longer as he released a wail that shook the foundations of this strange, memory-inducing world, before he was reduced to choking sobs that racked his tiny body. As he lay trembling in the freezing water, he couldn't help but think it would have been better for him had the Kyuubi's chakra ended him on that night. Another shudder racked her body, sorrow touching her in ways that, while unsettling, were not completely unpleasant. There was a bittersweet quality to his suffering, his pain, and with every second her disgust with herself grew just a bit more. A sigh passed through soft ruby lips, her head rested lazily against the cold bars of her prison. Her delicate fingers gripped the iron rods more tightly as another sob reached her pointed ears, her lips moving into a frown. For years she had resided within this new seal, growing used to the unique discomfort it provided. Unlike the previous two, where she was painfully bound in her released form, now she was kept from releasing, trapped in this sewer-like basement in her default, human, form, when she and quite possibly the seal knew it would be much more bearable within her fox form. Once more, a sob made its way into her chamber, telling her that the boy had yet to move, and she found her mind drifting to thoughts of him. She had known of him, of course, she was there when he had been conceived, had been with him as he grew from egg to tiny human, and she had been there when he and his sister had been brought into world. Should she be honest with herself, she didn't much like that part. She had gotten used to feeling those two, and there was a certain camaraderie with the three of them being trapped within her current jailer, but then they had left. There was an emptiness that followed their departure, followed quickly by bitter jealousy. And then, like them, she was once again brought into the world. She had felt guilt for being so angered at the tiny, hairless apes that she had spent 9 months with. Two red eyes had turned that guilt into new anger, and that anger into rage. Before she knew it, she had slaughtered thousands and wrecked a good portion of the village that had kept her imprisoned for the past decades. She had been quite pleased. And then she was, once again, sealed into an Uzumaki woman. There was more to that, of course, for the man who sealed her was not Uzumaki and was exhausted from his efforts to defend his beloved village. As such, he would not have been able to seal her entirely within the 8 trigram seal. Even with aid from the being known as the Shinigami, there just wasn't enough room. Well, there was enough room, just not enough for him to be able to seal me within. Indeed, she had fit perfectly within the space, so perfectly that the gate to the seal would not have been able to move into place, left dangling before her within the seal. It'd have been child's play for her to get free. Namikaze Minato had been more clever than she had given him credit for. He had not attempted to use the seal to keep her locked away, but rather he had used it purely as a container to keep her in. The real lock had been placed around the entirety of the 8 trigram seal, to the point that should she somehow accomplish the miraculous feat of breaking through the first, she'd still be contained with the actual lock, a lock that was not left unguarded. She was present when he completed that part, watched as he had the Shinigami brand his son on the left side of the boy's chest, bore witness as a second seal was applied. Minato had actually gazed up into her eyes, pinned as she was by the great toad boss, and acknowledged her sentience as he smiled, and proudly proclaimed, "A gift, you see, from father to son. I pass on to him my greatest legacy, my final masterpiece." Even as the cold dread has settled within her stomach, she had understood. She knew exactly what that was. To think he had actually managed to finish it had been stupefying. Such a thing shouldn't have even been possible, it had no right to exist, even within the hollow dreams of mankind. It was something that encroached upon the realm of the gods themselves, something only confirmed when the Shinigami bristled at the sight of such a seal, as small as it was to begin, being placed upon the child's right forearm. "Look upon him, great Kitsune," Minato had begun, "and bear witness unto he who shall be your warden. Feast your eyes on this fragile innocence and realize that with every simple breath he draws, he defies the very realms of heaven." To this day, she still couldn't decide if he was mocking her or simply speaking as a proud father. But she knew, regardless, that he had spoken the truth. So much so that she had not even attempted to break free from this place, it was beyond hopeless. That's what brought her here now, trapped within a cage beneath whatever this building was supposed to represent, sealed within a young girl, and listening to that girl's brother as he emptied the pain of his heart into her prison. I suppose that means there are now two of us who suffer in here. Suffering brought her mind back to the past years she had spent in here. Yes, she had suffered, but it had been more her pride than anything else. Here was a boy whose pain filled the seal and, if she didn't know better, she'd say the seal itself was enjoying it. Another feeling filled her, one of warmth and happiness, a carefree breeze under the summer sun. Indeed, it was a sun, one of the suns that the very thought of had driven her warden to this state. Quickly, his own pain drove that feeling from her, and just as quickly it returned. To think that he was here, wishing her chakra could have just ended his life while his sister was of gallivanting across the elemental nations with their mother was just sad. Now that she thought of it, however, the Kyuubi had never really felt any sorrow or pain over these years until she had found herself connected to her warden. Just as he described her, his sister was like a small sun, always warm and happy. Even now, knowing they had left her brother behind, she was as cheerful as the spring. So, for 8 years she had felt nothing but the joy of her container. It had always sickened her to know her jailer was so carefree while she was trapped down here in the darkness. And then he had crashed into the seal, struck by some of the chakra that had been siphoned off of her for years. She had called out for him, in both surprise and alarm, as her senses were flooded by what it must have been like to be burned alive by her own chakra. She was more surprised when the connection remained, his own part of the seal using her chakra as a medium to bind the two together through space and time. His feelings had proceeded to flow through the connection, confusion, fear, sadness, and worry. She felt his adrenaline spike as he fought for his life in that snatch and run gone wrong, felt his relief and weariness when he had ended it, and had even felt the small spark of hope and happiness when he made acquaintances with the prostitute. Sadness, however, was the most prominent of feelings, nearly drowning her, and even though she was focusing only on his feelings lately, the occasional spike of happiness from his sister would manage to come through. The strange mix of gladness and sorrow was tantalizing to her, a little guilty pleasure she would never admit. She had come to enjoy his sadness both for that and for the change in her otherwise stagnant environment, but she did not take any pleasure in the fact that he was sad, suffering alone when he had spent the entirety of his life in the company of those he loved far more than himself. Kushina, if only you could see the pain you bring your son. She had killed millions in her time, and yet she gave a snort as she thought, I could probably be a better mother to him than you. She froze at the thought. The very notion was ridiculous, unfeasible, incomprehensible, but, maybe, just maybe, it might work. To not just befriend her warden, but to gain his complete trust by replacing his two sons with herself, to become the guide he so desperately needed at this moment, to become the mother of this human child. Well, we'll just have to see where this goes now, won't we? Crimson eyes flashed eerily as a chilling grin parted her ruby lips. Sarutobi Hiruzen was not pleased, but he could not fault them, no matter how much he wanted to. Uzumaki Naruto was a civilian, despite his clan, and thusly the hospital had no duty to inform him of the boy's release a fortnight ago. The Kyuubi's chakra mixed with his Uzumaki healing factor had left him in the clear. With no reason to hold him any longer, they let him go. Without informing the Hokage. The Hokage that thought the boy had spent the past 2 weeks under the care of the hospital while he had been busy both trying to figure out what the Yondaime Hokage had applied to his son and get in contact with his mother Uzumaki Kushina. It had been a failure on both accounts. Kushina had just left the fire capital and started on her way towards her ancestral home of Uzu. There was no one to send a message to in Uzu, and that meant he had to send it to a future destination and hope that they went there next. He had certainly been given a list of where they were to be going, but he knew Kushina well enough to know how easily distracted she got, especially when excited. Chances are she'd skip back and forth between places on his list at a whim, later claiming that she never specified in which order she'd visit things on the list. In this case, such a thing was not in her best interests. She'd have plenty of time to regret her travel methods later, however, as there were certainly more pressing matters to attend to like her son. He still thought it had been a foolish notion, to leave while her son was attending his first academy day none the wiser, especially after promising to pick him up afterwards. If there were two things that Uzumaki took very seriously, they were family and promises. In one fell swoop, Kushina had broken both. He knew her reasons, of course, and understood them, but he knew without a doubt that there had to be a better way to set about doing it. Leaving him to figure out what had happened on his own was rather thoughtless and cruel. The thought of him alone brought up the other reason he found himself displeased at the moment. She had left the boy with someone, but it was indirectly. Kushina had expected the boy to go straight to her old student, Yuichi Kurenai, whom the Uzumaki woman saw as another daughter. She did not tell the boy to go to her, she did not have Kurenai pick him up at the academy, and from what he had gathered during his talk with Kurenai, she had not been in any way instructed to find the boy, only to take care of him when he came to stay with her. The boy had not been at Kurenai's, and it was not hard to understand why when the woman would shift uncomfortably at the mere mention of his name. There was no doubt that the boy had picked up on such discomfort, and as such he would never think to visit the woman for help. Kushina was either oblivious or ignorant, oblivious to the two's discomfort around one another, or ignorant in thinking her son would approach the genjutsu mistress despite it. No matter the reason, he had not gone and Kurenai had not searched for him, even after the news of his violent rejection from the clan compound had circled through Konohagakure. Monkey, he called for his own personal Anbu, locate and retrieve Uzumaki Naruto. If he will not come, trail him and report back to me his current place of residence so that I may speak with him. The monkey-faced man gave a quick bow and vanished to complete his assigned task. Rubbing his face tiredly, Hiruzen lit his pipe and took a single deep drag, exhaling to hide his weary sigh. He needed to make sure the boy was all right, especially considering how quickly winter was coming and the fact that he had never been in his own before. The last thing the old Sarutobi wanted was for his successor's young son to freeze to death because his mother had completely sealed the house. She hadn't mentioned that part in the plan. In fact, from what he could remember, the ex-Jinchuriki had been expecting her son to stay there and go to her student whenever he needed help with something. Something must have changed in the last minute, or perhaps the seal had just malfunctioned, but Naruto suffered regardless. He could only imagine how Naruto must have been feeling, left by his family without so much as a goodbye, knowing there was no one he could really turn to. Well, mused Hiruzen, he could have come to me, though I suppose going to the Hokage because you find yourself homeless and alone sounds rather odd. He was always a bright child. He would think better than to bring something he thought of as unimportant to the rest of the village's well-being before me. We were never close enough for him to think of me as anything more than the Sandaime Hokage. It was a sad truth for the man. He had always been close to the boy's mother and had become akin to a surrogate grandfather to the young Naruto, but there was always a distance between himself and young Naruto. It may have stemmed from treating the boy in the same manner as his sister, like a child of his age instead of like the mature young man he was. It may have been because the boy really didn't reach out beyond his family, not needing anything else in life, but Hiruzen suspected the distance may have been caused because the boy did not see him as Sarutobi Jiji, like his mother and sister, but rather as his future commander. In his presence, Naruto would never meet his eyes, always kept them focused to the floor or, when addressed, the wall behind the Hokage's head, staring straight forward. The young boy bowed every time they met and saluted every time his name was called. The boy had an almost unsettling air of professionalism when within the presence of his Kage, and while Hiruzen may have wished for more of that from his shinobi, it left a bad taste in his mouth for one so young to do so. Especially considering how close he considered himself to the child's family. He drove such thoughts from his mind with another deep inhalation of smoke. It's not the time to focus on that right now, all that matters is that he's safe and, if possible, happy. The boy wasn't much of a child before they left, probably trying to be the man of the house, but with them gone, I fear his childhood will be quick to follow. Hiruzen didn't want that, not in the slightest. He wanted all the children of his village to enjoy a happy upbringing, or at least one in which they could be the children they were. 8 years old would be far too young for a child to die, and as much too soon for a man to be born. Hiruzen prayed that some of the boy's already fading innocence might still be saved before a boy was lost and a man emerged. He did not have much faith in his prayers. He was never a child, just sheltered. Perhaps it would not be entirely a bad thing. With that thought in mind, he leaned back in his chair, unsure if the creaking was from the furniture or his old bones, and waited patiently for his Anbu to return. How hard could it be to locate one young boy, even if the sun had hidden itself beneath the horizon? He gave a slight chuckle. It might actually prove a challenge for his Anbu, and one they may or might not appreciate. No matter, he thought, staring out his office window at the nightscape of his beautiful village. If they can't find him tonight, they'll certainly find him at the academy in the morrow. Baruka hasn't raised any hell about a missing student, so I can only assume he's been attending. That actually brought a frown to his face, and he had to wonder if the young Chunin even knew Naruto had been released. He'd have to look into it soon, especially if his Anbu somehow failed to locate the boy. He knew, however, that Monkey would recruit every registered shinobi and possibly even a large handful of civilians in his search for the boy before even considering reporting back empty-handed. It's why he chose him, after all. Awful couldn't even begin to describe how she felt as she sat in her kitchen, her cold dinner untouched before her and the only illumination provided by a small, dim lamp that she had been meaning to replace for months now. Miserable falls short, too. She mused, crimson eyes gazing out her window. The Hokage had visited her late in the afternoon, looking to the boy that had been expected to be with her. He left disappointed. She knew the boy was supposed to come to her when he couldn't locate his family. She was the one who was supposed to break the news to him and take care of him in their absence. He was a good kid, but a helpless mama's boy. He wouldn't know how to take care of himself with her gone. And yet he didn't come straight to me. I must have made quite an impression. She was honestly a little disappointed when the boy didn't show up. Surely she was better than nothing. Learning he was in the hospital had put that fear to rest. Hearing that he had been released and yet not having him come to her brought it back. Had she truly alienated the child so? She should have visited him in the hospital, should have taken him in, but she was scarred, no, terrified to do so. Despite what many thought, it wasn't that she couldn't stand the presence of the boy. Not that it made her uncomfortable, but rather that she felt too relaxed and too comfortable in his presence. It was that sense of ease that put her on guard. She had only felt a similar comfort around the Yondaime Hokage, who had been her father figure, but it was nowhere on this level. The sheer contentment she felt in his presence was almost enough to lull her to sleep all on its own, and powerful Junin Kunoichi or not, he was an adorable child. She could think of nothing better than using him as a teddy bear for afternoon naps after he returned from the academy each day. She couldn't stand it. She was supposed to be one of Konoha's most powerful kunoichi, a rare genjutsu user unparalleled within the village of the leaf, and yet here she was helpless as a kitten when it came to the son of her sensei. Helpless to the boy she called brother. His warm chakra was a perfect blend of Minato's and Kushina's, as were his looks. He possessed his father's mind and his mother's love, a little ball of sunshine that tried to support everyone he held dear. She was not one of them. That dagger pierced deeply into her heart. There was little more she wanted than to be his big sister, or his aunt, or his second mother, anything really. She just wanted to be able to help him, to be one of his precious people. And yet she could not bring herself to relax in his presence, unable to fight down her traitorous shinobi instincts that screamed, anything that can bring your guard down so easily is a danger, a threat, something to be eliminated. She could not count the many times she had been forced to restrain her reflex to attack him, did not know how often she would be forced to put back the kunai she had found herself about to throw and completely remove all weapons on her person just to remain in the same room as him. But he probably did. He was not a fool. He knew she did not like being in his presence, though he probably didn't know her reasons, and he was also perceptive far beyond his years. She knew he had seen her barely stop herself from lashing out on more than one occasion. Hell, he had probably seen them all. But he also was a child, perhaps not so much in mind, but in body and in experience. He couldn't know he had such an effect on her, or even why. He didn't have any shinobi instincts of his own yet. He would only see a woman who could not stand his presence to the point that she would have to physically restrain herself lest she kill him within his home. The thought alone brought her to tears. Why can't you see that I don't want to hurt you, that I don't hate you? I just want to be there for you, I want to help you, why won't you let me? She knew it wasn't him, he wasn't keeping her away, and she was. always giving him disdainful looks and giving him the cold shoulder in hopes of driving him away so she wouldn't have to deal with the issue had worked perhaps too well. She didn't want to do it in the first place. If I had just spent more time with him, became close to him, gave him the guidance and support he would have needed from an older sibling, I'd probably be used to his presence by now. I could probably be holding him. Tears began streaming down her cheeks, but were quickly stopped as she clamped down on her emotions. I have no right to sit here pitying myself for not having him if I still can't bring myself to go get him. I don't even know how he's been living lately. The image of Naruto lying in a box in some dark alleyway, shivering in the cold Konoha night made her chest tighten painfully. Her resolve to go find him grew as she stood up, ready to be what she needed to be for the boy, but another stray thought crossed her mind, leaving her to freeze before she could take her first step. She approached the box, looking in to see his pale skin and signature red hair, but as she reached in he flinched back, pressing himself as tightly as he could to the back wall. "No, please, don't hurt me," the boy cried. Biting back a gasp, she shook her head. "I'm not going to hurt you, I'm here to take care of you." "Lies," he shouted. "I know you hate me, you want to kill me, I've seen you go for your kunai whenever you see me." The boy whimpered, tears streaming down his cheeks and soaking his cardboard home. "Please, I won't go near you again, I'll stay away from Ka-san and Naruko-chan, I know you all hate me, just let me live and I'll never be a bother to any of you ever again." "What?" She choked back a lump in her throat, her hands trembling and her chest tightening as if the Shinigami himself was grabbing hold of her soul. "I promise, I won't hurt you, just come with me, please." When he made no move aside from frightened shivers and whimpers, she grabbed for him, gripping tightly his ripped shirt. "No, no, please, let me go." She found herself getting frustrated as he squirmed and writhed in terror, desperate to get away. Couldn't he see she just wanted to help him? Why wouldn't he let her help him? Frustration grew to anger and her rage spilled over as he finally managed to escape her grasp. "Fine," she shouted. "If you want to stay away it just makes it easier on me." She turned and began walking away with a huff before she heard him speak up softly. The low, gentle tone was almost solemn and instantly banished any anger within her. She turned and froze. "So, if I was gone, it would be easier on people. Ka-san and Naruko-chan didn't want me, it'd probably be better if they didn't have to worry about running into me." No. She must have dropped a kunai in the struggle to remove him from his box and it cheerfully reflected the pale light of the moon as he held it to his neck. "No." He gave her a small smile, filled with such bittersweet sorrow she couldn't believe it was an 8-year-old boy standing before her. "At least I'll be able to make you happy. I'm glad you'll be the last thing I see." "No. Goodbye." It went in fast and hard, no hesitance as he jammed the tip through his neck and up into his head, his smile never leaving his face. It was not the smile that caught her eyes, however, as his amethyst gaze had completely captured her own ruby stare. She was unable to look away as those bright purple orbs grew dim and cold, all traces of light and life vanishing into the night. His body hit the ground with a thud. Cold horror took hold of her heart and soul, a feeling of such anguish that for a moment she forgot that she was standing in her apartment and staring into space. Gracelessly she fell back into her chair, placing her head in her hands as she quietly wept. She needed to help him, to reach out to him. Her imagination was betraying her, that wasn't about to happen, she knew it wouldn't, her instincts knew it wouldn't, the gods themselves knew it wouldn't, but her heart still feared it might. Try as she might, she couldn't banish the image of his lifeless face from her mind, his eyes empty and his smile just as sorrowful as it had been before the kunai. It was a hard realization that hit her own cowardice, and she couldn't seem to overcome the horrors of her heart and mind born from fear of losing someone she had never had. The painful truth took hold, bringing with them even more salty tears. "I can't do it. You sought my presence, Hokage-sama," asked the boy, one arm behind his back and the other held horizontally before him in the standard Konohagakure salute. The Sandaime sadly gazed upon him, taking in the clothes he had purchased and the body language the Namikaze heir displayed. Gone was the white shirt and green cargo shorts combo, the boy's only remaining pairs of such an outfit locked within the Uzumaki compound. Black cargo pants covered his legs, pockets bulging with items unknown to the cage, tucked neatly into rather un-shinobi-like boots. The boots weren't new, probably found discarded or within a second-hand store around the village. A tight blue shirt hugged the boy's lithe frame, probably a good 3 sizes too small, but it did its job well enough. The sleeves were gone, and whether it had originally came without them or if Naruto had taken it upon himself to cut them off, the old Sarutobi couldn't discern. There was a single blue glove, much like those favored by Junin, which was worn on his right hand, from under which white cloth traveled up the boy's arm and disappeared into the shirt, wrapped tightly to hide the strange seal he bore. Worn horizontally across the small of his back was a cylindrical bag which probably carried all of the unfortunate boy's worldly possessions. The Sandaime knew that instead of lying idle, the boy's left hand, the one behind his back, was probably resting within the bag, ready to grab some sort of weapon he had come across over the past 2 weeks. Considering how common they were around here, it was probably an old kunai tossed out by its previous owner. Of course, being a shinobi village, the previous owner knew where it had been left just in case. I did indeed, Naruto-kun, when I learned that you had been released from the hospital so soon and had not been staying with Yuahi-san, I found myself concerned with your well-being. Though, you seem to be doing all right on your own, much to my pleasure and surprise. The boy gave a stiff nod in gratitude, his body still as coiled and ready to bolt. Hiruzen had thought this odd at first, especially when the young boy's body language showed him to be ready to bolt towards the desk, but he had understood once he remembered that he had opened his window earlier that morning to enjoy the morning air. It was a good plan, or as good as a civilian's could be. There were far fewer Anbu outside of the building, and the chances of disappearing within the throngs of people were pretty good, even with his unique hair. Of course, it hinged on getting past him, the god of shinobi, so maybe not that great. Unless, he mused, he had been planning on using surprise to escape in the case he needed to escape. It was better, then, if the boy thought such might be necessary, to keep him from knowing they were onto him. Such knowledge could easily make him feel like a caged animal. The boy had enough troubles without that. And then his Anbu had to fuck it all up. He had been aware of it, of course, their hands covering the lower parts of their faces, trying not to laugh at the little boy who was so ready to flee. Monkey, hiding in the corner of the ceiling, had learned enough about the swift child when trying to fight him, and so he found the situation amusing. Bear, who was near the door, was trying not to chuckle at how much they boys seemed to scream, "Rookie shinobi," despite being an untrained civilian. Cat, watching from behind her cage, had to stifle her giggles, finding Naruto and his mannerisms to be absolutely adorable for such a cute little child. Perhaps they had just grown lax in these times of peace, or they had become overconfident in the rudimentary genjutsu that hid them, but whatever the case, they weren't nearly as quiet as they thought they were. Instantly, Naruto's eyes darted to the 3 places the Anbu occupied, slipping out his kunai and spinning his back to the window to keep all 3 places in sight in a single smooth movement. His right arm remained in its salute even as the kunai was brought to his side by his left. He backed up slowly, ears strained for the noises that had suddenly cut off, leaving only a horrified silence in their wake. "Hokage-sama," called the boy, his voice coming out crisp and clear despite the hint of nervousness that wavered within it. 3 unknowns within the perimeter, identify your kin. It was old, archaic even, and the old Sarutobi found himself caught off guard by the Namikaze heir's use of such a line from the time of the warring clans. Kushina must have kept books on such subjects within the compound library. Considering the amount of time she spent in it, it was only natural for Naruto, who spent most of his childhood glued to her leg, to have read quite a lot despite his young age. "Hokage-sama." It was a final call, a last warning. This was not a request, but an order. If they had been a common enemy, the cage would have answered immediately in the negative. If they were Hiruzen's shinobi, he'd have answered in the affirmative. By not answering, Hiruzen acknowledged them as his own but refused to inform Naruto, which meant both the unknown shinobi and the cage himself were hostile. As it is, even answering after that warning would mean Naruto would remain especially wary of everyone else in the room. What a time to be stupefied by the actions of an 8-year-old boy. Holding up one hand, the cage explained. "It's all right, my boy, those are my personal guard. As it is, I'm rather disappointed that they were found out so easily. You have nothing to fear." The boy was still skeptical, rightly so, but responded properly regardless. "I understand, Sarutobi-sama, I apologize for my reaction. Their unannounced presence startled me in ways unbecoming a member of the Uzumaki clan. I humbly request your forgiveness." Despite his words, his head remained high and he made no move to put away the kunai even as he returned to his previous position. "Of course, Naruto, I understand completely. It is I who is at fault for neglecting to inform you of their presence during our meeting." While he said this with a smile on his face, internally the Kage winced. He knew the cold, dead tone that apology had been given in was simply because Naruto was quoting it from a book and trying to remain professional in the presence of his Kage, but it felt wrong to hear it from a boy so young. There was also the matter of how he had been addressed. No longer, Hokage-sama, but as, Sarutobi-sama, which meant the child wasn't seeing him as the Hokage, but as the head of the Sarutobi clan. That hesitance he had when he heard the boy say something so unexpected had just cost his entire clan the trust of Uzumaki Naruto, heir of the Namikaze. It truly was as if the young man was of those dark ages known as the clan wars. Had a child's will of fire been put out so quickly, breaking down the village into separate clan factions? Perhaps the hidden villages were a bad idea in the first place. The idea of peace and security was great, but because it was an entity made of smaller groups who had been together for generations, the ties of blood were far stronger than the ties made when they wrapped that plate of steel around their heads. For shinobi, it always had been clan over comrade. Giving a sigh, the old Sarutobi decided to make an effort to meet Naruto's mannerisms. It was a good thing he was known as the professor. "I know that you and your clan are currently faced with difficult times, Naruto Dono. Is there some way your Konohagakure comrades, the Sarutobi clan, might be of assistance? My failure to inform you of my guard was shameful and I would hate for it to reflect upon the members of my clan." "There, Naruto-kun, the ball is in your court, how can I help you?" It might be considered a little underhanded, but this was the best way to help the young man before him. By making it a clan matter, he would have to choose something lest he slight a clan that was attempting to make amends. Such would bring shame to his own clan, or, it would have, back in those days. Now it wouldn't get more than the occasional rude gesture on the street that would be laughed off. Naruto seemed to be thinking about it, which meant he was well aware what was happening. Hiruzen really wanted to know just what the boy had been reading within that compound. It was fascinating to be reenacting the clan interactions from the wars that occurred nearly a century ago, especially when his political mock opponent was a young man no older than 8. The professor within him was almost giddy. "Yours is a gracious offer, great monkey of Hai no Kuni. Truly you bring pride to this strong tree which stands tall above all the forests in the world." Hiruzen couldn't hide his shock, or the grimace that came afterwards. The Anbu couldn't believe what they were seeing from their cage, but he knew he had not been met, but raised one. To speak in such a manner incredible. How does this 8-year-old know pre-chakra customs? I have indeed underestimated both the Uzumaki library and this incredible mind. Another thought crossed his mind which caused him to grimace again. Danzo would just fucking love to meet a boy who referred to Konoha as a strong tree, and acted as if he were in the times of the ancient clans. Hiruzen decided it would be best to keep them from meeting. Evidently taking Hiruzen's grimace as a sign to continue, Naruto went on. "These forests and fields are well kept by your clan, great monkey, and I would be honored to help remove that which careless shinobi leave in their wake. I would ask only permission to access the field so that I may do my part in maintaining this forest and the great tree which rules over it." It sounded fancy and good-natured, but Hiruzen knew what he was really asking. If it had been his sister Naruko asking the same thing, it would go something along the lines of, "Yo, Gigi, can I pick up all the gear people leave at the training grounds?" He may have told her no, but it wouldn't be so easy with her brother. He, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had offered the aid of his clan, and he knew that Naruto was most likely doing this in part to support himself and also to build up his own shinobi tools which he would need for practice and out in the field upon graduation. He couldn't, in good consciences or good faith, deny Naruto this opportunity. It was like he said, too, a lot of shinobi left old kunai, shuriken, wire, and a host of other things just because they couldn't be bothered to retrieve them. At least they would go to good use now. The old monkey nodded to the boy. "It would be our pleasure to give you the opportunity to aid our clan in our duty to this sacred forest and the great tree which watches over it." You have our blessing to help as you feel proper, and we thank you for your dedication to this open home of living wood which shields us all within its eternal leaves. May this place prosper under the toil of your young hands, you who would think for his clan and country before himself. You bring greatness unto your clan that the forest shall whisper through the last sunset, go with pride on the path that shall grow strong with your passing. Your words flatter me, Sarutobi-sama, I thank you and your clan for all they have done for me and mine. I shall take my leave now, as I would return to the academy before its conclusion for the day. With a bow he left, his words having returned to that of the clan wars and signaling the end of clan politics for now. Hiruzen managed to wait until the young man had left before releasing a large sigh. It was only peaceful a moment more before he turned a glare to his Anbu, all of which immediately appeared before his desk kneeling. I don't think I need to tell any of you how disappointed I am, do I? They remained silent and unmoving, but he could feel the shame from them. After a few more moments of silence, Kat spoke. It was cute, at first, a little boy pretending to be a shinobi before his cage, I couldn't stop myself. She looked especially uncomfortable and it took a substantial amount of effort for her to continue. When he heard us and was able to immediately locate us, it was no longer funny or cute, I was ashamed of myself for being found out by a civilian child. And then he acted. She paused to shiver. That wasn't a child, it was a cornered animal flying by its instincts. Those instincts, they resembled too much of my own and those of my comrades, a trained shinobi that have worked hard to carve away parts of their humanity to access the raw primal knowledge within all animals. If you'll excuse me for saying this, it's like he abandoned everything that made him a person almost instantly, immediately reverting into a state in which his only goal is survival. A child shouldn't be like that. Monkey chose that time to interject. He's not a child, Cat, I saw him this morning, slinking across the rooftops like a beast on the prowl. He would dive down into the crowds to receive a single yen or a scrap of cloth from the dumpsters. He's far too proud to ask for assistance from anyone he doesn't know, and he doesn't seem to know anyone well enough to receive aid in the first place. He's a wounded wolf without a pack, and that's what makes him dangerous. As much as it displeased him, the Hokage couldn't disagree. With a huff she fell back onto the mattress, her long crimson hair splaying out around her. It had taken 2.5 weeks to make it to the fire capital to visit with the Daimyo, and it was here, in a room within the palace, that she had just fallen onto her bed to rest from the journey. She wasn't all that tired, being a Junin who was nearing S rank, but taking care of Naruto while they slowly walked here had taken its toll. Her bed dipped down as her daughter flopped down next to her, utterly exhausted. Kushina couldn't help but give a small smile, which immediately had her daughter on the defensive. Hey, the girl pouted, it's not funny, I'm really tired. Not all of us can be super ninja like Yuka-chan. Kushina laughed in response. By the time I'm done with you, you will be, my little sunflower. She had brought her out here with the intent of training her to be just as strong as her mother, and as an Uzumaki she'd be damned if she didn't meet her goal. Overkill was the equivalent of, yes, when it came to the Uzumaki clan. Naruto giggled, rolling atop her mother and straddling her stomach. Peering down, she asked, and Ni-kun too, right? Kushina laughed again and Naruto cheered at her response. Yes, your brother too, when we get back I'll give him the same training I'll be giving you. It will be difficult, but Dr. Uzumaki Kushina will be the first to create the Super Ninja Big Brother Model 1 with extra warm hugs at the request of the Sunflower Princess if it's the last thing I do. He always did have the best hugs. She had missed them on the first day away from him, the hugs and the smiles that seemed to brighten the Uzumaki household. His amethyst eyes had always sparkled with such joy and innocence when she looked at him. Her crimson hair and his father's personality had meshed well for the Uzumaki prince, and she had no doubt that by the time she got back she would have to have a stick ready to beat back the fangirls he would have received in the academy. I wonder if he'll have a girlfriend to introduce to me when I get back. She could ask Tsunade, Hiruzen, or Kurenai to let her know, but that would ruin the surprise. She didn't want to have any idea until he introduced her to his girl. Maybe the Hyuga heiress, she mused. They would be cute together. Oh, he could get with a Yame-chan, then my daughter-in-law could live at the compound and we'd have Ichiraku ramen every night. She giggled at the thought and Naruto shot her an odd look. I was just picturing your brother with a girlfriend. She explained. The new look she was given was incredulous. Naruto really didn't reach out to anyone, he was a very private person when he was away from family. He'd probably have to have an arranged marriage but was also outraged, as if she were insulted that her mother had suggested some other girl taking away her brother. Kushina found it cute. Now, Naruto, hear me out, no one's taking him, I was just thinking about him with Ayame. He'd bring her home to live with us and we'd have ramen every night. The girl's anger slipped away as she too began giggling at the picture. I can see him sitting at the table blushing up a storm as Ayame places ramen in front of him before climbing into his lap like a little kitten. See, teased the Uzumaki matriarch. That wouldn't be too bad. No, Naruto shook her head. That would be great, Ayame really would be my Nei-chan. Nei-chan, huh. In that case, maybe I could get him together with Kurenai, then she'd really be my daughter and your older sister. He'll be spending a lot of time with her for the next few years anyway, it would be kind of cute for him to develop a crush on one of Konoha's ice mistresses, especially when she's been taking care of him. Naruto went oddly quiet at that, raising questions for Kushina. What's wrong, Naruto? You know I was only joking, right? If you don't like it I'll stop suggesting pushing them together, I just thought it was funny. It's not that, I like Kurenai, it's just that, well, Kurenai and Ni-kun don't seem to get along all that well, you know. There always seems to be some sort of tension between them. Kushina had no idea what she was talking about. Kurenai always seemed very polite and pleasant towards her son, and Naruto didn't hide behind her legs, which meant he must have not felt that uncomfortable around the woman. Sexual tension, Kushina offered, trying to lighten the mood. She was only met with an inquisitive stare. What? That's right, she had yet to give Naruto the talk, she had forgotten. Naruto was always so curious and mature that she had had to give him the talk before the academy, but Naruto was still innocent. Kushina hoped to keep it that way until she became a shinobi, at least. Nothing, dear, just forget mommy said that, okay. Naruto seemed like she wanted to press the matter but instead just frowned and gave a nod. Okay. Bullet dodged. Say, Ka-chan, asked Naruto after a few minutes of awkward silence. Yes, little sunflower. We're going to get Naruto presents while we're away, right? Of course. How will we carry them all? Her own daughter, an Uzumaki princess, didn't automatically turn to Fuinjutsu when faced with a problem. Kushina had failed as an Uzumaki. Sitting up, Kushina walked over to the bags, pulling out a scroll from which she unsealed yet another scroll. With this, honey, she answered, holding it up for Naruto to see. It was purple, much like the eyes she shared with her son, and either edge was white. Written in red was, Naruto, which was pretty self-explanatory. Everything we get for him will go in here, that way we don't have to carry around all his presents for the next few years. Naruto frowned for a few moments, thinking, before giving a brilliant smile. I understand, Ka-chan, but it won't have his best present in it. Kushina humored the girl with a soft smile. And what would that be? Me. What? I'm coming back, and that's the best present he'll ever get. That's right, sweetie, I'm sure he'll be glad to have his sister back. Yep, I'm going to be Nikun's present. A bead of sweat dripped down the side of Kushina's head as she nervously chuckled. That's great, Naruto-chan, but you probably shouldn't say it like that. Why not? The girl tilted her head to the side curiously, bright blue eyes blinking like an owl. I really don't want to have this talk right now, things will just get awkward for the both of us. Thought Kushina in dismay. Fortunately, which was actually rather unfortunately, Naruto simply shrugged and continued on with her train of thought. When we get back I'm going to give myself to Ni-kun. We'll go up to his room and I'll grab his scroll. The girl paused to frown. We'll probably make a really big mess, it will be everywhere by the time we're done. She gave a megawatt smile towards her mortified mother. But I bet Ni-kun will be really happy with me once I empty his scroll of all his stuff. Then we'll clean it up together. She looked at her mother's shocked and appalled face for a moment before amending her previous statements. Oh, I'm sorry, Ka-chan, I'll let you help me empty his scroll if that's what you want. I probably won't be able to get it all out myself anyway, your help would be great. She flashed another grin to the woman who was nearly as red as her hair. "Ni-kun would want to spend more time with you, too, so we can all do it together." It was decided, she couldn't put it off after that, it was time to give Naruto the talk. Naruto, honey, I think it's time for our first lesson." "Really? What is it, what is it?" The girl was practically bouncing with excitement, which meant she'd be really disappointed by this lesson. This was not going to be fun, but at least she could draw comfort from the fact that Naruto would be following the instructions she left him while she was here giving her daughter the talk. His maturity really was a blessing. "It's time for you to learn about the birds and the bees." For the next week, neither of the two Uzumaki women would be able to meet each other's eyes. "Oh, I'm back." That was odd, usually all his dreams were different despite being about the same two people each time. Just like last time, the scattered light increased in intensity. Unlike last time, the light did not melt his flesh. Stepping into the shadows that clung to the walls on either side of this flooded basement, he gazed down to his arm, noting the reddening like sunburn. A dull ache seemed to come from it, pulsing with agony in sync with his heart. There was a smothered feeling to it though, as if looking at something through foggy glass and only making out the general idea of what it was. He wanted to call it numbness, but he didn't feel numb, only weary. Like the taste of one's mouth, the pain was simply there. He knew of it, but it was familiar, he had grown used to it. Did it only take that one time for my heart to accept this? Is it really so eager to move past this pain? He focused his thoughts on his mother and sister, on his love for them, on how they had left him. The pain returned. He fell to his knees, clutching his chest as it contracted painfully, tightening into the frozen grip of death that offered so innocently to take away all his pain. Paying attention only to the pain, it slowly ebbed away, leaving him feeling hollow and cold. It is best, perhaps, that I simply continue on. I must keep pressing forward and focus only on my next breath, my next step, my next meal, my next target, my next sleeping place. What's next? Sufficiently distracted, he began walking. Some animals might lay in wait, but he didn't have the patience for it. He had to keep going, seeking out opportunity, staying ready to fight or flee. What is this place? He wondered as he began his trek down crumbling hallways. Most of his dreams happened in places he knew. As far as he was aware, he had never been to this place. Time felt strange here. In one moment it would go by normally, in the next it had slowed to a crawl, the gently flowing water becoming a perfectly motionless mirror. An instant later it was rushing past his legs as if some great and terrible demon chased towards it with unquenchable thirst. Looking down into the murky water that smelled only of rot and decay, he could understand why a demon might not be able to satisfy their thirst with such putrid water. He had thought originally that the water was simply flowing at a different speed, it was the logical conclusion, after all. But when he had splashed a handful of it from the still pool around him and it hung in the air until the rest of the water began moving, he knew it had to be time itself that bent and warped in this place. Time and space, the first thing that came to mind were storage seals in general, really, which operated by bending space-time, but that would make for a rather odd dream. Had he actually found himself within a seal of some sort, or was this dream simply his mind puzzling over the nature and existence of seals while he slept? Time once again sped up and he found himself curious of the water that passed him by. What if before he had even finished his thought, he had acted upon it, surrendering himself unto the current as he fell into the water? He was carried swiftly, and as he floated on his back he couldn't help but release a chuckle. This would have made everything a lot easier if he had thought of this easier. It was a far more simple matter to focus on enjoying the ride than walking down a hallway trying not to think about those who had left him behind. After what could have been hours or mere seconds, something changed. He wasn't sure what it was that had changed, he didn't know why everything felt different, but something was wrong, no, something was new. There was no telling what was proper in this place, and he immediately kicked himself for becoming so relaxed. I'm such a fool, he thought, pulling himself upright. He froze. This was not a hallway, this was a cage. This was a humongous cage. And it was not empty. It was not those facts that made him so wary, but rather who stared out at him from within it. But she's dead. Indeed, Uzumaki Mito was dead, and yet, Here she was, peering through at him from behind cage bars that were bigger than she was. In fact, based on size alone, she should be easily able to slip through them. That was probably what made him most hesitant about this situation. There was something more at work here. Cautiously, he approached her, much to her amusement based upon her facial expression alone. When he was no more than 3 yards away from the cage he stopped, both figures staring at each other in silence. It was now that he was close that he could see the small differences between Uzumaki Mito and this woman before him. First was the hair. It wasn't red, but rather a dark orange with the occasional strand of crimson. The woman's eyes were a bright scarlet with dark slits for pupils. He knew for a fact that Mito's eyes were nothing like that. Finally were the lips. Mito was known for being as stoic as a hyuga, and yet this woman was smirking at him with ruby lips. That had to be lipstick, which Mito supposedly never wore, or it was the woman's natural lip color, which would be wrong for the deceased Uzumaki. His observations complete, he finally inquired, "What shall I call you?" This seemed to amuse her only more. Most people would ask, "Who are you? You're already proving to be quite interesting." She gave a giggle which ceased at his blank stare. He continued to look at her in silence until she relented with a pout. "Well, you're no fun. I guess I was wrong about you. I don't tell my name to just anyone, but you can call me Mito." She gave another giggle. "I've become quite fond of the name. And her form, it would seem." She froze at this before a grin stretched across her face. "Oh, you know of her then. Color me impressed. You take upon yourself the name and form of the first Jinchuriki and refuse to give your true name. Tell me, Great Fox, why am I in this place?" "Wow, you catch on fast, don't, Cha. I shouldn't be surprised, you were always a smart one." She giggled once again, giving him a bright, almost caring smile. It hurt his heart to look at it. "You're in this place, Warden, because I wanted to meet the man who will be taking care of me. Come now, Warden, I know my appearance is mesmerizing, but to stand there frozen is unbecoming of one of status such as your own." The Kyuubi Mito, as she insisted, smiled. It was a disarming smile, one of mischief and enticement that could break down the distrust of all but the strongest of wills. Naruto, however, was not much for trust. He didn't trust outsiders before his family left him, he trusted others even less when he found himself on the streets, and he most certainly did not trust the nine-tailed fox demon whom his existence kept locked away within his sister. That didn't seem to bother her any, however, as the smile never left her face. "Ah, what's the matter, Fox, got your tongue?" She giggled, something which he may have found cute if he didn't know she was a gigantic fox who had slaughtered millions throughout history. Her smile became a smirk at his silence. "You know," she began, "if you come closer, I really can take your tongue." She licked her lips. "We could have a lot of fun here, you know." Another giggle escaped her ruby lips, spilling forth in a sensual melody. "No one would ever know what it is my warden does to me, and I would be powerless to stop you. That is, if I wanted to stop you." Still, Naruto did not react. Pouting, she whined, "Well, you're no fun, can't even play along with a girl. Do you know how long it's been since I've had someone to talk to? I might as well be alone again if you're not going to contribute to the conversation." His response spoke exactly of how much he cared for her plight. "If I could leave you, I would. I have no desire to be here in your company." "Oh, you're so cold, Mr. Warden. Don't say things like that, you haven't even introduced yourself to me yet. I don't plan on making your acquaintance. Didn't your mother ever teach you manners?" asked Mito, lifting one regal eyebrow in question as her pout became a displeased frown. Naruto shook his head. "My mother's manners left much to be desired. She did, however, teach me not to talk to strangers." This earned him a grin from the Kyuubi. "Fair enough, I suppose, young warden." The smirk returned. "Let's say you and I not be strangers anymore, huh? After all, we will be seeing quite a lot of each other from now on. You being my warden and all, it's your responsibility to look after me. It will be quite difficult for you to do so without actually interacting with me. You may wish to be more careful with your words, it almost sounds like you're challenging an Uzumaki." His lips quirked the smallest amount upwards, the most emotion he had shown in this encounter. In response, the Kyuubi blanched. Even she knew not to challenge an Uzumaki. The entire clan was known to do the impossible when told they couldn't. I would not be so foolish as to do such a thing, dear warden. I pray that you never take my words as such. I see, replied the Uzumaki, his blank face becoming a frown. You still have yet to inform me as to why I am here. Didn't I? Questioned the fox. I could have sworn I told you I wanted to meet you. You did, he confirmed with a nod. And you have. Was there anything else, or may I be on my way? Ruby Lips smirked as she gazed at him hungrily. My, are you asking permission from this lowly prisoner, great warden? I'm flattered. I was being polite, Mito. Do not mistake my manners as subservience. I answer to two people, you are neither. Oh, and here I was thinking your mother didn't teach you any manners. Were you lying to me? Such a naughty little boy you are. He was getting used to that giggle. It may not have been attractive when you thought about who it was giggling, but it seemed to fit in some odd way. Perhaps then, great fox, my mother has shown me what not to do. Ooh, I may have formed an opinion of you too quickly. I'm starting to like you, warden. She placed her arms on two of the cage's bars and leaned out as far as she could, her soft smile once again adorning those ruby lips. I have to wonder then, she mused. Is that why you won't introduce yourself? I know your mother likes to let everyone know who she is and how much strength she has. I have not introduced myself because I do not wish to introduce myself, fox. You do not need my name for me to check up on you. Already you call me warden. I see no reason you cannot continue to do so until my death. Still so cold, I was hoping you had begun to warm up a bit to me. It's hard not to enjoy the company of a woman as beautiful as myself. She was cut off by Naruto, who interjected. I'm sure Lady Mito was wondrous company. Frowning, the Kyuubi shot him a dirty look. As I was saying, she grumbled, much to his own amusement. I thought you would be a bit more welcome to spending time in my presence, my past notwithstanding. Oh well, it's no matter, I know enough about you as it is. Naruto raised a brow. And how, pray tell, is that? To the best of my knowledge, this is our first interaction. Oh, it is, dear warden, but you have interacted with your sister, have you not? She gave a short, mirthful laugh. I've spent a lot of time with you, Ni-kun, surrounded by the memories your sister has of you. I get to experience some of her thoughts and can even view the world through her eyes, if I so wish. It takes a lot of effort, but it does get so terribly dull in here, you know. I'll have to take your word for it. However, this also means I have no need for me to introduce myself. While I may not have previously met you and still have no desire to meet you, you have met me. But this time it's face to face, the other times don't count. She countered. Then we are done here. You know of me, have seen me, and have now spoken to me face to face. Was there anything else? I grow weary of this place. She gave a bark of laughter. You, sick of this place? I've been here for years, how do you think I feel? Pausing, she frowned in thought, staring straight into his eyes. You know, warden, it is your job to care for me. This prison, she gestured about their surroundings, is not really suitable for a prisoner, especially one of my standing. Surely you would not be opposed to a bit of remodeling. Nothing complex, just something basic would be a welcome change. A bed, perhaps, maybe even a square of concrete raised above the water so that I can be dry. You can't be so heartless as to leave a poor woman to rot within this filth. He gave his own thoughtful frown, mulling it over. If she spoke truthfully and he really couldn't find any deceit in her words, then he was her keeper. He knew that the seal on him kept her within, but he had always thought of his sister as the jailer. He was just the lock. Perhaps, then, he had been failing his duty for all of these years. She may have been a great beast of destruction, but she was also the most powerful being on the planet who had been imprisoned for years before getting a chance to lash out at her captors. More than that, though, she was his responsibility. She was his. He liked the sound of that. Here she was, powerless, helpless, needing someone to help her in her time of weakness. And he could help. He could take care of her. He had always been fussed over by others, but the prospect of looking out for someone else made him almost giddy with excitement. How would I go about changing things, Mito? He asked. His voice had softened, no longer the frigid, uncaring tone he had used for the entire encounter. Knowing that she had obtained this small victory, Mito smiled. You're the warden, will it so? Then she added, even if that doesn't work, that new seal of yours should have no problem changing this place. She instantly had his undivided attention when she said that. You know of this seal, Fox? He asked. Tell me, what does it do, what is its purpose? She wagged a finger at him. It's not my place to tell you. It can help you change this place, but that's all I'm giving up. You'll have to discover its secrets on your own. He frowned but nodded nonetheless. Very well. It is, after all, my responsibility to bear just as you are. With a thought, and a wave of his hand for dramatic effect, the world around them rippled in and out of existence, morphing to his desires. A large slab of black marble rose from the water, covering a large area on either side of the gate but allowing the water to flow freely along the wall. The room, once bright from an unknown source of light, dimmed considerably even as silver torches grew from the repairing walls and came to life with green flames. The great gate that once was the focus of the room disappeared, leaving only a band of gold along the floor and walls to signify the barrier that was still there. Over that gold band shimmered into existence a grand dining table of dark wood clothed with a length of crimson silk. A gold candelabra appeared dead center, casting faint light with its red flames. Only 2 chairs formed, one at either end with high backs and intricately carved arm rests. Taking a seat, Naruto ignored Mito's amused grin. He reached for a glass bottle before pouring it into 2 glasses, one of which he slid all the way down to her own seat, the physics of this world changing to ensure his desires were heeded. As he reached for his glass, his clothes melted away, reforming into a black suit that was more fitting for the atmosphere. Once Mito took her own seat, her attire likewise changed, going from a simple red kimono to an elegant red ball gown. All of this for little old me. She grinned. You shouldn't have. No, I shouldn't have. He agreed, taking a sip. But I figured this was fitting for one of your status. See, she teased. I knew you were warming up to me. He gave a snort in response, but did not disagree. She was indeed growing on him, and fast, too. Much like Tatsuki, now that he thought about it. What was it about these women that allowed them to worm their way into his heart so effortlessly? Satisfied that he didn't speak against her comment, she took a sip herself, only to pause at the flavor. Is this strawberry lemonade? Inquired Mito in disbelief. It looked just like wine, but there was no mistaking the taste. I'm 8, I've never had any sort of wine, I wouldn't know how to create it here. He explained, finishing off his glass and pouring himself another. I keep forgetting how young you are, dear warden. It's hard to believe it with how you speak and act. He merely shrugged in reply. Looking distastefully down at her fruity drink, she peered down the table to meet Naruto's eyes. Say, you wouldn't have anything against me having a glass of blood now, would you? When he made no notice that he had heard her, she let out a sigh and took a sip, only to spit it out as soon as it hit her tongue. It's blood. When you asked for it, it is what you wanted, is it not? He raised a single eyebrow at her. No, why on earth would you think I drank blood? I was joking. Once again he shrugged, waving a hand lazily to vanish the glass and the blood she had spit out over his table. Standing up, he spun his own glass down the table to her with a flick of his wrist. He couldn't help but grin when it moved so perfectly. You know, he mused aloud. I'm starting to like this place. Oh, so you wouldn't mind coming back to visit? She inquired, snatching up his glass and washing away the tang of blood that lingered in her mouth. No, he answered. I don't think I would. Naruto gave a grin as he gazed at the image of a dead woman who sat across the table, his first smile since his family left. There are stairs behind you, they lead to your bedroom. She turned and nearly squealed at the prospect of a bed as she took note of the 2 curved staircases that led up into the darkness above. It's been fun, Mito. As he willed himself out of this new world, he missed her victorious smirk. And how she gazed hungrily at the place he had just occupied. Soon, my dear warden, you will be mine, and I will be free. Maybe she'd keep him around after she escaped. The seal on his sister, Uzumaki, were known for their long lives, and she wouldn't mind a bit of company for 100 years or so. It was certainly a tempting notion. Baruka gave a small sigh as his eyes roamed over his class. Like every other time he had gazed about the room, his eyes were inevitably drawn to the single chair that had remained empty for what was approaching dangerously close to 3 weeks now. Of course, that was not to say the absent occupant didn't observe the lessons, he simply didn't enter the classroom. Peering out the window and into the old tree that sat just outside the building, he could see his missing student sitting on a branch, jotting down notes that had been written on the board. Everyone in Konoha had heard about what had happened to the boy, so it was easy to see he was uncomfortable with the notion of sitting amongst classmates who would no doubt bring up his recent misfortunes, especially if they learned he was now homeless. That would be a nightmare. No, instead he arrived promptly each morning before the other students and would take notes until lunch. Then, he'd disappear for an hour or two before returning to watch the end of the practical lessons. When all the students had left for the day, the boy would practice what he had seen until confident that he understood, at which point he would disappear into the night. As a teacher, Haruka was proud to say that Naruto picked everything up very quickly. Of course, there was the matter of tests and examinations. As it was, he had been excused from those during the 2 weeks he was in the hospital, but another one was coming up soon. Naruto would have to come take it with his fellow students if he didn't want to fail or, worse, be dropped entirely from the shinobi program. Haruka really hoped it wouldn't come to that. Watching as Naruto packed up and took off, he turned back to his chatting students. "All right, class," he called. "We'll break for lunch now, you have an hour. Remember, practical when you get back, so eat first to give yourself plenty of time to digest." He was answered by a chorus of, "Hi, Haruka-sensei." Before they all stampeded out the door. Giving one last sigh, he turned back to the tree Naruto had only recently occupied. "I don't know what it is you leave to do, but whatever it is, good luck." "Hey, watch it," she yelled at the small figure that had darted in front of her, nearly knocking into her and making her spill all her groceries. The person either didn't care or had bigger things to worry about than some random woman's groceries, as he sped off without the slightest bit of remorse. Moments later, it was revealed as to why. "Get back here, you little thief. I swear, when I find you." The man's threat went unfinished as he placed his hands on his knees, panting. It had obviously been quite a chase. Shizune frowned, looking in the direction the cloaked figure had vanished in. It was pretty obvious by their size that they were still a child, and while stealing was wrong even if she was a shinobi, what was more wrong was that a child needed to steal. The orphanages were overfilled with children from the Kyuubi attack still, and many lived on the streets, begging and scavenging. Theft, however, was pretty new. Most didn't have the guts to risk it in a shinobi village. Not only was there a high chance of your target being a shinobi, or at least trained as one, but there was an even greater chance of a shinobi being nearby. Shinobi had a tendency of stopping crimes, usually not out of the goodness of their hearts, but for some form of reward or compensation. Regardless of their reasoning, a civilian thief would be easy pickings for even a fresh genin, which meant successful thieves were either dumb and lucky or skilled and lucky. Either way, without a healthy dose of luck, you'd find yourself locked up before you could count the coins you'd stolen. As if on cue, 3 shinobi from the crowd dashed in the same direction the young boy had gone, intent on getting back the stolen coins. Whether they would return them once retrieved, however, was a different matter entirely. Shaking her head, she continued on her way back to the Senju Manor with her purchases. It wasn't any of her business. If the kid got away, good for him; if not, well, hopefully he wouldn't be roughed up too badly. She had only made it 2 blocks farther when she saw him again, perched on a roof just under an overhanging building. She almost missed him, shadowed as he was, but a flash of red when some of his hair fell out of his hood had drawn her attention. None too soon, either, as that strand was quickly tucked out of sight. Curious, she moved to a wall of a nearby building to observe the child. Something about him seemed familiar in some way, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it. Almost 5 minutes later, when she was considering leaving, he tensed. Her eyes found the large group that passed near him and couldn't help but wonder why he would wait for a larger group. Sure, he'd be well hidden, but the chances of shinobi were higher, as were the chances of being tangled within the limbs of bystanders. When he pulled out an old kunai, holding it in a reverse grip with his right hand, she furrowed her brows in concern. He wasn't aiming to kill one of them, was he? Before she could think more on the subject, he leapt, landing in a roll right behind the group and quickly making his way through it. When he emerged from the front, he held no less than 3 different coin purses. He slipped into an alley nearby with none in the crowd any the wiser of what had just taken place. Oh, he's pretty good. He must have been doing this for most of his life, she thought, somewhat amused by the young boy's skill. He'd make a fine shinobi one day. Within moments, he was back in her sight, having climbed up the alley wall. Crouching down, he emptied the 3 purses into his own bag, which he promptly placed into one of the pockets on the side of his pants. He turned back to the street and within a few minutes had his next group of targets. This group was no larger than the last one, and yet when he pulled away from the crowd he had managed to procure 5 coin purses, despite the jingling his pocket of coins must have been making. Was the number based on luck, or is he simply improving at such a rate? He could have done poorly the first time or exceptionally well this time, but Shizune's instincts told her that this boy was a very fast learner. Or, rather, her instincts told her that he was quick to adapt, which meant about the same thing in this situation. Wait, where'd he go? The instant she realized she had lost sight of him, she felt a weight settle within the kunai pouch she was wearing. Spinning around, she was met with the sight of the boy, his purple eyes gazing up to her with a cold seriousness that set her on edge. Silently, he brought a single finger to his lips. Is he bribing me? She thought in disbelief. Reaching a hand into her kunai pouch, she felt a sack of coins that she knew hadn't been there earlier. He's really attempting to buy my silence. It really was amazing, because the boy couldn't be more than 8 years old, and yet here he was operating in a manner most of Konoha's current chunin couldn't accomplish. A sobering thought hit her. Why has he needed to adapt in such a way? Staring at the boy who remained still and silent, waiting for her response, she finally realized why he seemed so familiar. Red hair and purple eyes, living on the streets, he must be that boy I heard those women speaking of, the one who found himself without a family and locked out of his home. The 2 old women had spoken about the boy who was some sort of royalty, a prince, if Shizune was remembering correctly, who was without home or family. The women hadn't known why his family was gone, whether they had fled something or were dead, but they did know that the boy found himself locked out of the sealed compound. With nowhere to go and no connections within the village, he had found himself on the streets, where he could be found darting about gathering lost items and discarded scraps. He was a scavenger, like a raccoon, one woman had joked, but the other was quick to speak against it, commenting on how he prowled like a wolf, despite the state he found himself in. She also mentioned that he was far too proud to ask for assistance even if he had someone to ask it from. That would explain the coins, thought Shizune. Of course the boy couldn't bring himself to ask her to keep quiet as he tried to scrounge up his next meal, but if he gave her part of his haul, he was paying for a service, in this case, the service of keeping one's lips closed. If he had noticed me watching him, he must have been able to figure out that I'm a shinobi. It's not common for a shinobi to turn down a job, no matter how odd, so long as they are paid and it doesn't put their village in danger. It must have been the case, as he was still here. He had to know if she accepted the job, otherwise he was in danger. Wait, she paused. Doesn't that make me a threat? Her instincts weren't alerting her to danger as he stood there, still but relaxed, but as she discreetly looked out of the corner of her eye, she could catch the glimpse of metal hidden slightly behind his leg. He's got his kunai out and ready. She realized. If I don't accept his payment, he plans to silence me through other means. She wouldn't be that easy to take down, being a high chunin level ninja, but the fact that he was ready to do so was, honestly, a bit disturbing. What are we, the bloody mist? A child shouldn't act in this way, ever. She didn't care who they were, where they came from, or what their life story was. It was simply wrong to have a child acting so much like a, well, shinobi. Frowning at him, she couldn't help but feel pity for this homeless prince. Taking out the coin purse, she made a show of weighing it in her hand before nodding to him, signifying that she accepted the payment and would keep silent on this matter. He gave a grateful nod of his own before running into a nearby alley and out of sight. It would appear his work was over for the day. She didn't know his name, or why he was fending for himself, but she did know that he would go places as a shinobi. Hopefully, those places would be better than how he was living now. Good luck, little thief. Despite it being barely past noon, there was already a sizable pile of empty bottles laid about around her. The busty blonde was far from drunk, however, having developed a rather large tolerance to alcohol over the years, much to her ire. Drinking helped her forget. The ability to drink such copious amounts without becoming drunk without being able to forget was not a skill she cherished. That is, in fact, why she had started at 9 in the morning. If she had waited any longer, she would not have grown inebriated enough to forget come evening, and if there was anything Senju Tsunade hated, it was being sober during the night. Because if she wasn't drunk she'd never fall asleep, instead she'd spend the night lying in her bed, tossing and turning as her past haunted her with thoughts and memories she'd rather not have. Drinking let her sleep, allowing her to wake up and start the process over again. It may have been pathetic, it might not be good enough to be considered a life, but it was all she could do, and she wouldn't be stopping anytime soon. Not only was she the greatest medic ever known, unable to accept any damage the alcohol might do to her body, but she also had Uzumaki blood, which helped her heal and would keep her alive for quite a bit longer yet, retired or no. She intended to keep up this routine until the day she died. If it weren't for Shizune, her apprentice, that day would have been long ago. It was for the girl's sake that she continued to draw breath each day. She couldn't bear the thought of leaving her deceased lover's niece all alone in the world, especially after dragging her all over the elemental nations. The poor medic had no friends or family besides the last Senju and their pet pig. To leave her would crush the girl. A fine way to honor the man she loved. No, she'd stay around for the girl, at least long enough for her to meet a nice man or woman and start a family. Then, perhaps, Senju Tsunade could die in her sleep. As the world's best medic, it would be child's play for her to shut down her body's vital functions, leading to what would no doubt appear to be a natural death. Konoha, however, had not been the plan. Sure, it would help her apprentice find friends, but she'd much rather die in some small town where no one knew who she was. Just another traveler who would be dug a simple grave and left to rest in peace. Konoha and the rest of the major hidden villages would never even know of her passing. And then came an Uzumaki. So there went all of her own plans. Uzumaki Kushina had always had a place in Tsunade's heart, even if the woman didn't show it, and she was unable to say no when the Uzumaki asked for her to come back to Konoha. For all the reasons, however, giving checkups to her son wasn't the best to call her back to Konoha for. It seemed almost lame. There were plenty of medics in Konoha who could monitor the boy's health, like whoever it was who told the red-headed woman that her son's chakra coils were having a strange reaction to the Kyuubi's chakra. Surely they already knew what was going on. There was no real need to have the last Senju come back to keep an eye on the boy's developing coils. Nevertheless, Kushina, being the overprotective mother she was, would accept nothing but the best for her son and proceeded to call for Tsunade's return. The Senju cursed that woman's ability to get her to do things she really didn't want to. So, she came to Konoha, as she had promised, albeit a day late due to a run-in with some debt collectors, and now here she was, lying on the floor in some random room within the Senju compound, determined to get drunk off her ass one more time. So what if she hadn't given the boy a checkup? He just had one and the problem left when his mother and sister did. The boy was in no danger. If he had any concerns about his health, he would come to her and let her know. Kushina had told her that she left Naruto instructions within the compound. Being the mama's boy he was, there was no way he'd go against them. So, until he came to her, she saw no reason to seek the boy out. Preparing to start on the next bottle, she was interrupted by the opening of the front door and the voice of her apprentice. "Tsunade-sama, I'm back. Come help me put away the groceries." Giving a sigh, Tsunade rolled over and pushed herself up, pausing only to fix her loose shirt before making her way to the kitchen to help her apprentice. About halfway through their task, Shizune attempted to start up a conversation. "Hey, Tsunade-sama, guess who I encountered today?" asked Shizune. Tsunade puzzled over this. Shizune didn't really know anyone here, so it must have been someone with quite the renown. It probably wasn't her old sensei, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Sandaime Hokage, but that still left quite a few possibilities. "I don't know, maybe Hitaki Kakashi. You two start flirting or something." Shizune's cheeks immediately went red. And no, it was nothing like that, it was a little boy. Tsunade quirked a brow, giving her apprentice a curious stare before shrugging. Well, some girls like him young, I suppose. Tsunade-sama. Her apprentice huffed in indignation, pouting slightly as a teasing grin spread over Tsunade's face. It was that homeless prince that people have been talking about lately. A prince of the homeless. He didn't do anything inappropriate to you, did he? Asked the senju. Before her apprentice could respond, she continued. Unless of course you wanted him to. It's good to see you care more for personality than wealth, Shizune, but I think you may be going a bit fast. You must be head over heels for him. Tsunade. Whined Shizune, crossing her arms over her chest. I'm being serious here, stop trying to make this about my love life. You mean your lack of one? Shizune shot her a dirty look. Anyway, you've heard the rumors, right? Tsunade shook her head in the negative. I haven't been out much, you know that. Ah, I thought you might have heard them the few times you left. Well, basically, there's supposed to be a young boy, a prince or something, whose family up and vanished. He tried to get into his home, only to be rejected by the security seals. A bad feeling began to well up within Tsunade as she listened to her apprentice. That sounded suspiciously like Kushina's son. But why would the security seals reject him? Had something gone wrong? Did he even know about the instructions Kushina had left him? Her apprentice, oblivious to the unease of her master, continued on. He spent 2 weeks in the hospital, but once he was released he didn't have anywhere to go, so he's been living in the streets. I watched him today, he was stealing from some of the civilians. He was good at it too, and got better as he worked. Her apprentice gave a small grin. Little troublemaker knew I was watching him and tried to bribe me. Shizune giggled. Well, I suppose he succeeded, I agreed not to turn him in. Shizune's small smile turned upside down. It was kind of sad, actually, that one so young lost everything and is now fighting to survive. I feel bad for the poor boy, though I suppose he's doing well enough for himself as it is. I swear, it's like he was born to be a shinobi, I wonder who his parents must be. Shizune, Tsunade's voice was slightly shaky as the woman hoped she was wrong. What did he look like? Ah, he wore an old brown cloak, so it was hard to see his features, but he had hair as red as a sunset and these cold, purple eyes that almost seemed to glow in the shadow of his hood. They were actually quite beautiful. I bet he'll grow up to be a handsome young man. When Shizune looked to her master, she found the last senju frozen in terror, causing her to grow concerned. Tsunade-sama, is something wrong? Oh, gods, Naruto-kun. She kept her eyes peeled during her brisk walk, searching every rooftop, storefront, and face within the crowd for the crown of red hair or his brilliant purple eyes. The early morning traffic, as thick as it was, offered no resistance as she wadded through crowds that split before her. It was not wise to stand in the way of Senju Tsunade. It was even less wise to do so when she was as distraught as she currently was. Why the hell didn't anyone tell me he had been in the hospital for 2 weeks? He must have been so scared and confused as he laid there all alone. She knew there really wasn't anyone to blame for that. Few had known she was back in Konoha and she doubted anyone besides herself knew that she had returned at Kushina's behest to keep an eye on Naruto's health. Still, he's an Uzumaki prince and the heir to the Namikaze name. Hiruzen should have brought it to my attention just to ensure his health and safety, never mind the fact that he's my godson. She had to pause her train of thought at that. Did anyone outside the Uzumaki Namikaze family and the 3 Sennin even know she was the godmother of the 2 children? No, probably not. It wouldn't have brought any good to paint an even larger target on the kids. They were already Uzu royalty and suspected to be the children of the Yondaime Hokage. They didn't also need people to know that they had close ties to the Sannin. No one but ourselves to blame, then. I should have checked up on him immediately. If I had picked him up at the academy instead of putting it off, we could have avoided this mess. She had to wonder, however, why it was that no one else had tried to care for the boy in her absence, especially when they probably didn't even suspect she was there to keep an eye on him. Kurenai's always been close to the family. Hiruzen's like a grandfather, and I know that Kakashi always wanted a little brother, so why am I hearing that Naruto's been on the streets? This doesn't make any damn sense. Something wasn't right here, or perhaps she just didn't have all the information she should. Either way, the last Senju intended to get to the bottom of this. No godson of hers was going to be found living on the streets, not when she had an entire empty compound and a Senju treasury she could never manage to empty on her own. Now let's see, where does that woman live? If anyone would know what's going on, it would have to be Kurenai, Konohagakure's genjutsu mistress. The woman was like a daughter to Kushina, and if the Uzumaki woman had told anyone about the full arrangements made for Naruto, then it would be her. Not for the first time, Tsunade regretted not asking for more information from Kushina when she agreed to monitor Naruto's health. I should have known something would go wrong, with my luck and all. If I had to guess, though, Kushina would have left everything within the compound, where she felt it would be safest. Too bad that really doesn't help anyone right now. If her own son can't get in, how the hell will anyone else? Tsunade stopped within the middle of the street, looking up at the roofs until she spotted an Anbu, waving them down. Yes, Tsunade-sama, they asked. Yuahi Kurenai's house, where is it? The Shinobi Residential District. Her house is built atop apartment building 7. The Anbu paused, thoughtful. I have no idea how she managed to have a house built atop another building, or why she would choose to do that rather than buy and renovate a house at ground level. They shrugged their shoulders and pushed the thought from their mind. Was there anything else, Tsunade-sama? No, thank you for your help. The Anbu gave a nod before vanishing to finish whatever task they had originally had. On apartment building 7, huh. Interesting. Though, I should expect no less of a skilled Junin who learned under Kushina. Both she and her husband managed to train an exceptional shinobi, but both turned out kind of odd. Kakashi was a known pervert who was very private and not seen much. He was always late, to the point that he was almost more infamous for that than for all the ninjutsu he had stolen over the years. The man wore a mask at all times, or so the rumors said, even when he was bedding a woman. No one knew if he even did bed women, due to his private nature, but there were more than a few women who claimed to have spent a night with him. Of course, most of them were civilians who claimed that he had shown them his face, so probably less than credible sources. Kurenai, on the other hand, couldn't seem to decide what she was. On the outside she was cold and uncaring, giving off a professional aura whenever she left her home. Those that knew her, however, were aware that she was a hopeless romantic who liked to read romance novels and daydream about meeting her own Prince Charming. She often got after Kakashi for the books he read, only to go home and read her own books, which tended to be the same thing only of a lesser quality. She hated perverts, but would have no problem chatting on for hours about her sexual fantasies, or the latest wet dreams she had. The two were great shinobi trained by two of Konoha's finest, but they were freaking weird. Then again, in this line of work, those who survived long enough to become Junin usually were. They were simply some of the biggest examples. Of course, then there was Guy, but Tsunade didn't even know where to start when talking about that man's eccentricities. Some things were just better left alone. Arriving within the shinobi residential area, Tsunade had no trouble locating Building 7. She did, on the other hand, have some trouble figuring out how one was expected to approach Kurenai's front door. How the fuck do I get up there? She seriously doesn't expect for people to use wall climbing or roof jumping to get to her home, does she? Tsunade shook her head in exasperation. This is such an impractical setup. What if a civilian was delivering something, or she ended up getting her chakra disrupted or sealed? Hell, even if Naruto tried to come to her for help, there's no way he could make his way up there with no shinobi training. The walls are perfectly smooth for fuck's sake. Growling in frustration, Tsunade placed a foot on the building's wall to begin her ascent, only for her chakra not to stick to it. Apartment Building 7 is the most secure housing available to shinobi other than clan compounds. Of course they would have ways to keep people from sticking to it with chakra. She looked around to find a building close enough for her to be able to comfortably jump onto the apartments from. She didn't find one. Are you fucking shitting me? Not only do I have to climb up another building, but I'm expected to pump chakra out of my legs to be able to jump across. It wouldn't be a small amount of chakra either. Tsunade doubted there were any Chunin who would be able to get to Kurenai's front door. Giving a withering glare to the house that sat atop the building, mocking her, she made her way to the nearest building. This is bullshit. Senju fucking Tsunade was sitting on her couch, in her home, with her, and she did not look happy. This is probably about Naruto-kun, but that glare looks a bit too irritated for him to be the source. That's more of the, "what is wrong with your home," glare I tend to get. As much as she tried to hold it in, a small giggle escaped her lips. Giving a sly smile, she figured she may as well take this rare opportunity to tease the world's greatest medic. "You know, Tsunade-sama, the apartment staircase has roof access." If anything, that little tidbit of information only served to irritate the powerful woman even further. That would have been nice to know. Ground out the Senju, making a mental note to find the Anbu who had left that out of his directions. It is very common knowledge within the shinobi ranks, she silently included, and amongst cheap civilian restaurants that deliver, but I doubt you came here to experience my unique housing. That's right, I didn't, nodded Tsunade. I came here because I recently came to learn something that was rather surprising. A feeling of imminent doom began to build up within Konoha's genjutsu mistress. Her stomach knotted up as her body became numb. She could feel beads of sweat forming upon her brow and had to force her breath to stay even. Hiding the shaking in her hands, she asked, "And what might that be, Tsunade-sama?" "Shit, this has to be about Naruto-kun. Why couldn't I have just been wrong this once? Oh, it just seems as though my godson has been living on the streets even though both his mother's and father's students are here in Konoha. You wouldn't happen to know anything about that, now, would you, Kurenai?" Accused the busty blonde. She was doing a remarkable job at restraining herself, one almost wouldn't be able to tell how furious the woman was. Kurenai, unfortunately, knew exactly how angry the woman before her was. I had heard that the compound rejected him, began the red-eyed woman. But the last I saw him was a week before Kushina-sensei left, almost a month ago. And you haven't sought him out? If I did go look for him, and he came here for help, who would help him? I've been here, ready to help him the second he comes to me. Okay, so that was bullshit. She had gone out to take care of things plenty of times, but she knew she was one of Naruto's last resorts. As much as that fact hurt her and considering the amount of people within the village, she wasn't going to be hearing him ask her for help anytime soon. Is that so? Kurenai was beginning to get angry at Tsunade's accusations. Where was she, the world's greatest medic, when Naruto-kun was suffering in the hospital? Why was she here, talking to her, when she could be out helping the boy who would accept her far more easily than he would herself? Why was she only now learning of these things, when Kushina had mentioned that Tsunade was coming to monitor her son's health? How dare she try to place all the blame on her, he wasn't her responsibility. And when, exactly, was the last time you saw him, Tsunade-sama? His birth, his second birthday party, the hospital where he was lying confused and alone. On the street, safe within your own home. He doesn't even know you, and yet you were supposed to keep an eye on his health. Shot back Kurenai. Well, how's his health? Is he doing all right? You wouldn't even know. Don't you be trying to make me out to be at fault here. At least he knows who I am and where to find me. Then why hasn't he? Kurenai looked down to the floor, ashamed. We have a rather strained relationship. We get along for the sake of Kushina-sensei, but we're really not comfortable in one another's presence. Ha! Exclaimed Tsunade victoriously. You claim to be here for him, and yet you know he will never come. He might as well be alone. He might as well, Kurenai countered, be with his godmother who has been tasked with his well-being. I didn't know until last night. And why didn't you? You should have seen him on your first day back, not almost 3 weeks later. Kushina left him instructions, you know that. I was a day late, he would have made his way to me after the academy the next day. I was waiting for him to come to me. Kurenai scoffed. And you didn't get suspicious hen he never showed. I don't believe that for a second. I figured someone else was taking care of him. They'd bring him to me when he needed a checkup. So you simply assumed the best without checking, despite checking being the sole reason for your return. Hey, I was supposed to give him checkups, not be his mother. Aren't you supposed to be like his big sister? You should have gone to help him, uncomfortable or no. I agreed, defended Kurenai. To aid him if he needed it. He has yet to ask for aid, he obviously doesn't need it. Quite, came Tsunade's dry reply. I hear he's been doing well as a thief amongst the Konoha populace. I'm sure Kushina would be proud about how little help he needed from her eldest daughter when it came to obtaining his next meal by risking a nice meeting with the Uchiha police force. And yet here you are, trying to pin all the blame on me while he's still out there without any idea that you could be taking care of him. I'm not here to take care of him. I'm here to make sure his chakra coils develop properly now that he's separated from the residual chakra of the Kyuubi within Kushina and the chakra Naruto's seal is mixing with her own. If anyone should be looking after him, it's you. Kurenai raised an eyebrow. Me. Not Kakashi. Not Kushina's father figure Hiruzen. Not her best friend Makoto. Not, oh, I don't know, his fucking godmother. Tsunade took a deep, calming breath, trying to smother the fiery temper that was building within her. This was not a time to cast blame, this was a time to determine responsibility. Look, Kurenai, I'm here to help him, but I can't care for him. He knows you, even if you two have a strained relationship. He's far more likely to trust you than me. No, you don't know anything about it. He's sooner to trust an Iwa shinobi. I see, but to him I might as well be an Iwa shinobi. Tsunade, you need to understand, there's a reason the two of us don't get along well. It's not him, it's me, and my past. I'm not going to share it with you, but you have to believe me, you are the best choice for him right now. Kurenai, I'm not here to play mother to the boy. But you, his sister, this is a perfect chance for you to start fixing that distance between the two of you. Just because I see Kushina as my mother and she sees me as a daughter, doesn't mean I see him as a brother or that he would see me as his sister. Are you saying you don't see him as a brother? Kurenai looked down at the floor, contemplative. No, it's not that. I do see him as a little brother, but I can't be his older sister, I just can't. You have the best chance of entering his life. It doesn't have to be a constant care, but if you could simply offer him a spare room within the Senju compound, we'd both know he was safe. Tsunade thought about it for a minute before nodding. That would be doable, she agreed, but he would still need a constant source of guidance. There's you, isn't there? At Tsunade's glare, Kurenai hurriedly continued. And your student. And if you can convince him, he can always come to me. I might not be able to bring myself to go to him, but I won't turn him away. That could work, you'd be like a mentor instead of a caretaker, and I'd be more of a landlady. This is sounding good. I'll keep my eye out for the brat and ask the old monkey what he knows. Just remember, medic or not, I'm sending him to you if he asks about the birds and the bees. Kurenai flushed but nodded as Tsunade stood up and made her way to the door. Make sure you keep your eyes peeled too, Kurenai, if you see him send him my way or let me know where you've seen him. We can't help the boy until we've found him. Yeah, I will, confirmed Kurenai as the door shut. The two had a plan now, everything would be alright. Unfortunately for Naruto, their plan did nothing for him now. Until they could put it into effect, it would not help him find his next meal, it would not offer him guidance, and it would not shelter him from the cold. He was still alone, with no one to look after him but himself. He did not know of the two women's plans and wouldn't have been able to accept something that seemed so much like pity if he did. He would survive by himself in this new life he found thrust upon himself. And yet, perhaps he wasn't as alone as he may have thought. Senpai, a raised hand cut the Anbu agent off. Don't worry about it, it will be taken care of. The Anbu seemed hesitant and unsure, but nodded anyway, acknowledging the word of his superior. Very well, Inu-senpai, we leave this in your capable hands. With that he and his squad mates took off, leaving Hitaki Kakashi, student of the Yondaime Hokage, to continue watching the streets. It was not truly the streets which he watched, however, but rather a single person on them. Kakashi watched as they pulled into a nearby alley, emptying their latest pilfered coin purses into their cargo pants before scrambling up a wall to search for their next targets. Behind his mask, Kakashi couldn't help but grin. He's growing up so fast, sensei, I'm sure you would be proud of his skills. Now, if only he was skilled enough not to need someone to keep the authorities off his back. All in good time, I suppose. He's escaped my sight a few times already, it shouldn't be too long before he can get away with this without me. For almost a week now he had been watching the child of his sensei, one Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto. If he was honest with himself, he was rather impressed. The child was not naturally talented, per se, but the rate at which he learned and fixed his mistakes was astonishing, leading him to adapt to his current state quite easily. Now, being homeless certainly wasn't the life Kakashi had envisioned for the son of his sensei, but, if nothing else, it was doing a fine job of teaching Naruto to take care of himself. It was for that reason Kakashi did not attempt to directly aid the young boy, choosing instead to look after him and correct issues out of the boy's sight. Kakashi had been keeping authorities away from the boy, making sure he visited the academy, and had been the one who disposed of Naruto's first kill. Kakashi was proud of that fact most of all. To have killed so early and already be embracing the stealth of true shinobi, this boy was going to be a refreshing change from the last few generations of Konohagakure shinobi. Of course, the fact that it was his only kill thus far was a bit disappointing, but it was probably for the best. After all, despite what activities they may be involved in, everyone within Konohagakure was a citizen of Fire Country. Both Naruto and Kakashi were actually rather lucky that no one had attempted to investigate the disappearance. The man had no family of any kind, and the few friends he did have had all assumed he had gotten in over his head doing something illegal and had fled for safety in a nearby country. Though, investigating the death wouldn't have gotten them very far at all, not with Kakashi himself having destroyed the body and burned away any blood, both the man's and Naruto's, that had been in the alleyway. God's Kaden were useful in his line of work. There was nothing like a good bit of fire to make everything go more smoothly. Shaking his head clear of such thoughts, he once again focused on Naruto, who had once again snatched a coin purse off an unsuspecting civilian. You know, at this rate, someone's going to be bringing all this theft to the attention of the council soon. He really should take a break for a while, make them all think it was some visitor who had already left for their own home. Choosing his next course of action carefully, Kakashi gave a shrug. Whatever, the worst that would come out of this would be Naruto becoming more cautious, which was a good thing in his book. Ah, fuck it. It's win-win for the kid. Focusing solely upon the boy, he began visualizing him as prey. The effect was instantaneous as the boy froze up, all his instincts screaming at him about a nearby predator. It only took the child a minute, which must have felt like hours, for the poor guy to locate the one who intended to hunt him. Once again, Kakashi found himself impressed. Locking eyes with the child, though his own were shadowed by his mask, he gestured a low-hanging roof between the two of them. Getting the message, Naruto nodded once before making his way there. Kakashi, on the other hand, took his sweet time. Naruto seemed a bit tense, ready to flee, and was slowly twirling a kunai with one hand, but other than that he seemed rather at ease with the situation. There was no fear, but caution, no hate or malice, but frustration, probably aimed at himself. When Kakashi had made it to the roof, he did not begin a conversation, but rather stood tall and still, observing the young man up close. Despite his tenseness, Naruto stared right back, his shoulders apart and back straight. The boy removed his dirty brown hood and stared proudly into the empty eye holes in the dog mask that loomed over him. Even when faced with a vastly superior opponent, he would not back down. Kakashi knew it was not arrogance or even acceptance of his impending demise, but rather a matter of pride for the boy. One was not weak until they deemed their opponent too powerful to fight. If he were to cower under the glare of the porcelain canine before him, he would be admitting weakness and defeat, and to a survivor like this boy, that was unacceptable. He really was just like his father. Kakashi stayed silent a few moments longer before speaking. You're pretty good, kid, but just as you raise yourself higher than your targets, both the Anbu and Uchiha police force have a tendency to travel by roof, which is higher than you. In the future, I recommend keeping a better eye on your surroundings. Naruto nodded in acceptance of the advice, slipping his kunai away and pulling out a sack of coins. Kakashi wordlessly accepted the bag when it was tossed to him, having witnessed the same actions during Naruto's interaction with the apprentice of Tsunade. You know, I don't mind you practicing upon the Konoha populace, but at this rate people will start to become suspicious. You need to find another source of income. Thank you, Inu-san, for your advice. The boy checked a watch, one Kakashi noticed to be rather valuable. Huh, seems like he's a bit better than I had suspected. It was one thing to cut away the coin purse many within Konoha wore at their waist, it was quite another entirely to remove someone's watch without them noticing. Making note of the current time, Naruto turned his attention back to the Anbu before him. I have managed to obtain permission from Sarutobi-sama to aid his clan in the keeping of Konohagakure's training grounds and the surrounding forests. I should be able to sell any equipment I recover for a solid price as second-hand or scrap. It won't be a large amount, but depending on how wasteful our shinobi are, I may be able to make a decent living as I support myself through the academy years. Kakashi nodded slowly. It was a good plan, especially when you had permission from the Hokage himself, and the dog-faced Anbu knew exactly how wasteful his comrades were. Years of prosperity made them take for granted the high-paying missions and the surplus of available tools. It wasn't like when he was growing up, when equipment was scarce and you were lucky to go to battle with a full holster of kunai. Hell, back then, getting a kunai lodged into your flesh was actually rather fortunate if it struck somewhere non-lethal. Free kunai were good kunai, after all. Well, that's good then. I would suggest you focus on that and only resort to purse cutting when the fields run dry. Give them some time to accumulate new weapons and all that. Now, isn't it about time you make your way to the academy? Lunch ended about an hour ago, and if you don't get there soon you'll miss the practical lessons. A sharp nod was his reply as the boy threw his hood over his head and vaulted over the side of the roof in one smooth movement. You know, that actually looked kind of cool, little thief. If you're not careful, you may find yourself with some fangirls of your own, especially if you grow fully into your parents' looks. They were, after all, two fine-looking shinobi. Kakashi was about to turn away when he saw Naruto's arm grabbed and his hood taken off by a beautiful woman in her early 20s. Curious, he watched as she gave the boy a hug before wrapping her arms around his own, pulling him to a nearby cafe. Well then, it seems I spoke too soon. It looks like you already have a fangirl, and an older woman at that. Well done, little thief, your father must be grinning his ass off in the pure world right now. With a final smirk, Kakashi left to finish his patrol, trusting Naruto to the pretty little prostitute that seemed to know the boy. The kid had been working hard, this would be a good break for him. And to think, he hasn't even met Jiraiya yet. Silently, he cursed himself. How could he have been so stupid as to forget those who perched above him? He was a predator, but in this village he was also prey. To lose track of such a simple fact was shameful. It was fortunate the Anbu had not seen fit to arrest him and had rather been willing to offer advice. Naruto, of course, had always known that there were people on the rooftops, but in his confidence that those traveling directly above him were unaware as to his presence, he had forgotten that anyone else would see him as rather suspicious, sitting upon the lower roofs as he was. Even then, those who were directly above him would be able to see him every time he went for a target. He had hoped that the crowds he operated in would be enough to shield him from anyone else's gaze, but it looks like he had been wrong. But that dog, he was strong. There was no denying the skill of the Anbu. Naruto could feel the power and confidence leaking off the shinobi. That had been a man who had gone through much only to return stronger than anything he had faced. But, if that was the kind of person who had caught him, he would just have to surpass them. The hound worked solo on the words of its master, so he would have to be something above the hound, something without a master. A wolf, I need to become a wolf. The wolf was strong, proud, and answered to no man. It prowled the forest, sought prey, and took it down with ruthless precision. But he could not succeed as a lone wolf, as a wolf's strength came from its pack. Without a pack he could be as strong as he liked, but he would never reach his full potential. I need to find a pack. Before he could think more into the matter, he felt a hand grab his cloak and pull away his hood. He only just managed to recognize them before lashing out. Tatsuki. Her green eyes sparkled with amusement and mischief as she began dragging him to a nearby cafe. She gave him a dazzling smile, her arms wrapping around his right arm. You didn't really think you could hide from me, did you, Naruto-kun? He gave a quick glance back to where the dog-faced Anbu had been. Seeing him take off, he turned his attention back to the woman who seemed intent on abducting him. Not at all, Tatsuki-san. Was there something you needed my help with? Nope, cheered the woman brightly. It seemed as though she didn't have a care in the world right now. Naruto checked his watch and raised an eyebrow at her. Shouldn't you be working about now? He asked. She stuck her tongue out at him. Shouldn't you be at the academy? I would be, but it seems I am to be abducted instead. Any reason you chose to do this? She gave him a slight pout. I've earned enough for today and have nothing else to do. You mean to tell me you're just bored? Yep. Naruto gave a sigh. Why did he have to be the mature one? You know, you really are rather childish. And you're too damn stiff. Loosen up a bit, have some fun. Countered Tatsuki. If you're implying what I think you may be implying, you should know my answer already. I'll collect when I'm ready. Ah, spoil sport. You should know I don't like debts hanging over my head. They have a tendency to bite you in the ass. Your debt is to an 8-year-old, how exactly will that harm you? He asked. And it's been what, a week? It will probably be years until I'm ready for such activities. Oh, are you saying I'm not tempting enough for an 8-year-old boy? And now you sound like a pedophile. He used his left hand to rub the bridge of his nose. Sometimes my maturity seems more a curse than anything else. All right then, Mr. Mature, you can pay for lunch. Exhibit A. She gave him another pouty face. Ah, don't be like that. Would it help if I called you Tu-san? Maybe Tu-sama. I swear, I'm going to have gray hairs before I'm a teen. She gave a giggle. It will make you look more regal, don't worry about it. Besides, then people will only assume you're short, not young. I'm having second thoughts about lunch with you, Tatsuki-san. No, that won't do. The woman whined. You need to call me darling or princess or something. If you don't, I'm going to cry. You don't want me to start crying, do you, daddy? I preferred your flirtatious side. This childish side, while fitting, does not really become you, Tatsuki-san. She sent him a glare, but remained silent, halting their movement so that they were simply standing in the street. After a few moments of silence, he gave in and asked, what? Still, nothing. He gave a deep sigh. This childish behavior is not really becoming of you, Tatsuki-hime. Her eyes brightened in delight as she gave him the biggest grin he had ever seen. Sweeping him up into a hug, she spun him around once before putting him back down and patting the top of his head. Good boy, Naruto-kun. That wasn't too hard now, was it? I'm really not sure you're worth all this trouble. You think we could renegotiate so that I paid for you to stay away? A quick hit to his head was his response as she gave him a sultry smirk. Oh, it's far too late to turn back now, you have to man up and finish what you started. Besides, she paused to indicate her figure. You'll know exactly how worth it I am once you finally accept what's yours. She looked to him, only to find him searching through his hair. What are you doing? She asked, hands on her hips. Searching for my first gray hair, came his even response. Wah. Ah, found it. He pulled from his head a single gray hair, which he proudly presented to her. I hope you're happy, Tatsuki-san. At this rate I won't make 20. What? But, how, why, when? The poor girl was rather confused at this and Naruto couldn't help but chuckle at her dismay. It wasn't really his hair, but rather one from the Anbu agent he had just spoken to. It was only by chance that it had fallen off the taller man and landed on his own crimson nest of hair. He wouldn't, however, be admitting that to Tatsuki. All right, now that we've confirmed that you're going to be the death of me, let's get something to eat. She simply trailed behind him, still trying to determine whether or not she had really started giving the boy gray hairs. Come on, keep up. He called. It's my treat. She instantly sped up to match him. Tatsuki was not one to turn down a free meal, especially when she would get to spend time with her little friend. She had spent much of her own life alone. This new sense of companionship was refreshing. He wasn't trying to get something out of her, he didn't pry about her past, and he didn't seem to judge her occupation. In the presence of this small boy, she could finally relax and be herself, and for that she was grateful. Wait up, I'm in heels. He just laughed, pausing to let her catch up and wrap one of her arms around his own. Is this what having a friend is like? He looked at her pleasant smile and couldn't help but give his own grin at the warmth and happiness that spread throughout his chest. I like it. Regardless of how powerful he would become or where his life might take him, Tatsuki would always hold a special place within his heart and mind as his very first friend. He would never imagine anyone else being better suited to it than the childish young woman on his arm. Deep within a seal, two crimson eyes narrowed. Sand, sand, and even more sand. Naruto gave a sigh as she cast her gaze over the horizon. This place is stupid. The land of wind was aptly named, but perhaps, barren wasteland of nothingness and sandy irritation, would have been a bit more fitting. As the wind one again tried to remove her hood to play with her long blonde hair, she turned to watch as her mother received directions from the captain of the ship that had taken them here. Rather than go through Suna and crossing most of Kase no Kuni, the two Uzumaki women had headed north from the fire capital and hired a ship to take them to a port on the far northwestern part of Kase no Kuni. So as to not lose the natural defense of the desert, Wind Country's capital was not a port city, but rather 2 days' walk from the largest port Sandfish City. 2 days, however, was nothing compared to the month and a half they would have taken trying to get to the capital any other way. The distance itself should only take half that, but constant sandstorms and blistering heat effectively doubled the time it took to make the journey. Naruto shook sand out of her shoes as her mother approached, looking as comfortable as she might have if they were back in Konoha. The young girl had no idea how her mother was unaffected by this horrid place. "Please tell me we're borrowing horses or something." Her mother's happy, "Nope," was far too cheerful for Naruto's tastes. "Great," groaned the girl. She already knew this was going to be a horrible experience. "That's my girl, ever the optimist." Kushina had noticed the sarcasm but, like most negative things, she chose to ignore it. They were on a trip and by the gods they were going to enjoy it to the best of their ability. Yeah, optimism, yippee. It took 3 days for them to make it to the capital due to an unexpected sandstorm, but they both arrived healthy and safe, if not a bit grouchy. "I swear, when we get out of here, I'm never going to want to see this damn sand ever again." Naruto was promptly bopped over the head by her mother, who was straining to keep a happy face. "Language, dear," chided the woman. Now, where was that entrance? Naruto took her time to look up at what they had finally come to. She was rather disappointed. Before them was a large ring of mud that stretched in either direction until it faded into the horizon. The top of this mud wall seemed to curve back into itself, as if to discourage those who might try to scale it, but Naruto had a feeling that it had to be something more to it than that. "Ah, there it is, we must have been set off course by that storm," her mother proudly proclaimed, pointing to a small smudge in the distance. As minutes turned to hours, Naruto came to learn that the smudge was in truth 2 rectangular walls growing parallel to the mud ring. The 2 walls were almost impossible to see, however, as sand had built up on either side, probably from that recent storm. The 2 women were lucky that the great mass of sand had stuck out well enough for them to take note of it. There weren't too many trying to gain access to the city between the 2 walls, so the 2 quickly passed into the mud ring. Naruto froze at the sight. She had formed her opinion far too soon. The city must have extended for miles below her, carved painstakingly from sandstone. The walls were all smoothed down, engraved with great images of the Land of Wind's history. Everywhere her eyes could see, great bridges stretched from points that seemed random to connect every part of the city together. And then, there in the middle, was the palace. The Emerald Obelisk was well named, a giant tower of jade green that rose up from the black depths of the city. Vines of gold and silver grew upon the tower, ending periodically in great ivory flowers blooming proudly in the desert sun. Naruto was rendered speechless. "It's great, isn't it?" The girl could only nod in response. Kushina slapped her on the back with a laugh. "Well, come on then, we can appreciate the sights starting tomorrow. For now, let's see about getting us some more appropriate clothes for the climate and finding a good place to spend the night." Naruto followed her mother for a few minutes before something occurred to her. "You know, Ka-chan, we're going to have to bring back an entire new wardrobe with us when we return to Konoha." "Oh, and why's that?" "Well, I don't know about mine, but I have a feeling that a lot of your clothes will have vanished with Jiraiya having access to the house." Kushina gave a bark of laughter. "Yeah, that is probably something he would do." She paused to ruffle the girl's hair. "But don't you worry, Ka-chan thought ahead and reset the seals so that only the clan head can access them. And Nikkun too, right? That's right. Remember at breakfast when I gave him that hug while he was eating? Yeah, that was right before your food caught on fire. Kushina gave Naruto an angry pout, reminded of the mishap. Yes, well, while I gave him that hug, I used a seal to copy his chakra signature to add to the sealing matrix. So, was that before or after you tried to burn the house down? Why, you little brat. Naruto raised her hands in surrender. With a sigh, Kushina crossed her arms over her chest. You know as well as I it had to be after. First I got the signature, then I saved my breakfast, then we both wished your brother a good first day of school. And after that we grabbed our things and left to wait for that Tsunade lady you told me about. Finished Naruto. Exactly. Confirmed Kushina, turning away. Her daughter's next words made her world freeze. So when did you add Nikun to the matrix? Kushina's stomach twisted into a million knots as her heart leapt into her throat. A feeling of cold despair and helplessness flooded her being, cloaking her fully in a blanket of shadow that threatened to drown her as it pulled her down into a never-ending abyss. Her legs couldn't hold her anymore as she collapsed to her knees upon the sandstone walkway. No, no, no. She mumbled, desperately trying to convince herself it wasn't true. I have to have added him, I know I added him. When did I add him? If he wasn't added he couldn't get in. If he couldn't get in he wouldn't be able to get her instructions. If he couldn't get in he didn't have access to everything she had left for him. If he couldn't get in, he'd never get her letter. Numbness replaced the despair, which was quickly overcome by a sense of urgency she had not felt since the Kyuubi had escaped her seal. No, this was no time to freeze up. Tsunade was in Konoha. Kurenai was in Konoha. Hiruzen, Makoto, and Kakashi were in Konoha. But she had to make sure. She had to have confirmation that he was all right, that he was taken care of. They all should have a general idea of what was going on, that should be enough to reassure her son that she hadn't abandoned him. She'd be back, just not now, not until he was ready. Not until she was sure he was safe from that. Launching herself onto her feet, she grabbed Naruto's arm and began to run. Ka-chan, where are we going? We have to contact Hiruzen, now. The two made their way to the mail station with haste, but it would make little difference. To send a letter across the deserts of Kase no Kuni into Hai no Kuni by bird would take at least a week due to sandstorms, and sending it by boat to the fire capital for delivery would take twice that. The two women would spend the next 2 weeks in Kase no Kuni's amazing capital, but neither would be able to enjoy it, their thoughts fully occupied by one Uzumaki Naruto and his current situation. A response from the Sandaime Hokage would arrive at the end of those 2 weeks, curt and to the point, but it would do little to assuage their worries. Nevertheless, they would press on, determined to follow through with this trip and leaving Naruto to the care of those within Konohagakure. It was, perhaps, not their greatest decision. Within the seal, 2 ruby lips parted to give a grin of pearly white. It was a wonderful feeling after a long day of working, training, and dealing with Tatsuki that his dirty clothes melted off his form, replaced by a crisp, clean suit of midnight black. Walking down the narrow pathway of black marble, he enjoyed the simple pleasure that came with each click of his shoes upon the freshly waxed floor. Soft green light illuminated his path, casting shadows that danced to the flickering of a non-existent breeze. When he reached the large doors of Darkwood he did not hesitate, walking through them just as they opened for his passing, shutting quietly behind the one in control of this realm. He took his place at the empty table and waited for this world's occupant to join him. It did not take her more than a minute. She walked down the left staircase, her long red dress trailing behind her. She seemed rather surprised to see him there, but that didn't stop a smirk from crossing over those ruby lips. Wordlessly she took her own seat, leaning back with a single brow raised. After a moment she finally spoke. Care to explain? I don't know all that much about Biju, I must admit, but we humans call this an evening meal. 2 plates appeared as he said that, seasoned rabbit on rice with a side of sautéed vegetables. It was nothing special or complicated, but seeing as she hadn't eaten since before she was sealed within Uzumaki Mido herself it was rather significant. Oh, she tried to hide her shock and delight, but it was easily read by the young man. And what do you have to accompany this meal? He shook his head, almost remorseful. Sadly, I still cannot provide you with drinks more suited to your tastes. One of these days I will need to get a hold of something suitable so that we may have a proper meal. As he said this, a glass appeared by her hand and began filling itself. Tonight, I've decided to go with apple juice. She laughed. It seemed like such a childish choice for a drink, but that's what he was, a child. It really was far too easy to forget his true age. I'm sure it will go well with tonight's meal, Warden. He gave her a grin. I certainly hope so, I had no idea what to go with. You know, she smirked, taking a sip of her juice. Sometimes it's best to keep your mouth shut and accept good results as though it was part of your plan. A sound bit of advice, Mito, I'll try to remember it. See to it you do, young Warden. Silence can get you far in life, especially in your chosen profession. With that the conversation came to a halt, both savoring their evening meal. It was a comfortable atmosphere between the two of them, despite hardly having interacted before, just two people enjoying the fact that they weren't alone. Despite not having been in much company lately, Naruto still craved the presence of others. He wasn't used to being alone and much preferred a sentient being to his own thoughts. When he was with others he could forget about those annoying doubts and questions that plagued him still, which meant that simple things like a lunch with Tatsuki had become rather welcome. Mito, on the other hand, had not had much company for decades. Sure, there was the occasional glimpse of outside life that she could pull from her hosts, or the stray thoughts that made their way to her, but that was all second-hand. This was the first time in many years that she had shared a meal with someone and she was enjoying it immensely. When both had finished with their food and now slowly nursed their drinks, Mito decided to start up a conversation. So, I sensed quite a bit of happiness from you earlier, dear Warden. She began. Something about a girl by the name of Tatsuki, if I am not mistaken. Naruto was immediately on guard, something that caused Mito to frown. Yes, that is correct, Fox, what of it? She flinched when he referred to her as Fox, hoping she hadn't undone all of her work so easily. I was just curious, dear Warden. She tried to assure him. Unlike with your sister, I cannot view your memories, nor do I always get to hear your thoughts. It's only when you're experiencing high levels of emotions that I can get a glimpse into the mind of my Warden. So, when a feeling of happiness and the name, Tatsuki, hit me at the same time, I became rather curious as to who this girl could be. She must be rather special. She is the first person I can call a friend. I was rather happy to be able to say so. Mito hummed in acknowledgement but didn't seem satisfied as she leaned back deeply into her chair. I see. She must be quite extraordinary to have drawn your attention. She is certainly different, Naruto admitted, but I enjoy her company. Of course, Mito gave a strained grin. It's important to have those we enjoy being around. Naruto nodded. I quite agree. An uncomfortable silence descended upon the pair until Naruto finally spoke up. Say, Mito, he began, meeting her eyes. Before your imprisonment, were you close to anyone? She seemed a bit off guard from the question, but recovered soon enough. No, I don't suppose I really did. We the Biju had a father, of sorts, but we weren't really close to him. I did spend a lot of time in a human form much like you see now, but even then I mostly kept to myself. A pity then, he said rather solemnly. Everyone should have a pack. A pack she thought that was rather fitting for the boy. He was, after all, much like a wounded animal as he tried to survive on the streets of Konoha. If he actually did have a pack, however, he could probably go pretty far. She would be curious to see what would become of such a pack, actually. It should prove rather amusing. Well said, Warden. Are you looking to start a pack with this Tatsuki? His rather large blush was more than enough to tell her he hadn't even thought about doing such a thing before now. Oh. You seemed so happy with her, I would have assumed you had at least considered taking her as a mate. His blush grew darker as she grinned. Well, he confessed. I will need to, partake in her services eventually. Services? The Kyuubi questioned. Yes. She's a prostitute. Mito began laughing. Oh, has the heart of the Uzumaki prince been stolen by the prostitute? It sounds like a forbidden romance novel. It's a bit more complicated than that, thankfully. I killed the one who was going to be her client and she refused to accept some of the money he had on him unless she earned it. Oh, so what happened? I offered her payment in advance, so that later when I'm ready for such things, we can call it even. Why, that's an interesting story you have there, little warden. I'm interested in seeing how this ends. Yeah, me too, honestly. I have no idea if I'll ever be able to bring myself to accept her services for the night. She's my first friend, I'm not sure I could use her like that. I'm sure you'll figure out something, she assured him. Now, I do believe it's time for you to get some rest. You have to get up for the academy in the morning after all, do you not? He gave her a nod. I do. I'll see you tomorrow evening then, Mito. Standing up, he moved to the large doors behind him and disappeared into the darkness of the seal. He'd be back again tomorrow, and the next day, and every day after that to share a meal with his ward. She was, after all, his responsibility. A deep exhale of smoke came from his mouth as he removed his beloved pipe and set it down on his desk near his hat. It would appear locking him out really hadn't been a part of the plan, he had figured as much, but for her to simply have forgotten to add her son to the matrix. That was just shameful. Rubbing the bridge of his nose, Hiruzen scanned the letter once more. She had quite obviously written it in haste, as many of the questions and requests were repeated several times in this jumbled mess of words. It was almost as if Kushina herself was in the room trying to speak as she sobbed her head off. Grabbing a spare piece of parchment, he quickly wrote down his reply, covering what seemed to be her biggest questions. With any luck, his lack of detailed explanation might force her to return. He had never supported this little plan of hers, it was just too easy for things to go wrong. She had thought he was just being pessimistic and paranoid, the current evidence proved otherwise. Kushina, he wrote, we are aware that Naruto is not accepted by the clan compound, as it activated its defenses on him almost a month ago. He has fully recovered from his injuries. Tsunade did indeed return to the village and was here when the compound rejected him. He continues, to the best of my knowledge, attending the academy. I do not know the extent of your plans for his care in your absence and would recommend your immediate return to sort out everything else. Signing and dating the letter, he sent it back to the capital of Kase no Kuni, hoping that Kushina would see reason and return for his son. A week later, his hopes would be proven empty as her reply informed him that she trusted the plans she had in place and knew she wouldn't be able to leave again should she return. They would be continuing with their trip. Giving a sigh, Hiruzen would toss the letter into one of his desk drawers and hope that Kushina's preparations were as good as she believed them to be. Because it wasn't as if things hadn't gone wrong already. Iruka grinned as he looked at the graded test in his hands. He had been right about that kid. He was a damn fast learner. Considering the fact that he was only here for parts of class and observed the rest from the tree outside, it was rather impressive that he had scored full marks on his tests over the past 2 weeks. He had been concerned, of course, about the student who never entered the building, but those fears were put to rest when, on the day of the test, he had climbed up to the second-story window and slipped into an empty seat without any of his classmates noticing. The civilian who was sitting next to him nearly had a heart attack when he finally noticed him. Naturally, he had left once his test was done, but he had received full marks. The boy must have had some really good eyesight to see and understand what he wrote on the board from that distance, or Iruka really was as loud as people told him he was. He really hoped it was the former. The boy had come through again when it came to practical exams, quickly demonstrating the required technique and knowledge before disappearing to go do whatever it was he did. Unfortunately, his full marks in exams were countered by his lack of actual attendance and his refusal to appear for any of the quizzes. It was almost as if the boy didn't really care about schooling and only participated as much as he did to confirm he understood what he needed to be a shinobi. It reminded Iruka of back during the Third Shinobi War, when students were taught only what was deemed necessary to their survival and success before being shipped off to kill and die in the name of Konohagakure. No one cared what you scored on your quiz, or how many days you may have missed, they just wanted to see that you knew what you were doing. Naruto seemed to know what he was doing. And so, one could possibly say that Iruka had taken upon himself a Third Shinobi War mentality with the boy, allowing him to pass so long as he proved himself capable through the various examinations they had. He would be the lowest mark, of course, but at this point, he doubted the boy cared. Go on, Naruto, show them all what it is to be a shinobi. I look forward to seeing just how far you'll go. She breathed deeply the multitude of heavenly spices that saturated the small stand as she took a stool, idly scanning the large menu board posted behind the counter for a picture that looked the most appetizing. Welcome to Ichiraku's, what can I get for you today? Asked the waitress, a pretty young brunette that seemed rather happy to be able to interact with a customer. The stand had been empty despite the wonderful aroma that wafted from it. The poor girl must have been terribly bored. Whatever you recommend, I can't decide, came the answer. Her thoughts were far away from ordering lunch, focused instead on her master's odd behavior. All right, I'll have that right out for you. The girl gave a quick bow before retreating into the back of the stall, leaving Shizune alone with her thoughts. What's gotten into you, Tsunade-sama? She wondered. A week ago she had told the woman of the little thief she had seen and the woman went into a panic. The following morning she had stormed out of the house as if hell itself was on her heels. She returned later that day looking no more at ease than she had been upon her departure and immediately tried to squeeze every drop of information concerning the little thief from her apprentice. Shizune still didn't know what it was about the boy that had her master so upset and Tsunade refused to tell her. Of course, if Tsunade wouldn't tell her, maybe the little thief would be able to shed some light on the subject for her. Someone else entered the stall, sitting a stool away to her left. Looking at them through the corner of her eye, she found a grin make its way upon her face. Speak of the devil and he shall appear. He was covered in his brown cloak like usual, but made no effort to return the red hair that was trying to escape back into the confines of his hood. His purple eyes locked with hers for only a moment before going to the menu board. Oh, welcome to Ichiraku Ramen, I hope you haven't been waiting too long. The waitress was back, setting down Shizune's food with a quick, enjoy, before turning her attention fully to her newest customer. I've only just arrived, your timing is impeccable. His voice was rather bland, taking away from what the two women assumed to have been meant as a compliment. Ah, is that how his voice sounds? If I hadn't heard the rumors I'd assume he's just short, not a child who hasn't reached his teens. Still, to talk like that when he's supposed to be so young is impressive, if not a bit off-putting. It's like talking to an adult trapped within the body of a child. I see. The waitress seemed a bit nervous at this point, and as she kept talking it was easy for Shizune to figure out why. Well, I'm sorry to have to ask you this really, but you do have money, don't you? It's not like I think you might be trying to eat and run but with your, appearance and all. The unfortunate girl was stopped from her rambling as he sat a pouch of coins on the counter and pushed them over to her. I understand completely and take no offense, he said, his voice still even and dull. I'll take the Uzumaki special. The Uzumaki special? Asked the waitress, surprised that he even knew of that particular unlisted menu item. Are you sure? It's rather large and pretty pricey. He waved off her concern. I am familiar with the dish, thank you. So, he's got some sort of connection to the Uzumaki. Could it be as easy as him being an Uzumaki prince? It would make sense, I guess, but the last Uzumaki I knew of was Uzumaki Kushina. It couldn't be her son, could it? Lost in thought as she was, Shizune didn't realize she was staring at the boy. He, however, was well aware. Is there something I can help you with? Broke her out of her thoughts, causing her to blush in slight embarrassment. Ah, sorry, I was lost in my thoughts. She paused. This was as good an opportunity as any to sat her curiosity. If it's not too much trouble, do you think you would be willing to answer some questions I have? She could barely make out the brow that rose within the confines of his hood. I do not see any harm in you asking. Well, it's just that I mentioned running into you, and the rumors that have been going around about you, to my master. Once I told her about your hair and eyes she seemed rather distraught. I asked her about it, but she won't tell me. I was hoping you might be able to tell me about your connection to my master. I have very few connections outside my immediate family, and even those are rather strained at the moment. What is the name of your master? Senju Tsunade. The slug Sanin. He sounded just as confused as she was. I do not know of any personal connection I might have to the woman, but it is possible she knew one of my parents. I see, frowned Shizune, slightly disappointed. That told her absolutely nothing. You mentioned your parents, you wouldn't happen to be an Uzumaki, would you? The question seemed to hurt him, as he flinched. I am of blood relation to the Uzumaki, yes. Ah, stupid Shizune, he mentioned his family relations were rather strained at the moment. Sorry, I didn't mean to bring up any painful memories. It's fine, I need to accept them anyway. Hiding from reality isn't going to help me any. Did you have any more questions? Just one, if you don't mind. I heard that you found yourself alone and locked out of your compound. Did your family really abandon you? Even as she asked it, she regretted it. What could have possibly driven her to ask such a question when he had already shown a bad reaction to the simple mention of his family? The boy stood up and turned to leave, pausing at the flaps of the stand. It was quiet and she almost missed it, but the emptiness seemed to echo within her very soul. I don't know. He stood a moment longer before speaking at a more audible tone. Your food's going cold, you should enjoy it before it does. And with that he left into the bustling streets of Konoha. Shizune felt like hitting her head against the counter. All right, here we have, the waitress paused, confused at her customer's disappearance and turned towards the only one in the stand. I may have asked him some questions that made him uncomfortable. Oh, so you scarred off my customer, did you? Shinobi or not, Shizune found herself terrified at the irritated waitress before her. He left his coin pouch. She pointed out weakly, only to watch as the young civilian worker casually knocked it over the counter so it fell out of sight. Really? Asked the girl. Then where is it? You aren't lying to me, are you? I'll pay for it. Oh gods, this was going to empty her wallet. The bowl the girl was carrying was massive. Damn right you will, did you want that to go? Ichiraku Ayame was someone Shizune vowed to never cross again. As he sat upon the gates of Konoha and watched the sunset, Naruto couldn't believe it had been 2 weeks already. No, 2 weeks since I was released from the hospital, it's been a month. 1 month ago his family had vanished without warning and now, a month later, Naruto couldn't tell how he felt about it. He had been confused, scared, sad, and even angry at the thought of the two that left him, but as he spent his time finding his next meal or scavenging for some equipment to practice with, he found that such feelings really didn't help him. Perhaps he just needed to accept it, to move on, to find himself a new family, a new pack, but thoughts of his 2 sons still lingered within his heart and soul. Will I ever be free of them? Can I really cast them away as easily as they left me? His eyes were drawn to the dying light of the sun. Every sun must set, I suppose. But another thought hit him. A sun may set, but it does not disappear. Each and every star is someone's sun, perhaps those 2 are simply someone else's now. It was time for him to find a new sun, a new purpose, because whatever the reason, his sons had disappeared, and there was nothing he could do about it. They might rise again one day, appearing within his life without warning, but he'd deal with that day when it made itself known. Until then, there was nothing to do but keep moving forward. With a sigh he stood, determined to find a place to sleep for the night. Once he found it, it would be time for an evening meal with his ward. Mito had become a comforting constant in this new life of his and he was grateful for it. She was a fixed point, unchanging, and that allowed him to center himself. Without her, all his days would blend together in a never-ending quest for his next meal or somewhere warm to sleep. Without her, he feared he might lose himself within this new life. Without her, he'd probably be little more than an animal at this point. Being honest with himself, Naruto didn't know what he would do. Without her. Slowly it clinked through the grass, twisting and writhing in serpentine patterns as it approached its target. It emerged from the field of green, contrasting easily in glowing blue and striking like a serpent of lightning. Naruto allowed a small smirk to grace his face as his chakra chain went through the hole of a kunai and wrapped itself around tightly. With a mental command it returned, its prize in tow. He placed the kunai within his bag before moving the chain to wait behind him. How was that, Mito? You're improving, admitted the voice that only he could hear. But you still need a lot of practice, your chains react slowly and you have trouble controlling more than 2 individually. Yeah, I suppose you're right, I've got a long ways to go. Over the past year he had found himself growing rather fond of his ward, something only helped when she began teaching him the techniques of her original jailer Uzumaki Mito. It was amazing to hear what the woman had been capable of with those chains, and his respect for the woman had grown immensely despite never having met her. More important than her teachings, however, had been her simple companionship. She was always there, always able to offer advice, always able to listen to his troubles, always there to let him know that in this world he didn't have to be alone. That was not to say he was always alone, but it was still a rather rare occurrence to run into those he knew, and for good reason. He was trying not to be seen by the inhabitants of Konohagakure. It wasn't that he had anything against them, but rather his own form of training. After all, if you could live as a ghost within the greatest shinobi village in the world, you were miles above the rest. He really wasn't much of a ghost when it came to the village's upper echelons, but he might have well been when it came to civilians in fresh Chunin. He was rather proud of that. Of course, there was one civilian who always seemed to be able to find him, and she took every opportunity she could find to pester him. He really didn't mind all that much, though. Spending time with Tatsuki always seemed to lift his spirits. There was just something about the way she acted that never failed to bring a smile to his face. For the most part, those he encountered were shinobi. He often ran into Inu, who seemed to be keeping an eye on him, and various other anbu, usually sent by the Hokage himself. The great monkey had been giving him plenty of space, but liked to check up on him from time to time. At first, Naruto had suspected that it had something to do with the Sarutobi head's closeness to his mother and sister, but these days it seemed more like curiosity than anything else. Naruto saw Iruka almost every day for class, but interacted with the man perhaps once a week for exams. His classmates seemed to have gotten used to his odd behavior and constant absence and were no longer surprised when he slipped into a seat from the window. That had actually taken 3 months, which was rather irritating. They were going to be ninja for fuck's sake, why were you startled when the same person came through the same window to enter the same seat for the same reason each time? If anything, they should have taken advantage of it and used it to try to prank him. Fortunately for him, and even more fortunately for any wannabe prankster, no one had tried anything yet. There was one other person he encountered rather regularly, and that was Kato Shizune, apprentice to Senju Tsunade. He didn't know what to think of her, honestly. She seemed an okay person, though one who didn't have much experience with people. Considering she had been following Tsunade around Fire Country, never staying in the same place for long, it was understandable. Other than her master, she probably didn't speak to many of the people she met more than once. She also seemed pretty restless, probably more so than normal. Before she had been traveling around, now she was just wasting time here in Konohagakure. If he had to guess, she probably joined Tsunade for the chance to see the world and experience all that she could. She just seemed like that kind of person. It must have been terribly disappointing to then spend the next decade of her life learning medical techniques in between running from debt collectors and watching the last Senju get drunk off her ass. He actually felt a great bit of pity for the poor girl. Then there was the matter of the girl's master. Apparently, she claimed to be his godmother, according to Sarutobi Hiruzen. The old monkey would neither confirm nor deny it, claiming to want to stay out of this, and Naruto was rather appreciative of that. He'd been living on his own thus far, he could make his own decisions. Hiruzen had admitted that Kushina and Tsunade had known each other, so it was a possibility, especially considering Tsunade's sudden return so close to Kushina's departure, but he also said that Kushina had been rather secretive about any and all arrangements involving her family ever since the Kyuubi incident 9 years ago. When Hiruzen had then asked if he would like to meet the woman who was looking for him, Naruto had quite politely declined. After hearing a drunk Shizune air all her grievances about the woman, he had no desire to meet her, godmother or no. Perhaps, if she came to him, he would be polite and make conversation, maybe even over a nice meal somewhere, but so far all she'd done was ask the Hokage to keep an eye out and send him her way. Obviously, she really didn't want to meet with him. This felt far too much like someone doing the absolute minimum to be able to say they did something, and he wouldn't be having any of that. He didn't know what obligations she might be trying to fulfill, but for all he cared she could choke on them. He had his own problems to worry about, and some lazy old drunk sure as hell wasn't going to be one of them. Speaking of searching for him, though, Kurenai seemed to be trying to locate him. He could understand. She had always acted oddly around him, but there was always this sense of guilt that came afterwards, as if she was aware of her actions and regretted them despite not being able to change. There must have been something bigger going on, but whatever it was he did not know and probably never would. Avoiding her, then, was in her best interest. If she did meet with him she'd continue with her strange behavior and become guilty once more. It really was a vicious cycle, and seeing that he really didn't want to have to deal with her odd actions, it was something he was more than willing to help her with by staying as far away as he could. Nonsense, I only had a basic understanding of how these chains were supposed to work. The fact that you managed to use them at all is still impressive. You just need more practice still. It's easy to use a million chains in the same way, but controlling multiple chains in different ways is like suddenly finding yourself with new limbs. It's going to take some time to get used to. He could hear her giggle deep within the recesses of his mind. Just think, she teased. You still need to learn how to use them as you move. That should be fun. Naruto groaned at the thought. That was not something he was looking forward to. That's the spirit, cheered the fox. I'm glad you find this funny. Oh, I most certainly do. So, while we both admit you need more practice, perhaps you should stop trying to use them while you try to earn a living. I'm all for you getting good, but this is cutting into your productivity. He gave a sigh. She was right, as usual. He had hoped that by using the chains to help him clear the training grounds he would both get practice and gather enough to pay this month's rent, but so far he'd gathered only a dozen kunai, which would maybe cover today's meals. He had a lot more to do if he wanted to get that rent out of the way so he could focus on other things. Yeah, you're right, I need to stop messing around. There's work to be done. As his chain dissipated into blue light, he set about maintaining the Great Forest, or whatever bullshit he had told Hiruzen. Those old clans were full of shit, always trying to insult each other with compliments. It was like a competition to see who could jerk the other off better, but even if you won you still just gave someone you didn't like a hand job. Honestly, she should have known how shit of a plan that was. It had been a year, an entire freaking year, and Naruto was still out there doing who knows what to survive. Every search was fruitless, none of the Anbu would tell her anything, and the Hokage was less than helpful, telling her something about giving the boy some space. He didn't need space, he needed help. More importantly, she needed to help him, to make up for all those years of being unable to bring herself to have any sort of positive relationship with him despite being so close to the rest of his family. Giving a sigh, Kurenai fell back onto her couch. This whole thing was just a giant mess. First Tsunade arrived a day late, then Naruto ends up in the hospital, the compound has Naruto homeless, Kushina decides to continue her trip, and now neither she nor Tsunade could find the boy. How hard is it to find the one person within all of Konoha with bright red hair? Something needed to be done to find him, but what? How could she possibly find the boy who seemed so intent to stay hidden? She really couldn't blame him, though. The world was scary, no wonder he was hiding. Maybe I could draw him out somehow. No, that wouldn't work. She hardly knew him, much less what would make him feel safe enough to emerge from wherever he was taking shelter. She could try to henge into Kushina and pretend she had come back, but that was already a horrible idea that could only go terribly wrong in a multitude of ways. There had to be somewhere he frequented. A store, or a friend's house, or... She slapped a hand to her head. He was going to the academy, for fuck's sake. Here she had been over the last year, wandering the streets of Konoha for signs of the boy, but he would have been in the academy learning to be a shinobi while she was out looking for him. No wonder all her searches had come out empty-handed. Never before had she felt like such a moron. If Anko ever learned, just the thought made her shudder. She'd never hear the end of it from the snake mistress. Considering she had recruited the woman for a few searches, she'd probably be at the end of the woman's ire too. I'd rather not be at the other end of her hidden snake hands, thank you very much. Well, at least now she knew where to find him, the only problem left was making contact. She could wait out in front of the building like some of the parents, but he might not be too appreciative of that. He'd be even less pleased if she tried to draw him from classes. Naruto never seemed to want attention, and that would be an excellent way of bombarding him with it. Maybe he could miss a day, or at least an hour or two. I could wait for him there in the morning. It was better, but that still didn't feel quite right. Maybe she could ask Iruka about him. Everyone knew how close she was to his family. It would make sense for her to check up on his academies from time to time with his mother away. Yeah, check up on him once a year, that's perfectly normal. Well, it wasn't as if she had any better options, and if that didn't work she could resort to ambushing him before class. Better yet, if he walked in while she was speaking to Iruka, then she could pull him away, at least for a few minutes, to tell him about the arrangement she and Tsunade had come up with. Surely he'd appreciate being told that he had a room in the Senju compound ready for him. It was settled then. She'd stop by the academy first thing in the morning. Everything was going to be just fine. Again, she called, watching as the young blonde girl continued to train under the glaring sun. It was hard work, and she was proud of her, but it wasn't enough. The past year had been hard on Kushina. Thoughts and doubts about the well-being of her son had haunted her without end. But she couldn't go back, couldn't make sure he was okay, couldn't wrap her arms around him and tell him it was all right. But she wanted to. Gods, she was tempted, but she stayed strong. They couldn't go back, not yet. And so, she made good use of the trip. Once more. Naruto would be trained to insane levels for a girl her age and would return ready to protect their home of Konoha as the new head of the Uzumaki. And then Kushina could devote all of her time and attention to Naruto, the next head of the Namikaze. And by the gods, she would train her son until he surpassed his father. She would make damn sure that she made up for leaving him behind, as necessary as it was. Until then, however, she would focus on Naruto and her training. Her basic shinobi skills were coming about wonderfully, but compared to what would need to be taken care of soon, this was nothing. It was not easy to control the chakra of the Kyuubi, but as its Jinchuriki, Naruto would need to learn how. That and that alone would take up the majority of this training trip, but once it was done she could be confident in the safety of both Naruto and her brother. Alright, that's enough. Come take a seat and get some rest. The young girl didn't bother coming over, instead choosing to collapse right where she stood in the field of grass they had been training in. Or just stay over there, sighed Kushina as she walked over and dragged her daughter back to their little base camp. As Kushina looked down at her daughter, she couldn't help but smirk. She had fallen asleep, completely exhausted from the training. Just like a true Uzumaki, thought Kushina. Training until they collapse. Words may not have been able to express the pride she felt for her daughter, but her thoughts still lingered on her son. I haven't heard anything from Tsunade, but she really didn't want to do much in the first place. I suppose expecting regular updates was a bit much. It was a bit disappointing that she hadn't been told anything about her son's well-being, but at the same time no news was good news and she was confident she would be notified if anything bad happened. I still wish I knew how his health was. Tsunade hasn't given me her opinion on the matter. That was rather important, a key factor in ensuring his safety. But, until Tsunade told her otherwise, she'd have to trust the rather alarming theory given to her by the young medic she had met at the hospital. Chakra maturity happens around 12, which is why academy graduation is so young, so I have at least 3 years before I can be sure it's developed properly away from the influence of the Kyuubi's chakra. 1 year had been far too long to wait, another 3 was going to be an unbearable torture, but she'd make it through, if not for herself, then for the sake of her children. As much as she wanted the family to be together, she had to do what was best for them all. No matter how much it hurt. The familiar sense of comfort and belonging filled his being as he took his first step on the black marble flooring of his world. It was not really his world, not truly, but with his control over it, it might have well been. The pale flickering light bathed him in its green glow as his footsteps echoed down the walkway. There was a scent in the air, like pine trees and spice, but there was something else that lingered in the air, an aroma he couldn't put his finger on, which was odd. This world became what he wanted, so why didn't he know that smell? With quick steps he continued into the main dining hall, only to raise a single brow at the fact that it was bigger than he remembered, grander. Instead of a room with just a long table, he had walked into an entire ballroom. The table, he idly noticed, had been moved along one of the walls. Like it, his attention was drawn towards Mito as she descended the stairs, her red dress trailing behind her. I have to admit, I'm a bit confused. I was unaware that you could change anything in this place. The woman giggled as she reached him, looping one arm through his own and leading him to the table. You've been giving me a lot of leeway recently, even if you don't realize it, so as long as my changes don't go against your own desires, they'll stay until you take the time to change them. He looked around, noting the brightness of the room. It was rather out of place in this world, so it was the first thing to go. As the lights dimmed and white and gold color scheme turned to red and black, Mito pouted. So I guess you don't like it. You could have just said something, you know. Say something about what? He questioned, gesturing around the room. I love what you did to the place. She hit him on the arm rather hard for that one, but he only grinned and turned them away from the table. What are you doing? She asked suspiciously, looking back to the table they were leaving behind. What we are doing is dancing. He answered with a grin. A piano replaced the table, filling the room with soft melodies. You went through all this trouble to make this lovely room, I thought it would be a pity not to put it to good use. And we can't eat first. We could, but I'm still trying to think of something to serve, this is mostly to buy me some time. She raised an eyebrow with a smirk. Were you lying to me about putting my hard work to good use? He scoffed. Absolutely not, he denied. I'm putting it to good use in buying myself some time. I see. Mito laughed. In that case, let's buy you some time, She turned to him and wrapped her arms around his neck. Instantly the two were reminded of their height difference. Perhaps, Naruto began. This was not the best thought-out plan. Maybe we should go back to dinner. Oh no you're not, mister. Frowned Mito. You promised a girl a dance and by the gods you're going to give it to her. As much as I'd like to, I don't think this is going to work. Unless you have a plan of some sort, I'm not really comfortable dancing with my head between your breasts. Trying to take away all my fun. Fine, I suppose if it makes you feel better, I can change. Just remember, I'm changing just for you. With a grin, her features melted away, leaving her as a 12-year-old girl. Naruto, being rather tall for his age, was just barely taller than her. At his inquisitive stare, she grinned again and gave his cheek a quick kiss. Just because this seal keeps me in a human form doesn't mean I can't change the appearance. And you didn't think to mention this earlier. You're far more easily flustered when I'm in my usual form, why would I ever give that up? Now, enough talk, let's dance. Moving her arms over his shoulders and around his neck again, she was immensely pleased when he didn't hesitate to place his own hands on her hips. She gave him a smirk. You know, you seem far more comfortable and straightforward when I'm younger, maybe I should have used this form from the beginning. If you had, Naruto admitted as they began swaying to the music. I would have believed it to be your true form and would have assumed the older you was made exclusively for the sake of making me uncomfortable. And you don't think I can make you uncomfortable in this form too? She leaned in closer, placing her head right next to his ear and gave it a quick lick. As he recoiled in shock she gave him a smug grin. I think I would have been more comfortable with your other form doing that, despite the fact you would have seemed like a pedophile. She gave a pout. Come on, don't say things like that, Naruto, you're only a pedophile if you like children. I don't like children, I like you. Still makes you a pedophile. She gave a quick giggle, one that he noticed fit far better with this form than when she was an adult. I'm a child right now, silly, that makes everything okay. You take entirely too much enjoyment from doing this. What can I say? She asked. I like to see you flustered. You and Tatsuki both, it would seem. At his mention of the Yamanaka prostitute her countenance seemed to darken for a moment, but it quickly cheered back up before he could notice. What can I say? It's a lot of fun, and you just look so adorable when you're all red. Frowning, he took a quick glance about the room. I wonder if it would feel the same in a more public space. She shot him a questioning glance. I'll admit, I tend to get a bit nervous and uncomfortable when I'm alone with a beautiful woman. Maybe some company would make it easier to enjoy this. As soon as he had spoken they appeared, 24 spectral figures that shimmered silver like the moonlight. They all gave a quick bow to the two true occupants of the seal before partnering up and beginning dances of their own. Mito could only stand there in amazement. How? You should know by now, Mito. I'm the master of this manor, whatever I say goes. So you said you needed guests. He gave her a smirk of his own, one remarkably similar to her own smirks. Indeed. Now, let us dance. Moving one hand from her hip to take hold of her own slender fingers, he began dancing properly with his partner in this court of spirits. The already dim lights vanished, leaving only the faint silver glow that came from his conjured guests as if he had created dancing candles to surround him for the evening. I didn't even know you could dance, admitted Mito sometime later. He gave her a grin. I didn't know you could either. Truly, this is a night that should have happened long ago. I'm actually a bit surprised we didn't think of it earlier. Mito raised a delicate eyebrow. And who's to say we didn't? Maybe this has all been an elaborate scheme I put into place to give me the chance to dance with a young gentleman for an evening. Then I would have to apologize that instead you received a young boy. You're a gentleman enough for me. She rested her head on his shoulder as he held her tighter, the music slowing. Then I'm glad your scheme has come into fruition. He smiled. I'm more glad that I was the one you caught. Life just wouldn't be the same without you, Mito. I'm happy to be able to spend time with you like this. And I'm glad I received such a wonderful warden. As the guests faded away to give the two some privacy, leaving them bathed in the soft glow of a non-existent moon, a single tear made its way down her cheek unseen. Such a wonderful warden. Candles flickered within the room, dancing to the echoing screams that filled the darkness, but he paid the screams no mind. They were a constant here, deep beneath the earth. Here, in his den, in this land he ruled, he was not bothered by anything, because everything that happened was by his will. Truly, this was as close to godhood as one could achieve. For now. That would change, in time, but for now he was content with his realm and his control. It was a refreshing change from his past, where everything he wished to do had restrictions and laws and ethics to stop him. There was none of that here. No, here there was only success, only progress. Hundreds of people worked as one towards a common set of goals. His goals. Just as it should be. Another scream tore itself from the throat of its unfortunate creator, the cost of knowledge, the price of power. He was more than willing to pay for it with the lives of others. After all, what other use did they have? Was he expected to leave them to live mundane lives that brought forth nothing when they could instead be used to advance himself and his people even further within this cruel world? He would scoff at such a foolish notion. Here in his world of darkness, only his continued survival mattered. Everything else was expendable. The world itself was expendable. But there was one thing, one single being upon this world other than himself, who was not expendable. Someone protected by oaths and promises made years ago, long before he had left his village to create his own. Yellow eyes moved to gaze at the picture hanging upon the wall, flanked on either side by small candles that assured the painting was always visible. Bright purple eyes shone back at him, wisdom and maturity within that betrayed their age. Pale skin, like the full moon, was contrasted by the crown of crimson that framed a face that had to be of noble blood. The upper body was covered in a black robe tied shut with a red sash, a large dip revealing that the pale skin continued down past the sternum. The brows were thin and relaxed as pale lips were set into a disinterested frown. The entire image spoke of a royal figure, and indeed it was. A soft smile came to his lips as he looked at it. This painting he often referred to as the Blood Prince. Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto stared back at him. I've heard some interesting things. He told the painting. It remained silent. They say you've been locked out of your home, that the queen and princess ran off on some grand adventure and left you to fend for yourself. He paused, as if to let the picture have a chance to speak. It chose not to take it. You know what else I've heard? That it's been an entire year already since it happened. Imagine that. He seemed thoughtful for a moment. Though I suppose you seem to be doing all right for yourself. It's amazing how fast they grow. First they're nothing but a defenseless baby, then they're living on their own in a blink of an eye. I don't think I've ever sent you any birthday gifts, have I? Your mother never would have let you keep them, I suppose, but she's not there anymore, is she? No, she's not, and unless I'm mistaken, you had your 9th birthday recently. Such a big boy you're becoming, little prince, I'm sure your father would have been proud, if the fox hadn't killed him. Yes, I quite agree, it was a tragic loss, he was a good man. Very powerful too. Then there were his looks, you'll probably inherit those. I'm sure you'll be a real lady killer when you've grown a bit. You know, you would make an excellent prince here in my den, I'm almost tempted to invite you to live here. Though I don't suppose many would take kindly to that, at least not before you claim your father's name at least. After that it's your choice, but they probably wouldn't like it any better. In fact, they'd probably hate me more because of it. What an interesting thought, them hating me more. I'm not entirely sure that's even possible. Time will tell, however, my little blood prince, but for now, I should see to getting you a gift to make up for all those I've missed. Now, what might you like? Weapons, money, power, women, slaves, a palace of bones. Perhaps, before I get you this gift, I should first get to know you. I have enough people in Konoha, it wouldn't hurt to have 1 or 2 of them turn their attention to you. Just be a bit more patient, Naruto-kun, I'll have a gift for you soon enough. Yes, he mused, soon enough. Deep within his den echoed the laughter of Orochimaru, the godfather of one Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto. The house was empty, and yet she could still feel the tension that seemed to saturate the air when her family was home. Sasuke was, thankfully, oblivious to what was going on, but unfortunately that didn't mean he would be unaffected. No, she doubted anyone would be unaffected by that which was going to come to pass. At least, no one from Konoha would remain untouched by the event that was so soon to be taking place. Regardless of the success or failure of the attempt, nothing would be the same afterwards, of that she was sure. Kneeling as she was before her table, she let her eyes be drawn outside the window where the last breath of fall still lingered like the voice of a lover. It would be winter by the time they went ahead with the plan. The cold, dead landscape would be painted masterfully with the blood of innocence and the flesh of those who hungered for that which was never theirs to take. It would not dissuade them from trying. Even now, as she sat in her home thinking, countless clanmates scurried about the compound to prepare. Meetings, which started out in secret once a month between a select group, were now nearly every day and between anyone old enough to lift a kunai. She did not want this and would have no part, and so she remained in her home, unable to leave due to the clan's fear that she may betray them to Konohagakure, the very village they themselves were looking to betray with their hostile takeover. It was a foolish idea, the both of them. There was no way they'd be able to take over, not with the Sandaime Hokage in charge and with Jiraiya so easily recalled. They would have to be swift if they wanted any chance of success. If they had not taken complete control by the time Jiraiya was notified and had the toads of Myobokuzen reverse summon him to the village, everyone bearing the fan crest of the Uchiha would be slaughtered. There was also no way she was about to approach Sarutobi Hiruzen, the god of shinobi, and tell him that her clan was planning to kill him and take Konohagakure for themselves. Her eldest son seemed to be doing a well enough job of that already. And that left her, a traitor to the clan, between her husband, the one who came up with this foolish idea, and her eldest son, who was a spy for the Konohagakure council and was actively working against his own family. Uchiha Makoto was not liking this in the slightest. Almost as if the universe just wanted to add a cherry on top of all her troubles, Kushina, her best friend and probably the only one who could possibly help her out of this situation, had left Konoha on a trip with her daughter and had left those she knew with only the faintest idea as to what was going on. It was just like the woman. But, if that hadn't been good enough for her little cherry on this Sunday of misery and misfortune, Kushina had left her son to continue the academy, expecting him to live in the compound and be checked up regularly by those who she was close to. That was fine, a bit odd, but nothing too unusual for Kushina. And then everything seemed to have gone wrong. Naruto was locked out of the compound, no one who should have been checking up on him had any idea where he was or what he was doing, and she was stuck here in the compound, unable to help him in any way. Though, she supposed, her being trapped in the compound mattered very little, as even if she could leave, it would be too dangerous to drag him into the mess. The child seemed to have enough trouble in his life right now, he didn't need her and her clan adding to it. Of course, talk of him being seen on the streets had faded away, leading her to believe that even if someone hadn't taken him in, he had managed to find somewhere to live and a way to support himself. More power to him was her opinion. If he could make a life for himself by the age of 9 after finding himself with all his worldly possessions stripped away from him soon after his 8th birthday, then he was certainly something special. She was a bit impressed with her friend's son. And a bit jealous of her friend for having such a son. Though, if all this somehow managed to blow over a miracle, to be sure she would definitely see about bringing him into her family, even if only as a close friend. Sasuke could use the company of other people and she wouldn't mind having a third son to fuss over. That was all hopeful dreaming, however, as it was never going to happen. But at least it gave her something to occupy her time with. If she was stuck in here for too much longer, she'd probably go mad. She gave a deep sigh and turned to her tea. Noting the lack of heat, she frowned. Had she really been lost in thought for so long? Picking it up, she went to the kitchen and placed the cup in the sink to wash later. She really didn't feel like doing it right now. Instead of returning to her seat in the kitchen, Makoto walked into the living room, sinking deep into the light blue couch. Massaging her forehead with her fingers, she let out another sigh. This was all so frustrating. If only there was a way to fix this mess. She mumbled. She had not been expecting any sort of response. She received one. "Oh, there is, it's why our master sent us." Startled, Makoto's gaze shot to the speaker. The image that greeted her was an odd one, a man who was half white and half black. A velvety maw of green flesh seemed to be trying to devour his head as if it were a Venus flytrap. In this strange world of shinobi, she could very well be looking at a plant with the face of a man. "I am called Zetsu, and our master would very much like your assistance in fixing this mess." Cautious, she responded, fingering the kunai she always kept within her clothes. "And who is this master of yours?" The man grinned and even the plant around him seemed to open its maw further in imitation. "I'm quite sure you know of him, Makoto-san. He is, arguably, the most famous of your ancestors." These people, they were so oblivious it actually hurt. Could they not feel it in the air, this wind of change? Something was coming, something big, and it would be coming soon. Yet here they were, thousands of oblivious insects carrying on with their daily lives as if everything was just the same as it had always been. A distasteful frown pulled on his lips. This was supposed to be a shinobi village, so why were the civilians so ignorant as to the shinobi whose village they occupied? The genin may have been out of the loop, but even they could tell something was off by the tension they witnessed within their superiors. Did civilians simply not notice the chunin traveling in packs numbering no less than 3? Did they not see how genin were herded about the village in groups of 2 teams or more, both junin keeping a vigilant eye on their surroundings, ready for the tension to snap at any moment? Were anbu, swarming about like a hive of angry hornets, not a clear enough sign that something was going on? Apparently not, because nothing had changed for the civilians. It was pathetic. It was maddening. He couldn't stand it. Turning from the street's bellow, he began running over buildings, nods of acknowledgement given to each and every shinobi he passed. Most were not returned, the shinobi populace of Konohagakure wound too tightly for simple niceties. He continued until he reached the training grounds he frequented. In the past few years there had been no genin Team 13, and so this field lay empty, a perfect place for him to practice. And practice he did, every day, without fail. Removing his shirt, he stuffed it into his bag, which would stay on his person for the entirety of his training. Not only did it make things more difficult, but it would ensure his belongings remained where he could protect them. He had lost everything once, he was not keen on the idea of starting again. As he began with his laps, he was unaware of the eyes that watched him from the trees. Shizune gave another huff as she stalked through the streets, avoiding the swarming crowds of cheerful civilians. Why was it so hard to find that boy? It had been easy enough to find and watch him last year, had he left the village in that time. No, that didn't seem likely. And yet she still couldn't find him. She'd hear about him from time to time, mostly in the light chatter of the higher-up shinobi, but few others seemed to see him. There was, from time to time, talk of him being seen dragged around by some prostitute, but she paid those no mind. What 9-year-old sought out a prostitute? Unless, of course, the prostitute had been looking for him. There were many in the world with rather odd tastes, but if something like that were to happen she was sure Naruto could take care of himself. He seemed to be doing a well enough job. She had told Tsunade of her encounter with the boy at the ramen stand a year ago and her master had not been pleased. Apparently as time went on her master had become more and more nervous about his well-being. The fact that Shizune had been right there and able to bring the boy back with her but didn't only serve to make Tsunade more frustrated. Of course, Shizune had no idea why her master was so interested in the boy, and even to this day Tsunade refused to tell her any more than it was important to find him. They had no luck in that regard. It was almost as if he knew he was being looked for and purposely went out of his way to ensure he remained away from those who wished to find him. As rumor had it, however, a certain Anbu captain seemed to interact with him regularly. Maybe she should let Tsunade know. She was still looking for the Anbu who had failed to tell her fully about Kurenai's unique dwelling, after all. Two birds with one stone and then Tsunade's ire wouldn't be directed at her anymore. So, 3 birds, even better. Okay, so she had put it off, sue her. Standing just outside the classroom door, Kurenai looked around nervously. This was it, she was going to see Naruto. She was going to tell him about his room in the Senju compound, she was going to let him know that she was there for whatever it was he needed. Calm down girl, you've got this. He may be a bit upset, but he'll understand, he'll be happy to know that these arrangements have been put in place. You can take him to the Senju compound personally, sit him down on the bed, and have a nice long talk explaining everything. He's an Uzumaki, they always forgive. There's no way this could possibly go wrong. Well, technically, it already had. While she originally planned to come in early and be here when he first arrived, it had taken her until noon to get over her nervousness and make her way to the academy. Hopefully she could catch him as they were released for lunch. And, even if she couldn't catch him before he ran off, she could get some information from Iruka and lie in wait for Naruto's return. If he had been going to the academy for all this time, despite his lack of living arrangement, she was absolutely certain he'd come right back for class once lunch ended. As the sound of rushing children grew louder, she stepped to the side of the door and watched the mass of students that squeezed through the frame, keeping a sharp eye out for Naruto's messy crown of red hair. Oddly enough, it was not amongst the sea of children. Giving a slight frown, she hoped he was still in the classroom as she walked in. She was quick with her scan of the room, taking only a second to move her sight to Iruka, but still she could not locate the reason for her visit. She felt a deep weight settle in her stomach and a tightening in her chest. He had to be here, there was nowhere else to look. Ah, Yuahi-san, is there something I can help you with? Iruka's voice caught her attention and she tried to give the man a sincere smile despite the worry building within her. Yes, I just came to see how Naruto's been doing in class. It's been a year now and I haven't heard anything about his academics, so I figured I'd come check. A brief flash of suspicion flashed over Iruka's face, no doubt from her taking so long to ask about such a subject. He most likely knew that reason was a lie. Still, he looked up to the ceiling, as if in thought, and briefly directed his sight to the tree outside the window. Turning back to her from a frown, he seemed almost puzzled. I'm sorry, who? There's no one I know of by the name of Naruto attending my class. I do believe there was one on the first day, but then he ended up in the hospital and I haven't heard anything of him since. Kurenai suddenly found it hard to breathe. All the hope she had gained at the thought of finding him here in the academy, safe and ready to be taken care of, was crushed, leaving only a numbing cold inside her heart. This couldn't be happening, she had been so close she could almost feel the heat of his hand as she walked with him to the Senju compound. That heat was no longer a pleasant thought, but rather an angry inferno that berated her for being so foolish. She had assumed he would have continued, she had heard rumors that he was still there, but she had never before checked. He wasn't there. Honestly, she shouldn't be surprised. He was a homeless 9-year-old, for fuck's sake, why would he be trying to go to school? It made no sense. Quietly, almost in a whisper, she thanked Iruka for his time and walked out of the classroom like a living corpse, all life having been sucked away. Kushina would be disappointed in her, she was sure. She had failed Naruto once again. She never saw the boy she had been searching for as he sat in the tree right outside the classroom shaking his head in the negative to his instructor, nor would she know of the grateful expression he sent Uruka after she had left. But the eyes that watched the boy did, and they made note of the interaction. Orochimaru-sama would want to know. This was getting out of hand. Hiruzen was beginning to fear there would be no way to erase the tension between the Uchiha and the rest of Konoha. It had been growing for years, all the elite shinobi knew so, but now it was beginning to get to be too much. Tensions were boiling over, but Hiruzen couldn't figure out a way to douse the flames of the Uchiha peacefully. It was probably a miracle that things had lasted peacefully thus far, but that would have to be attributed to one Uchiha Itachi, a spy within his own clan for the safety of Konohagakure and all its inhabitants, the Uchiha included. Whether or not they believed it, Hiruzen really did want to see everyone safe despite the fact that they threatened the safety of his village, but they wouldn't let him. The Uchiha pride, it would seem, was a hard thing to overcome. Luckily, Itachi had somehow managed, though that was probably because of his mother. Uchiha Makoto had never been all that prideful, caring far more about starting a family than the glory of her clan. It seemed to have rubbed off on Itachi, who saw all of Konoha as his family and was ready to sacrifice everything he knew to protect it. Such a man was a rare thing indeed, especially among shinobi. And now, it looked like they might be losing him. They didn't have a choice, however. This was for the good of Konohagakure no Sato and Hai no Kuni. He couldn't sacrifice everyone else for one clan, no matter how old or important they were. Looking before his desk, he could see Itachi kneeling before him in his Anbu gear, awaiting orders. It pained Hiruzen to give these orders, but that was the burden of his position. "We'll give them a few days, Itachi, until the end of the week. If we haven't managed to work something out by that time your mission will begin." He frowned sadly at the young man. "For what it's worth, my boy, I'm truly sorry it may have to come to this. I understand, Hokage-sama, but we must protect the innocents my clan threatens. This is the only way." Giving a parting bow, the young Anbu agent disappeared in a murder of crows. Hiruzen sighed. No one should have to go through what Itachi was about to. It wasn't even something he'd wish upon his enemies. Not only would he have to slaughter his family, but he'd be marked a traitor to preserve the good name of the Uchiha and sent off to act as a spy in a growing organization of missing ninja. This world, Hiruzen thought, was far too cruel. He was not the first and certainly not the last person who would have that opinion. It was 3 days later that she found herself back in her home. The sink was still occupied by a single lonely cup filled with cold tea, which meant no one else had been home in that time. "They didn't even know I was gone." It was a sad thought, but she already knew they were keeping as far away from her as they could. Sasuke had been spending his days at the academy and sleeping over every night at his cousin's house, Fugaku's way of keeping her from turning him against the rest of the clan. Couldn't her husband see that she had no intention of opposing the clan, she just didn't want to take part in the takeover? It would seem not. Fugaku himself had been spending all his time locked away in the sacred Uchiha shrine plotting with the elders. She hadn't seen him in nearly 3 weeks. Itachi had popped in a few times, but it was usually to ask about what his father was up to. It hurt to know that her son not only assumed she was ignorant of his actions, but would try to use her to spy on his father and the Uchiha clan. Moving to the window, she gazed out into the night. Oddly enough, there was no one outside at the moment and all the usual lanterns hung dead in the moonlight. That was strange, even with everyone on edge in anticipation of what was to be the Uchiha revolt. Never before had there been a night so eerily quiet. When she watched 2 shadows creep into a nearby house, she knew something was wrong. Hiruzen moved first. She realized. It wasn't really that much of a surprise. He was a kind old man who wanted nothing but the best for his village, but he was also the kami no shinobi, and he would do whatever necessary to protect it even from its own occupants. In this case, removing the threat so that the rest of Konoha might remain safe was the only real choice he had. Fugaku must have pushed him far to force his hand like this. Wasting no more time, Makoto quickly made her way upstairs to her room, tearing through her closet until she found her old shinobi gear that she had stashed in the back upon her retirement. Not willing to waste time she didn't have getting undressed, Her favorite dress made quick acquaintance with one of her kunai and was tossed away. She had been in Anbu for 3 months before her retirement and had managed to keep her old uniform. Throwing it on with haste, she hoped it would be enough to throw off Hiruzen's men long enough for her to reach Sasuke and flee the village. If she knew anything about the Sandaime Hokage, however, it would be that when he did something he put his all into it. The streets were most likely crawling with Anbu, the village wall only more so. This was not going to be easy, but she'd be damned if she was going to let her son be taken from her. Itachi was a lost cause at this point, probably slaying his father at this very moment deep within the Uchiha shrine, but Sasuke had no idea what was going on. He was innocent in all of this. She was going to make sure he got out of this safely. Luckily Naruto had not been dragged into this, otherwise she may not have been able to get both Kushinas and her own son out of the village. Naruto may not have been Uchiha, but no one in the compound was going to be living to see the dawn if her eldest son was successful in his mission. Makoto strapped her trusty tanto to her back and pulled her old crow mask over her face. Stepping to the window, she perched, ready to take flight into the night. "Look out, bitches, Mommy Crow is back." Having not used chakra in so long, her first burst of chakra to her legs was too much, causing her simple leap to become a large bound that fully cleared the house she had intended to land on. She held back the screech that wanted to tear itself from her lips with the sheer humor of the situation. It's been a bit since Mommy last flew. Landing in a crouch, she rolled forward and dashed over rooftops, now using far less chakra than she had before. She passed a single Anbu, but they didn't seem to realize who she was, allowing her to pass without incident, a fact for which Makoto was rather grateful. As her graceful launch from her house could attest to, her wings were covered in quite a bit of rust from all those years spent as a housewife. I really should have practiced from time to time, she thought. Gods above, I certainly had plenty of free time. I can't remember how many times I had no idea what to do with myself all day. Those thoughts might not be worth much now, but they served to keep her mind occupied on something other than the fact that all her family was being slaughtered around her. Landing on the roof of her brother-in-law, her heart sank when she noticed the various bodies scattered over the street below. They had already been here. Calming her breathing as much as possible, she listened for any sign of life, either Uchiha or Anbu. It seemed empty, but that would mean Sasuke was no, she couldn't be thinking like that, not at a time like this. Gods, no, please, not my son. Not Sasuke. She silently prayed, slipping into the window and beginning her search. The top floor was empty, save the corpses of a couple on the bed. It wasn't her in-laws, and she really didn't recognize them, so there must have been some guests over. Ah, that's right. Her niece was turning 15. This was probably her birthday celebration. Happy fucking birthday. Makoto thought cynically, moving on. The downstairs was filled with even more dead partygoers, but she still couldn't find her son among them. The front yard was full of dead lanterns and tables of food that had barely been touched. Her niece, the birthday girl, was near a pile of half-opened presents. Still, no Sasuke. He wasn't here. The thought brought both relief and horror to her. She was glad to not come across his corpse, but at the same time it meant he could be anywhere. With luck he was somewhere the Anbu hadn't gotten to yet, but that meant the Anbu would be going there. She couldn't risk that kind of heat. So, if he wasn't dead already, he would be soon enough. And you will be too if you try to find him. A voice in her head reminded her. It looked like this was it. Soon there would be only 3 Uchiha remaining, Itachi, herself, and him. He had been right, she knew, the Uchiha's attempt would be their undoing. She had believed him when he told her that, but now she really saw. Her clanmates hadn't even had a chance to try. The Sandaime gave only enough leeway to ensure that no Konoha came to harm, but the second he felt the risk was too high he had acted, taking out the problem before it could fully take root. She let a single tear make its way down her cheek, hidden by her mask. Her family was gone, everyone she had known and loved ripped from her. She was alone, without anything more than the gear she wore, and had nowhere to go. Her mind was drawn to someone in a similar situation and she knew she had to at least see him before she made her escape. God's willing, visiting with him and letting the village calm down might make her escape far more likely to be successful. If nothing else, it was worth a chance, and he deserved to know why she hadn't been there for him, even if they had never been close. She was close to his mother, and that was more than enough reason for her to look after him in her absence. If Makoto was really honest with herself, the chance to visit someone who knew the pain she was currently feeling was one she couldn't pass up on. If anyone could understand her and help her come to accept what had happened, it would be the boy who found himself locked out of his home with no possessions and no family or friends to rely on. Perhaps, they might come to comfort each other. There was something strange in the air tonight. Something within him screamed not to ignore it, which was why he had taken perch upon a single-story building just outside his small apartment. The Anbu are moving strangely tonight, he noted. Their usual pattern had been abandoned as they seemed to swarm on every available surface. Something was up, and he didn't like it. Watching a nearby group of them bolt away, his frown deepened. Something was happening, and it was close. It would seem as all the tension that had been building finally snapped, giving birth to this night. It's actually a rather nice night, he thought. The sky was clear of clouds and a crescent moon laughed down at the world, as if amused by the Anbu buzzing down below like a hive of angry bees. He supposed that if he were the moon he'd be amused too. There wasn't too much that happened in Konoha at night, such action must have been a welcome change for the heavenly body. As if they had been waiting for his thoughts to wander, he was suddenly made aware of an approaching person. They made little effort to conceal themselves as they dashed towards him in the opposite direction the Anbu had just run off in. No, it was an Anbu, a woman, judging by the curves of her body. It was strange, however, as he thought he had seen all the Anbu at least once. He couldn't recall ever seeing one in a crow mask. As they drew near, a single hand reached up to the mask, tearing it away to reveal a face he could vaguely recognize. Ah, she's a friend of Kushina. An Uchiha, I think. The woman's eyes were red and puffy, she had obviously been crying as she raced across the rooftops. She didn't seem hostile at all, so his kunai remained away. He was not defenseless, however, as a single chakra chain coiled up at his lower back like a thin tail. If she was going to try something, he was ready. She did indeed try something, but it was in no way harmful to him. When she had gotten within 6 feet, she launched herself at him, wrapping 2 slender arms around him and burying her face into his neck, sobbing uncontrollably. Her crow mask dropped from her hands with a soft clink as she held onto his shirt with all her strength. At a loss for what to do, he rubbed small circles on her back until her sobbing had subsided. Even so, she remained clinging to him like a lifeline. Come on, tell me what's wrong. Her name came back to him and he quickly added it. Makoto-san. The fact that he knew her name actually seemed to make the woman relax, and through choked sobs she managed to reply. They're gone, everyone is gone. Who's gone? My clan. Naruto couldn't hide the surprise in his eyes and didn't even try to. The Uchiha clan was gone. That was huge. But there was a reason they were gone. He doubted they just up and left the village they helped found. Something got rid of the Uchiha, and he was out here holding an Uchiha woman in his arms. Looking around to make sure nobody was watching, he knew what the only possible course of action was. All right, come with me, we're going to go inside so you can tell me what happened, okay? The woman nodded into his neck as he stood up, pulling her with him. As he helped the emotionally drained woman into his ground floor apartment, he failed to look up, and so when his apartment door was shut and locked, he had no idea that a dog-masked Anbu dropped onto the spot he had been just minutes before. Having been keeping a vigilant eye on the boy, Inu had seen everything, but, as he tucked away the dropped crow mask, he pretended to have seen nothing. It was a lot to take in, the planned coup and subsequent eradication of a founding clan, and Naruto found himself almost unable to wrap his head around it as he sat upon his worn couch with a distressed Uchiha clinging to his side like a lifeline. It was certainly understandable. To have been cut off from the outside world for a year by your own clan and then to be there as they were slaughtered for the safety of the village would leave anyone seeking comfort from whatever source they could find. His left arm continued to rub soothing patterns over her back as he tried to keep her from breaking down again. The wounds were fresh enough, it must have been like pouring salt into them for her to tell him everything she knew about the event so soon after it. In this mess she was just an innocent bystander, and while he was sure there were many more in a similar position to the Uchiha matriarch, she was the one who would have to suffer. His gaze traveled over her porcelain skin and the midnight hair that cascaded down her back and over his arm. Here was a woman who resembled the night itself, once a shinobi of the highest caliber, but as she tried to burrow deeper into the warmth of his body he could only see a child awakened by a nightmare. He gave the woman a pitying frown. If only it were a nightmare, he thought, so that the light of the morning sun might wash away your suffering. Thank you. He almost didn't hear her whisper over his own thoughts. Turning back down to his guest he found he gazing up at him, her eyes still marked by the tears that had escaped her midnight eyes. For what? He inquired. For listening. It hurt, but I needed to tell someone I needed to accept it. She buried her head back into his side. I don't have the luxury of time to come to terms with this. It was a sad truth. Even now the regular Anbu were probably being made aware of the massacre, as if their own had not been behind it, and would no doubt be identifying all the bodies they could. Once they learned of her absence amongst the deceased they would no doubt begin searching for her. Should the search be kept under wraps she might manage to escape for at least a few years, depending on how tenacious Konohagakure proved to be. If they made the knowledge public, however, things would become far more complicated. They might try to find her just so that the Uchiha clan remained in Konoha, keeping her safe and trying their best to regain her favor, but that was far too optimistic for Naruto to believe for even a second. They could act as though they intended to go with the first course of action and then proceed to kill her, or they might impregnate her until she gave birth to a son who could be used to bring back the Uchiha, but that was assuming they even wanted the Uchiha back. The last, and perhaps most cruel, option they had would be to place the blame upon her troubled shoulders, allowing the kinslayer Uchiha Itachi to walk free and continue serving Konoha. It would probably break the poor woman and would guarantee that she would never have a moment's rest for the remainder of her life. Suicide within 3 years was the most likely result. Speaking of time, he murmured softly. What's your plan? They'll start searching soon enough and I can't support us both for very long until I can start taking missions. As much as that was true, with her curled up into his side as she was, he was fairly tempted to attempt it anyway. It had been a while since he had such physical contact. With Mito contact was dancing, which they both enjoyed and partook in often, but being in the seal it always lacked a certain realness that took away from the experience. When it came to Tatsuki it was usually just her pulling him along or wrapping her arms around his as they found somewhere to have a quick lunch together. It was nice, but it was nothing like having this woman wrapped around him as they sat on his couch. There was something that felt far more personal in this situation. For a moment he was reminded of the hugs his moth no Kushina used to give him, but he quickly crushed those thoughts. Such memories only brought forth pain and the woman at his side had enough for both of them at the moment. There was someone I talked to before it happened. She turned her head to look back up at him again. She looked so lost, so fragile, and Naruto couldn't help but wonder if that's what he looked like when he woke up in the hospital over a year ago. He knew it was going to happen. He says he has a way to fix it all, the whole world, but he needs my help. I just don't know if I should trust him. You shouldn't. He hadn't hesitated for a second to share his opinion. Trust should never be given so lightly. How odd was it, that he had taken up the role of adult and she a child. It was strange how such similar situations could change people in vastly different ways. Then again, they had been different from the start, there was no true way to compare changes between the two of them. But then, he continued. Perhaps that's all the more reason for you to join him. You don't have very many options and someone needs to keep an eye on him, wouldn't you say? He could feel her nod into his side, and as much as he felt for her misfortune, he couldn't help but be thankful that it had given him this opportunity. Almost as when he saw Tatsuki after he had killed her client, there was a need to care for this woman. This, however, was far more strong. Something about her vulnerability and the fact that she had actually sought him out of all people stirred something within him. He didn't know what it was, but he liked it. I'll go then, she declared, and I'll do what I can to let you know what he's up to. There was something in her eyes now, not a fire, but perhaps a spark. She had purpose now, direction, which is far more than she'd had just an hour before. You don't have to tell me what he's up to. He tried to assure her. He really couldn't care what this man was trying to do, be it for good or ill, but it would hopefully place Makoto out of harm and give her something to do with herself. I have to tell someone, countered the woman. You're the only one I can trust right now, the only one I have left." That struck something within him. There was sadness, of course, pity for the misfortunate woman, but there was also a certain happiness and hope that came from those words and a shameful guilt that came from letting her current situation give him such pleasant feelings. To feel good about being the only one a person had left to turn to was wrong. For you to have only met them a handful of times and not have any sort of relationship with them was horrible. You know, Kushina is out there somewhere. I'm sure she could offer you help if something goes wrong. He felt her tense up beside him. Just like she helped you. The acidic nature of her voice caught him by surprise, as did her defensiveness of him. I heard about what happened and I wanted to be able to help, but I wasn't allowed to leave my home. I know your mother made plans, but everyone who was a part of those plans should have known that they immediately crumbled the instant you were locked out of the compound. I know that Kurenai and Tsunade are still here, that they were a part of your mother's plan. I don't know why they weren't there for you in the beginning, but I know they still aren't. If either one of them had, people would have talked. Hiruzen must have known too. He probably sent word immediately to Kushina. For her to have not returned immediately, the woman shuddered, holding him with all her might. She must have had a reason for leaving you, but no reason is good enough for a mother to leave her child. I can't call a woman like that my friend, not when she didn't even try to inform everyone as to what was going on so that we could help you while she continued. I could have forgiven that, but not this, not abandoning such a wonderful child to plans that were already in tatters. Naruto found himself speechless. He had no idea what to say to that and most definitely had not been aware that she cared so deeply for him despite only meeting him a handful of times. Then again, she and Kushina were said to have been like sisters. It would not be hard to imagine her thinking of herself as his aunt. "Come on," he said after a minute of silence. "Let's get you to bed. You've had a long day, you need to rest." He couldn't explain the sudden protectiveness he felt for the woman when she spoke so strongly against this hand that fate had dealt him, but it was unlikely to go away anytime soon. Both Mito and Tatsuki had quickly found their way into his heart, but that was nothing compared to the speed at which Makoto had just crashed through like a train and established herself a part of. A deep sorrow washed over him as he helped her up. She would be gone, probably first thing in the morning, and he might never see her again. How cruel this hand to give him someone like Makoto only to immediately pull her away. It would seem that this was to be a reoccurring theme within his life, a boy fated to forever meet those who would be taken from him. Banishing such thoughts, he continued to the bedroom, helping Makoto onto his bed. There were more important things for him to focus on right now. He was not the only one with problems, and hers were far worse. He started with her weapon pouches, setting them in her tanto gently on the floor by the bed. Arm and leg guards were removed, placed neatly by her shinobi equipment. Next came her vest which, while embarrassing, was nowhere near as embarrassing as removing her skin-tight shirt. Averting his gaze, he removed her shoes. He was tempted, for a moment, to leave her in her pants, but when she began trying to remove them his choice was made for him. Folding the pants and lying them atop the rest of her uniform, he was going to look for a shirt for her to wear when he found himself grabbed and dragged into the bed. Slender arms snaked around his body and as he tried to remove himself they only tightened further. "Don't go," she pleaded. It would seem that in such a short amount of time she had begun to see him as a source of comfort, one she was unwilling to part with after such an emotional night. "I need to find you a shirt." "It's fine like this," she insisted. "We're just sleeping. I'm not sure I'm comfortable with this. Please don't go, I don't want to be alone, not yet." Uncomfortable or not, he knew what it was to be alone. If his presence would spare her for just tonight, then how could he possibly deny her? "Very well," he surrendered. "But I need to change first." Her grip grew stronger. "Promise you'll let me hold you." If he had not already decided to give her this comfort, the defenseless plea that came from her lips would have made it impossible to resist. "I promise." As an Uzumaki, Naruto was well aware of that which she spoke. Was she really so vulnerable in this instant that she would ask for such an oath just to be able to sleep next to him? He felt a spark of anger towards the Sandaime. The massacre was most likely the only course left for the man to take, but for it to have taken so much from this woman was unacceptable. The next time he saw him, Naruto would be sure to bring up the cost of this night. As an Uzumaki, I give you my oath that I'll let you hold me tonight. That seemed to satisfy her as she released her hold and let him slide off the bed. Quickly, he discarded his pants and shirt. His intent had been to grab at least a pair of shorts to sleep in, but a soft whimper from the broken woman in his bed made him abandon the thought. He slipped back into his bed and was immediately captured within her embrace. At first he didn't know how to react to his situation, but as time passed and her breathing grew soft, he found himself relaxing into her touch. Safely cocooned within her arms, pressed tightly against the warmth of her soft body, Naruto quickly surrendered himself to the land of dreams. A lot of energy had returned to her by morning, Naruto had noticed as she prepared to leave. She had woken up around 10, late enough for most of the Anbu activity to have calmed down substantially. Everyone would be on high alert still, but that was likely to be the case for the next few weeks. This was the best chance she was going to get. After a quick shower, she had thrown back on her old Anbu uniform and made the two of them a small breakfast with what little was in his fridge. She had tried to leave immediately afterwards, but he wasn't about to have that. "What?" she asked, looking down at the young man before her. "I said take what you want." He gestured around his apartment. "I can't do that, Naruto-kun." "You can and you will," he insisted. "I have time enough to replace anything you take. At the moment your need far outweighs my own." But anything she might have said was cut off by his stern gaze. He wasn't backing down about this, even if he had to throw everything he had into a bag and tie it to her back. A fair share of his remaining food, his spare blanket, and whatever shinobi gear he had yet to sell found its way into a bag. Before she could sling it over her shoulder, she found herself covered by his tattered brown cloak, which reached just past her waist. "It's not much of a traveling cloak," he gave her a small smile. "But it's the best I have." As soon as she had it secured over her shoulders, she swooped down and gave him a quick kiss to the forehead. "Thank you, Naruto-kun, for everything. I'll do my best to stay in touch. Then I look forward to hearing from you. Stay safe, Makoto." He hugged her around her waist and easily slipped his purse into her shuriken pouch. Breaking away, she ruffled his crimson crown once before slipping out his door and into the bustling late morning streets of Konoha. She was going to have it pretty hard at first, needing to slip past the Hokage Tower and into the forests behind the Hokage Monument, but after that it should be far less difficult for her to follow the coast northwards until she reached a port city near the capital. If she could make it that far without being caught, then she could easily make it anywhere in the world. With a fair bit of luck, the forests around the monument would have been checked first for the safety of the Hokage, and when no evidence of her passing turned up in the early morning, they would have hopefully directed their attention to the forests closer to the Uchiha district itself. Nowhere else would make any sense, though there had been some squads deployed elsewhere just in case, and so the majority of available forces would be directed from the Uchiha district to the borders of the neighboring countries. It was going to be a long week for the shinobi of Konohagakure. Feeling he had waited long enough, Naruto grabbed his own bag and left his apartment. His destination was very different from Makoto's, mainly in the sense that his destination was the last place she would want to be right now. Slipping in and out of the crowd, it only took him a few minutes to arrive at the Uchiha clan district. Purple Eyes quickly noted the stationed Anbu, but many of them were facing away from the district, probably to stop people from entering. Within the district itself he could see a few moving about collecting the bodies of Uchiha clan members. Little surprise there, the Sharingan was not something you wanted to fall into the hands of your enemies. Finding an opening in the wooden fence, he quickly slipped through, pausing at each body that had yet to be collected to check for wallets, purses, or anything else of value or use. Moving to the first house, he could faintly see two Anbu from the corner of his eye. Not seeing the harm in his actions and not wanting to have to do anything about it, one shrugged to the other before the two turned away from him. Had they not been so helpful, they may have seen him grin as he pulled out a stolen storage seal and got to work on the house. "Ah, Uzumaki-san, thank you for coming," greeted the Sandame upon his entrance. "Of course, Sarutobi-sama, I know that you would not call upon me for anything not of significant importance to this village our clans call home." Hiruzen winced slightly. He should have expected such from the boy. It would appear they were to start immediately with the clan speak. Maybe he had taken the use of his clan name as a sign that the meeting was clan-natured. Next time he'd start by calling him by his given name. Indeed, Uzumaki Dono, but it is not so urgent as to require the abandonment of pleasantries within our conversation. Would you care for tea? The boy looked skeptically at the pot resting above the Hokage's desk. Schooling his features, he returned his gaze to Hiruzen and gave him a small, polite, smile. I'm afraid I must decline your most generous offer, Sarutobi-sama, but I thank you all the same. Such little trust. Of course, Uzumaki Dono, perhaps there is a certain refreshment you would prefer upon our next meeting. I have little preference for drink, Sarutobi-sama, but perhaps you might allow me to provide you with refreshments upon our next meeting. I would very much like to return the hospitality of you and your clan. It's quite all right, Uzumaki Dono, as the Hokage I quite insist that such refreshments be provided by myself and thanks for your time. While I am grateful for such a sentiment, Sarutobi-sama, as a resident in our wondrous village I am merely doing my part. I insist that you allow me to treat you in thanks for all that you do for me and my clan. Mentally, Hiruzen applauded the boy. He had practiced over the year but Naruto was still matching him. If nothing else, at least, that strange edge the young boy seemed to have over him during their previous encounter seemed to have lessened significantly. Of course, maybe now he could turn that edge around. With a vicious internal grin, Hiruzen made his move. Gods, had he missed this game. When you put it like that, who am I to decline such a gracious offer? He gave a kind grin despite his desire to show his opponent just how happy he was with his next move. In that case, perhaps you would be so kind as to bring a bottle of wine or two for us to enjoy during our next meeting. Unless, of course, you are unable to procure any, in which case I would be most willing to open my cabinet and share with you some of my better years. The calculating look in those amethyst eyes and the wolf-like grin that quickly grew over Naruto's face told him that Naruto knew exactly what he was trying to do. Hiruzen would have to give him props for that. Most of his chunin these days would have no idea and would instead see only a chance to try some expensive wines by the grace of their cage. My dear Sarutobi-sama, I do hope you are not suggesting that I might be unable to provide you with wine of high enough quality to thank you for your service to our village and the friendship you have shared with my clan over all these years. I assure you, my clan is quite capable of showing our gratitude to you and yours. A counter had been promised, but this could all be a bluff. Would Naruto really be able to get a hold of wine, let alone anything that the clans might partake in? And when might their next meeting be? Tomorrow. In a week. It would seem he would have to wait to see if he had truly lost the engagement. Sure, it was a simple matter, inconsequential in the end, but that wasn't the point. All of it was for the sake of the game, one that both he and the boy sitting before him could enjoy with few others. A pity, too. It was such a fun game. Not at all, Uzumaki Dono, I apologize if what I said was taken as such. Now, I do believe we have gotten severely off track before we have even had a chance to start. Now, where was I? He took a second to think, observing the tenseness of his guest. Oh, it would appear that he had forgotten something. No matter, this was the perfect chance to remedy that without making it seem out of place. It wouldn't do to forget like last time. Ah, yes. After offering you a drink, it had been my intention to inform you of my current guard. Monkey moved into the open from the shadows behind the Hokage's desk. Currently, only Monkey is present. Naruto visibly relaxed and gave the Anbu a curt nod. From now on, I'll try my best to keep my guard to one member when we meet, unless you manage to obtain some of your own. Naruto looked rather thoughtful about the idea. Thank you, Sarutobi-sama, I appreciate you informing me before we began. The cage gave him a quick nod. Now, if you do not mind my asking, why have you called for me on this day? The old cage's face became serious. The game was on hold, for now at least, it was time to deal with Konohagakure business. I have heard, from various sources, that you have been spending quite a lot of time within the Uchiha district over the past few days, despite it being off limits to all non-authorized personnel. As you may know, a great tragedy recently occurred there and as such it is still being treated as a crime zone. I'm afraid, Sarutobi-sama, that if you're asking some sort of question, I am not hearing it. I would not have been aware that the district was off limits, being a civilian, and not once was I stopped by any authorized personnel while there. Naruto's expression had taken upon itself a new hardness, one that reminded him far too much of his old teammate for his liking. A new game had started, but this one was far more dangerous than the last. While I am curious as to what you were doing there, I'm willing to overlook any less than acceptable activities and will instead inquire as to whether or not you have noticed anything odd or suspicious during your visits. The one behind these attacks may not have operated alone, or he may have had other objectives, and we could use all the clues we can get. 012110. Excuse me. You know exactly what I mean, Sarutobi. The formalities were gone, replaced by an ice that shook the old Sarutobi to the core. This was not the emotionless repeating of a book that he had heard last time, this was a frigid hostility that could only mean the boy before him knew far more than he should. 012110 Uchiha Itachi, codename Weasel. I do hope this office is secure, Sarutobi. Monkey immediately tensed, but a shake of the head from his cage sent him out of the room so that the two could speak in peace. You've told me of a person, Naruto, what does that have to do with any of this? Everything, hissed the redhead. And you damn well know it. I'm afraid I don't. Itachi Uchiha, along with a team of Anbu, executed the Uchiha clan of Konohagakure under the direct orders of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Sandaime Hokage, and the advisors of the Konohagakure High Council. Itachi had spent the previous year acting as a spy against his own clan as you tried to find a peaceful solution to the growing unrest. How do you know this? This was not something that could be attributed to a small leak somewhere, this was highly classified information that should have been known only to those directly involved. As much as he wanted to be furious about it, he was also terrified by the implications of a 9-year-old civilian child having been able to come across it. Naruto gave a grin. They missed a spot. When the young man had finally left the office, Hiruzen went limp in his chair. Heaving out a deep sigh, he set about preparing his trusty pipe. A deep breath of its smoke did wonders to calm him. To think that some of them would not only have escaped, but would have been able to tell others as they fled. Naruto had refused to give names or numbers, but unfortunately there was nothing that could be done about that. He was a civilian child, but also the heir to a famous shinobi clan. There was no way he would be able to get away with some of the more crude methods of gaining information, not that the old monkey had any desire to use them in the first place. It was troubling though, as he didn't not know if those who survived intended to simply hide and live out the remainder of their lives under new names or if they were gathering together with the enemies of Konoha, ravenous for revenge. At the same time, however, Naruto seemed rather fond of Konoha. Perhaps his refusal to reveal information was because it wasn't Konoha that needed the protection in this case. It was certainly a nice thought. He supposed he would be able to come to his own conclusion soon enough. All the bodies had been gathered and now all that was left was to identify them. When the list was finished they'd compare it to all known Uchiha living within Konoha at the time. Any discrepancies would have to be their survivors. Or, worse, a body that had been stolen by an opportunistic ninja, either foreign or domestic. He had to hope that it wouldn't be the case, but then again, perhaps a pair of missing Sharingan was better than a surviving member bent on revenge. That could easily prove disastrous. There was little he could do now, however, so he would just have to sit and wait, praying for the best. I hope you know what you're doing, Naruto, and I hope you know just how dangerous that information you hold really is. It was waiting for him upon his arrival home, laying innocently atop a table he had managed to get for next to nothing at a second-hand shop. It was a good-sized item, something comfortably carryable under one arm, wrapped in brown paper and a length of twine. It was soft to the touch, probably fabric, and a quick look revealed nothing that could be harmful. At the same time, however, someone had broken into his home to deliver it, and that was concerning. Using a kunai to cut the twine, he carefully folded away the paper to see what was contained within. He was rather amused when it turned out to be a cloak, as he had just given his to Makoto a few days prior and was in need of a new one. Such a thoughtful gift. This cloak, however, was vastly superior to the one he had scrapped together with old, discarded cloth. No, this one seemed to be made of some sort of white fur that fit comfortably on his shoulders. There was no hood, but a scarf could stand in as one easily enough in the future. At his current height, it was only a few inches from the floor, but that would give it room to grow with him. Hopefully he could keep it throughout his shinobi career. A quick look back at the paper it had been derived in revealed a simple card with elegant writing. A gift for you, godson, the first of many. It read. There was no signature but there was a picture carefully painted onto the back. A white serpent with burning gold eyes. Back and forth she paced over carpets of lush crimson, leaving indents that Naruto was beginning to doubt would ever come out. With every passing second of every day she became more restless, never able to keep her mind off of that which troubled her for more than a few scant minutes at a time. With a shake of her head, Naruto returned to reading her scroll. She was worried about Naruto too, but her mother had been the one to tell her they couldn't go back yet, so what was the point in allowing such desperate thoughts of him distract them from the task at hand? Her mother might have felt bad now, but she would feel a whole lot worse if this trip proved unsuccessful and Naruto had to go through this for nothing. Then again, for all Naruto knew, this trip was for nothing. Sure, she was getting some training, but they could have done that in Konoha with her brother. The first year had been spent visiting nobles about the almost extinct Uzumaki clan, but that could have been done in a month or two if it had just been her mother to go. It would have made a lot more sense to leave the two of them at home with Makoto or the Ichiraku family while she took care of business. Of course, then there was the pacing. It wasn't so much as she wanted the trip to be over, but more as if she was waiting for something so assuage her fears. Considering that they hadn't heard anything from Naruto, Hiruzen, or Tsunade, Naruto wasn't really surprised. Kushina was completely blind out here and Naruto could only guess as to the horrors her mother's imagination had conjured up for her brother to face in her absence. Whatever it was probably highly unlikely that he'd actually have to deal with it. Even if he did, Naruto knew her brother would be fine. He was smart, much smarter than her, and always seemed to know what he was doing, even if he was making things up on the fly. She was sure he could get out of any mess he found himself in with little difficulty. Hell, he could rule Konoha by the time they got back. She had to giggle at the thought of returning to the Hokage Tower only to find her brother dressed like a daimyo and sitting on a throne. If he put his mind to it, he probably could, but he'd be much too busy studying at the academy. Even getting special training from her mother as she was, Naruto was certain that her big brother would manage to keep her on her toes using just what he learned at the academy and picked up from the various shinobi of Konoha. With some real training, her brother would be the last thing you wanted to go against. She'd have to work hard then to ensure she wasn't left behind. Then the two of them could team up and go on adventures all over the elemental nations. They'd need a theme song and a catchy name, a comedic mascot to accompany them, and some major quest to be working towards throughout their adventures. Then again, they were shinobi, so maybe just the name. And the theme song. Kat was by the door when he arrived, opening it for him and granting access into the office of the most important person within Konohagakure no Sato. Giving a quick nod of thanks, he continued forward, his usual duffel bag having been left behind today in favor of a small shuriken pouch. A holster containing 3 kunai was strapped to each of his legs to leave him armed. It might be considered rude by some to have weapons so blatantly showing in the presence of your leader, but within a shinobi village such as Konoha it was expected, even in times of peace. If you weren't armed in times of war you probably wouldn't even be allowed in to see your cage. Naruto-kun, thank you for coming in such short notice. There was something in the air, he noted immediately, a tension that wafted about the small room. Something wasn't quite right here and he didn't like it. Monkey and Bear stood at attention flanking their leader in plain sight. That was odd, usually Hiruzen only kept a single guard for his meetings. Perhaps the recent massacre had the village more on guard than he had previously suspected. A sudden nervousness overcame him. He had been playing a dangerous game, letting Hiruzen in on the fact that he knew the details behind the massacre and it probably singled him out for everything pertaining to it. The fact that he knew could keep him safe, but the shield was also a target, especially when some would see it as a weapon he wielded. He could cause a lot of damage with that information and Hiruzen knew it, but Hiruzen would also know that a lot of that damage would be to himself. He couldn't give up the secret without putting himself in danger. He wasn't about to put himself in danger and Hiruzen knew that. No, everything would be fine. Hiruzen would have learned of Makoto's escape and known the connection between her and Kushina. A few questions would be asked, veiled, of course, within their conversation as Hiruzen tried to determine whether or not she was a threat to Konoha and decided whether or not to search for her. Makoto, of course, had been under house arrest because she didn't want to be a part of the coup, and considering that it was her son who had been spying for Hiruzen, the cage would have to know that. Perhaps, however, Makoto's escape affected something else. Maybe someone had said that she and her son had worked together, maybe Itachi had abandoned whatever plan Hiruzen and the council may have had for him in order to go after his mother, maybe he was overthinking things. There may have been an unexplained tension within the room, but Hiruzen was a friend of the family, he was safe under his leadership. Hiruzen had his trust, despite his order for the eradication of the Uchiha, and that was not something that was easy to get. Of course, Sarutobi-sama, there is nothing in my schedule that could possibly be more important than a meeting with our village's leader. In fact, I was happy to come, it gives me a break from sensei's lectures. He knows what he's talking about, but he really doesn't know how to talk. It really does get boring far too quickly. Yes, the cage agreed, somewhat jovially. I do hear quite a lot about his infamous lectures. Please, have a seat. Moving to the offered chair, Naruto withdrew a bottle from his shuriken pouch and placed it upon the desk before sitting down. The wine, Sarutobi-sama, just as I said I would provide. The aged leader seemed taken aback by the fact that Naruto had even remembered to bring it despite the hasty summons to his office. Picking it up, he was even more surprised by the actual wine. This is from Fugaku's personal collection. Madara himself placed this and 10 other select bottles within his cellar upon the founding of Konohagakure no Sato. Only one bottle was known to have been opened, and that was because Madara shared it with Hashirama and Tobirama to celebrate Konoha's completion. It took Hiruzen nearly 5 minutes to compose himself. I suppose that's more than enough proof that Naruto's been spending a lot of time within the Uchiha district. To think he managed to steal this away, incredible. I wonder if he realizes just how valuable this is. A feeling of guilt surged up within the head of the Sarutobi clan, but he quickly crushed it before anyone could notice. Naruto would have to have known its value to be so confident of its quality after their banter during their last meeting. That he would be willing to share it with him was huge, and Hiruzen couldn't help but take a quick glance at the files lying innocently on his desk. He'd just have to continue and pray for the best. I must admit, Uzumaki Dono, that your choice in wine renders me nearly speechless. I can only imagine what you might use in celebration if this is your choice wine to share with an old man such as myself. You sell yourself far too short, Sarutobi-sama. You are a legend not soon to be forgotten. It is only proper to provide you with an equally memorable wine. Your words flatter me. Come, let us share a drink before we begin. With practiced ease, Hiruzen produced 2 glasses and poured into them generous measures. The two spent the next 10 minutes in comfortable silence, enjoying their drinks. As they were finished off, however, the tension began to return. Hiruzen looked sadly at the boy before him as the last dregs of wine were finished from the boy's glass. He was so at ease here in this office, and to see him there enjoying a glass of wine just seemed so natural. I'm afraid it's time we got down to business, Naruto. At the plain use of his name, Naruto's eyes narrowed suspiciously, watching the old monkey before him like a hawk. All lightheartedness that may have continued had they resumed their game was gone, replaced with an expression Hiruzen had seen far too many times in meetings with Hyuga Hiyashi. Ah, that's right, he used to sit in on meetings between Hiyashi and Kushina, didn't he? That would certainly explain some of his mannerisms. You may recall our last meeting, in which you commented upon the efficiency of my shinobi. He paused to give Naruto another sad look. Unfortunately, he continued, it appears you were correct and they did miss a spot, as you put it. Monkey and Bear tensed behind Hiruzen. I would have understood you protecting a family friend, would have commended it, in fact. But it wasn't just a friend who got away, was it? 7 Uchiha have disappeared, 7 Uchiha which you have had contact with, 7 Uchiha you could have directed us towards. You have placed the village of Konohagakure no Sato in a very dangerous position, so I'm afraid I have no choice. One final pitying glance was shot at a confused Naruto. As Sarutobi Hiruzen, Sandaime Hokage of Konohagakure no Sato, I hereby order the arrest of Uzumaki Naruto. Monkey and Bear had him restrained and removed from the office before he could open his mouth in protest. Giving a deep sigh, Hiruzen briefly considered pouring himself another drink. The reminder that it was Naruto who had so graciously provided him with it as a gift not even an hour beforehand, however, stopped him from doing so. Technically, Naruto had done no wrong, and that's what made this situation even worse. Traitors or not, the Konoha populace never knew and the Uchiha had never been publicly declared traitors. To have helped them was what any decent person would have done, but when you're the Hokage you have a lot more to be concerned about than how decent someone's actions were. With Makoto, the matriarch of the clan and an ex-Anbu agent, 2 civilian women, 2 civilian men, and 2 shinobi missing, there could be a vengeful army of Uchiha within 20 years, especially if they received aid from one of the major villages. Konoha was not ready for something like that, even with all the time they would have to prepare. They were still trying to recover from previous shinobi wars and the more recent Kyuubi attack. Were Iwa, Kumo, or even his wayward student Orochimaru to get their hands upon that group of survivors, the results would be catastrophic. Forgive me, Naruto, but for the good of the village this must be done. The scroll from earlier lay discarded upon the lush carpets of the hotel as she glared at the oblivious woman before her. Arms crossed over her chest, Naruto gave a huff. You know, if you wanted to pace back and forth, we have a perfectly good floor back home with Naruto. She wasn't sure if it was her voice breaking the monotonous silence or the mention of her brother's name that drew her mother's attention so quickly, but if she had to bet she'd put her money on the latter. You know, we'd go back if we could, but we haven't finished what we came here to do yet. And what would that be? Shot back Naruto. We've spent the last week lazing about this hotel doing nothing. What, is this supposed to be a 4-year vacation? Her mother frowned, moving over to sit on the edge of the bed they had been sharing. It's a training trip, Sunflower, you know that. Then why aren't we training? The sooner we've covered everything we need to we can go back. Kushina bit her bottom lip, looking away from her daughter. It's a little more than that, Naruto. She finally admitted. There's more, a reason we can't just go back, but I don't want you to worry if it turns out to be nothing. Naruto thought for a moment. That's why we're waiting here in the hotel, isn't it? You're waiting for someone to tell you what's going on. That's right, I've been waiting a while. So far I haven't heard anything, but if word comes that everything's alright, I'll cut our trip short and we'll return immediately. Naruto gave a nod before dragging Kushina up from the bed. Alright then, there's no point in wasting time sitting around then, is there? What are you talking about? Naruto gave her mother a firm stare. If we have to be away from Naruto, we'd better make it count for something. If we can't tell him all about what we did when we get back, then we might as well have not left in the first place. Now come on, let's go train. Kushina gave her daughter a grateful smile. Yeah, you're right. Let's get our butts in gear so Naruto can be proud of having 2 powerful kunoichi as his family. Pumping her fist into the air, Naruto gave a cheer. Yeah, that's right, Ka-chan's back, it's training time. Not quite yet, my little sunflower, there's one thing that comes first. Kushina's voice had taken on a mischievous tone that Naruto recognized all too well. And what's that, Ka-chan? Tickle time. Like the child she was at heart, Kushina launched herself at her daughter, who tried valiantly to fend off her mother's nimble fingers as she squealed in childish glee. There was still plenty of time for training today, they could spare a few minutes to have some fun. Cold steel bit tightly into his flesh, letting small rivulets of blood trickle slowly onto a floor that probably hadn't been cleaned within the past decade. His rigid seating kept him slightly reclined in a position that probably wasn't good for his back as dim light flooded down from above. He wasn't aware of any of this, however, his attention firmly within the grasp of molten fury that flooded through his veins with every beating of his heart. To think that he had actually placed his trust in that old monkey, he wanted to kick himself. He was the Hokage, not a family friend, not a kind old man, but the leader of Konohagakure no Sato, who would do whatever he deemed necessary for the village. The Uchiha massacre should have taught him that. But no, he had to believe that Hiruzen had his best interests in mind. Such foolishness got shinobi killed and him here, locked deep within Konoha's T&I department. He'd have to be far more careful about who he associated with in the future, that is, if he managed to get out of this. There was someone in here with him, he knew, keeping hidden in the shadows as they observed. They were probably waiting for him to begin to panic, but that wasn't going to happen. He could hear their quiet intakes of breath, smell what was probably their lunch red bean soup, and he could make out a vague outline within the shifting shadows every time they moved to the side of him. He was a patient enough person, and knowing that someone was there with him only strengthened his resolve to outlast them. It could have been minutes that passed, maybe even hours, as he sat there hating himself for the vulnerable position he had put himself into by trusting his cage. Eventually, whoever was in the room with him grew restless. Her purple hair was the first thing to catch his attention, pulled back into a spiky bun. Next was the outfit, no doubt showing as much skin as possible to catch opponents off guard. Having been so recently surprised by the actions of Hiruzen, her short brown skirt and fishnet top did nothing to make him underestimate her. Of course, then there was her smile. This was a woman who enjoyed her job. Had he not been in this situation, he may have found that attractive. As it was, her enthusiasm wasn't a good sign for him. "So, you're our little leak, are you?" she asked, amused. "It would seem so." "Oh, you're not scared at all, that's no good. You really don't know who I am, do you?" "I can't say I've had the pleasure of making your acquaintance yet, no. Perhaps when you're done with me we can get to know one another over a nice dinner." She gave him an enormous, lecherous grin. "I just love it when my food plays back, if only you were a bit older and not in my special chair. I'm sure we could have plenty of fun in your special chair." She gave a hearty laugh in response. "Tempting, very tempting. You know, I like you, kid, so it's fortunate that I'm just here to assist today. Like a nurse. I'm good with that. When do I get to see you in your uniform?" Such bravado, she shook her head with a smile. "You put on a great face, but I'm sure you're terrified inside." "I'm more angry at myself for getting into this situation than terrified," he admitted, "though I won't deny that I'm a bit nervous and more than a little confused." "Well, you're doing a good job hiding it," praised the woman. "I'd almost think this isn't your first time." She was giving him this opportunity on purpose, so who was he to waste it? "Who said this was my first time? I just assumed, but can you prove to me otherwise?" The woman seemed pleased that he had taken the opportunity she had given to continue their banter. She was probably waiting for whoever it was who would be interrogating him, which must have been boring. Well, that or she was trying to get him to lower his guard. Maybe a combination of both. "Take me up on my offer for dinner and I can. You know what, if you manage to graduate from the academy I'll take you up on that dinner. You better start saving now though, squirt, because I expect to be treated like a queen if you hope to get even a kiss afterwards." "I'll keep that in mind. Does this queen have a name?" Anko, but you can just keep calling me a queen, little prince." "If I'm a prince and you're the queen, then this is getting a little weird." "Some say weird," she shrugged. "I prefer kinky. Don't you want to join mommy for a bath?" "As wrong as that should sound, coming from you it's actually rather arousing." "Of course it is," Anko scoffed. "I'm the sexy and single Mitarashi Anko, everything about me is arousing." "I could help you be the sexy and taken Mitarashi Anko, I promise I'll still find you arousing." "You'll help me find a boyfriend? That's adorable." She gave him a quick peck on the cheek before ruffling her hand through his hair. "If you're quite done touching little boys, Mitarashi," came another voice. "I would like to get this over with as quickly as possible." The newcomer was obviously a Yamanaka, judging by his long blonde ponytail and the simple fact that he was a T&I. 3/4 of the department had ties to the Yamanaka, most through blood, so there was a good chance that if you were interrogated within Konoha, it was by a Yamanaka. "Ah, Inoichi, about time you got here. I got so bored I was considering having a bit of fun without you." "You seem to be having plenty of fun already," came the dry response. She just gave a nervous chuckle. Turning to the young man in the chair, Inoichi gave him a frown that was far too similar to the one the Hokage had given him earlier for his tastes. Why did they all seem to pity him when it was their choice to do this? If they really didn't like it, it wouldn't be done. They were shinobi, weren't they? If you start something you damn well better finish. Naruto elected to give the man a snarl. "Come on then," he practically spat. "Show me what you've got." The man shook his head sadly. I'm afraid it will be you showing me what you have. Performing the hand seals, Naruto's world went black. This was not normal. Being the head of the Yamanaka clan, Inoichi had been within plenty of minds, but none of them were anything like this. It was common for him to find himself before a large representation of a brain from which he could read memories like a scroll. It wasn't unusual to find yourself in a hallway of memories or libraries of varying levels of organization, but never had Inoichi found himself within the memories. Not in the sense that he was viewing them or was a part of them, but as if they had all been dumped together to form an ocean of thought that threatened to crush him from all sides as he struggled for breath. Within the currents flashed brief glimpses of memories in no discernible order, small looks into a life that Inoichi couldn't quite piece together from his current position. As his lungs began to burn and he feared he might have to cancel the technique, he suddenly found himself breaking through the surface of the water. Grasping desperately for something to hang on to, his fingers hit hard stone and he gripped it as if his life depended upon it. When he had sufficiently caught his breath, he took a moment to observe his new surroundings. Beneath his hands was a platform of black marble, stretching in either direction as far as he could see. To his right there was a bright gold line crossing the platform, and over it sat a massive dining table currently empty. The walls surrounding him made him think of a tunnel, and he wondered ever so briefly if he might end up coming into contact with one of those new trains that Yuki no Kuni had created. Torches cast pale green light upon him as he dragged himself fully onto the platform. Looking back at the water, he was surprised to see that it did in fact contain the boy's memories. The fact that there was a place he could physically interact with was normal, but for his memories to not just be unorganized but unseparated too. That was ridiculous. If one thing was clear, it was that this was not going to be easy. Time on the outside passed differently within the mind, and time within the mind passed differently depending on the mind. He may have sat at the edge of those churning waters for hours or perhaps even days, but rubbing his tired eyes, Inoichi stood up and moved to the table for a quick break. He found himself beyond surprised when he learned he wasn't alone. Sitting calmly at the head of the table as if someone was not currently within his mind, Naruto sipped slowly from a glass of wine. But that shouldn't have been possible. Only the user of the technique would be brought to this place. It shouldn't exist without proper training or the use of special Yamanaka abilities. The thought that he had managed to stumble into here while Inoichi was working was absurd unless the Mind Walker had been in here for far longer than he had realized. You know, if you had questions, you could have just asked. Save us both a lot of time and effort. Inoichi couldn't help but scoff. If it was that easy to be sure they got the information required, he wouldn't have had to use his Yamanaka techniques. Even if you told me everything I wanted to know, I wouldn't believe you. Naruto only shrugged. Take your time then, I suppose. You might as well be thorough. I don't have any plans for the evening unless that assistant of yours accepts my offer for dinner. Shaking his head in disbelief, Inoichi went back to work. What seemed to be a few minutes later, Naruto joined him at the edge of the water. So, what are you looking for? He didn't receive an answer, bringing a frown to his face. If you told me what you were looking for, I'd think about it and you'd have a better chance of finding it, wouldn't you? I'm quite comfortable here, but I'd rather not waste time sitting around when I could be out training. Fine, spat Inoichi through gritted teeth. The Uchiha massacre. The change was instantaneous as all memories within the swirling waters became focused upon the Uchiha clan. The first image was naturally the face of Makoto, followed quickly by the sight of her as she cried into his neck. Images of them sitting on the couch together swam through his thoughts, and a final memory of him slipping his purse into her pouch was the last thing to appear related the event. Even having seen what he came for, Inoichi was frowning. The slight glimpses these images provided were genuine, but they were a far cry from what he would usually be able to witness. There was too much of a chance that he had missed something important within these memories he didn't have full access to. This was a strange mind indeed. So, you spoke with Makoto, what of the others? Being inside the boy's mind, he knew the confusion in his voice was real. What others? Hiruzen was not going to like this. The moon shone brightly as he was released from Konoha's T&I building, and Naruto's fury was nearly boiling over. They had actually suspected that he aided in the escape of a large group of Uchiha survivors. He had thought he had Hiruzen's trust, but for the old monkey to think he would hide something like that from him and then have someone enter his mind in search of information that didn't exist. The Uchiha could have bled to death outside his door and he wouldn't have batted an eyelash. It was only because it was Makoto who came to him that he helped her. Sure, he may not have been close to her, but he wasn't close to many people. He knew her and so he helped her, there was nothing else to it. To suspect him as part of some elaborate escape scheme to ensure the survival of the Uchiha clan was insulting. That they thought they could get that kind of information from him if he had was even more so. Giving a snarl into the night, Naruto began stalking through the empty streets of Konoha. It was usually busy on the streets of Konoha, but at 2 in the morning in the Shinobi district there was little activity. He briefly considered taking the rooftops due to the lack of shinobi dashing across them but quickly cast that thought aside. Most shinobi had already left to go about their business, but the chances of running into one atop the roofways of Konoha were far too high for him right now. Moving without direction, he snaked through the village, intent on walking off his frustration before returning home. Actually, maybe returning home was a bad idea. Chances were that he'd be under surveillance and he really didn't feel like being watched right now. Perhaps he could stay with a friend. He laughed silently at his own little joke. He didn't have friends, just a few scattered acquaintances. Dog he knew in passing, he had spoken with Shizune a few times, Hiruzen was out of the question, Enko he just met, Kurenai couldn't stand him, Makoto was gone, Haruka was his teacher, and the rest of the Uzumaki clan had left him nearly 2 years ago. But then, there was one other option. Tatsuki was a pretty good acquaintance, she might let him crash at her place for the night. The thought made him frown. He was, admittedly, pretty close to Tatsuki, far closer than he was to most others, it almost didn't seem right to call her a mere acquaintance. No, Tatsuki was a friend, a very dear friend, and one he probably didn't spend enough time with. Perhaps it was time to fix that. Moving down familiar roads, he let his feet lead him to where he knew she lived. He heard her before he saw her. Let go of me, you bastard. Naruto's molten fury ignited instantly as he abandoned his walk for a mad dash. Ah, come on, love, you do this shit all the time, what's once more with me? Naruto's blood boiled at the sight. Her dress, one of the better ones she owned, was in tatters, barely covering her decency as she was pressed against a stone wall by a man who was at least 4 heads higher than her. Even from a distance Naruto could smell the alcohol the man must have bathed in. This was why Tatsuki never worked at night, too many unsavory characters that had too much to drink never made good clientele. For her to be out at this time and wearing such an outfit meant she had been getting desperate. Her eyes met his with a single desperate plea and he reacted on instinct. Bursting through his shirt without concern for his clothing, tendrils of glowing blue chains snapped through the air like baying hounds. There was something different about these chains, however, something that made them feel heavy and sluggish, like a limb that had been overused the day before. Even as they changed from blue to a deep purple he commanded them forward, links of chakra reluctant to follow his orders. Gritting his teeth, he directed them to strike from the side as he rushed towards the man. They struck like a serpent, quick and without mercy, and in a flash of red it was over. But they did not strike from the side. Violet chains hummed red as if pleased that they pierced cleanly through Tatsuki's assailant. And Tatsuki. He was aware of his pulse as it increased, he could feel as his stomach attempted to strangle itself and his lungs burned in refusal to draw breath. He watched as his chains dissipated in wisps of purple and heard as the man collapsed to the ground, but none of that registered within his conscious mind. As horror took hold of his entire being and his world seemed to crash down around him, he was unaware of the smiling crimson eyes that watched it all with glee. Because the only thing he could truly see was an image that would haunt him until the day he died. As her torn body fell into the bloodied street he was only vaguely aware of the tears that streamed down his face. And still the moon shone brightly. Even as yet another sun lost its light. He was at her side before he knew he had moved, cradling her bloodied flesh to his chest. Had he not, he may have missed her voice. Naruto. Hope, relief, and other poisonous devils attempted to take root within his heart, but the harsh reality of her situation beat them back into the growing emptiness that was threatening to overtake him. His chains had pierced straight through her torso, striking a host of organs that she wouldn't survive long enough without to receive proper medical attention. This was it then, her final moments, her last gasping breaths. The cold tightness within his chest seemed to spread numbness throughout his body. Oh gods, Tatsuki, I'm so. He was cut off when she weakly raised a finger to his lips. Hush, she whispered, remarkably calm considering her current situation. Perhaps when you're so close to death's door it doesn't seem so daunting. She continued with a serene smile. We don't have time for that. She gave a hacking cough that splattered blood across his torso, the warm liquid running down in rivulets that went almost unnoticed by the boy. Hey, we really don't have much time at all. Tatsuki, her finger went over his lips once more. If I get a grave you can come talk to me all you like, but for now, listen. This is my last chance to talk to you, your last chance to hear my voice. She gave it a weak laugh. I hope you can remember it fondly even long after your hair has drained of its color. You know, I really had looked forward to that night with you, and not just because of the debt. You were my only friend, as odd as that sounds. It was so nice having someone who saw me for who I was. I wanted to be able to express just how much I appreciated having you in my life. She smiled sadly. I guess that's out of the question now, but there's still one thing I can do. Pulling herself up, she brought her lips to his own for a quick kiss, leaving the tang of copper in his mouth. I suppose that will have to suffice. You know, this body is technically yours now, feel free to do whatever you want to it. She tried to give him a sultry smirk but it lacked the mischievous playfulness it usually had. I'll take good care of it, he promised, leaning down to give her another quick kiss. It was just a little thought I liked to play with some nights, but I really could have seen us starting a family of our own, we never would have had to be alone again. Tears began to leak from her green eyes as she thought about the future she would never have. His own tears fell upon her as he held her tighter. Please don't leave me, he begged. Don't leave me alone again. She continued as if she hadn't heard his pleas. Perhaps we could pretend, just for these last few moments, that we belonged to each other, that we had finally found happiness in this horrid world. Anything, Tatsuki Haim, we can do anything you want, just don't go. I'm glad I was finally able to find a husband before I died, it's just a shame I won't be able to help with the children. You make sure to have lots for us, okay? I will, I promise you, I will. A daughter would be nice, what will we name her? He asked softly, running his hand gently through her hair as her breathing became faint. Hitomi, she said with a smile. We'll name her Hitomi, and she'll be the most beautiful little girl the world has ever seen. I'm sure she will be. After all, with you as her mother, how could she not? He gave her a final kiss to her forehead. Get some rest, love, I'll see you in the morning. Yes, in the morning. Good night, darling. It would be the last thing she ever said, the last time he ever heard her voice, and he would remember it for as long as he lived. As numbness took over his body, it did nothing to stop the tears. Her body had cooled long ago, her precious lifeblood coating his torso in a thick layer of crimson. He walked slowly, almost reverently, down the streets, as if she were only sleeping and he was trying not to wake her from her dreams. The shirt her assailant had worn was wrapped tightly around her to preserve her modesty as he made his way to the Yamanaka compound. He had promised her that he would take care of her body and this was the only way he knew how. They were her family, not only did they deserve to know of her passing, but she deserved to be buried amongst her kin. It was all he could do for her at this point. He would not, however, be surrendering her possessions to them. No, those were his to remember her by. As he had countless times throughout this dreadful walk, he found his gaze drawn to her pale face, bathed in the soft glow of the moon. She looked so peaceful, so perfect, as if the heavens had dropped an angel into his waiting arms. Instead, they had taken her from them. His purple eyes moved up to the clear sky and he frowned. It was such a beautiful night, entirely unsuited for what had just recently taken place. Can the sky not spare a single tear for the loss of such a brilliant sun? It should have been raining, the pouring rain and howling wind a song of the world's mourning at the passing of his first friend. But it was not to be. No, the sky remained cloudless, a grinning moon leering down upon the both of them as stars twinkled in ignorant joy. It was as if the world around him mocked him for his loss, or perhaps it felt he didn't deserve to see what misery he had inflicted upon it. It might wait, then, for him to leave before shedding the tears she deserved. Shaking his head of the thoughts, he pressed onwards, her drying blood gluing his shirt to his skin. Only briefly was he glad that his new cloak had been left at his home that morning. Had it not, however, he would not have spared a second to be upset about the loss. The body in his arms was far more precious than a cloak from a stranger could ever be. His eyes narrowed as he spotted the Yamanaka district, and anger quickly boiled within him at the figure he saw before it. Just as quickly, however, it was pushed back down. It wasn't his fault. Not only had he been following orders, but even if none of it had happened, he wouldn't have been able to save Tatsuki. He might not have injured her himself, but she would have been at the mercy of the drunkard who had taken an interest in her. Neither ending was pretty, but a small seed of doubt within his heart wondered if it would not have been better for the drunkard to get her so that she might live longer. She would have been hurt, but he could have been there to help her heal. Shoving painful memories to the side, he focused on his task. It was too late to back out now. Inoichi had seen him. And so with solemn steps he approached the head of the Yamanaka clan, one of his kin lying dead in his arms. There was confusion at first, followed quickly by recognition and shock, as the body was handed to Konoha's most skilled mindwalker, but Naruto attempted to share no words with the man. As soon as the body was out of his grasp, he turned on his heel and walked away into the night. He couldn't bring himself to look back. Giddy excitement permeated throughout her entire being. She had done it, she had finally done it. After waiting for so long, an absolutely perfect opportunity had finally arisen, and she had wasted not a moment taking advantage of it. Yes, he would be sad, he would be hurt, but he'd move on quickly enough, and the pain he went through was more than worth getting rid of that whore that liked to hang off her precious warden. It was unacceptable. But justice had been swiftly dealt. And that meant there was no one left to steal her warden away from her. He was hers now and would remain hers until the day he died. Nothing was going to change that. If the gods were really smiling down on her, this would not only leave him to herself, but push him closer to her as he searched for comfort. Maybe then he'd come to really appreciate who he was going to be spending the rest of his life with. There were only 2 women left in his life now, and neither one of them was a threat. Kato Shizune, apprentice of the slug Sanin, was seen only rarely, and if any type of relationship formed between them, it seemed most likely to become that of siblings. Siblings was fine, there were no romantic feelings, no pleasures of the flesh, just 2 people who were close. She could accept that for her warden. The other woman she wasn't fond of due to her blood, but Uchiha Makoto was also a non-issue. Sure, she had slept almost naked with her warden, but she was gone now. Hopefully far, far, far away. She was a potential threat, to be sure, but one whose chances of stealing away Naruto were nullified by the simple fact that she couldn't spend any time with him. Ever. And that pleased her greatly. Giving a smirk, she lounged within her seat as she reveled in the sweet euphoria of victory. It had been a very long time since she had felt so wondrous, and it would be quite some time before this feeling faded. Conjuring a glass from the seal, she sipped delicately the Uchiha's prized wine. It tasted like success, like a perfect plan that had come together and would continue to give favorable results long into the future. It was just a matter of time now before Naruto finally came to her, finally saw what he had all this time, but until then she would wait patiently. He had just lost someone close to him, he needed some time to himself. Time to mourn, grieve, and with a bit of luck for her, get over the prostitute that had been sinking her claws into him. And if he didn't succeed, well, that's what she was here for. She'd help him forget about the little skank. He deserved a real woman, and she'd be happy to provide him with one. Her warden, like her, deserved nothing but the best. Mito would be happy to crush anyone who thought they were better for her warden than she was. He was hers. And no one was going to take him away. What was she doing? Staring blankly at her table, Kurenai rested her forehead in one of her hands. It had been almost 2 years since her mother figure had left on a training trip with her biological daughter, and it had been at least 2 years since she had last seen Naruto. For 2 years she had kept an eye out for the young boy that gossiping housewives and chatty old women seemed to have far better luck spotting than she. The stories had decreased drastically after the first 6 months, but they were still there. Talk about seeing him at a local store, or dashing across rooftops on his way to the training grounds. And yet she, a skilled Junin, could not find him. She had asked the Hokage, of course, but he refused to release such information. He had claimed something about it being a security precaution considering Naruto's status, but they both knew it was because Naruto wouldn't be happy with the Sandame giving out his address. Though did the Sandame know that Naruto hadn't been showing up to the academy? It would be strange if he knew and allowed such a thing. It was exceedingly rare for the offspring of a shinobi and kunoichi not to become a shinobi simply because they grew up in an environment that encouraged it and their chakra systems were better than those born to civilians. Then of course was his heritage. How could the son of Uzumaki Kushina and Namikaze Minato not become a shinobi? Not only was it a waste, but it drastically lowered their chances of survival. A target like that would need to be able to protect themselves if something happened, otherwise you'd lose them completely, and that was an even greater loss than them not becoming a shinobi in the first place. Then again, it was also possible that Iruka had lied, which begged the question of why. Naruto hadn't told his teacher to keep her away from him, had he? It was not a pleasant thought, and she much preferred the idea that Iruka had lied because he was suspicious of her, which was understandable. It had been over a year and she was just checking on Naruto then. She would have been suspicious too in his position. She could almost look at it as the teacher protecting Naruto, for which she was grateful. He needed all the help he could get. Help or no help, however, did little to change the fact that she was still uncertain as to his well-being. He could have made powerful friends and be living the high life with them, safe as can be, or he could be scraping by within the red light district, piecing himself together a life from the discarded trash of Konoha's less than savory inhabitants. And here she was, doing nothing. She couldn't stand it. Kurenai could only imagine how Naruto might see her should she finally manage to encounter the elusive boy. He would pity her at best, be disgusted at the worst, and this was someone who knew her. If she was so pathetic in her uselessness that it warranted pity from the person who thought she wanted to kill him, there was something wrong. How can I call myself a kunoichi, let alone someone who wants to help him with whatever he needs? Gods, I can't even help myself. A most curious thought hit her then, one that made her rethink her actions for the past 2 years. If I can't find him to give him aid, at least I can turn myself into someone he would be willing to come to when he needs help. Yes, this was a plan, a real plan, something she could do, something she would be able to see the progress of. If he was so against seeing her as she was now, she'd just have to become someone he would be proud to call a comrade. He's going to be a shinobi, I can be the superior he looks up to, his senpai. And, just maybe, I can convince Sandame-sama to let me lead his genin team. With renewed hope and a smile on her face, Kurenai grabbed her gear and set out to train. She would be there for him when he needed her. For now though, she needed to become someone worth going to for help. Don't worry, Naruto-kun, I'll be part of your life soon enough. I will become someone you can be proud of, or I'll die trying. With a determined fire burning in her heart, it finally felt as though everything was going to be alright. It had been 3 days since Naruto had been last seen. That in itself wasn't too strange, as the boy tried very hard to be a ghost within the village he called home. What made it strange, however, was the fact that he was supposed to be under surveillance on the orders of the Hokage. How had they lost him? How was it they were incapable of locating him? Naruto had not left. Kakashi knew that for a fact because Iechi had been in charge of the patrols along Konoha's wall for the past week. What Kakashi did know, however, was that Naruto hadn't been home either. That is, apparently, where they lost him. Someone up the ranks of security personnel had the brilliant plan of assigning all of the boy's watchers to his house. Once he returned, he would be kept under constant surveillance and followed as necessary. Of course, that plan went to shit when Naruto decided not to return home. Whoever gave those orders probably enjoyed a nice ass chewing from an enraged Sarutobi for that little mistake. Well, if you looked at it from another angle, whoever had been assigned to watch him never failed in their mission, as the boy never showed up to allow them to begin. They could probably get of the hook with that one, though it would certainly serve to increase the rage Hiruzen felt towards the one who had given out the orders. Poor bastard. Kakashi supposed that they knew where he wasn't and that was something, at least, but it really wasn't very useful information. Then again, when it came to Naruto there was very little useful information to be found. Gods, that boy was going to grow up into a fine shinobi one day. That is, if he passed the academy. Seeing as they had someone watching it right now in case he showed up, it was obvious he wasn't doing any of his normal things. But where could he be? And, more importantly, why? Naruto had kept the same rough schedule for almost 2 years now. What had changed that? Something must have come up, something that was far more important than anything else he usually did. The only question then was what? Giving a sigh, Kakashi shook his head. They had scoured all of Konoha without sight of the boy, but he knew that he was still within the walls. He could be underground, perhaps in a bunker or a basement, but that was unlikely. For a day, maybe, but 3. An enclosed space like that would probably make the boy rather nervous. There would be perhaps a single exit, and that was never favorable. So, where else could he be? His single exposed eye surveyed the horizon, lazily gazing over rooftops as he made a half-hearted sweep of his surroundings. Naruto wasn't about to just pop up screaming, "Here I am, you can stop looking." Hell, if anything, should the boy be aware of their search, he would keep low even after returning just to make things harder for them. He'd probably consider it training. Training, huh? Kakashi's gaze found itself drawn to the training grounds near the edge of the village. Had anyone checked there yet, or had all the searching been directed towards the village proper? Having a sneaking suspicion that it had probably been neglected, Kakashi slinked off to check. If Naruto was there, great, if not he could claim to be searching after he spent an hour or two reading Jiraiya's newest book. It was win-win, really. The house was quiet, far too quiet for her liking. Sprawled across her bed, Shizune wondered, not for the first time, if she should start taking missions. Even a routine C rank would be a welcome break from this monotonous life she had found herself living. Of course, as Tsunade's apprentice, the slug Sannin would have to approve her for missions, and if the last Senju was stuck here in Konoha then there was no way she'd let her assistant escape, even for a few days. She could always mention to her master how bored she was here in the Senju compound, but that would simply lead to her being told to go out and search for Naruto. Even after 2 years, Shizune had no idea why Tsunade wanted to meet the boy, nor did she know why the Sandaime Hokage was keeping all his information such a secret. Surely there was little harm in letting Tsunade of the Sannin know where the boy lived so that she could speak with him. Unless, perhaps, Tsunade was upset with him over something. It was unlikely, but it would certainly be cause to keep the woman as far away from the boy as possible. If Shizune did know where he was, however, she wouldn't be telling her master. If the woman refused to tell her what was going on, then there was no reason she should help her track down a boy who had never met her. Thinking of Naruto, it had been quite some time since she had last run into him. During the first few months she spent in Konoha she would encounter him once or twice a week. As time went on, however, she began seeing him less and less. Over the last 6 months encounters with him had been especially scarce. In fact, it had been nearly 8 since she last saw him. They weren't anything close, probably not even friends, but he was one of the few people she knew here in Konoha, despite having lived here for the past 2 years. Shizune really wasn't very good at meeting people. Actually, that was untrue. She was good at meeting people once. She had no idea how to maintain any sort of relations with them after that. During her travels it hadn't been necessary. She would meet someone, be polite, take care of whatever business she needed to complete, and that was the end. Chances are she wouldn't see the same person twice, or if she did they, and often she, would not remember. So, now that she was in one place, it was proving difficult to remember who people were and what they had talked about the last time they met. She just wasn't used to it. Admittedly, she had become familiar with the Ichiraku family, as their ramen stand had become one of her favorite places to eat. When you spend over a decade living in hotels, your cooking skills have a tendency to get rusty. Very rusty. Suffice to say, neither she nor Tsunade could cook very well. Sure, they managed some simple meals and would practice from time to time, but the go-to choice was always a restaurant, be it takeout or dine-in. More often than not it was takeout, as the many containers in the fridge could attest to. It certainly hadn't been the result of traveling with the slug Sanin that she had been expecting, that was for sure. No, she had been expecting adventures and excitement. The only adventures she ever got to go on were Tsunade hunts when her drunken master had wandered off into the town and had to be brought back to whatever hotel they were staying in. Fun. It was pretty sad, and while she had learned a lot, she kind of regretted her decision to join the last senju on her extended vacation from Konoha. Naruto, the little thief, probably had more adventures in a day than she had during her entire apprenticeship. In fact, she would bet on it, and that was a bet even Tsunade could win. Shizune's thought began to wander as she started imagining all the things he might have done over the past 2 years. It wasn't long until she began picturing herself beside him for those events. It would certainly be fun to actually do something for a change. Having a familiar face beside her while she did it would make it even better. I wonder if Hiruzen would let me lead a team of genin. Teaching Naruto and 2 others what she had learned from Tsunade as the 4 of them did missions all across the elemental nations sounded like a lot of fun. Sure, it would be a big responsibility, but she had been caring for a Sanin for over a decade. She doubted 3 preteens could be much more trouble than a drunk senju. Team Shizune, specializing in stealth and infiltration, spending weeks behind enemy lines and leaving without a trace. She giggled at the thought. It's got a nice ring to it. Now if only she could convince the Hokage. Come on, Ka-san, we have to find Nikune a present. Kushina laughed at Naruko's energy, watching as the smiling girl darted to the first shop they came across. Following at a far more sedate pace, Kushina caught up with her daughter who was staring intently at a red fox plush. Do you think Nikune would like this, Ka-san? Asked the girl. I don't know, answered Kushina. He might, but you have to remember that he won't be getting his gifts for another 2 years. He may like it now, but he might not be interested after he graduates from the academy. The young girl frowned thoughtfully before putting down the fox and moving deeper into the store on her quest. You know, you don't have to search for a gift right now. We can just keep our eyes peeled for anything Naruto might like over the next 2 years and get it for him. Naruko turned to her, crossing her arms with a pout. We can't do that, Ka-san, that's like forgetting his birthday. Declared the blonde. We have to get him gifts every time so that when we finally give them to him he knows that we were thinking of him during the trip. We can't say, oh, we found this one on our way back and thought it would be a good gift for your 9th birthday, or, we found fewer gifts suited to you than we would have liked on our trip, but don't worry, we found some here in Konoha before we stopped by the compound. Well, we could. Naruko shot her mother the most heated glare she could. All right, surrendered Kushina, holding up her hands. I was just kidding. I'm just making sure you know that we might not find something for him by his 9th birthday. I'm sure he'd rather have a late present that he likes than one on time that he stuffs in the back of his closet to be polite. I guess you're right, conceded Naruko. I just really want to make sure we have gifts for Nikune. We've been training a lot and I'm afraid we might be so busy that we forget to find him presents if we don't do it now. You think of him every day, don't you? Questioned the Uzumaki matriarch. Yeah, of course, don't you? Kushina gave her daughter a smile. Every day, and that's how I know we won't forget. If we find a gift today, great. This week, still good. Right before we head back. I'm sure he'll still appreciate it, especially if his cute little sister gives it to him. Ka-san, moaned the girl, her cheeks flushing red in remembrance of her rather embarrassing word choice within the Fire Daimyo's palace. Oh, you don't like that. How about his beautiful sister? Please stop. His sexy sister. That just makes it worse. Groaned Naruko in frustration. Kushina rubbed her daughter's head affectionately. It's my right, no, my duty, as your mother to tease you relentlessly. That goes double when it comes to boys, even if he is your brother. Naruko hung her head in defeat as Kushina let loose a hearty laugh. What was the point in being a parent if you couldn't mess with your children? He had fucked up. By the gods, he had fucked up. Using his fingers he massaged the bridge of his nose, the pipe of tobacco that usually served so well to set him at ease doing nothing for him today. He had been too hasty in his actions, of this he was certain. He should have waited longer, should have made absolutely sure, and even then he should have properly fished for information from the young man he had so quickly shipped off for a visit with Inoichi. That was another one of the problems surrounding the boy. Apparently, not even an hour after being released from custody, Naruto had brought the Yamanaka clan head the bloodied corpse of a civilian who had left the clan. Inoichi was, understandably, upset by this. He saw it as retribution for invading the boy's mind, but Hiruzen knew better. Despite his poor decision when he made the mistake of not trusting in the young Namikaze heir, the Sarutobi knew that Naruto wasn't that kind of person. At least, not yet. The shinobi world was a cruel one and had a tendency of changing people rapidly. Hopefully, it would not turn Naruto into a monster. At this rate, however, Hiruzen was more worried about the actions of himself and those who claimed to be friends of the Uzumaki clan turning the boy into something cruel and inhuman. He certainly wouldn't be the first person to be driven into such darkness. So, while Hiruzen doubted that Naruto had just gone out and killed the woman in a fit of rage, the fact remained that he had brought her corpse to the very same man who had forced himself into the boy's mind less than an hour earlier. It certainly didn't cast him in a favorable light with the clan of Mindwalkers. The Sandaime Hokage may have been able to learn what really happened from Naruto, but no one had been able to locate him in the past few days. Then again, the chance of the boy cooperating with him were exceedingly low. In fact, there was a far greater chance of Naruto trying to stab him. That would be a bad idea, but people were known to do stupid things when enraged. Poisoned wine, however, was also quite likely. Sandaime-sama. Hiruzen looked across his desk to the Anbu agent standing at attention. Ah, lemur, what is it? Sir, dog has wandered off during the search. We are unsure as to his whereabouts. Kakashi was known for his laziness and laid-back attitude, but for him to go missing during a mission, especially one concerning his sensei's son, was strange. Thinking for a moment, Hiruzen turned his attention back to Lemur. Chances are that you can't find him because you haven't found Naruto. It's likely that he located the boy and is keeping an eye on him. In case he hasn't, however, you are to continue your search. The Anbu snapped a salute and vanished, leaving the old Sarutobi within his office. Cat. She was standing at attention before his desk before the word had finished coming out of his mouth. She had been on edge since Monkey and Bear arrested Naruto and had been quite vocal in letting him know her displeasure with his actions towards a civilian child. She was right, of course, and they both knew it. She was concerned for the boy as she, like most of his Anbu, had become rather fond of the redhead. That made her perfect for this assignment. I have reason to believe that Hitaki Kakashi has located the son of Kushina. You are to confirm this and observe the boy should he be located. Report to me at the end of the day. Sir. She gave a quick salute before disappearing, rushing off to complete her assigned task. Leaning back in his chair with a sigh, Hiruzen hoped that her report would be favorable. If he was really fortunate, she might even approach the boy. If she could shed some light even a little on the body he had delivered to Inoichi, that would make his job a hell of a lot easier. Then again, this trouble was a fitting punishment for his mistakes. He had no doubt that he had lost all the trust the boy had in him. This was the result. In the end, he had only himself to blame. The other Anbu might not have been able to find him, but Kat was able to find Kakashi without any trouble at all. To be fair, the other Anbu probably hadn't even looked, simply reporting his absence and continuing on with the real search. She almost couldn't believe that the adorable young boy who first walked into the Hokage's office and acted like a little shinobi had ended up here. The search for him rivaled the one only a week prior for Uchiha Itachi, and that fucker had slaughtered his entire clan, one of the founding clans of Konohagakure no Sato, no less. It was insane. Then again, this was an Uzumaki. Insane was part of the everyday. At the same time, this was an Uzumaki. They didn't found Konoha, no, they had just ruled a fucking country. Maybe the size of the search wasn't all that strange. Now that she thought about it, didn't that make him a prince? There wasn't a country to rule over anymore, but still, royalty was royalty, and when it came to coffers, the Uzumaki clan was matched by few. The Uzumaki treasury was enough to let them hold onto royal status. People with that much money were kings and queens, regardless of blood. Of course, if he was a prince, why the hell weren't people rushing to be the one to aid him? Surely there would be those who tried to get in his good graces for the chance to enjoy his clan's riches. Perhaps it was the knowledge that Kushina was clan head and was still around that dissuaded them from trying anything. That woman was scary when she was angry, and learning that people were trying to take advantage of her son would certainly piss her off. Then again, seeing as she had just up and left him, she really had no right to be angered by the life she had inadvertently pushed onto his small shoulders. He was handling it remarkably well, though. Those shoulders were stronger than they looked. Slipping through the tree, Cat came to a crouch on one of the larger branches. Kakashi sat on the same branch, leaning against the trunk with one leg swinging lazily through the air. His nose was buried in a book, as it often was, and he made no move to acknowledge her arrival. Like Hiruzen had predicted, Naruto was nearby, training as if his life depended upon it. On her right, Kakashi moved, pushing himself up into a standing position. "Well," he spoke in a lazy drawl. "It would seem as though Hokage-sama has sent someone to relieve me of my watch. I suppose I'll be off then, ta-ta." And with that he was gone, most likely returning to his apartment to enjoy reading his book in the comfort of his own home. Shaking her head at her senpai, she turned her attention fully to the young boy in the training field. Trees all around him had been torn down to toothpicks, leaves scattered over upturned soil that had been filled with countless small craters. Whatever grass that had once been present was not to be seen, and deep gouges had torn through the landscape in seemingly random patterns. Naruto was in the middle of the chaos, sprouting chains from every part of his body in every size and length imaginable. From lengths of solidified chakra as thin as her pinky to great lengths wider than her torso that probably wouldn't have looked out of place with an anchor at the end. He seemed to be trying to control them all at once in different ways and was failing spectacularly. Taking the seat Kakashi had just vacated, Kat proceeded to watch. It would be the most destructive training session she had ever witnessed. As ants might, they scurried past him, doing all in their power to avoid eye contact as they parted before him, a sea of flesh and terror. It brought a smile to his face. The trickle of people grew steadily less as he pressed forward into the darkest depths of his precious sanctuary, down to the one room that was for him and him alone. A sanctuary within his sanctuary, somewhere he could pause and gather his thoughts before diving back into the chaos that was his quest to learn everything. At the moment, that meant focusing on achieving immortality so he'd have time enough to do so. There was just far too much to squeeze into a single lifetime. As it was, he had already come up with a viable if not inconvenient way to extend his life indefinitely. It had the added bonus of allowing him to change his appearance and even better his gender. Tired of buying drinks at the local bar? Boom, now drinks are being bought for you. He'd probably end up wasting a lot of time trying a lot of the things he had already done again as a woman, just for curiosity's sake. Of course, the ability to just walk into the female side of hot springs without any trouble was certainly intriguing. It really had been far too long since he had last been with a woman. Pushing past carnal desires, he came to the door to his private chambers, pushing open the intricately carved double doors of dark wood. Stepping into the comforting darkness of his room, he allowed his posture to relax, a soft grin spreading over his lips. His chair, which was more of a throne, quickly found his body sinking into it with a groan. It had been 56 hours since he had last stopped his work for a well-deserved rest. As much as he would have liked to continue, he knew that the self came first. All his work would be for naught if he ground himself into dust to complete it. Closing his eyes for only a moment, they opened again to see the painting of his godson. With a grin splitting his face, he recalled the latest news he had received concerning the boy. To think the boy would be capable of such a thing, a shiver of delight tingled through his spine. It was absolutely incredible how effortlessly Konohagakure no Sato was able to create monsters such as himself. Uzumaki Naruto, son of Uzumaki Kushina and Namikaze Minato, had taken a life. Oh, but that wasn't the best part. The boy had not only taken two with the same attack, but of the two had been a close friend of his. The chakra chains originally created by Uzumaki Mito had torn through the young Yamanaka woman without mercy, caring nothing for the agony such a death would inflict upon its victim. It was delicious. From what he understood, the woman had been at the mercy of some civilian thug. he would have never imagined that his godson would strike her down for her weakness. It reminded him of himself so much that he couldn't help the feelings of nostalgia and pride that swelled up within him. The thug had been killed too, of course, for the crime of threatening that which belonged to the young man, but that was to be expected. It was still the woman's death that he just couldn't get over. His godson was growing up so quickly. Had he been capable of shedding them, that thought might have brought a joyous tear to his eye. That wasn't all either, for the boy, even after such a brutal execution of one of the few people he had been close to, had not been satisfied. Even now, he was certain the young Uzumaki was still training to perfect his chakra chains. It had been an excellent kill, but for him to want to improve upon it at the age of 9. This child would grow up to be a monster rivaling even himself. Perhaps that's why it was called Godfather, for he truly was feeling as thought the boy was his son. Of course, he would have remembered sleeping with a woman like Kushina, and he was absolutely sure that hadn't happened. Then again, he certainly didn't have the alcohol tolerance of Tsunade, or even Jiraiya for that matter. It was possible. He hoped, however much the thought of Naruto being his own son pleased him, that such was not the case. To have slept with the Uzumaki princess and yet not remember it. That would indeed be a cruel fate. He erased such thoughts from his mind. Perhaps the first thing he needed to do once he had a new body was go out on a date or something. If that didn't work out, he could always find a hooker or something. These thoughts really were far too distracting for him to be having while working towards true immortality. Focusing on more important things than his libido, his attention turned to today's date. It would be Naruto's birthday soon. What could he get him? The curse seal had almost been perfected. It would no doubt increase the power of his chakra chains, though it might cost him control. Control seemed to be what the boy was working on, however, so perhaps that should be saved for later. Naruto's friend had been a prostitute, so maybe he could replace her as a gift. No, that wouldn't last long enough, perhaps a slave in her place. He might enjoy that. Then again, while slavery was still legal, it was extremely difficult to go through all the legal bullshit surrounding it. He would do it for the boy, of course, but seeing as his godson was still a civilian minor, it was probably a bad idea. He wasn't even sure if he could own a slave, even as a prince of Uzu, before he had reached legal maturity. At least, not without his mother's consent, and that was out of the question. No, he needed something practical, something simple, something he could find immediate use from. He needed something suitable for the little killer he was. A grin split his face. Orochimaru knew just the thing for his godson. All right, class dismissed. The sound of stampeding children momentarily drowned out his thoughts, but when they had gone a sufficient distance from his classroom, his mind instantly drifted to the empty tree right outside the window. Excluding the time he had spent in the hospital, there had been not one single day that Naruto had missed completely. But then, 2 days after the Uchiha massacre, he had simply vanished. It would seem, however, that he was not the only one who hadn't seen him. All of Konoha's Anbu seemed to be searching for the missing boy in a search that almost made the one for Uchiha Itachi look half-assed. And yet they turned up empty-handed. He knew the boy was stealthy, but this was absurd. Either Naruto was no longer in the village, unlikely, or they weren't searching in the right places. Then again, who knew the right places when it came to the boy? The Hokage might have, but this search showed otherwise. No, the boy was not one to broadcast anything about him. Even if he was in Konoha, he was likely to have a multitude of places to hide should something happen. It only begged the question of why he had chosen to disappear. He had been here the day of the Uchiha massacre and the day after and even the day after that, so it couldn't have been caused by that, but other than that there were no events that Iruka was aware of. He had, however, heard one Yamanaka Ino saying something about her father going to the Hokage about the boy. Had something happened between the two of them? He would have to ask the girl at the next opportunity. As far as he could tell, any interaction between the young Uzumaki and the Yamanaka head would have been the last known sighting of the boy. Whatever the case might be, if he didn't show up soon, his grades would plummet drastically. He would be dangerously close to not just failing but actually being kicked from the shinobi program entirely. Iruka couldn't stand the idea of such wasted potential if that were to happen. Then again, he doubted even that would keep the Uzumaki from his chosen profession. Ruruka wouldn't be surprised if he went straight to the fire capital to register as a shinobi of fire country residing within Konohagakure no Sato. The Imperial Fire Court would probably love to have someone who answered to them within the walls of Konoha. It would make it much easier for them to keep an eye on the village and communicate their desires to the Hokage. Ruruka gave a slight shiver at the thought. It would be good for the boy, certainly, and for Hai no Kuni as a whole, but he was certain to make plenty of enemies within the village if that's what he ended up doing. It wasn't as if he really connected with a lot of people, and it wouldn't have surprised the academy instructor if Naruto actually viewed most of Konoha's populace as hostiles or unknowns, but there was a big difference between him seeing them as such and the shinobi of Konoha actually having it out for him because he answered to someone higher than their cage. It would not be something he should have to deal with so young, not just to become a shinobi. It was, however, still a viable option for the boy, whether he passed the academy or not. Perhaps the young man would prefer being able to spend a bit more time traveling the forests between the fire capital and Konoha, rather than staying cooped up in the village when not on missions. Either way, Ruruka hoped he'd show up again soon. He still had plenty to teach the aspiring shinobi. Link after link, chain after chain, chakra poured from his body in such masses that it was visible, coating his form in an ethereal blue glow. Some formed atop his clothing, some from his skin, and some from beneath even that, tearing out of his body in a spray of blood that shimmered like 1,000 gems in the light of the setting sun. What little off his clothing remained hung onto his body in tatters, glued to his flesh by drying blood and sweat. His form was in remarkably good shape for a boy his age, especially considering his living conditions, but that changed with the bloody birth of every chain that had formed within him, leaving his skin a patchwork of skin and bare muscle. In several places yellow bone stood out proudly within the splotches of bare flesh that writhed as his body flexed from one position to the next, never stopping, never resting, never concerned for his own health. There was just one thing that mattered, and that was mastering these chains. Uzumaki Mito had been the first to use such chains and was famed for having bound the Kyuubi no Kitsune with them after Uchiha Madara summoned the Biju at the Valley of the End. She never used many at a time, but those she did use were nigh unbreakable and could exert enough force to crush a mountain. She was not to be trifled with. Over a lifetime she mastered the chains, using them whenever possible. She eventually had enough control over them that she wouldn't have needed to move her flesh ever again in her life. Truly a sign of one well versed with their technique. Kushina Uzumaki was taught the chakra chain technique by an aged Uzumaki Mito not long before the woman's death. She, like Mito, reached a very high level of mastery over the chains. Unlike Mito's, however, Kushina's chains were fast and numerous to complement her swordsmanship. The Uzumaki clan were well known for their skill with blades, and Kushina had taken a liking to them like many clan members before her. Preferring it to her chains, she used them to supplement her style, making her a terribly dangerous foe to face on the field of battle. As her use of the chains differed greatly from that of Mito, she never obtained the same level of precision as the woman, choosing instead to swing them like swords or, as some might say, tails. Both were masters of their chosen style, but to Naruto, that wasn't enough. He could not allow his chains to just be fast or only be strong. He needed them precise. He needed to be able to control a million just as well as he controlled one. He needed to master not a use of the chains, but the very chains themselves. He wanted to be able to use them as chains, as rope, as snakes, as anything he wished to form them into. Why did they have to be chains? Why couldn't they be plates of solidified chakra? Why did they have to come from his body? Why did they have to be pure chakra opposed to being made out of a readily available element such as wind or earth? He would master these chains in ways that his predecessors couldn't even fathom, or he would kill himself trying. As chains around him began to disperse in blue mist and his chakra reserves began to scrape the bottom, he grit his teeth and formed more, biting down harder every time they tore through his flesh. It was a glaring mark of how far he had to go to master this technique to the degree he sought. Chains around him of all sizes tore through air and dirt alike, spearing trees and swiping through bushes and any animal unfortunate enough to approach these training grounds like a blade of the gods. Some danced around him like serpents while others buried through the earth like the roots of a great tree. They clashed together, a tangle of limbs he was still learning to control, with the ring of metal on metal and a shower of purple sparks. As chain after chain destroyed its siblings, he continued to form more to take their place. His chakra was dangerously low now, so far that one might say he hadn't any chakra left, but still, he pressed forward, tearing through his skin with chains formed from chakra he did not have. He would not stop. He would not rest. He would not fail. Until his bones were ground to dust and his flesh withered away, he would continue to improve himself beyond anything anyone had ever heard of. And, when his bones were dust and his flesh had withered, he would tear himself from the grasp of the Shinigami and resume his work. He would master these terrible chains that had taken her from the world. He owed her that much. She felt another of his wounds steam shut as his body drew upon her chakra to heal itself. He was tearing himself apart with this training, and deep within her heart, she began to question whether or not she had done the right thing. He wasn't meant to react like this. He was supposed to be sad for a bit, maybe come to her seeking comfort, and then move on. He got over his family's disappearance, hadn't he? What made this situation so different? Was it simply because he knew he had been the reason for this loss? She didn't need to ask that question, she already knew the answer. She knew exactly what he felt right now, probably better than even himself. While he had to deal with a flurry of emotions and thoughts that swarmed through his head as he drowned in guilt and sorrow, she could make sense of things even he didn't realize. Every chain that tore through his flesh did so because he willed it, even if he hadn't realized it yet. He needed the pain, the punishment, to atone for his actions. His chakra responded to that need, inflicting pain on the body to match the pain in his heart. And it was all her fault. Had removing the girl been worth the pain she caused her warden? Should her own desires cause him such agony? Never before had she cared for someone, and never could she have imagined that she might have such affection towards a human child, but he had become her world. He came to her almost every day, he spent time with her, fed her, housed her, clothed her. It was not how she was used to being treated, and she loved every moment of it, prisoner or no. If this was her sentence, she would gladly serve it forever. But then that little strumpet had to start getting close to him, started taking up his time and occupying some of the thoughts that should have been hers. She couldn't stand it. When the opportunity to take back what was hers revealed itself, she hadn't hesitated to take it. The cost was proving to be more than she could have ever predicted. Why couldn't he see that this was a good thing? He didn't need to waste his precious time on such a woman when she was here for him, willing to do whatever it took to make him happy. But no, he had to get close to the prostitute, so close that by trying to help him she had ended up hurting her precious warden. It only increased the hate she felt for the damn Yamanaka whore. She hated to see him suffer, but this suffering had been necessary, he'd see soon enough. Before long he would realize that he was better off without the girl. He would move on with his life and come to thank her for what she had done. She could only fantasize about how he might reward her. The sun had hidden itself from the world 2 hours prior, and yet he was still going at it as if he had just started. Kat had to hand it to the Uzumaki clan, their stamina and determination was inhuman. She was honestly a bit envious. She couldn't even begin to list all the things she could do with that sort of drive and the energy to follow through. It was insane. Of course, seeing as she didn't have that kind of stamina, it was probably time to call it a night. Sure, Hiruzen had wanted her to watch him, but he also wanted a report. If she stopped by his office to inform him, then the search for Naruto could be called off and other Anbu could be assigned to watch over this incredibly long training session of his. Giving one last look to check for any issues other than the fact that his blood was coating the ground around him and his skin was shredded as it desperately clung to his flesh, she dashed off to report to the Hokage as quickly as possible. Maybe she could get a medic assigned to watch him. Tsunade had been back for 2 years now, and while she might be against spending her time babysitting a young man who seemed intent to kill himself training, her apprentice might appreciate having something to occupy her time now that she wasn't spending it keeping her master out of trouble. It took only a few minutes to make it to the Hokage Tower, and she was admitted without pause. The Hokage must have informed everyone there about the importance her mission held to him. Hokage-sama, Kat reporting in. He seemed pleased to see her, having most likely been eagerly awaiting word on the boy he had always seen as a grandson. Ah, Kat, am I to assume due to the time of your report that you managed to locate young Naruto? I did, Hokage-sama. she answered. She volunteered nothing else, waiting to see what it was her leader deemed the most important piece of information. Did he want his location? His well-being? What he had been doing? She'd let the old Sarutobi ask the questions that had been burning in him all day. I see, and how is he doing? Well-being it was, then. In that case, she'd keep it simple and blunt. He's tearing himself up, sir. I see, I knew there must have been more to what Inoichi had told me. He could probably use some familiar company right now. I should see who I can find that can help him deal with this. With all due respect, Hokage-sama, I believe you misunderstood. I was being quite literal when I said he was tearing himself up. He seems intent on training until he collapses. Seeing as he's an Uzumaki, that's quite a bit longer than he should be allowed to. The Kage looked concerned by her report, but after thinking it over a few more moments he seemed even more alarmed than before. The way you said that, you don't mean to tell me he's still at it, do you? She gave him a stiff nod in the affirmative. As of 5 minutes ago he was still training, yes. Hiruzen looked furious. And you left him there alone. Despite his rage, Kat stood calm, responding in the same professional voice all Anbu had learned to use in the face of an angered god. I do not have advanced enough knowledge in medical techniques to be of any use to him in his current condition. I thought it better to report the situation to you so that the search for him might be called off and someone with the proper skills might be assigned to watch over him as he trains. Sufficiently calmed, Hiruzen took a deep breath and leaned back into his chair. I see. Good work, Kat. Now, you mentioned training, what exactly is he doing? He seems to be attempting to improve his ability to use chakra chains. The field will need to be redone when he's finished, but he seems to be doing as much damage to himself as he is his surroundings. Approaching him would be unwise, as he's currently attempting to control multiple chains individually. Giving him a single point to focus on will probably result in being ripped to shreds. The Hokage seemed disturbed by that news, probably thinking about the girl that had been given to Inoichi by the boy. The wounds she had could easily be attributed to a host of chains tearing through her venerable flesh. It was not a pleasant thought. Or a pleasant way to die. Thank you, Kat. You are dismissed. Giving a bow, she left the office. Her duty was done, now it was up to someone else to watch over the boy until he grew tired of bleeding everywhere. After that, maybe she could have a chat with him about problems she spotted in his technique. As it was, he had entirely too many openings. She'd have to fix that. It had been a week and finally the skies could hold it and no longer. Great tears of the heavens crashed down upon the earth, heavy with sorrow. It was fitting then, that the Yamanaka had decided on this day for her funeral. She may have left the clan to make a life for herself, but the bonds of blood were stronger than that. She'd be buried with her kin just as if she had remained in the clan and had worked hard to bring it to glory. It was a simple ceremony. When your clan is famous for its skill with the mind, you didn't need some great event to remember the passing of a clan member. Those memories could be accessed anytime and even shared between people. There would be plenty of time to grieve in private for those that chose to do so. Those that didn't would probably just push the memory away, not desiring to be reminded of those that had been lost. It was the way of the Yamanaka. 2 men brought the cylindrical casket to the grave and it was lowered slowly. The rain had not let up and those present strained their ears to hear the priest speak, after which the grave was filled. It was Inoichi himself who struck the simple wooden grave marker into the ground. Giving a few parting words as head of the clan, he welcomed her back before wishing her good fortune on her way to the next life. As the crowd dispersed, he approached the grave, aware of the gaze of the only remaining Yamanaka. Perhaps Inoichi could make out his identity in this rain, maybe he couldn't. It really didn't matter. Dipping his bandaged hand into his bag, he withdrew one of Madara's 10 bottles of wine. Taking a single sip for himself, he poured the rest of it onto the freshly disturbed soil. Placing the empty bottle down by the grave marker, he took a step back, ignoring the rain that crashed upon him. This was all his fault, but for the life of him he couldn't think of a proper way to atone for his actions. Rain soaked through his clothing, reminding him of the blood that had stained him red oh so recently. As lightning flashed in the distance, he saw glowing chains that streaked through the air. Blue, purple, red. The red chains snaked through the air as if they were self-aware, striking out at a target that should have never been a victim to such monsters. Lightning flashed again, filling his vision with a bright red glow. But this time, he was not in that alley and there was no Tatsuki. No, he lay sprawled on the floor, clutching at his arm, after an explosion of red chakra had burst from the Uzumaki compound. The chakra, it looked so much like his chains, but the chakra. His heart froze. No, it couldn't have been. He didn't want to believe it. It began beating again. It had to be, every part of his being was screaming this truth at him. Molten fury pumped through his heart and burned his veins. Under his soaked clothing the seal on his right arm began to burn an angry red, clearly visible through the fabric. He still didn't know what it did, but it had glowed that night too, hadn't it? Infused with the chakra of the Kyuubi no Kitsune, it had established the connection between him and the seal on his sister. It still contained that accursed red chakra. And its source, was why he had lost control. She was why he had lost control. His anger skyrocketed and a red haze came into existence around his arm as the chakra of the Kyuubi reacted to his emotions. Clenching his fists until they bled, he spared one last look at the Yamanaka staring at him, unaware of the way his purple eyes glowed angrily in the darkness, before he dashed away. He had to know. Now. The double doors didn't open gently this time, blown off their hinges at his passing. With every step he took the black marble floor cracked and shattered. Every lantern he passed lost its sickly green light and plunged the world deeper into darkness. She was sitting at the end of the table, as usual, and didn't seem concerned with the violence that followed in his wake. His steps were swift and within moments her throat was in his hands, pressed tightly to the chair she sat in. You're pretty forceful today, Warden, I like it. His grip tightened. Leaning in, he hissed a single, venomous question. What did you do? She just grinned, as if this was one big game. You know exactly what I did, Warden, I got rid of that damn whore for you. Was that pride he heard? She was proud of what she had done. His grip tightened even further, completely cutting off all air. How could she be happy with what she had done, with what she had stolen from him? Did she not know how much Tatsuki had meant to him? His first friend was gone, and she was fucking proud that she was the reason. Why? He demanded. Why would you take her from me? He released his grip enough for her to take grasping breaths under his burning gaze. Because, Mito finally answered. You're mine. His blood boiled. Hers. She thought he was hers. He did not answer to her, she had no power over his choices. What gave her the right to declare him hers and dictate who he was allowed to spend time with? He had once been proud to think of her of his own, now that same thought just left a bad taste in his mouth. He let a growl slip past snarling lips, looking very much like the wolf he was so often likened unto. I answer to one man, and you are not he. One, she questioned with a raised brow. I thought it was two. It was, but then one of them lost my trust. He threw her through the chair, sending her to land sprawled over the stairs that led to her personal chambers. Just like you. He made no effort to disguise the disgust in his voice. He turned to leave as she began to push herself up, a growl of her own escaping her throat. Your trust. I lost your trust. You're the one who left me in here alone in favor of that slut. She spat at him, eyes glowing red in fury. He turned and made to say something but was cut off as she continued. Every day I was here for you, ready to do anything to make you happy, but that wasn't good enough for you, was it? No, you had to have another, had to spend your time with her because you knew I wasn't going anywhere. Faint traces of red chakra became visible, flowing towards her from deep within his side of this sealscape. Fine, if you want her, you can have her. Maybe while you sit before her grave you'll realize what you've taken for granted, but when you come back to me begging don't expect me to care. The tendrils of chakra increased in size and speed, rushing out from his seal and into his sister's. The golden band that represented the gate that caged her began to shimmer and Naruto was quick to step onto his side. He did so not a moment too soon as the gate reverted to its original form. Staring at her between the bars, his last glimpse of her was her snarling face and her last words echoed within his heart. You don't deserve me in your life, she hissed. You don't deserve anyone. And his sealscape crumbled. The rain greeted him again, along with a familiar ache in his heart. Collapsing onto his knees into the wet soil of the forest floor, he punched the earth with all his might. He heard the familiar snap of bone but could not bring himself to care. Her words hurt far more than his flesh ever could. His tears were lost to the rain. 2 weeks ago his training had utterly destroyed Training Ground 13. That was nothing. Training Ground 13 had been turned into a field of holes and gouges, barren of all foliage and scattered with the occasional dead animal. Here, in Training Ground 9, there was no longer any ground. Mountains of rock and dirt stretched high into the air as the canyons they had been born from steadily filled with the shattered remnants of what had once been a forest. Trees decades old had been reduced to nothing but splinters, and each and every leaf had been shredded into a fine dust. Huge chains pounded away at everything around them, compressing the man-made mountains until they were strong enough to give even the great toad boss Gamabunta pause. There was nothing left. And yet he did not stop. Hour after hour, day after day, he continued on, pausing only briefly for a few hours of sweet unconsciousness. He had no choice in the matter. If he were to stop, he would think, and were he to think, he would remember. He could not bear such torture. With a crack his chain descended from the heavens, splitting a mountain in twine with little effort. As long as he could train, as long as he could push himself to the limit and keep himself there, he wouldn't have to deal with the world around him. And yet, the words still echoed within his head even as the doubt wrapped itself around his heart. You don't deserve me in your life, you don't deserve anyone. He wanted to say that she was wrong, wanted to shout it out to the world that he was worthy. But then, maybe he wasn't. Could he honestly say that he, the thief, the murderer, was worthy of having people within his pitiful life? What had he done to possibly earn the companionship of others? Absolutely nothing. Perhaps that's why everyone left him. His mother. His sister. Tatsuki. Mito. Gone, all gone, and why? Was it really because he didn't deserve to have them? Were the divines bringing these people into his life in hopes that he might earn the right to keep them, only to be disappointed every time and take them back? What cruel gods then must they be, to let him first taste the reward he could never earn? A chain thicker than he was tall snapped towards each side of the mountain he had split like striking serpents. They pierced through with an explosion of earth, sending rocks flying and raining dirt upon the wasteland this place had become. These chains possessed so much strength, so much power, and yet, he could not enjoy it. This power, what good could it do for him? He, who had lost those closest to him, he who had no family, he who had committed himself to the path of a shinobi, to the world of shadows, what use for it did he have? The large chains split into 1,000 each, swirling around their creator in a glowing blue haze. He did not need power. No, power could not help him. He needed control. Of his chains. Of his future. Of himself. The chains ground together, sliding amongst themselves in a writhing mass not unlike mating snakes. When they were done she stood before him, a statue that towered over the landscape in its brilliant blue. Tatsuki peered down at him, smiling. Her face was so close to that of the real one, to the one he had robbed from the world. A single tear slid down his cheek as he gazed upon his creation. Giving a sad smile, he watched it crumble, specks of dissipating chakra descending like stardust. The beautiful scene did her memory justice. Without a word more chains materialized around him, ready to be commanded. A sharp stabbing pain struck him, then, as if a dagger had been plunged into his navel. It quickly faded, but looking down he could find no cause. It was back as quickly as it had left, bringing with it 1,000,000 burning needles that seared deep into his flesh. Another dagger went through his chest as he collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath that did not come. 5 through the chest, navel to sternum, 1 to the heart. He felt as 2 more slid into his head. As the pain threatened to overcome him he managed to make out a curious sight. His chains, currently coiled around him as if to protect him from his pain, were losing their glow. It was slow at first, the darkening, but it accelerated exponentially, leaving him with dull blue chains that seemed more real than any he had ever created. Before he could ponder the occurrence, they shattered. His last sight before his consciousness faded was the mask and long purple hair of a familiar Anbu. Well, at least it wasn't someone new. Meeting people hadn't been ending well for him lately. Good afternoon, my name is Yakushi Kabuto. Ah, someone knew then. That was good, knew was good, especially here. He had never known how much he hated hospitals until 2 years ago. This was the first time since then that he had found himself trapped within one. He didn't like it. The white, the brightness, the harsh chemicals used to disinfect everything within this hellish domain, even the nurses who did their best to be pleasant and make his stay as comfortable as possible drove him mad. This was not proper, this was not right. He should not be here, confined to a bed, relying upon others for basic needs. It was weakness, vulnerability. If there was one thing he could not stand, it was being vulnerable. But, if nothing else, it kept him on edge, and keeping him on edge kept him awake. He might be vulnerable at the moment, but he'd be damned if he had his throat cut in his sleep. Were anyone to come, he'd do his best to fight back. He'd fail, oh, he'd fail miserably, but when his assailant finally got the better of him, he'd look straight into their eyes as death took him. He was not one to surrender. This new person though, they seemed awfully young to be here. What brings you here, Kabuto? His tone was short and clipped. He wanted to get straight to the point. Pleasantries were to be saved until they were necessary. Here, lying in bed almost completely immobile, he didn't need pleasantries, he needed to heal. Preferably in his own damn apartment. Ah, yes, my apologies, I forgot that despite your current status as a civilian you fall more into the shinobi-like category. I'll do my best not to waste your time beating around the bush. Naruto gave a small nod of thanks. Well, before we begin, do you remember the last time we met? Had they met before? Now that he mentioned it, the young man before him was rather familiar, but why? I'm afraid not, though you are, admittedly, very familiar. Not surprising, I really wasn't someone you would have bothered remembering at the time, you had no reason to. As it so happens, I was the one who gave you a checkup 2 years ago when your mother brought you in. I'm not normally one to do such, but we had been short-staffed that day and the hospital didn't want to keep your mother waiting. Understandable. His mother Kushina had never been a patient woman, intended to be rather destructive when bored. That was not the kind of person you wanted waiting unattended within the hospital. The trouble she could get into and the damages she might cause would be astronomical. Yes, quite. Kabuto paused to push his glasses back up to the bridge of his nose, taking a quick look at the files in his hands. Now, as I was saying, because I was the one to last examine you, they thought it best that I take a look before we come to any definite conclusion regarding your condition. As he set the files down on a chair and his hands came alive with green chakra, he lightly gestured towards Naruto. You don't mind, do you? Even if I did, I couldn't stop you. Do as you must. Kabuto acknowledged the words with a quick nod and got straight to work running a diagnostic jutsu over the entirety of the young Uzumaki's body. It was at 8 points during the examination that the medic frowned, the exact same points that had started hurting during his training. Certainly made sense. After a few more minutes of running his hands over Naruto's chest, Kabuto deactivated the technique with a sigh and shook his head. So, he began. The good news is that I know what caused this, the bad news is that I was more right than I had suspected 2 years ago. Naruto shot him an inquisitive gaze, prompting him to elaborate. 2 years ago, I brought up a concern I had regarding you and your developing chakra coils. You and your sister are the first children to be born to a Jinchuriki. Your sister, however, is now a Jinchuriki. My worry was that because you had been conceived in the presence of the Kyuubi's chakra, your coils might be affected. Once again, Kabuto fixed his glasses. When I told your mother this, she was, understandably, concerned. I prompted her to seek the opinion of a proper medic, as at the time I was still training, but I am unsure if she ever did so. Judging by what I've seen, however, I would have to assume she did not. They probably would have been able to tell at that point, even if I couldn't detect any problems with your chakra network. Naruto chose that moment to interrupt. So you're saying I have problems with my network? He asked. Kabuto gave a nod. Yes, it would seem that your conception paired with the amount of time you spent in the presence of your mother and sister throughout your early years has led to your body developing a dependency upon the Kyuubi's chakra to properly function. Though, I am unsure as to why it took so long for it to show. I hope you'll excuse me for this, but did your mother and sister not leave 2 years ago? The symptoms should have been obvious soon after. For you to have such a delayed reaction is absolutely baffling. They were gone, the Kyuubi's chakra wasn't. Oh. Kabuto raised a brow. What do you mean? There's a seal on my arm. I don't know the function, but when I attempted to enter the Uzumaki compound I was attacked by stored chakra of the Nine Tails. Some of it lingered within the seal. And it's not there anymore. No, the chakra's gone now. Frowning, Kabuto looked over his papers one last time before scribbling a quick note and giving a nod. All right then, I'll let the doctors know so we can begin treatment for chakra withdrawal. You should be up and about within the next few weeks, though I don't expect you to be ready to train for at least a month. Then again, you're in Uzumaki, maybe you'll surprise us. How much is this treatment going to cost me? Kabuto actually began laughing. Look at it this way, said the young medic with a smirk. You're damn lucky we can take directly from your clan's accounts. He was back on his feet, more or less, within the week. It was painful and he had been advised against it, but he could not stand being bedridden. While he had not been fully released from the hospital, he had been granted permission to leave the grounds to visit a nearby park. So here he was, taking one hobbled step at a time over well-worn paths under the shade of a verdant canopy. The park was beautiful, of that there was no denying, and it represented the connection Konohagakure no Sato had to the surrounding forests. Blankets of thick grass covered the ground, scattered with flowers of every color, and the birds sung happily within the trees. The warmth of the sun and the buzzing of insects brought with them a sleepy calmness that invited you to take a mid-morning nap. Unfortunately, he was quite tired of napping. He had come out here for something to do. Continuing on the path, he came upon a curious sight. Sitting at an old stone table, a single man sat proudly. He was quite old, easily the same age as the sandaime, and covered heavily in bandages. The sight of a cane propped up against the table caused Naruto to take a quick look down to his own. Doing so, however, reminded him of his own bandages, wrapped tightly around his right arm to hide his seal. How similar, he couldn't help but wonder, must they look at the moment. Curious as to the man's identity, he approached with slow steps. The nearer he got to the table, however, the more he could make out. Resting on the table was a game board, and on that board a multitude of pieces. More alarming though were the two white masks that peered from behind nearby trees, no doubt to warn him of their presence. This old man was certainly someone then. Be they Anbu or private security, it was not the average person who obtained their protection. Unperturbed, he carried on, aware as the man's eyes opened slowly and took in his every movement like a hawk. Standing next to the table, Naruto asked of the man, "Are you waiting on someone?" After a moment or two of thought, the man replied, "An opponent." He indicated the game set before him. "I see, and whom might be your opponent?" "Whomever is seated across from me." Pondering that for a moment, Naruto decided that he hadn't anything to lose. Taking the seat across from the man, he set his own cane against the table. Though it was hard to tell, the man seemed almost amused. "It is not wise to make enemies so easily, child," he advised. "At least I know this enemy sight before me. Better that than pretending I have none. And you have enemies. Every man has enemies, whether he knows it or not. Conflict is human nature, there will always come an opponent." The man nodded to that. "Well spoken. For someone so young, you seem to have a rather solid grasp upon the nature of the world." "I am learning, slowly, from my mistakes. With every one I make my eyes open just a bit more to the reality of this world I live in," admitted Naruto. "They have not yet killed you then, that is fortunate. The world is not often so forgiving. Sometimes death is preferable, I am fortunate only that it has not yet tempted me." The man stared at him in silence for some time before next he spoke. "You are an interesting one. I wonder then, how you would react should I do this." Reaching over, he plucked one of Naruto's pieces from the board and tossed it away. "Your piece was assassinated," he explained. "What do you do now?" Reaching into his purse, Naruto withdrew a coin and placed it down. "Simple," he answered. "I replace it." "And why use a coin? Surely a pebble would have been sufficient." "You cannot buy a man's life with a pebble." The man across from him grinned. A fortnight later he was back to the training field. Chains that had once come effortlessly now struggled to maintain their solid form for more than a few minutes at a time, their brilliant blue glow having been replaced by an oily black. Pain shot through his body with the creation of every link, his chakra system as weak as an untrained child's. But he wasn't untrained. He knew what he needed to do, he knew how to do it, and yet his chakra could not comply. It was frustrating to no end, but at the same time, it was also a welcome change. It was something he could work on, this time with far more knowledge than he had during his initial learning. So let it hurt him to make them, let them dissipate into nothingness soon after their creation. Soon enough he would be able to use them better than he ever had. It would just take time, and Uzumaki Naruto had plenty of it. 4 chains materialized under each arm in a coalescence of wispy black chakra, twisting together until they roughly resembled limbs. There was no hand and no fingers on either of his new appendages, but they were close enough for now. His flesh extended his left arm and the chains that made up his new limbs obeyed all of them. Frowning, he shook his head. It was bad enough that he had to move his body to properly direct them, but to be unable to control 2 sets of 4 separately. That was terrible. And it wasn't even controlling 2 sets, it was controlling one while the other did nothing. Naruto had a lot of time, but this might end up taking more than he could provide. It would probably be better for you to start with chakra exercises rather than jumping head first into controlling those chains of yours. Said chains dissipated as he spun to face the person who had spoken. He had never seen that face, but he did know that hair. "Ah, cat, I did not know you were there. I never got a chance to thank you for taking me to the hospital, you have my gratitude." She waved him off. "Don't worry about it, we Anbu have taken a liking to you and word of a civilian destroying training ground 9 had brought you a small audience. If I hadn't done it one of the others would have." Almost as an afterthought she added. "And, please, call me Yugao, I'm off duty. Regardless, you have my thanks Yugao-san. If you want to thank me you can stop trying to get yourself sent to the hospital again. This is not how you should be training after suffering chakra withdrawal. And what would you recommend?" "Like I said, chakra exercises. You know them, don't you?" He shook his head in the negative. "I'm afraid I've never heard of such things." That gave her momentary pause. Had he really managed to achieve what he had using those chakra chains without ever learning chakra exercises? This kid could become a chakra monster in the future. Then again, he didn't seem all that inclined to frontline combat. That was a pity. His chains could probably make entire armies hesitate if he used them as he did in Training Ground 9. It was no real wonder they were wiped out, the potential for each and every child was terrifying. "Well, then, you might as well start calling me Yugao-sensei, because I'm going to teach you." As much as he'd rather train alone, being taught something by an Anbu was not an opportunity passed up lightly. "All right Yugao-sensei, where do we start?" He wondered if this was going to become a reoccurring thing. Another mystery item, just like the last lay wrapped in brown paper atop his table. Of course, this one had a rather defined shape, being long and thin opposed to the almost box-shaped parcel he had last received. Taking just as much care opening this one as he had the last, he was rewarded with the sight of a black handle emerging from a sheath of black leather. What was most peculiar upon first inspection had to be the seal of Oni no Kuni proudly engraved into the sheath. As far as he was aware from Iruka's lectures, Oni no Kuni was not known for its weapons and had all of theirs made in Tetsu no Kuni. Why then, was he receiving a blade that originated from that land? Unsheathing his new blade showed the same black metal as the handle. In fact, it was all made of one piece. The blade was single-sided and just over a foot long. While the unsharpened side remained the same from the tip down to the grip, the blade itself moved out slightly as it continued up and curved back near the tip. Save for the tiny edge that gleamed silver, no other part of the weapon reflected any light. Sheathing it, he found a note within the paper it had been wrapped in. Morio's tooth, it read. Supposedly made in Tetsu no Kuni using the blood of the demon Morio, it was named and blessed by 7 priestesses of Oni no Kuni who bathed it within a pool of Ayu no Mizu they had been gifted upon Takigakure's creation. It was to be housed within a shrine within Oni no Kuni to be used should Morio ever return but was stolen and used to slaughter the 7 priestesses who had decided to escort it themselves. It took me quite a while to obtain it, almost as long as it did Kusanagi, in fact, but my godson deserves a proper weapon. Wield it well. Suddenly, the blade he had held only a minute before seemed far more sinister. Who could have imagined such a history behind such a simple piece of metal? Then again, considering its origins, it really wasn't all that simple. More than that, however, he finally had a name. Not of his blade, but of their blade, the one who called himself his godfather. Kusanagi, huh, I wonder who the last no-wielder was. At least now he had a starting place. There was a little girl under his tree. Now, this in itself wasn't too strange, as plenty of students had eaten their lunch under his tree. Usually he was gone by then, but even if he wasn't, he really didn't care. They didn't even know he was up there. For future shinobi and kunoichi, that was pretty sad considering he made no attempt to hide himself. That aside, what made this case different was that she wasn't eating her lunch or resting in the shade but crying. Crying. And under his tree. He was at a loss as to what to do. Did he leave her so she could cry in private? Did he ignore her? Did he tell her to find somewhere else to cry? How did one deal with crying girls? Naruto would have been his only experience with crying girls, but she never cried. He had, however, dealt with a crying woman. Would something like that work here? And, more importantly, was it even worth trying? Why should he care? Why should he involve himself? Perhaps it was better to stay out of it. Then again, whispered another part of him. She's a clan heiress. Indeed, for it was Hyuga Hinata herself who was crying beneath his tree. It may cause trouble later, but it also smelled of opportunity. Earning favor with the Hyuga clan was certainly nothing to scoff at. Currently, they were the largest clan within Konoha. If you excluded the Uzumaki, who only had 3 members, they were also the wealthiest. They could make a great ally. Peering down, he raised his voice just loud enough for her to hear him. Are you all right? Startled, she jumped, looking wildly about until her eyes met his. He peered down lazily from his branch in a manner that probably would have made Dog proud. Well, the poor girl began stuttering nervously, telling him absolutely nothing. Come on them, out with it. Are you okay? Apparently that was the wrong thing to say, as she fell onto her butt and began crying again, hugging her legs tightly. Naruto gave a deep sigh. He really wasn't a people person. Jumping down, he crouched next to her. She flinched when he placed his hand on her back but relaxed quickly as it began rubbing the same soothing circles it had with Makoto. It was not much longer before she was clutching onto him as she sobbed. Yeah, he thought, shaking his head. It's exactly like dealing with Makoto. Shish, hush now. He continued to comfort her for another 5 minutes before her sobbing ceased. All right, feeling better. Timidly she nodded into his shirt, too embarrassed to look him in the face. Good. Now, tell me, what's wrong? It took a minute for her to choke it out. They branded me. Branded? Like cattle. Who did? Her family. Was that some sort of punishment within the Hyuga clan? You're going to have to explain that to me, I don't know what you mean. Slowly she reached for the white cloth that had been tied across her head, removing it to show him a large green cross. Hooked lines came from either side to meet it in the middle. It really wasn't something that looked good across the forehead. Maybe over the sternum, or across the back, but not on someone's face. One thing was obvious, however, and that was the fact that this brand was a seal of some sort. It marks us as branch members, my father named Hanabi heiress. Well shit, so much for gaining favor with the Hyuga. At the same time, it made his blood boil to see family treat each other in such a way. Branch and main. Fine, he was okay with that. But to brand the members of the branch members like cattle. That was going too far. What was worse was that he didn't even know the function of the seal. Hopefully it was nothing harmful, otherwise he'd probably end up swearing the Hyuga clan as his enemies. What else does it do? He asked. When we die, it seals away our bloodline so it can't be stolen. She answered. He gave a small sigh of relief. Sure, it looked stupid, but that was a perfectly good function for the seal to have. Others may have questioned why the main family didn't wear it, but if Hinata was kicked out of the main family because her sister was named heiress, that meant that the main family was a direct line of the clan heads. Not the kind of person that takes a lot of dangerous missions. They have a clan to run, after all. It's also used by the main family to control branch members. What? He had never studied the art, but as an Uzumaki he knew that was an absolute abomination. Through clenched jaw he managed to growl out, "How?" Frightened by his anger, she quickly continued. Members of the main family can use a special hand seal to cause pain to anyone bearing the mark. So that would be your father and sister then, yes. And the elders. Wait, what? How could there possibly be elders? Was there a technical third part of the family that allowed them to be free like the head family even though they should be marked? Something was wrong in this clan, really wrong, but there was nothing he could do. Nothing he would do, not for them. But, for the young girl who had just cried into his shirt, he wished there was some way to free her from such a clan. He was actually surprised a clan like that was allowed to exist, though he knew he shouldn't be. This was the shinobi world, shrouded in darkness, devoured by shadows. But this girl should at least have the chance to see the light. Lifting her chin up with his left hand, he gently ran the fingers of his right hand over the seal. "If only there was a way for me to set you free," he mumbled. Much to his surprise, as his fingers touched the seal it rippled like water. As soon as he removed them it returned to normal. Trying again with his left hand resulted in nothing. Was that, then, the result of his seal? Placing his index finger to the center of her seal it trembled like a reflection in a turbulent pond. He didn't want it trembling, he wanted it gone. And so it melted away. Was this why Mito had refused to tell him what his seal really was? Had she hoped that he might accidentally remove the seal that kept her locked within his sister? His surprise must have shown on his face as Hinata asked, "Is everything okay?" He gave her a strained smile. "Yeah, everything's fine. I removed the seal." She didn't believe him until he let her view her reflection in one of his kunai. "Thank you, thank you, thank you." She gave him a crushing hug, which he weakly returned. When she finally pulled away and made to leave he managed to stop her. "Wait, you can't let them know," he reminded her. "I'm sure they'll be displeased should they learn." Tying her white cloth around her head again she gave him a cheerful wave and a beaming smile before she ran off. Shaking his head, Naruto was left to ponder how his seal truly worked. Displeased was an understatement. She found him in training ground 2 days later, her eyes red and tears streaming down her cheeks. After calming her in the same manner he had last time he was able to find out what happened. One of the elders was teaching Hanabi to use the seal. She sobbed. "When he had her try it on me and nothing happened they called for my father who removed the cloth." Her hands moved to the white band around her head, revealing a new seal. "I was rebranded and then they had Hanabi practice activating the seal for the rest of the afternoon." Words could not describe the rage that consumed him. Never before had he been so furious at anyone or anything. To do something like this to your own family was unacceptable. And as much as he felt anger, so too did he feel guilt. It was his fault she had suffered, he needed to set this right. He had spent quite some time thinking about the function of his seal. At first, it would simply remove other seals, but how would that work? The only real way was to remove the chakra it was formed with, but that wouldn't cause seals to ripple, would it? No, it had to be something else, something far more complex than he could possibly imagine. And now he had a way to figure it out. Removing his glove and unwrapping his hand to the wrist, he placed his middle and index finger upon the seal. Like last time, the seal trembled under his touch. Unlike last time, he didn't want it to disappear. No, this time he just didn't want it to work. The seal on his arm glowed a faint red and was soon copied by the seal upon her forehead. As both seals stopped, he knew that it had to have worked. It was a gut feeling, purely instinctual, but Uzumaki Naruto. He trusted his instincts. She was surrounded by darkness, cloaked in it, covered in it, drowning in it. Gone were the pale green flames that flickered upon the cold stone walls or the candelabra that had sat elegantly upon the center of the table. Now there was only darkness, darkness and silence. The world he had created around them was reduced to a pile of rubble slowly sinking into the murky waters that covered the floors. The table, once the center of what had been the dining hall in which they shared countless meals, was no more than large slabs of jagged wood, covered by the tattered red cloth that had graced it as they ate. Stairs which had led to a luxurious bedroom and a bathroom fit for a goddess had crumbled to the floor in small mountains of rubble. The doors that had granted access to her rooms had vanished as soon as the stairs had collapsed, leaving no escape for her. Trapped in this horrid prison, she could do but one thing, the one thing she wished more than anything not to do. Remember. You don't deserve me in your life. Even now the words were acid to her ears. You don't deserve anyone. Her stomach twisted and knotted as her words played back to her over and over again, each one bringing a wrenching pain to her chest that she had never felt before. She had no words to describe the pain that tore at her soul, nothing to compare it to. Never before had she suffered a wound that was not physical. She longed to be able to claim such still. But this torture, brought on by her vicious, heated words, were nothing in comparison with what her eyes still saw. Were she to live for another 10,000 years, she would never be able to unsee the face of her precious warden, twisted with hopeless despair as she left him. The pain in his eyes as he lost one of the few he had close to her, despite the fact that he was angered by her hand in taking away his first friend, would haunt her every waking moment. It was still preferable to the dreams. While she was awake things were easy, memories were relived, thoughts of getting back to him circled her head, and a deep emptiness burned in her chest, but as she slumbered everything changed. No longer did she suffer memories, but possibilities, a million scenarios running through her mind. Not one of them ever ended well. From him having been the one to cast her aside to sneers and violent reactions when she attempted to re-enter his life, her horrors played out before her in vivid detail every time she closed her eyes. And yet not a single torture she endured in those dreams was as crushing as seeing his face, perfectly calm, as he looked down upon her. He was not happy to see her, he was not angered by what she had done, he simply looked down at her as if she was just another person. There was no recognition in his eyes, no memories, and he didn't even bother speaking. She would cower before that gaze, the look he gave to everyone who he was not close to, and she would be nothing to those beautiful purple eyes. It was fitting as here, trembling in the darkness without any hope of seeing him, she was just that. Nothing. Burying her face in her hands, she wept for the loss of her warden as emotions she did not know pulled her deep into pools of misery. There would be nothing to ease her sorrows in the darkness of her prison. It had been sitting there for almost 2 years now, that sheet of paper, and even now it stared at her from across the room, blank space filled with accusation. It was just paper, it had no awareness, but she could have sworn it judged her for every second she did not write on it. It was supposed to be a letter. And yet here it sat, unwritten. But what was there to write? She had come back to Konoha at the behest of Kushina and still had yet to see the woman's son. He was the entire reason she was here and not enjoying herself gambling throughout Hai no Kuni, and yet he couldn't be bothered to show up. Then again, the boy had never met her and probably didn't even know she was supposed to take a look at his chakra coils to ensure they had not and would not be damaged by the Kyuubi's chakra. Hiruzen had been less than helpful finding him, too. Yes, she understood that the boy might want his privacy, but at the very least he could have sent him here. She was Tsunade of the Sannin, for fuck's sake. Who wouldn't want to meet her, even if it was only to stare in wonder at the size of her rack? Wasn't he around the start of puberty? Such an opportunity should have drawn him like a moth to a flame. Perhaps, then, he was not a moth. That or she wasn't a. No. She wasn't even going to finish that thought. As experienced as she was in the world, she still looked damn fine. She wasn't going to let anyone including herself tell her otherwise. He was probably just intimidated by her beauty. Moving past those thoughts, her apprentice had been acting kind of strange as of late. Before she had spent her time around the compound reading or out taking walks in one of Konoha's many parks, but now she had been spending almost all her free time training. Tsunade couldn't remember the last time Shizune had trained. When asked about it, her apprentice had simply made a comment about removing the rust that left the Sannin puzzled. Surely the girl didn't think she'd be going on missions anytime soon, did she? If Tsunade was stuck here in Konoha looking for the ever-elusive red-furred ghost, you could bet your ass her apprentice was staying here too. At the same time, however, perhaps a mission or two would be good for her. Let her stretch her legs a bit, interact with new teammates, and get a change of scenery. Trees were nice and all, but they got boring pretty quickly. Maybe when they were done in Konoha they could go on a vacation and visit a beach or something. It certainly sounded nice. Sparing one last look at the paper that still sat untouched on her desk, Tsunade left the room, escaping its judgmental glare. Kushina was waiting desperately for word on her son, but for now, the paper would remain as it was. Covered in as little as she had done for Naruto. Those eyes still haunted him, pools of ethereal purple that glowed deep in the blackness of that stormy afternoon. Shadows had clung to that figure like the arms of lovers begging him back to bed, but his arm had been left unclaimed by the grasp of Night's daughters, burning an angry red as if it were attempting to burst into flame. And he knew who it had been. By the gods, he had known. There could be no other. The simple fact that he had been present gave it away, but those eyes belonged to only one person within the walls of Konoha. Uzumaki Naruto. He had been there to witness her funeral, but why? What could have driven the young man to watch as the woman he had lashed out against in retribution was put to rest? Was it guilt, respect, or was there something more, something that Inoichi could not see? He looked down into his hands and the bottle held carefully in them. He knew this wine, all the clan heads did. To think that the boy not only managed to get his hands on it, but would waste it all on a dead woman left the Yamanaka with a strange feeling. Something wasn't right. But he didn't have time to figure out what it was. Even now his clan was seething in rage, demanding the head of the Uzumaki prince. To them it was a message, a threat, and despite them not knowing what part he may have played in the young man's ire, they knew the body had been brought to him. It was enough. It was also foolish. Were anyone to attempt to harm the boy, they were likely to end up like the unfortunate Tatsuki, with a large hole torn through them. He knew from experience that any attempt to use family techniques would probably end up backfiring as they drowned forever in his mind. And politically Inoichi shivered at the thought attacking him would be disastrous. The Uzumaki had always had friends in high places and it was rumored that the daimyo of Hai no Kuni himself favored their clan. As its prince, Naruto could probably turn many of their allies against the Yamanaka clan. That was something Inoichi would rather not risk. And there was still something that didn't sit right with the man. If Naruto was upset enough to kill, why go after a clanmate who had distanced herself from the shinobi clan? Was it in an effort to somehow avoid backlash, claiming that while they were of blood they were not of his clan? But those eyes had burned with such hatred. Did he still harbor a grudge? Was he angered by her death? Did the boy somehow blame Inoichi himself for her death? It sounded preposterous, but Inoichi dealt in the mind. It was entirely possible for the boy to feel that way. And it scared him. If anger drove him to act in a way that only brought about more anger, where would this vicious cycle end? He was only a boy, but he had already proved himself dangerous. Dangerous and unpredictable. For a clan that prided themselves on reading opponents, unpredictability was every Yamanaka's worst nightmare. He did not want this boy as an enemy to his clan. His clan seemed to have different ideas. Inoichi could only pray that no one would be stupid enough to anger the prince. It was too soon for another funeral. He had only just buried his sister. The silence was only broken by soft breaths from beside her as her daughter slept peacefully through the night. Such rest would not find Kushina. She sat upright in the hotel bed she shared with her daughter, gazing out through the window at the nightlife of the town they were currently staying in. Crimson sheets matched her hair and splayed over her lap, leaving her bare torso exposed to the cool breeze that slithered in through the barely open window. Plagued, as every day, were her thoughts, filled with worry and anticipation in equal measures, hope and worry leaving her constantly on edge as she waited. Days had passed, turned to weeks and then months. It had been 2 years. Something was wrong. Her letter to Kurenai had gotten lost in delivery or her former student was refusing to respond to her inquiry to her son. Her daughter's words about the two not getting along seemed more plausible with every day her letter went unanswered. Hiruzen had been sent a dozen letters, but he had not sent another after he initially suggested she return from her trip. He knew she couldn't do that, and he knew why. Couldn't he see that she just wanted to hear how her son was doing in her absence? How were his grades? Did he make any friends yet? Meet any girls? She couldn't stand this, being completely cut off from his life. She needed something, anything, desperately to show that he was still doing okay despite her missing presence. And then there was Tsunade, the person she needed to hear from more than anyone else. It had proven difficult enough to convince the woman to return to Konoha to look after her son's health, but after hearing that the Kyuubi's chakra might be irreparably harming her son, Kushina made sure to get the best. Now all there was to do was wait. Tsunade would come through, eventually. She had faith in the woman despite her silence concerning her son. Either the Sannin would inform her that the young medic had been wrong and it was safe for her to return, or she would be informed that the medic was right and his coils had been damaged. If he was wrong, then the trip would be cancelled immediately and she'd return to Konoha at once. If he was right, then she'd be forced to continue waiting, either until Tsunade had fixed any damage, her son's coils were strong enough to resist any effects of the Kyuubi's chakra, or he reached chakra maturity and his coils were done forming. If his coils were done, then his Uzumaki healing could make up for any damages the Kyuubi's chakra might cause, but if the coils were damaged before chakra maturity, his healing factor would work against any attempt to fix the damage his chakra network had taken. Whatever the case, she would not know it, not until someone sent word she was desperate to receive. She was worried sick, but there was nothing she could do. Nothing but wait. Sliding gracefully out of bed, she took up residence on a chair by the window. Sleep would escape her this night, as it had many before. And it would for countless more. Once again, there was something beneath his tree. This time, it wore a pretty little bow. 2 chains cautiously retrieved the small box and 2 more opened it. There was a pastry inside, a roll covered in icing, and a small note that had only a picture. Chibi Hinata smiled up at him. When he turned to the window of the classroom, Hinata smiled and waved. She was a strange girl. While she was still as shy and timid as she had always been, she seemed to interact with him whenever she could. It was almost as if she didn't have anyone else. The more he thought about it, the more it seemed true. It was somewhat saddening, but it also reminded him that he was not the only one in this world who suffered. And still there were those whose suffering made all that he had experienced and all that he had ever heard who seem as paradise. There was no time to bemoan one's own troubles, it did nothing to help. No, you just had to keep moving on, always taking another step forward, never looking back. For if you looked back, you faltered and you fell deep into a sea of misery and despair from which there was no escape. To hesitate was to die. To stagnate was to die. Uzumaki Naruto did not plan on dying anytime soon. He had been hurt, yes, but he'd be hurt again. He just needed to be more careful. Watching as Hinata took her seat, he couldn't help but recall the feeling he had felt when first meeting Mito. Mine. Having freed this lamb from the dead pasture of its clan, was it not now his responsibility to watch over it? He gave a slight chuckle. He had heard people calling him a wolf before, so why was he feeling so protective of this lamb? Was it because he had once again found himself with no one? Was he so desperate to have anyone near him that he'd even accept such a timid creature as company? No, not company, she was his duty. Her clan had no doubt noticed that the seal, while present, did not work, or, he assumed that it operated as he had planned. Hinata seemed too cheerful for it to not have worked. Then again, this was a village of shinobi and his dog once said, "Look underneath the underneath." He would have to confirm that she was okay and not being forced to act like this to not raise suspicion. In a shinobi village, however, not raising suspicion also raised suspicion. That's just how it went. But, assuming they had noticed that the seal did not work despite being present, anything that happened to her because of such was his fault. Were she to be hurt because of his actions, the blame would fall upon him. Were she to be exiled from the clan, it would be he who would be expected to take her in. She was his now, his duty, his responsibility, his lamb. He'd make sure she was taken care of. Retuning to earlier suspicion, as much as he'd like to trust her and whoever it was who made this gift, without Mito's chakra to exponentially increase his healing factor, he could not risk eating food he had not prepared himself. Perhaps one day, when he had a way to check for poisons or some way to nullify them, he could enjoy something like this. Until then, however, he could not accept such a gift. Stashing it in a hole in the trunk of the tree for whatever animal might fancy it, Naruto turned his attention to the classroom. Iruka was about to start his lecture. Hidden as it was behind her books and behind her long blonde hair, she seethed. Every time she saw the girl she was interacting in some manner with him. Did she not know who he was, what he had done? This was not someone you tried to make your friend, this was someone you dragged off to prison or, better, the headman's block. Not only had this bastard murdered her aunt, but he had the gall to drag her corpse to her father. Her dad had mentioned to her mother and herself something about having entered the boy's mind on orders of the Hokage, and that made it quite obvious even to her why he had done such a monstrous thing. It was revenge, retribution, a message, warning, and threat all in one. She wasn't going to stand for it, and most of her clan felt the same. So for this girl to be friendly to him, for her to want to be close to him, it sickened her. It needed to stop, now, and if no one else would do it then it fell to her. That thing didn't deserve to have any attachments, it didn't deserve anyone. It was for the girl's own good that she be taken away. As class was dismissed for lunch, Naruto made for the roof. Rent was due soon and he needed to collect the last of it. His plans to make a quick visit to the training grounds were interrupted, however, when he spotted one Yamanaka Ino making her way to Hinata with quick steps. Crouching down upon the edge of the roof, he watched carefully. Hinata was halfway to his tree when the blonde caught up, grabbing her shoulder and throwing her to the ground. Naruto tensed, ready. Behind him a handful of chains swayed dangerously, waiting impatiently to be used. "Aino," stammered the lamb as she tried pushing herself up. The blonde sneered down at her. "And where do you think you're going, Hyuga?" She spat. "I'm going to see AF friend." "No, you were about to go see a monster." "He's not a monster," the timid girl responded. Naruto was slightly surprised she was standing up to someone, let alone for his sake. Then again, were their lives switched he'd probably do the same. She had found someone who didn't treat her like her clan, he was probably pretty important to the young girl. Ino, on the other hand, didn't seem as surprised. "You wouldn't know what he's done, would you? He's a monster and I'm not going to let him sink his claws further into you." That was enough. Not only would he rather she not inform the others, but for her to think she could come and force Hinata to follow what she said was unacceptable. He had already removed her clan's ability to control her. Who is this Yamanaka to think she would be allowed to? It was insulting. He had taken upon himself the well-being of Hinata by defying the biggest clan left within Konoha's walls. A mindwalker wasn't about to undo his work. In a flash one of his chains sped forward only to stop growing, firing off a small length of dissipating chains. The black mist streaked past the face of the Yamanaka heiress. He had yet to manage to keep them solid once he disconnected them, and so they wouldn't travel more than a foot or two before they began breaking down. Even had he aimed at the young blonde no damage would have come to her. But she didn't know that, and neither did any watching students. What?" shouted the girl in indignant disbelief. It wasn't long before her gaze found his crouched form on the roof and the eyes of her fellow students followed quickly after. Many quickly shied away. The gifts of his godfather were worn proudly today, his hunched body covered by the fur cloak as chains swayed behind him like the tails of a demon. Purple eyes looked down coldly from a face of pale skin, and his red hair served only to add further contrast. To any shinobi this might be found as an odd sight. To a group of academy students it was terrifying. Morio's tooth, which rested across the small of his back, was not normally visible. Grasping the blade as he was now, however, brought eyes to it. More than a few were intimidated by the classmate they so rarely saw. He was not like them, he was something else. If Ino was to be believed, he was a monster. Despite her tendency to gossip, right now it seemed she very well may have been right. "That is enough, Yamanaka." He did not speak as a child. It was like listening to their parents' voices spill across his lips. One day, they might come to learn that it was not a student that was before them, but a shinobi. He was a child, yes, but a shinobi still. And while he had a ways to go before being considered a true shinobi, he was far above them. Naruto leapt from the academy roof, rolling into a crouch next to Hinata. Helping her up, he rose to a stand, looking down at the shorter heiress before him. If anything, she only seemed more angered by his presence. "You," she hissed. "I," he confirmed, releasing his blade and crossing his arms over his chest. "What do you think you're doing here? You have no place amongst people." And you have no place trying to tell Hinata who she may and may not associate with. He spared the girl beside him a quick look before turning back to the angry blonde. She is under my protection. So the Uzumaki ally themselves with the Hyuga. Hinata is under my protection, the clans are as they have been. This does not concern them. It concerns them when you murder a Yamanaka. He frowned. He had not intended for such to be known throughout Konoha, but children had a tendency to talk and parents were even worse. This would probably be throughout the village by week's end. That's not true. Hinata was quick to his defense. He crushed that immediately. It is, he admitted, ignoring the young Hyuga's horrified gasp. He's a monster, he probably enjoyed every damn second of it too. Ino accused. Naruto's eyes hardened. Do not speak so lightly of that which you know nothing. What happened on that day is between Tatsuki, myself, and your father. You think I don't know, you think the entire Yamanaka clan doesn't know that you killed my aunt to get back at my father. Naruto was momentarily surprised. Tatsuki had been the clan head's sister. That he had not known. That certainly made things more complicated. His surprise, however, was taken by Ino as a sign that he hadn't expected people to know why he had torn through her aunt. That's right, we all know, and now everyone here knows it too. She may have left the clan, but she was blood, you're not going to get away with it. Biting down his anger at her accusations and restraining himself from replying with, I already have, Naruto responded calmly as if these details were unimportant. Nevertheless, Yamanaka, Hinata is under my protection. You will leave her be. If she's under your protection then she's against the entirety of the Yamanaka clan. Naruto raised a brow. Those were some rather big words. He had to wonder if she realized exactly what she was saying. Disregarding the part about himself, she was very nearly claiming the Hyuga themselves as enemies to the Yamanaka. That was a very foolish thing to do, especially in Konoha. She probably didn't mean it that way, but that's why it was so crucial to choose one's words carefully. Instead, he focused on what that implied about himself. Then your clan has proclaimed me as foe. Well, no, not yet. She admitted. Then you proclaim me an enemy of the Yamanaka. Ino froze. Her father had been going over the basics of clan law with her and she knew that it was well within her abilities to proclaim him as a foe to the clan, but that also involved the Uzumaki clan as a whole. While plenty of her clan members would be pleased should she do so, she also knew it was a bad idea to do anything of the sort without first consulting her father. No. You tell me that those under my protection are your enemy, and yet cannot proclaim me as foe. He spat on the ground. She first insults him by trying to take control over Hinata and now she insults him by refusing to follow up her words. Uzumaki Naruto was a proud young man. He did not take insults lightly. Fine, if you are too cowardly I'll do it myself. He looked about those gathered, noting several clan heirs. It wasn't perfect, but it would suffice. I, Uzumaki Naruto, he began, looking straight into the Yamanaka heiress's eyes. Of the Uzumaki clan, do renounce the Uzumaki name. The multitude of gasps were ignored. I, Naruto of Hai no Kuni, do swear, before this gathering of heirs and the people of Konohagakure, Yamanaka Ino, heiress of the Yamanaka, as my enemy for as long as I should hold grudge. As I swear myself foe to the heiress, so too do I proclaim myself enemy to the Yamanaka. By my word this is spoken, by my will let this be. Spinning on his heel, he left with one piece of advice. You'd best inform your clan, Yamanaka, lest I meet them first. And then he was gone. As her best friend Sakura approached her, Ino knew, without a doubt, that she had just fucked up. Her father was going to kill her. If Naruto didn't first. The piece clicked into place as he tried not to notice the stern, disapproving gaze aimed at him by the man across the table. When the man made no move to continue the game, he was forced to meet his uncovered eye. That was stupid. Incredibly stupid. Naruto hung his head in shame. Yeah, he admitted, his pride throbbing in pain. It was. And what was it, then, that prompted such a thoughtless decision? My pride, answered Naruto. I acted out of pride without taking the time to fully think about what I was doing. The man across from him gave a gruff grunt. Indeed. But, you said, fully think. We both know what you didn't think of. What was it you did? The pride of my clan. This was my problem, my actions. I didn't want the clan associated with them. Then be glad you at least thought of that much. Had you not renounced your clan, you would still have resources and political sway, but you would have dragged its name through the mud over a petty squabble. She may have died and you may have been the cause, but it happened. We must move on. Regret is a waste of time. The man nodded. And the dead have no need of pride, remember this. I will, but I do not expect to be able to humble myself. A snort of amusement answered his statement. I did not think you would. You just need to be more careful about where that pride of yours takes you. It's okay to have pride, it's okay to have a lot of pride, but it is unacceptable for a shinobi to lose control. Restrain yourself, even if you have to use your pride to do so. I understand, thank you for the advice, Danzo-sama. Danzo just smiled. The streets were rather crowded today, far more so than they usually were. Despite the numbers, he easily made his way through the sea of flesh. After his game with Danzo had ended, the man gave him a parting word of advice, telling him to be seen within Konoha. He had just declared himself the enemy of the Yamanaka. If he were to not be seen, he would look cowardly. While it was good to remain in the shadows, it was equally important to back up your words. No promise broken, no threat idle, and everything spoken said with absolute confidence. Anything less would damage your reputation, and reputation was rather important when it came to influence and dealing with the clans. Naruto was most definitely dealing with the clans. He would need every bit of reputation and influence he could get, especially having revoked his Uzumaki name. Confident enough people had seen him for now, he ducked quickly into the sanctuary of a local shop for a break from the masses of people. Paintings covered every inch of the walls, even more stored safely in stacks of frames. It was rather evident that whoever did these did them out of passion rather than to simply make money. Anything sold was likely used to fund the creation of more. One had to admire that in any form of craftsman or artist. Naruto allowed his eyes to wander over the multitude of canvases, each one a sea of color. For almost an hour he lost himself within the shop, taking time to examine everything. It was as someone appeared behind the counter, however, that his amethyst eyes found themselves drawn to a single piece of artwork on the wall. It was simple, not in effort, but in design. The blank canvas opened into a mouth and a gray tongue emerged from behind perfectly white teeth. It was what was on the tongue that happened to catch his attention. The design was odd, but there was no mistaking the fact that it was a seal of some sort. And, while his arm didn't react as it would with a seal such as Hinata's, it did feel a sort of pull to the image. Turning to the pale young man behind the counter who watched him curiously, a boy that couldn't be any older than himself, he inquired. Are you the painter? The boy nodded. I am, my name is Sai. A pleasure to meet you. The smile given seemed fake, unbelievably so, as eyes squinted under a head of short black hair. Then tell me, Sai, where did you see this seal? The change was instantaneous. Eyes snapped open with a seriousness Naruto had not expected to see in another his age. My, called the boy. Within 5 seconds a young woman with skin just as pale as Sai's emerged from a room behind the counter, long black hair flowing down her back and a disinterested frown gracing her face. Watch the counter, he instructed her. This gentleman was interested in the root of silence. I'm taking him to see our special selection. Just as the boys had done, her eyes hardened as they looked over him carefully. She gave a silent nod as Sai motioned Naruto to the stairway. Following up the pale young man, Naruto was brought to a small, empty room. As soon as he had closed the door behind him, he had to block the tanto that went for his neck as Sai lunged at him. His chains wrapped around the blade when it made it within a foot, and Sai was quick to surrender it to put some space between the two of them. Considering Naruto's chains had a good bit of range to them, that was probably not a good idea. Then again, neither was staying close. Taking hold of the tanto, he tossed it back to Sai's feet. The boy warily retrieved it, never taking his eyes off of Naruto's chains. I suppose I wasn't supposed to ask about the seal then. There are only 2 types of people who know about it. Considering I don't know you, it means you must be a new root agent. Root. Can't say I've heard of it, can't say I want to. What I want to hear about, however, is that seal and where I can find it. And why would you want to know that? Naruto shrugged. Curiosity. I know it's a seal, but I don't have any knowledge on sealing. I have no idea what it might be capable of. I'd like to. Sai stuck out his tongue, showing the same image that had been painted. Oh, Naruto quirked a brow. Now that's interesting. What does it do? It keeps us silent. A grin found its way to Naruto's face. He was certainly glad he had entered this store. I'm sure there's more to it than that, but you couldn't tell me if you wanted to, could you? Sai shook his head in the negative. And if I could let you? The young man narrowed his eyes in suspicion. You said you had no knowledge of seals. I don't. Naruto quickly removed his glove and unwrapped his arm to the elbow. But with this, he made a fist and showed Sai the seal that covered his right arm. I don't need any. He had been wanting to try this on another seal ever since he had changed hinatas, and this was probably the best opportunity he could get. Not only was there a seal, but secrets. In the shinobi world, there was little more valuable than secrets. These secrets were far more valuable than he could have ever hoped. The seal rippled and glowed as his finger brushed over pink flesh. Naruto could only imagine how much of a pain in the ass it must have been to first apply the seal upon such sensitive flesh. As the glow faded and he pulled back his hand, Sai looked at him quizzically. It's done, claimed Naruto, much to the other boy's disbelief. What? Don't believe me? Try saying something you would have never been able to say before. I don't know what else the seal does, but you should be able to talk now. We can change everything else later. Shooting Naruto a suspicious look, Sai complied. Taking a deep breath, he tentatively spoke. Shimura Danzo has been conducting business with Orochimaru. Dark eyes widened as the words spilled easily from his lips. You did it, he muttered. You actually changed his seal. Sai looked at Naruto with odd wonder, as if he were gazing upon a legendary shinobi of old come back from the grave. I told you I could. As confident as he sounded, Naruto was relieved that it had actually worked as he had wanted it to, which meant he really had figured out in the simplest of senses how this seal of his worked. To think, he possessed the ability to change seals however he wished within his hand. It was actually a bit terrifying. Seals could do absolutely anything if one had proper knowledge, so how much did his seal know and how? He'd have to test the limits ladder to see exactly what he could accomplish. And the other parts, you can change them too. I can, if I know what they are. Whether I will or not, however, still has yet to be decided. Sai nodded in acceptance. Yes, of course. You still know nothing about me, about us. He had to stop when Naruto raised a brow. Ah, you don't even know how many bear that seal, do you? Come, let's go somewhere we can talk about this more comfortably. After you. Naruto gestured to the door as he stepped aside. It would seem he had not forgotten that the young man he was in the room with had recently tried to kill him. He heard the girl's voice as Sai stepped into her view. About time you got back. How long does it take to dispatch a single? She froze as she saw him follow the boy down the last few steps. Why you didn't kill him? She whispered in disbelief, her dispassionate frown slipping to show her shock. Sai took a quick glance around the shop before answering, making sure no one was there to overhear what he was about to let slip from his tongue. Shimura Danzo has been meeting Orochimaru and assisting him in the creation of Otogakure. A sharp intake of breath was her reaction. It would seem a very valuable ally has wandered into our humble shop this day. Was the pale boy's way of explaining the matter. There is much to be discussed, we'll be in the main room. Make sure no one else enters. She gave a nod and Naruto once again found himself following Sai into unfamiliar territory. His hand rested itself upon Morio's tooth, just in case. Behind the counter was a small room, empty save for a table with 2 chairs and a small bookcase, atop which rested a small potted plant. Sai didn't stop here, however, and moved towards what Naruto could only assume was a storage closet. Unlike the shop entrance and upstairs room, this door slid open to show a space completely filled with unmarked boxes. Without pause, the boxes were slid aside just as the door had been moments before. A quick look to the floor of the closet revealed tracks, and when he looked back up, Sai shot him a small grin that looked far more genuine than his earlier attempts at smiling. There was another door at the back of the closet, hinged like the first two, and the boy was quick to usher him down the stairway it opened to as he closed the doors and slid the boxes back into place. Waiting for Sai to finish and pass, Naruto fell into step behind him, still not willing to show the boy his back after that little stunt upstairs. The pale young man seemed to understand and made no mention of it as they moved down into a large sitting room. Tables were scattered about, some covered in books, others in maps. Against one wall was a basic cooking area, and posted on a different wall was a large board covered in slips of paper. 4 couches circled a coffee table in the center of the room. Indicating to one of the plush blue couches, Sai proceeded to prepare drinks for the 2 of them. Naturally, Naruto had to decline. You said you needed to know the entirety of the seal's function in order to fully change it, yes? Naruto held up a hand to pause him. Yes, but first I need to know who exactly it is I'm dealing with. You've mentioned a man by the name, Shimura Danzo. I happen to know someone by the name of Danzo, tell me about the one you know. Shimura Danzo was the teammate and rival of our Sandaime Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and is the leader of Root, a private army that takes upon itself the village's dirty work, regardless of whether the village approves of it or not. I see, he wouldn't happen to have a bandaged right arm and be missing an eye, would he? Sai stiffened at the description. Yes, that's him. You must have met him then. I have. Naruto nodded. You say his private army is called Root, what can you tell me about them? They are the shadows that protect the great tree of Konoha. Each one is trained and conditioned to serve without question, and they answer only to Danzo himself. They have no emotion, no thoughts that do not pertain to the mission. Compared to the average shinobi within Konoha's employ, they are far superior, having been trained like Anbu from the age of 6 onwards. They are, in a way, Danzu's equivalent of Hiruzen's Anbu, and serve much the same purpose. Earlier you claimed not to recognize me, and that must have made me Root. What is it you and your compatriots have against the organization? Sai looked down at the coffee table for a few moments to gather his thoughts. They took everything from us. Our families, our identities, our very lives, and when they realized that some of us were of no use to them, they tossed us away. Naruto's brows rose dramatically. From the way he was talking, had Sai been one of those Root operatives? This had the potential to become an extremely beneficial opportunity for him. A group of biter warriors trained for most of their lives before being tossed out, possessing seals they didn't seem too fond of and that he could remove without effort. Naruto had mused the thought of having himself a pack, but this might be the perfect chance to make one. It was difficult for him to keep the pleased smile that threatened to form from crossing his lips. It wasn't time for that, not yet. He could revel in his victory later, when it was secured. For now, he had more to learn about those who were so spiteful towards the shadows that guarded the great tree. As Sai had yet to volunteer any more information, it was up to Naruto to keep it flowing. From the way you speak of it, am I to assume that you were, at one point, part of Root? The pale boy nodded. Yes, I was, we all were. We trained for years, doing everything we could to perfect our skills, but it didn't matter. Emotional conditioning is the final step in the training process. We failed. As hard as they tried, we could not let go of the emotions that kept us human, not fully, and so we were considered failures and removed from the program. He was not worried about you betraying. The seal was the first thing given to us. It prevents us from speaking of anything that could harm the organization or Danzo and keeps us from disobeying any of his orders. He has a seal that complex. He had help. Orochimaru of the Sannin is not renowned for his sealing knowledge, but his genius easily makes up for what he does not know. He had been at one time the rival to Namikaze Minato, who is well known to be one of the greatest seal masters in generations. Orochimaru no doubt picked some of it up just being around our Yondaime Hokage. Even so, to be able to stop you from disobeying someone, I can't help but wonder how it functions. You can't tell. Naruto shook his head. The seal on my arm tells me nothing. I simply think about what I want and it changes the seal accordingly. He looked down at his covered arm. I don't even know what it's called or who it was who placed it upon me. Something that advanced would have had to come from someone at least as skilled with seals as the Yondaime himself, but I'm not sure even his knowledge would have been enough to create such a thing. It is, however, a very powerful gift, one both you and I should be thankful for. A small smile split Naruto's lips. Of course the boy was still focused on changing his seal, who would want to be bound to someone they hated. Well spoken. So, if the seal keeps you loyal, why would he throw you out? For the good of Konoha. Sai grudgingly admitted. We cannot fit into route due to our emotions and the way they affect our thoughts during missions, but we are all trained as shinobi despite having civilian status. Should there be an invasion or other such crisis, we would be able to help protect evacuating civilians and assist Konoha's forces. Naruto's respect for the old man increased greatly hearing that. Others may have disposed of failures, but to have found such a use for them was impressive. They didn't seem too pleased by it, if Sai's words were anything to go by, but even they had to admit it was probably the best way for Danzo to make use of the shinobi he had trained. A sound idea, but you do not seem happy about it. We're not. We were trained for more than protecting civilians in the case of an emergency. Some of us have done a decent job readjusting into society, but many of us have not. We shouldn't be here, hiding, waiting, we should be doing something. Covert ops, delivery of sensitive material, tipping the balance between factions, anything would be welcome at this point. Anything. Something about the way he said it made Sai pause. After a moment he met Naruto's eyes and nodded in the affirmative. Anything, we can't continue like this. Including letting me change your seals from Danzo to myself. Sai stared at him in shock. He has no further use for you, I do. If you need purpose so much you can serve me as you would have him. I need a moment, please excuse me. Sai stopped partway to the stairs, turning back to the man who had offered him the closest thing he would ever manage to get to the purpose he was created for. Do you mind if I speak about your offer to Mai? She is in the same position as myself. Naruto waved him off with a casual flick of his wrist. Do as you will, my offer extends to all of you. Should it end up being 1 or 100, I shall be pleased. Though he didn't see it, Sai gave Naruto a quick nod before starting his ascent. It was not long before his return. Standing silently to the side of the couch Naruto was sitting in, Sai quickly fell to his knee. I cannot yet speak for the others, but if you free us from him we are yours to command. Naruto didn't even try to stop the large grin that devoured his face. Then from this day forth, you are mine. Deep, calming breaths were doing nothing to abate his anger. Arms crossed over his chest, he looked down at his seat as she fidgeted before under his wrathful gaze. You did what? He hissed through clenched teeth, straining every fiber of his will to keep from yelling. And not me, she claimed. It was him, he claimed that I was his enemy and so was our clan. The look on his face said that he didn't believe her for a second. That's so, came his growl. So you mean to tell me he just decided to make an enemy out of our clan on a whim? He killed Aunt Tatsuki. We don't know that, we don't know anything about what happened. He paused before he had a chance to lose control. Gods above, had he really raised a child that couldn't stop and think? They were of the Yamanaka for fuck's sake, the mind was everything to them. Even if he did, Inoichi continued. And even if we consider it retribution for what I did to him, he has made no further move against us. For all intents and purposes, we had a ceasefire, a neutrality distrustful as it may have been. Now, that has been broken, and by my old child. He shook his head mournfully. I had hoped to keep this from happening by stopping the others from going against him, but it would seem I should have focused upon you. I wasn't trying to make him an enemy. She claimed, ashamed to be standing before her father and admitting her mistakes. I wasn't even trying to interact with him. Inoichi paused for a moment. Finally, he commanded, explain. I had noticed that Hinata had been interacting with him. Her father drew a sharp breath when she mentioned the former Hyuga heiress. Sweet merciful gods above, he prayed desperately that she had not somehow also dragged the Hyuga clan into this mess. Uzumaki was bad enough, but the Hyuga would turn them to dust without effort and without any chance to make amends. I couldn't stand someone trying to be friendly to that monster, she continued, off-put when her father growled at what she had called the boy. So I tried to convince her to stay away from him during lunch. And he didn't like that. She gave a shiver at the memory of him crouched on the academy roof, peering down upon her like a predator waiting to pounce upon prey. He claimed that she was under his protection and that I was to leave her alone. Inoichi's fists clenched. He had no doubt figured out where this was going. I asked him if the Uzumaki had joined with the Hyuga and he said that the clans had nothing to do with it. She stopped, hesitant to tell her father of her next words. You brought her up, didn't you? I did. Ino nodded, never meeting her father's gaze. He got angry and told me not to talk about things I knew nothing about. He said the matter was between you, auntie, and himself. Inoichi nodded. It was a truth he wished more of his own clan could comprehend. If he wasn't so busy trying to keep them from doing something stupid, he might have the chance to actually speak with the boy and sort the mess out. Or he would have, had his daughter not driven the young man to start this feud between clans. Indeed it is, continue. He then told me it had nothing to do with the matter at hand. Hinata was under his protection and that was final. Having thought about her words the whole way home in order to make her father see that it wasn't as bad as it seemed, she knew that it was even worse than she had previously believed. She took a deep breath and pressed forward. I said that if she was under his protection then she was an enemy to the Yamanaka. I had hoped he would back off. Inoichi scoffed. The last time he had spoken to the Sandaime he learned that Naruto was a proud boy, even when he had nothing for him to be proud of. That was foolish and shameful, he admonished. As a Yamanaka you should have been able to see that he is a proud creature. Trying to intimidate him into backing off by threatening someone he claimed to be protecting would do nothing but spur him on. Not only that, but you also threatened a Hyuga. He would have gained quick allies with them if they wished for retribution. I know, I didn't think out my words properly. He responded by asking if the clan had declared him an enemy. And how did you respond? I told him that he wasn't, not yet. He asked me if I had declared him an enemy. I remembered then what you had been teaching me about clan law, so I froze. I knew I needed to consult with you about something like this first, but he didn't like my hesitation. She admitted. I think he was insulted that I could not answer. Well, at least she wasn't completely hopeless as a Yamanaka. Someone as prideful as Naruto would indeed be insulted by such. As he should have been. It meant you didn't have the strength to back up your words and that you hadn't taken things seriously enough to know what was going on before you opened your mouth. I would be insulted too. I take it this was the moment he declared us his enemy. His daughter nodded. At least the Hyuga haven't been pulled into this, having the Uzumaki as our enemy is bad enough. This was her chance to escape, but she knew she had to tell him everything lest he try to tackle this challenge without all the facts. To-san. Yes, Ino. His voice conveyed the weariness he felt at the moment. She hoped this might make it better. The Uzumaki aren't our enemies, it's just Naruto. He shook his head. It doesn't matter, as an Uzumaki any feud he has is a feud of his clan. Well, that's just it. Right before he declared as his enemy, he renounced his clan name. It made it worse. Inoichi tensed immediately, going completely stiff. Are you absolutely sure that's what he did? His face had gone pale and there was a trembling in his hands. Why yes daddy. Inoichi took a seat and stared out at space for a few moments before meeting her eyes. Then there is nothing holding him back. Even a day later he couldn't help the small grin resting upon his lips. He may not have many yet, but it was a start, his start. No longer was he relying upon the name of his clan or the political influence they held, but rather he had started to create his own. Yes, he was currently a small fish floundering within shallow water and bringing unwanted attention to it, but he would make himself one of the great sharks that lived within the dark of Konoha's political sea. Then again, why stop at Konoha? Sai had given him approximate numbers and with that many he may be able to start expanding far sooner than he had thought possible. Of course, it would also mean expanding far too soon. He would need to establish a solid foundation before his tower could start piercing the sky. Mai was tending to the shop today as Sai notified as many ex-agents as he could find. With just 2 of them there was little he could do, but that would change in time. He'd just have to be patient. From his usual perch Naruto could see Hinata through the windows. She had switched seats, moving to sit by the window closest to him and keeping the Yamanaka heiress within her sights at all times. And while the blonde may have glanced in Hinata's direction a handful of times, she had made no move to approach and shown no signs of hostility. No doubt her father told her how foolish she was to go after a Hyuga, the results could have been catastrophic for her clan. Turning his attention to the form of his teacher as the man stood up from his desk, ready to start today's lessons, he was mildly surprised when the door to the classroom opened and someone else entered. The black hair looked familiar, but the defeated slump was not. It took a moment for Naruto to place him. Uchiha, Sasuke. So it would seem another Uchiha had managed to survive. Curious. He had to wonder exactly how much the young man actually knew. But, more importantly, he had to wonder. What might your relationship to Makoto be? Naruto, she called as she entered their usual training ground. The young man was quick to cease his practice with his chakra chains and make his way over to her. Yes, Yugao-sensei. She had to admit, she really liked the sound of that. Maybe when she was satisfied with her career in Anbu she could take on a team before her retirement. She still had yet to become an Anbu captain yet, though, so that was still quite a ways off, assuming that she managed to live that long. She was a kunoichi, after all. She had a much shorter life expectancy than a civilian woman. I have heard of your recent issues with the Yamanaka clan. I trust I do not need to tell you how foolish that was. You do not, Yugao-sensei. I am aware of my mistakes. She gave a sharp nod. Good. Now, we've been focusing on improving your abilities with chakra chains through the use of various chakra exercises, but I think it prudent to teach you some more skills that you can put to use immediately now that you have enemies within the village. Of course, what will we be doing first? I've noticed you have a blade. Am I right to assume you have no formal training with it? That is correct, I only recently obtained it. Understandable, may I see it? Without another word he unsheathed the blade and surrendered it to her waiting hand. She spent a moment running a quizzical eye over it before handing it back. An interesting blade, does it have a name? Anyone who cared for a blade named it if the blacksmith hadn't already. Some names made no sense, given for purely sentimental reasons or because they sounded cool, but others could reveal a lot about the blade or the one who had so lovingly crafted it. This, he smiled fondly down at his gift, is Morio's tooth. Morio's tooth. As in the Morio's tooth. It may not have been as famous as the Kusanagi, but it was a well-known blade. How could he have possibly gotten his hands on such a thing? There were people who would give anything for such an infamous blade, it was sure to attract attention in the future. The very same, he confirmed. How on earth did you manage to get it? That, sensei, he smirked. Is a secret. It had been a long time since his old rival had looked so pleased with himself. He could have gone with it being longer. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked across his desk to the elderly man sitting across it. Of course, if Danzo was old then so was he, and Sarutobi was not old, he was vintage. The bandaged, vintage shinobi said nothing, just smirking at him and waiting for the cage to speak first. Eventually Hiruzen caved with a sigh. What is it, Danzo? What has you so damn pleased? Well, you happen to know I like to sit in the park, do you not? Yes, at the table we used to play at, what of it? I met a most curious opponent recently. He happens to remind me of myself, actually. He gave a slight chuckle at the end. And please tell me how this is any of my concern, Danzo. I don't care who it is you play board games with in your spare time, though for men our age it's usually grandchildren. Oh, I was simply under the impression that you were rather close to his family. Then again, he recently renounced his clan name, didn't he? Hiruzen froze. No, there was no way he was talking about Naruto. If Danzo had managed to sink his claws into the boy, a shiver tore its way through the aged cage's body. Such could not be allowed to happen. What are you up to, Danzo? What are you trying to accomplish using Naruto? At the moment, nothing at all. For some strange reason Hiruzen wasn't inclined to believe the man. And so you decided to come tell me that. Why? Naruto can make his own decisions and it's not illegal for the two of you to meet. Of that I am quite aware. But to think you would hide him from me. Danzo shook his head. Shame on you, Hiruzen, he's just like me. You should have introduced us. That's exactly what I was trying to avoid. One of you is more than enough, I do not need a second. You speak as if I was trying to change him, he was already like me when we first met. You'd have two of us regardless of if we had ever met. I had hoped to delay it long enough to resume my retirement. Fair enough, conceded Danzo. Now, was that all you came here to do, Danzo? Let me know that you had met young Naruto. Of course not, I came to tell you you've lost him. Hiruzen shot Danzo a dirty look. And how do you figure that? Because he doesn't trust you anymore. That's nothing new, scoffed Hiruzen. I lost it weeks ago. But that doesn't mean I can't regain it. Danzo's grin split his face. Not when I'm the one he goes to for advice, you can't. Danzo left his office, still grinning in a manner that made Hiruzen wonder if the veteran shinobi needed help. He couldn't blame him though. Naruto's trust was hard to obtain, especially these days. And, while it might not mean much at the moment, both he and Danzo knew exactly how much that trust would be worth in the future. It would be enough to completely tip the balance. Hiruzen only prayed it would be in the right direction. Could he be any more goddamn proud of the boy? Gods above, he hoped not, because this didn't seem like it would end anytime soon. It felt like just yesterday that he watched the boy take his first life, and now he was taking on an entire clan by himself. It was almost enough to move him to tears. It would probably move the Yamanaka to tears, too, but that was for completely different reasons. He'd have to keep a closer eye out on the boy now, not to help him with whatever his plans were, but to make sure it was covered up properly. The thought of what he might have to cover up almost made him giddy with excitement. Mutilated corpses, fires, kidnappings, political sabotage. Maybe he'd end a few careers or break up some relationships. He could find some way to revoke their clan status within the elemental courts, or turn all the other clans against them. Maybe he'd just stick to harmless pranks, but that wasn't much fun. Oh, there were just so many ways that the boy could hurt them, the possibilities were so deliciously endless. And that was to say nothing about how Kushina would react when she learned that the Yamanaka were the enemies of her son. She'd be pissed about him revoking his name, of course, but she'd probably take that out on the Yamanaka too. This could prove to be so entertaining that he may not read his Ika as much as he usually did. In fact, speaking of Ika, what if he did something like that? Kakashi couldn't help but giggle perversely at the thought. Naruto could somehow marry the Yamanaka heiress, or seduce clan members, maybe he could even have a child with Yamenka blood. Ooh, how sweet a revenge that would prove to be. Then again, Naruto could have done this knowing that Inoichi would do his best to keep his clan in line and might not have any real intention of doing anything. Just because someone was your enemy didn't mean you had to attack. It may not have been nearly as fun, but it was valid. Still, Kakashi hoped that wasn't the case. The heiress had challenged him. It wouldn't do if the only repercussion of her actions was some hostility between the Yamanaka clan and a 10-year-old boy. If Naruto didn't do anything, he might. Naruto might not like it, but he was unlikely to learn if Kakashi had been doing things to make the Mindwalkers tense and paranoid. It could be fun, so long as he didn't push too far. The last thing he wanted was to drive the clan to lash out at him before he was prepared to take them. No, it was probably better to just lay and wait for now. Either Naruto would act or an opportunity to act on his behalf would surface. After all, any enemy of Naruto was an enemy of Hitaki Kakashi. Sai had spent the last 2 weeks gathering up everyone he could find. Naruto was rather pleased with the results. 22 fully trained root failures stood at relaxed attention before him. Sai, who had quickly taken on the role of his right-hand man and second in command, stood in the same stance just behind him. Mai was currently above them, manning the shop and ensuring they were not interrupted. 24 people were now his to wield as he saw fit, and all because of a seal he knew very little about, and he had ducked into a shop to avoid the crowds of Konoha's busy marketplace. Looks like his luck was starting to turn around. Hopefully, this would not be like the other times things had started to look good before crashing down around him. Purple eyes quickly ran over the figures before them, taking note of the dark black clothing they all wore. It wasn't what he wanted them to be in, but there wasn't much of a choice right now. They all had similar uniforms from their root training, and he didn't currently have the funding to change it. What he did have the funding for, however, were the masks they now wore. 22 vicious wolves snarled back at him, their visage forever trapped within white porcelain. The masks had not been cheap, wiping out most of his saving and a good chunk that Sai and Mai had managed to accumulate with their little shop, but looking at his forces, he knew it had been worth it. Shizune usually called him, little thief, but there had been once when she told him how people had compared him to a wolf. For the remainder of that day she had called him, Wolf Prince. And she wasn't the only one to liken him and his behavior to a wolf. Both Dog and Yugao sensei had brought it up several times, mentioning that most of the Anbu thought the same. Naruto was fine with that, being called a wolf was actually rather flattering, and now he had himself a pack to further cement the views of those around him. He was a wolf, this was his pack, and they would be legendary. But the time for that was not now, not when they were still so new, so vulnerable. For now they would stick to the safety of the shadows, growing within the concealing darkness until they were strong enough to stand in the light and under the harsh glare of the sun. It could be months from now, but it could just as easily be years. It mattered little, Naruto had patience enough to see this through to fruition. Even if it took him the next century, his pack would make a mark upon history. Depending on the whims of the gods, he may even have the opportunity to write some of it. It had been a very long time since he had last worn something like this. Tattered brown cloth clung tightly around him, rough and dirty. His original cloak had been given to Makoto when she had fled the village, but it was unlikely that anyone would have been able to tell the difference. He wasn't a fan of this cloak, much preferring the one his mysterious godfather had sent him, but that was far too identifying for his current task. 4 wolves crouched behind him, blanketed in the darkness of the overhanging roof. 2 more were closer to the target and a half-dozen of them lay in wait further ahead. He had not spent much time planning this, to be completely honest. Not nearly as much as he should have considering what he was trying to attempt, but it would have to suffice. This was not nearly important enough to him to warrant such careful and detailed planning, but it was something he needed to do. If nothing else, this would give him a good idea of his wolves' ability. He really wasn't someone who could accurately judge their skill, but even he could recognize when someone was good. As it stood, he knew almost nothing about their training save for the fact that it was, supposedly, Anbu level. The thought that he might have a whole pack of dogs sent a shiver down his spine. It was a terrifyingly exhilarating thought, but he knew that Dog was no average Anbu. No, that man was far above Anbu level, in a class all his own. It would not surprise him to one day seeing the man wear the cage hat. Taking one last look at his wolves, he prepared to make his move only to freeze mid-launch. He had not planned on her being here. It took him a moment to remember that he had originally seen his target visiting that woman. It was a wonder he had forgotten when he had learned most of his more favored choice words by listening to the woman speak. But when he had last met her she seemed to have no recollection of him either, so perhaps it was not so odd that he had forgotten. She sat down next to the target, both chatting happily, and Naruto found himself with a problem. Not only was she going to make this more difficult, but he had been trying to avoid her for both their sakes. Going after her friend was bound to cause trouble he would rather avoid. He could call it all off easily, losing only the ability to see his forces in action, but was that what he wanted to do? He could always see how they worked later. This opportunity was nothing and he really gained very little from it aside some good karma. Karma that, he regretfully admitted, he was probably in dire need of if he wanted any hope in his luck not turning completely around yet again. This was, after all, more for her good than his own. Sure, he may get an ally in her, but the chances were kind of slim. This wasn't the same case as his wolves, but far closer to the situation Hinata had been in. Of course, his target evidently had friends, which Hinata had sorely lacked. Maybe it wouldn't be so bad to call this all off and leave her the way she was. Sure, he had heard about how much she hated it though he still had no idea as to why, but she had friends and a good career going for her. She'd lived with it this long, too, she was most likely perfectly capable of coping with its presence. So, did he do a good deed and potentially gain an ally, or did he back up and save himself a lot of trouble? Ah, who was he kidding? Trouble always seemed to find him, it was best he not try to avoid it. Turning to the wolves, he beckoned one closer. Yes, my lord. From the voice alone it was a young woman, probably 16 at the oldest. We're sticking to the plan, but there's been a complication. He jerked his head to the table his target was sitting at. His young soldier peered down to the table for a moment before turning back to his face, staring from behind the safety of her mask. I understand, we'll keep her from interfering. Naruto nodded. See to it you do. Remember, non-lethal and avoid being seen by the populace of Konoha. If she ends up seeing you, so be it, but I would prefer not to be exposed to so many people so soon. From her crouched position she snapped a fist over her heart. By your command, my liege. Retreating back to her comrades, she relayed his orders, the three others turning from her and giving him a nod to show they understood. If that hadn't been enough, the three gave him the same salute she had and whispered quietly, "We hear and obey, Naruto-sama." Satisfied, he turned his attention back to the two women having lunch below them, waiting for the most opportune moment to strike. For the next hour and a half the sun beat down upon them, a world of activity swirling beneath their feet, but Naruto and his wolves did not move. Cold wind had blown about them, manipulating what few leaves remained in a dance like some master puppeteer. The sharp contrast between the cold air and hot sun had not been pleasant, but the two kunoichi seemed comfortable enough. At long last, an opportunity presented itself. They had not moved more than a yard from the outdoor table before Naruto had launched himself off the roof and into the crowd below, ducking and weaving amongst the sea of people as he zeroed in on the two unsuspecting women. Takeout boxes had been precariously stacked within his target's arms and quickly found their way to the ground as he quite purposely ran into her. He offered no word of apology as he turned to face them, never slowing, the upper half of his face covered by his makeshift cloak. His uncaring frown had turned into an aggravating smirk before he turned away from them and continued on his way as if nothing had happened. He did not see the fury that crossed the woman's face, or the surprised look that crossed her friend's, but he did hear her outraged cry. "Hey, that was my food, you little shit. Get the fuck back here." He didn't have to look behind him to know she had given chase. The fearful looks on the faces of the people in front of him as they scrambled away said more than enough. However, that didn't mean he didn't look back anyway, shooting her a smug grin and casually flipping her off. If she wasn't enraged before, she was now. Through half of Konoha he ran, relying on his smaller size to slip through crowds and around obstacles, making sure she was always close enough to see him. He wouldn't have had to worry about her giving up, for with every second he evaded her she grew increasingly infuriated. They were nearing the training grounds when she had become angry enough to start throwing kunai. The sharp pieces of metal whizzed past his face at speeds he wasn't entirely comfortable with. He was fast enough to throw off her aim, but he was nowhere near fast enough to catch the flying instruments of shabby death or have any chance of blocking them. Luckily, she still had enough common sense not to go throwing around jutsu against an unknown within Konoha's walls. Though rude, it was not illegal to run into someone, nor were they then forced to make amends. It was, however, quite illegal to use jutsu against civilians. And while she may have suspected him to have been shinobi trained, she had no real way to tell. It was not a risk she was willing to take. He was damn fortunate in that regard. Dodging another kunai as his feet first hit the grass of the training ground, it was time to act. Mitarashi Anko never saw it coming. She cursed in her mind. Anko was far too rash sometimes and was prone to rather violent tendencies. It wouldn't be good if she were to act without thinking and somehow injure the boy that had run into them. The council had it out for her enough. The last thing they needed was for Anko to give the council a legitimate reason to go after her. That, and there was something strangely familiar about the boy. Hadn't she heard of a young man in such a cloak running about the great village of Konoha? She couldn't quite remember, and it was driving her mad as she raced to catch up to the two. She had just reached the end of the tree line that encircled the training ground when she found a knife to her throat and a hand over her mouth. She was aware of a second presence pushing a blade against her right side. She managed to just make out the white mask before her movement was halted by the second presence pulling her head back by her hair, making it far easier for the first assailant to keep his blade to her neck. Looking down her nose, she could, albeit with some difficulty, make out the cloaked boy being chased by Anko. He had gone straight for the middle of the grounds despite having a better chance to lose the Tokubetsu Junin in the forests that surrounded it. It was then that she realized the boy had no intention of escaping his pursuer. No, He was leading her here and Kurenai wasn't in a position to warn her best friend about the danger. Her fears were confirmed when the young man lifted up his arm, bent at the elbow and fingers splayed. The boy wasn't alone, and seeing that the two holding her didn't move in the slightest as he prepared to signal meant there were even more than those holding her captive. She had to wonder if perhaps the council had finally gotten tired of trying to do things legitimately and had swooped to hiring a group to take care of Enko once and for all. A fist clenched in the air and her best friend was suddenly on the ground, pinned by 5 individuals wearing the same black clothing and porcelain wolf masks. A 6th stood next to the boy much like a guard. It would seem as though they had used some rather valuable bait. She realized as soon as he tossed off his hood, revealing a crown of crimson hair. Naruto. What was he doing with these people? Why were they after Enko? She'd have loved to ask, but her captors didn't seem like the chatty type, if the blades they kept to her were any indication. 2 more figures emerged then, one from either side of her. So there had been 4 behind her then. They must have been there the whole time with the sole purpose of keeping her away. They had failed or were unconcerned with her, bearing witness to their activities so long as she was unable to interrupt them. The boy in the middle of the field didn't speak, or at least didn't appear to, as he kneeled down in the grass next to her friend. Almost gently he pulled her clothes from her neck, showing the world the accursed symbol that branded her as the discarded protégé of Orochimaru. There was nothing, save Orochimaru himself, that Mitarashi Enko hated more. But with a simple touch, it was gone. I grant you freedom from your seal, Mitarashi-san. Live well. The voice was soft, but it carried well enough to Kurenai's ears. She couldn't believe what she had witnessed, but there was no denying that the seal had been removed. The two holding her loosened their grip ever so slightly, removing their blades but keeping her arms secure. We suggest you take her home, Yuahi, she is bound to be confused. With that the 4 surrounding her disappeared, as did the 5 atop her best friend. Naruto and his guard stayed only long enough for Kurenai to draw close. Giving her a look devoid of any sort of emotion, he turned his amethyst eyes from her and was whisked away by the masked man by his side. Falling in the same spot Naruto had so recently occupied, she was quick to examine her friend for any other damage. Is it really gone? Enko asked. She still lay on the ground, but her head had turned to look at her only real friend, her eyes wide with disbelief but filled with a spark of hope. Yeah, it's gone. A large weight seemed to lift itself from Enko in that moment, but her face quickly turned to a scowl. What's wrong? Kurenai asked, confused. Shouldn't she be jumping for joy right about now? How am I supposed to celebrate when that fucker spilled all my dango? With the adrenaline leaving her system and relief flooding her heart, Kurenai couldn't help it. She threw her head back and laughed. Enko wasn't amused. I want my dango, damn it. Squirming against his bonds did the man no good. He had not been captured by amateurs, but by those who had been trained as weapons for their entire lives. There was no way a rather unskilled chunin such as himself was going to be able to escape them, not when he had been enjoying a cushy administration job within Konoha these past few years. If he got out of this he was going to resume his training immediately. The metal chair he was tied to squeaked again as he pushed against his ropes once more, drawing the attention of one of his silent guards. The visage of a snarling wolf was more than enough to convince him to sit still. When the door to the far side of the small metal room he found himself in opened, both guards snapped into Konohagakure no Sato's official salute, adopted from the Hai no Kuni they were located within. He was surprised when the person entering was a young boy. That surprise turned to horror when he identified him. He had heard that Naruto, formerly Uzumaki Naruto, had declared the Yamanaka heiress and her clan his enemy, but he hadn't really believed it. There was talk about going against the boy, but most of it was just nonsense spewed while drinking. Anything that wasn't had been quickly put to a stop to by their clan head, Inoichi. That man wanted to do everything possible from escalating the conflict. Evidently, his clan's opponent was not of the same mindset. This was not looking to be a good day to be Yamanaka Kira. It had been almost a month now since he had become an enemy of the Yamanaka, and Naruto was actually rather disappointed. They had done absolutely nothing so far. No move against him, no move to gain allies, nothing. But that was fine. Their heiress had already shown herself to be weak when it came to her own conviction, but Naruto was not. It may have been a hasty decision, but these people were his enemy now. By the gods, he was going to make them realize that. And now he had forces of his own to back him up. Moving to the man bound to the only piece of furniture in the room, Naruto couldn't help but give a vicious grin. It was not a good idea to let the wolf strike first. He had sent out a letter to the court of High no Kuni the day he had first renounced his name, and it was just today that he had received a confirmation. His renouncement had been acknowledged by the court, and that meant he didn't have to worry about the Uzumaki name being dragged into this. He was free to act, and there was nothing to hold him back. Withdrawing a freshly sharpened kunai from his pouch, Naruto got to work. He was awoken by a scream that sent him flying out of his bed and thudding down the hallway. Bursting into his daughter's bedroom, Inoichi froze. His daughter had turned on the lamp that rested upon her nightstand, and it illuminated clearly what had been done to the wall across from her bed. The wolves prowl beneath the shade of the great tree. He didn't even need to question whether or not the crimson writing was actually genuine. As a shinobi, he knew exactly what it was when he first laid eyes upon it, and the smell was unmistakable. As unmistakable as the long blonde hair that hung down the wall, tied to a kunai that had been quite solidly jammed in. It was probably what had woken his daughter. Also of note was the fact that dangling from the end of what could only be the hair of a Yamanaka was the skull of a canine. A wolf, if the words written upon his daughter's wall was anything to go on. He was aware of his wife comforting his daughter and moved towards the curtains, dancing in the cool night breeze. The window had not been open earlier. He had made sure it was locked himself when checking on his sleeping daughter before retiring to bed. He had been worried that Naruto might try something and had hoped it would be enough to dissuade the boy. But he did not know who these wolves were. Peering out into the night, he quickly got his answer. Directly across from him, crouched upon a nearby roof, Naruto stared back at him. Flanking the boy were two figures in wolf masks, both standing on the downward slope of the roof behind him so as to just barely reach the same height as the former Uzumaki. Cold amethyst eyes gazed at him impassively. Your move. They dared him. This was more than a threat, this was a show of power. Naruto could have very easily taken the life of the Yamanaka heiress, his sworn enemy, but, more than that, he could have taken the life of the clan head's daughter, Inoichi's daughter, his daughter. The thought filled his heart with dread. If anything, the boy was being merciful by giving this warning. It was obvious that the lack of action on the part of one of Konoha's clans had displeased him. They were a large group of trained family members and he was, or had been, a single boy, and yet they had not moved against him. He must have assumed that they thought little of him to ignore the fact that they were enemies. This was his way of reminding them exactly who they were dealing with. They would not have to be reminded again. Yes, Inoichi had known he was a threat, but that's why he was trying to avoid instigating anything further. It would seem his efforts had backfired, insulting the prideful creature on the roof across from him and bringing this upon himself. The boy made no move other than to point towards the gates of the clan compound, where he noticed a group of his clanmates shouting in panic. When he turned back, there was no sight of the boy, nor his wolves. The clan would need to be made aware. And he would have to come up with a way to fix this mess. Unacceptable. Unfucking acceptable. They thought they could stand against his godson. The godson of Orochimaru. The fools. Hasty steps thudded down the corridors of his home, passing terrified works and cautious soldiers. You too, with me, now. Without argument, but with a great deal of trepidation, two Oto shinobi fell in line behind their master. Deeper and deeper they went, until Orochimaru had finally found what he had been looking for. In a room completely dedicated to studying the various clans of Konoha, the snake Sannin made his way to the far wall, where failed experiments were being preserved within special tubes. Bloated bodies twisted into inhuman shapes cried out in agony at his approach, their minds having been driven to almost nothing by his cruel experiments in an effort to understand the mind powers of the Yamanaka. Translucent skin did nothing to hide what lay within, veins pulsing with thick black liquid that the Sannin knew for a fact felt like the burning of 1,000 suns as it pumped through the flesh. He hadn't ever found a use for them, until now. Orochimaru turned to the Oto shinobi behind him, both staring in unconcealed horror at what they were being shown. They had seen a lot working for him, but nothing like this. Gesturing the bodies that, while deformed, were unmistakably of Yamanaka blood, the pale man gave his orders. Take them to Konoha, all of them, and place them all around the Yamanaka compound. I want some nailed to the walls, I want some impaled on spikes in public spaces, I want people to wake up to them in their beds. Let them know that their loved ones have returned and that they'll share the same fate if they think they can go against the godson of Orochimaru of the Sannin. Why yes, Orochimaru-sama. Orochimaru went to walk away before he paused, turning to look over his shoulder. Cut a few of them open, he commanded, and fill them with explosive notes. I don't want them to ever forget what it means to cross my Crimson Prince. Kurenai gave a sigh as she followed around her best friend. Well, followed wasn't all that accurate. As she was dragged around, was more like it, the Tokubetsu Junin refusing to release her hand as they searched for the elusive purple-eyed wolf. 2 weeks after she had been released from Orochimaru's Ten no Juin, she decided that she probably needed to meet the boy and thank him. She mentioned something about it being the proper thing to do, but Anko was never proper, as her choice in clothing could attest to. But whatever reasons the woman had for wanting to thank the boy so much easily attributed to how significant this was to her, she had dragged Kurenai along. Quite literally. But the Genjutsu mistress had searched for the better part of 2 years. What made Anko think she was going to find him in just one afternoon? Hey, Kakashi. Anko waved down a dog-masked Anbu who lazily dropped down to approach them. I'm on duty, Mitarashi, you can't be giving out my name like that. The woman just shrugged, uncaring. You know Naruto, right? I do. He offered no more than that. Then where is it he lives? Even hidden behind his mask, Kurenai could see Kakashi's brow raise questioningly. And why exactly do you need to know something like that? Instead of answering immediately, Anko proudly pulled her shirt away from her neck, revealing unblemished skin. I need to thank the brat for getting rid of it for me. Only Kurenai heard the growl he gave when Anko called the boy a brat. If you show him the proper respect as the one who had the capabilities of doing something like that, I'll take you to his apartment. Kakashi actually knew where he lived. Kurenai nearly smacked herself. Of course he did. As distanced as he had always been fond of his sensei's children. She really should have asked him near the beginning of this mess, but at the same time there was no guarantee that he would have actually given up Naruto's location. Deal, now let's go get this over with. Despite trying to sound like this was the last thing she wanted to be doing, it was easy to hear the excitement in the woman's voice. With a shrug, Kakashi grabbed their shoulders and a moment later they were before a rather plain residence. Have fun, you two, I don't do anything I wouldn't. Kakashi paused, except little boys, I suppose. I might not do them, but if you really want to show your gratitude, he trailed off with a shrug, disappearing before the kunai Kurenai threw at him had a chance to make contact. Damn pervert, the red-eyed woman muttered, shaking her head. Knocking gently on the door, they were surprised when it was opened a moment later by a young girl with long black hair. She seemed just as surprised to see people knocking on the door. Naruto. The girl called back into the apartment, there are 2 women here to see you. She gave Anko a quick once-over before adding, and I think one of them's a hooker. Kurenai had to hold back the fuming woman before she attacked the girl who couldn't be older than 12. I'll see you tomorrow, alright. There was a muffled response but the girl seemed to hear it well enough, slipping through the doorway and starting down the street. Go on in, he'll be with you in a minute. She called back without looking. Pushing her friend into the residence of her sensei's son before she had a chance to run after the girl, Kurenai was surprised by how simple and clean it was. There was a kitchen area, a small table for 4, a coffee table, a couch, and a bookcase. She could see no decorations, no stains on the walls, no dirty dishes in the sink, nothing that would make her think a 10-year-old boy lived here. It was as if he had just moved in that day. A fuming Anko cheered up as soon as Naruto walked into the room from what Kurenai had to assume was a bedroom. Just what had Naruto and that girl been doing in his bedroom? Kurenai felt her face flush at the implications in Kakashi's parting words. A purple missile interrupted her less than appropriate thoughts as Anko crashed into the boy, squeezing him tightly to her chest. Thank you, thank you, thank you. She had no idea that Hyuga Hinata had said the exact same thing when he helped her last month. No problem. He managed to grunt out, his face flushing almost as red as his hair as he was pressed into Anko's rather generous bust. Anko frowned down at him for a moment before an even bigger grin split her face. You're the boy who Inoichi was questioning, aren't you? I am, and you're a bit early for that dinner. I still have 2 years before I graduate. Anko gave a hearty laugh. I had almost forgotten about that. Kurenai shot her a puzzled look and Anko immediately clamped up. What are yo? Nothing, absolutely nothing. Naruto shook his head, looking at a nearby clock. It's a bit early for dinner, perhaps I could offer the two of you some tea. Sure, why not? Anko was quick to take a seat at the table. Giving a sigh at her friend's antics, Kurenai turned to Naruto. That would be lovely, Naruto. He seemed to think for a moment before he let a confused frown settle on his face. I'm sorry, I don't think we've met. He walked up to her and held out his hand. I'm Naruto of Konoha, a pleasure to make your acquaintance. His close proximity felt like a warm blanket on a winter's night, bringing with it a comfort that made her feel horribly exposed. Tightening down on instincts that screamed at her not to trust this strange being before her, this young man that didn't make her skin crawl but instead sent pleasant shivers down her spine, Kurenai placed her hand within his, fully understanding what he was doing. He was giving her another chance, willing to start anew as if they had never met before. There was no way for her to fully express her gratitude to the gods for giving her the chance. Yuahi Kurenai, and the pleasure's all mine. She felt her heart speed up and her cheeks darken as he brushed his hand against his lips. If you say so. Kurenai was sure she would have made a fool of herself if things had lasted any longer. As it was, her instincts were going haywire and the last thing she wanted to do was push him away after he had given her a chance to be a part of his life. Luckily, she was here with Anko and Anko was, well, Anko. We having some tea or are you two going to be having yourselves a cup of coffee? Naruto gave a chuckle before releasing Kurenai's hand and making his way into the kitchen. You're quite right, Anko, I'll start it immediately. As the three sat around his table, talking quietly about any subject that popped into Anko's mind and enjoying cups of hot tea, neither of the women noticed the chakra chains coiled within Naruto's sleeves nor the wolves hiding in the corners, ready to cut the two of them down the second Naruto gave the signal. If they were fortunate, they would never know. The darkness of night covered him, hiding his identity as he slipped into a rather dingy bar that had seen far better days. He moved to the back room and was let in without a word, the man with the face of a wolf closing it behind him and resuming his guard. There was little in the room, a single table and 2 chairs. In each corner stood a figure in a wolf mask and the boy across the table from him was flanked by one on each side. He had come alone, hoping to fix this mess, but his clan's greatest enemy did not have much faith in the supposedly peaceful nature of this meeting. Naruto greeted the head of the Yamanaka, meeting that purple gaze that was far too cold to belong to a boy so young. Then again, no boy that young should have a small army at his disposal. Naruto was no mere boy, he was a very, very dangerous young man and it still amazed Inoichi that the son of Kushina had turned into this. Had he ever met the boy before his mother had left, he probably would have been able to predict something like this. Naruto had a far greater future than most children even dared to dream. Yamanaka. Inoichi winced. Not even by his given name, but as if he were just another clan member. Sitting down, he intertwined his fingers and gave a sigh. Look, let's cut through any bullshit and get right down to it. Naruto raised a brow, but stayed silent. My family fucked up, big time, trying to take you on. They might not know it, but I do. I thought you'd stop at the first threat, at least for a while, but then you sent the bodies. Bodies. Naruto seemed genuinely confused. Bodies from missing Yamanaka turned back up, mutilated and proudly displayed throughout the compound. Some of them were filled with explosive notes. The former Uzumaki gave a concerned frown. The only body was that of Yamanaka Kira, who I shaved bald and carved the head of a wolf into his flesh. His limbs were broken by my wolves and we removed his finger and toenails before taking enough of his blood to write upon your heiress's wall. That is all we have done thus far. So you don't have any idea who may have done this? No, I have an idea. I simply did not realize they would be so quick to my aid without contacting me. An ally of yours then? Something similar, yes. Inoichi frowned but said no more. Had Naruto done it he would have been quick to claim credit. I see. Well, that aside, I realize that things are beginning rather dangerous. Even if it wasn't you, the clan thinks you're behind it. Some, wisely, are quite terrified and see how foolish it was to challenge someone who has nothing to hold him back, but the others are simply using this as a reason to take action. It's harder for me to keep my clan members under control and you've shown just how seriously you're taking this. Inoichi gave a deep sigh. I know it was my daughter that made things this bad, my clan knows it too and they love her for it. They want revenge for Tatsuki and feel Ino has given them the perfect opportunity. The Yamanaka head didn't miss how Naruto had flinched when he spoke his sister's name. I know you won't back down and there's no chance my clan will. I don't want any bloodshed, but my clan needs to learn when to back down. What are you proposing? If you swear to keep things non-lethal, I'm willing to step back and let Ino direct the clan for the duration of this feud. Naruto stared at him, disbelief written clearly over his face. She may have managed to keep the clan afloat in times of peace, but against an enemy. Your clan will be brought to ruin. And if this continues, there's a good chance the clan won't survive to see the next Hokage. Naruto nodded. A fair point, but I find it hard to believe you'd be willing to let this happen. If rebuilding our clan from ruinous ashes is what it takes for my clan to learn, so be it. You're in a far too advantageous position at the moment, we have no real way to fight back. If I let them try, at least they will understand exactly why I wished to avoid this. The redhead thought for a moment, pondering this, before sighing with a nod. So be it, Inoichi, I will play along. I did not wish to weaken this great forest anyway. I will fight them, then, from the shadows, and bring them to their knees. Just make sure you are prepared to pick your clan back up. The two clasped hands in a firm shake and Inoichi turned to leave. Before he could make it fully out the door, however, Naruto's soft voice stopped him. She was my first friend, you know. I never meant to hurt her. Squeezing his eyes shut at the mention of his sister, Inoichi nodded. I suspected as much, but thank you. You have put my mind at ease. You're a good man, Inoichi. I look forward to the day I graduate and can call you my comrade. Inoichi smiled as left. All of us who live beneath the great tree are comrades. He mumbled. Even when we're at each other's throats. Murky water went up to her knees as she sloshed through what she thought to be a sewer. There were only 2 years to go and her mother had decided it was finally time for her to learn to control the power that was locked within her. Now if she could only find that stupid fox, she'd punch it straight in the nose and demand that it give her its power. The plan was foolproof. Coming across a rather large and out-of-place cage door, she eagerly ran towards it, splashing loudly through brown water. When no fox appeared to greet her, she became rather curious. Her mother had warned her about getting close, but she couldn't even see where it was. Surely it would do no harm to get a bit closer so she could see, right? Walking all the way up to the cage with confidence that flowed thicker within her than her Uzumaki blood, she still couldn't see the fox. Looking both ways, as if afraid her mother might be watching, she scrambled over the gate. The inside was nothing like the outside. The outside was empty and plain, but this was a war zone. Giant pillars of rubble littered the area, surrounded by the murky water she had sloshed through to get here, which made them seem like islands. Chunks of wood were scattered about and every so often she could see bits of metal shining in the darkness. Walking deeper, she eventually heard sobbing. Glad to finally find something of interest, she went towards the sound as quickly as she could, all caution thrown aside. What she found was not at all what she had been expecting. A woman looking much like Uzumaki Mito was collapsed upon a pile of rubble, small waves of murky water lapping at her tattered dress. Her skin, pale as the moon, clung tightly to a body that was almost withering away. Hair as orange as a sunset was a tangled mess behind her, dirty and uncared for. When the woman heard her approach, her head shot up, dull red eyes, puffy from crying, darted towards her. Naruto. The woman helplessly cried, as if desperate for her brother. But wasn't this supposed to be the Kyuubi? How did she know her brother? No, I'm his sister, Naruto. Before she knew it, the nine-tailed fox was clutching her like a lifeline. Please, begged the fox. Oh gods, please, you have to take me to him. You have to bring me back to him. Wah. I'll do anything. Anything at all, just get me to him. Naruto didn't know why the fox was so desperate for her brother, but she had heard what the woman had said. An almost wicked smirk grew on the young Uzumaki's face. Her mother was going to be damn shocked when she found out. Anything. One almost couldn't hear the eternal rain as it cascaded from the heavens. It always rained in this place so aptly named Omegakure no Sato. The rain hid this place, and it hid it well. It was the perfect location for people such as these, for people like her. The silk of her cloak was cool against her bare skin, sending small tingles down her spine. Her shirt had not survived her travels, reduced to tatters by the time she had arrived under the ever-gray skies. Her pants had not fared better, but they had been salvageable and now hugged her hips as a pair of shorts that only went to mid-thigh. Still, it had been better than nothing. She had started her journey with very little and had not yet had a chance to gain things of her own. It had been 2 months now, but it took 3 weeks just for her to get here. There had been no opportunities as of this moment for her to obtain some money to spend on a new wardrobe. Luckily she had been given a generous amount of cloaks which she would be able to use well enough until proper clothing could be procured. What little she had on her upon her departure was spent getting her here, and that which she had found slipped into her shuriken pouch by a redhead that apparently couldn't take no as an answer when it came to helping her in her time of need was promptly spent on spare changes of undergarments. She would definitely be giving the young man a piece of her mind for slipping the money into her pouch when she had already been hesitant to take from him, but he would also be getting a great big hug for the help it had been. Thinking of the boy brought a warmth to her chest, despite the cold fabric that rubbed across it with every breath. He had known of her only through his mother, a woman who had abandoned him, and yet he had not hesitated to aid her that night. Admittedly, she did not know much about the young man. She had seen him a handful of times when visiting Kushina, but never had she actually spoken to him. It was a thought that brought with it pangs of regrets. Would she have gotten closer to him had they spent time together? Would she have been an aunt or even a second mother to the boy? It was a missed opportunity now. He was no longer the little boy who hid behind his mother's legs and yet refused to leave in fear of her safety. No, while he had always been quiet and reserved much like her own son Itachi, the Naruto that comforted her that night had matured greatly. Considering the maturity that he had already displayed not long before Kushina had taken his sister and left Konohagakure no Sato, that was saying quite a bit. Of course, he had good reason for his maturity. He was, after all, the man of the house. It fell to him to make sure his mother and sister were taken care of, even if he really wasn't ready for such a task and his mother had been perfectly capable of taking care of the household. In the end it hadn't been those actions, but that mentality, that view of the world already so burdened by duty and responsibility, that had brought such changes to the boy originally. Or, that's what Kushina had once told her as they sat in the back garden one lazy Sunday afternoon, watching as little Naruto ran about chasing butterflies. Naruto had instead been sitting nearby, close enough to be present but far enough not to overhear the adults' conversation. He had several books strewn about him that day, but his gaze rarely fell to them. No, he had not distracted himself with his reading but rather watched carefully over his sister as she enjoyed herself. His lips did not raise as he watched her, but were drawn down into a small frown by the burden he had placed upon himself. She could still remember clearly the look in his eyes, the longing to join her in her carefree afternoon, but he had remained sitting near the table. The boy had practically lived for the sake of his family and wouldn't hesitate even a second before sacrificing his desires for the happiness and well-being of the two women in his life. And that fact only served to make her more upset with Kushina. There were two things above all else that the Uzumaki treasured, their word and their family. And yet Uzumaki Kushina, head of the Uzumaki clan, had seen it fit to leave behind her son as she and her daughter gallivanted about the elemental nations. Would it really have been so hard to bring him to the Uchiha compound to stay with her for a few years? She really didn't want to have to drag Naruto into her clan problems then, but Kushina would have noticed that something was wrong and may have been able to get her and her son out of there. Okay, so perhaps some of her anger stemmed from bitterness, but she knew how hard it would have been for her to leave her sons behind. Even when Itachi had gone on standard patrol missions within the village, she was worried until he returned. How could Kushina have possibly justified her actions? She knew the woman had to have a reason, though. She was not so ignorant as to immediately assume the worst of the woman. Kushina may have been rather impulsive and she may have had a tendency to overreact, but even Kushina wouldn't have left her son behind without a reason to do so. For whatever reason, Kushina had left him, but perhaps that had actually been for the best. Had she not, he would not have been there to shelter and comfort her on the horrid night. Who knows if she would have managed to make it out of Konoha alive. Even if she had managed to flee successfully, what reason would she have to live? Tension within her clan had strained her relationship with the Uzumaki head to the point where it was often hard for her to think of the two as friends anymore. Perhaps that's why Naruto hadn't been left with her, which turned out to be a very fortunate thing indeed. Itachi may have betrayed the clan and Sasuke may have been lost and most likely killed during the clan's eradication, but Naruto was still there. She might not have been the boy's biological mother, and she had no intentions of attempting to replace the woman, but by the gods she would do what she could for the last person she had. And to think, she only actually spent a night with him, a single night of sobbing and sleeping. She didn't even know him, but that was still more than she could say about anyone else at this point. She really had no one else left. But at least she wasn't alone. Well, not completely. Sure, he couldn't be here with her and she couldn't do anything to help him at the moment, but the warmth in her chest reminded her that he was still there and would always be there if she ever needed him. The feeling was pleasant and comforting, reassuring her that despite all that had happened, not all was lost. The feeling, this affection, reminded her much of what she had felt for her sons, what she had once felt for Kushina, and what she had felt for Fugaku before the stress and pressure of being the clan head of the Uchiha had broken the fun-loving man and left him as nothing but a cold, power-hungry monster. She blamed the clan's recent problems, mostly their extermination, on the man her husband had become, but she blamed the creation of that man upon the clan itself. It truly was a vicious cycle that had brought about their own destruction. And now there were only two left. But what were the chances that with only two Uchiha remaining that both would end up being in the same country? The same village. The same building. What about across the fucking room? Peering over the shoulder of Zetsu, who she stood behind, she could see her eldest son standing across from her, staring at pain and disinterest. The pleasant warmth in her chest turned into an inferno of white-hot rage every time she laid eyes on him. He had betrayed the clan but, more importantly, he had taken everything from her. The only thing about him that was even slightly redeemable was the fact that by taking away everything that she had and everything that she once was, he had ended up driving her to Naruto. This man, no, this dog across from her was not her son, Naruto was. And for him she would remain here, watching, so that he might stay safe. She didn't know exactly what they wanted yet, her backer had not fully elaborated, but when it involved so many S-rank shinobi it was worth keeping an eye on. Pain said something and Zetsu stepped aside, letting those of the circle see her, but she did not worry about being recognized. Uchiha Makoto had died as far as the world was concerned and no one here could see her face, hidden as it was behind a mask. As the newest member of Akatsuki, under the guidance of Zetsu, is there anything you would like to say? Questioned the leader of AIM, his purple eyes peering at her calmly. Pain was the only one in this room, sans Zetsu, that had any idea as to who she was. He may not have known her real name, but he did know who it had been who sent her here with the half-plant. Tilting her head to the side for a moment in thought, she nodded in the affirmative. Hips shaking as she bounced on the balls of her feet like an excited child, the words she spoke rolled of her tongue and sprang forth from her mouth like a song, clearly heard despite the orange porcelain that concealed her features. Toby is a good girl. Keigo and Ren have returned from their mission, they report it as a success. Hidden behind stacks of paper, Naruto nodded at his desk. Thank you, Mai. Tell them to get some rest, they've been running missions back to back for 2 weeks now. Of course, Naruto-sama. Is there anything you need before I leave? He rifled through piles of papers for a few moments before withdrawing a folder that quickly found itself in her hands. It's the updated mission list, posted in the assignment office. If you see Sai, let him know that he's absolutely horrible with money and that I need to talk to him about going over budget again. Yes, Naruto-sama. Is that all? He thought for a moment before giving her a charming smile. Would you mind having some food sent up? I've been stuck in here all day trying to fix Sai's mess. The young man was a highly skilled shinobi and had a way with the troops, but he didn't understand money in the slightest. Had Mai not been running the shop with him, it would have no doubt gone out of business within the first week. From a dispassionate frown, the young girl's lips quirked upwards into a small smile. Don't worry, I'll make sure you're fed. Next time, however, I expect you to take a break by telling me we're going out for some lunch. Helplessly, Naruto looked up to the clock 4:30 and back at the stacks before him. Struggling to make the decision for a minute, he eventually hung his head with a defeated sigh. There was just too much to be done at the moment. Yeah, next time. He nodded mournfully. She stifled a laugh behind her hand and went for the door. I'll be back in an hour or so, Naruto-sama. Good luck with your work. Closing the door behind her, Naruto was left alone in his makeshift office. Giving another deep sigh, Naruto let his eyes wander over the room. Unfortunately, there was little to see. The walls were plain, barren of everything save a single clock, and there were no windows to gaze out of. A bookshelf was tucked into a corner next to which was a filing cabinet. The only light in the room was from a lamp near the door and one on his desk, casting most of his office into rather risky shadows. He'd have to see about fixing that, but they were already contemplating the merits of a proper building to house the pack. Maybe he'd hold off on that for now. It wasn't like they had a lot of money to throw around in whatever manner might strike their fancy. They needed to use what little resources they had sparingly, which was the reason he was so irritated by Sai's inability to keep to the rather generous budget he had provided. Well, no use crying over spilt milk. He'd just have to make sure it didn't happen again and send Sai on a few missions to cover the extra expenses. Of course, saying that sounded far more simple than it actually was. They were trying to keep a low profile at the moment, which means they didn't have requests pouring in. No, they had to find the requests themselves, making cautious contact with those who were having troubles and contemplating going to a hidden village for help. One might even say that they were intercepting missions, and that was proving to be no easy task. It was also paying far less than Naruto would have liked. Yes, the missions were being taken by shinobi, but they were not of any village. That placed them below a village which could send backup and above a group of mercenaries. So, while the pay wasn't all that bad, they should have been getting a lot more, which would have made everything much easier. Well, there was nothing he could do at the moment, not until they had firmly established themselves and were ready to defend against any would-be aggressors. Considering this was the shinobi world, they would come crawling out from all around the second they got wind of another group trying to get a start. They were easy pickings right now, no point in tempting those who could rip out their throats. It would be at least another year before they could really start anything, but that was fine. It would take some time to get used to this and properly arrange everything anyway. He was going to be a shinobi, he wouldn't be able to have such an active role when he was focusing on his career. He did not have the luxury of being retired as Danzo did. Though, in all fairness, the Warhawk had certainly earned it. Fortunately, Naruto had people he could leave most of the managing to in his absence. Sai was horrible with money, but he was a competent leader when it came to the wolves and had a talent for knowing which missions would go well and which would end up requiring more shinobi or ready backup. They typically avoided those. Mai, on the other hand, was brilliant at managing the budget and keeping track of everything that was going on. Sai was great, and he was glad that he had met the pale young man, but he appreciated Mai a hell of a lot more. If not for her, they wouldn't be doing nearly as well as they had been. That's not to say they'd be in serious trouble without her, but her presence had helped them progress at a tremendous rate. They had both grown on him, showing themselves to be reliable and competent, but he could not deny that he favored Mai over Sai. She had become something of a personal assistant to him ever since he had formed this pack and he greatly enjoyed her company. This did not feel like Tatsuki or Mito had, but rather a friendly companionship in which two individuals simply shared the pleasant feeling of not being alone. And while like Hinata he felt a need to protect her, partly out of duty as her leader, he also knew that she was perfectly capable of looking after not only herself, but his pack in his absence. It was a refreshing change, one that helped him greatly. For two people to be close and yet remain so separate made every conversation a relaxed affair in which he didn't have to tell her what thoughts might be bothering him and she didn't tell him of what bothered her. Just two people escaping their problems with some pleasant company, like cleansing the palate for a quick respite before life presented you with the next dish of problems to deal with. Should she leave, as those he had grown close to before had, he would miss her, but he also felt as though it would be far easier for him to accept. There were no heavy emotions associated with her, just cheerful memories, and for that he was grateful. He didn't know if he could go through all of that again. Of course, he also knew he wouldn't have to. His wolves were loyal, some almost to the point of fanaticism, and they would not leave his side. He would never have to worry about them betraying him, their seals had been modified to ensure such. It was unnecessary, but the precaution helped put his mind to ease. No. His wolves were the only people he could rely on, a strong foundation that would give him stable footing in this chaotic whirlwind of life. And just as they took care of him, he would look after them. It was almost like having a family again. The drink was poured quickly and downed even more swiftly. Placing the empty glass down, Hiruzen contemplated another drink. He'd had 4 this afternoon and was well aware that a drink or 2 more would mean he couldn't do any more work, and he really didn't want to deal with the last of today's paperwork when he'd no doubt have a mountain of new papers waiting for him in the morning. At the same time, after 2 drinks he really shouldn't have been doing anything concerning the running of Konohagakure no Sato. Not that he'd been doing much of his work anyway, too lost in thought. He hadn't actually touched any of his work since after his lunch break. Instead he had chosen to stare out at the village he loved so dearly. It offered no answers to his problems. Problems which primarily concerned the only redhead currently in the village. Sure, most of them were technically with the Yamanaka clan and their mysterious assailants who identified themselves with the image of the wolf, but he was no fool. Had he made mistakes before? Lapses of judgment at crucial times? Absolutely, who hadn't? But he was old, not blind. Even he could see that the Yamanaka were perfectly fine even after Naruto had delivered the cold corpse of Inoichi's sister to the man. It had not been until Naruto had renounced his Uzumaki name and declared the Yamanaka heiress his enemy that these wolves had started wreaking havoc upon the clan of Mindwalkers. Could it be coincidence? Yes, it could be. Coincidence, poor timing, great timing, it could be all manner of things. He would not rule out the possibility that this group was taking advantage of the boy's declaration to keep people believing he was behind it, but he likewise couldn't rule out the idea that Naruto may have found himself some rather skilled allies to aid him in his little war against the Yamanaka. He knew how foolish it was to underestimate Naruto's capabilities. Something along the lines of starting his own private army was not something Hiruzen needed to be convinced the boy could do. He was well aware that the boy had remarkable potential and something so basic was well within his capabilities. He had learned the dark truth of one of Konoha's biggest secrets within a few hours of its happening for fuck's sake. Underestimating him, civilian or not, was not to be done. Then there was the matter of his Anbu, all of which seemed rather fond of the boy. Some might even say too fond, considering they had allowed him entrance and free reign within the Uchiha district despite Hiruzen's direct order that no one was to enter. Gods above, they had defied his orders in a time of crisis because they approved of the young man's rather shinobi mentality. That wasn't the end of it either. Ever since Naruto had become the sworn enemy of the Yamanaka, the clan had been receiving hostility from the Anbu. You did not want to be the subject of ire when it came to Konohagakure no Sato's Ansatsu Senjutsu Tokushu Butai. Luckily, things had remained rather mild. Well, mild in the sense that no one had been grievously injured. There had been a few suspicious accidents during training, but there was no way for Hiruzen to know if some of them had been legitimate accidents or if Anbu agents were lashing out. There were other ways they were lashing out, though, such as surprise re-evaluations that more often than not ended careers and removed Yamanaka clan members from the Anbu forces. Passively, they had taken upon a blind eye policy to anything that happened around the clan compound or even involved one of their blood. In most cases they favored any non-Yamanaka involved, which usually resulted in a lot of Yamanaka receiving disciplinary action or even being forced to retire early. The Mindwalkers were not pleased, but there was little Hiruzen could do about it. Usually situations such as these would have been taken care of by the Mindwalkers themselves, and therein laid the problem. Not only would the Mindwalker performing the interrogation be suspect of answering in favor of the clan, but even if they got one who was honest, they wouldn't know if the one being interrogated was hiding things. And because of that, he had to take the word of the Anbu agents, all of them would. It had not gone unnoticed, either. The civilian populace was well aware of the tension and seemed to side with the Anbu for the most part, straining the Yamanaka clan's ties to the village in a manner eerily reminiscent of the events leading up to the Uchiha massacre. Hiruzen would have to see if Itachi's Black Ops team was behind this. He wouldn't be surprised if they were directing it in such a way. Then again, it could be Naruto himself behind the similarities. Hiruzen shuddered at the thought. He knew Naruto was extremely capable, but the idea that he might be directing and maneuvering Hiruzen's forces in such a way that recreated the events of one of Konoha's great tragedies and risked letting the secret out was not a pleasant one. In fact, it was downright fucking terrifying. That was just his Anbu, too. It said absolutely about what the wolves had been doing. It started rather harmlessly with members going missing for a few days before showing up again, completely unharmed. It had done little to disrupt their lives, but it had left all clan members rather paranoid and wondering if the next person to be taken would return injured, if they returned at all. It was rather fortunate that Inoichi had explained everything to him, otherwise he may have become worried about such an outcome. But just because Naruto had given his word that things would be kept non-lethal didn't mean he couldn't cause some major damage. The clan treasury, for example, had been completely emptied. No one was sure how the wolves had managed it, but they not only managed to take everything without being seen, but rotting boar carcasses had been dumped into the cleared vault, and painted in red was a snarling wolf on the outside of the treasury door. Had it not been for that picture and the rather copious amounts of blood the wolves had poured over the boars seeping through under the door, the Yamanaka would likely have never known. As it was, the village as a whole still didn't. In fact, most of the things the wolves did to the Yamanaka clan went unknown. The Mindwalkers were not about to admit what was happening to them and show weakness. Shinobi found it difficult to resist vulnerability. Ally or not, they would take advantage of you for as long as they possibly could. And, were anyone to learn that the Yamanaka clan was currently fighting and losing against a civilian child of Kushina or no, their reputation would be crushed. They were having trouble enough getting missions as it was and now had no treasury to fall back on. Were they to lose the few missions they managed to obtain, they would have absolutely no income and the clan would become destitute. It was already well on its way, and the fact that it was being run by a 10-year-old girl wasn't helping. Inoichi had mentioned it being part of his deal with Naruto, who may or may not have been in league with the wolves, that she would lead the clan so that all his quarrel could be with her through the Yamanaka. There was something else about being a life lesson, but Hiruzen had been too occupied at the time by the fact that a 10-year-old was in charge of one of Konoha's prominent clans to pay much attention after that. But aside from those events and the occasional sabotaged utility, there was only one last event worth note, known as the Renji rape. Rather ingeniously, the wolves abducted several women, knocked them out, stripped them nude and left them chained up within the basement of one Yamanaka Renji. They were found 3 days later after an anonymous tip was given to the Anbu. Naturally the women had no recollection of him doing anything to them or even of meeting him, but that was the beauty of it. Because the Yamanaka were so well known for the mind arts, it was easy for people to believe that their memories had just been altered. Because it was a Yamanaka in question, they couldn't have anything checked, or, rather, could not believe anything any of the Mindwalkers claimed. This event had not managed to stay within the clan, not when the women were Konoha civilians and the Yamanaka no longer had the funds to buy their silence on the matter. The only reason Hiruzen knew what had happened was because Yamanaka Ino, the clan heiress, had found a box in her room containing the undergarments of the women along with a rather detailed painting of a pack of wolves beneath the moon, each one glaring at the observer with wrathful red eyes. Of course, that also helped put Hiruzen's mind at ease. While there was no definite proof, Renji had not raped the women and the wolves seemed to have no interest in such acts, more concerned with ruining what remained of the Yamanaka clan. And while Ino, Inoichi, and Hiruzen himself knew the truth, no one else would believe them. Even the Yamanaka clan believed Renji had done it and blamed him for the great loss of reputation that had befallen them. The Nara and Akamichi, who had thus far been aiding the Yamanaka as discreetly as possibly as to avoid becoming targets, had promptly withdrawn support after that incident. There was no way they could let themselves be associated with such a thing. And so the Yamanaka were left with nothing and no one. There was only one way direction for them to go now, and that direction was, unfortunately, downwards. There was no way for things to improve at the moment, which meant things would just get worse until they could no longer call themselves a shinobi clan. He had to wonder if that had been the plan all along or just a pleasant bonus for the wolves. If Naruto truly was involved, he suspected it had indeed been planned. And to think, this all may have been avoided if Hiruzen hadn't been so hasty when it came to retrieving the information he believed Naruto was in possession of. He had been in possession in some rather dangerous secrets, but it was not what they were looking for, and Inoichi couldn't even properly make out the true extent of Naruto's classified knowledge. It was for that reason that he blamed himself for this entire mess. They gained nothing from his actions and succeeded only in pushing Naruto away. He had been fostering a pretty good relationship with the boy before the event, and now all of it was lost. No, not lost, just relocated. To Danzo. The Sandaime Hokage still couldn't believe he had managed to drive the boy to Danzo of all people. There were various outcomes that played through his mind resulting from this development, most of them bad, but there were some possibilities that would be good for the boy. He'd have to simply sit back and let Naruto make his own decisions. Any attempt at interfering in the boy's life at this point could produce absolutely horrid results. And it was because of that, and partly out of guilt, that he had not attempted to end the war between the young man and the Yamanaka clan. It was mostly his fault that things came to this, that Naruto was pushed into this situation. Who was he to try to step in when Naruto was handling it so well? The Yamanaka would be a rather substantial loss, and one very soon after the loss of the Uchiha, but it, like the Uchiha massacre, was necessary. He would surrender the clan like a sacrificial lamb in hopes that the wolf might eat it and move on, its hunger sated. He just prayed that Naruto moved on to someone else's pastures and didn't turn his hungry gaze to the flocks of Konoha. Most of them wouldn't stand a chance. Danzo was waiting in the usual spot. Slipping into the seat across from him, Naruto was glad for this break from his work. It had been a year now and things were coming together nicely. It wouldn't be too long now before he could truly allow his pack into the world with confidence. Unfortunately, the last of the work was a lot more strenuous than the work he had done getting everything set up. It was to be expected, though. He was organizing everything so that it would not require his attention often. The plan was to let Mai manage everything as Sai led the pack itself. The two were used to working with each other and had become used to working with him. They'd do well leading the pack while he was occupied with starting his shinobi career. It's been a while, Naruto. Been busy. I have, he answered with a nod. Is retirement still treating you well? You should know that I'm not really that retired. Naruto pretended to be confused, despite knowing the old man across from him was an expert at reading people. Oh, do you mean because you serve as an advisor on the Honorable Council? Yes, I suppose that would be a lot of work and take away from the feeling of retirement. That's not what I was referring to. Isn't it? Whatever could it be that you speak of? I know you've been in contact with them. Their sudden change in movement told me something had happened. It was no hard to figure out it had to do with you. I don't know how you managed to convince them, but I do find myself rather impressed. I'm afraid I cannot take credit for something I don't know of. Do not think you can fool me, Naruto. You know very well what it is I speak of. After all, you have spent the past year turning them from a loose collection of soldiers into a professional organization. You may have used already prepared shinobi, but it's still remarkable that someone as young as you managed such a feat. Not everyone has what it takes. Still a bit lost here. Who? Danzu's lips turned down into a deep frown. With the slightest of movements, two figures dashed from behind the trees towards the former Uzumaki. Unlike the wolves he had expected to meet his men in defense of their leader, two black chains intercepted them. Naruto wasted no time in executing them, and within seconds his chains had wrapped around the men's necks and snapped them with violent jerks. Danzo's frown increased in size. He had thought that the wolves would have defended their leader instantly. Perhaps they knew how capable their lord was and deemed it unnecessary to guard him. It was a rather bold move, but it also ensured that they would not be caught and that anyone who met with him would immediately feel like they had the upper hand. The false security they felt would likely become the undoing of many men in the future. It was not wise to underestimate Naruto. Much to Danzo's pleasant surprise, he felt a blade to his neck. Seeing as Naruto was still seated before him and, to the best of his knowledge, did not know any solid clone techniques, Danzo let his gaze move to the side. The snarling face of a wolf was next to his own, the person behind it paying very little attention to his captive, as they gazed towards their leader. Moving his eyes back to Naruto, he lifted a single brow. So you still don't know what I'm talking about? Absolutely not, that's just a pet. Surely you know a wolf when you see one. Danzo gave a snort. Yes, of course. Now, call of your mutt before I teach it the hierarchy. The wolf-faced shinobi growled in response but released his captive at Naruto's nod. Take care of the bodies and return to the den, I can take it from here. The wolf gave a nod and left with the bodies to obey. You know, I had left them as civilians for a reason. I'm well aware, but I also know you did that because you didn't have any use for them. I, on the other hand, did. Either way, their training gets put to good use, no. Are you trying to say terrorizing the Yamanaka is a good use of the soldiers I poured valuable time and resources into? I'm not, but I won't deny that it's one of my uses for them. Quite. I've attempted to influence things outside of Konoha recently only to run into members of your pack that seemed quite lost. I'm not sure how they managed to become so separated. Damn, and here I was hoping to keep that a secret for a bit longer. It isn't often that plans work perfectly, Naruto. You should know that. Naruto snorted in amusement. The perfect plan was to never be known. I was just trying to get a firm grounding within a few minor countries before it was discovered that I intend to play on a global scale. A wise choice, but one that really doesn't matter now. Indeed, I'll just have to make do. I'm sure I can abandon a project or two to finish some of the others as soon as possible. I'll take the hit, but at least I'll be better prepared for any others that might come afterwards. Tell me Naruto, how does your pack fit into Konoha? By prowling within the shade of the great tree, of course. And yet you have members of your pack far from the tree. Shrugging, Naruto gave a grin. What can I say? From time to time we like to lie in the sun. The sun is no place for men like us. The disapproval within his voice was obvious. He had expected a better response from the boy. There are times when one must seek out prey, we find the sunlight to be most bountiful. And with that bounty, what will you do? A hardened seriousness came into Naruto's gaze as he stared into the older man's single eye. I will feed my pack. You will never be able to devour it all. Venom spilled forth from his tongue, dripping to the floor like acid as he spat in defiance. Watch us. The looks she received as she walked down the streets of Konoha's seedier district caused her to withdraw into her fluffy jacket. Men, drunk despite the early hour, jeered at her while the many soiled doves who could always be found sent her disapproving looks and scoffing sneers. Looking down to the paper clutched tightly in her delicate hands, she once more reviewed the address. Normally she wouldn't be anywhere near this part of the village, but Naruto had instructed her to come here and she didn't like the thought of disappointing him. She really liked Naruto, not in the sense of a crush, but more as her friend or maybe even brother. He had helped her when her family had branded her as a branch member and continued to look after her afterwards. He was the first person she could think of as a friend and she had to wonder if he was what Neji would have been if he didn't hate her. Shaking her head at the thought, she glanced around to find her destination. Double-checking with the paper in her hand, she headed towards the small, one-story building that looked rather out of place. With buildings 3 times its size flanking it and the walls painted a dark red, it was hard not to take notice of it. There were no markings on the outside and no windows to peer into, but the addresses of the buildings it sat between let her know this was the right place. Moving towards the black double doors, she was aware of the leer of drunken men turning into an almost shocked horror as she drew near it. Sneers and scowls sent to her by women of pleasure vanished as they tried to retreat out of sight. The two doors opened and she made note of the wolf-masked shinobi standing before each one. Though their faces were hidden, she got the feeling that the snarling wolves were glaring at everybody in the street, almost if daring them to try something. A young woman, perhaps 15 years of age, came through the door next. Her skin was pale, exceedingly so, and long dark hair fell straight down her back in a long rectangle. Bangs on either side of a dispassionately frowning face went past her breasts to rest near her navel. While there were Manu who would be of the opinion that Hinata was more attractive, or would become more attractive than the girl when she reached the same age, the young girl couldn't help but be intimidated by the young woman. That was put to rest when she bowed low in greeting. "Welcome, Hinata-sama. Our lord has been waiting." Hinata was, admittedly, a little confused. She was aware that Naruto had allies within the village but never had he mentioned a lord of any sort. Was this how he had gotten the support he had, by befriending a lord? "Please, if you would follow me." Hinata only hesitated for a second before following after the woman. If Naruto thought she should be here then she would trust him. As she fell into step behind the woman she could hear the doors shutting behind her and the two men take their positions ready for the next person who would attempt entrance. Swallowing down her fear, she continued behind the young woman and was surprised when walking through a second door brought them to a room that contained only a large staircase. There were torches in each corner of the room and under those the face of a wolf. It took her a moment to realize that there were people below the masks, their bodies hidden in the blackness the dim torches could not penetrate. Something warm and soft entwined with her fingers and the woman sent her a small smile. "Can't have you getting lost now, can we?" And with that Hinata was led down the stairs and into the darkness. She didn't know how long they walked or how many turns they had ended up taking and Hinata understood why the woman had deemed it necessary to hold her hand. Though, necessary or not, Hinata was unused to such physical contact and having the pretty young woman intertwining their fingers together had left her with a rather bright blush. "Come on, we're almost there." "Why yeah." Hinata gave a timid nod and an eep of surprise when the woman pinched her blushing cheek. "Well, aren't you just the most adorable thing? No wonder he's taken you under his protection." She must have been talking about Naruto there and briefly Hinata wondered if Naruto thought she was adorable too. "It's probably a good thing I'm escorting you, too. The wolves would probably devour such a timid little lamb." "Are really?" "Oh, yeah. In fact, I'm thinking about it myself." Hinata blushed even brighter, causing the woman to giggle. "I think the two of us will get along well enough, Hinata-sama. If you're ever feeling a bit lonely feel free to come find me." "Oh okay." The ex-heiress's face had gone completely red, much to the young woman's amusement. That look of amusement, however, was wiped off her face the instant they stopped before a large steel door flanked by 4 guards. Upon seeing her one of them entered the room while the other 3 saluted first to the woman and then proceeded to bow to Hinata, much to her confusion. When a loud knocking from the other side of the door was heard 2 of the guards stepped further away while the final one held the door for the 2 women, permitting them entry. Entering, the last guard followed them in, shutting the door and taking his place beside it much like the first had done on the other side. It was a familiar face, surrounded by stacks of paperwork, that greeted her. "Naruto-kun." The young man looked up from his work and shot her a smile. "Good morning, Hinata. How have things been?" For a second she liked to imagine that he had actually asked about her personal life, something that filled her heart with warmth, but she knew the reality was he wanted to know about the going-ons of the Hyuga clan. She really couldn't blame him. Not only had he defied them by ruining the seal on her brow but he had risked their ire a year ago when he declared her under his protection and publicly placed himself against the Yamanaka. Thus far the Hyuga had yet to do anything, which was usually a good sign. If they had a problem you would hear about it. Perhaps because it involved Hinata who was not just a branch member but one whom they had been unable to properly brand they didn't care or even hoped that something would happen to her due to the conflict. She really couldn't say for sure. "They've been well. Are you doing okay?" "The wolves and I have been doing wondrously, thank you. It's because of that I wanted you to come here. Seeing as we've finally managed to set ourselves up I wanted to meet them." You're under my protection, these are the people who will be ensuring it. I don't think I understand. These are my wolves, my guard, my shinobi, my own personal army. Hinata's wonder had obviously been noticed as he paused. She had obviously not expected him to have his own army, and not many would. I'm giving you some of them. What? Why? One of the guards gave a low growl at the fact that Naruto was being questioned, but the redhead just smiled. As your own personal guard, of course. I promised you were under my protection, and while you haven't been given any trouble by the Yamanaka yet and your clan still hasn't figured out what to do about your seal, I would rather be safe than sorry. With a snap of his fingers, 4 masked individuals appeared. Each one was dressed in the dark gray uniform she had seen all the others wearing and bore the same snarling masks. But there was one difference that set them apart, a single green X, proudly displayed above the mosque's brow. It reminded her of the cage bird seal, and she knew that was probably the idea behind it. Come, Naruto stood, let me introduce you to your protectors. Hinata had a feeling that things in her life were about to change. And not in a bad way. Had it really been almost 4 years already? She would ask where the time had gone, but she knew very well that it had disappeared into the countless bottles that no littered the Senju compound. Shizune had valiantly attempted to keep the grounds clean in her sober, but it had all been for naught. Though she had, admittedly, kept the main house almost completely alcohol-free. Tsunade had stopped drinking there 2 weeks after they had moved to Konoha and moved her activities to the many guest houses and the gardens instead. Things had felt pretty slow as she lounged in the sun with her drink of choice, nowhere near as fast and hectic as her decade-long gambling spree that had flown by in an instant, but they had still gone far more quickly than she had realized. It felt like only months ago that she had stepped back into Konoha, and yet it had not been just a year or even 2, but rather very close to 4 full years. There were few in the world capable of keeping themselves drunk for outrageous amounts of time, especially if they planned on staying alive in this violent world, but Tsunade was, much to her own shame, one of them. And now 4 years had been drunk away. Guilt briefly flashed in her heart. There was no doubt in her mind that Kushina had been anxiously awaiting word on the well-being of her son, and Tsunade hadn't even found the boy yet. Not that she had actually been searching, more concerned with studying the bottom of her bottles than locating the son of a famous shinobi within Konoha of all places. Who here would hurt him? The worst that could have happened was him being homeless for a few weeks before someone took him in. There was Kurenai, too. Tsunade knew for a fact that the woman had been looking for the boy. He hadn't been brought here as far as she knew, so the chances of Kurenai having found him were pretty slim unless she had managed to get over whatever problems she had, but that was fine. Just because Kurenai hadn't found him didn't mean someone else hadn't. Hiruzen had admitted to knowing where the boy was living, though he refused to say in an attempt to respect the boy's privacy, which was absolute bullshit. Tsunade was his godmother, why wouldn't he just tell her where the brat lived so that she could take a look at his chakra coils and be done with it? It really didn't matter at this point, though, did it? Even if there was something wrong, he'd be starting to go through chakra maturity at this point. If the presence of the Kyuubi's chakra truly had been harmful, then it was good that Kushina had left with Naruto, and it would be safe for them to return on schedule. If it hadn't, well, she really wouldn't be able to tell at this point. Nothing seemed to come up concerning him and his health either, as Hiruzen hadn't sent for her. If there had been a problem, then she knew he'd want her, the world's greatest medic, to take care of it. So, for all she really knew, he was perfectly okay. Now the only problem was finding some way to explain the fact that she had sent not one single letter to the worrying mother. It must have gotten lost, could only work so many times, and she really couldn't use it to explain 4 years without updates on Naruto's health. If she told the woman that Naruto's network was fine and exposure to the Kyuubi's chakra would cause no damage, then Kushina would be furious that she had not been notified earlier so that she could return. On the other hand, she had no real way to tell her that she had been right and had made the correct decision in separating herself from him, and yet she had not told her that. It would have no doubt helped Kushina a lot to know that she had done the right thing, and yet she had heard no word either way. There really was no winning for Tsunade at this point. No matter what she said, the fact remained that she had kept the worried mother in the dark for all these years. Hell hath no fury like a woman scorned. But she wasn't just a woman, no, Kushina was a mother, an Uzumaki mother, and one that she, Tsunade, had kept from her child. Maybe it was time for her to return to gambling her way across the elemental nations. It could buy her a few months at the very least, long enough to drop Shizune somewhere she'd be safe and find herself a nice little town to be buried in. Kushina would be out for blood. Then again, would the woman leave her son again so soon after returning? She doubted it, and chances of him leaving when he was about to graduate the academy were slim, so he couldn't join his mother in her hunt. She might survive a bit longer then, maybe even escape the Uzumaki woman's rage completely. She scoffed at her own thought. There was no escaping an Uzumaki's wrath, it just didn't happen. And unfortunately, this was not a problem her beloved Sake could fix. Well, not that she had any left. The stores of the Senju clan was vast, but she had managed to completely empty them of everything alcoholic by herself in a mere 4 years. Had she not been the greatest medic in the world, her liver would have failed 10 times over. "Oh, master, was there something you needed?" Tsunade hadn't even heard Shizune enter the house. How long had she been home? "No, just thinking." Shizune sent her master a curious look but otherwise left it at that. It was odd for Tsunade to be in the kitchen, seeing as she usually spent her time drinking in one of the guest houses. Actually, it was odd to simply see Tsunade not drinking, especially at this time of day. She should be at least 12.5 bottles in by now, and that was on slow days. "Hey, Shizune." The silence was broken by Tsunade's voice as her apprentice looked up from her search of the fridge. "Yes, Tsunade-sama. Have you heard anything about Naruto recently?" Unseen to her, Shizune frowned. "You know, if you told me why you're looking for him I would know what things to listen for. You still haven't even told me why we came back to Konoha." Tsunade paused for a moment, contemplating it, before giving a sigh. "We moved here for him," she admitted. Her apprentice sent her an incredulous look. "We moved here for him? What on earth does that mean?" I know his mother. She asked me to come keep an eye on his health while she was away." "An eye on his health? She asked you, the greatest medic to ever live, to look after his health just because she knew you? Surely any trained medic would have worked. There aren't a lot of combat medics, but Konoha has plenty trained to work in the hospital." Shizune knew there was more to the story, and Tsunade, realizing this, gave another resigned sigh. "I'm the boy's godmother." Slowly, Shizune closed the fridge and went to the table her master sat at. "He doesn't know, does he?" Her voice was soft but carried a noticeable edge. "Not unless Kushina told him. And you decided not to go looking for him. All he knows about you is that you're one of the Sannin. You don't mean to tell me you expected him to come to you, do you? Is he even aware that his mother is concerned for his health for whatever reason? Does he have a reason to seek you out? I've looked, and one of his mother's students is keeping an eye out. She was going to send him to live here at the compound if she managed to find him. Neither of us have been able to locate him yet, despite our best efforts." Tsunade looked up in confusion when Shizune scoffed at her. "That's a load of bullshit and you know it. I saw him just last month at Ichiraku Ramen and the month before that at a shinobi store buying kunai. He's not that hard to find unless he's trying to hide from you." "Wait, you saw him and didn't tell me?" Shizune scoffed at her again. "Tell you what, that I ran into Naruto again, had a friendly chat, and continued on with my day." "Why didn't you bring him here? You know I've been looking for him." "No, I know you've been waiting for him to show up while you spend your days getting drunk off your ass. What did you expect me to tell him? Come back to the Senju compound and meet Tsunade. I don't know why, but she's been looking for you, isn't something you'd tell someone." "That would have worked perfectly well. He doesn't need to know why I'm looking for him. I'm Senju Tsunade, for fuck's sake. Just a chance to see my breasts should have had him coming back with you. You really don't think highly of him, do you, Tsunade-sama?" "What on earth are you talking about? I told him you were looking for him. When I couldn't tell him why, he scoffed at me. A legendary kunoichi wanting to meet you for reasons unknown is beyond suspicious, and only a fool would accept it at face value. He's 11. He should have been jumping for a chance to meet me. He was 8 when I met him, and that was when he was just a little thief and not at war with the Yamanaka." "He's what?" Shizune lifted a single eyebrow. Have you left the compound within the past 2 years, Tsunade-sama? He ended up declaring himself their enemy not too long after his 10th birthday. Renounced his Uzumaki name from what I hear, too. I don't believe this, how could it have happened? The details are pretty fuzzy, shrugged Shizune, surrounded by a lot of rumor and speculation. If you really want to know you'd have to ask Naruto himself. You know I can't find him. That's because you're not really looking. With that Shizune left the room. She was right and Tsunade knew it. The Sannin had never wanted to find Naruto, perfectly content to let things sort themselves out. At first, she had wanted to avoid the boy who had just lost his mother. He'd have been confused, hurt, and emotional and she didn't want to deal with that or have him start thinking of her as a mother figure. As time went on she realized that it would have been easier then and explaining everything, including her absence up to that point, would be far more difficult for her to do. The explanation was put off for the next day, and then the next, and then for weeks after that. As more and more time passed she knew it was less and less likely for him to accept any explanation she came up with. What a way that would have been for him to meet his godmother. But now, having put it off for 4 years, she had probably lost all rights to call herself such. And for reasons she could not explain, the loss of the godson she had never met hurt her just as much as every other loss she had ever suffered. Perhaps being in his life would have helped her close the wounds of her past, the wounds she drank to forget. Maybe, just maybe, she could have found in her godson another reason to keep on living, one to give her life purpose after Shizune left her to start her own life. Senju Tsunade would never know, and that doubt would haunt her for the rest of her life. There was both excitement and hesitation with every step she took, each one bringing her closer to her village, her home. Her son. It had been 4 years now, 4 years, 1 month, 6 days, and 10 hours since she had last seen her son. Next to her Naruto was practically dancing in excitement as they made their way closer to the village hidden in the leaves. But each step Kushina took was slower than the last. She was happy to be coming back, to be able to see her son again after all this time, but she was worried. She had left a note explaining everything within the compound but Naruto wasn't able to access it. Hiruzen knew of her reasons or at least had a good understanding of them, but had Naruto been told by the old cage? The Sarutobi head had voiced his disagreement with her plans many times before she had left and she knew that his refusal to write any letters after the first was because his suggestion was the same. Come home. But she couldn't. He should have known that. Then again, he wasn't the professor for nothing, perhaps he felt it better to risk exposing Naruto to more of the Kyuubi's chakra as she sorted everything out than to rely on what little of her plan remained. Of course, one also had to realize that leaving behind her baby boy was the hardest thing she had ever done. If she had returned she knew she wouldn't have been able to leave again. She couldn't do that, couldn't risk damaging Naruto's coils with the presence of the Kyuubi's chakra and taking away his chances of ever being a shinobi. He had always wanted to be a shinobi so he'd be able to protect her and his sister. She couldn't take that away from him. She just had to hope that he would understand why she had to leave and why she couldn't come back to take care of him. Naruto's training had gone well, and that meant she didn't have to worry about anything concerning her daughter. It also left her a lot of time for Naruto. In fact, it left all her time for Naruto. She would make sure that Naruto had all the training he wanted and then some. Every second she had available would be devoted into making Naruto the shinobi he wanted to be and making up for all the time she had spent away from him. The first thing she was going to do when she saw him was sweep him into a big hug and cover his face with kisses. She'd make sure he knew exactly how much she loved her baby boy and that she was never going to be leaving him like that again. Come on, Ka-chan, faster. I want to see Nikun. Naruto was just as excited as she was, if not more so, and had no worries making her hesitate. She hadn't been the one to leave Naruto, Kushina was. Naruto was simply taken with her. It had been difficult at first for the girl to be separated from her brother. The two were often close by, Naruto keeping an eye on her to make sure she was safe, and to be so far away from him and know it was going to be years until she next saw him was hard on her. It had taken a little encouragement and a few mentions about how proud her brother would be, but once Naruto started training her skills grew by leaps and bounds. Most curiously, however, it had been her ability to call upon the chakra of the Kyuubi no Kitsune and keep it under control that had gone by the fastest. It was almost as if the Kyuubi wasn't just letting her take the chakra, but was actively helping her control it, which was a ridiculous thought. Then again, Kushina knew little about the seal her husband had used all those years ago, few did. The Shiki Fuin was not something used often and as a result not much information was available. Perhaps it was the seal that allowed her daughter such control over the volatile energy that made up the strongest Biju. Whatever the reason, Kushina was just glad to know her daughter was able to call upon such power should anything ever happen to her. Few could go against Jinchuriki, even fewer against one who could call upon large quantities of a Biju's chakra and retain their mind. It was not a power intended to be wielded by humans and the results were devastating. Smiling, Kushina looked down at her daughter. "Faster you say? I don't think you can handle faster." Naruto pouted. "I can too, I bet I could get there faster than you." "That sounds like a challenge," stated Kushina as she raised a single brow. "Hey, you're on. A race it is, then. On the count of 3. 1, 2, thr." Before she could even finish counting, her daughter had started running as quickly as she could towards the village they called home. Home, where her family would be whole once more. Her heart leapt in joy at the thought. They were the Uzumaki and there was nothing more important to them than family. Chasing after her daughter, Kushina let her thoughts drift to thoughts of her son's smiling face and sparkling purple eyes. She couldn't wait to hold him again. Unease grew with every step but she pushed forward regardless. She could hear whispers grow by the second, eyes on either side of the street locking onto her figure and tracking her movement as she made her way to the home she had not set foot in for 4 long years. It was a curious thing, this attention, and it immediately raised red flags within her mind. She had visited every major country and a handful of the minor ones without creating a tenth of the stir as her return to Konoha had. Hidden villages, both those who knew who she was and those who did not paid her little mind as she went about her business. Or, at the very least, they had not been so public about any mind paid. Was it because so many people here knew of her? Did they, perhaps, not expect her to return? Just the thought of not coming back for her son sickened her. Surely they hadn't assumed that she had meant to leave him here and live out the rest of her years outside the great walls of Konoha. Unfortunately, she couldn't say she'd be surprised if they had. There were few who had known of her plans to leave at all and only 2 that had any idea as to why. It was, admittedly, far too easy to come to such an unsavory conclusion. Such thoughts did little to ease her troubled heart. Doing her best to ignore those around her and the way they shied away from meeting her gaze, she was only slightly aware of her quickening of pace and her daughter struggling to keep up with the swift strides of her long legs. As the sea of flesh that filed up Konoha's main market district dwindled into the far more manageable light traffic of the hidden village's more residential areas, she found herself growing more and more anxious. She knew he wouldn't be there when she returned, waiting for her with a smile on his face and arms opened wide to hug her tightly, but some traitorous hope resided deep within her heart, praying to whatever gods might heed its call that he had found some way to gain entry to their home and had spent the last 4 years living comfortably as he attended the academy. That same part of her, that foolishly optimistic dreamer, pushed her to come here before going anywhere else. If for no other reason than to drop of their things before seeking out her son, she had listened to it, silently offering her own prayer that that side of her might be right. She knew it wouldn't be. Clan compounds passed her like leaves on the wind. Hyuga, Aburame, and Inazuka. In no time she found herself before the white walls of the Uzumaki compound. Despite hearing that Naruto had been rather violently rejected by the compound's security measures, there were no signs of anything having happened. She knew it could easily be attributed to time 4 years and whomever had recovered her son after the accident, but that small part of her proudly declared that it had never happened and Naruto only had to experience the warning. She might let herself believe that part of her if it didn't also insist that he had found some way inside. Pressing a slightly trembling hand to the gate, she felt the familiar warmth of the seals as they responded positively to her touch. With a slight click, the bronze double doors swung open just enough to prevent the doors from locking before she could make her way inside. A light push was all the force necessary for one of the doors to swing open far enough for she and her daughter to walk in without trouble. The door had moved silently, as if it hadn't been unused for the past few years, but she didn't let that get her hopes up. As long as she had lived in Konoha, not once had these doors been oiled. They were simply crafted so masterfully that they required no maintenance. Time had long forgotten who had made the doors that decorated the outside of the compound, but she knew it hadn't been her ancestors. Perhaps it had been a gift from a group long since forgotten, using techniques that would never again be known. There was no way to know. Closing the doors behind them, Kushina swiftly cut across the yard with quick strides. The grass came up to her navel, which left Naruto's head to just barely keep above it. Covering the distance to the door in a matter of seconds, she froze momentarily on the threshold of her home. Did she dare confirm what she knew? Could she face what would be within, the lifeless emptiness that lay in wait? She took a deep breath and a quick look at her impatient daughter before turning the doorknob. But even though she had opened the plain brown door, her body would not move any further. It was only after an ungentle shove from Naruto and a graceless stumbling step that she actually found herself within the house she had always thought of as home. Aside from a light coating of dust, nothing was on the floor. Shelves and bookcases filled with pictures and curios remained exactly the way they had been years ago, completely untouched in her absence. There was none of the warmth she usually associated with the house present, replaced instead by a cold, indifferent building that couldn't care less about the troubles of the family it housed. Moving to the kitchen, she found the note she had written oh so long ago just where she had left it. Unopened, it mocked her from atop the dark wooden table. For a moment she wanted to blame things upon the innocent paper, but she knew that in the end it all fell down to her shoulders. She would have, however, felt better had she left the letter with someone so that even after the compound rejected him he would know what was going on. Hindsight is 20/20, as they say. Leaving the kitchen she headed towards her own room, absently noting that the dishes from the last meal the three had as a family were still sitting in the sink unwashed. After 4 years, it might just be better to throw them out. Slipping through silent hallways, she found her room as neat and orderly as the day she left it. Anyone who knew her would be surprised until they realized the only reason it was clean was because she had taken all her things with her on the trip. Removing her scroll from her pouch, she tossed it on the bed, wondering if she should take the time to unpack now or wait until after she had located her son's whereabouts. She could always spend the day getting resituated into her home and then look for him in the morning. It would be easy, she knew, to put it off, and she would also be able to visit the academy and search for him. They had about a week left, so the chances of him being there were high. But she couldn't do that, not after leaving him as she had. She needed to find him, to make sure he was okay and explain everything that her letter had not had the chance to. But there was still that desire to hesitate, to push it off until later. It would be difficult to face him after not just a massive mistake on her part, but for leaving without warning and breaking up that held most sacred by the Uzumaki. She knew it must have hurt him for her to have left without goodbye, but she also knew a goodbye would have hurt just as much, if not more, and she doubted she would have been able to go on with the trip if she had been forced to leave her crying son behind. He would not have let her go without a fight, of that she was certain, and he would have had to be held back at her departure to keep him from chasing after her. Even that, however, wouldn't have done much. He would have chased after her the first chance he got, even if it was months later, and he would never have found her. It was that fear that he might have tired following her and all the horrid fates that may have befallen him in such a quest that had given her the strength to disappear. He would have been tempted to try even if he didn't see her leave, but she knew her son well enough to know that he was unlikely to go through with it. Seeing someone go, knowing they were departing, made the trip seem easy. Finding out they had disappeared without a trace would have made him hesitate, would have made him think, and with his judgment not so clouded by emotion he would have been able to see the foolishness of chasing after them. It should have bought her long enough for him to read her letter before his Uzumaki rashness kicked in and overrode his common sense. The letter, in turn, should have sent him to Kurenai, which would have ensured he not run off and that he knew there were people to help him while his mother was gone. Her plan had worked, but only in half the sense it should have. He had indeed stayed within Konoha, from what she knew, but he had not read her letter or gone to Kurenai. Or, rather, she had heard nothing from her former student about Naruto staying with her. Though, that was to say very little, as there had been almost no communication between the two women over the past 4 years. She did, however, receive notice that Naruto had recovered after the compound rejected him and was seen often around Konoha. Kurenai had never said more than that. No news could have been a good thing, meaning nothing had gone wrong, but it could also be news bad enough for her not to be the bearer of. She would find out soon enough. Deciding to unpack later, she ventured forth to her daughter's room only to let out a soft giggle of amusement at the mess she found. Not bothering to unpack in an orderly fashion, Naruto had simply activated every seal at once and allowed her things to spew forth. Kushina watched as Naruto half-heartedly sorted things, which was, for the most part, just her chucking things into her open closet. "Naruto, dear, leave it be for now. Let's go find your brother first." At the mention of her brother, Naruto was immediately standing upright and making her way over, ready to go. "All right, let's go see Naruto ni." She dilated almost as soon as she had said that. Ka-san, where do we find Naruto ni?" That was a good question, a very good question. Did they visit Kurenai to find out what she knew? Perhaps he was staying with Tsunade and her apprentice at the Senju compound, living life like a prince. Kakashi could have taken him in, or maybe even Tyuki. She may have wondered about Makoto, but word of the Uchiha massacre had traveled fast. There were rumors of survivors, but she didn't put much stock into them. As the wife of the clan head and mother of the traitorous Itachi who had gone mad and slaughtered his family, her best friend was most certainly deceased. Hiruzen knew about most of the happenings in Konoha, so visiting him couldn't be a bad idea, but he was rather busy, and at the same time a visit to the academy could let her know where her son was staying and how he had been doing at school while she was gone. So what was the best way to proceed? What was the best option? "I don't know, my little sunflower, but we'll find him, I promise." And most importantly, where was her son? The creak of the wood was barely audible as it swung open to admit them. Much like the compound, nothing had changed in this office since the last time they had entered it. Unlike the compound, it remained warm and inviting, as if someone actually spent a good deal of their life within the walls. Considering the amount of time he spent working through mountains of political bullshit, it was completely understandable. Hiruzen. His head, having not bothered to look away from his never-ending workload, snapped quickly upwards to confirm the identity of the speaker. "Ah, Kushina. Finally decided to return to us, have you?" Despite the small smile he gave that may have fooled Naruto, Kushina was painfully aware of the accusation in his tone and knew that by us he had really meant Naruto. Though he had the general idea as to why she needed to leave, he had never approved of it. There were plenty of days in which she wished she had heeded his advice. It was unfortunate that the past was so adverse to change, else she may have had a chance to undo her mistakes. "Yep," answered Naruto on behalf of her mother, beaming brightly at the aged Kage. "We just got back, Gigi." Hiruzen's flinch when she affectionately called him old man was not missed by Kushina. He had always been like family to the Uzumaki household, which made his reaction quite odd. How many times had she herself called him Gigi? How many times before this had Naruto? Never before could she remember him flinching as if struck. She was willing to bet quite a lot that it had something to do with her son. "That's wonderful, Naruto-chan. Did you train hard while you were away?" The young girl nodded enthusiastically, practically bouncing in place. "I trained really hard, Gigi. Now I'm super strong," Naruto proclaimed. "Soon I'm going to take that hat from you." Giving a deep laugh, he shot her an amused smile. "You go right ahead, Naruto-chan, returning to retirement sounds lovely." Turning back to Kushina he continued. "Now, was there something I could help you with, or are you just here to visit an old man?" Kushina only hesitated a moment as the words caught in her throat. Even in her head they sounded bad, but to actually say them, to hear those words leave her lips. Still, she had to know, and there were few answers that came without asking. We were hoping to learn the whereabouts of my son." She cringed as her voice reached her ears. Her plans would have placed him at home, but those fell apart almost instantly. Who was it then, who had looked after her son in her absence? If not her, who had it been to be there for her son when he needed someone? Kurenai would never have turned down Naruto, but her daughter's words near the beginning of the trip had her wondering if her former student and son really got along as well as she had always thought they did. Kurenai may not have turned him down, but had Naruto even gone to her? Of course, you wouldn't know his current living arrangements, would you? Kushina flinched at the barb as Hiruzen shuffled through his desk looking for a scrap of blank paper. Pulling one out, he was quick to start scribbling down an address. Pausing, he looked into one of the corners. What was his apartment number? 116. 108, I believe, answered a disembodied voice, no doubt a hidden Anbu guard. Hiruzen gave a nod. Yes, that does sound right. Thank you, monkey. Of course, Hokage-sama. Beckoning Kushina closer, he handed her the address. He's been living here for, I want to say 3, maybe 3.5 years now. If he's not there, Hiruzen gave a weak shrug. Then I really don't know where you might find him. Kakashi might know, though. As I understand it, he's been checking up on the boy pretty regularly. She was rather relieved to receive confirmation that someone had indeed been looking out for her little boy. She'd have to pay a visit to Kakashi later to thank him. Of course, she should have known that Kakashi would want to make sure Naruto was doing okay. Even if he was an Anbu captain, he would have found the time for Naruto, though whether or not her son spending time with the perverted veteran shinobi was a good thing was still undecided. Maybe she should have simply asked Kakashi to be the one to watch over Naruto officially while she was away. Originally she had been worried about impeding Kakashi's Anbu career by having him watch over her son, but perhaps things would have worked out fine. Of course, her fear of Naruto becoming a perverted mini Kakashi had nothing to do with her decision to choose Kurenai instead. Nope, nothing at all. Thank you, Hiruzen. We'll have to have you over for dinner someday soon so we can all catch up. Now, if you'll excuse us, I need to see my son. That said, she quickly left the office, almost dragging a waving Naruto behind her in her haste. When the door had been closed and Hiruzen was sure they were a safe distance away, the professor let out a long breath. Kushina would not like what she was going to learn about her son's life over these past few years, but at least he wouldn't have to be the one to tell her about it. He pitied the poor soul upon whose shoulders such a task would fall on. An angry Kushina was not something he would wish upon his enemies. When one is trying to remain in the shadows, noise can be used to your advantage. When one is instead sitting in a classroom waiting to take the first true step into the world of shinobi, that same noise is rather irritating. All around him children chatted loudly with friends and neighbors, eager to finish the exam and earn their headbands. It was odd, he knew, to think of those the same age as himself as mere children, but compared to him that's all they were. No one here had taken a life, no one here had experienced firsthand the politics of the shinobi world or learned one of the countless dark secrets that had been hidden away within it. They were innocent, naive, and he couldn't help but wonder if it would be better for them not to graduate. There were exceptions, of course, there always were. Aburame Shino of the ever-logical Aburame clan no doubt had the correct mindset for this line of work. His parents and fellow clanmates had probably taught him the truth behind the glorified tales of the shinobi world long ago and spent every day since preparing him for it. Nara Shikamaru may have been lazy, but the heir of Konoha's shadow clan was highly intelligent. Even if he didn't have what it would take to thrive in the dangerous world he was entering, he would know what it was that he was lacking and be able to make up for it through careful planning and preparation. It was not hard to see that the boy would make a solid Chunin squad leader, and Naruto honestly doubted the Nara was aspiring for anything higher. If he did, however, a command position could very easily find its way into his future. The final exception was, without the slightest of doubts, the only Uchiha within Konohagakure no Sato and quite likely all of Hai no Kuni. That alone said quite a bit about what the boy had gone through, and it took no more than a quick look at him to see that he was ready for whatever else the dark world of shinobi might throw at him next. He had yet to figure out if Uchiha Sasuke had any closer ties to Makoto than being in the same clan, but he wasn't likely to find out anytime soon. All information regarding the nearly extinct clan had been locked away, and Sasuke was not the chatty type. Convincing him to open up and speak of the clan he no longer had was just not going to happen. He'd just have to ask Makoto the next time he saw her. Of course, while there were exceptions, there were also those who represented the epitome of ill-prepared. There were more than a few who stood out, but only one who put even them to shame: Haruno Sakura. She was worse than many others, not just because she wasn't at all ready for the world she was so soon to be thrust into, but because she honestly believed that she was prepared to face the life of a kunoichi. That alone was insulting to anyone in this field of work. She was a bookworm with nothing but theory and good exam scores to fall back on. She had no practical skills and no real knowledge that mattered outside of Konoha's walls. She was going to get killed, and that was the nicest way of putting it. As a shinobi, she would just be killed out in the field. As a kunoichi, there was a rather unpleasant separation between her defeat and her death. It was an unfortunate truth, one that she didn't have the faintest idea of. He could only offer his condolences for anyone she was teamed up with. Chances of her dragging them down with her were high. Of course, should she end up on a team with him, he'd be sure to straighten her out. He couldn't be working with such a liability now, could he? The thought of liabilities made him focus his attention on someone who he would have grouped in with Sakura without a second thought. Now, however, he didn't quite know what to think about Yamanaka Ino. One look at her could just about sum up the current state of the Yamanaka clan. Her hair, once long and well-kept, was now thrown into a messy bun that did the simple job of keeping it out of a face that showed far more weariness than it did any sign of makeup. Her clothes, still purple, were crumpled as if she had pulled her outfit out from under a pile of clothes in the middle of the night with her eyes closed. Her purple skirt had been replaced with thick purple pants, and he had a sneaking suspicion that with the financial state of the Yamanaka, she only owned 2 or 3 pairs of them. From what he had heard, she was doing a rather admirable job in holding together the crumbling clan of Mindwalkers, considering she was only 12 and her father did little to aid her. It was still falling apart, yes, but not quite as quickly as it otherwise would have. From her disheveled appearance and the weariness that clung to her like the perfumes she had stopped wearing so long ago, it was easy to see that she was giving it her all. Unfortunately, that wasn't nearly enough. Still, she now knew far more than her old rival Sakura did about the shinobi world, and had most likely realized how weak and useless she had previously been. It was unfortunate that a child would be forced to grow up as young as she was, but this would be good for her as a kunoichi. Of course, he had all but washed his hands of the Yamanaka clan. As it was, the populace of Konoha was making their lives difficult enough, and the loss of reputation suffered meant their financial status wasn't faring much better. Tension would disappear in time as the Yamanaka slowly built back up their reputation and proved themselves to be the capable shinobi clan they had once been known as. It was much like a phoenix, Naruto thought, and he was the flame. They had been burnt away, purified by fire, and now all that was left was for them to rise again from the ashes more magnificent than before. Had he not been dealing with Inoichi personally, he may have doubted their ability to do so, but that man would pull them through. As he continued to let his mind wander, still looking towards Ino, the most peculiar thought struck him. She looks pretty cute exhausted. The others were easily enough ignored. Their laughing and chatting didn't concern her, and the occasional comment about her appearance had long since failed to affect her. But there was one thing she couldn't ignore. Cold purple eyes pierced straight through her from across the room, sending fearful shivers down her spine. Turning her head slightly, she could see him out of the corner of her eye, watching almost lazily. It was nothing like the predator she thought of him as, and yet his unfocused gaze may as well have been a murderous glare as far as she was concerned. The others might not see it when they looked at him, but she did. She knew the power at his command. She had tasted the bitter fruit born of standing against him. This room was filled with children, and amongst them sat a great wolf, calmly running his eyes over them as if they were nothing but a flock of sheep he was raising to one day devour. To him, they were probably just as threatening as sheep might be, maybe even less so. Things had not been easy for the Yamanaka, the wolves having done well in their mission to destroy their reputation and strip away everything that they were. Had it not been against her clan, she may have admired the way they worked. As it was, her family was suffering for it, or, more accurately, suffering because of her. She had brought down the wrath of the wolf without realizing that what she saw had yet to even begin shedding the clothing of a sheep. And never in her wildest dreams had she thought the wolf might have a pack. She should have, honestly, but when he had renounced his name and declared himself an enemy to her clan, she quite incorrectly assumed it was only him. In the beginning, the rest of her clan had made the same mistake. It wasn't long until they realized just how large that mistake really was. The wolves had torn them apart without killing a single one of their members. One might have assumed that Naruto did not have what it took to just start killing them, despite having ended the life of Yamanaka Tatsuki, but they soon came to the conclusion that he was simply not merciful enough to end it for them. No, his enemies were not killed swiftly, but rather slowly ground to dust. The Yamanaka would never forget that. And yet, strangely enough, he seemed to have stopped. Some may have said that the wolves had stopped, but she knew the wolves were his. How could those predators belong to anyone other than the beast she sat with in this very room? His eyes were all the proof she needed, for every time she looked into them she saw the image of a snarling wolf. Those purple pools said far more than his Foss's masks ever could. But while he may have stopped, the populace of Konoha was still making things difficult. Not only could they get away with most things concerning the Yamanaka because the Anbu sided with them, but many had stopped trusting the Mindwalkers after the Renji rape scandal. There were few jobs for the Yamanaka to take, few places that didn't try to hike up prices to take advantage of their misfortune, and no one willing to offer any help. Naruto had truly done a beautiful job and they hadn't even been able to strike out against him. There was no one they knew of to go after to hurt him, no compound to attack, and as far as the general populace was concerned the wolves were made up by the Yamanaka to blame their struggles on. Her father had been right in his refusal to antagonize him. He must have seen how hard it would be for them to face a foe with no known ties within the village. And then Ino had managed to find a tie, one just as untouchable as the elusive wolf. She was quite thankful that the Hyuga seemed content letting Naruto teach them a lesson. Had he not declared Hinata under his protection and the Hyuga clan were to have learned that she tried to control their ex-heiress, the results would have been far worse for the Yamanaka clan. In that sense, having Naruto break them down was probably a great mercy, as while he was breaking them down he seemed to have no intention of finishing them off, leaving them to build themselves back up. If she knew anything about the future of her clan, it was that they would be siding with Naruto for the rest of the foreseeable future once they had managed to return to their former state. As the heiress, she would personally see to it they did. Of all the lessons she had learned from this, not crossing Naruto was certainly the most valuable. The chatter of her peers continued, unaffected by her thoughts, even as the door opened once more. It was not Iruka who entered as she had been expecting, but rather a young girl dressed all in orange, her long blonde hair and twin pigtails. It took her a moment to realize that aside from the change of color the girl was wearing the same outfit she used to. Curiously, she watched the girl observe the room until, with growing horror, bright blue eyes spotted the wolf and seemed to brighten considerably. Surely the girl could feel the sense of danger that radiated of Naruto even as he relaxed. Oh, who was she kidding? She was one of the few who seemed to realize just how much of a threat to their continued existence he was. He could tear them apart like nothing, and most of her classmates were painfully unaware. When she made her way to the great beast, Ino knew what she had to do. With quick movements, despite the toll running a clan was taking on her, she grabbed hold of the ignorant girl's shoulder when she tried to pass the Yamanaka heiress. As the girl turned to her, Ino was momentarily stunned by the resemblance she had to the wolf sitting in the corner. She knew of the Uzumaki, but it couldn't be, could it? The last time she tried to stop someone from visiting Naruto had ended poorly, but if this girl really was an Uzumaki, then the last thing they needed was for her to aggravate the wolf. All the clans knew that Uzumaki Kushina and her daughter left the village 4 years ago, leaving behind Naruto. Ino knew that were she in his shoes, then she wouldn't be too open to the idea of them just coming up to her like nothing had happened. Considering what happened to her clan, she was probably saving this girl's life. The way the girl practically growled, "What?" at her attempts, however, did not sound too grateful. She walked down the unfamiliar hallways, absolutely giddy to be able to traverse the same path her brother had for the past 4 years. He'd be here, of that she was certain. After all, how could he miss what could very well be the single most important day of his career, the first one? A week had come and gone since their return with no sign of her brother. The apartment was his, or so the neighbors claimed, but he wasn't home and hadn't been home on the next few days they visited. There was a young girl at one point, a few years older than herself, that exited his apartment, but by the time they realized that she had been the only one within it, she had vanished amongst the crowds of Konoha. Kakashi had been little help when they asked, saying that if they couldn't find him at his apartment then he could be just about anywhere in Konoha. Apparently the perverted Junin usually just ran into him while going about his business and didn't know where her brother might spend his time when not at home. He had, however, suggested the academy or the practice fields around it. She had a feeling he was lying about only running into her brother by chance, but they still gave his suggestion a shot. She had no luck in the fields and her mother had no luck speaking with his teacher. From what she understood from the Uzumaki matriarch's mutterings, it had something to do with not being able to disclose personal information about students. Naruto thought that odd, considering it was his mother asking. They had sought out Kurenai, her mother's former student, but the woman, much like Kakashi, only knew of his apartment. She had mentioned something about Naruto being rather private and independent, meaning she wasn't needed much, before claiming she had urgent errands to run and slipping away. It was suspicious, but Naruto had always made the Junin uneasy, so Naruto accepted that she could be telling the truth but didn't like talking about it. Strange, yes, but not really out of character for the woman she knew. When they weren't let into the Senju compound to speak with Tsunade, her mother had started to believe they were keeping her son from her, but speaking to Kato Shizune, Tsunade's apprentice, revealed that he wasn't there and that Tsunade had probably locked herself in the compound after drinking too much again. Apparently it happened pretty regularly. Her mother might have been distressed enough to buy it, but Naruto had a feeling something else was going on and no one wanted to be the one to have to tell them. It was not a pleasant feeling when it was about her brother's well-being. But that would all be put to rest today. There was no way Naruto wouldn't be here today and she needed to take the test anyway. She'd find her brother, give him a great big hug, tell him all about the trip and then bring him home. She couldn't wait to see the look on his face when he saw her. He was going to be so happy. Reaching the classroom in which all the hopeful graduates were, she didn't hesitate to open the door and immediately begin her search for her brother. With the chaos in the room, she brought little attention to herself. Blue eyes trailed over excited students until she found her target sitting in the back corner. His red hair was unmistakable, but she noted with a slight frown that his eyes did not move to her upon her entry. Rather, they gazed lazily as a disheveled though undoubtedly attractive young woman. Was that who her brother was interested in? She didn't look like all that much when it came to being a kunoichi, but perhaps appearances were deceiving. Then again, one didn't have to be a capable kunoichi to attract the attention of a teenage boy. Good looks worked just as well, if not better. Shaking her head of the thought, she eagerly made her way to sit by her brother, happy to be able to see him after all these years. She had only made it to the young woman he had been looking at when a hand rested upon her shoulder, halting her movement. Turning to look at the girl who had her brother's attention, she let out a frustrated growl at having her reunion interrupted. What? The blonde seemed slightly surprised by something, but she couldn't figure out what it might be. It only took a second for her to recover from her slight shock. Don't. It was simple, deceptively so. That one word could mean a great deal in this situation, a great deal that Naruto wasn't liking. And why not? Obviously this girl was trying to stop her from going to her brother and she had no idea why. Did she think she was going to steal her boyfriend? Well, she was right. He was her brother before he was any girl's boyfriend. If she wanted to steal away his attention, then it was her right as his sister to do so. You have no idea who that is. Naruto nearly laughed. She knew exactly who that was, it was why she was trying to get to him. What, your boyfriend? He's my brother, I'll talk to him if I want to. The girl shook in honest terror at the thought of being in a relationship with her brother. Naruto would have been insulted had the fear in her eyes not been so real. She wasn't disgusted by Naruto, she was absolutely terrified. That would warrant some investigation later. What could have possibly made this girl so afraid of her kind older brother? Whatever Naruto you knew, he's gone. She pointed towards Naruto, who was watching the pair warily, having no doubt recognized his sister. The joy he should have felt at seeing her after all these years was absent, his face cold and expressionless, his purple eyes seemed to judge her very existence. He might look the same, but you don't know what he's capable of. Sneering, Naruto ripped away her shoulder. Che, whatever. You don't know Ni-kun like I do. Naruto couldn't see the way amethyst pools narrowed at her statement, but the girl certainly did. She backed off then, not because of what Naruto had said, but rather because she realized that what had been said obviously displeased the wolf in the corner. With nothing left to stand in her way, she started walking again, only to be interrupted before her second step could fall. All right everybody, sit down. It's time to start the graduation exam. Yumi no Uruka had entered the classroom. With a groan, Naruto sat down in the nearest available seat. It looked like she'd have to wait just a bit longer to spend some time with her brother. It was odd for him to realize that he had all but forgotten the family that left him here, hidden amongst the leaves. He was reminded of them from time to time, but never did he find himself thinking of them, too busy with the wolves and his shinobi training. Hiruzen had called it a training trip once, but he really hadn't thought hard on that. It had been a trip, and at the end of each trip, the return. He had completely overlooked that simple fact. He had not expected to see them again. The wolves had reported their return a week ago, but even then he didn't consider the possibilities of running into them. He really didn't know what to feel about them at this point. His sons had left him, but in that darkness he had found himself purpose and identity. Did he really want to flood his world with their light when he had found comfort amongst the shadows? More importantly, could he bring himself to let them return to his life? They had left him without so much as a goodbye and stayed away for 4 years without a single letter. Would the pain they would bring be worth letting them back in? It would be easier to never deal with them, to carry on as he had in their absence, to pretend they were still gone on their trip. And then his sister had entered the room. He would not be able to avoid them longer than he had, it would seem. Or rather, not much longer. A week spent at headquarters had given him time to think, but he still didn't know what he wanted to do. Avoiding the problem until absolutely necessary was a rather attractive option. Of course, if he could manage long enough, he could become a chunin and not have to worry about it quite so much. As a chunin he'd have complete control over what missions he went on and who he did them with. Sure, Kushina was a kunoichi, a comrade, and so was his sister, her headband tied proudly over her forehead, but just because they were comrades didn't mean he had to work with them. It would be better for everyone if they could all just carry on as if complete strangers. Picking his own headband off the desk, he tied it around his neck. He had contemplated putting it around his arm as Shikamaru had done, but ultimately decided that he may as well protect a rather large weak spot with it. Uruka re-entered the room at that moment, having done a final confirmation for team formations. They had been decided previously based on those believed capable of passing, but any variances would need to be addressed. Settle down, settle down. The chatter of fresh genin quickly quieted, paying rapt attention to discover who they would be working with for the foreseeable future. Knowing their attention would disappear as quickly as he had gained it, Uruka quickly began listing team formations. Quote ellipsis dot. And then we have Team 7 under Hitaki Kakashi, which will be formed by Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura, and Uzumaki Naruto. Team 8 will be Hyuga Hinata, Aburame Shino, and Inazuka Kiba under the guidance of Yuehi Kurenai. Team 9 is still going strong, so Team 10 is made up of Nara Shikamaru, Akamichi Choji, and Yamanaka Ino and will be led by Sarutobi Asuma. Uruka flipped through his papers one last time before addressing the teams. All teams are to report to the designated training field of their number in 1 hour to meet with their Junin instructors. Don't be late. Slowly, Naruto raised his hand. And of myself, sensei. Yes, I have that right here. Due to the number of graduates, Uruka shot a quick glance to Naruto that was seen by a handful of the students. We do not have enough fresh genin to form another team. Because of this, you are being placed in the active reserves to await an opening in a team or for priority placing during the next graduation, whichever comes first. It was hard to miss the way his body clenched in anger at the news. Purple eyes glared accusingly at everyone in the room as if they were personally holding him back from starting his shinobi career in earnest. Giving a slight cough, Uruka continued. I have your paperwork here and the official recognition of your current status. I'd recommend going to the shinobi registration office as soon as possible to get everything sorted. The chances are slim, but new chunin may recruit you for lower-level missions to gain experience leading. The sooner you get everything taken care of, the higher your chances. Giving a low growl, Naruto stood and made his way to his instructor of 4 years, ignoring the mutterings that started as he passed. He grabbed the papers offered to him, his hands shaking in rage, and made for the nearby door. 4 years, 4 fucking years, and now he was being told he'd have to wait longer just because his sister decided to return for a team. It was bullshit, complete and utter bullshit. A mirthless chuckle nearly escaped his lips. It made sense, in a twisted sort of way. As long as he could remember, his sister had always been extremely fortunate. He couldn't remember her ever wanting for something or having to work towards her desires. If Uzumaki luck was real, then he suspected that she stole his in the womb. It could certainly explain the last 4 years. Hurrying down a single flight of stairs and through the hallways he usually didn't bother with, he knew he needed to find a vacant training ground and work off some steam. After that he'd need to inform Sai and Mai. The 3 of them had been expecting him to be spending most of his time with a team, but it suddenly looked like he had a lot of spare time on his hands. His plans, however, took a slight detour as he opened the front door of the school. Standing there in standard Junin attire, her long red hair moving in the slight breeze, Uzumaki Kushina was waiting. As soon as she saw him, her eyes widened in surprised delight, a large smile stretching over her lips. Still angered about not getting a team, he said the first thing that came to mind, his voice as ice and his tongue as swift and deadly as a serpent. "You're about 4 years late, aren't you?" Her pained flinch was oddly satisfying. Sochi. She couldn't help but flinch as if struck as his words sliced into her. He had said it so coldly, too, almost dispassionately, like it really didn't matter. But it did. Oh gods, it did. Her chest constricted painfully and her stomach tied itself in knots. This was her son, the young man she had not seen in years, and he seemed no more pleased to see her than he might a stranger. She knew he hadn't received the letter she left, knew he had been unable to live in their home, but should he not be glad they had returned? From what Kurenai had said, the 2 of them rarely interacted, and judging by the fact that he had his own apartment in a decent part of town, he was doing well for himself. He had Kurenai and Tsunade to help him, and Kakashi had apparently been checking on him from time to time. So, with those 3 able to give him everything but a mother's love, unless Kurenai, Tsunade, or Tsunade's apprentice had somehow managed to provide it, why was it her son was staring at her with such uncaring eyes? Purple, once possessing a royal warmth, had turned as cold as amethyst. No longer could she see sparks of joy and curiosity that had always reminded her of a younger Minato, but instead felt as though she was staring into the gaze of her war-hardened husband. Like a predator, they took in every detail about her, watching for any move against them. Those eyes had darted around the surroundings several times, and she was not so foolish to think he hadn't been identifying escape routes in case something went wrong. But what could he possibly be expecting to happen? She was his mother, all she wanted was for him to be safe and happy. Why would he act as though she were some potential threat? What could have possibly happened to her son to make him act like this? He had grown taller in her absence and had a body reminiscent of Kakashi's. The blue shirt hugged him tightly and showed that he had been working himself hard. His skin, what little of it she could see, was just as pale as she remembered, and his hair, while longer, remained the deep blood-red mess it had always been. And still, she had trouble focusing on anything other than his eyes. She knew her leaving would have hurt him. He had always thought the world of his family, but she had hoped that those in Konoha would have been able to keep him happy, would have been able to maintain that brilliant warmth her son always had. What stood before her was more like a statue than the shy boy who took every chance he got to hug his mother and sister. Though they had been reserved for them and even then quite rare, his smiles were brighter than the sun and never failed to warm her heart. His lips remained in a relaxed frown, unmoving as those haunting purple eyes watched and waited for her to respond. How many nights had she dreamed of their happy reunion? In every image there had been emotion overflowing, and yet this meeting was nothing like that. She had hoped for him to come running to her, wrapping his arms around her waist in the biggest hug he had ever given. She had wanted to see happy tears and the smile that brightened her world. She needed to see the love in his eyes. But she knew that might not be the case. She had prepared herself as much as she could for tears, to see the look of betrayal on his face, to see the pain she had caused him by breaking a promise and stealing away his family. But still, she had expected that pain to have been caused by the love he held for them. Anger she could have dealt with, that white-hot fury that may have consumed him upon seeing the one who had walked out of his life and left him relying on the generosity of family friends. She wouldn't have minded if he had launched himself at her in an attack. She would have sparred with him until his fury had run its course, and then, when he was almost too tired to stand, she would have pulled him into her arms and told him it would all be okay now. She'd have told him that she was back and would never leave him again. And the anger in his eyes would have shown how much he had loved them. The amethyst gaze that bore deep into her soul held no love. And it broke her heart. She wasted no time scurrying after him, practically leaping over her desk and out of the classroom. She was not oblivious to the looks shot to her, but despite the way the instructor had accused her of stealing her brother's spot, the looks were not that of contempt. If anything, they seemed to be pitying her. Was it because they knew she was his sister, or had it something to do with the fear the blonde had shown earlier? Ignoring it for now, she scampered down the halls in hopes of catching her brother. It was obvious he was upset that he didn't get a team after 4 years of hard work, but he didn't know that was a good thing. Now that she had a team, her mother could focus all her attention onto her brother. The only way to that while furthering his shinobi career was, of course, an apprenticeship. She could only imagine how far he would go being the apprentice of Uzumaki Kushina. He would no doubt advance rapidly and would probably reach Junin within a scant few years. Now if only he had been a couple years older than her, then he quite possibly could have been her Junin instructor. He'd be loads better than that lazy pervert Kakashi. Of course, just because he wasn't her instructor didn't mean she couldn't go on missions with him once she reached Chunin. She'd just have to work hard to ensure she could achieve the rank necessary to join him. Maybe if she was fortunate she could become a Chunin before he was a Junin and join her mother and brother for missions. There was nothing like a family outing you were getting paid for, especially if they got to rescue a princess. She couldn't wait to be thanked by being invited to some royal ball. Sure, she had visited the palaces of several daimyo, but those places were stiff and boring. She wanted to go to a palace filled with life and cheer and spend the night dancing as the honored guest of the princess. She gave a small giggle at the thought. It would be so much fun, having the rest of her family there would only make it better. Not bothering with the steps, she jumped on them and continued on. Her brother hadn't been that far ahead of her when he left, and unless he had abandoned his brisk walk to run, she should be catching up with him soon. And soon was right. Not 2 moments later she came to the front entrance of the academy to see her brother standing in the doorway. Over his shoulder she could see her mother in the schoolyard, smiling at the sight of her son. A smile found itself on Naruto's face. If there was anyone who could cheer him up, it would be their mother. Besides, who better to tell him that she wanted to take him on as an apprentice? Deep within her she could feel her prisoner stir, as if they felt her close proximity to her brother, and she was aware of a heat around the seal. It wasn't a painful heat, but rather a comforting, relaxing heat that felt quite good in the high no kuni autumn. Soon she'd be able to hold up her end of the bargain, and then she'd never have to worry about being overpowered by an opponent. Who lived these days who could possibly stand against the full might of the Kyuubi no Kitsune? She could have sworn the fox within her was pleased by her thoughts. Turning her attention back to her family, the smile of both she and her mother fell at her brother's words. "You're about 4 years late, aren't you?" Her mother flinched at the words, but Naruto flinched at the tone. Never had she heard her brother speak like that to anyone. She was pretty sure Naruto and Kurenai hated each other, based on how they acted around one another, but even then his voice always remained politely warm. This biting cold should not have left her brother's lips. He was too bright, too warm, to be the source of such frigid words. He was like a sun, so where was the brightness they all knew and loved? Having stepped forward while speaking, Naruto was able to slip out from behind her brother. Not knowing what she should do, she moved to the side to watch. Her mother seemed to struggle with words as she gazed sadly at her firstborn, pain evident in her eyes. Her brother, on the other hand, seemed unconcerned. Only briefly did anger flash in those beautiful purple eyes, but it was gone just as quick, replaced by calm, focused eyes that took in everything around him. She could have sworn he had peered at her from the corner of his eyes for a split second, but she couldn't be sure. Naruto-kun, finally managed Kushina. The words came out chalked, as if she might start sobbing at any moment. Naruto wasn't sure if it was due to his lack of reaction past those biting words or because seeing him reminded her that she had left him behind and was just now seeing how much he had grown in the 4 years she was away. Perhaps it was a bit of both. In response to his name, Naruto gave a slight incline of his head. Uzumaki-sama. It was easy to see that referring to her in such a formal manner hurt far more than his accusatory first sentence. Something between a strangled gasp and a sob emerged from her mother's lips. Naruto-kun, Sochi. She spread her arms slightly, as if inviting him to embrace her. Rage flashed again in his eyes before he pushed it down with a deep breath. I am no son of yours, Uzumaki. It came hissed from behind clenched teeth as he struggled to maintain control of himself, but it still carried clearly to his mother's ears. Naruto could see as her mother's heart shattered, eyes wide with horrified disbelief. Tears streamed down her face as she desperately tried and failed to speak her breath. Legs, unable to carry the heavy heart, collapsed under the weight of her sorrow as Kushina fell to her knees. No, 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 no. Her mother shook her head in denial as she buried her face into her hands. Naruto winced in sympathy. She knew this was one of her mother's deepest fears, the nightmare that haunted her during the trip. And now it was all coming true. Running to her side, Naruto was quick to drop to her knees and wrap her arms around her mother in a comforting hug. As if she were a lifeline, her mother's own arms encircled her, dragging her close as she cried into her daughter's clothes. Peering up from her distraught mother, Naruto's blue eyes met the purple of her brother. There was no sympathy shown on his face, no pity, but neither was there disgust or hatred. There was nothing but cold indifference once again settling over his features. It was as though he was gazing down at a pair of strangers, a mere passerby that had stopped to see why two women were collapsed on the floor. And a moment later, he turned to leave. "Ni-kun," she shouted after him. He paused, momentarily, and looked back at her from over his shoulder. Not one further word left his lips as he continued on. Naruto felt her own heart tremble. Hadn't he loved her? Hadn't he said that he'd protect her and look out for her? Why then, did he turn his back on her now? A traitorous part of her mind responded, a vile whisper that hissed into her soul and cut more deeply than her brother's indifference. Because it was you who turned your back on him. She tightened her embrace on her crying mother and allowed her own tears to join the mix. And so, collapsed within the academy schoolyard, Konoha's Uzumaki clan wept. The single witness, perched atop the academy building, observed their sorrow. He was not moved. He supposed they should be rather grateful that Naruto had not reacted in a more heated manner, for if he had, Kakashi was sure his own anger would have gotten the better of him. Naruto may have managed to form himself a new life without them, one he was quite adverse to surrendering, but Kakashi's life was the same. He may have been okay with Kushina, his sensei could have chosen far worse than the energetic red-headed swordswoman, but Naruto was the legacy of the man who had become like a father to him. To know he had suffered was bad enough, for it to be at the hands of the woman who birthed him, the woman the Yondaime had entrusted his children to, infuriated the copy ninja beyond reason. And then she just showed up and expected things to fall into place. Negative. Of course, if Naruto was willing to work with her, so be it. He was, after all, the one who had been hurt by this. It may have been acceptable for Kakashi to be angered on his behalf, but just because he thought something needed to go a certain way didn't mean the son of his sensei agreed. Seeing as this was for Naruto, the last call would be his. His single eye narrowed down at the two women below. What right did they have to cry? Not only did they cry, but they cried together. They had left Naruto to fend for himself, knowingly or not, and just because he had stepped in to keep an eye on the boy didn't change the fact that Kushina hadn't even come to him to see if he'd be able to take care of his sensei's son. He hadn't even known she was leaving until he had heard rumor of Naruto being locked out of the clan compound. Even if he hadn't been locked out of the compound, Naruto would have needed someone for at least the first few months to get him ready to live on his own. Kurenai was a competent kunoichi and a fine woman, but her past wouldn't have made it easy for her. Sometimes he wondered if Kushina forgot about Kurenai's childhood and the subsequent inability to deal with men. She had been coping well enough these past few years after his sensei, Namikaze Minato, the one man she seemed comfortable around, died sealing away the Kyuubi, but maybe that's why Kushina didn't think anything of it. The only man Kushina ever saw Kurenai interact with was her husband, and lately Kurenai had been able to hold full conversations with some of the grocers whose shops she frequented. To the redhead it must have seemed she had managed to conquer her demons. Though now that she was able to meet with Naruto, albeit in the presence of her friend Mitarashi Anko, one probably could claim that she was getting better. Well, with Naruto, at least. But let's face it, Naruto was really the only one it mattered for. Who cared if she couldn't interact well with some random person who approached her? So long as her issues didn't interfere with her interactions with the son of her sensei, it was good enough. Regardless, when Kushina left, Kurenai was in no state to take care of a young boy by herself. He, on the other hand, was more than available. Would he have had to put his career on hold? Of course, but what was that compared to looking after the son of his sensei? In the end, however, perhaps remaining in Anbu had been for the best. Had he not been active, there would have been no way for him to cover all of Naruto's less than legal activities. It didn't make her actions any better, but at least Naruto wasn't subject to any additional misfortune. Of course, crying on the ground because the one you turned your back on isn't so quick to let you back into their life wasn't earning them any points in his book, and neither was the fact that he had to be saddled with the Uchiha on Team 7 without Naruto. He didn't want a team, but if he had to take one, having the redhead would have given him a good reason to actually teach. Kushina, however, had other plans. He wasn't sure why the Hokage had gone with it, seeing as her last plans had crumbled instantly, but she had managed to convince him to not place her son on a team so she could take him on as an apprentice. Kakashi highly doubted anyone asked for Naruto's opinion. Being a rather experienced Junin, he could tell that Naruto needed a team in order to reconnect to the village she had returned to, and he knew none of the clan children would have been removed lest the ure of their families be invoked, but why couldn't the old man replace the Haruno with him? Sure, according to his grade the teams would be unbalanced and it would upset generations-long traditions, but who gave a flying fuck? He wanted Naruto on a team, Naruto needed a team, and he was the only one able to train Uchiha Sasuke in using the Sharingan. It was perfect. Well, perfect if you ignored having to place Naruto on a team with his sister. Kakashi doubted he'd be pleased, but with the teacher on his side they could make things work, he was sure. Unfortunately, he couldn't worry about that because he wasn't going to be able to teach his sensei's son. He was sure there were others, too, but they were probably likewise bound by something that would keep them from taking him on. Whether that was by design or Naruto's horrid luck, it looked like an apprenticeship with his mother was his only option. He had briefly entertained the idea of it being Kushina's luck that gave her such a perfect opportunity, but then Naruto had reminded him of the other option the boy had. He had walked the fuck away. Kakashi was almost as proud as he had been when the boy had taken his first kill, and slightly more so than when that attractive Yamanaka was hanging of his arm. The fact that he had done so with a few cutting words to those that had left him. That just made it all the better and, hopefully, drove home the point that this Naruto, this shinobi, was not the little boy they had left behind. Then again, knowing Kushina, it would take far more than that for her to accept it. Oh well, it wasn't his problem. As long as Naruto was okay, that's all that really mattered. Checking the time, GE gave a pleased smirk. He still had 50 minutes until he had to meet his team. Reaching into his kunai pouch, he withdrew his trusty Ika. He had plenty of time left to enjoy himself. He ignored the sobbing below him and turned to where he had left off. Who knows? Maybe being a sensei wouldn't be too bad. They both looked up in surprise when their leader stalked into the room, a low growl rumbling in his throat. Sharing a quick glance, the male of the two set about clearing off the desk they had been using, and his female comrade moved towards the man to whom they had pledged themselves. Gently placing one hand on his arm and another on his shoulder, she escorted him to his desk. As soon as he had sunk into the black office chair, her hands moved to either side of his neck, gently rubbing the tense muscle. "What troubles you, my lord?" The words were whispered softly into his ear as she continued her ministrations, and he visibly relaxed under the combination of her practiced hands and familiar voice. A moment or two longer was spent enjoying the simple pleasure her hands brought him, but his voice, coming out as an unfamiliar frigid tone, eventually reached her ears as he spoke softly. The rage he was attempting to restrain was obvious, but it brought her great satisfaction to see that she was able to aid him with her tender touch. Our plans must change. The growl of displeasure faded quickly into one of approval as one of the knots was worked out of his shoulder. If I may ask, my liege, what happened? Purple eyes opened to recognize his second favorite subordinate standing before his desk, arms held behind his back but in an overall rather relaxed posture. My blood has returned, as you know. Sai gave a quick nod to show that he was aware, and Naruto continued. With Naruto joining the graduates this year, there are too many to properly place on teams. There was a sharp intake of breath behind him, and he was aware of Sai's face contorting into a concerned frown. I have no doubt you both know what this means. Our plans must change, but I am certain I will be able to find a way to make sure this is not a complete loss. It will, however, undoubtedly, cost us many more hours of planning than have already been spent on our current arrangement. I see. Sai's frown deepened. Thinking for a moment, he inquired, would you have me start to organize everything back to our previous setup, or would you like to change them from what we have now? What we have now should suffice until we've decided how to best take advantage of my situation. Understood. With your leave, I will notify the wolves. The Konoha salute, right arm held horizontally and fist over heart, had been drilled into the pale boy from a young age, and now, before the desk of his younger lord, he brought much pride to the gesture. With a wave from Naruto's hand, he had been dismissed and left to carry out his duties. Minutes more passed in silence as Mai continued to work the muscles of her lord's upper back, long since having finished her self-appointed task but neither wishing to disturb the calm peace within his office. Deciding she couldn't keep massaging the same muscles indefinitely, she let her arms drop to his front where they loosely encircled his neck. She buried her face into the crook of his neck for a moment as her fingers traced lightly over the blue fabric of his shirt. Her lips rose to his ear, and she was careful to be as quiet as possible in the silence of his office, almost as if she feared speaking too loudly might turn this sanctuary against them. Do you require anything else, Naruto-sama? Food, drink, perhaps a warm bath or some company? He leaned back into her touch, enjoying the embrace. Mai was without a doubt his most favored of subordinates and an excellent companion. You know, that sounds lovely. I think we'll call it a day and go spend some time in my apartment. I wasn't planning on being active in running the wolves for the next few months. Losing a single day isn't bad at all. I'm glad to hear that, Naruto-sama. You've had a stressful day. I'd be happy to help you rest. Despite saying this, she made no move to release him from her loose embrace. Perhaps he could turn that day into a week-long vacation. It was a rather tempting idea. A series of knocks dragged him from the comforting arms of slumber and instead into the equally comfortable lap of Mai. She hummed a simple tune as her hands lazily ran through his crimson locks, perfectly content to keep him company as he slept. Too relaxed on the couch like this, a rather dangerous thing for any shinobi to do. Competent guards are known to get up and answer the door. He instead shot a look to a corner of the room. When the shadows gave birth to the snarling face of a wolf, he gave a simple nod and his will was done. He could hear as the locks of his door were undone and the door cracked open slightly to identify the visitor. They had gotten this far without being stopped by the wolves stationed around his apartment, which meant the identification did little more than tell those within his home who they would be dealing with. He didn't hear what was said and lacked the will to remove his head from such an exquisite pillow, so he simply lay there awaiting whatever guest had decided to stop by for a visit. Did you sleep well, master? Her soft voice contained a warmth often absent when she tended to her duties among the wolves, but he enjoyed being able to hear it in the less formal setting of his home. Quite well, thank you. You make an excellent pillow. Despite not being able to see her facing away from the couch as he was, he knew she had given a quick nod and was able to hear her faint laugh. I'm glad I could be of service. In service she had been. Returning for the first time in a week to the apartment he called home, she had cooked him a quick meal and left him to eat as she drew a bath. She had returned in time to share some of the meal, after which she aided him in bathing and treated him to another massage. When all was done they had settled themselves upon his couch and it wasn't long until he had drifted off. "You really are too good to me," he mumbled. She gave a giggle and shook her head, her lips pulling into a smirk. "Only the best for Naruto-sama." "Oh, Naruto-sama, is it? How cute," came a new voice, a very familiar voice. "Mitarashi-san, how nice of you to visit. Please, have a seat." As she crossed into his vision she gave a smirk and crossed her arms over her chest. "I'd love to, but it would seem the best spot's been taken by that pretty little girlfriend of yours." Mai didn't waste a second. "You're more than welcome to it, Mitarashi-sama, so long as Naruto-sama doesn't mind me getting up." "Hey, looks like you found yourself a keeper, kid." Enko ignored the way the young woman frowned at her lord being called a child and instead sat down on the floor in front of them, leaning back against the couch. It was not 2 seconds later that her purple hair had been removed from her trademark ponytail and Naruto's hands were busy straightening it out with his fingers. She didn't bother trying to stop him, she never did. He had mentioned liking her hair down and if that's what he'd prefer then she'd indulge him. Not only had he freed her of the burden she had carried for a good portion of her life, but at moments like this he almost seemed like the child he should have been. There were few and precious moments where he was like this, there was no good reason to ruin it. After a few minutes of him running his fingers through her hair much like Mai was doing with his, Enko decided to speak up. "So, I heard what happened with the teams." Only Mai could see her master raise a brow at that. "Did you? News certainly travels quickly. As quickly as the Chunin can run, usually," she grinned. "They spread about news like wildfire." "Interesting." Enko gave a nod. "Quite. Now, as I was saying, I heard about you not being placed on a team. I think it's crap, you managed to draw me into an ambush that you had set up." After all, Enko still wasn't sure what had managed to get him on the good side of these wolves, but it must have been big. How else would one explain not only their help capturing her and opposing the Yamanaka so staunchly but the fact that they were sparing guards to ensure his safety? "But I think we could have some fun with it." "Oh, what kind of fun?" "Well, despite the fact that T&I is always busy, it's usually pretty slow for us interrogators. As such, we tend to get a lot of time off. Seeing as you are now a shinobi I wouldn't be too opposed to requesting some help on missions from our active reserve lists." Despite the fact that they couldn't see it, both Naruto and Mai knew she was grinning. His head still comfortably resting upon Mai's lap, Naruto gave a shrug. "Sounds good, I wouldn't mind a mission every now and then until I manage to get a team." "Great, then it's settled, the two of us are going to become the most famous team of shinobi to ever be." Naruto gave a deep chuckle and even Mai let out a quiet giggle. "Sure, Mitarashi-san, if you're going to do something you need to do it right, no?" "Exactly. Speaking of doing things right," she turned her head around to grin at him. "You graduated today, which means you owe me that dinner." "Ah, I suppose I do." He looked at Enko's grinning face and then back up to the content smile of Mai who had yet to stop playing with his hair. "I don't think either of you are against me treating you two to dinner tonight, then." "Ooh, one woman not enough for you Naruto-kun." It was Mai who beat him to a response. "Of course not, only the best for Naruto-sama." As Enko chalked on air at the girl's quick response Naruto gave a deep laugh. The first laugh he remembered having in a very long time. While her lord made his amusement known, a tender smile touched Mai's lips. It was far too rare for him to seem so happy. A few chuckles every now and then showed his amusement, but to see him laugh. It brought a warmth to her chest to see him like this and she looked down at him fondly. She would do whatever she could to keep him like this. All she wanted was for her master to be happy. Relaxed was a bad word to describe him as he walked down the streets of Konoha with Enko and Mai on his arms, but he was certainly at ease with the knowledge that the wolves kept silent vigil over him. There were not many, but with the addition of patrolling Anbu it was more than enough. A passerby gave him a slight nod as he met their eyes and he had to fight back the smirk that threatened to curve his lips. Unlike the Anbu who used their presence to deter trouble, his wolves kept themselves hidden amongst the flocks. They could not risk being discovered so early into the game and so masks were reserved for within headquarters, or the den, as Sai called it and when working outside of Konoha. With any luck they wouldn't have to worry about that soon. It was going to be a glorious day when his wolves could prowl in full view of the world. Returning the nod, he let his attention drift to his current company. Mai touched lightly upon his right arm, as if hesitant to make such contact in public. She fought admirably to keep the disinterested face she so often wore, but it was ruined by the light blush and the uncertainty that had crept over her features. Nevertheless, he knew she was keeping a careful watch for any threats within the crowds. She always carried a few knives on her, and he had no doubt that anything she felt hostile would find two of them buried into it without a second thought. Anko, on the other hand, and at that, the other arm seemed completely comfortable being seen on his arm. Perhaps she had grown used to the stares or the slight looks of disgust, or maybe she just didn't care what others thought, but she walked calmly by his side, quite likely more interested in where they would go for dinner than any rumors that might spread. He did not know for certain if she carried any weapons on her, but considering her reputation it was safe to assume she did. He tried not to think about her apparel or how few places it provided to hide any sort of weapon. The last thing he needed to do was provide her with more ways to tease him. A slight breeze rolled past them, carrying with it the smell of autumn, and he briefly wondered if he should have brought his cloak with him. He had left both of his gifts at home tonight, the cloak and Morio's tooth, but had a kunai holster on each leg in case something should happen. Looking down at his regular attire of blue shirt and black pants, it briefly crossed his mind that he probably should have worn something other than his shinobi outfit. Too late to change it now, he mused. And it wasn't as if he was the least well-dressed amongst the group either. Anko's curious choice of attire was far more suited to bar hopping within the red light district than going out for a nice dinner. Of course, no one would point out something like that to Mitarashi Anko, and there were few who would want to. She had an excellent body, one she worked hard for, and she was happy to show it. And he, like many others, enjoyed looking at it. He would deny it if she asked him, just to spare himself the teasing, but he had a feeling that she was well aware. In fact, she seemed almost pleased whenever she caught him looking at her. If there was one thing he knew about the woman, it was that she loved attention. It didn't matter who she got it from either, just so long as they kept their hands to themselves. He was more than willing to be one of those who gave her the attention she so sought. And it was now, giving her that attention, that he missed the blue eyes watching as he escorted the two women on his arms down the busy streets of Kanahagakure. Perhaps it was best that he did not see them. He was in a good mood, after all, it would have been a shame to ruin it. It was there and gone in an instant, but there was no way she could have missed it. Brushing over her senses, she could feel his presence as it ghosted away, like the fleeting touch of a lover you would never see again. But she would see him again, no matter what it took. How her body trembled at that brief instant, oh how it ached when he slipped away again. He was there, so close, and yet she could do nothing. So blinding was that glimpse of the sun that now the darkness around her had multiplied 100-fold. The warmth he brought was taken as soon as she could recognize it, stolen away by fate's cruel mistress. She could beg, she could plead, but here within this prison he could not hear her, could not see that she needed him again. 2 long years had passed, the most miserable years of her life, dreaming about returning to him once more. 2 years plagued by fears and nightmares that he may never take her back. And now, so close to her escape, salvation was once again denied. She wanted to scream, she wanted to cry, she wanted to lash out against all that had separated them, but above all, she wanted him. With every second of the last few years she had come closer and closer to being reunited, and now, with every second, he moved farther and farther away. Move, go after him. It was half scream and half desperate sob as she wished her jail could hear her. Can't you see him? Can't you feel him? Don't let him get away. It would be of no use, her prison could not hear her cries, not like her warden had been able to. No, he had trusted her, had allowed her such freedom that she could speak into his thoughts. His sister had not been so trusting, and perhaps that was more wise than she would care to admit. He had trusted her and she had betrayed him. It was not the elimination of Tatsuki that was her betrayal, that had been in his best interest even if he couldn't see it or refused to accept it. She had not betrayed him by killing the whore, but by going behind his back to do it. And then, instead of apologizing for doing it without permission, for not taking the time to convince him that this was the best way, she had left him. Left him when he had needed her most. Left him when he was most vulnerable. Left him when she could have cemented herself as the most important part of his life. She could feel slight bits of anger and jealousy leaking from her jail, which told her two things. First, that she had indeed spotted her brother. And second, that he had already found another. That she could have guessed. It had been 2 years, of course someone else would have been able to enter his life given that much time. They would be competition for his attention later, she knew, but there was a part of her that couldn't help but be glad. She knew how much her companionship had meant to him. It may have not been in the same manner as the Yamanaka that was often with him, but she was well aware how much the knowledge that he had a constant companion had helped him get through each day. And then she had not just left him, but she had left those words with him. Those horrid words. Though, if he had found someone new, there was a good chance those words haunted her more than they did him. He seemed to have been able to find companionship despite them, but it very well could be those words that damned her from ever being close to him again. Because she knew, despite those biting words, it was she who was not worthy of him. He seemed relaxed to her, walking calmly down the street. It was a far cry from what she had witnessed just hours before. Gone was the anger, that frozen fury barely restrained behind clenched teeth. She had a feeling that most of his ease came from the two walking with him. Slight jealousy briefly flashed in her heart. He was her brother, why was it these two were able to spend time with him when she couldn't? It should have been her walking beside him, should have been her who had caused his anger to dissipate. Instead, she was simply another body within the crowd, watching as her brother slipped further and further away. Moving through the crowd as best she could, she struggled to keep him in sight. Unlike her, he seemed to have no trouble navigating the mass of bodies despite the companion on each arm. Both women were older than him, the one on his left more obviously so, and yet they hung off her brother like trollops. The eldest of the group was clothed only in a small skirt and an open coat over fishnet, as if her brother had just pulled her out of one of the many bars or clubs found in the red light district. There was a pleased grin splitting her face and no sign of shame despite her actions. It was easy enough to see her brother look over to her every few moments, no doubt ensnared by the older woman's appearance. Naruto would put money down that the whore was trying to seduce her poor brother for some nefarious purpose. The second woman didn't seem so bad, however, being only a few years older than her brother and acting in a far more reserved manner. Her hands rested on his arm gently, establishing just enough contact to show people who she was walking with and to allow her to be guided along as they traversed the roads of Konoha. When Naruto could see the woman's face, she could see the slight embarrassment, but at what she couldn't tell. The older woman, however, was a pretty good guess. Was this reserved one a friend? Perhaps she was the sister of a friend or even someone who had become lost, but Naruto liked her a lot more than she did the other. Even if she happened to be her brother's girlfriend, Naruto had to grudgingly admit that he could have choose worse, at least she wasn't the other woman. One would not be wrong to say that Naruto really didn't like the purple-haired woman hanging off her brother. With any luck the woman would lose interest and leave her brother in the company of his dark-haired companion. At least then she'd have a better chance of moving into the group to speak with her brother or catching him alone. Of course, if they could both just bugger off right now, that would be preferable. The sooner she could talk to him, the sooner she could get her answer, and she wanted answers. She needed to ask about the blonde from the academy, the Yamanaka who had stopped her, and figure out why she was so scared of him. She had to know why he seemed so cold and distant. She wanted to hear what he had been up to over the past few years. What had he done? Who had he stayed with? Why didn't he want to talk to his mother or sister? That probably bothered her the most. They had been so close just 4 years ago, but now he acted as if he had never met them. Had they been gone so long that he saw them as strangers to his life? Was it because he had somehow forgotten them? No, that wasn't possible. There was no way her brother could ever forget them. He had loved them both far too much for that to ever be the case. There had to be something else then, something she was missing. And she would get to the bottom of it. With every bit of news his prince seemed only greater in his eyes. He was beyond giddy to learn that Naruto had his first kill 4 years ago and found himself surprised when he tore through his closest known friend 2 years after that. Hearing that someone had become an enemy of his godson had his blood boiling, but to know the clan had been brought to its knees without violence, even pleased him to no end. The picture, in all its perfection, had become far too outdated 6 years after it had been masterfully created. A new portrait had taken its place, showing the exact same image only aged. There was a hardness in those brilliant purple eyes and a sharpness that sent shivers down his spine. Lips remained in a dispassionate frown, as if it were distasteful for his image to be confined in a mere picture frame. His features were sharper now, having grown from the young boy into a young man, and brought with it a sense of nobility that far outshone the princely image he had previously. To compare that picture to this one was to compare the corpse of a pig to a divine being. His prince's hair was still as red as blood, a messy crown of crimson that had grown to reach his shoulders. The artist had taken the liberty to pull some of the hair into a small ponytail at the base of his neck, and Orochimaru couldn't help but agree with the decision and the more regal feeling it gave the image. Pale skin stood out in deep contrast to the dark background, glowing like the moon. It was not natural, could not be natural, to have such perfect skin, and yet that's what this picture showed. He could choose to believe that the artist was lying to him when they painted this masterpiece, but that was to doubt the beauty of his prince. Orochimaru would never doubt his prince. He had not seen his beloved prince, not since his departure from the village a little more than a decade ago, but the artist had. He had it arranged for him to be brought into the village, had risked his spies to ensure that the image would be as it truly was. It had been more than worth it. Of course, good news eventually gave way to the bad, and it would seem Kushina had decided to return. He did not know if she had met with her son yet, or if he was once again living with the family that had left him, but he'd have to hold off on any more gifts until he was certain. It was a pity too, he had finally found something worth giving. His gaze briefly drew away from the painting to rest on the woman sleeping before him, or, more specifically, the necklace that rested on her bare chest. A golden circle of coils shone brightly in the dim torchlight of this room dedicated to his prince. To think, he had managed to come across such an artifact as this. It never ceased to astound him how fortunate he seemed to be when his goal was somehow related to his godson. Yes, this would be the perfect thing for the young prince, something that could bring them closer than any of the gifts he had given before. Torchlight seemed to melt over the golden coils of the necklace in agreement, bringing a smile to his lips. Considering what lay before him, or more importantly what it represented, he was quite tempted to keep it for himself, but that just wouldn't do. It had been 4 years now, and yet his prince had only received 2 gifts. It was unacceptable. He had 8 years to make up for, and now 2 for which he had been unable to find anything suitable. He could not take this from him, would not take this from him. It was better in his hands anyway. He was Orochimaru the Snake Sannin, he had no practical use for the amulet of O. His prince, however, could make use of it, and so it would go to him. That was one taken care of, now he only had 9 more gifts to go. Idly his gaze moved from the necklace to the one who currently wore it. With long black hair much like his own and skin almost as pale, he found it quite odd to look upon her. 2 pale fingers found themselves running carefully over her cheek, but he had no fear of waking her. She slept now not by nature, but by his will. From her cheek his fingers drifted down her neck and over her chest, coning to stop at the red sheet that covered her feet and reached to just above her navel. It was a strange feeling when he thought about it, to be touching yourself without feeling it, for this flesh, her flesh, would soon enough be his flesh. He entertained the thought briefly of taking advantage of her sleeping state before banishing it from his mind. He wasn't about to allow another body to defile his future vessel, even if both were to be him. He trailed back up her body and ghosted over her ruby lips. Carefully he parted them, and it wasn't long before they came to her tongue. This was the prize, the entire reason he had decided that he would use this body as his vessel. The ability to manipulate such a powerful muscle in the manner this woman could was previously unheard of, but it was here now, just waiting to be claimed. To extend his tongue as if it were a 5th limb was a chance he couldn't pass up, not when none of the other potential candidates had anything more interesting. He had hoped, briefly, that he might snatch up an Uchiha, but that seemed to be beyond his grasp for now. He'd just have to wait for the last survivor to have some kids he could snatch up, or until he had a chance to obtain the last Uchiha himself. The later was preferable time-wise, but his chances of success were far better for the former option. His fingers were removed from her mouth and instead moved to open a single yellow eye. She was so like a snake, so like himself in appearance, that he had to wonder if he might not have had a child he was unaware of. Seed or not, her body would be his within the fortnight and would remain his flesh for 2 years afterwards. A lot could happen in 2 years, he knew, and he was slightly curious if he would first introduce himself to his godson while draped in her flesh. Then again, that could be to his benefit. His spies spoke often of his prince being within the company of women. It seemed almost as if that's all he interacted with on a regular basis. If that was the case, perhaps it would be preferable to meet like this. And if his little prince was stricken by the beauty of this body, all the better to gain his trust and bring him home. Yes, home, for here, in a place that would bow to his every whim, was the only place that could be suitable for him to live the life he deserved. If the prince was still attracted after learning his identity, then so be it. After all, every prince needs the loving guidance of a queen. It wouldn't hurt to remain female a while longer for his godson. He was to be immortal, after all. What was a few decades as a woman compared to the happiness of his prince? Noonday sun shone brightly into the house, but it could do nothing to impart its warmth and light upon the sole occupant. There was a cold that clung to her, a deep blackness of despair and misery. She had not managed to make it to her bedroom before she had broken down in tears, collapsing into the plush carpet before the green couch of her living room. It was this couch, the one she had sat and told stories to her children on, that she had planned her wedding with her fiancé from, where she had made love with her husband on numerous times, that now caught her tears as she buried her face into the familiar cushions. His words, few as they were, still cut into her heart with the same icy sharpness they possessed when they passed through his lips. A single sentence had been more than enough to remind her of her failures, her fears, and her deepest regrets, and he spoke it without mercy or hesitation. She deserved it, she knew she did. The fault rested solely upon her shoulders, the very same shoulders that now shook as uncontrollable sobs racked her body. Had she not left, she wouldn't be having these troubles. She'd instead be congratulating her son on graduating from the academy as she asked him what he'd like to eat for their celebration dinner. The three of them would be here together, as a family, enjoying the close company and familiar warmth they had always shared. Tonight it looked to be only her, Naruto having run off in an attempt to bring Naruto home. Home. This was not his home, not since he had been locked from it 4 years ago. He had a new home now, she had seen it. A comfortable little apartment, far from the clan district, had taken upon itself the role. How long had he lived there? Was he alone or was there someone living with him? There had been a young woman with long black hair that exited his apartment. Had she been a roommate of sorts to lower the cost? Perhaps she was a friend he had made in their absence or an elder sister figure. Until she found Naruto, these questions and many more would remain unanswered, and it was tearing her apart. She needed to know what had happened while she was away, what he had gone through. Otherwise she'd never be able to make things up to him. The thought of not making things up, not setting things right, was horrifying. Not just because she had wronged her son, but because she would never be able to repair the relationship that seemed to have shattered in her absence. Could being left with others really have been so bad? Or had it simply been the fact that she had left him? She had promised to be there, as he brought up immediately upon their reunion, and instead stole his sister away and left him behind without family. Sure, she had always considered Kurenai her daughter and Tsunade was the godmother of her children, but that had nothing on the bonds of blood that had been severed. The Uzumaki pride family over everything, and while it doesn't matter if your family is blood or not, for blood to turn from blood was unthinkable. And yet that's exactly what she had done. There was no excuse for an Uzumaki to be left behind. Even if remaining would bring death to them, yourself, and all your people, it was believed that it was better to die with family than to live knowing you had turned your back on them. She had not been able to bring herself to do so. Worried for his health and future, scarred for her baby, she had left him behind. She had betrayed her blood. And she hadn't even sent a damn letter. She knew it probably would have meant the world to him to hear from her after she had left, but were she to send letters he would no doubt respond. Sure, she could tell him not to because they would be moving around often during the trip, but to send letter to him that he was forbidden to respond to would have been terrible. What would she have to say to him beyond the progress his sister was making? She could ask questions about his life, but he would be unable to answer. In the end, he would become bitter, hearing only about his sister and how much she seemed to be favored. She would be unable to tell him those thoughts were wrong because he would never be able to share them with her. His responses, however, would have been far worse. To know how much he missed them, to hear his pleading for their return would break her heart. She wouldn't have been able to do it, she knew, for the first letter he sent would have likely brought her back to Konoha and Naruto back into danger. She couldn't do that to him. And yet, perhaps that would have been for the best. Maybe the chance of damaging his chakra coils and taking away his future as a shinobi was better than damaging her relationship with her son and tearing the family apart. But the die had been cast, and there was nothing left for her to do but regret. More sobs shook her frame, her body exhausted both mentally and physically. A nap would probably help her right not, the sweet, ignorant bliss of nothingness could do her wonders. Her body was in favor of such an option, but her heart and mind were of a different opinion. As soon as her eyes began to droop, 2 pools of frozen amethyst glared at her accusingly. Just going to cry yourself to sleep, are you? I can only imagine how many times he did that wondering where his family had gone. The words were not in his voice, but neither was it entirely hers. A mixture of both her voice and the voice of her son spoke with a mouth of razors, each lash of his tongue tearing away at her heart. But, it was right. Naruto must have spent countless nights just as she was now and yet had found some way to continue on for 4 years. Look at you, you're pitiful. The voice spat. You have no right to pity yourself for your own mistakes. You deserve this pain, he doesn't. The words, though harsh, worked to drain her reservoir of tears and soon enough her crying came to an end. Lifting herself up on shaky arms, she headed to her room. Her son had suffered because of her and that was the bottom line. If she wanted to be able to help him then she needed to get herself together. The shower she took stretched far longer than it should have and she broke down twice under the steaming water, but knowing that her son was depending on her to set things right managed to stop her tears both times. By the time she left her room dressed in sweatpants and a loose robe the sun had begun burning deep orange across the darkening sky. As she sat at her kitchen table, a warm mug of tea in her hands, and watched the sun vanish behind the horizon she came to the simple understanding that would be able to drive her forward. Tomorrow is a new day, another chance for me to make things right. It brought a comforting warmth to think that, to realize that there was still hope yet to be had. And if I can't make them right tomorrow then I'll try the next day, and every day after that, until I have. It was a far more relaxed Kushina that retired to bed that evening, one who slipped instantly into dreams of a full, happy family. The soft smile that stretched her lips for the entirety of the night was beautiful. But there was no one for her to share it with. It was still odd for her to know that she always had at least one person following her at all times. She was well aware that the Hyuga guards around the compound would see her during patrols, but that was different. The Hyuga members simply saw her as they did quick scans of the grounds. Her shadows, however, were always present, always watching her and ensuring her safety. It was a miracle they had not been caught by the guards yet. Kyan had mentioned that it was because they were just that good, but his smartass comment was quickly dismissed after Kotomi explained that they were aided by seals. It wouldn't survive intense scrutiny, but it would suffice to allow them to escape the brief gaze of the Hyuga guards. And really, that's all they needed. So long as people didn't know they were there they didn't look, and so long as they didn't look they wouldn't be found. It worked well enough. For now, at least. Hinata was startled out of her thoughts as a door opened close by, a face peering out to confirm her identity. Hinata-sama, we would like to speak with you. The first thing she did was activate her Byakugan, only to be greeted by nothing. That was rather unsettling. By his words there was at least one other person present, but she couldn't see what might be going on inside. There were not many of these rooms within the compound, rooms that could give complete privacy. No one could remember how they had done it originally, and even the elders didn't seem to know, as their homes remained easily seen. It's why the Hyuga always acted in such a former manner. When people can look into your life while you're doing absolutely anything without warning or indication, you needed to conduct yourself in the best manner possible. It was for that reason that rooms such as this were so coveted. Now there were only 2 major questions. How did this person, obviously a branch member by the band wrapped around his head, managed to get a hold of this room for any length of time, and why did they want her to enter it? Giving a nod to the man, he stepped back, which allowed one of her guards to slip into the room for a quick scout. Entering with due hesitance but slightly reassured by the fact that nothing seemed to have happened to the wolf, Hinata was greeted to a sight she could not make sense of. Dozens upon dozens of branch clan members of varying ages had crammed into the room. Torches provided plenty of light but also plenty of shadows amongst the room's occupants, making it nearly impossible to identify anyone present. There was a split in the crowd, allowing one to get to the other side. She had no doubt that her guard had been forced to move down to the end of the room in order to avoid being discovered, but it was what she saw at the end of the room that had her most puzzled. There was a picture, a portrait, but it was of her. Why would this picture be there? Where had they gotten it, and what did this have to do with her? This way, Hinata-sama. The door was shut behind her, two members moving to guard it, as the one who led her and ushered her through the crowd into the picture of herself. The closer she got, however, the more she began to think this picture wasn't of her, but of her mother. That made a bit more sense, both because there were likely to be a lot of pictures of her mother and because the branch members had been very fond of her. When they had reached the end of the room, she felt her hidden guard placed a comforting hand on her arm to ensure she was aware of their presence, and she was fairly certain that her other guard had moved to ensure she was flanked on both sides in case anything should happen. The one to escort her in stepped away and merged back into the crowd as an elderly man was helped by a young woman to the front. Hinata-sama, his bow nearly took him to the floor, and the young woman at his side did her best to ensure he did not collapse. Fate has spoken for you who will not be branded, truly it is you who is destined to lead the Hyuga. This was a slight surprise, but not entirely shocking. While she had never believed in fate, as both her parents thought it was rubbish, most of the clan had held faith in the mystical power of fate for longer than their history could remember. Even so, she had not expected them to take meaning in the fact that Naruto had been able to aid her with the seal. Of course, that made things just a bit more clear. With the majority of the clan believing in fate, any event was said to have been decreed by such. For her to be kicked out of the head family and yet uncontrolled by the seal of the branch family must have seemed some sort of miracle. If they thought she was fated to lead, however, it left her at a loss to what they were trying to do. Going against the main family was a foolish idea, unless they somehow thought she could free them of the seal. To be an instrument of fate amongst the Hyuga, just the idea sent a shiver down her spine. Things were already weird, but she had a dreadful feeling that this was only the start. There are those who cannot see this, he continued. But we know the truth. Falling to his knees, much to the dismay of the woman who had been helping him stand, he prostrated himself at her feet. Everyone else in the room quickly followed suit, bowing upon the floor before her. More than a little nervous and beyond confused, Hinata looked around the room for help that would not be found. We gaze upon you, with the eyes of our blood, so that we may witness the true sight of fate's chosen Hinata no Makoto. The meaning behind his words was not so alarming as the gasps that rang throughout the room as each person present activated their Byakugan. She could pray that the gasp might not mean what she thought it did, but she knew her guards had been discovered. Perhaps the three of them would be fortunate enough to make it outside the room before people could get to their feet. Almost as one, chakra was pulsed, dispelling the genjutsu that had allowed her wolves to sneak into the room with her. Even as the illusion upon them melted off, her guards moved to stand before her, hands touching upon their tanto. It was the elderly man who ended up deciding the reaction of the room to these intruders. Behold, he proclaimed, our goddess is protected by wolves. Taking a long look at her before sharing a look between themselves, the two wolves turned to face her and dropped to one knee. Still completely out of her element, Hinata gazed around helplessly. She could really use some of Naruto's guidance right about now. Unfortunately, Naruto wasn't here. Pen against paper scratched through the room, each stroke leaving dark paths of ink. His eyes followed the path almost absent-mindedly, a vain attempt to ignore the presence in his office. The meeting was in an hour. If he could just avoid this for an hour, he might not have to deal with it. Of course, that was a foolish dream and they both knew it. How did it go? His voice interrupted the song of his pen as he continued to work, not once turning to look at his guest. He didn't need to turn his chair around to know Kakashi lounged in the windowsill, casting him looks of disappointment. It would seem things hadn't gone as smoothly as he had hoped they might. Oh, no real point in testing them when I can't fail them. The voice was rather bored as it answered, but both knew that hadn't been the question. He didn't respond well, I take it. He had been afraid of that. It was a risk, he knew, especially when he had little information, but it was one he was sincerely hoping would pay off for all those involved. He should have expected things to go wrong. Everything he did went sour when it came to the young man. He responded very well, actually. Hiruzen could hear the turning of a page, no doubt the work of his old student. Or, he did in my opinion. Cut her down immediately. In alarm, the aged Kage spun around to look at the student of the Yondaime. He cut her down. The man only shrugged in response. Verbally, anyway. It was pretty satisfying, though I wouldn't have minded a bit of bloodshed. Hiruzen released a relieved sigh. The last thing he wanted to hear was that Naruto had gotten into a fight with his mother, especially one that ended in death. So he didn't like the idea of being apprenticed to her. I thought he'd like not having teammates so that he could go about things at his own pace. Who knows? Kakashi shrugged again. She never got the chance to bring it up. Really, it was obvious from that alone that he was not too keen on interacting with his former family. Kushina should have at least had the chance to tell him of the proposed apprenticeship. He could only imagine how pissed the young man would be at the moment thinking that he was purely on the reserves. He'd have to find a different arrangement. The talent Naruto had couldn't be wasted waiting around for an opening in a team. Maybe he could find someone else to apprentice him under, or at least a mentor who could take him on missions every so often. Hell, paying a Chunin team to take him on missions wasn't a bad idea either, and Naruto never had to know he was behind it. Naruto would benefit, he would have been able to help the boy, and the village would have yet another skilled shinobi in its ranks. Everybody would win. Well, everyone save Kushina, but she could, at the very least, be comforted by the fact that he was doing well for himself. He had to hold back a snort at that one. Kushina would never look at it that way, only that he had refused to work with her. Then again, he hadn't refused as it was never offered. He had to at least give the two of them a chance. If the boys said no, so be it, but at least he had the option. He'd probably need to be the one to bring it up, though. Kushina hadn't been given the chance to mention it, but he knew Naruto would let him talk for the sole reason that he was the Hokage. If he were to have Kushina present when he called for Naruto, he would also be able to see how the two of them interacted after 4 years apart. That alone could show this to have been a bad idea and allow him to better decide how to deal with Naruto's teamlessness. He wanted Naruto and Kushina to work together in order to repair their relationship, of course, but he wasn't going to force something like that if it only served to make things worse. Before anything else, he was Hokage. It was his duty to make sure Konoha and her occupants remained safe. If it meant not trying to restore the bond between mother and child so that he might have 2 ninja ready to serve, so be it. Hell, even one able and willing to serve and protect was better than having them both too caught up in their own problems to aid the village they swore themselves to. Really? Kakashi's voice broke him out of his musings. He's a swift one, you know. He wasted no time in cutting her down with his words. I thought it was pretty well done, but that might just be because he knew her well enough to know what to say. He gave yet another shrug. Then again, I'm pretty biased myself, so maybe it wasn't so great. I see, and how did he seem to feel about not being placed on a standard team? Well, he seemed pretty pissed even before seeing Kushina, but I have to admit there was only a brief moment for me to look. Oh. Kushina was right outside the doors waiting, so once he stepped out he saw her. Naruto wasn't far behind him though, so I think it's safe to assume he stormed out and she gave chance. Damn. Hiruzen gave a sigh. I was hoping this was a chance to start fixing things. There was silence for a few moments, neither man having much more to say. Kakashi. Yes, Hokage-sama. I know you said quickly, but he did tell her about what's happened, didn't he? The Sandaime questioned. Nope, not a word. Kakashi paused. Well, now that I think about it, I suppose he hinted at one event, but I'm not sure that was even intentional. Which event? He told her he wasn't her son. It's true, in a way. Hiruzen shook his head sadly. Why did those with Uzumaki blood always cause such problems for those around them? And with two of them having problems with each other, this could very easily become a nightmare. Worse still was that Kushina hadn't the slightest idea what had happened in her absence. Someone would eventually have to tell her, or she would somehow piece it together, but neither option was good for anybody. If no one told her, she'd be angry with everyone, but he wouldn't wish the task of telling her on his enemies. He could, however, wish that that task wouldn't fall to him. What are the chances of Naruto accepting an apprenticeship? With Kushina? Yes, with Kushina. Kakashi rubbed his chin in thought for a moment before shrugging. Probably about the same as him accepting one with the Yondaime. The Yondaime is dead, Kakashi, as you well know. That was kind of the point, Hokage-sama. He'd been sighing a lot, he realized as he let out another long breath. Not for the first time he wished he had been the one to perform the sealing of the Kyuubi no Kitsune all those years ago. This was beginning to be too much for him these days. If he was fortunate he'd be able to enjoy a few years of a second retirement, but at this rate heart or lung disease seemed far more likely. With his current luck, he'd still be caged as he lay on his deathbed. We have a rather large mess on our hands, don't we, Kakashi? No, you have a rather large mess on your hands. The only things I need to worry about are training 3 brats and paying my rent. Another sigh escaped Hiruzen's lips. It must have been nice to be Kakashi. She skipped down the halls, eager to retreat into her personal chambers, and paid no mind to the way her cloak trailed behind her and exposed what little clothing she wore underneath. A pair of black shorts hugged her lower body, reminiscent of the pants she had been in when she arrived here in AIM, and her chest was covered in no more than a bra. Around the outskirts of the village it might be nice and cool, but Makoto found that here in the center it was quite hot. That heat and the constant moisture made for a rather unpleasant combination. Some of the others might have been unfazed by the muggy atmosphere, or, at least, not shown if they were, but she was of the opinion that the Jushinist had the right idea going shirtless. Naturally, she ignored the fact that he always went shirtless, mostly because he went through them so damn fast. And it wasn't as if anyone could tell what was under her cloak normally anyway. For all they knew, Pain could be standing there in the buff and be getting a raging boner every time he called himself a god. That man had some serious problems. Then again, most of them did. One did not become an S-class shinobi without accumulating a few issues. Luckily, she could not yet call herself S-class and wasn't aware of any problems she might have. Of course, one must then wonder if any of the S-class shinobi knew they had issues or if they thought themselves perfectly normal. Now that was a scary thought. Shaking it from her head, she continued to skip her to her room. She would much rather have walked, both because it was the proper thing to do and would have ensured no one could get a glimpse of her shirtlessness, but with another meeting having let out and everyone currently behind her she couldn't be behaving in any manner that might seem out of character. Fortunately she knew for a fact that they were all behind her, or, at the very least, not before her, which meant the most they would see would be a little extra leg. They could use that in whatever little fantasies played out in their heads. She had seen the looks, naturally, and she couldn't blame them. She might go about in a mask, but the only other woman in the organization was Conan who, while attractive, no one really wanted to try. It was not hard to see that Pain favored his angel, messing with her whom they all were pretty sure had a thing for their leader would bring about his wrath. S-rank they may be, but not one of them felt like testing themselves against the fabled Rinnegan. Well, Hidan might, but he didn't have a very good sense of danger, being immortal and all. She had talked with all the members a few times during her stay, such was inevitable during a period extending over a year, but her childlike act seemed to put off most of those who might otherwise try something. Deidara seemed to think it cute, Kisame seemed to care little past the fact that she was female, and, much to her own disgust, Itachi appeared to be interested. She knew he had no idea who she really was, but that didn't do anything to make her feel better about it. Hopefully that interest would pass in time because she really didn't want to have to deal with her son trying to get with her or risk blowing her cover trying to prevent it. Maybe she could convince Zetsu to pretend they were in a relationship. No, that was a terrible idea. But she could probably pay Kakuzu. Part of her argued that she couldn't hide forever. Another part reminded her that she managed to run away for over a decade. She hadn't had an angry Uzumaki mother after her the last time, though, in fact, there hadn't been anyone after her at all. It would be nice to go back to those carefree days of drinking and gambling. Shizune, however, probably appreciated not having to live such a lifestyle anymore. She may have been young, but she really wasn't the type to enjoy living on the run. Bursts of excitement, of course, but a never-ending chase during which you have to care for an inebriated Sannin. No, she was probably rather relieved that the two of them had stopped. Of course, now she seemed pretty restless. Poor girl. Poor girl. At least she doesn't have Uzumaki Kushina after blood. Well, she didn't either, but Tsunade wasn't confident in that lasting long. Sooner or later Kushina would learn everything, and she had no doubt that she would rise to the top of the woman's shit list. Lucky her. She had no real right to be feeling self-pity, having brought this upon herself, but it was nice to distract herself from the crushing guilt by focusing solely upon the problems and ignoring the fact that she was the cause. Unfortunately, that did little to solve her problems. In fact, there was little if anything that could solve her problems at this point. She had been here for 4 years, and yet hadn't even seen the reason she had returned. It didn't matter what excuses she tried to comfort herself with, it was unacceptable, and that was the bottom line. It was worse than that, she knew, because her inaction didn't just affect her godson but his entire family. Her goddaughter Naruko and the woman she often thought of as a daughter Uzumaki Kushina had both relied on her for updates on Naruto's well-being in the hopes that they might be able to return home to him. She had failed them all. And she had failed herself. It was a pity that she hadn't realized that this was an opportunity to turn her life around sooner. She had been scared, naturally, of becoming attached, but that was probably exactly what she needed. Shizune probably wouldn't be around much longer, and once she left Tsunade would have nothing left. But, had she simply allowed herself to take care of the boy, even risking the chance that he too might be torn from her, then she would at least have something left in this world. Then again, maybe she did. It might not be a person or possession, but could it be what she needed to keep her going? Could she continue purely for the sake of atonement? She might not be able to make things right, but surely she could spend the rest of her life trying. Right. A slight laugh escaped her lips. What did she really have to lose? She'd have to start with the reason she was brought here in the first place. It was all she really had to work with at this point. Naruto didn't even know that she was his godmother, so anything dealing with that could be left for later. The medical side could help on both fronts, aiding her with Naruto and Kushina, and it would only take being in the good graces of one of them to get a solid foundation to start making things better. It would be better for her to get on Naruto's good side to help her with Kushina, but she couldn't deny the benefit of pacifying Kushina and working with her to get the both of them back into his life. She might not have done right by him while she was here, but even she knew he wouldn't be too happy with Kushina after her unannounced departure from his life. Either way, she was going to have to start with Naruto's health. Grinning for the first time in days, she began clearing sake bottles off her desk. Shizune. Maybe, just maybe, she could make things right after all. Shizune. Startled as the quiet of the house gave way to the voice of her master, Shizune found herself wondering what could have made the Sannin call for her. After marking her place in her book and setting it back down on the coffee table, quick strides brought her to her baster's bedroom in a scant few moments. Oddly enough, it was empty. Peering down the hall revealed the door to the study ajar. It was rather curious, as her master had already gone through all the sake in the regular stores days ago. The study had been the first place she had cleared out looking for more. The room had been quickly scoured and drained of her master's favorite vice before she moved to the other rooms of the house. Surely there hadn't been more. Then again, this was the Senju compound. It was actually more likely than she'd like to think. Yes, Tsunade-sama, she called upon reaching the door. No sooner than the words had been spoken, the door was pulled open, allowing her to see her master for the first time in several days. Considering the mood she had been in for the past few weeks, and even the lethargically drunk state she had been in for the past few years, the broad smile she now wore was beyond concerning. Shizune. The cry was almost joyful, and she had to wonder for a moment if her master had turned to drugs in the absence of alcohol. Brilliant, just the girl I needed to see. Tsunade-sama, are you alright? When she was immediately swept into a crushing hug, Shizune knew that her master most certainly not alright. Tsunade never gave hugs. Never. I've never been better, Shizune, never been better. Ah, okay. She'd just have to wait for whatever was in her master's system to leave before trying to get to the bottom of this. So, what did you need? She was released instantly as Tsunade rushed back into the study and began pulling medical books from the shelves. I need you to get me everything you can on Uzumaki Naruto. Everything. Everything. A large stack of books was piled atop the sturdy wooden desk and her master turned back to look at her. I want medical records, arrest records, every report from Genin to Anbu that even mentions him, everything. Anbu reports. That was a ridiculous request, there was no way she could get her hands on those. Of course, she wasn't going to even try bringing that up right now, Tsunade was already acting far too strange. Alright, but, why? The smile she was given in response was blinding and Shizune could have sworn her eyes were filled with hope. Because I'm going to make things right. Shizune had no idea what was going on at the moment but, as weird as it was, she decided to enjoy it while it lasted. After all, whatever was causing this would end soon enough. It always did. She let out a relieved sigh when she finally made it to the safety of her room. Closing the door behind her and leaning against it for support, she wondered how she could have ended up in such a situation. Hinata no Makoto. Really? It was absolutely preposterous but, worse, they seemed to truly believe it. She was not some sort of goddess, far from it. If it hadn't been for Naruto's help she'd be nothing more than a slave at the moment. Naruto's help, admittedly, is also what seemed to have landed her in this mess. If she was fortunate, he could also help her out of it. Her thoughts were interrupted by a soft knock at the door and with an embarrassed blush she quickly turned to open it, granting access to her guards. So caught up was she in her new problems that she forgot they would have been following her. The genjutsu they used to keep out of sight wavered and vanished as they took up positions in her room. There was no reason to be invisible in the safety of her quarters as few would dare use the Byakugan within the compound let alone to peer into the room belonging to the daughter of their head, branch or not. Even if they did, however, they would not show up clearly. It wasn't perfect, but Naruto had mentioned some sort of seal that kept the Byakugan from working properly. It would see them, of course, but it would be hard to recognize them unless someone really looked hard. It also helped that their uniforms, courtesy of the Yamanaka treasury, were chakra insulated, which would muffle their chakra signature and retain any chakra that might leak off of them. It wasn't cheap and her 4 guards were the only wolves to wear such gear but there really wasn't any option when it came to guarding her from within the Hyuga clan compound. Of course, knowing this, she felt somewhat hesitant to request more aid. Unless. She frowned in thought. Could he actually use this? Would this be to his advantage? Though it seemed almost too good to be true, she couldn't shake the feeling that with this she might be able to aid him for a change. She'd need his guidance, of course, but if he could help her with this situation and benefit from the arrangement then she knew that the least she could do was inform him of the recent events and inquire to any steps he wanted taken in relation to this development. Grabbing a piece of paper from her desk, she quickly wrote down all the important details she could think of in regards to the situation. Confidence momentarily boosted by the thought of being of use to the young man who had been looking out for her, she signed both the note and the envelope she placed it into with, Hinata no Makoto. That, if nothing else, was sure to get his attention. Knowing exactly what she was up to, one of the wolves took hold of the envelope and, with an approving nod at her decision to report this to Naruto, they quickly took off. Hopefully Naruto would be as pleased with her actions as the wolf had been. And maybe, just maybe, he would be proud of her. It was with a smile that she went to bed that night. He woke in a familiar bed, within a familiar room, with a rather unfamiliar weight pressed against his right side. Managing to lift himself onto his elbows, he brought his left hand up to rub the sleep out of his eyes and was almost pulled back onto the bed. A quick look down showed a very sleepy, very clingy Mitarashi Anko. Shaking his head at the sight, he managed to extract himself from her arms. She seemed to have no preference between him and his pillow and wasted no time trying to crush it in her grip as she slept. For a woman nearing full Junin rank she really was quite childlike. Idly puzzling over his shirtlessness, he didn't remember taking that off last night. He went about getting ready for the day. Hinata's letter had been waiting for him when he returned with the girls after dinner, and he wanted to be able to speak to her about the situation in person as quickly as possible. Of course, she would probably be meeting with her team for their first training session, but he was sure he could manage to steal her away for a few moments. Seeing as it was Kurenai who had been assigned her Junin instructor, it likely wouldn't be any trouble at all. A quick shower and a change of clothes later, and Anko was still trying to kill his poor pillow. Picking up her discarded coat and skirt from the floor, he placed them neatly at the end of the bed before retrieving his cloak and blade from his closet. Thinking better of it, his cloak went back in. He could probably get some training in, perhaps even a few practice spars with Yugao, after talking with Hinata. It would a pity to lose or damage his cloak. He knew it was intended to be worn, but he couldn't help the attachment he felt to it. Even if he didn't know who had sent it, it had been their first gift to him and he was rather fond of it. He would much rather it be damaged or destroyed on a memorable mission than training here in Konoha. Closing his closet door as gently as possible not to wake his guest, he quickly left the room only to find that his guest's numbered 2. Curled up on his couch, Mai seemed more comfortable than Anko had. Then again, that could be because Mai tried to remain as reserved as possible throughout the day, something she couldn't do while sleeping. Turning back to his room for a spare blanket, he realized quickly that the Tokubetsu Junin wasn't about to surrender any of them without a fight. Giving a sigh and knowing he had no more blankets, he grabbed his cloak and brought it out to the main room, carefully draping it over the shoulders of his most loyal subordinate. She relaxed further under its warmth and he couldn't restrain the curving of his lips. She really seemed like a different person while sleeping. He was about to head to the kitchen for a quick breakfast when a knock sounded at his door. Knowing that the wolves prowling around the apartment building wouldn't have let the person get this far if they were hostile, and knowing that if his wolves had been dispatched he really didn't have much of a chance anyway, he cracked open his front door to be greeted by the porcelain face of an Anbu agent. Presumed identity known and a hand on Morio's tooth, he opened the door enough for his entire head to be properly seen. "Can I help you, Anbu-san? My apologies for coming so early, but Hokage-sama would like to see you in his office, preferably before team meetings take place." "I see, did he say why?" The Anbu shook his head. "I'm afraid not." Giving a sigh and a longing look back to his kitchen, he gave a nod to the shinobi outside his door. "Very well, let him know I'll leave immediately, but I'll be stopping for something to eat along the way." "Of course, I'll pass it along. I bid you a pleasant day, Naruto-san." And with that he was gone. Giving one last look inside his apartment, he shook his head and walked into the morning streets of Konoha. It had started so well, couldn't that have lasted until lunch? It wasn't long after the apartment's owner had left that she found herself knocking on the door. When no one answered, she tried once more, and when that failed she looked about for permission. Atop a nearby building a porcelain wolf peered down at her. Giving a quick nod, it vanished again. Taking that as a go-ahead and knowing that she would be stopped if she wasn't allowed to enter, she turned the handle and entered the apartment. Giving a grin when she spotted the sleeping young woman on the couch, her lips quickly turned downwards. Anko hadn't been in her apartment, which was odd considering she rarely woke before 8, and that made here the next likely place, having come from her own home. But if she hadn't crashed on his couch, she couldn't have, could she? Poking her head into the bedroom, she located her friend holding tightly to a pillow and wrapped tightly in a mess of blankets. That was Anko all right. She gave a brief look to the clothing at the end of the bed with a frown before turning to look at a clock. It was barely past 6 and she had told her team to meet her at 9. That gave her a good 2.5 hours before she needed to leave, with rather generous travel time for a kunoichi of her caliber. Deciding that she could let her friend sleep in a bit more, 6 was pretty early, especially for Anko. She left the room and made her way to the small kitchen. Her original intention had been to sit at the table while she waited, but she quickly found herself cooking breakfast. Not only did it give her something to do, but with any luck it would wake up Anko. There were only 2 things that could get Anko awake before 7, sex and food. Only one of those would get her out of bed. Seeing as she had no intention of crawling into bed with the woman, with an added note that the bed didn't belong to either of them but rather a freshly graduated genin, she decided to make some food. Of course, she'd have to reimburse Naruto later. Maybe she could invite him and Anko over for a dinner at her place one of these days. If they worked together they might even be able to have Anko host the next meal. She gave a slight giggle at the thought. Anko was a terrible cook, they would be better off just ordering something to go and eating it on her couch. Kurenai couldn't even count the number of times the two of them had done just that. It wasn't much longer that someone else stumbled into the kitchen. Unfortunately, it wasn't Anko. Have you seen Naruto-sama? Though faint, there was an evident blush on the girl's face as she delicately held the boy's cloak. Kurenai thought it was adorable. No, he wasn't here when I came in. Would you like some breakfast? No, thank you, I really need to be going. Could you thank Naruto-sama for me if you see him? Kurenai raised a brow. Thank him for what? Last night, the poor girl froze in shock and covered her mouth immediately, her face burning red. Last night, huh? Kurenai gave a slight smirk at the embarrassed girl. Kurenai waved off her explanation. Don't worry, I'll thank him for you. Must have been a hell of a night though. Anko's clothes were scattered all over the room. An even brighter blush covered her face as she quickly escaped the kitchen. Moments later the door opened and shut, leaving Kurenai and a sleeping Anko in the apartment. Cute girl, I should tease her more often. Of course she was familiar with Mai, having seen her several times over the past year, but she hadn't really exchanged words with her before now. There were greetings and wishes of good days, but they tended to cross paths only when one of them was leaving. She'd have to put a bit more effort into interacting with her from now on. That had been fun. Other than a quick stop into a bakery that had fortunately been open, Naruto's walk to the Hokage Tower was uneventful. His purchase washed down by a drink from the vending machine at the bottom of the counter, he ascended the steps quickly, ready to deal with whatever the Sandaime had for him. Of course, he didn't necessarily expect what greeted him. It was a familiar image to many, the Sandaime reclining behind his desk with a pipe in hand, but there was one noticeable difference in this particular occurrence of a well-known scene. Standing by his desk, bright red hair falling down her back, stood Uzumaki Kushina. And she was smiling. It wasn't long after she had finished cooking that the smell of food had managed to drag Anko from her slumber. The purple-haired Tokubetsu Junin was half asleep as she shuffled into the kitchen with a yawn, wearing no more than she had worn to bed the previous night. Kurenai had seen the clothes at the end of the bed, but seeing her best friend dressed in nothing but undergarments and a fishnet top drove it home and brought a frown to her face. Naruto had only recently turned 12, sharing a bed with him half-dressed was inappropriate for the 22-year-old, and Anko should have known that. Admittedly, Kurenai was slightly jealous of her friend. Not because she had shared Naruto's bed, but because the woman was seemed so close and comfortable around the young man. She had gotten better ever since she and Naruto started over, but she still had a long way to go before she felt she'd be able to do something so simple as giving him a hug. I'll just have to ask that Anko make up for my lack of hugs with some of her own. As it was, she still had some difficulty being alone in a room with him. Luckily, the presence of others, such as Anko, made it possible for her to interact with him. She scowled slightly at the thought. It had taken her a long time to be able to deal with the presence of men, and then Naruto had to show up and turn everything upside down. Well, that wasn't true. His father had done it before him, and she both loved and hated the man for the way his presence always kept her on edge. Of course, he had been Namikaze Minato and more than capable of taking care of himself when he pushed her instincts too far. His son, on the other hand, had always seemed so vulnerable, and it was a constant battle between wanting to be the one who protected him when he was younger and the knowledge that she was just as much a threat to him so long as her instincts believed him to be one to her. It was a ridiculous notion, she was well aware, that he might be a threat to her, but her body didn't care about rational thought. The boy put her on edge, just like his father before him, and her body fought to react each time. It was a miracle that she had always done so well to restrain herself after not having to worry about it with Minato. Miracle or not, it was becoming easier each day. It may have been because she was getting used to having her nerves so tightly wound when around him, or because he seemed more and more capable of defending himself should she slip, or even a combination of both, but the important thing was that she was getting better. Who knows? Maybe she'd have a chance to be the sister she had always wanted to be for him before he finished growing into a man. The thought of him becoming a man led to her picturing what he might look like in a few years, and, if he became anything like she was imagining, she really couldn't blame Enko if she was trying to stake a claim early. She could, however, be disappointed in her friend's decision to start this early. Surely she could have waited until at least Chunin. No one would have batted an eye, regardless of age. One might be accepted as an adult legally upon graduation, but no one considered you one until you hit Chunin. After all, anyone who can earn the rank of Chunin has lost the right to call themselves a child. It was simply impossible to mix the two. Smells good. The voice of her friend broke her out of her thoughts. I would hope so. I'd feel bad using up Naruto's food just to be forced to throw it away. Enko waved her off and took a seat. Don't worry about it, he would have expected me to help myself. Whether or not the food actually ended up being eaten is irrelevant when he knows it will be gone. Kurenai frowned at that. She hated wasting food, but it showed just how comfortable the two of them seemed to be around each other. So, other than cooking breakfast for me, was there any reason you came over? You make it sound like this is your house, Enko. The Tokubetsu Junin just gave a shrug as she filled her plate and took a bite. It could be. I spend enough time here already, and it's not like it would be hard for me to convince him to let me move in and live rent-free. And how do you plan on convincing him, showing a bit more skin? She looked pointedly at Enko's attire and the woman quickly caught on. Ah, yeah, forgot about that. She had, at least, the decency to blush. I should probably consider keeping a few changes of clothes here, or at least something to sleep in. I'll say. You realize you were in bed with a 12-year-old in that, right? Enko raised a brow. What of it? Kurenai had to shake her head. It was easy to forget that Enko had been trained and practically raised by Orochimaru of the Sannin. Her sense of morals tended to be slightly askew of the boundaries generally accepted. I think you have enough trouble with the Konoha populace. Do you really need to give them a valid reason to be against you? A valid reason? Like what? Like being a pedophile. Enko blanched. Is that how you're seeing this? She asked, tilting her head. I thought I was crashing at a friend's. Your friend is 12 years old, you're in your 20s. It might have seemed better if you spent the night on the couch, but those outside the apartment would have known the difference. PFF'd, like I give a shit about what they think. Naruto knows what's going on, I know what's going on, and you know what's going on. Beyond that, why should I be worried? At Kurenai's uncomfortable look, Enko frowned, crossing her arms over her mesh top. You do know that nothing like that has happened, don't you? Well, nothing, Kurenai, came Enko's indignant shout. I thought you knew me better than that. You really think I'm about to put the moves on a 12-year-old boy? What am I supposed to think? Not only did you spend the night here, but you slept in his bed, quite likely with him, wearing almost nothing. Even if you aren't a pedophile, you're going to look like a sex offender. Enko scowled. By you, apparently, you're the only one to know. You know people will find out soon enough if you keep it up. You aren't exactly trying to be secretive about the fact that this is practically your second home. So what? I'll consider him a close friend regardless of the acceptance of anyone else. That's not the point. No, interrupted Enko. The point is that you can't accept the fact that I slept in the same bed as someone else and are jumping to conclusions. And what conclusions am I jumping to? Everything seems pretty clear to me. And that's your problem, it seems clear but you don't really have any idea what's happening. Silence settled over the house as minutes ticked by. It was Kurenai who broke it. Tell me then, what happened? She asked softly. We went out to dinner. Before Kurenai could make any sort of comment, she continued. The three of us. Naruto treated. It was late by the time we got back and I didn't feel like going back home. Naruto offered to let us stay the night and we took him up on it. He had intended to take the couch at first but Mai wouldn't have it. I don't know what their relationship is, but she treats him as if he's her superior and refused to kick him out of his own bed. Naturally, that would have led to the two of them sharing a bed, but I didn't want to sleep on the couch. Mai was only concerned about Naruto getting to sleep in his own bed, so when I said I'd be joining him, she decided to take the couch. I would like it noted that I invited her into the bed. It would have been a little crowded, but I'm sure he wouldn't have minded. I see. Kurenai remained silent for a few moments after speaking before resuming. So it was originally going to be you and Mai who I found in his room then. I'm sorry, but knowing you had been sharing a bed with him wearing so little. Enko gave a sigh. You've mentioned wanting to be a sister to him before, so I guess I can understand where you're coming from, but even if we were doing something like that, what would it matter? He's an adult, I'm an adult, we can make our own decisions. You might see him as the young boy born to your mother, but I see him as the young man who set me free of Orochimaru's Ten no Juin. Hell, Enko shot her friend a giant grin. If he was a few years older, you know, I probably would have dropped my panties right there in the training ground and thanks. Enko. Kidding, kidding. Enko waved her off. But, seriously, if he asks something of me, anything, I'm likely to do it. I can't begin to describe how wonderful it is to be free from that seal, and I owe it to him. I'm not about to go and make the first move, but I certainly wouldn't turn him away if he made advances. He's 12. Enko shrugged. I guess that just means it might be a while before he tries anything. Though, as a young teenage boy, he might ask to see my boobs. She thought for a moment. That would be a normal thing for them, wouldn't it? I guess. No. Enko shook her head with a frown. If it's a normal thing to do, he isn't likely to do it. What are they unlikely to do? Have meaningful conversation. Where are you going with this, Enko? Nowhere, just trying to predict what he might ask of me. The chances of him asking seem pretty slim. He's never relied too much on others, and I hear that declined further after Kushina's departure. Doesn't mean he won't want something. As it is, I've offered to take him on some missions in my free time, but he hasn't asked for training or anything. Hell, do you know the information I could probably get to him? Enko, that's treason. It's not like it's happened. Well, yet. I won't make any promises. Shaking her head, Kurenai sighed before freezing. What do you mean take him on missions? Genin can't go on missions above D rank without their team. Naruto doesn't have a team, he's on the reserves. They didn't have enough graduates this year. But why him? Probably something to do with the fact that he's not part of a clan anymore. She shrugged again. I doubt they were going to try to stop one of the clan heirs from being placed in a team. It would have been a nightmare. Then again, it could have nothing to do with that. Maybe the old man has something else in mind for Naruto. I suppose that could be the case, but speaking of teams, there was a reason I was looking for you. Oh. I wanted to see if you'd be willing to help me with training mine. If they were clanless it would be a bit easier, but as it is they have all trained to use only clan techniques and it's going to take a while to round them out more. I suppose so, but why would you find me to ask? We were going to meet with the other Junin in a few days anyway. I'd like to start today, if that isn't too much trouble, and I didn't want the others to know I had help. I'm the rookie, after all, so I could expect a ribbing for not being able to handle it. Enko gave a snort of amusement. Just think of it this way, 1 rookie Junin plus 1 Tokubetsu Junin equal 1 regular Junin. I don't think they'd buy that, Enko. No, but they'd look stupid trying to argue against it. Kurenai had to admit she was right about that. Likely. Enko, there was one more thing. Yeah. I just wanted to thank you. I know I'm awesome, but you don't have to thank me for being your friend. She was promptly smacked playfully by Kurenai. No, I wanted to thank you for giving me the chance to enter Naruto's life. He reached out to help you and I can't help but think of you as the bridge that allowed me to try again. I'd love to take credit for it, but it had never been my intention to play therapist for you and the boy. You know, you could just say, "You're welcome," right? I could, but I won't. Then again, you're welcome to take me back to bed and thank me properly. Enko. The shout and the laughter that followed were loud enough to be heard by the wolves guarding the apartment, many of which shook their heads. Naruto-sama certainly kept rather odd company. Not a word was uttered as he strode into the room, his eyes fixed firmly upon his cage. He paid no mind to the smiling woman save his initial notice of her presence. Moving into the standard Konoha salute, he held it in silence as he waited to be addressed by Sarutobi Hiruzen, Sandaime Hokage of Konohagakure no Sato. Hope shone in the eyes of Uzumaki Kushina, but her voice was not heard as the Sandaime continued to gaze at the young man before him. After a moment the old Sarutobi broke the silence. "Genin Naruto, thank you for coming on such short notice." Kushina gave her Kage an odd look when he referred to her son by given name despite the oddly formal setting, but neither of the others seemed to take notice. "You summoned me, Hokage-sama." It was not a question but the simple truth. His Kage called and he answered solely out of duty. The message was not lost on the man. "I did, and I'm sorry it's so early, but I'd like to get this taken care of as quickly as possible, preferably before team meetings start." Naruto raised a brow at that but otherwise remained still. "And might I ask how the other teams are involved in this?" Hiruzen nodded. "Yes, of course. I've called you to my office to discuss your future as a shinobi. Seeing as you are not currently on a team, it is likely that your career will be quite different from those of your peers." "Understood, Hokage-sama. What about my career would you like to discuss?" "The beginning, mostly. You are aware of your current situation and the difficulties that may arise from it." "I am. As a reserve I must rely on higher-ranking shinobi to obtain missions and the experience necessary to be promoted. However, if I was able to prove myself capable quickly enough amongst them, it could lead to my career advancing rapidly." "Quite right," agreed the Hokage. "Do you know anyone willing to aid you in this, or would you need to find recently promoted chunin?" "Tokubetsu Junin Mitarashi Anko has offered to take me on missions when she has time off work. As I understand it, the T&I department has been rather slow as of late and she has a surplus of free time." "Anko. Hiruzen stroked his chin in thought. "She could be a pretty good match for you. She's not as serious as you are, but she knows how to get the job done and doesn't worry about anything other than the end results. You might not be able to advance quickly working under her, but you should gain valuable experience." "I believe much the same, Hokage-sama. Mitarashi-san and I have relations outside of work and I feel comfortable enough letting her take the lead during missions." "Ah, so the two of you are friends then. I'm glad to see she has more people than just Kurenai-san. Now, back to why I called you here this morning." Motioning to Kushina, she stepped closer to the desk. "This is Uzumaki Kushina, one of my most skilled junin," he introduced. Both Naruto and Hiruzen noticed her flinch when she was introduced to her child but made no mention of it. Naruto's salute dropped as he turned to face her and was back in place just as quickly. "Junin Uzumaki," he greeted with a nod. She flinched again at the formal address but managed to bring herself to do the same. "Genin Uzumaki," she returned, taking note of the darkening of his eyes and the stillness that had fallen over her Kage. Coughing to break the uncomfortable silence that had begun. "It's decent," Hiruzen called Naruto's attention back to him. "Genin Naruto," he stressed, shooting a quick glance to Kushina. "While your plans with Tokubetsu Junin Mitarashi were an unexpected surprise that I am quite pleased to learn of, I originally called you here today to present another option." Hiruzen gestured to Kushina, who was looking at him quizzically. It was obvious that she suspected something was going on that she hadn't been informed about. Now it was only a question of how long it might take for her to figure it out. "Junin Uzumaki has expressed a desire to apprentice you. Normally it would be difficult to arrange an apprenticeship so soon after graduation, but your status as a reserve member makes it far easier." "Is that so? I hope that you will excuse me, Hokage-sama, but this seems rather strange to me." "Please, speak your mind, Genin Naruto. We are here to discuss your career. That would be the first thing. You are a busy man, Hokage-sama, one with far more important things to do than advise me about my future. I do believe the registration offices provide such services for the shinobi of Konoha no Sato and Hai no Kuni." "You are correct, but as Junin Uzumaki has been having trouble locating you over the past week, I thought it easier to simply have you both here. There's no point in wasting valuable time when you could be getting the training you need." Naruto was silent for a moment. "Well spoken, Hokage-sama. It is quite evident as to why you are our leader here in the Leaf. Now, the second matter would have to be why it is that Junin Uzumaki desires to take me as an apprentice." Kushina answered this one herself. "I know you have a lot of potential and would like to help you reach it." He looked briefly to the Hokage with a raised brow before responding to her. It was my understanding that you have been absent from Konohagakure no Sato for the past 4 years. Exactly what do you know of any potential I might have? Thus far the entirety of my training has taken place while you were away and you have yet to witness skill I might have in any area of shinobi arts. Well, yes, I suppose that's true. She admitted. But I have heard a lot about you and would like to work with you. And why would I accept an apprenticeship from you? How will I benefit? She is highly skilled, Naruto, one of the best Junin I have. She could teach you a lot. With all due respect to the both of you, what is it she could teach me? I know nothing of her skill set and she knows nothing of mine. Well, started Kushina as she spotted his blade. I could teach you to use that blade of yours. He snorted in response. I've been getting lessons, thank you. This piqued Hiruzen's interest. With who? Izuki Yugao, Hokage-sama. Ah, yes, she is quite skilled. Junin Uzumaki here was actually her sensei back when she was Team 8. Kushina gave a nod in confirmation. Then anything I could have learned from Junin Uzumaki I can learn from her. And if Junin Uzumaki didn't teach her everything she knows? Questioned the Cage. In that case, I would have no reason to believe she would teach it all to me and there would be no point to changing teachers. A fair point, Genin Naruto. Hiruzen turned to Kushina. Anything else you might like to add to show your ability to help him? Showing ability gave her an idea and brought a smile to her face. I believe I do. I have spent the last 4 years teaching Uzumaki Naruto. Perhaps a spar between the two of them would show him exactly what I have to offer in an apprenticeship. He thought about it for a minute but couldn't find any reason not to allow it. The spar would be a nice, controlled environment and would give him an opportunity to witness Naruto's skill firsthand. If his sister beat him he'd learn from his mother. If he managed to completely outclass her, Kushina wouldn't have any way to convince him of the apprenticeship and the matter would be dropped. Naruto had remained completely professional during this encounter, too. Hiruzen was fairly certain he could maintain his professionalism while sparring against his sister, so there was no real concern with the spar itself. Then again, being beaten by his sister after she had taken his spot in a team would probably drive the family further apart, but such was out of his hands. What mattered now was ensuring the future shinobi of Konoha were started on the right path. I can see no reason to be against this. Genin Naruto, what are your thoughts? A better method of learning her teaching abilities escapes me, this should prove sufficient. Then it's decided. Kushina, gather your student and meet us at Training Ground 1. I believe they are currently on a mission, so it should be free. I'll give you a half-hour starting now, make sure she's ready. Yes, Hokage-sama. Kushina wasted no time in leaving the office to find her daughter. Chances of teacher her soon seemed to rely on the outcome of this spar. She had to make sure Naruto understood how important this was. Naruto, are you ready to go? The young man gave a quick look at himself before nodding, which Hiruzen found suspicious considering his usual kunai holsters were absent. He knew Naruto was a proud person and tended to be fairly confident, but going into a fight without all your equipment, that was far too foolish for the boy. I am, Hokage-sama. Very well, let's be off. Cat, monkey, you're with me. The two Anbu were immediately flanking him and it was quite obvious that both were pleased to be able to witness this. Naruto followed the other three out of the office at respectable distance and unknowingly had the same thought as the Sandame. Well, that wasn't so bad. It took less than 5 minutes for her to rush home, but that was far more than she would have liked. She unlocked the compound and wadded through the yet-to-be-cut grass before bursting into the house and hurrying to the kitchen. Naruto. Luckily, Naruto was where she expected, finishing her breakfast in the kitchen in preparation for her team meeting. Yes, Ka-san. Are you ready to go? Yeah, but I don't need to leave for a while. She was understandably confused. Good, finish up your food, we have to go. Go where? I talked to Naruto about becoming my apprentice this morning. What, really? What did he say? He doesn't think he'd gain anything from it. That doesn't make any sense, you trained me. Kushina gave her daughter a smirk. Exactly, and that's why we have to go. You're going to prove to him just how much I can teach him. I have to fight Nikun. Naruto was conflicted about that. On one hand, she wanted to show him everything she had learned while they were away, on the other, she didn't want to hurt him. She had been trained by a Junin for 4 years and had a giant mass of chakra within her while he had just been going to the academy. It wouldn't be fair, but if it could convince him to accept an apprenticeship it could be worth it. Don't think of it as fighting, little sunflower, it's a spar. You're going to show him your skill and he's going to show you his. I heard one of my old students, Azuki Yugao, has been teaching him to use a blade, so you may want to grab the tanto I gave you. Oh, so he has some training beyond the academy. Naruto perked up instantly. Even if he didn't receive as extensive training as she had, at least she wouldn't be fighting a basic academy student. Of course, she also knew it was probably a bad idea to underestimate her brother. That's right, so don't worry about him. It's better for us, too. Why's that? Because now we can show him that not only am I a good teacher, but I'm a better teacher than my old student. And then we can spend time with him, right? You bet, I'll make sure to bring him back here for dinner whenever I can. Just dinner. Well, I'll invite him to live in the compound again, but you know he's renting an apartment right now. If he's happy supporting himself then we should let him. However, that won't mean we aren't going to visit him whenever we get a chance. Naruto shot her mother a bright grin that quickly faltered. Did you figure out why he seems so angry? I knew he'd be upset with us leaving, but I thought he'd be happy to have us back. A frown found its way onto Kushina's face. There was obviously something going on. The way the Sandame addressed her son said as much, but she didn't know what it was yet. Kurenai hadn't said anything, she hadn't seen Tsunade. Hiruzen didn't volunteer any information, and the only thing she knew about Kakashi at the moment was that he was still reading that smut and being lazy according to her daughter. She couldn't be certain that they all knew what was wrong, but she had a good feeling that Hiruzen knew the most. And if he didn't want to just tell her, fine, she'd just have to find out from her son. Or, she would as soon as she had him apprenticed under her. Seeing as that should be taken care of this morning, they could talk about it over lunch so she'd know what she missed while she was away. Of course, then she'd have to drag him back here to talk with his sister and give him the gifts they had gathered over the trip. I don't know, but I'm going to find out and make it all better. Her thoughts immediately drifted to the detached, professional manner in which he had spoken to her earlier. She knew it was a formal setting, but to act like he had no idea who she was hurt more than she could describe, especially because she knew he remembered her. Their encounter the previous day had proven that well enough. The difference here though was that he had shown anger there, as remarkably restrained as it had been, but there was no sign of anything in the Hokage's office earlier. Anger she could handle, she could deal with that, but for him to show nothing towards her, as if she had no part in his life. What had happened to her baby? He was aware of Kushina's arrival with her daughter, but he continued to watch curiously as Naruto strapped the kunai holsters to his legs. He hadn't had them in his office, he was sure of that, and yet here he was with 2 very good ones. He couldn't have snatched them off of a fellow shinobi, the quality of them was far too high to have been owned by anyone without the skill to notice the boy, but where else might he have obtained them? He had followed behind the cage and his guards, so someone could have slipped them to him, but then they would have needed to know that Naruto was about to require them. It made his suspicions that Naruto was involved in the mysterious wolves that much more solid, but it also brought a great amount of concern. People had all moved out of the way for him and Naruto wasn't that much behind, so how did they manage to get close enough to hand him the gear? It was certainly not a pleasant thought, though it was quite likely he was overthinking things. Of course, as a shinobi, overthinking things was part of the job. If you missed even one outcome, that outcome was bound to happen. Him sending Naruto to T&I, for example. He hadn't thought about Non-Uchiha learning about what had happened from escaped clan members, and it had happened. He hadn't predicted losing all of Naruto's trust when he was concerned with retrieving information, and it happened. He hadn't expected Naruto to be on good terms with an unknown group or declare war on the Yamanaka, and yet both happened. Actually, now that he thought about it all, most of his recent oversights belonged exclusively to Naruto. Perhaps he was losing his touch. He really should be retired already. A quick look over to Kushina showed her speaking quietly to her daughter, no doubt giving her some last words of encouragement before the spar. Admittedly, quite a lot rested upon this for the Uzumaki family. Naruto, on the other hand, had no concerns about this spar. If he won he won, if he lost he lost. Regardless, his decision to become apprenticed to Kushina would depend on how well Naruto was able to impress him with what her mother had taught. Just like the last test of the Chunin exams, the goal wasn't to win. Pulling back from her daughter, she handed her a tanto which earned a raised brow from the Hokage. Naruto had been training with Yugao in use of his blade, but he didn't know how much training Naruto had received during the trip. As he understood it, their focus was on basic shinobi skills and the harnessing of the Kyuubi's chakra. Though he probably should have expected her to have been taught to use some sort of weapon considering how much Kushina loved her sword. He moved his gaze from the two women and back over to Naruto, who stood firm, his arms crossed over his chest as he waited. A tap to his shoulder caught his attention, and when Kat looked from him to Naruto he gave her a nod. With quick strides she approached him before removing her armguards and handing them to her student. Without a word he strapped them to his arms. She looked at his chest before taking a glance at the flexible standard issue Anbu armor she wore, no doubt contemplating lending him that too, before shaking her head and holding out her hand. Hiruzen and the others were rather surprised and quite confused when Naruto drew his blade and surrendered it to her. At first glance it was beyond obvious that this wasn't some run-of-the-mill blade. No, this was something far beyond what most shinobi would ever wield, and he had doubts that it would be common to come across a samurai with such a blade. As soon as the blade was in her grasp she reached for her own tanto and handed it to him. Hiruzen understood that she simply didn't want him using such a magnificent blade during a spar, and Kushina was probably thinking along the same line, but Naruto didn't seem to get it. Is there something wrong with his blade? No, responded Kat flatly. He just shouldn't be using it against a fellow shinobi of the leaf. Why? Naruto tilted her head. I'm sure my tanto can handle it, it's Uzumaki forged, after all. It's not a matter of how well the blades are made, it's a matter of the blade itself. He should not be using Morio's tooth against a comrade. Naruto was completely lost, but Hiruzen could understand well enough that this blade had history. It may not be one of the legendary weapons that most older warriors knew by heart, but judging from Kushina's shocked gasp, it was well enough known amongst users of the blade. Well, that or it was a named blade of Uzumaki make, both were just as likely. Morio's tooth. Where on earth did he get that blade? Asked Kushina, her eyes never leaving the pitch-black blade as the silver edge gleamed in the sunlight. Kat just shrugged. I don't know and he won't say. Naruto nodded in agreement. What's the big deal with this tooth? Why can't he use it against me? It's not so much the blade as it is the history behind it. The stories say it was born of a demon to combat him should he escape his prison, but the first blood it tasted was that of the priestesses that blessed it. So it's a blessed blade then? No, not in the slightest. It's considered quite cursed and leaves trails of bodies in the wake of its wielder. Then what's the big deal about using it in a spar? The blade is not meant for safe fighting, it exists solely to spill the blood of those it goes against. To fight with it would declare your intentions to kill your opponent, and for them to spare you would mean your life wasn't worth ending. There may be some willing to spar with legendary blades, but one does not fight using a blade as accursed as Morio's tooth. But he was going to use it until she stopped him. That stopped Kushina cold. After a moment she managed to respond. I suppose that means he was taking you seriously. Remember to be careful, we don't know how he fights and it would be rather embarrassing for you to lose because of a single mistake you made. Don't worry, Ka-san. I'll make you proud. Hiruzen looked between the two groups and decided they were as ready as they were going to get. Kushina, Kat, step away please. Both women moved over to him, watching the two young shinobi intently. Are you both ready? You bet, Gigi. I am, Hokage-sama. Then begin. Even before he had finished his words, Naruto was racing forward to show what she could do. Naruto, on the other hand, remained stationary, casting quick glances around the training ground and the surrounding forest. Her first strike lashed out just as she was in range, only to be blocked by his tanto. Oddly, he made no move to knock the blade out of the way or make a retaliatory strike of his own. Holding his blade in her intended path, he stopped the blade and allowed her to try again. 2 strikes, 5 strikes, 7 strikes, all blocked almost like he couldn't be bothered to participate in the spar. With each block, however, he was taking steps backwards, giving her the space to recover and try again. Kushina was puzzled by this strange behavior, but Kat, who had worked with him for many hours, seemed to understand what he was trying to do. Hiruzen seemed to be of the same mind as Kushina, having expected a proper kenjutsu match. That's what Naruto had wanted, right? So, what was he up to? I'm afraid, ladies, that I'm not all that familiar with sword fighting. This, however, seems quite odd. Is he trying to wear her out or get a feel for her technique? Kat gave a quick snort. I know you can see how plainly she telegraphs her moves, Hokage-sama. Some might think it chaotic, but she's just following the flow of previous movements. I'm certain Naruto can see it just as easily. Kushina rubbed the back of her head in slight embarrassment. I've managed to teach her a decent amount and she's gotten pretty good, but I'm still trying to teach her to disguise her movements. It seems that she's not even trying to hide them this match, either too confident or too excited to realize she's not doing it. Looks pretty excited to me, commented Hiruzen. But does that mean he's just trying to tire her out? I know you Uzumaki have a lot of stamina, so it would take a while, but she seems more than willing to keep swinging her blade until she drops. Sounds like something she'd do, admitted Kushina. That's not his plan, it would draw out the fight far too long. It could take hours against a decent sword fighter, but with an Uzumaki we could be here all day. Then what might he be up to? Questioned the cage. Of all of us, you probably know him best. Kushina flinched at that. Why won't he attack? Like Uzumaki-san said, her daughter is decent with a blade, even if she is telegraphing a lot of moves. He knows he can block them, but if he were to try attacking she may be able to get a hit in herself, he isn't willing to risk it. Wouldn't that draw out the fight more? It would, Hokage-sama, if he was planning to continue all day. Well, he better hurry, commented Kushina. That tree line is fast approaching. Hidden behind her mask, Kat smiled. Oh, I think he's well aware. Before they could ask, Naruto sprang into motion. As Naruto's upward slash was backstepped and she brought it back down, he flipped his tanto into a reversed grip and moved into her strike. His blade met hers, but, unlike the last few dozen times, this time he kept moving. His right arm continued to cross his body, bringing with it Naruto's tanto, and his entire body flowed with it. With a twist, his left leg arced around from behind to collect solidly to her head. Temporarily disengaged from the slightly dazed Naruto, he didn't hesitate for a second. He fled into the surrounding forest. What? Kushina couldn't understand in the slightest. He had such an opportune opening, why hadn't he taken it? Hiruzen was likewise confused, however he could practically feel the smugness rolling of Kat. Care to explain? He asked. You both made a single disastrous error while watching the fight. She started. Both knew she was smirking behind her mask. You assumed this was a kenjutsu match. I was under the impression that a kenjutsu match was what Naruto wanted. No, Hokage-sama, he wanted to see how well Naruto's been taught and how well it would match with his own style. Style. All we saw was him blocking, there was no style. Interjected Kushina, who watched as Naruto recovered and ran in after her brother. And that's the mistake. You expect a certain fighting style because he's a kenjutsu user when he is, in fact, not a kenjutsu user. Then what is he? He asked, but he already had a good idea what the answer was going to be. The second he stopped thinking of this being a kenjutsu match, everything seemed to make sense. He's a shinobi. He baited her into his element. Noted Hiruzen. He knows he doesn't have a chance in a straight fight, so he changes the rules and gives himself the advantage. That's right, Hokage-sama. He does his best to never attack in the open, that's why he defended until the last second. We both know his skill in stealth, though, he's going to tear her apart now. Hiruzen gave a quiet curse. Monkey, retrieve my crystal ball, we must see what's going on. Yes, Hokage-sama. He was gone with a whisper. Kat, what are the chances of him playing with his food? Hi, Hokage-sama. The spar was to see her skills, he's likely to take it slow in order to give her the chance to prove herself. Good, I'd rather not have to call any medics. You might want to call one anyway, Hokage-sama. All it takes is one bad strike. I suppose you're right. he mused, ignoring Kushina's concerned look. Naruto's going to be okay, won't she? Should be, answered Kat with a shrug. Though there's no doubt that she's going to be really roughed up by the time he's done with her. I'd be willing to bet he stayed near the edge of the forest and followed her deeper. Like a predator, came Kushina's comment. Like a wolf. There were just too many coincidences and too many similarities for it to not be true. Hiruzen couldn't decide, however, if that was necessarily a bad thing. It was a few tense minutes later that Monkey returned with the crystal ball in one hand and a small table under his arm. Setting both down, he stepped back and let the three take their seats around the ball. No one questioned Kat joining them despite her having been brought as a guard. The images shown were just about what Kat and the Hokage had expected, but Kushina gave a startled gasp. Having chosen to focus the crystal ball on Naruto, the group was treated to the confused girl as Naruto dashed from between trees and cut at her with his tanto. To her credit, a fourth of the strikes were deflected, but Naruto never slowed with his assault. Much to Kushina's relief, there was no blood. Yet, not a single one of his cuts had drawn blood, and all watching were confident that it was by choice rather than a lack of ability. Her clothes, on the other hand, had certainly seen better days. While he avoided striking at her skirt most likely for her own benefit, he didn't hesitate to tear her top to shreds. With each strike it became more and more unsalvageable until, with a final cut, it could no longer maintain its place on her body, scraps of fabric lightly fluttering to the dirt. In a very kunoichi manner, Naruto ignored her lack of top and made no move to cover her bound chest, instead choosing to stay on guard for further attacks. Somewhat surprised by the way in which she reacted to her toplessness, Naruto had stopped moving to observe her curiously. Eventually settling on acknowledgement, he gave her a brief nod before vanishing into the forest again. While Kushina was busy being proud of her daughter for keeping focused on the fight, Kat and Hiruzen were both finding themselves impressed by the fact that the bindings were in perfect condition despite the fact that he had cut away the cloth that had covered them. It was a testament to his speed and accuracy, and the Sandaime Hokage found himself rather impressed. Naruto hadn't been working with his blade for that long, as far as he knew, and Yugao worked a lot being his guard, so for the young shinobi to demonstrate such skill was incredible. As if she knew exactly what he was thinking, Kat spoke up. He doesn't spend his time on learning to combat others with blades, so all his time is used to become more fast and accurate. Precise movements ensure he can block attacks with minimal effort, and speed makes it possible for him to intercept any blades coming at him. His attack ability is rather shoddy in the open, so he doesn't waste time trying. As you can see, he can attack quite well if he gets a chance to hide. Yes, agreed Hiruzen. How very shinobi-like. It's not often you see a genin unconcerned with flashy jutsu and powerful techniques. It's just not his style, Hokage-sama. She turned her attention to Kushina. It does, however, seem to be Naruto's style. Why hasn't she used any jutsu? I'd like to say it's because it can be dangerous using them in such a confined space as those dense woods, but it's likely because he hasn't used any yet. He's using a blade, so she'll use a blade. I think she believes it to be honorable. Admitted the woman. It is, said the Sandaime, but honorable isn't going to help you outside Konoha. As much as I hate to admit it, even with flashy jutsu, most of the shinobi from other villages are far closer to real shinobi than our own. I know, and I hope she knows. Luckily, this is Konoha. Kat gave a snort at that. Something funny. Yeah, this may be Konoha, but I stand by what I said earlier. Naruto is a shinobi. He has no care for honor, only victory. I know you're probably closer to him than the two of us. Kushina flinched again at the jab, though she couldn't decide if it had been intended or not. But I find that hard to believe. He is normally very polite and respectful. Even if it's not in the way we might think of it, he seems to have his own code of honor. Not honor, Hokage-sama, just conduct. His manner is reminiscent of the clans, but one can't forget that the clans weren't always shinobi. So while he may seem honorable because of the way he acts, he is anything but. Yes, I can see that. In which ways is he dishonorable? I've yet to see anything from him that makes me think he's playing dirty. In this match, nothing yet. It would probably end it. In my own match with him, however, he tends to cheat quite frequently. Care to share any examples? As you can see in this match, sometimes he'll go for clothing, either with his hands or his blade, to serve as a distraction. Sometimes he'll have someone else nearby to help him, or he'll slip explosive notes onto you before the match. There have been a few times he's buried those tags on the training field the day before so he could activate them during matches. He just doesn't play fair, he finds the chances of losing to be too high for his liking. He's a genin sparring against a superior opponent. Why is losing such an issue? Questioned Kushina. Because losing in the field means death. Kat's grim answer was direct and to the point. He takes this very seriously, and one would do well to remember that. Kids these days don't understand what they're getting into when they join the academy, but he does, and I think he longs for it. What? While Kushina was the one to voice it, the thought was shared by Hiruzen. Can you imagine him doing anything else? He was born to be part of the shinobi world. He knows what it's like, he knows the things he'll see and have to do, but he accepts it. Even if he never went to the academy, he would be a shinobi. Unfortunate, but, from what I've seen, true. But I can say he'll make a fine shinobi with some experience under his belt. Agreed Hiruzen before turning to Kushina. And your daughter seems to be coming along well too. Not many young kunoichi could continue without their top. Thank you, Hokage-sama. I've done what I can to ensure she's ready for this lifestyle. Kat shook her head sadly. She might have the skill, and she might have the ability, but she'll never be ready for this lifestyle. It clashes against her personality. Hiruzen spoke before an argument had a chance to break out. Then it's a good thing the shinobi world had changed so much over the years. I think she'll fit in perfectly with the new generation. The last comment of the matter was stolen by a rather grim Kat. It's not this generation we should be worried about. With that said, the three returned their attention back to the crystal ball in time to see Naruto's last attack remove Naruto's bindings. The result was expected. Kya. Even from where they were seated they could hear her. It was one thing for her to be able to stay on task with her top gone, it was quite another to keep focused with her chest completely exposed. Immediately her hands went to cover herself, dropping her tanto to the dirt. I suppose that's the end of this, mused Hiruzen. Next to him, Kat gave a nod. Maybe, mumbled a worried Kushina. It might end up being the beginning. The explanation happened before they could ask. Naruto, who had stopped after removing her bindings, leapt back as fast as he could as 4 gold chains materialized on Naruto's back and lashed out. In an instant Naruto's advantage had been turned against him. Without enough room to maneuver and his inability to keep track of all 4 chains as they snaked around trees, he had no choice but to abandon the forest. Using trees to launch himself away from the new threat. And while he may have been able to avoid the chains in this manner, the trees he used weren't so lucky and stood no chance against the solidified chakra. Raising his arms to shield him from the shower of wooden splinters that came his way, he found himself quite fortunate to be wearing Kat's armguards. The rest of his body, unlike the face he had been able to protect, had not been quite so lucky. With one final tree, he cleared the surrounding forests and made it back into the grassy field that made up Training Ground 1. Even as blood trickled down from the countless splinters that had pierced his flesh like wooden senbon, he kept moving, putting distance between himself and his sister. It wasn't long before a thoroughly embarrassed and infuriated blonde appeared at the end of the tree line, but she made no move to leave it. Only her left hand covered her chest now, her dropped tanto hanging loosely from the fingers of her right hand, but she didn't look to be in the mood to continue with Kenjutsu. All 4 of her chains wrapped around a nearby tree, and with a mighty pull it was uprooted. Before his treatment for chakra withdrawal, he had torn up training grounds well enough to know exactly what was coming next. He wasn't disappointed. With a great heft the tree went sailing towards him like a missile and crashed into the ground with enough force to completely destroy it. Naruto had managed to roll away from the intended impact point, but he was far too close to avoid the shower of wood that followed. The pieces of wood lodged into his flesh were significantly bigger this time. With a grimace, he spared a second to examine his wounds. It didn't look good. If he was lucky, he might be able to take 2 more volleys of those splinters before he was finished. He had no intention of letting trees get the best of him. Bleeding steadily, he pushed himself backwards and further into the training ground in hopes that she would be forced to abandon the tree line. It was still likely that she could launch her chosen projectiles to the other end of the field, but it increased his ability to dodge them. Realizing this, or perhaps simply acting in anger, she advanced on him. Slowly, at first, she was soon sprinting towards her brother with her right hand grasping her tanto tightly in a reverse grip and 4 golden chains whipping around her. Still a good distance away, she sent the chakra constructs ahead of her only for Naruto to deftly dodge them. With a swipe of his tanto they were cut and began to dematerialize. Both Kushina and Naruto were slightly surprised that he had managed to cut the chains, but the slightly glowing tanto in his hand told them all they needed to know. It wasn't chakra metal, but even normal weapons could be coated in chakra. It was, however, quite difficult and not what people usually used when faced with the swift attacks of chakra chains. He seemed unsurprised by the result, too, as if he knew exactly how to deal with chains before he had even seen them. However, while Kushina was still surprised and Naruto was unfazed, his sister's surprise quickly turned to anger at having her chains cut. Forcing more chakra through existing chains, she stopped them from collapsing and brought them back to defend her. Shooting her brother a glare, she drained her reserves. A tidal wave of chains burst from her back, easily numbering in the hundreds, and quickly rose like the fist of an angered god ready to crash down and smite its foes. Naruto snarled at the sight. He had gone to great lengths to ensure she'd remain completely unscathed from this spar so she could attend her team meeting, and she responded first by drawing blood and now by using an Uzumaki technique against him like this. As far as she or her mother were aware, he didn't know how to use the chakra chains, which meant this was done with the intention of crushing him and ending the match. Fine. If she wanted to play that way, he'd show her the proper way to use the technique. Throwing his tanto to the side, the spectators thought for a brief second that he might be surrendering. They were quickly proven wrong. Placing one open hand over the other, he swiftly crouched low and slammed his hands against the ground, almost as if summoning. Looking up, he met the eyes of his sister, purple eyes burning with fury, and with one last snarl his own chains made themselves known. In an explosion of soil they erupted from beneath her and swiftly wove themselves through her own chains. These chains looked nothing like hers. Black as the night, they swallowed the light of the morning sun, and each length of links was so compact that it looked more like tendrils of ink than anything else. The maneuverability of his chains was unmatched by the golden chains that she sent forward only to halt halfway through no will of her own. Gritting her teeth, she tried to send them forward only for them to fail to do so much as budge. A quick look showed the black tendrils completely interwoven with her links of her chains. At the command of her brother, his chains constricted with enough force to completely shatter her own. She had no choice but to look up in disbelief as her chains dissipated into nothingness, taking with them her remaining chakra. His chains numbered no more than a dozen, and yet her hundreds had been crushed. Her wide eyes turned to look at the one who had destroyed one of her best techniques, and it was then she noticed the blood. The first thing she felt was worry, followed quickly by guilt. She hadn't actually intended to hurt him, though a part of her argued that he deserved it for removing her top and her chest bindings. There was one more part, however, a little black seed that realized he had stopped her while injured with what looked to be very little effort. The more she thought about it, the more that seed began to grow until rage started to strangle her heart and clouded her senses. She had trained with her mother, the last known user of those chains, for 4 years, and yet he was able to stop her without that training. During this match she wanted to show him all that she had learned. She had wanted to impress him and make her mother proud, and yet he couldn't give her that. His black chains retreated as he stood from his crouch, wrapping themselves tightly around him in a protective coating that prevented the shards of wood embedded into his flesh from moving. Her mother had never even talked about that being a possibility, and so when a quick look at her mother held back by both the Hokage and cat showed that she was just as shocked, Naruto knew without a doubt that her brother possessed skill with the technique far surpassing her own. And that only infuriated her more. Gritting her teeth, she knew she was out of chakra. That didn't mean she didn't have other ways to get it, though. Digging deep into herself, she found it, a burning pulse like the heartbeat of the sun. Without hesitation she grabbed hold and dragged it out. Instantly her system was flooded with molten chakra that empowered her more than anything else possibly could. Red wisps of chakra escaped her body, raising through the air like tongues of flame. No one could mistake what it was she was doing. As her eyes turned red and her canines seemed to lengthen, she gave a feral growl. No longer concerned with things like modesty, her arm fell to her side, nails sharpening like claws. It was not to last. With a scream of pain, it was gone just as quickly as it had come, leaving her to writhe on the ground in agony. Skin seemed to steam and blood leaked from her mouth as twisted and contorted under assault from some invisible adversary. Naruto made to step towards her to see what was wrong, only to notice her wild movements and pained screams increasing with every step he took. Backing up, they died down slightly and he was left to ponder it as Kushina ran to her daughter's side. It took him a second to piece it together. Giving his sister a cautious glance, he realized that Mito was currently there, not 20 yards from him, and was reacting to his presence. Unbidden, her words echoed in his head and forced him to turn away. He should have known better to think she would be gone for good. She was here now and it was quite obvious she wasn't too pleased by it. Retrieving his tanto, he met the approaching figures as they moved to aid Naruto. He handed over the blade and surrendered the armguards without a word, taking Morio's tooth with a nod of thanks. Turning to the Hokage, he snapped into the Konoha salute despite his steadily bleeding injuries. Hokage-sama. At ease, Naruto. Have you made your decision? Yes, Hokage-sama. While Kushina seems to be a good teacher, I do not feel what she might teach me will be compatible with my style. I understand, I'll let her know. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to find a medic. The Hokage held up a hand in response. Cat, you're dismissed, please aid Naruto for the remainder of the day. She gave a quick salute before she made her way to Naruto's side. Come on, she urged. I can take care of your wounds. Is your apartment all right? It's closer than mine. Should be. He gave a pained shrug as they walked off. I'm pretty sure Anko sleeps in longer than but even she should be up by now. Naruto completely missed the surprised looks shot at him by Hiruzen and Monkey. Shaking his head, Hiruzen turned back to watch Kushina help Naruto, whose thrashing about had stopped. Moving his eyes up to the sky and noting the position of the sun, he gave a snort and shook his head again. Is something the matter, Hokage-sama? Asked Monkey. Hiruzen's comment had him shaking his head too. It's not even lunch yet. A hiss escaped from between his teeth as the final sliver was drawn from his flesh. As soon as it was gone, she had pressed a wet cloth to the wound to clean away any blood and reached for one of the bandages nearby. Quickly switching the cloth for the bandage, she wasted no time taping it on. There, she said with a smile. That should be sufficient. It will probably be a while until you fully heal, but seeing as you're on the reserves, that shouldn't be too difficult. Uzumaki blood, he muttered in response. Ah, I had forgotten about that. A few days then. If they start bleeding heavily, I expect you to find a trained medic. Will do, Yugao-sensei. You're a shinobi now, she said as she took a seat next to him on the couch, leaning back with a sigh. I'd rather you call me senpai. All right. He paused for a moment. You do realize that the couch is still covered in my blood, right, senpai? She gave him a careless shrug. I'm doing laundry soon anyway, it will wash out. Really? He quirked a brow. How do you get it out? Why's it matter? I already threw your clothes away. Because I'd rather not toss the couch. Ah, sorry, can't say, Anbu's secret. He stared at her for a few moments. I think you're making that up. She gave another shrug. Maybe, I guess you'll just have to make Anbu to find out. Are you really trying to influence my career choice using stain removal? I figured it wouldn't hurt to try. Giving a snort, he shook his head. This wasn't the first time she had tried to convince him to aim for Anbu. It was, however, the first time she had attempted to entice him with something so lame. After a few minutes of comfortable silence, Naruto broke it. So, now that you've been dismissed for the day, any plans, senpai? Oh, were you hoping to ask me out for the evening kohai? No, but I'm sure I could fit that in if you'd like. Hayate is off today, so I'll probably spend some time with him later. Maybe some other time. I'll keep that in mind. You're free to go home if you'd like, senpai. I won't tell Hokage-sama. Thank you, Naruto, but I think I'll wait a bit before leaving. I have the rest of the day to spend with Hayate thanks to you, the least I can do is wait until after lunch to leave. Well, in that case, feel free to help yourself to my kitchen. I should have something edible for you. She raised an inquisitive brow at him. You say that as if you won't be here. I might, he admitted. If I take care of things quickly enough. What kind of things? Genin Hyuga has asked to speak with me about some trouble they've been having. Which one? That brought him to a pause for a second. Ah, yes, I had forgotten that she had a cousin who is also of the Genin rank. Hyuga Hinata asked for my assistance. Wouldn't she be in a team meeting right now? So. She looked at him for a moment before shrugging once more. I guess it's really not my problem whether or not you can drag her away from Kurenai. What kind of help did she need? Religious. Religious. She looked at him skeptically. Don't ask. It seems just like shinobi, clans become more eccentric with age. I see. Frowned the Anbu. Leaving soon. Yeah, I'm going to wash off the rest of the blood and get some clothes but then I'll be off. I'll help, she said as she stood. It's fine, I can do it. He waved her off. Or, he tried to, she wasn't having it. You can't take a shower with those bandages, so how do you expect to be able to wash yourself? Besides, she gestured to the towel that was laid over his lap. So long as you keep that on, it isn't any more of you than I've seen today. I suppose you're right, he resigned with a sigh as he stood up and wrapped the towel around his waist. One of these days you'll learn that I'm always right. Her hand found its way to his shoulder and began guiding him to his bathroom. I'll have to remember that, he said with a smile. And thank you for doing this, senpai. She smiled back. Don't mention it, Kohai. She knocked tentatively at the door and tried to ignore the feeling of being watched. Cat, who appeared to be pretty close to him, and Monkey had seemed pretty fond of him. It would not surprise her if more Anbu felt the same way and had taken it upon themselves to watch over his apartment. The door was answered quickly, not by who she'd have liked to see but by the one who would be likely to let her inside to speak with him. Ah, Yugao, it's been a long time. The fact that she had just seen Cat went unsaid. Personal and Anbu identities rarely crossed. Then again, with such distinctive hair people were almost guaranteed to know. Is Naruto available? Her former student shook her head. He just left, Kushina. The tone used was reminiscent of the cold professionalism her son had been showing her just that morning, and her chest tightened at the reminder of her firstborn. Left. He was injured. You were supposed to be looking after him for the rest of the day. Hiruzen had told her as much after she had managed to calm her daughter down. As soon as she learned, she took her daughter home and rushed right over to her son's apartment. He's not doing anything strenuous, Yugao's eyes had narrowed slightly. Just visiting a friend who asked for some advice. I see, sorry. Do you know where he went? I do. She volunteered nothing else, and after an awkward moment of silence Kushina realized her former student wasn't going to continue. Can you tell me where? I can. Will you? No. Kushina's shoulders slumped at the answer. I see, when will he be back? He's aiming for sometime around lunch. I suppose I'll try again this afternoon. The crestfallen mother was about to turn away when she froze. Yugao, you're close to my son, right? Considering I had to cut away his clothes and help him wash earlier, I would say so. Kushina hesitated for a moment before gathering her resolve. Can you tell me what's wrong? Yugao's brow rose questioningly. Pardon. It's Naruto. I know something must have happened while I was away, but no one is coming out and telling me what it is. I was going to ask him today over lunch after he had become my apprentice, but Hiruzen told me that he'd turned my offer down. I can't say I blame them for not wanting to be the one to tell you. Admitted Yugao. Is that why you've come now? I was going to offer to teach him Fuinjutsu. It's not used often in combat and I'm not sure what use he'd get out of it in his career, but it's always been passed down amongst the Uzumaki and I thought he might like to learn. And then you could ask him during one of his lessons, I understand. She spared a quick look behind her before moving to the side. Why don't you come inside, Kushina, we can talk in the kitchen. Kushina entered but stopped at the entryway of the living room, staring at the ruined couch in horror. Closing the front door, Yugao moved to stand next to her. The couch looks a lot worse than he does, she claimed in an attempt to wave off the mother's concerns. Of course, it was understandable that anyone might be concerned with how stained the piece of furniture was. I could only get one wound at a time, so the others kept bleeding until the end. I do have to say your Uzumaki blood is damn resilient. I wasn't able to get any of it out and I'm starting to fear for my uniform. Kushina's eyes moved from the couch to the bloodied bandages scattered around it. Most of that was me trying to clean the couch, only a few were from Naruto. I was just about to give up and clear the mess away when you arrived, offered the woman in explanation. I see, mumbled Kushina as she was led away into the kitchen. As the mother took a seat, Yugao set about preparing tea. So, started the Anbu agent. You said something was wrong. What do you know about Naruto in regard to the past 4 years? He's been going to the academy. The shame was easy enough to see. And the compound rejected him. Yes, what else? Kushina stared intently down at the table before her. That's it, that's all I know. Her choked whisper bordered on a sob and Yugao had to hold in the disappointed sigh that wanted to leave her lips. I can't say I know everything that happened to him, we aren't that close, but it's evident I know far more than you do. Kushina flinched at that, once again reminded that others now held a more important place in the life of her son than she did. Anything helps, spoke Kushina softly. I just need to know what's wrong so I can start setting things right. Very well. Yugao gave an understanding nod as she placed the tea on the table. I'll tell you what I know. Is there anything in particular you'd like to hear about first, or should I start at the beginning? Kushina's first thought was to ask for the whole story, but Tsunade and Kurenai came to mind. Had they really helped her little boy over the years? She was going to ask about that when she remembered the meeting in the Hokage's office just that morning. Here is an address as my son is Genin Naruto rather than Genin Uzumaki, and I doubt it's because his sister is also Genin Uzumaki. It's not, because there is only one Genin Uzumaki. What? Naruto and Naruto both graduated, they're both Genin Uzumaki. Yugao let out a deep sigh. It was no wonder why all the others had done their damnedest to not inform Kushina as to her son's life over the past few years. This was not going to be easy. Uzumaki Naruto doesn't exist. Genin Naruto renounced the Uzumaki name over a year ago before Clan Air witnesses. Kushina's world crashed around her. He couldn't help but think it was a rather pleasant morning as he strolled through the forests that bordered the training grounds. He stayed rather relaxed as he made his way to Training Ground 8, though he stayed alert for ant stray kunai or rarer jutsu that might come his way. Of course, being Training Ground 8, it was located quite close to the village and the chances of passing a field in which someone was launching jutsu was unlikely. Just about every team training in these fields were genin, and while he had seen the team with Hinata's cousin and was nearly hit by a stray kunai thrown by his bun-haired teammate, none of the other teams he passed seemed to be doing such active training at this point. It did not normally take long to travel the distance from his apartment to Training Ground 8, but Yugao had stressed the importance of taking it easy, and it was under threat of her jamming Senbon into every wound he reopened carelessly that kept his pace painfully sedate. He wasn't going to try the woman. So it was a leisurely stroll he took on his way to meet with the once Hyuga heiress and, if what he heard had been correct, the new goddess of the branch family. It was certainly an interesting development. Reaching his destination, he was not surprised to see 3 fresh genin all sitting in the grass as their instructor spoke to them. They could be discussing all manner of things, but considering how recently the group had been formed, the talk was likely geared towards training arrangements and team dynamics. What he was surprised to see, however, was a very bored Enko trying valiantly not to fall asleep as her friend spoke. The Inuzuka seemed to be having similar trouble, not that he could really blame him. The genjutsu had a rather nice voice, and anything she said could likely relax you into the arms of slumber. That could be quite bad, as Yuichi Kurenai wasn't fond of being ignored. Luckily, Naruto's appearance would save him, at least until he had left. Making his way over to the group, he momentarily wished he had brought his cane. While a cane could be seen as a sign of weakness, it brought with it nobility that would do wonders to counter the numerous bandages that could be seen despite his loose red robes. He had been originally against the idea, despite Yugao's insistence, but she had decided he really didn't need it in the end. He really should remember that she was always right. So, Canellis, he proceeded. Enko, who was looking everywhere but her friend in an effort to find something entertaining to keep her awake, was the first to notice his presence. With a large grin she rose quickly from the grass and gave him a wave. Naruto, called the childish Tokubetsu Junin, attracting the attention of the others who soon turned to see what had gotten the woman so excited. Naruto. Hinata seconded the woman's actions, her voice filled with relief. While Hinata waited for him to make his way over, Enko had other ideas and rushed to greet him. Her hug only stopped by the bandages he pointed to. The two walked to the main group with small smiles on their faces. Good morning, Naruto, spoke Kurenai with a smile of her own. It was always nice to watch the two of them interact. What brings you here? And good morning to you as well, Junin Uehi. I was wondering if I might steal away Genin Hyuga for a moment. Just a moment. That is correct, I needed to speak with her about something. She thought for a moment before looking to Hinata and her pleading eyes. Evidently she had been expecting this. All right, but just this once. You have my gratitude, Junin Uehi. Hinata's response was nowhere near as reserved. Thanks, Kurenai-sensei. With Hinata excused for the moment, the two of them walked to the edge of the field, far enough away from the Inuzuka to avoid being overheard. Of course, they needn't worry about that as Anko had taken it upon herself to distract him with some spur-of-the-moment evasion training. Seeing Naruto and being reminded of her freedom always had put her in a good mood. So you got my letter. He gave a nod. I did. Well, what do you think? She asked nervously. She was really hoping this could be helpful. I think your family has a lot more issues than I had originally realized. But you can use this, right? He gave her a smirk. I most certainly can, Hinata. You've done well. Shyly, she began poking her fingers together. She had been doing that a lot less after meeting with him, but that particular nervous tick still showed up on occasion. I really didn't do anything. You came to me about this and that's all I needed you to do. Oh okay. Now, tell me, did they know of the wolves? She gave a hesitant nod. Two of them were discovered that night and someone mentioned that the wolves protect the goddess. I see, anything else? The two, well, they bowed to me. She didn't know how he might feel about that, being their leader, but she hoped he wouldn't be too upset with her. Alright, that should make things a bit easier within the Hyuga compound. Why you mean you aren't upset? He just quirked a brow. No, should I be? It's just that they bowed to me as if they were mine before everyone there. I thought. He held out a hand to stop her. It's fine. They serve you, just never forget that they do so at my command. I won't forget. She hesitated for a moment before speaking slightly more confidently. I'm at your command, too. She wasn't sure if the smile she received in return for such a declaration was proud, but it was the closest thing to pride she had ever seen directed at her. I'm glad to hear that, Hinata no Makoto. He continued as if he hadn't seen the enormous blush that had covered her face. Establish yourself amongst them and don't hesitate to ask for advice from one of your guards or myself. But remember, the pack is here for you and we will support you. I understand. Is there anything you want me to work towards? He shook his head. Not yet, just continue to make them love you and make sure they don't learn of my involvement. Some things will have to change amongst the wolves due to this development, but that's probably for the best. In time I may be able to bring some of them into the wolves to serve as additional protection for you, but right now there's too much going on. He paused. On second thought, see what you can do about the Yamanaka. I've had my wolves back off, but until public opinion changes and they start getting back on their feet, I won't be able to do anything else with the clans of Konoha. Make something up about wanting to aid them in your benevolence or something. You might not hold the sway of the Hyuga heiress anymore, but if enough Hyuga are seen with friendly relations towards the Mindwalkers and nothing else happens to them, it should start them on the road to recovery. It will be done. She seemed to debate with herself about what she uttered next, but went with it in the end. Naruto-sama. He gave her a wolfish grin. I know it will, Hinata no Makoto, now get back to your team. With a soft smile on her lips, she did just that. She was sitting at her desk when her apprentice entered the room with a frown. She paid no mind, however, to the downturn of her deceased lover's niece's lips. Did you get it? She could hardly hide the eagerness she felt at the prospect of being able to make things right. Some of the stuff is sealed, but I was able to get access to his medical records. She handed the older woman a single disappointingly thin folder. Is this everything? That couldn't be right. She didn't want Naruto to have filed the folder with his suffering, but surely there would be more documentation. He was a shinobi now. Most of the students had at least a nice-sized record from training accidents by now, as most injuries, regardless of severity, were reported by the academy. Yes, that's everything they have. Birth certificate, vaccines, 8 years of annual checkups, a few accidents at home, and what I would assume is the reason Kushina wanted you to return. She didn't bother elaborating. Tsunade held the official report, or at least a copy of it, in her hand right now. It would tell her more than she could. Thank you, Shizune. I'm sure I can use this to start fixing things. Her apprentice didn't voice her doubts, but her expression certainly spoke volumes. Luckily Tsunade had turned back to the desk and had begun going through the contents of the folder. I'll probably be spending the rest of the day out in the village. Did you need me to pick up anything on my way back? No, I'll be fine. Go enjoy yourself. It came out half mumbled as she focused on the papers before her, but Shizune heard it well enough. Not chancing that Tsunade might change her mind, especially after reading the most current reports, Shizune didn't waste a second departing from the Senju compound. She'd be sure not to return until late that night. Tsunade barely noticed when Shizune made her escape, far too busy looking through the medical records of her godson. Like she said, it started just like she would have expected for the first 8 years until right before he started at the academy. A most curious report by one Yakushi Kabuto spoke of concerns he had with Naruto having been conceived to a Jinchuriki. Such had never happened before, and unlike his sister, he didn't have the Kyuubi within him to help his body adjust to the chakra. She understood now why Kushina had been concerned, but it was quite evident that she had overreacted. Even if the presence of the Kyuubi's chakra was detrimental to her son, it would have been better for her to remain just in case it was the opposite. The next report was from the Uzumaki compound's rejection of Naruto, and she winced at the burns it described. The chakra of Biju truly was terrible and really didn't mix well with humans. He did, however, seem to recover quite fast, which the medic had attributed to his Uzumaki healing possibly having been accelerated by traces of the Kyuubi's chakra. As dangerous as it was, no one could deny the power of a Biju's chakra. It would seem that his body, in a manner that spoke clearly of his Uzumaki blood, harnessed that energy and used it to heal his body and the damage using that energy was causing. Though, she supposed, if he had any more residual chakra within him, he'd probably be causing more damage to his body than he had any chance of being able to heal on his own. If that were the case and medics had not known, he'd have likely died within the week. Just thinking about it caused her to shudder. Her godson would be dead, and being both a medic and the one who was supposed to meet him at the academy, the blame would have rested solely upon her shoulders. She tried to dismiss that thought as quickly as she could. The final report made her pause. It was over 2 years old, and yet there was nothing else between it and the start of his academy education years previous. There should be something else here, anything else. An accident during an academy spar, a cut while handling kunai. Hell, even if he had missed a day because he was sick, it would have shown up. It was like none of his injuries ever got reported. The things it could mean made her uneasy. Nevertheless, she continued to read the last report until she dropped the page in horror. She had thought it a possibility when reading Yakushi's report, but for it to have actually been the case. It seemed impossible, too, having occurred 2 years after their departure. Unless the reported residual chakra had stayed with him for those 2 years, doing nothing but delaying the inevitable withdrawal that awaited all whose bodies became reliant on foreign chakra. And worst of all, she had been here. Right fucking here, in Konoha, and yet she had done nothing. Sure, she could blame it on not being informed, but no one in the medical field save Shizune knew she was the child's godmother. More than that, a lot of people didn't even know she was back, and those that did knew she was retired. For what possible reason could they have sent for her? Chakra withdrawal, while rare, was not unheard of, and, while incredibly expensive, there were treatments available to get the body used to the loss of chakra and re-strengthen one's chakra system. But she had been here. She could have helped, she could have realized what was wrong back in the beginning before he had to go through it, she could have done something, anything. But she hadn't. And now it didn't look like there was anything she could use to help heal the relationship that should have been. The one that never existed. She hadn't been planning on returning to the compound until later that night, but Shizune found herself with one major problem. What on earth am I going to spend the day doing? She didn't have an errands to run, her friends at the hospital were working, everyone else she knew was busy, and she didn't have enough money to spend the rest of the day shopping, nor did she have the desire to carry whatever she bought for the rest of the day. Familiar hair, however, told her that perhaps not everyone she knew was busy today. Naruto looked quite pleased with himself as he walked down the streets of Konoha, but she did make note of his slow pace and the bandages that covered most of his torso and a good part of his upper arms. She could guess pretty confidently that he had some on his legs too. He spotted her before she had a chance to approach him. "Ah, Shizune, it's been a while. You've been well, I hope." "Yes, quite well, thank you. It's good to see you again, Naruto. You seem pretty pleased." "I am, things have been going quite well." His response made her think of Tsunade's mood when she asked for his medical records. Unlike he master's cheerfulness, however, she had a feeling his good fortune would be continuing. "I'm glad to hear that. Were you doing anything today?" "No, is there something you needed?" "Ah, no, I was just hoping I might be able to join you. Tsunade-sama needs some space at the moment, so I'm trying to stay out of the compound." "I see, in that case, I suppose I was just about to find a quiet little restraint and have an early lunch, would you care to join me?" She gave him a smile. That was going to be at least an hour taken care of, then she'd just have to find something else to occupy her for the remainder of the day. "I'd love to." Fire coursed through her veins with every step, but she carried on, determined to get the answers she sought. She should be at home right now, resting in her bed, it's what her mother expected her to be doing, but she couldn't wait any longer and there was only one person who could tell her what she needed to know. Traces of molten chakra still burned within her flesh and she once again cursed herself for trying to call upon the Kyuubi's Mito's chakra during a spar. Not only was it wrong to use something against anyone she wasn't actually fighting, but it was foolish to think the Biju would let her when all it wanted was for her to re-establish the connection for them. She didn't know why, but Mito would never harm her brother. Naruto, on the other hand, would, apparently, and the sight of his bloodied form standing defiant refused to leave her mind. And even if he didn't hate her after that, which he should, Mito certainly did. She had tried to contact the Biju after the fight, but it was in such a rage that she had retreated immediately. She wasn't sure if Mito had noticed her in her fury, but she had no desire to find out. Blocking her connection to the sentient mass of chakra had been the only way to stop the horrid, furious screams that had echoed through her head, and she very much doubted it would be reopened within the next few days. Another burst of pain shot through her body, most likely in response to the Biju's anger, and she was immensely grateful that it fell short of the pain she had suffered when first drawing on the chakra. When Mito had been actively trying to stop her using the chakra she had summoned around her, it felt like her body was being ripped to shreds as it melted in the sun. Now it was merely a burning through her body. She could deal with that. Regardless of the degree of pain, time always seemed to slow when one was in discomfort, and her journey seemed to stretch for days. At long last, she reached her destination. The Yamanaka compound had seen far better days. Everything about it seemed run down and tired, much like the Yamanaka heiress herself who came walking from a nearby street. The blonde paused upon seeing her but continued to make her way to the compound shortly after. "Did you need something?" Her voice was weary and defeated, but there was still a spark of pride behind it, almost as if she was counting the fact that she was still holding on as some small victory. Naruto struggled momentarily for words. "I need to know. About Naruto." The Yamanaka seemed to flinch back as if struck upon hearing his name and quickly looked around as if ensuring he wasn't present. "You seem to know him, I had hoped you might be able to tell me what's happened to him," continued Naruto. Ino's eyes softened slightly, bordering on pitying, and she ushered her fellow genin into the compound. "I suppose, since you're Uzumaki, this matter could be passed off as clan business, especially considering the subject." Ino led her straight to the main house and up the stairs, passing various groups of Yamanaka clan members scurrying around. It reminded Naruto of some of the lower levels of the Hokage Tower. Almost as if anticipating such a thought, Ino took it upon herself to explain. "We'll talk about why later, but right now I'm leading the Yamanaka. Mother and father moved into a guest house and have turned the main house into an administration building of sorts." "Is all this really necessary for one clan?" asked the Uzumaki heiress. "For one running properly? No. The Yamanaka clan, unfortunately, is not running properly. I've been doing my best to turn things around, but at most I've managed to stall for time." "I see." Ino shot her a sad glance. "No, you don't. You have no idea." Reaching a door, they were greeted by another member of the clan holding a small stack of folders and a mug of coffee. Taking both, Ino thanked the man and moved into her office. Stacking the folders neatly on the desk and taking a seat in the large armchair, Ino gestured towards one of the other seats, which Naruto quickly took. "So, what did you want to know?" Sitting in such a large chair made the young Yamanaka seem even smaller and reinforced the feeling of weary defeat that clung to her image. "You tried to warn me about Nikun. I want to know why." "You didn't believe me before." Ino raised a brow as she began idly sorting through the papers on her desk. She had managed to get some work done that morning before her team met, but she'd still be here close to midnight. Luckily she had coffee. It was one of the only luxuries she allowed herself. "What changed?" "I sparred with Nikun." "Gods above, are you all right?" The immediate concern in the girl's voice was both comforting and slightly scary. Did she really think so poorly of her brother? I'm fine, I wasn't injured." Ino looked at her in disbelief. "You must be one hell of a kunoichi." She managed to stammer out after a time. "He would tear me to shreds." A slight blush dusted Naruto's cheeks as she thought of that morning. He avoided drawing blood. "My top was cut apart. I find it surprising that he would show such mercy." "I want to say it's because we're family," Naruto admitted. "But I think it's more likely because we sparred before the team meetings and he wasn't going to take me away from my team." "That sounds more like him. All he needed to do was show you that he had the power to end you." She gave a bitter chuckle. "We Yamanaka have learned that lesson well." "Really? Right now, we are nothing. We have no money, no missions, and no support. Konoha's populace has been turned against us and fellow shinobi have distanced themselves as much as possible." "That's horrible. That's your brother. He's the one who did this, just because I couldn't keep my damn mouth shut." "He wouldn't. He did. The people of Konoha refuse to believe us about the wolves. They think we made them up to save face, but I assure you, they are very real." "What does that have to do with this?" "Your brother has some very dangerous friends. We learned that after I ended up turning him against us. And while they might have stopped, we continue to pay for my foolishness." Naruto didn't want to believe what she was hearing, but it seemed to fit too well with the person she had seen just that morning. The person who had been her brother. She didn't know what he was now, but she would find out. With grim determination she demanded, "Tell me everything." And so she did. It was anger that she eventually settled on. Guilt lay heavy on her shoulders, sadness on her heart, but it was anger which allowed her to focus past her own mistakes and the suffering they had caused her son. He was homeless because of her, but others could have taken him in. He was hurt, but Tsunade could have healed him. He was suspected of treason, but he should have been trusted. He was at odds with the Yamanaka, but someone should have stepped in to keep things from going out of hand. He forsook his name, but there should have been someone to guide him with clan politics. He became an enemy of the Yamanaka. He should have immediately received support from some of the other clans. When she could focus on the supposed failures of others, she could overlook her own, for if she were to think of the ways her mistakes had harmed her son, sorrow would consume her. She couldn't let that happen, couldn't surrender to misery after all her son had been through. No, now was the time to make things right, to show him that it really had been a series of mistakes and that she was willing to fix the damages they caused. And so, when she directed her attention to the actions of others in her absence, the guilt ebbed away, replaced by an unholy fury that threatened to make Hai no Kuni's namesake quite literal. It would be nothing compared to the 1,000 suns that burned beneath her breast demanding to be freed as retribution for the suffering of her firstborn. Had Yugao not pushed her back down in her seat with a reminder that she was in her son's apartment, she would have gone on a rampage then and there, lashing out at everyone in the village in a blind rage that was likely to end with her either dead or locked away. But while the flame had been temporarily snuffed, her rage remained. A grim cold was left in the absence of the suns, one that sapped away any thoughts of happiness and left her with nothing but a desire to cause pain to those who wronged her son, be it directly or indirectly. The razor-sharp ice that filled her heart demanded blood. And Kushina would be happy to spill it. Of course, she was also intelligent enough to realize she couldn't be as impulsive as was she normally. It was such impulsive action that had led to her son's suffering in the first place. More could certainly do no good. Uzumaki heat would not suit her in this situation, her wrath would have to be frozen. The only question remaining, of course, would be where her wrath would be directed first. Kurenai came to mind but was quickly dismissed. Yes, the woman had failed her, but she had to admit that she had only requested that she check up on her son and offer help. She may not have taken him in, but she had no way to know if she had been aiding him. The fact that she knew of his apartment showed that they at least had contact, which was more than she could say for others. Tsunade was one of those others, one that, as far as she could tell, never made contact with her son. Some might say she was jumping to conclusions, but with Yugao mentioning that she rarely left her compound and a lack of updates from the woman, it wasn't hard to see that Naruto had not seen his godmother. He could have gone to the compound, but she had never told him of his godmother, knowing that there was a good chance he would never meet the nomadic drunk. She mentioned her in the letter she left for him, but that really didn't help anyone sealed in the compound as it was. Clan friends were next. The Uzumaki had always had good relations with the Aburame in Konoha and were pretty close to the Inuzuka, whose pack loyalty was very much like their own belief that family was more important than anything else. She might be able to understand them not helping him with the Yamanaka after he had surrendered the Uzumaki name, but there was no reason they couldn't help him before things came to that. He probably would have fit in well enough with the Aburame, though she had to grudgingly admit that while the two clans were on good terms, they weren't all that close. Going out of their way to help him after she had left with no prior warning to them wasn't a very Aburame action. They, like the Inuzuka with their pack and the Uzumaki with their family, were concerned primarily for the hive. Naruto was not a member of their hive. Such a spontaneous act of kindness and goodwill towards an outsider wouldn't make much sense to them. And they couldn't have thought about bettering their relations with the Uzumaki, either. As far as they could tell, Naruto was unwanted. In fact, it may be because of that they stayed away, just in case they might draw the ire of her and her daughter by aiding him. The Inuzuka were likely to be of a similar mindset. After all, if the Uzumaki pack didn't want him, why would they want him in theirs? Of course, whether or not that was even close to the truth remained unknown, and trying to justify it on their behalf just made her more angry. That anger had just one last target. The Yamanaka. It was they who caused him, indirectly as it may have been, to cast away the Uzumaki name, and it was they who publicly stood against him. Any enemy of her son's was an enemy of Uzumaki Kushina. And that made them the perfect target for her rage. Only the light scratching of a pen broke the silence of the room as Yamanaka Ino continued to work. It had been some time since she had finished telling her tale, and yet Naruko couldn't bring herself to move. The Yamanaka heiress didn't seem bothered by it as she continued to make her way through the stack of papers on her desk. In fact, Naruko had a feeling the young woman was enjoying the company, silent as it was, while she worked. Looking at the amount of work the girl had in trying to run her clan added to the career she was trying to start as a kunoichi, it wasn't surprising that she just didn't have the time for social interaction. Just being in the presence of someone else was likely a very welcome change for the heiress. But it wasn't thoughts of the young woman's social life that had her unmoved from her seat, rather, thoughts of her brother's dealings with the clan ran through her head. Her heart may have called out in disbelief, but she knew it to be true. Her brother had always been prideful, though avoiding most people it was seldom seen, and she had, at one point, liked to consider herself his pride. And while that may have changed, it would seem that his prideful nature had not. The Yamanaka heiress had struck at his pride, and in retaliation he had crushed them. He had built himself an army, the heiress had claimed, for the sole purpose of crushing his opponents into the dust. Kept in the dark as they were, most of Konoha's populace didn't even believe of their existence, and claims of this shadow army had only served to lower the reputation of the Mindwalkers in the eyes of Konoha. She had to wonder if he would have reacted in such a way should she have been harmed in some way. Before she had left with her mother, the answer was certainly yes, but now, after leaving him for 4 years, she had a sinking feeling that he wouldn't lift a finger. From knowledge of his interrogation at the hands of Ino's father, leaked to the heiress by the man himself, to the suspicion that surrounded his bringing of Yamanaka Tatsuki's corpse to the clan head and the subsequent accusations of murder and cries for blood, it was easy to tell she had missed a lot while she was away. As much as she wished it wasn't true, one could not deny that it was all too easy for these things to change her beloved brother. Her own interactions pointed towards it being true. And, admittedly, it scared her. Just how much had he really changed? What else had happened to him that the Yamanaka heiress didn't know of? And for how much of his misfortune did he blame the family that left him? Standing up, she thanked the Yamanaka heiress for her time before showing herself out of the compound. Her mother would need to know. It took her a few minutes to get home, or perhaps it had been hours, maybe even seconds. Time seemed to have lost its hold on her as rampant thoughts pulled her mind in a different direction with each step. She found her mother in the study, hastily penning a letter with a sense of urgency she hadn't seen in a very long time. When the Uzumaki matriarch turned to look at her, there was a fire in her eyes. Not one that spoke solely of determination, but mainly one of rage and vengeance. Mom. Yes, sweetie. The way she answered through her teeth was all the confirmation Naruto needed. Her mother was obviously struggling to keep her rage in check, which meant whatever it was she was doing was extremely important. Naruto took a deep breath to try and calm her nerves. I learned what happened to Nikun. Her mother seemed slightly surprised by that, but instead of asking what had happened, simply inquired as to how she had come to learn it. Evidently she herself had recently learned from someone else. I talked to Yamanaka heiress, Ino. She told me what's been happening. Her mother immediately scowled upon the mention of the clan of Mindwalkers. I'm sure the little bitch told you all sorts of lies. The venom in her words took Naruto by surprise. She couldn't ever remember her mother speaking with such hate and loathing for anyone. No, I'm pretty sure she was telling the truth. She didn't paint herself in a very favorable light. Probably just wanted pity. Her mother interrupted. It didn't seem that way. The Yamanaka have always been manipulators, she said as she stood from her desk and gathered a small stack of letters. You shouldn't believe them. But shouldn't we at least hear them out to decide for ourselves? No. So you don't want to know what she said? It doesn't matter, the Yamanaka are going to be taken care of soon enough. But. No, buts. I need to get in contact with a few people. I'll be back later. And with that she was gone. The information she had gathered and her opinions on it dismissed, Naruto wondered if this was how Naruto first felt when they had vanished from his life. Of course, if that was the case, she would also have to wonder if her mother really would be back later. Deep within the blackness she seethed. She had been so close, so damn close. With great effort on her part she had been able to watch the spar from Naruto's eyes, was at long last able to gaze upon the young man who meant everything to her. Her warden had been there, within reach of the girl, and yet she was still trapped here, unable to touch him. It had been maddening to feel so familiar chakra signature, but to see him too. Never before had she felt so frustrated. Of course, that moment where he stopped to look at her had made it all worth it. His eyes hadn't been hard at that moment, filled instead with a slight respect at how well Naruto coped after the loss of her top, and to see that through the girl's eyes made her heart soar. She had been so happy, in fact, that she ended up missing her host's use of chains against her beloved warden. There was rage and distress at the sight of his blood, but a great joy when he used the chakra chains she had taught him to overpower his sisters. Being a being of chakra, she was concerned with the sight of his black chains and the way they seemed to suck in light rather than glow as a chakra manifestation should have, but she had no time to worry about it when her host began calling upon her chakra. Refilling her reserves after her warden had stopped such a draining attack, she could have understood. Healing any wounds she may have received she would have been okay with. Enhancing reflexes using her chakra like a small burst of adrenaline would have been acceptable, but the second her host dared to think she'd be allowed to access any form of the Biju cloak, she brought upon her the wrath of the Kyuubi no Kitsune. Her wrath was felt. They had a simple agreement. Naruto would return her to her warden and she, in return, would not just allow access to her near-infinite stores of chakra, but would aid her in using them. The girl had never before experienced the true might of her chakra until the moment she had stopped protecting her from it. Hopefully it was a lesson the girl would not soon forget. But, lesson learned or not, it did little to change the fact that this would make it harder for Naruto to uphold her end of the deal, and such a simple part it was, too. So long as she was back with her warden, the girl would have unlimited, assisted access to the most powerful source of chakra available. And then she pulled this shit. She was stopped from using it, painfully, but that was not sufficient for her mistake. Proper punishment would serve as a motivator, and what better punishment than the one you inflict on yourself? She would continue to allow the girl access, of course, but no longer would she be aiding her. It would be painful, it would be difficult, and she would have no one to blame but herself each time she accessed the chakra of the great Kyuubi no Kitsune. Maybe then she'd realize just how serious she was about being returned to her wonderful warden. And if she didn't? Well, Mito would just have to take a more active role in convincing the girl that this was important. Not just for Mito, but for her own health. After all, Mito could do some nasty things with her chakra. It wasn't until 3 that afternoon that Naruto and Shizune went their separate ways. As soon as Shizune had disappeared into the crowds of Konoha's market district, Naruto turned his attention to a nearby wolf. He shouldn't have been able to see them, which meant the wolf intended to be seen. Such suspicion was confirmed when they pointed towards a nearby alley. It would appear something had come up. Making his way through the masses of people, he slipped between 2 buildings and traveled back until the shadows hid him completely. It was only seconds until he was joined by the wolf, who promptly kneeled before him. "Naruto-sama, my Taiko and Sai Taiko await you in your office." "And did they say why?" "No, Naruto-sama." The wolf shook his head. "But they said you would want to know as soon as possible. I believe it might have something to do with the latest report from one of our global operatives, but I don't know where the report came from or what it said." "Very well, return to whatever it was you were doing beforehand." "By your command, Naruto-sama." With a bow he was gone and Naruto walked back into the light of the afternoon sun. If Mai and Sai thought it was important, it was going to be important. In fact, if it was important enough to be brought to his attention like this, then it was beyond important. As such, he wasted no time in reaching the den and making his way to his office, where his 2 most trusted wolves stood waiting for him. "Naruto-sama," they both greeted him, Mai sending him a faint smile as Sai snapped into a salute. "Sai, Mai, I hear the 2 of you needed to speak with me." He took a seat behind his desk and gestured to the seats before it. "That's right, Naruto-sama," confirmed Mai as she took a seat and turned to face Sai. "Do you want to start?" "Might as well," came his response. "We recently received a report from Keigo, who we sent to monitor the situation in Kurigakure no Sato and Mizu no Kuni. While it has nothing to do with the bloodline purges or the rebellion yet, it does mention an opportunity we would be foolish not to look into." "Oh." Naruto raised a brow. What did he find? Nami no Kuni is currently under the control of a man by the name of Gato, a shipping tycoon. With his control over the ports there and his hands in all sorts of black market operations, he's become one of the richest, if not the richest, men in the world. And how is this good for us? You are not suggesting we try to take him out, are you? You should know that would be suicide for the wolves, the rest of the world would rip us apart. We understand that, Naruto-sama. Mai answered. Keigo reports that there is a bridge builder attempting to break Gato's hold on the country and might try to get in contact with Konoha for protection. If we were to help instead, we'd have Nami no Kuni in our debt. Scratching his chin, Naruto thought for a moment before shaking his head. You're looking at this from the wrong angle. He spoke. While it's a good opportunity to aid the people of Wave, it's also a good opportunity to aid Gato. The 2 wolves shared disbelieving looks. I don't mean to question you, Naruto-sama, but while you have supported bandits and warlords in the past, do you really want to do that here when there's another option? She asked him. Next to her, Sai gave a nod, showing that he too shared her thoughts. My options here are help the people of Wave on the chance that we may be able to benefit from it, or help Gato, start getting paid immediately for our services and eventually take over. It would be a bit hard taking over if the people loathed us. An iron fist approach like Gato wouldn't work for us, we don't have nearly as many friends as he does. Noted Sai. Part of taking over is undermining Gato. If our people are there under his authority, then they can help protect the citizens from whatever other hired muscle he has. We gain the reputation of fair enforcers on Gato's paycheck, and when we eventually turn on him, the people will be more likely to accept our control. We can let them do as they see fit for the most part. What we really need is the ports. With them under control, we have instant influence. There's also the matter of whatever funds Gato has with him at the moment. Commented Mai, bringing a smile to Naruto's face. That's just a pretty little bonus. We'll need to recall some of our operatives though. How go things in the Land of Lightning? We're not making much progress, unfortunately. Confessed Sai. We're supporting 2 bandit groups at the moment over there. No. That's correct. Well then, choose the weakest one, support him fully, wipe out the competition, and leave him be. We can come back later to pick up where we left off. If he happens to get wiped out, so be it. This opportunity is far more valuable. I'm sure the wolves will be pleased. Sai knew that even with their current tasks, the wolves under his control were getting restless. They needed something big, something that would make full use of their talents. Being hired muscle for warlords and small-time bandits was better than nothing, but a far cry from what they wanted. They will certainly be well fed if Gato has even a fraction of his wealth stored in Nami no Kuni. So well, in fact, that we may have to have some more wolves to keep any of it from going to waste. He paused, looking at the 2 sat before him. And that brings us to the next matter that needs attention. Sai, you now have complete control of the wolves. You will answer to Mai, who will keep me informed. Of course, Naruto-sama, but may I ask why? I have recently come to control a second group, one which I will be referring to as the flock. Their leader will also answer to Mai, who will manage both groups and report to me. And who is their leader? Asked Mai. Hinata. The 2 of them stared at him as if he had told them he was going to become a hooker. Our timid little lamb. Mai was the first to regain their ability to speak. And that's why I call it the flock. It would seem my removal of her first seal and the subsequent disabling of her second has led some of the branch members to believe that fate itself has decreed that she was not to join the branch family. I admit, it sounds quite strange, but I can understand a group coming to such a conclusion. Of course, being Hyuga, they've taken it farther and now believe that Hinata is a goddess. Sai choked on air. A goddess. He managed to get out. Indeed. They know of her wolf guards but not of us. I intend for it to stay that way. But, what that means is that I have new forces here in Konoha, so you can focus your attention outside our walls. I want you to begin recruiting more. Find a few of the wolves who know the most about the training you yourselves went through and bring more into our packs. We'll have to apply seals to them, but I should be able to replicate its effects properly. I understand. Did you want all your guards removed? No, leave a few, no more than 4, but we should be able to stop watching Konoha now that we have new eyes. Of course, will that be all? It should be. You are dismissed. Naruto turned his attention to Mai. I need you to make contact with Hinata, inform her of what I said here. I would recommend waiting for her after tomorrow's team training so that other Hyuga don't see you. We need them to believe their goddess is running things here, or we may lose them. I understand. Would you have anything else of me? No, you're free to go. Just know that I've already given Hinata orders for the flock which she should have passed on by now. She isn't likely to have anything else for you for quite some time, but ensure she maintains control. Having influence within the Hyuga clan may prove to be an invaluable boon to us. Of course, by your command, Naruto-sama. She gave a quick bow before leaving him in his office. Leaning back in his chair, Naruto gave a deep sigh and massaged the bridge of his nose. The Hyuga had been unexpected, and the opportunity in Wave provided a chance to start playing on a global scale far earlier than he had thought possible. He was done with the Yamanaka, they should serve to keep other clans dismissing him if he attempted to initiate contact, but he still needed to choose one that would be able to benefit his pack. Of course, then there was the mess with his returning family. Kushina wasn't going to give up, she was too damn stubborn, but he really didn't want anything to do with the woman. He had his own life now, his own family, and she didn't have a place in it yet. Nor did he intend to give her one. But she would no doubt try, and he was absolutely certain it would end up causing problems for him in the future. There was nothing he could do about it though, save for having her killed, but not only did he lack any desire to end her life, he also doubted his ability to have it done. Sure, his wolves were just about equivalent to Anbu, but Kushina was a highly skilled Junin. The chances of losing some of his wolves were too high, and in the event that they did manage to kill her, the leaf would be that much weaker. And so he'd simply have to deal with her and whatever it was she did as it happened. While she wouldn't be striking against him, at least not knowingly, and was certainly not what he would consider an opponent, he still loathed the idea of letting someone else have the first move. Not only did it give them the advantage, but the wait was agonizing. He'd need to find something else to occupy his time for a while until she showed her hand, and hope that it wasn't at an inopportune time. Though, with his luck, she was very likely to choose the absolute worst time to try something. He gave another sigh. Things were starting to pick up, and yet there was nothing he could do but wait. He really needed a hobby. Something was very wrong in the Hyuga clan. That's not to say things were ever normal within the clan, but as of late things just seemed off. She was the heiress, the future head of the mighty Hyuga clan, and yet ever since her sister had been marked, she had actually received less respect from the branch family. She would punish them, of course, but all they ever did was smile and accept it, as if there was some great joke she wasn't privy to. And then there was her sister's mark. It had disappeared, for fuck's sake. Seals don't just remove themselves, and it had obviously taken hold because she herself had used it against her sister, and yet it had simply vanished. They marked her again after that and punished her for its disappearance, but the very next day her new seal had stopped working. There wasn't anything they could do at that point because there was no way to remove the seal, and none of the Hyuga were skilled enough with seals to attempt fixing the dysfunctioning one already on her brow. There had been some talk soon after of the Yamanaka heiress trying to make her sister do something. What, exactly, she was not aware, but the elders and her father seemed too frustrated by the odd seal to care. When one Uzumaki Naruto stepped in and forsook his name in order to go against the clan of Mindwalkers, the Hyuga washed their hands of the matter. They were represented, in a way, and really didn't care who came out on top, though it was doubtful that anything would actually happen, but she was certain they hoped something would happen to the disgraced former heiress during the conflict. Instead, they found themselves surprised when the Yamanaka were brought to their knees. Her father had warned her that day that while the boy named Naruto might not be all that powerful, especially after renouncing his clan name, he obviously had some powerful allies. That day's lesson had ended up focusing on alliances and diplomacy, one that her father claimed to be sorely tempted to allow her a chance to try it in the real world using the formerly Uzumaki boy. In the end he had decided against it, not wanting to be publicly against the Yamanaka. That, in turn, led to another lesson of the balance kept between the clans of Konohagakure no Sato. It was not one of the more enjoyable lessons she had been given. But moving past that, recently the branch family, or most of it, anyway, seemed far more cheerful than they should have been, and certainly more cheerful than was proper for any Hyuga to show. Something had happened, or was happening, and judging by how content her sister appeared to be lately, she'd be willing to bet she was at the center of it. And Hyuga Hanabi, heiress of the Hyuga clan, was going to find out what. It could have been left by anyone. Yugao had been here earlier, Anko and Kurenai had access, and Mai could have easily had one of the wolves leave it on her behalf. Despite that, he knew even before opening it that it had to be from his godfather. Unfortunately, he still didn't know who that was. His only real clue was the mention of the Kusanagi in the letter that was left with Morio's tooth, and while there were plenty of references of it throughout history, there was nothing about it recently. Or, at least, nothing about it recently that he had access to. And that only made him more curious as to this mysterious godparent. Opening the box that fit easily in one hand, he withdrew a golden amulet. Tight rings were bent into a circle that reminded him of a coiled serpent. The middle of the medallion was empty space and it was attached to a simple black cord. At first glance, this was probably the simplest of gifts he had ever received. A quick look at the note that accompanied it, however, would prove that wrong. The amulet of O first belonged to the high priest of O, the golden serpent god of the sun. When O's light shines upon it, one may offer their blood as tribute to the great serpent in return for the aid of one of his children. All who wear this representation of the serpent god are protected from his kind, even against those commanded by a snake sage. And it all clicked into place. The picture of the snake, an amulet of the serpents, a sword considered cursed, trying to aid him by placing explosive corpses within the Yamanaka compound, and information blocked to those not high-ranking enough to know. Who could have obtained the legendary Kusanagi but him? And who could have his information so restricted but the greatest traitor to ever abandon Konoha? It had to be, then. There was no other option. His godfather was Orochimaru of the Sannin. He really didn't know what to think of that. But, quite curiously, despite having always signed his letter as his godfather, this one read, "Your loving godparent." How odd. It had been a week since she had sent off her letters to the Imperial Fire Court and Kushina found herself rather pleased with the response she received. The ground she would stand on wouldn't be the most stable, in fact, it was rather pathetic, but she had been assured that the Yamanaka were in no position to oppose her. Had they been the same as when she left she wouldn't be able to pull something like this, but it was well known that they had fallen on hard times. She should be able to manage this. Of course, that led to the question of what exactly she hoped to be able to do with such a favorable position. The Yamanaka had nothing that could be of value to her, her daughter, or her son save, perhaps, the members itself. She may have been able to get away with the maneuver she was going to attempt, but trying to take its members as either servants or slaves was never going to work and would completely waste the opportunity she had. She wasn't going to be able to do anything directly against the heiress of her father because of the same problem. Her claims were flaky at best, she would never get the necessary support from the other clans to be able to do anything against the girl or Inoichi. There was, however, a way to get around that to a degree, of course. The clan of Mindwalkers was practically destitute, but she could fix that. The Uzumaki coffers were spilling forth fortunes she could never hope to spend. All it would take was a little bit of the Uzumaki treasury and the Yamanaka would be nearly as strong as they were before. But even better, they would be hers and, most importantly, her sons. With her having complete control over the Yamanaka and their finances, she could let Naruto do as he pleased with the clan without fear of consequence. Justice would be served, she'd get to see the Yamanaka suffer at the hands of her son, and she couldn't think of any way that could possibly be better to gain favor from her estranged son. What gift was better than the deliverance of one's enemies before you? Gathering the letters she had received, she stacked them with what she had been working on for the past 7 days. She paid no mind to the early hour as she threw on some of her finest clothes and picked up her papers. She would take care of this immediately, there wasn't a second to spare. Already 10 minutes had passed since she had been delivered the letters by a courier, far too long in her opinion. Every second she didn't have this done was another second without her son. They had been apart long enough. The clock read 3:30 as she left her home and the night air bit at her skin. The smile on her face, however, would not be removed. It was time to summon the council. Nothing good could come from a summons so early in the morning, her father had expressed such enough times throughout her childhood for Ino to remember it well. It wasn't until now, when she received one herself, did she begin to understand. Throwing on a clean set of clothes she rushed out of her room. It was never good to be late to a council meeting, scheduled or otherwise. Her father had taught her that, too. At one point she may have spent quite some time prettying herself up with a myriad of cosmetics, but these days she didn't have the time or money required. She would have also worn something nice, but that was definitely out of the question now. Almost all of her better outfits had been sold off to support the clan and only her best remained in her possession. Well, it was kept under heavy lock within the house, but at least it was still here. Of course, she wasn't about to be wearing it anytime soon. It was kept just in case something popped up that required such formal attire, but unless the daimyo was about to stop by for a visit or she was going to get an invitation to the party of one of the high lords of the imperial fire court of Hai no Kuni, it was going to remain exactly where it was. She could say with a fair bit of certainty that neither of the two was about to happen, especially considering the current state of her clan. She'd be lying if she claimed there was even a smidgen of a chance of that happening back before she brought the ire of the wolves upon her clan. Now that she had, it was beyond impossible. Her father was waiting for her by the door and she quickly put on her shoes. He handed her a quick breakfast to eat as they walked without a word and opened the door. This was clan business and, as such, her father would not be treating her as his daughter. She was the heiress and acting head of the Yamanaka clan and he took the position of an advisor. That's not to say he didn't treat her like a daughter regularly, he did, albeit somewhat strictly ever since she provoked the wolves, but when it was time to conduct clan business it was almost as if he locked away his memories of being her father deep within his mind. With his skill in the mind arts and unrestricted access to the most secret of Yamanaka techniques, it wouldn't surprise her if it turned out to be true. The two made their way hastily to the Hokage Tower. It was frowned upon to use shinobi techniques for one's arrival, usually because it brought the anbu from the woodwork and delayed everything horribly. That was okay with Ino though, it gave her time to collect herself in preparation for the upcoming meeting. The messenger hadn't been able to provide any information on this unusually called session and that just increased her worry. She was going in with little to no information and she didn't like it. Was there an emergency? Had Jiraiya sent a report that needed to be shared with the clans immediately? Had the wolves struck against someone else? Much to her shame, she was hoping it was the last one. If she could get confirmation that they had moved on from the stripped carcass of the Yamanaka, she could sleep a lot easier at night. Hell, if they were that fortunate they might have a chance to start building themselves up again rather than treading water and hoping the threat left the shore. Of course, the best would be none of the above, but she really couldn't think of anything else it might be. Another clan looking to join Konoha, perhaps. A surprise birthday for the daimyo. That last one was just ridiculous. Everyone knew that the daimyo's birthday had been last month. It took a few more minutes of walking until they reached the Hokage Tower and were granted admittance by one of the Anbu guards. The council room was on the second floor and upon arrival they were quickly seated. It was not long after that the council room finished filling up with the various clan heads of Konoha. No, that wasn't quite right. Ino frowned as she looked at those who had been called. It would seem as though the lesser clans were absent. The Yamanaka would have been part of that group if not for the number of them, but they were still towing the line. All the greater clans were present, as was the High Council. The Hokage, understandably, was not yet present. Ino doubted the Sandaime was going to be pleased about this because if he had been the one to call the meeting he'd have been the first one seated. Instead, a messenger would have been tasked with waking and informing the Hokage, who had very likely just retired for the night. She knew very well how long into the night the paperwork could take. It was 5 minutes later that a weary-looking Kage entered the room and made immediately for his seat at the table of the High Council. With a wave of his hand the council room doors were sealed under Anbu guard. A meeting of the greater clans has been called. Addressed the Hokage. Would they who called this meeting forth please stand? A grinning Kushina stood up, doing her best to keep her expression schooled in a manner befitting one of her status. She was failing miserably. I called this meeting, Hokage-sama. The Kage gave her a nod of acknowledgement. Very well. Council member Uzumaki, for what reasons have you called upon us this morning? Clan Uzumaki holds grudge against Clan Yamanaka. She declared. Hiruzen frowned and spared a glance to the High Council. Homura and Kaharu shared uncertain looks before nodding at him to proceed, but the thoughtful look on Danzu's face gave him pause. Eventually he too nodded, but the look of uncertainty never vanished. It only reinforced Hiruzen's belief that this was going to end up causing trouble somehow. Or, at the very least, had the potential to cause a lot of trouble. He also had a pretty good feeling that any trouble would be in some way connected to Naruto. I see. The floor is yours, Council Member Kushina. The woman sent him a grateful smile before flashing a vicious grin to the Yamanaka heiress. Ino had a really bad feeling about this. Her eyes moved to the clans that had once allied with her house and their nervousness told her all she needed to know. There would be no aid for her or her clan today. Honorable Council, esteemed clan heads, I thank you for answering with such haste despite the early hour and apologize for drawing you from your beds. Last week I sent for counsel from some of the members of the Imperial Fire Court. Ino had to hold back a groan. Saying something like that would make it seem as though the Fire Court supported her actions. She didn't even know what the woman was after and things already seemed grim for her clan. And have just received a response not an hour ago. Naturally, I wished to settle this as early as possible so that we can all move on with our lives. She continued. Everyone there knew whatever it was she wanted could have waited a few hours, but none voiced this opinion. The clans were obligated to meet when called by those of equal or greater standing, regardless of the time. If Uzumaki Kushina, head of the Uzumaki clan, wanted to call a meeting every 10 minutes, she couldn't. Being one of the greater clans, all other great clans and any of the lesser clans she called were to attend. 2 years ago, hostility from the Yamanaka drove my son, Uzumaki Naruto, to renounce his clan name and declare them his enemies. Naruto is my firstborn son, one of 3 Uzumaki in the clan, and the only male Uzumaki. Such a loss is devastating and threatens the future of my clan. I have come before you all today to demand recompense. Ino stood. Are you claiming that Uzumaki Naruto was unable to make his own decisions? She asked the older woman. I am claiming that he should not have had to have made such a decision in order to keep our clan out of the conflict your clan was instigating. He did such to keep your clan out of conflict, and yet here you are. Does this not show that you care little for his choices and have no respect for the sacrifices he made for you and your blood? Kushina blinked for a moment in surprise. For a 12-year-old girl, she was pretty good at this. It is because of his choices that we choose to involve ourselves in this matter. Even if not in name, he is Uzumaki by blood, and any foe of his is an enemy of my clan. Ino couldn't come up with anything to say to that at the moment, and a quick look to her father showed that he didn't either. Very well, the Yamanaka bear witness to your claim for recompense. How judge the esteemed clan heads? Ino's gaze swept over the assembled mass and her heart fell when old allies shied away in shame. The Aburame accept the validity of the grudge. There was reason for a grudge and nothing else to it. The Inuzuka recognized the grudge. Your pack was your pack. She cared little for legal matters when it came to family. The Akamichi bear witness to the grudge. He was wise enough not to try going against the others at this point. The Hyuga approve of the grudge. Approval. That wasn't good. The Nara recognized the grudge. Through the unanimous acceptance of the clans, the High Council acknowledges the grudge between the Uzumaki and the Yamanaka. What reparations do you seek, Council Member Kushina? As is well known, the Yamanaka have fallen upon hard times lately and have little to nothing of value. I will gain no pleasure simply seeing them punished, a damn lie, and everyone in the room knew it. And so I can only demand their vassalage. All present were understandably shocked by such a demand, but none more than Ino and her father. There were many concerns with this, but one stood out far beyond the others in Ino's mind. Tell me, Council Member Kushina, what is your relation with the wolves? Both the Hyuga and Inuzuka clan heads scoffed, but Kushina seemed confused. Who? Ino looked at her incredulously. Did she really know nothing of the group that was so close to her son? That led her to the next question. I see. In that case, what is your current relationship with your son? I fail to see how that relates to the matter at hand. Kushina's eyes had narrowed dangerously. Your son declared as his enemy and the wolves tore us to shreds. I know that even if he's not one of the wolves, that he has very good relations to them. What I need to know is whether or not allowing my clan to become the vassal clan of the Uzumaki is going to bring his wrath down upon us once more. There are no wolves, claimed Sum. Your questions are pointless. Believe what you will, Council Member Inuzuka, but I am well aware of the existence of the wolves and will not further endanger my clan just because you have had the fortune of avoiding their ire. While I believe the Yamanaka made up the wolves to save face, her second question is still valid. Interjected Hiyashi. Genin Naruto is currently against the Yamanaka clan. Considering the fact that he's brought them to their knees, the heiress does well to be cautious in any matter that may concern him. So, how is your current relationship with your son, Council Member Uzumaki? She paused and hung her head in shame. Well, it isn't the best right now. I see. Ino frowned and looked to her father, but he gave no signs as to the decision she should make. If the Yamanaka were to swear fealty to the Uzumaki clan, would you be able to protect us from your son? Kushina hesitated here. She'd have to choose her words carefully. The entire point of this was to let her son do with them as he saw fit, so she couldn't claim the ability to keep them safe from him. She could, however, protect them from him as he was now clanless. As a vassal to the Uzumaki clan you will be ours and we will not allow anyone else to lay a hand upon your clan. It would work well enough. Of course, if she could get Naruto back into the clan he would have full reign amongst the Yamanaka. Hell, she might even be able to arrange a marriage between him and the young Yamanaka heiress. That is, of course, if he wanted it. The Yamanaka heiress seemed to recognize what she was doing, but after a moment of thought continued anyway. Kushina had a feeling that the girl was betting on Naruto not rejoining and couldn't really fault her for it. Not only would it be difficult to convince Naruto to return, though having the Yamanaka under her control should make it much easier, but him staying out of the clan was some of the last hope the clan of Mindwalkers had. It was quite easy to see that they were far more scared of her son than herself and would happily accept any hardships she might heap upon them if it meant they could avoid her son's wrath. Very well, resigned Ino. The Yamanaka will swear fealty and accept vassalage to the Uzumaki. I would ask that the meeting be concluded so that our fellow council members may return to their homes as we discuss this new arrangement. The request of council member Yamanaka is granted. I call this meeting to a close. The Hokage was only too happy to be done with this. We thank you all for coming and hope you remain well until our next meeting. Also, I must remind you that until the details concerning the vassalage are decided upon, this is to remain silent, even within your own households. Enjoy the rest of your day. As the room emptied of clan heads, Ino turned to her father. Much to her surprise, he didn't seem disappointed but in fact rather proud. T2-san. You did well, Ino. But the clan. Nothing we can do but make the most of it. You've been doing everything you can to help the clan and I'm proud to call you my daughter and the next clan head of the Yamanaka. She fought valiantly to keep the tears at bay. Thank you, Daddy. He gave her a gentle smile. Go on then, it's time to finish this up. I know you'll keep doing well. Wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes, she stood up and made her way to the high council table where Kushina was waiting with the Hokage. Her face was schooled into a calm seriousness befitting of a clan heiress, and with every step she gained confidence. With grim determination she arrived at the table. It was time to learn the fate of her clan. The fate of the Yamanaka. Decisions made, her father had offered to make the proper arrangements and allowed Ino to excuse herself from the meeting. She was getting better at running the clan, but this was entirely new territory and she was glad for the chance to avoid it a little longer. Walking out of the council room, her eyes were immediately drawn to the man who leaned against a nearby wall. No doubt he was waiting to learn about the happenings inside. Good morning, Council Member Yamanaka. Finished, are we? High Councilor Danzo. She greeted. The details have been decided upon. My father is currently seeing to the legal arrangements necessary to officiate it. Heading home then? Perhaps. Was there something I could help you with? Oh, just a bit of curiosity, you see. No reason to trouble yourself with it. She folded her arms and quirked a brow. Would I be right to assume you want to know the details of the discussion going on within the council chambers? You would be. And would you happen to know the whereabouts of Naruto? I might. He rose a brow. Why might you want to know? Because just like you, I'm sure he'd like to know this morning's details. I intend to tell him. I see. He might not react well to the news and I'm sure you aren't exactly his favorite person. That's something for me to be concerned about. We seem to both have information the other wants. I'm willing to trade. Danzo smiled at her. I think I like you, Council Member Yamanaka, you're growing up into a fine young lady. I'm sure, do we have a deal? Oh, yes, straight to the point, I see. You remind me of my dealings with Naruto. I'd be happy to make the trade, though I would warn you of the difference in value each information holds. To you, perhaps there is a difference, but figuring how this is going to affect Naruto and his wolves is just as important to the clan as the details surrounding our new vassalage. Well spoken. It's a pity that you and Naruto are on bad terms, you'd make quite a pair. Perhaps with this they won't be quite so bad. Who knows? Maybe in the future we might find ourselves working together. We're both shinobi of the leaf, after all. A chuckle escaped his lips. Even if you don't end up working with him, I think the two of us will get along just fine. Then I look forward to it, Elder Danzo. Now, shall we get down to business? As agreed, Danzo had informed her of Naruto's current residence. It was a decent area of the village, nothing special but certainly comfortable. And if there was any doubt as to whether or not this really was Naruto's apartment, it was put to rest when a wolf dropped down in a crouch from the top of the complex when she went for the door. As if they truly were the animal of their namesake, they released a warning growl as they rested one hand on the hilt of their blade. Obviously she was not on the list of accepted visitors. Holding up both hands to show she was unarmed, she did her best to stay calm. I have information for Naruto, I need to speak with him. They didn't respond at first, remaining motionless as the mask sneered at her and the black eyeholes judged her existence. After a moment they nodded and stood, their hand withdrawing from their blade. Turning away from her, they knocked on the door and were answered by another wolf mask. The outer guard leaned in close, likely to explain the situation, and the inner momentarily glanced at her. Giving a final nod, the inner guard opened the door wider and beckoned for the clan heiress to enter as the outer guard returned to their post. She wasn't dead yet, so far so good. Once she had entered the wolf a woman, she noted motion for her to remain where she was, presumably so the wolf could wake her master. A minute later the wolf returned and guided her to the kitchen where she was prompted to take a seat. It wasn't long after that Naruto entered wearing only a pair of black pants. He took a quick moment to tie his hair back before moving deeper into the kitchen to start coffee. The three of them waited silently as the coffee brewed. The wolf seemed unconcerned with the situation, leaning against a wall lazily, and a nervous Ino wished she could be so comfortable at the moment. Naruto, on the other hand, didn't even seem to be awake yet. It was understandable considering the time, but Ino found it rather odd to see him like this. When the drinks were done he grabbed 2 mugs and brought them to a table. After taking a sip from his own he turned to address his guard. Now that I'm up, there's not much point of you watching over me. You're free to use my bed for the remainder of your shift. The wolf seemed torn by the offer, no doubt wanting to ensure his safety, but her master's suggestion eventually won out. With a bow she left, though Ino could have almost sworn there was unnecessary swing in her hips with every step to the bedroom she took. If Naruto noticed, he made no sign of it. After a few minutes of uncomfortable silence broken only by the sipping of coffee, Naruto set his mug to the side and folded his hands on the table. So, Genin Yamanaka, what can I do for you? It's council member Yamanaka at the moment, I'm afraid. That immediately earned her a raised brow. Oh, and what brings you to my home this morning, councilwoman? There was a meeting of the greater clans called earlier this morning. A peculiar time. Who called it? Uzumaki Kushina. She most certainly had his attention now. Is that so? What about it was so important, not just to happen at such an inconvenient time for the council but to also drive you to seek me out? She took a deep breath. As of this morning, the Yamanaka are a vassal clan of the Uzumaki. What? It came out as a hiss. She was trying to use our feud to gain recompense from my clan because it drove you to denounce your clan name. Rather, she succeeded in using it. She managed to get the full acceptance of the clans and the approval of the Hyuga. I see. And what does this vassalage look like for the Yamanaka? She's getting full control of everything. Finances, shinobi, clan techniques, any political dealings, everything. We've practically become second-rate Uzumaki clan members. I would assume she doesn't like you much either, you seem to be in a lot of trouble. That much is given, but I was unsure as to just how much trouble we were in. And that's why you came here. You are the enemy of the Yamanaka clan and from what I understand do not have any dealings with the Uzumaki now that they've returned. If you were angered by this, I feared your wrath and the maws of your wolves. He looked thoughtful. It would seem as though you've matured greatly. I'm impressed. What else do I need to know? Your mother promised us protection from you. Well, not exactly. When I asked if she could keep us safe from the wolves in the case that this angered you, she promised that no non-Uzumaki would never lay a hand on our clan because we belong to them now. You're saying she's going to try to get me back into the clan? Ino gave a nod. Yes, I believe so, but I don't know exactly how the Yamanaka fit in this. I don't know what she's thinking, but you were mine. His words sent a strange shiver down her spine. If you're smart, you'll know that you're still mine and will remain such until I say otherwise. Even before she took control, I knew the Yamanaka would never go against you again under my headship. I'm not going to make the same mistake twice. You're a smart girl, Ino. Your clan was mine to break down and build back up, but it would appear as though my plans have been disrupted. A pity too, because I had just started working on returning your clan to its former glory. The Hyuga. Oh, yes, you are quite perceptive. I have some allies within the clan and was able to get them to start supporting the Yamanaka. I'm impressed you caught on so quickly, it's only been a week. Supporters. Oh, right, Hinata. I thought it was odd that Hiyashi approved of the vassalage but assumed it was because his support was just to keep Konoha strong. With the Uzumaki coffers we'll be back up in no time, though the reputation will take a while to rebuild. As far as I'm aware Hiyashi does not know and I'd like to keep it that way. But so long as you say nothing you can rest assured knowing that the Yamanaka clan holds none of my ire. And might I ask who does? Kushina. If she thinks she can take what's mine she's in for a rude awakening, but all things in time. For now, I wash my hands of the matter. I see. Was there anything else you wanted to know? He thought for a moment. Are they going public with this or keeping it under wraps? Quiet, for now. She doesn't want to create too big of a stir, especially because we're technically enemies right now. I'd offer you the chance to surrender, but that's really out of your hands now, isn't it? It is, though I would if I could. No good comes from this. Indeed. But, while you may still be enemies with Naruto, you and your clan are no longer a foe to the wolves. We aren't about to help you, not when you've been taken from us, but we will not move against you. That said, I expect you to do your best to keep your clan out of my way. I'll do what I can. Will the Hyuga continue to aid us? No. He shook his head. It was risky enough before and if you could figure it out Hiyashi would have noticed soon enough. Besides, with the support of the Uzumaki your clan should be fine. If Hiyashi ends up allying himself with Kushina, however, you may find yourself playing a bigger part in this game of ours. This game, is it dangerous? At the moment, no, but it will be soon enough. Why do you say that? Right now I'm only playing in Konoha, but that will change soon enough. She wasn't sure exactly what he meant, but something about it made her uneasy. I wish you luck then. I should probably get going. I'll show you out. The two rose from their chairs and made for the door. Right before she left she turned back to her host. Just to be clear, we aren't enemies anymore, right? It accomplishes nothing, he confirmed. Besides, your clan is practically Uzumaki now. I was an enemy of the Yamanaka. I see. She didn't like looking at it that way, but if it kept him from sending his wolves at her clan then she'd accept it. I should probably head for my team training now. You should go home and get some rest, you could use it. I'm sure your team would understand. I'll be returning to bed myself and I didn't have to attend any meetings this morning. But you don't have to attend any later, either. He just shrugged. True. Have a good day, Ino. You too, Naruto. With that they parted ways. It wasn't until she had walked for several minutes that what he had said registered in her mind. Wait, isn't that other woman in his bed? She was blushing the entire way home. It was after a 2-hour nap that he awoke once more in a tangle of limbs and sheets, his wolf guard pressed closely to him. His wolves quite enjoyed being near others, he had noted, often sleeping together in tight groups. It could have been an effect of the training they went through or the emotional conditioning they had failed, but Naruto was of the opinion that it was likely the result of both. Neither Sai nor Mai had any explanation for this, the two of them often sharing a bed like siblings which, Naruto suspected, very well might be the case, blood or otherwise, and even Danzo had seemed to find this fact interesting. But the mystery of why his wolves seemed to crave human contact so set aside, he had things he needed to take care of. Carefully extracting himself despite a displeased moan of protest she probably wouldn't remember uttering when she woke, Naruto slipped out of bed and took a moment to observe his latest sleeping companion. Curly chestnut hair splayed out over his pillows and covered the face he had only briefly seen when he had returned earlier. Green eyes remained tightly shut despite the sunlight that poured into his room, and she attempted to bury herself deeper into his white blankets to escape the day. Considering the fact that most of the blanket was wrapped around her legs, she wasn't doing too well. He reached down and gently removed the fabric from around her bare legs and pulled it up just shy of her slender shoulders. Fingers softly brushed her hair out of the young woman's face, and he gave a small smile at her peaceful expression. Satisfied that she was comfortable, Naruto went about preparing for the day, carefully avoiding the clothing scattered over his floor. A quick shower and a fresh change of clothes later, he opted to grab breakfast on his way to the den and quietly left his apartment. Within 20 steps the outer guard had managed to move to a position more suited to following after his lord and kept unseen vigil throughout the length of the journey. Those already on the streets of the red light district recognized him well enough and kept their distance, not because he was known as the leader of the wolves but because many of them remembered him as the little thief. Getting close was just asking to have your pocket picked, and even though he no longer relied on theft to support himself, there wasn't a person on these streets that would know that. Walking straight up to the crimson building that housed the entrance to the den caused many to turn their heads away. It was not known what group lurked within the red walls, though much speculation pointed to the Yamanaka's claims of wolves being accurate due to the masks worn by the guards, but plausible deniability was good friends with everyone in the red light district. The last thing you wanted was to see something you shouldn't have. That's not to say they hadn't seen a fair number of people enter the building. Some left after hours, others were seen existing days later, and then there were those who no one ever saw again. The people here didn't know who was housed within the building or what they wanted with those who entered, but they were not surprised to see the little thief making his way there. He made the trip often for whatever reason those within called on him, and he never failed to return, even if it was several days later. One could only conclude that for whatever they wanted him, he did it well. And had this not involved such a suspicious occurrence, speculation would be running rampant. As it was, the subject was only brought up in hushed whispers by those securely hidden within the dark rooms at local bars. There was not one person on the street that was not curious. But there was not one person who wanted to sat that curiosity firsthand. Solid oak doors opened before he could touch them, creaking apart just enough to grant him entry. His guard would be joining with those stationed in the area as he went about his business inside. They would be waiting to rejoin him upon his exit so long as he returned before his guard changed. Chances were, however, that he would not be encountering that wolf until sometime tonight for his next watch. Moving into the second room, he waved off the wolves in the corners that all rose to salute him and proceeded down the staircase into the complex that was the den of wolves. With the number of times he had come here, navigation was no issue, and he was soon admitted into his office by the 4 guards posted before his door. The office was empty at the moment, but he knew it would only be a matter of minutes before either Myers Sai, perhaps even both, made their appearance. One of his wolves had no doubt sent word about his arrival the second he entered, as they always did. It was, however, something he couldn't quite explain. Sure, he was here to take care of some things, but that didn't mean they couldn't come later with new things to be brought to his attention. If he was looking for them, he'd have sent a wolf, and if it was an emergency, he would have been notified. Instead, the 2 of them insisted on being informed of his presence in the den so they could assist him. He appreciated it, really, he did, but it was certainly unnecessary. He sat down at his desk, taking a moment to appreciate his chair, before pulling out some paper and his favorite pen. He wasn't sure if Hinata knew about the meeting this morning or if she eventually would, both of which he highly doubted, so she'd need to be informed to cancel any and all support she had started giving to the Yamanaka clan. Hiyashi favored the Uzumaki in this situation, if not because the Yamanaka had gone against one of his clan members, his daughter, specifically, then because the Uzumaki had such influence even when reduced to a pair of members, which meant her withdrawn support couldn't look like she was against the Uzumaki to the branch members of the flock that followed her, lest the risk of discovery rise dramatically. He'd have to emphasize that point. His wolves would soon be able to flee to Wave if they were discovered, or, rather, officially recognized, as he was fairly certain Hiruzen was just as aware of them as he was of the existence of Root itself, but the flock was a much more delicate matter, especially with the seals. He'd probably need to start removing them soon, though he'd need a more secure position to do so. Then again, while making a large number of seals defunct would be suspicious, it couldn't be pinned on him and there really wouldn't be anything the Hyuga could do about it. Their paranoia about a Hyuga sealmaster managing to wrest control of the clan from them really left them in a rather bad spot when they were up against someone who could change seals as easily as breathing. Their loss, his gain, he supposed. The letter was written quickly enough, but he hadn't even had a chance to send it before Mai entered, followed closely by a folder holding Sai. Mai looked well rested and ready to start the day, which she probably was, and Naruto figured it was likely she had been eating a morning meal when she was informed. Sai, on the other hand, did not look like he had been granted the chance to sleep in several days, and his pale skin only served to make the dark rings under his eyes more pronounced. Honestly, it was rather odd seeing him like this, and Naruto briefly thought of a panda. "Both of you, please, have a seat." His attention focused on Sai. "Are you well?" "My apologies, Naruto-sama, but you either have the best timing or the worst. I have yet to decide which." One of Naruto's brows raised. "Oh, how so?" "I personally visited Wave to offer the services of the wolves to Gato. I only just returned to the village. Either you have the best timing because I can bring this to your attention and leave for my bed, or you have the worst because I could have grabbed a few hours of sleep before this." "I see." A faint, amused smile graced his lips. "You know you didn't have to seek me out immediately. I've told you," he looked between the pair. "Both of you, that if I'm in need of you, you'll be summoned. I appreciate that you do this yourselves, but it really isn't necessary." "Be that as it may, Naruto-sama." Mai spoke for the first time. "I am rather interested in hearing this news as soon as possible. If things are favorable, we may be closer to freeing the flock. I quite look forward to being able to use them to their fullest, but as it is now, I'm restricted by the elders and the main branch. The sheep do little good grazing in these dying pastures." "Well spoken," nodded Naruto. "Sai, please give us a quick summary and leave the report on my desk. You're free and encouraged to leave for your personal quarters as soon as you're finished." "Thank you, Naruto-sama, in that case I'll keep it short and simple. Gato has reacted well to our offer and seems remarkably pleased that, and I quote, a proper mercenary group is willing to reach out to him for employment. I suppose he sees it as a sign of success if others can recognize the potential rewards of working with him." "A proper mercenary group?" asked Mai. "I was under the impression that we still weren't well known. I'm surprised he's heard of us already. He doesn't strike me as the type to care much for information regarding the various mercenary companies throughout the elemental nations." "I'd have to say you're right. The thugs working for him were probably already in the area and even more likely very cheap. If he just judged us by the fact that we're dressed similarly and all have the same mask, I wouldn't be surprised. Despite his insane financial success, I don't believe he's in the habit of hiring actual mercs. That may be part of the reason he's been so financially successful. Mercenaries aren't cheap," mused Naruto. "It's a risk though. I can't imagine they're much use against a shinobi of any caliber. Most genin could defeat the average bandit in open combat, and a squad of them employing stealth should be able to eliminate his forces without too much trouble. And that's why he was happy to hire us. He's got a lot of money and some big connections, but right now most of his company is relying on Wave. He knows that if he loses it, he's just about done for." Sai paused for a second. "Well, that, and we're working for cheap at the moment. Our regular price would have turned him away from our services. He's paying more than he knows," assured Naruto. "I take it you left a team in Wave." "That's right. Only 2 of them returned with me. I'll be sending out more later today, but a big portion of our forces are just arriving from previous long-term missions. I hope to have them sent out within the week." "Good work. Who have you chosen as captain?" Naruto inquired. "Keigo. He found this, so I'm going to let him lead it. I have Ren replacing him as a scout in Mizu no Kuni." "He's currently in Wave, then?" "He is." Naruto nodded. "In that case I'll send instructions with the group you send later today. You've done well, Sai, get some rest." The pale, currently panda-resembling young man snapped off a quick salute and hurried out of Naruto's office. As soon as he was gone, Mai spoke. "Was there anything that I can aid you with, Naruto-sama?" "I've picked a clan." It was simple, but Mai understood well enough. Had the Yamanaka been able to rebuild without the interference of the Uzumaki, it was likely that they would later serve as the wolves' public voice in the village. Now that they were a vassal clan, however, that option was out. Fortunately, Konoha had plenty of clans. I take it you want me to make contact immediately now that we have a path into Wave. I do. Even if the job goes to shit and we have to take over in a more crude manner, Wave is ours now, it's just a matter of time. The sooner we have an established clan to silently support us within Konoha, the sooner we can fully benefit from our future position in Wave. We're going the trading route, right? Will they even go for that? Not the trading, but I'm sure they won't be adverse to funding once we control the shipping industry. Then again, the chance to branch out may appeal to them. It never hurts to have a bit more security, especially after the tragedy that struck the Yamanaka. Just imagine, if they had partners doing business at a global scale, our little raid would have hurt them, but they'd have managed far better. True, she agreed. So, what do I call you? Pardon. Your position doesn't have a name, and I'm not about to call you, my lord, the entire time or have them call you, your lord, throughout the meeting. I'll leave it up to you, just avoid something stupid like, Lord of Wolves. She gave a playful pout. Ah, and that was my first choice, too. Naruto scowled. I would hope not. Now, you should probably get going. We wouldn't want to keep them waiting. They aren't expecting us. They are, they just don't know it. An amused smile pulled at her lips as she shook her head. Whatever you say, Naruto-sama, but you still haven't told me who we're going for. Isn't it obvious? There's only one other pack within Konoha. This is impossible. The cry, distinctly feminine, came from somewhere in the nearby woods as he lazily turned the page of his favorite book. Humming, as if in agreement to the voice who would not hear him, he stayed seated on one of the 3 logs planted deep into the ground of Training Ground 7. Not a minute later, a rather frustrated blonde emerged from the woods, followed closely by a dark-haired Avenger and a pink-haired walking textbook. Trailing leisurely behind them, an exact copy had pulled out their own copy of Ika and was enjoying it while they could. For you, maybe. His relaxed reply was almost jovial, as if he enjoyed her frustration. No genin, not even me, could manage to hide from you in that death trap, and I was trained for 4 years by Uzumaki Kushina. Just beyond the tree line he had set up a host of traps to impede their progress as they struggled in vain to hide from his clone. It was stealth training mixed with an introduction to basic traps and hostile terrain navigation. Because his clone would throw handfuls of kunai and shuriken every time he spotted them, it also served quite nicely as evasion training. Mitarashi would have gotten a kick out of it. Behind the young Uzumaki, her teammates gave grim nods, evidently feeling the same. Isn't your brother a genin? I bet he could do it. The Uzumaki scowled as her teammates groaned. Their sensei seemed to have made it his mission to mention the former Uzumaki prince whenever he could, usually in comparison to their own skills. It went without saying that Kakashi claimed that they fell short every time. Sasuke was rather tired of hearing about his teammate's brother. The young man had rarely shown up for class and yet had still managed to graduate with a fairly average score. The last Uchiha in Konoha was willing to bet his clan compound that Naruto had taken advantage of that extra time to train. It annoyed him to no end that the other boy had been able to accomplish the exact same thing he had but wasn't made to waste his time doing it. Sakura, while knowing full well that Naruto was stronger than her and likely even Sasuke, hated to think of someone her age being stronger than her crush. Failing to do something and then being told that Naruto would have been able to do it was beyond frustrating for her and seemed to always put her Sasuke in a foul mood. Naruto knew for a fact that her brother was better than her, especially in the stealth field, but she didn't like hearing about it all the time. Not only did it bring back guilt from losing control during their spar, but it reminded her that she still hadn't managed to get her brother back. It also seemed that with every step they attempted to take towards him, both she and her mother took steps away from each other. She knew her mother was probably a bit upset about her use of the Kyuubi's chakra during their spar, but she was likewise displeased by the way her mother refused to stop and listen before charging headlong into her plans to bring her son back into the family. As history had shown, Kushina was not great when it came to plans, and her attempts only seemed to push away her estranged brother. She had to wonder if the Uzumaki clan was destined to fall apart completely, the 3 final members falling away and never having contact again. For someone grown up in such a family-oriented clan, it would be a nightmare. Of course, there was also the matter of Mito's chakra flaring painfully every time her brother was mentioned by her masked sensei, as if she could hear him and wished to show her agreement. That certainly wasn't helping. He's not even on a team, scowled Sasuke. How would you know anything about skill he may or may not have? The question had been on all their minds ever since Kakashi had first brought it up, but it wasn't until now that someone had questioned their sensei about it. The brow of Kakashi's one visible eye rose inquisitively. Oh, and what makes you say that? He questioned. I'll have you know that I've seen him work. Really? Asked Sakura. What could he have been doing in the village? It was probably training, commented Naruto. Kakashi waved his hat in dismissal of that idea. There was that time he was picking pockets and snatching purses in the market district. He was doing pretty well but didn't pay enough attention to the rooflines around him. He paused for a second in faux thought, idly stroking his covered chin. Then there was that time he helped an unofficial enemy of Konoha after shinobi had been sent to kill them and their associates. That was one way to describe the Uchiha massacre, he supposed. They dropped some evidence and Naruto was a bit preoccupied to notice, so I picked it up for him. Now, what else was there? Ah, yes. By now the 3 were looking at him in a mix of shock and horror. He was just sitting there casually mentioning crimes committed by a fellow shinobi of the Leaf. Helping the enemy of Konoha alone was very nearly treason, and only the fact that it was unofficial would have kept him from being executed. Their sensei, however, didn't seem bothered by this in the least, even when he had helped with it and could easily be demoted or otherwise disciplined. Then again, he couldn't be a Chunin instructor, so either he felt secure in this position teaching them, or, more likely, he would happily accept the demotion if it meant he didn't have to teach them. He really didn't seem to like them very much. I was the one who disposed of that body he left in the alley 4 years ago. I was so proud to see him killing so young. It was an accident, of sorts, I think, but what matters in the end is he succeeded. It was a bit careless of him to leave the body, he gave an uncaring shrug. But I suppose we should cut him some slack considering he was 8. Team 7 would never be questioning Kakashi or protesting comparisons to Naruto ever again. Hidden behind his mask, Kakashi's lips stretched into a smile. The Inuzuka loved to hunt. It was as common knowledge as the Nara raising deer of the Akamichi's passion for food, and they did it as often as possible. Therefore it came as no surprise to Mai and her masked compatriots that the Inuzuka compound seemed nearly abandoned. They could hear people in nearby buildings training puppies and treating sick Ninken, but they crossed paths with no one as they slipped over the gate and cut swiftly across the grassy fields that took up much of the estate. While many clans had their members living within the compound and businesses surrounding it, the Inuzuka clan reserved the compound for the head family and important facilities and let members of the pack live outside of the walls as near or far as they pleased. And this served the wolves well enough. Entering the home of the head family, Mai took a seat in the main room as her guards moved to stand behind her. The room was comfortable enough, in her opinion. All manner of furs covered the ground and the 3 couches that encircled the empty fireplace were a deep red. There were no windows in this room, and for it the faintly yellow lights seemed to glow all the more warmly. It was truly fitting for a clan of dogs, and even she and her wolves found themselves rather relaxed by it. Time stretched on as they sat waiting for the clan head to make an appearance, and Mai was rather tempted to remove her mask several times. It wasn't often she needed to keep her identity hidden, but it also wasn't often she was doing anything remotely resembling a mission. Her mask was just like the others, with only one notable difference: an upturned crimson crescent that rested above her brow. She normally didn't need any sort of marker to identify her because everyone could see her face, and she doubted the wolves would have any trouble should she give them orders, but the small mark she had added just before leaving for the Inuzuka compound would make it obvious for her unknowing host to identify her as being above the guards she had brought. Well, that and it fit perfectly with the name she had chosen for her, Naruto-sama. Minutes continued to pass until a drowsy Inuzuka soon walked down and entered her kitchen. After her they could hear the patting of her canine companion, who didn't make it to the kitchen before letting loose a deep growl. Startled by this, Sume was instantly awake and alert, sniffing around for anything unfamiliar. Her nose found it. All right, enough hiding, I can smell the lot of you. Come out and face me. A light giggle was received in response. My, whoever said we were hiding, Sume-san. The soft feminine voice giggled once more in an almost mocking manner. We've been waiting for you to join us in your sitting room. Cautiously, Sume left her kitchen, her companion by her side. Deftly grabbing a kunai she had hidden on the way, she slipped it into the loose robes she had thrown on that morning and entered the main room. A young thing, likely no more than 16, greeted her vision, a snarling white wolf blocking her face. There was a marking on her mask, unlike the two who stood on either side of her behind the couch, and her clothing was a mix of reds and blacks. Come, have a seat. Her voice was slightly cold but held a melodic quality that made Sume feel the girl was looking down on her as if she were the child here. She also didn't seem to care that she was inviting the Inazuka matriarch to take a seat in her own home like it was hers. Taking a seat anyway, she sat directly across from the wolf woman and was aware of her Ninken sitting on his haunches by her feet, alert and ready to attack should she be threatened. Oddly, she got the impression that her uninvited guest was amused by this, despite not being able to see what expression was hidden by the snarling mask. Who are you? Sume was blunt and to the point. Mai had a suspicion that it was another reason her master had chosen this clan. It would be refreshing to be able to skip the games and get down to what needed to be done. Surely the Yamanaka have mentioned us, I don't imagine they'd keep quiet about those who tore them down. Mai's brow rose behind her mask. So you were real. Mai gave a rather undignified snort. Did you really think young Naruto brought one of Konoha's greater clans to its knees? He's not to be underestimated, certainly, but that's simply beyond his ability. A giggle left her lips. Without help, of course. Luckily he wasn't without it. I see. That just brings us to the matter of why you're in my home. To speak with you, of course. She giggled again. What other reason would we have to approach you? You seem to have done a good number on the Yamanaka. Spoke Sume suspiciously. I wouldn't be surprised if we were next on your list. Of course, killing me and letting Henna rule won't help you. She's as stubborn as I am and far more competent than that flower princess. Oh, such harsh words. She's come quite a ways, you know. Master was quite pleased with how she was maturing. Who knows? If the Uzumaki hadn't stepped in, she may have been able to bring her clan back. And you would allow that? Sume could practically feel the smirk from behind the mask. Oh, of course. In fact, Mater had arranged for aid to be delivered in secret so they could get back to their feet. Then what was the point in crushing them? Young Naruto helped Master once. Master was happy to be able to return the favor by making an example out of the young man's enemy. And who is this, Master, of yours? Master Tsukiyomi. Tsukiyomi. As in the moon god. Indeed. Sume snorted. What a presumptuous name to take. He didn't take it, I gave it to him. Though I'm surprised you know such a big word. Inazuka are not often noted for their intelligence. I'm not an Inazuka, I'm the head of the Inazuka. Our packmates might not concern themselves with knowledge that doesn't interest them, but the main family has a duty to uphold. The wisest lead the pack, huh? Seems sound enough. More sound than you naming your master. We know who he is, he's never hid from us, but we can't exactly be letting everyone in on his identity. He needed something to be called by those not sworn to him, and I found Tsukiyomi to be quite fitting. We wolves are rather fond of the moon, you know. You say that almost as if he isn't a wolf himself. Oh, you're a sharp one. I'll have to warn Master Tsukiyomi about that. He is of the pack and he is our alpha, but he's not a wolf, not anymore. Not anymore. He was a wolf when I first met him, but he's continued to become more. I can't call him a wolf any longer. And so you named him after a god. Mai gave a light laugh. It's fitting, but very few know why. Interesting, but you have yet to get to the point of this meeting. Ah, yes, let's cut to the chase then, shall we? Master Tsukiyomi wants you and your clan to serve as his voice within Konoha. His voice. The wolves aren't currently recognized and we intend to keep it that way for a bit longer. He wants a silent supporter who can act in favor of his pack and inform him of the going-abouts of the village. Is he not in the village? For now, but that might change soon. It's part of the reason we decided to reach out to you now. And what might that be? He's set things up to allow us to take over a small country. Soon blinked a bit in disbelief. A small country. The first they hear of this group is when they strike against the Yamanaka and suddenly they're about to rule a country. The wolves weren't messing around, it would seem. And how does that affect us? It's a very profitable country. Your clan has always been strong in a physical sense, but financially and politically you've always been lacking. You act as his voice here in Konoha and his pack will aid yours. Any attempt to increase a clan's standing is going to be seen as a threat by the Hyuga. He's already working on it. How so? Mai wagged her fingers. I can't be telling you that. Hiyashi learning could make a mess of everything and we wouldn't want that, would we? Crossing her arms, Sum scowled. You want me to risk the wrath of the Hyuga but won't tell me how you plan to ensure my safety from them. Only a fool would accept that. I'm better off approaching Hiyashi and gaining his favor. Go for it. It will force our hand early but the wolves will make it through stronger than ever. A vicious smile spread over Mai's hidden lips. I can't say the same for you or the Hyuga, though. You speak as if the Hyuga are already in your hands. They will be soon enough. Master Tsukiyomi has control over a large part of the clan already and is simply biding his time to make a move. You can be with him and reap the rewards, on the sidelines to witness it, or against him to suffer the consequences. It's your choice, but choose wisely. Mai stood. There are plenty of clans left in Konoha we can approach, the Hyuga included. We lose nothing if you deny us, but you will. Have a good day, Sum-san. With that, Mai and her wolves left, seeing themselves out and leaving the Inuzuka clan head to ponder her options. Changes were coming, regardless of what she did. It was just a matter of how she'd prepare for them. Unfortunately, the best preparation seemed to be joining the force that was bringing such change. Standing on the sidelines, her clan gained nothing, but they also lost nothing. Going against them wasn't an option. The Yamanaka had proven that nicely, and despite her bravado, Sum knew her clan wouldn't stand a chance on the political playing field. But were she to side with them, the clan could be elevated to heights they had never dared to dream. She would be the single greatest head since the founder. And that, she had to admit, was tempting. Damn tempting. The black dress hugged closely every delightful curve of her body, showing almost as much of the woman as one might see should she not be wearing it at all. Naruto could hardly tear his eyes away. And she knew that. She smirked at him in amusement and licked her lips as she gave him a flirtatious wink. He needed to stay focused on the mission they both did, but that didn't seem to bother the older woman. If anything, knowing that distracting him made this more difficult, even if only the slightest bit, would only serve as further incentive for her to continue. The short, tight black dress had been chosen to distract those around them and to make it easier for him to be unnoticed amongst the crowds. He had not expected it to work against him, too. But he was willing to bet that she had. This is not helping, he hissed in a whisper as she passed by him closely, taking extra care to rub herself against his side as she glided confidently across the carpeted floors of the establishment. She only gave a fleeting giggle in response. And then she was gone. But it made it no less difficult for him to keep his eyes off her. Shaking his head, he managed to direct his gaze to the masses of people enjoying their evening, trying his damnedest not to search the crowd for her distinctive purple hair and find himself entrapped by her stunning looks once more. Not that one could blame him. Anyone in Konoha could tell you that Mitarashi Anko was attractive. He doubted, however, that any of them had seen her in that dress. Or any dress, for that matter. He would not be forgetting that image anytime soon. As he snatched a glass from a passing server, he had to marvel at the fact that she had actually managed to obtain this mission. Not only was it rare that Konoha would accept such a mission as open and objective as this one, but it paid unbelievably well for its meager B rank. Of course, it wasn't even B rank, either. The client had asked for it to be listed as C rank, both to attract more attention to the offer of temporary employment, but also because a relatively fresh squad of genin could accomplish it with moderate ease. She had offered so much money for the job, however, that the Shinobi Administration Office in Konoha had to up the rank. as it was the mission paid almost double that of the standard A rank and had the potential to net those who took it a hell of a lot more if they played their cards right. He still wasn't completely sure if they were going to be doing that, though. It'd be harder, sure, but the payout was certainly worth a bit of extra effort. The problem was that they only had one chance at this, and screwing it up could lead to problems not just for the mission but for Konoha as well. That rather open nature was probably another reason the ranking had gone up. The last thing Konoha needed was a group of genin getting cocky and showing that not all of their village's work was as heroic as they wanted the world to believe. Not that anyone higher than genin actually believed that about Konoha in the other villages, but public appearance was important, especially when doing work in one's own country. Knowledge that there were 2 Konoha shinobi currently looking to shut down an up-and-coming casino owned by a respected citizen of High no Kuni at the behest of another citizen was bound to make things between Konoha and the rest of the Land of Fire uneasy. That's not to say things like this didn't happen frequently enough, especially with foreign shinobi, but villages tended to do their best to keep their own involvement from reaching the notice of the public. And for that reason he'd have to be careful to keep Konoha's hand in this hidden, especially if the 2 of them were to attempt to give themselves a nice little bonus courtesy of the casino owner. Walking to a corner he slipped an explosive note onto the wall behind a chair. That would be the last one. Now it was a matter of Enko deciding whether or not they'd attempt to go for the safe. They could always go along with the basic mission and hope to snatch their prize from the safe in the aftermath, but it wasn't guaranteed to survive and would be far harder with everyone in a panic. Well, not harder to do, but harder to avoid being seen and eventually identified as Konoha shinobi. Headbands had been left in Konoha and shinobi identification was hidden back at the hostel, but that didn't mean it wouldn't eventually be traced back to their village, and Naruto had no intention of allowing that, mainly because it lessened the chances of promotion and would make other teams more hesitant to take him on. Enko probably couldn't care less so long as she could get away with the contents of the safe. He didn't know what the woman was planning on doing with the money besides the rather obvious dango binge she would go on, but his wolves could use an official uniform instead of the assortment of dark clothing they wore now. Sure, it all looked vaguely similar and gave each wolf a bit more personality, but if they were going to be taken seriously they needed to take this seriously. Appearance was important no matter what it was you were doing, and this was no different. He could always wait until wave was his, of course, and use whatever fortunes they could manage to get their greedy paws on to finalize the foundations of their group, but it was also a slight matter of pride. A loose collection of people taking over a country and becoming an organization was one thing, a shadowy organization stepping out of the shadows to claim a country as their own was quite another. Both would send a message to the rest of the world, he just needed to ensure it was the message he wanted the world to receive. Taking a sip from the drink he had liberated from the server, his amethyst eyes peered intently at the crowd. None of them, not a damned one, would suspect anything. They were civilians, rich civilians, people who would never suspect anything of this nature might occur at all. The notion that they might actually be part of it was incomprehensible. It was actually kind of sad how helpless these people really were. Even as they chatted and drank, played and flirted, lost everything they had ever had and gained the fortunes they could have previously only dreamed of, they knew nothing of the shinobi in their midst. Just one person trained in the ways of chakra could ruin your life irrevocably with incredible ease. He could use genjutsu to enslave the lot of them, selling them to the highest bidder. He could sniff out the flame of life that burned in their deceptively frail bodies as easily as a thunderous storm might put out a single candle. The building around them could be made to collapse on them with a single hand sign and a pulse of his chakra, allowing fate and luck to bicker over who escaped and who was lost on this night. It would be only marginally more difficult for his chains to pierce through them all and either end lives or permanently cripple. But a civilian would never think of such things, just as few shinobi would consider using their power in this manner. Civilians were beneath them, many believed, and to use shinobi abilities on them was to treat them as they would other shinobi. It was inconceivable to them. Both groups were foolish and those like himself could see it. It's what separated true shinobi from the chakra-wielding mercenaries of these days. Anyone could be a threat, everyone was fair game, all that mattered was accomplishing what you set out to do. That was not to say, however, that he would be killing all the people in this building. No, the fewer that were injured the better. The suspicious destruction of the casino would start rumors, but there would be no real investigation. Should sufficient people die in such a freak accident, though, there was no doubt people would search for answers. Those answers led back to Konoha, and that couldn't be allowed to happen. Purple hair caught his attention across the room as he located his partner. He walked with leisurely strides in that general direction, careful not to walk straight to her. He paused a few times at various tables to watch her participate in games as he slowly made his way to the other side of the large room. Another win gave him a tidy sum to slip into the inner pocket of his suit jacket and a reason to excuse himself from the table. A few at the table ribbed him good-naturedly at his departure, claiming him a coward for running before his luck turned, and most importantly, they had a chance to regain their money. He waved them off with a friendly grin. One Anko had insisted he practice in the hostel room before they had left and continued on his way. Not a single person he had met tonight had questioned his age openly, at least. A few curious gazes was the closest he had received, and even those faded away as soon as they learned he had money. Their client had given them a small starting bonus to allow them to blend in. He personally found it odd how much money they were willing to spend on a team of shinobi for the mission when they had started, but after witnessing the massive amount of notes and coins that switched hands in this establishment for himself, he could understand fully why they would be fine spending the relatively low amount to ensure that money went to their own business. Of course, that had not been the only type of gaze he had received, and he had been very careful to avoid those who looked at him hungrily. Whether they were attracted to him because of his young age or the money in his possession he did not know, but he wasn't here to acquaint himself with women of either nature. Though even he had to admit he wouldn't mind spending time in the company of some of those women. He did, however, have a job to do. A half-filled glass was placed on a server's tray as nimble fingers relieved him of two full ones. Carrying on without pause, he moved right up to Anko's side and handed her one of the drinks, ignoring completely the several people around her with whom she'd been conversing before his arrival. "Ah, there you are, Naruto-kun." She smiled, knowing full well that he was aware she had been tracking his progress to her. It was the only real explanation for her to have put in the effort to continue conversation with the same group for so long. "And you brought me a drink, too. You always know just what I need." "Of course I do, Anko ne." The tone of his words implied he was affronted, and the two of them were quite pleased that their little audience was eating it up. "So this is your brother then?" questioned one of the men she had been around. "Yep, isn't he just adorable?" A woman in the group giggled slightly until Naruto's arm snaked its way around his sister's waist, pulling her close. "Adorable," he scoffed. "We both know you don't see me like that." The hand that had been resting on her waist dipped lower, gently stroking her upper thigh. A tint of red dusted her cheeks as those watching seemed scandalized. "I thought you said he was your brother." He is. Step-brother." Naruto further clarified to the group. Dear old dad was tired of trying to keep up with the energy and expenses of his young wives and decided to find someone closer to his own age. Anko ne here was just a very pleasant bonus. I like to think of her as my consolation prize. I did lose a mother or 5 in order for dad to bring her into our family, after all. I think I deserve it. He sent a positively feral grin at the shocked group before him. "Don't you?" Yes, of course." The civilians all nodded in agreement, but only one had managed to say anything. A few of them looked a bit green, though there was a woman in the back who seemed rather intrigued. When she licked her lips, Naruto made sure to keep his eyes from drifting in her direction again. The world was full of all sorts of people, and who was he to judge? He had just made up a pretty immoral backstory for his partner and himself, had he not? Of course, Anko chose that moment to confirm his story and remind him that two could play that game. Practically melting into his side, she leaned down and breathed hotly into his ear before trailing light kisses down his jaw, ending with a deeper kiss on his neck and a lusty lick back up to his ear. If the civilians hadn't been uncomfortable before, they most certainly were now. "Can't you wait a bit more, Anko ne? I was looking to get a few more games in. I've nearly tripled the money father gave us for the night." Anko pouted in response. But I wanted to have a bit of fun back at the hostel before we return to the manor, Naruto-sama." Her lusty whisper was just loud enough for the others to overhear, and they quickly left, begging all manner of poor excuses. The two shinobi shared a victorious grin as Anko pulled him away into the back of the establishment and shoved him into a utility closet. Closing the door behind her, she just about purred her next words. "Oh, well done, Naruto-kun, well done." The grin probably wasn't going to be leaving her face anytime soon. "I don't think it would be possible for me to have come up with a better backstory than that. Not only is it believable, but there aren't many who are comfortable digging for more information after hearing it. I made it up on the spot, to be honest, and it was more to mess with you than it was to give us a history to use. I considered it a success just driving them away so we could talk. Maybe, but it also provided an explanation for why I've dragged you off to a closet." "And what explanation would that be?" There was no confusion on his face, but a single brow rose challengingly. "Why, to have my wicked way with you, of course." She pressed him against the wall then, her breasts pushing against his chest as she leaned down. "Considering you called me Naruto-sama, I'm more inclined to believe you brought me here so I could have my wicked way with you." "So?" She gave a shrug. "I'd enjoy it either way." He just shook his head. "Maybe some other time, Nei-chan, we have a mission to finish." "Are we going for the vault?" "No, but I am." She grinned at him. "I found a guard whose shift is over soon and I'm going to let him take me to the back. Security's been getting pretty lax over the last week or so because no one has tried anything yet and most of the guards are inexperienced. I'll knock him out and just seal the vault so we can get out of here." "And you're sure they won't get suspicious with a missing vault?" "I only used low-grade notes to minimize damage inflicted upon nearby buildings. That shouldn't be nearly enough to completely destroy any half-decent vault. I suppose no one would ask questions if the owner tragically perished tonight. Well, that or if we killed him later before heading to our employer," mused the snake summoner. "I'll pay him a visit and make sure he isn't found. With a bit of luck they'll assume he was trying for the insurance money." He didn't know who would insure a casino in a world of shinobi, but just the idea of a civilian casino even existing where shinobi could take advantage of it was far harder for him to wrap his head around. At least someone had found their own way to profit off such an ill-advised business decision. Or, they were taking advantage of it so long as they could dismiss the claims after the inevitable thefts. Naruto supposed that whoever it was that insured this particular casino would be rather grateful that the owner was about to mysteriously disappear during the upcoming catastrophe. And to think there were people who didn't believe shinobi were good people. They were plenty good so long as they were on your side. "Hey, sounds like a plan." Her hands traveled up and down his torso until his clothing was in a ruffled disarray and she pulled loose random strands of his hair from the ponytail it was currently in. Lastly, she reapplied her lipstick and laid a generous amount of kisses over his neck and around his mouth. Satisfied, she stepped back and grinned at his new look. "Now people have no reason to be suspicious. I'll meet you back at the hostel in an hour or so and then we can activate the tags." Before she could leave, he snatched her hand and pulled her back. His lips found her neck and he made sure to leave a noticeable hickey before releasing her from his grasp and messing up her own hair. "You know I'm meeting someone who is thinking I'm going to sleep with them, right?" "I know you, Anko. The simple fact that you have him waiting until after his shift tells me you claimed to have someone waiting for you and would sneak back to him later. It's just like you to add a little something extra to spice things up." She pouted. "Ah, you caught me. At least this makes it believable." "Whatever you say, Anko, I'll see you at the hotel. Try not to bring unnecessary attention to you, gods know you draw enough without torturing someone or creating explosions." "I'm not that bad. Yugao-senpai says differently." She growled something that sounded suspiciously like, "traitor," before shaking her head and putting on a smile. "Whatever, let's get to work. We can talk about pussies later." With that said, she slipped out of the closet and by the time Naruto emerged she had managed to vanish. A pity, too. He was really hoping to be able to watch her walk away. Having just finished his shower, Naruto was lounging on the couch clad only in a pair of black pants when his partner returned from the casino with a victorious grin that could only mean success. That was good, it meant the poor bastard who had run the place didn't die for nothing. It was rather fortunate that there was a river so close to Tanzaku-gai. Tying a mutilated corpse to a log and letting it float away should prove more than sufficient for buying the time they needed to finish the mission and get out. Got the goods. As soon as he had said that, her grin widened and her hands moved up to her breasts. He didn't even try to suppress the sigh that made its way from between his lips. He should have expected something like that. The money, Anko. He amended. Did you get the money? Of course I did. Her hands returned to her breasts, but instead of cupping them as she had previously, she reached into her dress and pulled out a small scroll. There was nothing he could do to stop the blush that had no doubt spread across his face. Her victorious smirk became positively wicked. Coughing nervously, Naruto got up and beckoned her to follow him from the sighting area of the rented room and through the small kitchen area until they reached a small balcony. They had chosen this location for a very good reason. Making a seal for focus, he directed his chakra out towards the building he had so recently been in. The second his invisible tendrils of chakra made contact, he could feel the rest of the tags he had left connect to each other and strengthen the bond he had with the first. With a single pulse they activated, and 10 seconds later the first explosion flashed a brief orange in the night. Even from here he could hear the screaming, and he let his hand drop to his side. The first note was placed on a wall that did little to support the building, and that would be far enough away to avoid injuring anyone who was still in the building. The notes that would go off 30 seconds later, however, would bring the building crashing down. If the occupants weren't bright enough to get the fuck out after the first explosion, he had no pity for those who lost their lives to the second set. 30 seconds passed quickly, and Anko gave a sequel of delight as the sky once more filled with reds and oranges. He did not hesitate to wrap his arm around her as she pressed herself to his side, grinning madly. We need to do this more often, she declared. Naruto most certainly did not disagree with the excited woman and gave a slight nod. It took a supreme amount of effort and self-restraint to watch the small fire in the distance instead of turning to look at the breasts that were just about level with his eyes. If you come across another mission like this, feel free to invite me along. Will do. You think we can blow up anything else before we get to Konoha? Naruto rubbed his chin in mock thought. There's plenty to blow up, he commented. But I don't think there's anything worth blowing up. This only earned him a rather childish pout, and he couldn't help but grin at the woman. So, now what? She eventually asked. I suppose we could turn this in right now and start heading back. Naruto shook his head. We've already paid for the room, we might as well use it. Besides, if we leave now people might get suspicious. Her disappointed look, despite the fact that using the room should have had her making some sort of joke, told him what he needed to know immediately. You were hoping for a chase, weren't you? No, declared the woman. She did her best to look upset that he would even suggest something. His questioning brow and knowing smirk had her continuing moments later. But I may have been hoping for a fight. That's my Anko, always up for explosions and bloodshed. Your Anko, huh? In that case there's another thing I'm always up for. Her grin was predatory. Naruto-sama. The redhead groaned. You're never going to stop bringing up tonight, are you? I could bring Naruto Jr. up instead, she suggested with a wink. You realize I'm 12, right? Every time you end up talking like this I can never be sure you remember or if you're just playing around. She actually looked displeased by that comment. I'm playing around, but only until you take me up on one of the offers, said Anko. 12 or not, you freed me from Orochimaru, and that's worth more than you could ever know. Oh, had that seal been placed by Orochimaru? He had known she had a seal she wanted removed, but no more than that. It would certainly complicate things should she learn the man she hated so was his godfather, one whom Naruto had nothing against. You're probably right, but that doesn't mean I'm going to ask you to sleep with me. Thoughts of Tatsuki immediately popped up and he quickly pushed them away. No, he wasn't quite ready for that, not yet. Perhaps he should pay a visit to her grave soon, it had been a while since he last visited. Maybe not now, countered the woman, but I'm yours whenever you want me for whatever you might want me for. When I carried that Mark I felt owned by him and I hated it. Now I'm free and I choose to be yours. Besides, she shot him a cheeky grin. I'll wear you down eventually. I'm sure you will, but for now let's just get some sleep. You know there's only one bed, right? Of course I do, Anko, I'm the one who booked the room, remember? She raised an inquisitive brow and he shrugged. Perhaps you've worn me down more than I'd care to admit. The brilliant smile she gave him would be worth the teasing he would no doubt receive the entire way back. Passers-by made sure to keep their heads down as they quickly scurried past, doing their best to avoid being dragged into the problems of an unfortunate fellow villager. Their turn would come, they knew, and their own neighbors would do everything in their power to not get involved, but that was simply the way it was here in Nami. It was a fool who dealt with Gato or his army of thugs more than absolutely necessary. As one of such thugs raised his voice to a point where it could be considered shouting, the few occupants of the small town's road quickly dispersed. Dealing with the thugs normally was one thing, but even being around them when they were angry was quite another. The money, where is it? A rather large man hefted up a much older, much more worn-looking man by his shoulders and pinned him to the closed door of his home. It was quite rare for a home here to have a door at all, let alone one that was still sturdy enough to allow something like that. I don't know what you're talking about, I gave Gato the last of it 2 days ago. The thug scowled and slammed the man against his home. Don't you shit with me, fucker, I know you and your girls have been making some money on the side with those clothes of yours. You might fool the others who assume you only repair our boats down at the docks, but I'm no idiot. Please, I have no idea what you're talking about, I swear. One of the thug's companions snickered in the background, having heard it more times than they cared to count, while yet another, the final of the rather bandit-looking group, scoffed and muttered about things taking too long. Of course, the group of Gato's hired muscle wasn't alone today. Any who dared peer out their window or attempt walking down the street would be met with the snarling visage of 3 wolves who circled the group and faced away from the house as if guarding them. All 3 of them wore similar black clothing and a myriad of gray backs over their personages, but the one in the middle stood out with his gray hood and the mantle of pure white fur that covered his shoulders. If one would get close enough to look, they would also note the line of crimson paint that went from their forehead and down the bridge of their nose, breaking at the snarling maw, to end at the bottom of the porcelain. That mark alone showed him to be of higher ranks of the others, but only one of those mask-wearing mercenaries wore that unique hood. The hood was precious to him, as it would be all wolves, not because of the status it signified, but because it had been commissioned by their lord himself and paid for out of his own pocket. Currently it was the only one in existence, and it was with great pride he wore it. It was also that very hood that identified him as the High Captain who on this day had ventured forth from Gato's complex to join what many of Nami's inhabitants had begun calling the hunts. The hunts were weekly intended to be the largest group of thugs you'd see away from bars, makeshift brothels, or Gato's own complex. Tasked with collecting Gato's tax, they couldn't operate with members numbering less than 5 just in case some desperate villager might try to attack and run off with the money that, rightfully, belonged to the shipping tycoon. The fact that the leader of these new forces, these wolves, was involved seemed a bad omen indeed to the populace of this dying town. And then there were the rumors of the High Captain being below several others in the hierarchy of these wolves. Each wolf seemed as valuable as many a dozen of Gato's original thugs, and there were enough now in Wave to make its inhabitants more than uncomfortable. Just the idea that this might only be the small portion led by this particular High Captain was beyond terrifying. They prayed that his superiors never stopped in for a visit. Turning his attention from the street, High Captain Keigo took a moment to watch as the thug, probably the most competent one he had met working for Gato, honestly continued to threaten the older man to no avail. It was time to show more of the wolves, both to Gato's forces and the people of Nami no Kuni. He abandoned his position and moved inwards towards the house, his fellow wolves falling into step behind him. His gloved hand was placed on the lead thug's forearm and the older man was dropped. Keigo didn't wait to be questioned, nor did he speak a word. Instead he grabbed the fallen man's shirt and opened the door, dragging his captive into the home. The other 2 wolves went in after him, closing and locking the door behind them. Questioningly, the lead thug turned to the others, wondering if perhaps they had any idea what the wolves were doing. He was answered with 2 confused shrugs. Having no reason not to let the wolves do their thing, he gave a small shrug of his own and leaned against the wall of the house near the door, prepared to wait. He was completely ignorant of the way Keigo tossed the homeowner onto the floor before removing 2 small pouches of coins. He wouldn't see as one of them was tossed to the daughters and wife that had immediately rushed over to fuss over the man of the house. He could hear, however, the thumps of flesh on flesh as Keigo punched one of his wolves reputedly and the surprised shrieks it elected from the house's occupants. He would hear, and perhaps even smell, as one of the wolves unsealed a small animal and let its blood run over the old wooden floors of the building in great splatters before the cut was stopped and the animal sealed once more. As the High Captain brought a finger to his snarling face in a sign of secrecy to which the occupants nodded in rapid acceptance, the man would remain unaware, just as Gato was, of what was really going on behind the walls of the people of Nami no Kuni. He would be greeted to the sight of a door opened by a slightly blood-splattered High Captain and a wolf gently tossing a bag of coins in his hands. The two would exit and the thug would be able to see the older homeowner surrounded by the blood he had been dragged atop of, his family fretting about him until the third wolf blocked his vision as they dragged out a loom. He would turn away from the civilians of Wave as the wolf threw the loom into the middle of the street and set it alight with a few hand movements and a great breath of flame. The bag of coins tossed to him he would catch only half aware before he came to a conclusion as to what had happened and a grin split his face. Well, I'll be damned. You wolves certainly don't fuck around, do you? Go for the throat. It was the only thing the High Captain had spoken that day, but it fit oh so well with his actions and the mentality of his group as a whole. They truly came of as a rather vicious bunch who would go for the soft flesh of their opponents' throats and tear them open before a fight could begin. He liked that. Well said, he laughed. Very well said. I'm starting to like you lot. Maybe when I'm done working for Gato I can join your group. Keigo tilted his head. There are far worse goals for a man to have, but you will not find entry to be so easy. Yeah, I bet you beasts have to go through a fuck ton to become what you are, but you never know. At the very least, maybe I'll find myself working alongside another company of wolves. I'm sure I'd get along well enough with any of you. The High Captain thought for a moment before speaking. I'll keep that in mind. Perhaps one day we will have use of you. Already you stand far above your fellows, it is not unlikely you will hear from us should our Lord have need. Hey, probably the best I'm going to get. Let's finish up here and head back to base, first round's on me. Three thugs continued down the streets of Wave that day. Their shadows were of wolves. There was an understandable nervous tension throughout the air of the room in which they had all gathered. Rather than the usual kitchen table the head family of the Yamanaka usually ate at or the dining room used when they had guests, everyone was instead in a warm room and sat around a small table on an assortment of pillows and cushions. And while the lighting and decoration of the room was warm, the atmosphere was anything but. That was to be expected when Naruto, formerly Uzumaki, the hidden leader of the wolves, sat across from his mother in the home of a clan he had declared his enemy. To Naruto's right sat Ino, who fidgeted nervously in the best clothing she had. It was supposed to only be taken out in case they needed to deal with the Imperial Fire Court, but her father had instructed her to don it this evening for a dinner between the Yamanaka, the woman who had taken control of their clan, and the young man that had brought them to their knees. Across from Ino sat her mother, who barely managed to hide her discomfort with the situation. To her left was Inoichi, who managed to keep a stony face despite the uneasy feeling that filled him and the way his instinct screamed that this arrangement was balancing on a razor-fine line and even the slightest shift could send them all tumbling into a deadly situation. To his left and directly across the table from Naruto was his mother, Uzumaki Kushina. The two eldest Yamanaka both wore their finest clothing in the traditional dark purple of their clan, while Kushina had donned a fine kimono of bright orange that might hurt one's eyes had her hair not fallen down it to break the outrageous color with the much more pleasant red of her hair. Naruto, on the other hand, had wrapped himself in a raiment of light gray pelts that wrapped around his torso loosely and left his arms free. Simple black pants covered his lower body and were wrapped tightly at his ankles with the same bandages that kept his seal hidden from view. Despite the clothing that Ino would have been tempted to describe as barbaric, Naruto seemed just as lordly to her as he ever had after she made the mistake of drawing his ire. In fact, he looked far more intimidating as he was now than she had ever seen him. Though at the same time she couldn't help but think the entire royal look of his would be ruined had he not tied his crimson hair back into a loose ponytail with a black cloth. Should it have been absent, she was sure he'd come across as quite feral. Of all present, he seemed the most relaxed, almost lounging in his own cushions while the Yamanaka watched on with trepidation and the Uzumaki stared in a combination of hope and nervousness. Unfortunately, one person does not a conversation make, and so a tense silence filled the air. The Yamanaka were too wary of being the ones to break it in fear of angering one of the two people who had held their fates within their hands, and Kushina was struggling to think of something to say. Things relaxed slightly when various members of the Yamanaka clan entered the room with large trays of food and gently placed them atop the table. With quick bows they fled to the sanctuary that was anywhere but that room, and the occupants began to slowly consume the meal before them. And still no one spoke, until at long last a soft yet commanding tone broke the silence. "Ino, pass that, would you?" With his right hand he lazily gestured to a dish near her, and she hurried to move it closer to him. "Oh, of course, Naruto." As soon as the dish was in his hands he gave her a small smile. "Thank you, Ino. I must say, you look splendid tonight. I don't think I've seen you in that dress before." Conversation had started. And yet speech would do nothing to alleviate the feel of the room, as things seemed to grow even more tense with every word that left the young man's lips. "It's reserved for special occasions," she explained simply. He raised a brow. "Oh, I do hope you hadn't gone through the trouble of wearing it for my sake, then. This was supposed to be a friendly meal, was it not? I'm just another guest of the Yamanaka tonight, no one special." Before Ino would have a chance to argue that, Kushina's voice interjected. "Nonsense." She spoke with absolute conviction despite the almost giddy nervousness she felt. "You are my son, and the blood of the Uzumaki runs through your veins. Amongst the Yamanaka, who are sworn to us, you are a lord of the highest standing." "They are sworn to you, clanhead Kushina." He denied. "I bear such name no longer. And that is because of the Yamanaka with us now, is it not? There is no further need for your self-exile, return to us as the lord you are." "I have no doubt I would have left the clan regardless. Our name is great and our ancestors greater, but I have no desire to forever be overshadowed by the blood that runs in my veins." He paused to think for a moment. "If anything, I should perhaps be grateful to the Yamanaka, for they had given me a reason to leave the clan that might further honor the legacy of those who came before me. To surrender one's clan to protect it, that is something worthy of an Uzumaki. I like to think, despite falling to my own pride that day, that so too did I bring pride to my ancestors. But they stood against you, are they not your enemy? And what, pray tell, is a man without his enemies? My conflict with the Yamanaka may have been misfortunate for them, but I have benefited greatly. I have no problems acknowledging that my recent success would not have been possible if not for them. Give the devil his due, some have said." "I see." Kushina frowned deeply. She had been hoping that his sole reason for leaving would have been the Yamanaka, and the control over them held by the Uzumaki might be enough to bring him back. That wasn't, however, all she was counting on. They were still his enemies and, more importantly, she was still his mother. "I suppose there is wisdom in your words. But while you may not be an Uzumaki any longer, you are still my son. Will you not return home to me?" He shook his head. "My mother left 4 years ago, that was the last I saw of her." Kushina did her best to keep from breaking into sobs, but a single tear escaped her eye and trailed down her cheek. "Please, we are your family. I know things went wrong, but we still love you and want to make things right. I have a family of my own these days." The Yamanaka immediately knew he was speaking of the wolves. "My previous family, my mother and my sister forsook me. I have met not my father, but would assume he too has left me." Inoichi's eyes widened slightly. Of course there had to be a father, but he had really never given it any thought. Kushina had children but was not married as far as he was aware. It hadn't been his or anybody's business, so he never pried or gave it much consideration. But now, the thought brought to the forefront of his mind, he had to wonder who might have sired such a dangerous child. He took a hard look at the face of the Yamanaka's guest and thought about any man he had seen Kushina around. The first to pop into his mind was the Yondaime himself, as the two were nearly inseparable, and at once he could see the resemblance in the son. He nearly choked on the air at the realization. It hadn't just been the son of Uzumaki Kushina he was up against, but the son of Namikaze Minato. There was no wonder as to why his clan had been so easily crushed by the boy. While Kushina had a streak of unmatched fury that awoke to bring destruction to those who wronged her, the Yondaime had a vicious streak that his son emulated so well it was scary. Even more terrifying was the fact that it seemed his son was almost the opposite of the father, possessing a vicious mindset and a streak of calm wisdom. He had to wonder how many others had made the connection. It would certainly explain why the Anbu seemed so fond of him, and it could very well have been one of the reasons the Sandaime had left the boy to make his own choices. As the state of the Yamanaka could attest, those choices had brought the young man an impressive amount of power. He was broken from those thoughts by Kushina's choked voice. Your father died on the same night you were born. She had always avoided the subject of their father. She didn't want them to think they were the product of some one-night stand, but she also didn't want them to try to learn his identity by looking into the casualties of that night. Their father's identity had to be kept secret lest those with grudge against him try to sat their hate with the blood of his children. Then I'll go ahead and assume he was a shinobi, as most of the civilians were successfully evacuated. Regardless, he's gone and the rest left me. I'm confident that my new family will not. The Yamanaka are ours, they can be yours, too. You can do whatever you want to them so long as you're of our clan once more. Don't you want that? They were already mine, he declared. You simply stole them from me. Just the idea had Kushina's heart trembling. Had he really been in control of those he called his enemy? She knew they had fallen, but that was simply because he didn't have the ability to completely eradicate them for daring to go against him, right? But the possibility that he may have had them exactly where he wanted them, her heart sunk. Here she was, offering them on a silver platter, only to learn that what she was offering had been taken from his own possessions. Everything was falling apart. I don't understand. They were enemies, everyone knew it, so how was it he had them under his control well enough to displeased by her offering of complete, legitimate control? Do you really think I would come here to sit and sup with those who I considered foe? You insult me. Inoichi and I made a deal regarding the fate of his clan near the beginning, and I currently have no issues with his daughter. I was going to help build them back up, you know, but then you had to step in and stop that, didn't you? He shook his head in disappointment. You should have looked into things more, but I digress. I had plans for the clan, but none so important that they cannot be changed. The Yamanaka have served their purpose to me well enough, and if it is to be you who brings them back up to the standing they once had, so be it. I see. She tried to wrap her head around it. Every time she looked at him all she saw was her smiling baby boy, but that's not what sat across from her, was it? No, he had grown into a fine young man, one she could proudly call her son. But she was not his mother, not to him. He had been shaped and molded by the world in her absence, and she had hardly a claim to him anymore. But she still wanted to call him hers, still wanted to wrap him up in her arms and tell him how much she loved him. She doubted he would appreciate it, though. He claimed to have plans in motion, schemes she knew nothing about, and now she had interfered with them. He said it didn't matter, but did he still begrudge her for it anyway? Whether or not he did, however, there was one other part that seemed to strike her. If he really had nothing against the girl and had been honest with his compliment earlier. But could she really do that? She crushed her hesitance. Yes, she could. This was for her son, after all. If it made him happy and helped her get close to him once more, what should she care, even if half the world was to suffer for eternity because of her actions? I can't help but notice you seem to be on pretty good terms with Ino here. As soon as the words left her lips, all the Yamanaka present froze in dread. Perhaps something might come of that. Marriage, maybe. The idea of it was horrifying to Ino, even though she knew he had nothing against her and her mother fared no better. It was only Inoichi's firm hand on her thigh that kept the older Yamanaka woman from doing anything that might draw the ire of the other two in the room. Inoichi knew his daughter was still scared of the boy and the power he wielded, and he also knew that the thought of being forced into marriage was something she had loathed ever since she was little. He had, of course, promised to never give her away like that, but the power was no longer in his hands and he could do nothing should Kushina decide to go through with it. And that's why he found himself looking pleadingly towards the young man who lounged at the table of the Yamanaka. I have no desire for marriage anywhere in the near future, spoke Naruto. And I'd be surprised if I ever did. My priorities lie elsewhere. The Yamanaka dared breathe a collective sigh of relief. Even if she's not your wife, there are other ways you could have her, stated Kushina. A mistress, perhaps. Maybe a concubine or a servant. I could gift her to you as a slave, if you'd like. Even if you don't want to come back to the clan and be allowed to do as you please with the members of the Yamanaka, I can still give them to you for you to enjoy." Terror had struck itself into the hearts of the Mindwalkers. The elder two hid it well enough, but their daughter trembled visibly. Seeing this, Naruto pulled her atop his lap and wrapped his arms around her. She trembled even more but made no move to resist. "While your offer is a gracious one, clanhead Kushina, had I wanted Ino here for myself, she'd have already been mine. I get what you want, you see. Of course, one might also argue that she already was mine. Offering her to me doesn't absolve you of the theft itself. But seeing as you are so quick to offer the daughters of those your clan protects, where, might I ask, is your own? Perhaps in taking her I might believe is settled." Those words shocked her far more than she'd like to admit. What shocked her more, however, was the fact that she was considering it. Naruto might be slightly upset about it, but if she was close to her brother she'd quickly get over it. Naruto could be upset with her daughter, though, but even then, would he hurt her? She couldn't see it. And then there was the matter of keeping the family together. Naruto was still a Uzumaki, so she'd be connected to her mother still, and by being given to Naruto that connection would exist. Could that really be a possible solution to bring them all together? It wasn't what she had envisioned, but it could work. It was after several moments of thought that she realized everybody was watching her. Naruto had raised an inquisitive brow while the elder Yamanaka looked disgusted that she was considering it, and Ino seemed just a bit relieved that the attention had been shifted elsewhere. Clearing her throat in embarrassment, Kushina responded. "About a week ago her team set out for their first C rank, she should be back in another week or so." "Oh, how interesting. Where did they go?" Everyone felt more comfortable save Naruto, who hadn't been bothered at all by what could be considered a complete change of topic. Ino, however, was still a bit uneasy with her current seating arrangement. "Nami no Kuni," Naruto mentioned, aiding a bridge builder. All present could have sworn Naruto's eyes lit up considerably at that. Nami no Kuni's getting a bridge, then. That would certainly make it easier for Konoha to trade with the rest of the world. Your daughter's doing some good work. Inoichi got a feeling that he was calling her work good because it somehow benefited the young man. He was not about to question it, however. It was obvious Naruto's plans were larger than anyone present could have realized. In fact, Naruto continued, "I'd like to see the bridge she helps to bring about, perhaps a vacation is in order." Vacation. It was Ino who spoke up this time, craning her head back to look at him. At his small smirk she quickly turned away from him, acutely aware of how close they currently were. "Of course, you don't think I just lounge about all day, do you? But you don't have a team." She mumbled away from him, just loud enough for the others to hear. "You'd just be training then, wouldn't you?" "My dear little Ino, just because I don't have a team of my own doesn't mean I can't go on missions. Just last week I accompanied the lovely Tokubetsu Junin Mitarashi Anko on a very well-paying B rank. I had a lot of fun with that one, actually. I'll have to see if she'd like to do it again soon." Unlike the women in the room, Inoichi was more scared than surprised by the news. He and Anko had worked together for some time. Not as long as she had worked with Ibiki, mind you, but certainly long enough to know better than to get on her bad side. Her being friendly with Naruto was not a pleasant thought, especially when, despite the truce-like situation that had finally come about, they had been dragged onto his bad side yet again. If Anko was one of those supporting him, it would certainly explain why he could be so vicious. "You went on a B rank?" asked Ino. Her team had done nothing but D ranks so far. "I did." He nodded. "It probably should have been a C rank, but the client was simply offering too much money." "Lucky," pouted the girl. "You'll get a chance, Ino. Before you know it you'll be getting promotions and going on whatever missions strike your fancy." She gave a snort. "Doubt it, Shikamaru's too damn lazy for us to ever take on better missions, and I'm pretty sure enemies could bribe Choji with food. Then you've got your work cut out for you. You'll need to help your sensei turn them into proper shinobi. I suppose." Naruto grinned. "Good girl." He ran his fingers through her hair as if she were a pet, much to her own embarrassment. A cough from Inoichi brought attention to him. "I do hope Anko didn't cause too much trouble during the mission." she's not known to have much self-control. Don't worry about it, I've spent enough time with her to know how she is. Besides, the chance to share a bed with her our hotel provided was worth any trouble she may have caused me. Ino and her mother blushed deeply while Inoichi looked to be on the verge of a heart attack. Kushina, on the other hand, had retreated completely into her mind, struggling to come to terms with what she had just heard her son say. They would stay in similar states until dinner ended and they parted ways. Inoichi and his wife would quickly recover in the refuge of their guest home. Kushina would still be thinking about it when she returned to her empty compound, and Ino, who knew Anko from her father's work, would continue to blush until late the next morning. Naruto, however, would completely forget he had even mentioned it as he made his way to the den to inform Sai that an opportunity to conquer Wave had already shown itself. He had more important things on his mind than dinner conversations, after all. He'd said it before and he'd say it again, he was too damn old for this shit. It seemed that everything was spinning wildly out of control these days, and every time a situation settled it was hit by something new that started it all over again. No, that wasn't quite right, because it was the world around Naruto that was spinning out of control. Even when the boy wasn't directly involved, most of his troubles led back to him in some way. That's not to say he was blaming the boy, oh, no. Naruto had done quite well over the years, and while the Sandaime had made mistakes of his own when it came to him, he was, in the end, pretty satisfied with the way things turned out. Was the massacre a complete mess? Yes. Had interrogating Naruto been a bad idea? Most definitely, but things worked out well enough afterwards despite the regret he still felt. Was the situation with the Yamanaka unfortunate? Yes, things had been quite bad, but the clan head had accepted it and so it was out of Hiruzen's hands. Nearly every issue had, in some way, turned out alright. Not in a preferable manner, but one that he could accept. And now Kushina looked to be on the verge of undoing most of it. Though few knew it, the takeover of the Yamanaka had made the other clans rather uneasy. If Kushina continued to push, he wouldn't be surprised to see the other clans band together against her. Luckily, she had at least some reason to go after the Yamanaka, and he didn't know of any other clan that may have angered her. Actually, he did, but the Senju was made up of one member and she could take care of herself. Well, no, she couldn't, she had to rely on that poor apprentice of hers Kato Shizune to take care of her. The clans still respected the Senju name, but most of them had lost respect for Tsunade. So long as Kushina targeted only Tsunade and left the clan out of things, then the other clans would have no reason to make any sort of move against her. He could only hope, then, that Kushina didn't do something rash. Or, rather, didn't do yet another thing rashly. It would seem in her hurry to do things she had only created more problems for herself, problems that spawned more problems as she tried to rush through those too. It was just a vicious circle. And he really wanted no part in it. Maybe he could find himself a successor sometime soon. It was only briefly that he felt guilty at the thought of leaving this mess to some other unfortunate soul, but in the end he was certain a fresh perspective could do a lot of good for the problem. At least, that's what he'd use if the council asked him about current affairs. Of course, there was still the issue of the replacement itself. Unfortunately, the list of possible candidates was rather small. Tsunade had the strength and probably knew how to do the job, but she really didn't have the drive or the reliability that would be necessary. Also, with the clans not holding much respect for her, it would be difficult for her to properly lead Konoha. Jiraiya, Konoha's spymaster, was a pretty good choice. He could be serious when he needed to be and had contacts all throughout the elemental nations. Unfortunately, Kunoichi didn't much care for him, and it was necessary for him to travel often in order to maintain his spy network. The fact that his student had once held the position and his old teammate had coveted it would probably keep him from accepting. Kakashi was almost strong enough but didn't quite have the necessary mentality for running the village. He could manage, of that he was sure, but probably not well. And that was the best case scenario. Other than that there was, well, no one really. Danzo was too old for the position and a little too keen on war for Hiruzen's liking, but other than him there wasn't anyone who could take up the position of Hokage. Hell, at this point he might be better of making Orochimaru the Hokage. Jiraiya mentioned that his old student had created his own hidden village, and while details were scarce, it showed that he was better suited than anyone currently in Konoha. That was quite troubling, actually. It looked like he'd be here for quite a bit longer if that was the case. But, if he was stuck here, maybe he could start training someone else for the position. Just because no one currently fit the criteria didn't mean he couldn't change that with his own two hands. Maybe his son would be well suited for the position. He had been one of the 12 ninja guardians, after all, and had connections to the Imperial Fire Court. With a starting like that, he'd just need to get a bit stronger and learn more about politics. Perhaps if he could convince him that Konoha politics was like shogi, his son would be willing to learn. Naruto completely ruined that like an invisible third player with no knowledge of the rules, but his son didn't need to know that just yet. Yes, things were looking up. Hiruzen couldn't wait to retire again. It had been months, many months, in fact, it had been well over a year, and yet she had absolutely nothing of value to show for it. Sure, it had paid well and she had been able to train to get back up to and a bit past her old skill level, but that's not what she had wanted. She had to be the worst spy ever, because despite her cover there was nothing for her to actually spy on. At this point she had little more than names for the members of this organization, and who knew how many underlings were in the village alone. She was certain there had to be spies of their own peppered throughout the world reporting anything even remotely interesting. If the daimyo of Kaminari no Kuni choked on his yakitori during lunch, Pain would probably know about it. She doubted he really cared, but he would know nonetheless. And while she'd like to deny it, that was pretty damn impressive, far more impressive than her own work. Hell, she was supposed to know more than any save Pain and Zetsu, and yet she had no idea why they were supposed to be capturing Biju. If Pain was to be believed, it had something to do with world peace, but that was just ridiculous. No, Zetsu had mentioned the Jubi, the original Biju, but even then what was the point? Madara, or at least the bastard who claimed to be him, was supposed to be resurrected later, but once again no one had seen fit to inform her as to why. She really couldn't see the point of bringing her into this plot in order to have yet another person working in the shadows of Akatsuki when no one would inform her of the work that needed to be done. Briefly, she had to wonder if Zetsu was somehow unable to use the resurrection technique, or if Madara just wanted an Uchiha to bring him back rather than a talking plant. She really wouldn't blame him for that reason. Of course, it was just as likely, she supposed, that he didn't fully trust the plant to actually attempt to bring him back. Like with many other things involved in this plan, she was completely ignorant as to why the two of them were working together and what their history was. Fortunately, she could console herself with the thought that even if she did, she doubted Naruto would really be all that interested, and, in the end, she had joined this group to keep an eye out for him. So far it didn't look like they were going to be a direct threat to him unless they tried using him to draw out his sister, but even then they had no real reason to kill him. Capturing him would draw her attention, and keeping him alive might keep her complacent. Once they had her, they really had no use for him anymore. Chances were pretty good that they would release him, but even if it came down to it, she could always step in and take him for her own. Only Zetsu would protest that, and that was simply because he'd miss out on being able to devour his corpse. But there wouldn't be a corpse, not while she drew breath, so Zetsu would have to look elsewhere if it ever came to that. Then again, the entire point of this was to keep a situation like that from happening. For that to work, however, she had to keep him informed of their movements, and therein lied one of her biggest problems. They weren't doing anything. A bounty here, a mission for a village there, nothing they did so far was for any purpose other than increasing the funding they had at their disposal. Oh, Naruto-kun, we killed some fucker for money today, isn't that exciting? Like that would be of any real help to the boy. No, she had absolutely nothing of real value to send to the boy. She could, however, supply the names and general goal, no matter how stupid it sounded, of those within the organization. She could probably supply a little about each one of their personalities and a bit about their motives, but even that would be mostly speculation. It was still better than nothing, she supposed. There was still the matter of getting him the letter, but she could figure something out. After all, just about anything was better than lying around the damn tower all day. If there was one thing about Hyuga Neji, it was his belief in fate. Now, belief in fate wasn't unusual amongst the Hyuga. They all, to some degree, believed in it just as they had for countless generations. For how could they have remained so strong for this long were it not their fate to do so? No, his belief in fate was perfectly normal. It was, however, the degree to which he took those beliefs that set him apart from the others. Comparing Neji to even the most devout believer in fate was like comparing a fanatic zealot to someone who had never heard of such things as fate. In his faith he had no equal. That in itself was not a bad thing. In fact, the entirety of the main family found it to be rather beneficial, and even in the branch such belief would not be frowned upon. There was, however, another problem. Neji didn't just believe in fate, he believed that he knew the will of fate. Almost like some kind of prophet. But he wasn't a prophet, and everyone knew that. Everyone but him. Again, the main family benefited from this, as his belief that it was their fate to lead him and his fellow members of the branch family kept him loyal, but he was not so accepted by the branch family. There were plenty of whispers about him being the lapdog of the elders whenever he was out of earshot. And most unfortunately, it was not just the branch family that whispered such. However, as pathetic as this was to an outside observer, she found the arrangement suited her just fine when she came across him while wandering the halls of the compound. Neji. He bowed to her even before he saw her face. The voice alone had been more than enough to tell him who spoke. Hanabi-sama. There was resentful poison in his words that she picked up on clearly enough, and she found it difficult to keep from smirking at the pathetic creature before her. He was supposed to be a Hyuga, noble and proud, and yet he was no more than a dog that sat by their feet. What's worse was that he had the potential to be like the other branch members who served with pride and dignity, but the arrogance of his own beliefs held him back and bound him to those he hated most. It served to amuse her to no end. Tell me, Neji, have you noticed anything strange with your fellow branch members lately? His scowl grew larger at the reminder of his status, but he answered nonetheless. I admit, they do seem to be acting oddly as of late. And you wouldn't happen to know why now, would you? No, Hanabi-sama, I would not. The response brought a slight frown to her lips. Neji wouldn't dare think to lie to any member of the main family, especially not her or her father, so he must have been speaking the truth. And here she was hoping it would be easier for her to figure out what was going on. Perhaps that was wrong. It would still be just as easy, it would simply take longer. That's both unfortunate and unacceptable. Something isn't right, and I want to know what. I'm leaving this to you, Neji. Whatever other tasks you had before mean nothing now unless they come from the mouth of my father. I expect an explanation soon. Of course, Hanabi-sama. Will that be all? She gave a quick nod, which he answered with a deep bow. Then by your leave. As she watched him walk away, she couldn't help but wonder if he would be the best person to use for such a task. He was loyal, certainly, but he was not well-received by those he would need to be near to uncover the truth she desired. Perhaps one of the maids could be made to talk after a few activations of the cage bird seal. It would certainly prove faster, though. At the same time, that would make things far too easy for her cousin. She'd just have to save that plan for after he'd failed his task and been properly punished. And if he actually managed to find out for her, well, he should know better than to keep her waiting. She'd just have to reteach him. It had completely fallen apart, and somewhere, deep down, Kushina knew she should have expected it. He had been right. Of course, she didn't look into the situation anywhere near as deeply as she should have, and instead jumped headfirst into the situation using only what she had heard from others. They had all underestimated her son, and because of it she had too. And for that she deserved her failure with the Yamanaka, accepted it, and now she needed to go after those who had really caused her family these problems. The Mindwalkers had been far too obvious, and she saw that now. Even though Ino had seemed genuinely terrified by the thought of being given to Naruto, and even more so when he dragged her into his lap, it was clear that the clan wasn't about to lift a finger against him, and that he was perfectly comfortable with the broken clan. Of course, if she couldn't blame the Yamanaka for her son's distance from his family and offering them to him wasn't going to repair the rift between them, then it would reason that someone else had been the cause of her divided family. To Kushina, there was only one person who really could have been to blame. Senju fucking Tsunade. She had left Naruto in Konoha trusting that the slug Sannin would keep an eye on his health and keep her informed. Instead, the woman had remained silent, and Naruto had not only ended up in the hospital twice but had managed to start a miniature war within Konoha. And Kushina wanted answers. The path to the Senju compound had been taken by her countless times, and she didn't even need to think about her destination for her feet to take her there. As it would seem, just in time, too. Tsunade's apprentice, one Kato Shizune, was just leaving the compound when she arrived. Looking at a piece of paper in her hand, likely a shopping list, she didn't see Kushina vanish in a burst of speed to appear next to her holding open the gate. "Good morning, Shizune-san." The way she spoke was cheerful, but something about it put the startled medic on edge. "Ah, Kushina-san. I'm sorry, I didn't see you there." She took a moment to notice how Kushina was keeping the compound gate from closing and gave an almost resigned sigh. "That's fine, Shizune-san. Is Tsunade available?" The smile on her face was usually pleasant, but it seemed distinctly malicious to the young woman today. She should be. Hesitating, she puzzled the situation over. She really should be helping Tsunade avoid the woman simply because Tsunade was her master, but she had been avoiding this for far too long. The sooner the two of them got this over with, the sooner they could focus on something important like Naruto. Gods above, the two of them seemed to forget what this was all actually about. "Why don't you just head on in? I'm sure she wouldn't mind seeing a familiar face after so long." Kushina, understanding that the medic wasn't going to stop her or attempt, anyway. She knew well enough that the woman stood no chance against her, gave a much more pleasant smile. "I think I'll do just that. Have a pleasant day, Shizune-san. I would recommend taking a bit of time for yourself. Tsunade and I have a lot of catching up to do." The last part was practically growled, but Shizune made no mention of it. "Ah, yes. I've been pretty busy lately, maybe I'll go visit some friends," and with that the apprentice of the slug Sannin quickly made her escape. Kushina gave a pleased grin at the sight of the retreating medic. She had always thought she was a nice girl, but after that she really liked the young woman. Maybe she could convince Tsunade to give her apprentice to Naruto in order to make amends. Shizune was an attractive young woman with a good head on her shoulders. Having her close to her son would make it far easier to re-enter her son's life. Placing that thought with the other ideas that revolved around the return of her son, she instead focused back on the task at hand. Her smile once more became malicious. Oh yes, it was time for a little chat with Tsunade. The compound gate closed behind her with a satisfying click, and it took her almost no time to cross the stone path to the main building of the Senju compound. The main room and kitchen were, as expected, empty, but the office and bedroom where she expected to find a hungover Sannin were too. That, admittedly, was new. For as long as she had known the woman, she was fallen asleep at her desk surrounded by empty bottles, or had managed to make it to her bed usually by Shizune's efforts. She would imagine to sleep long into the morning. Hopefully this simply meant that Tsunade was awake and not that she had managed to escape while she spoke with Shizune. If that was the case, however, she had to give props to the young medic for managing to seem cooperative as she actively acted against her. She'd be upset with the girl, sure, but she'd still really like her. After all, there weren't many who would go against the matriarch of the Uzumaki clan, especially when they knew how outmatched they were. Yes, she'd be quite irritated, but her respect for Shizune would only be increased. That thought, however, would prove to be pointless to peruse as stepping into the back garden allowed her to spot the woman she was seeking. Legs folded beneath her, Tsunade sat calmly on the back porch as she stared at the Senju gardens. A drink, as expected, was in her hand, but what Kushina had trouble believing was the fact that it wasn't sake. The Uzumaki couldn't remember ever seeing the woman drink anything else, even water, and yet here she sat with a cup of tea. Temporarily her rage was replaced by a disbelieving confusion, and she wondered briefly if she wasn't caught in some odd genjutsu. A pulse of chakra told her that this was real, she was dreaming, or she was in a genjutsu she could never hope to break free from. She couldn't decide which thought brought the most comfort. "I'm going to assume it's you, Kushina." Tsunade didn't turn to look at her, but Kushina didn't need to see her face to feel the aura of defeat around the woman. Strangely, she suspected that the defeat the last Senju was feeling had absolutely nothing to do with the fact that she had been found. "It is. Her eyes had narrowed as she returned to the anger that bubbled beneath her skin. Dream, genjutsu, or reality, it was the fault of this woman that she didn't have a son anymore. She immediately struck that thought from her head. She still had a son, he simply wasn't hers at the moment. But she'd make sure that changed. Soon. Already it had been far too long since she had held her baby in her arms. Hell, it had been too long the day after they had left Konoha. Now, over 4 years later, there was nothing else she could think of that she desired more. Then this is probably about Naruto. The woman gave a deep sigh. Probably should have asked Shizune to stick around, she's actually seen the kid. Kushina's vision went red. You mean you haven't even seen him in the past 4 years? The hiss that left her lips would have put Orochimaru and all his summons to shame. Not once. She didn't even attempt to deny it. Shizune's met him a few times, I've heard. Supposedly they're on decent terms. It was only recently that I learned she knew him. A humorless chuckle escaped her throat. I was angry at first, you know, I had thought she'd bring him here knowing that I needed to see him, but I can't blame her for not bringing him. Hell, can't blame him for not coming. Did I honestly expect him to not be suspicious of a Sannin who he had no known connections to wanting to meet him? Her blood continued to boil as the calmness of Tsunade drained the red from her vision. Idly, she made note that Naruto already had connections to Shizune and offering her as a gift was likely to go over just as well as the Yamanaka heiress had. So you didn't even look. Tsunade shook her head, still not turning to face the woman. No. I arrived a day late due to some collectors that were after me. By then Naruto was in the hospital and I didn't learn that for quite some time. She gave a snort. It was actually because of Shizune that I learned that at all. I thought he was living in the compound until she made mention of a thief she had met while shopping. A thief? My son was reduced to a fucking thief. Another snort left Tsunade. Reduced? No, Shizune told me that the kid was damn skilled, a born shinobi. She was impressed with him, I was terrified. And yet you sat here in the compound doing nothing. Accused Kushina. She was so used to the Sannin being quick to anger. Was simply being sober enough to keep her so calm when faced with an angry mother. As much as Kushina wanted to start screaming and attacking the woman, she could not find it within herself to surrender to her rage when the most irritable of Sannin sat calmly before her. I acted then, but for all the good it did it might as well have been nothing. Kurenai and myself got into an argument, you know, about whose duty it was to look after the kid. In the end we decided that the kid could look after himself but needed someone to check up on him. Your plan, I believe. Kurenai was going to send him here to the compound when she found him so that he could live with us here. I wasn't going to baby him, wasn't even going to get close to him, but he would have been provided for. But he never stepped foot here, did he? No. I don't actually know what happened on Kurenai's side, I haven't spoken to her since. Tsunade admitted. I can't fucking believe you. He's your godson. How can you sit there so calmly and tell me you did nothing to help him? Because it's the truth. I should have checked up on him and then left him to his own devices, but I didn't. Every day I put it off, my guilt grew just a little bit and I drank more to compensate. By the time I realized it I had drunk away years. I could have accepted that. Kushina growled. It would have been better than nothing, but you didn't even give him a fucking checkup. That was the entire reason I wanted you here, to make sure he was okay. He wasn't. Those 2 words were enough to make Kushina freeze. The next sent her to her knees. Your leaving made it worse. What? No, it couldn't be. She refused to believe it. She left to protect him from the Kyuubi's chakra and the harmful effects it may have had on his chakra system. It was too late to stop him from being affected, it always was. 2 years ago he went through chakra withdrawal and Yakushi Kabuto examined him. Apparently being conceived in a Jinchuriki caused his body to be dependent on the chakra of the Kyuubi. And no. I'm not sure if it was good or bad that you locked him out of the compound. Allegedly some of the Kyuubi's chakra from the defenses ended up in his seal and because of it he was able to go for 2 years before succumbing to withdrawal. If he had access to the compound he wouldn't have made it, and yet, at the same time, we would have learned sooner. You'd have been back. Kushina ignored the way that seemed to indicate it all went back to her. Tsunade could have figured it out even if the compound had been unlocked, that was the whole reason she was in Konoha again after all these years. In fact, it was a good thing she forgot to add Naruto to the compound after the reset because it kept him going for so long in her absence. She ruthlessly squashed the part of her that reminded her that Tsunade had just pointed out that the 2 years would have been unnecessary had he not been attacked by the compound's security features as she jumped back to her feet, anger surging through her veins once more. I would have been back if you had just checked up on him like you were supposed to. It was just as true as what Tsunade had spoken. In fact, both of them were right because they were both in the wrong. Only one of them had come to terms with it. That first day you would have picked him up from the academy, looked him over, and sent for me. Hell, you could have sent Shizune after us and we would have been back by the next morning. Does it really matter at this point? It's done, we can't change that. What, so you're just going to forget about it? This is your fault. And what would you have me do? Shot back Tsunade. Ever since I learned the true extent of my mistakes I've stopped drinking and have tried to think of a way to make things up to him. At this point, there's nothing I can do. I may have had a chance, you know, if he had ever been told about me before you left. According to Shizune he had no idea I was his godmother. Maybe if he had she'd have been able to convince him to visit me at least once. Then again, I've already said it, there's nothing we can do now but deal with the mess we've made. The mess you've made, Kushina insisted. You were supposed to introduce yourself to him when you returned. If I hadn't asked you to return it's unlikely you ever would have and we both knew it. He was unlikely to ever meet you and bringing it up would have made him suspicious. And my arrival was out of my hands. What are you going to do now? Hunt down the debt collectors and blame them for all of this? Nothing here happened on purpose, but it happened nonetheless. You getting angry at me doesn't help Naruto and it doesn't help you. You expect me to just forget about all this? Forget about the fact that your inaction has cost me my son. It was your love for your son that ended up costing you him. You were in such a hurry to make sure he was safe that you left him more vulnerable than ever. We're both to blame, because between the two of us and a lot of bad luck Naruto has ended up suffering. I did everything I could for him. And it wasn't enough. I've lost him too. He was my godson and I could have had another family member. Now, because I was so scared of making new attachments, I've lost that chance. You, however, still have one. Don't waste it by spending your time on me, go get your son back. Tsunade didn't need to see Kushina to know her eyes had narrowed. I will, and I promise you now that after I do you'll never see any of the Uzumaki ever again. With that said she stormed out of the compound. Still facing the garden, Tsunade's tear went unseen. Naruko had to admit that whatever she had been expecting this was far, far worse than she had imagined. Tazuna had spoken of Gato's iron grip on the country but she had not thought about what these people would really be going through. Trash filled broken streets just as much as the homeless did. Houses, those still standing, were falling into disrepair as those that were not housed huddling squatters that did their best to make do with whatever they could scavenge. Misery filled the air here just like the thick, oily smoke she could smell coming from somewhere she couldn't see. Hope and fear alike lit in the eyes of all who say them but in the end they were not approached. This is horrible, she muttered. The woman she was escorting, Tsunami, daughter of their client, could only nod sadly. Gato has been destroying this country and he isn't likely to stop anytime soon. When he's bled us dry he'll tear everything down and build it up how he pleases. How can he get away with this? He controls the economy here and the Daimyo has been silent since before his arrival. As long as he doesn't openly start slaughtering the populace no one is going to step in to stop him. So he slowly kills you all. At first, he gave us the chance to flee, but most of us couldn't part with our homes and all that we and our families have worked so hard for over generations. I can't help but think it would be better that way. You can't just give up, declared Naruko. And we didn't, but now, with our hope gone, many have. The difference is if we had left sooner we'd already have new lives somewhere else. We wouldn't suffer, our children wouldn't suffer. There's nothing wrong with giving up if it's better for you and your family in the end. Who can count all those who have sacrificed their own dreams to help those they cared for? I suppose you're right, frowned Naruko. But I still don't like it. Neither do we, but it could be worse. Worse. He's hired an A-ranked treasonous shinobi from Kiri to hunt your father down and end the last chance your country has of ever recovering. How can it be worse? Tsunami stopped there in the street and turned to look the young girl in the eyes. I could be a slave right now, violated for the pleasure of those who are destroying our country. Inari could be in a labor camp or be used as a practice dummy for the forces of Gato. They could torture families in view of each other even as they had their way with the women. Our homes could be set alight while we shivered together during the night. No, things could be far worse if the men Gato hired weren't kept on such a tight leash. Silence settled between them as Naruto tried to come to terms with what she had just been told. All of those really were far worse than what was happening, but would people really do that to one another? She liked to think there was good in everybody, even if only a little, but for Tsunami to even suggest such things made it abundantly clear that not only were there people willing to do that but many of them were around them as they spoke. It was not a comforting thought. So, Gato keeps them controlled. No. Tsunami shook her head and the two of them began walking again. Moments later she pointed to a man wearing a mask walking down the street. They do. Another identical man was walking the other direction and Naruto became aware of more perched randomly on buildings as their gaze swept over the town. Further up the street two more accompanied a small group of thugs at one of the collapsed homes. Several villagers likely representing the various families that had sought refuge within stood by the doorway speaking with the lead thug. She was painfully aware of the small bags that were passed to the man by the villagers. The man weighed them in his hands before grinning and tossing them to his companions with a bark of laughter. Turning, the group moved away only to stop at the next house and repeat the process. Who are they? The wolves, answered Tsunami. They were hired by Gato before Zabuza was. They work for Gato. Why? Tsunami had no real answer as she shrugged. He pays them, I suppose. There may be more to it, but why else do people work for others than to put food on their tables? But if he's paying them, why would they keep the others in line? No one knows for sure. They work for him all right, collecting Gato's taxes and going after those who oppose him, but there are those who claim to have been helped by the wolves at some point. They acknowledge Gato's control over this area but work to ensure those in the area aren't taken advantage of by Gato's hired muscle. But if Gato was to order it, I would expect them to tear through everything here like a true pack of wolves and devour everything in sight. They are Gato's enforcers, but they are a fair group who keep our small town running. If not for them, most of these families would have already been dragged away for one reason or another. Why would they care though? If I had to guess, it's to keep their employment. The longer they're needed, the more they're paid in the end. All of this, just for money. That's the world. As Naruto watched a man present what must have been his teenage daughter to a man in a wolf mask only to be given a large bag of coins in return, she felt her stomach churn. The man had run away immediately after, even as the tears fell down his daughter's cheeks. The wolf, unmoved by the display, placed his arm on the small of the girl's back and began leading her away. This wasn't right. Nothing in this place was right. But the wolves, had Ino not spoken of them, and in conjecture with her brother. If these were the same wolves as in Konoha, then was there more to Konoha than she knew, a darker side she hadn't dared to imagine. And if there was, how involved was her beloved brother? The guards had not been doubled, but tripled, security being bumped up to levels never before seen by her clan. And yet they had still found their way inside. In a situation identical to the last, she was clad in little more than a sleep robe when she came down from her bedroom to find the representative sitting on the couch once more, two wolves flanking her. Had the representative of the wolves been male, she may have suspected that they were doing this on purpose, but she couldn't rule out the possibility that the young woman was hoping to get a nice little eyeful. She hoped, however, that such wasn't the case. Because while it may have given her more options for negotiation, it could also turn things very awkward very quickly. She hated politics enough as it was, she had no desire for them to become more uncomfortable. Taking a seat on one of her other couches, she idly noticed that her companion had settled himself into the couch between both groups and made himself comfortable. Evidently, he had decided after the first meeting that these three weren't an actual threat to his household. Of course, being the faithful companion he was, he had thoughtfully placed himself between them and his partner. Luckily, the couch meant he didn't have to sacrifice comfort to do so. Soon could have sworn the two guards almost seemed amused by it. The nameless representative, however, seemed as calm and collected as always. They all sat in silence for a moment, Kuromaru staring at the wolves and the representative locking eyes or eyeholes, in this case with the matriarch of the Inuzuka. Silence, unfortunately, had little to do with their business at the moment. As such, it was quickly broken by a soft feminine voice. "Sume, Alpha of the Inuzuka pack, you have been provided with time most ample. Have you come yet upon a decision?" That wasn't even a question, of course she had. Even if she didn't want to admit it, her heart had been set on her choice from the very same day she had first heard the offer. And yet, despite that, she couldn't help the nervousness that bubbled within her. She had been waiting for this day, ready to bring her clan to new heights, but there was an uncertainty that gnawed at the back of her mind and planted seeds of doubt in her heart. This was a perfect opportunity, one that might be to perfect. She didn't actually know the wolves or their goals. What would she really be dragging her clan into? And, more importantly, would her clan be able to handle itself amidst this new world they may find themselves in? That made this feel more akin to a leap of faith than any solid business dealing. She had an idea as to what the rewards might be but absolutely no idea what the risks were. And yet, her heart remained locked on one option and one option alone. She couldn't even consider the other. "I have." The representative seemed distinctly pleased by that, almost as if she knew exactly what she had been thinking. "Then tell me, Sume, will the Inuzuka clan be joining our pack of wolves?" She hesitated. This was it, the very instant that could change everything regardless of what she chose. But, like the clan heads before her, she couldn't rely solely upon her thoughts. Thinking right now would keep her from doing what needed to be done. No, instead she needed to surrender herself to her instincts and go with what felt right. "We will." And those two simple words were all it took to shape the future of her clan. It was slightly terrifying to think that it took no more than that to determine the lives of her entire clan. That did not make saying them any less exhilarating. Her clan often referred to the best it had as wolves, but these were not members of her clan. These three before her were wolves and her clan were dogs. They belonged outside of Konoha running and hunting, but her clan, domesticated as it was in comparison, belonged within the walls of this great village. And that's why they had been chosen. Those within would act as the voice for those without, acting in their best interest. And, in return, some of the hunt's bounty would be brought within the walls for her clan to share in. Wolves and dog, working together for no other reason than to take care of their packs and, in time, take care of each other. The packs would remain strong. As they should be. "I will inform Tsukiyomi-sama of your decision. I am certain that he will be most pleased with you and your clan." And there was the mention of the biggest unknown yet. Forget not knowing the goals of the group, she didn't even know the kind of person who was running it, the kind of person she would be working in conjecture with for the foreseeable future. "If I am working with your pack, will I ever be able to meet its leader? Tsukiyomi-sama has assigned another to lead his pack, and I am certain the two of you will meet together in the future, but I would assume it is Tsukiyomi-sama himself who you would like to meet." "It is, but if I might pose a question, why doesn't he run his own pack?" She could feel the smile that formed behind her mask. Tsukiyomi-sama is not restricted to command of the pack. The way it was spoken made it sound as if the wolves were only one group that he controlled. Could he have a hand in other organizations within and without the walls of Konoha? The thought that she was now one of those groups sent a shiver down her spine. She was infinitely glad she had decided to side with them, because it very easily could have been the ruin of her clan should he resent her for declining his offer. "So you're saying he has others under his control then?" "Yes, that is correct. You may meet him in the future if this arrangement proves beneficial enough, but that is unlikely to happen for a while yet. Can you tell me what else he has his hands in so I can avoid disrupting his plans?" The representative paused in thought. As a general rule the less she knew was better, even Sume knew that, but it was still a valid point. They couldn't have the groups tripping over themselves. Hinata was easy enough to direct as her clan was rather private and her group was hidden, so no one needed to worry about her taking an action that could unknowingly, as Hinata wasn't going to purposely cross Naruto interfere with the movements of another. However, the more that came under Naruto's control, the more they would have to reveal to keep operations going smoothly. I suppose I must, she eventually decided. The Yamanaka are fair game at the moment, as Uzumaki Kushina has derailed his plans concerning them, which means the only group you would need to look out for in Konoha is a certain cult Tsukiyomi-sama has been overlooking. A cult. He's got a cult. Well, no, not him, but he does have the object of said cult and they are being most cooperative. Tsume could honestly say she didn't really want to meet the man anymore. Whoever it was that was pulling these strings, they were not to be trifled with. I see, and where is this cult? Tsume knew, without a doubt, that the representative was smirking. And that, she knew, was not a good sign. The cult currently has its roots within Clan Hyuga. She choked on the air. The Hyuga. That is correct. The cult is rather stagnate at the moment, but that leaves Tsukiyomi-sama time to finish up with the current project of the wolves before he begins fostering greater growth. She was almost afraid to ask. And what was his current project? Don't you remember? He's taking over a country. It wasn't supposed to be done so quickly, but recent developments have rapidly furthered his plans. I expect he'll have full control before the month is out. That's right, she did mention that last time. But he was supposed to be setting up for a takeover. It could have easily taken years. For it to have moved up so fast meant that something was happening. The death of a leader, a revolution, civil war, perhaps. Regardless, he was about to have control of an entire country and all of its resources. While a small country wouldn't be able to go against Konoha, he didn't have to. All those resources could be funneled through clans within the walls to use against other clans. If things went sour, that same clan could flee Konoha and be granted safe haven in a foreign country. If they were lucky, Konoha wouldn't even suspect that same country is having a hand in it. That was absolutely terrifying, but it was made worse by the knowledge that here was a cult of Hyuga and the very same person had control of it. The representative had claimed that her leader, this, Tsukiyomi-sama, had control over a large number of Hyuga, but if there really was a cult, then she could believe it. The Inuzuka were loyal by nature, the Nara lazy, but the Hyuga were practically fanatical. A cult in their midst would be almost the same as new clan leadership should it spread largely enough. To have the Hyuga, Konoha's strongest remaining clan, backed by a country and executing the will of one man in the village was something she'd have never considered possible. But it was happening and, now, she was a part of it. By the gods, what have I gotten myself into? A grunt of pain was heard throughout the clearing as another page was turned. The point is to stick to the tree, Sasuke. You're not going to get anywhere if you keep falling off. He didn't need to look to know the last loyal Uchiha was glaring at him from his position on the ground. Probably upside down, too. It filled his heart with joy. He really didn't know why he didn't take a team sooner. It was incredibly entertaining to make them hate him, and as proved by the battle with Zabuza, they made excellent handicaps. Perhaps that wasn't too responsible of him, but perhaps you didn't get the memo that Hitaki Kakashi doesn't care. Besides, it was the brats who wanted to continue in the first place. He'd have happily turned around and locked himself in his home to read more. But no, the Uzumaki needed to help the poor people of Wave, and Sasuke was dying to prove himself. Admittedly, he was partly to blame for that, having continuously compared his genin to Naruto, who, many higher-ranked shinobi knew, was both a natural and trained part-time with one Azuki Yugao throughout his time in the academy, and they didn't seem to take that very well for their own reasons. Was it fair? No. Did the need to prove themselves help them on this mission? No. Was he going to stop? Oh hell no. Hey, Sasuke. Yes, Kakashi-sensei. You know that dance move, the worm? Yes. I bet Naruto could do the worm up that tree while sleeping. You really are a disappointment. The Uchiha's frustrated growl was totally worth it. Now, where was he? Yes, continuing the mission. Sasuke needed to prove himself to, well, he didn't actually know who the Uchiha needed to prove himself to, but he needed to prove himself and wear Broody McBroodster seriously. Was that how Obito had seen him? He really hoped not. Went his favorite pink sex toy went. On that note, Sakura followed him, too. If it weren't because he didn't feel like dealing with an irate Kushina one, he would have to refrain himself from winding up more and getting into a fight with her, the council members who kissed the Uchiha's ass. They wouldn't even be here. Of course, that also meant that if anything happened to his genin, he was free to get the fuck out and cast the blame on them rather than his irresponsible leadership. Then again, whoever thought giving a group of genin to the man who had spent quite some time running suicide missions to deal with his loss wasn't too bright. If nothing else, he might rub off on the group, and that was a rather interesting thought. Not in the Orochimaru kind of way, in which case, he would admit that Sakura might grow up well enough, at least in the ass department. Naruto would undoubtedly be gorgeous, but she would, unfortunately, be tied to her mother, which meant she would be off limits, but more to the idea that the village's precious Uchiha and the Uzumaki princess and Jinchuriki daughter of Uzumaki Kushina and his late sensei would be running suicide missions for the hell of it with council member Mebuki's daughter. Oh, to see the looks on the council members' damn faces if that were to happen. He'd have to keep his Sharingan ready, just in case, because that would be something he'd never want to forget. Of course, his team still had a ways to go before that could happen, but he had time. Lots and lots of time. Though he'd probably use most of it for reading, instead. Oh well, it seemed a fair enough trade to him. Another thud was followed with a grunt of pain as Sasuke fell from his tree once more. Sakura was in a nearby tree cheering him on in a vain attempt to give him the confidence he needed to succeed and gain his affection. He really didn't need any confidence. He had arrogance enough for the entire team, and it likely attributed to his inability to learn tree walking, and if Kakashi's suspicions were correct, the only hope of getting Sasuke's affection were for Sakura to somehow become a younger sister to him. And that certainly wasn't happening anytime soon. Of course, another reason he didn't have it down was likely because he didn't really have anything to push him to be better. Naruto had been taught by her mother and as such had been assigned to guard Tazuna and on occasion his beautiful daughter Tsunami. He'd have to see about tapping that before his team left, which left on Sakura, whose pitiful reserves made it child's play for her to reach the top. He really should be having her walk up and down the tree to increase her reserves, or have her attempt water walking considering where they were. Meh. She'd be fine. Maybe. Then again, with her tiny reserves, even if she got a hold of water walking, she'd quickly be drained and fall back into the water. The look on her face and the glare she'd give him later would be priceless. He'd have to save that one for later, then he could have Sasuke join her. After all, 2 glares were better than 1. Naruto hadn't mentioned knowing it yet. Maybe he'd be lucky and get all 3 of them glaring at him. Of course, speaking of luck, he'd much rather use it towards Tsunami. Her ass was amazing. Hitaki fucking Kakashi. That goddamned bridge builder had managed to obtain the service of Hitaki fucking Kakashi himself. If that wasn't a sign of some god's favor, he didn't know what was. Hitaki Kakashi grew up during the last war, taught by Namikaze Minato, and even with the drawbacks it had because it was a transplant, the Sharingan in his possession was still fearsome. And then there were all the techniques he had managed to steal using them. There was a damn good reason he was an A- ranked shinobi, and if he put his mind to it he could very easily find himself at S rank. By the grace of the gods, however, it would seem that the man wasn't interested in more power and was content where he was. Zabuza couldn't blame him. Hell, if not for the presence of the 3 genin, he had no doubt that Hitaki would have been pulling massive jutsu out of his ass and pulverized the entire clearing they had fought in. He wouldn't have even needed his Sharingan. The sheer number of techniques in his possession and the multitude of ways he could combine them, matched with the fact that he was an incredible shinobi in his own right, meant that, much to his embarrassment, he actually owed those kids his life. If Kakashi hadn't had to protect them, he would be quite dead. But, even alive, he still had a major problem. He was going to have to fight him again. Quitting this mission sounded wonderful right now, but his luck wasn't that good. Not only would he lose a lot of face in the eyes of future employers when word got out, but he knew the resistance was still desperate for funding. He might not care about their cause, but he did care a great deal about Mei. If her group needed money, then he'd get it for them, missing ninja or not. That was, unfortunately, harder than it sounded. Jobs had been scarce and many didn't pay too well because they could get a shinobi from a village for the amount he would prefer. Unlike them, however, Zabuza needed the work and didn't have any other offers to fall back on, which severely cut his pay no matter where he went. This job, however, promised to pay damn well and he'd finally be able to send some to Mei and her little rebellion. Everything else he had made thus far had been little more than what was required to support himself and his student Haku as they searched for their next job. This had finally made it seem as though his luck was turning around and then. Hitaki fucking Kakashi. Had he not been bedridden he'd probably be rampaging at the moment, taking his anger out on anything he crossed paths with. This, then, was probably for the best. He'd learned early into his shinobi career that slaughtering your client's forces was heavily frowned upon and was one of the fastest ways to get your contract terminated. And Zabuza really couldn't afford that at the moment. Of course, he was also only hired to get rid of the bridge builder, maybe he could send Haku to take care of it. He frowned at that thought. The kid was too soft, he doubted they would really be able to kill the old man. They could, however, abduct them. Maybe Gato would up the pay if he delivered a living Tizuna to him. Not only would he get the pleasure of killing the man himself but he could make an example of him. Of course, it was entirely possible that a rescue might be staged, but so long as Zabuza was paid he could flee the country and be off in search of his next job before that happened. Though, admittedly, he hadn't seen Haku much lately. His student kept claiming they were gathering herbs but they had managed to get enough to last a good month on the first outing. Zabuza had a feeling that his luck was still running out. Hell, at this point he wouldn't be too surprised if Haku had ended up making friends with one of the genin. Fuck, with his luck lately the kid had probably fallen in love, too. What next? One of those wolf fuckers ruins everybody's plans. At this rate Zabuza half expected it. They were a creepy bunch to begin with and he couldn't figure out their goal. They were being paid far less than he was and he hadn't heard of them before. Something was up, and he had no idea what it might be. And, honestly, he really didn't even want to know. No, what he wanted was a couple bottles of sake, a few hookers, and to spend the rest of his days relaxing on some tropical beach. Unfortunately, Zabuza was not that lucky. Because his luck would have it, Momochi Zabuza had no luck. Delicate fingers trailed over pale flesh unhindered. Candles, what few of them were set up around the room, cast a flickering glow of orange in the corners, providing just enough light to see within the darkness of this private chamber. Shivers racked the flesh, soft, shallow breaths leaving from between parted lips and still the fingers danced their path on ivory canvas. It was a ritual of sorts, one completely unnecessary but one that was performed nonetheless every time without fail. How could it not? Inch after inch was covered in feathery touches that dared not linger, fleeting from place to place with no real direction. It was to a song that they danced and moved, the excited beating of a new heart. The ritual was the same, the music was the same, but the surface upon which the dancers glide was new, perfectly new, and it was now that they grew acquainted. It was familiar, yes, as all flesh is, and yet it remained strange, almost alien to the senses. It had all been felt a million times, but not like this. No, this was new, as it always was, and the flesh reveled in the familiar sensation brought new life. It had been a long time since their body had felt like this, not just in the sense of renewed sensations but in the various changes that didn't need to be seen or felt to be known. They had changed, as they always had, but they remained the same. Days upon days would be spent like this, trailing fingers over smooth skin and over unfamiliar curves until they were satisfied that they knew every inch of their flesh better than anyone to ever exist. And so it was. The flickering of candles caught the attention of two golden orbs to the picture they surrounded. Of their own will fingers continued to move down taut skin and supple flesh. They were watched by unblinking amethyst eyes. Further they went as every detail of the silent watcher was taken in. Pale skin and crimson hair, eyes like gems and the slightest of smirks. He watched as fingers dipped between toned legs and others trailed up to grasp at mounds of flesh that had not been there the previous week. Soft gasps became breathless pants and the delicate ritual was lost. A want, a need, grew deep within them at the sight of their watcher, one they had only heard whispers of before. They were whispers no longer. Sweet song filled the heart within a heaving bosom gasping for precious air and the flesh surrendered to its desires. A voice joined with the silent song, reverberating throughout their private chambers, as a pleasured scream tore its way from the throat and over ruby lips. Orochimaru had found release. But she still wasn't satisfied. 3 days had passed since his dinner with the Yamanaka and the proper arrangements had been made. Securing a month of leave was simple when one was a reserve of his rank simply because you weren't expected to be needed anyway. A company of wolves were to escort him to Wave to oversee the execution of the takeover, and afterwards it wouldn't take too much longer for him to be satisfied that Sai had control over the port country. Of course, that meant he'd have 2 weeks left of leave, and for good reason. He couldn't just occupy Wave with his forces and expect people to accept it. Gato may have been able to do it for the past few years, but Naruto wasn't looking to hold on to it temporarily. It was going to belong to the wolves until the world ended or someone managed to wipe them all out. No, he'd need backing. Hey, there was a thought. He'd been backing all sorts of small groups but now needed some himself, from someone who could keep other countries at bay. Gato had been happy to deal with everyone, but Naruto simply didn't have those contacts or the know-how for running a business. The larger villages avoided occupying Wave to avoid conflict with each other, but with knowledge of Gato's demise they'd all rushed to occupy the vacuum and secure it for themselves through a third party, of course, but Naruto wouldn't be having any of that. And so, while they'd have control and that would make the villages hesitate, they wouldn't stay back for long. Hopefully, that hesitation would be long enough. Because while the villages were trying to avoid conflict with each other, the daimyo of the various countries had no such issues between themselves. Once one of the countries had Wave, the others would be able to reign in their own villages. Would they like it? No, but they weren't about to try anything when it meant they were risking their ability to trade through Wave. There was really nothing but gain from this situation. A daimyo would be able to use Wave to benefit their country's economy, and in return Naruto and the wolves would have the backing of said daimyo if anyone tried to dispute their rule. Of course, it was a bit more complicated than that. One would actually have to declare themselves daimyo of Wave and then proceed to be officially recognized by the courts. But he wasn't going to just any court. No, he needed someone who truly could back him, and that meant going to the imperial courts of one of the 6 big countries. With the recognition of just one of the greater daimyo, few would try to dispute it, and those that did would find themselves with financial trouble after Wave became closed to them. Once they were recognized, they would as expected enter into a formal alliance with the country to recognize them. The borders between the two would be declared open and international taxes would be removed from any trade that took place across it. It was likely that a regiment of the daimyo's forces would be posted in the country to both help protect it and ensure that they were complying, but Naruto had nothing to worry about there. He fully intended to work with the daimyo. He lost nothing from such and gained a powerful ally. He knew Gato had a mansion and he'd probably have it given to the daimyo to serve as both a place to keep his visiting forces and a place for him to stay should he ever visit. That wasn't likely to happen, not until Wave had recovered, at least, but the future was always open, and having a foreign daimyo stay in your country simply because they wanted to ally or not could only cast one in favorable light. The fact that he was aiming at getting a greater daimyo would only serve to make things better for his new country. Or perhaps Sai's new country. He really hadn't decided yet. Sai was leading the wolves there in Wave and would continue to do so after it was fully taken over, but he didn't know if Sai could handle or even wanted the position. On the other hand, he really didn't want to be a daimyo right now, either. Sure, it would only really be in name, but names are powerful things. Then again, there was little reason for him not to. Yes, he'd rather become at least a chunin before retiring, but even if he was the daimyo he could continue being a shinobi, especially if no one was made aware of his true identity save the allied daimyo, of course. That was not something you wanted to keep from them. Not if you wanted their support anyway. He could probably have might take the position, but then she'd spend most of her time in Wave and there was a part of him that didn't really like that thought. Keigo, he supposed, was also an option, though not a good one. He'd been proving himself competent, but not only did he not have the necessary experience of leadership or the proper social skills, but he was also of more use to Naruto and his wolves as he was. He was pretty sure Sai called the new position High Captain or something in one of his reports, but he'd honestly only skimmed it. If it was really important it would have been brought immediately to his attention. Besides, it wasn't his idea to make up a handful of new ranks for his wolves, he was fine with them as they were. But if Sai wanted to organize his wolves differently, so be it. He had given him free rein, after all. Naruto-sama. The call of his name broke him from his thoughts, but he did not turn to face the speaker. His purple eyes drifted downwards to the stone marker he stood before and he frowned. I was supposed to be paying you a visit, and yet here I am thinking business. Gently he ran his hand over the top of the gray stone and with a sigh he turned from it. He'd have to visit again when business was concluded and his mind free. At the very least, she deserved his full attention when he came to see her. Is everything ready, Sai? His appointed leader of the wolves gave a nod. Very well, we have a long ways to go. Let's be off. Sai fell silently into step behind him as he made his way from the grassy field of the Konoha cemetery and towards the village proper. Everything had come together smoothly, almost too smoothly, but now it was time to finish it. Within a fortnight one of the final steps would be taken. And with just a little luck, Nami no Kuni would be his. The chirping of birds mixed with the laughing of children playing on the edges of the park. A cold breeze swept through the flaming branches of gold-leafed trees. Truly autumn was the time of the great Konohagakure no Sato. His spot at the stone table, usually cast in the shade of the surrounding trees, was now covered in a warm orange glow, one that would make many smirk at the irony. But it was not the irony of his own seat that brought a smirk to his lips this day. Rather, it was the fact that the empty seat across from him, often occupied, was not protected from the sun as his usually was. As a result, it received the full light of the sun. Typically the contrasting light and dark of their seats would cause the unknowing observer to make assumptions about good and evil, but those who sat atop those stone seats knew better. Now, both lit to some degree, it better showed the similarities between the two usual occupants. But neither of them truly belonged in the light. Men of shadow, the both of them, they much preferred the true side of the shinobi world and the darkness that filled it. The fantastical land of light was not for them. They would, however, cast themselves as belonging to it so long as it served their purposes. It had long lost its purpose to him, but his younger counterpart still made some use of it. Some, but not much. It would not be long now, he knew, before the light showed the world who it was that really dwelt in the shadows they so feared. That was not today, though, and so the figure gave it little thought. His own preparations had been made decades before and his position was secure. There was no point in speculating the inevitable. He supposed that so too it was that someone like him would come along. A more human part of him whispered that he was being replaced, but he had long ago stopped looking at himself as a human. He was a shinobi, retired or not, add that meant he was a tool. Unlike other tools, however, he was more than capable of wielding himself properly. In fact, he was able to wield other tools as well. And that's what separated the tools that could be discarded and the tools that were vital. He was vital. But not for long. Never before had the realization of his own mortality struck him as greatly as it had when he first laid eyes upon the boy that resembled him so much. And when he first shared words with that boy, he had become convinced that there was another like him, that this world they called their own had spawned yet another to reside in the true shadows of the shinobi world. He was nearing the end of his life. He knew this, he had always known this, and that simple fact was constantly at the back of his mind. He was ending, but the boy had just started, almost as if the universe itself was working to ensure there was always someone firmly planted in the shadows. It was then he realized how replaceable he was in the grand scheme of things. He could struggle all he wanted, but one day he would pass, and one day after he would be completely forgotten. And that's when the preparations started. Changing his own organization's structure to be more loose and adaptable as his counterparts was. He knew not if the boy had done it himself deliberately or if it was a simple matter of employing what he found to work best for his own goals, but what he did know was the structure he had chosen to employ worked only if there was a strong figure guiding it. Without him it would all fall apart. And that wasn't acceptable. Just the thought that Konoha had such a weakness in the form of one man that would destroy the roots and see the great tree toppling over horrified him. He had actually become a liability through his actions, and his very existence was a danger to the village that didn't even know how much it relied on the roots hidden in the darkness of the shinobi world. For that reason they couldn't rely on a single leader after his passing, as there was no one available that could do so and would have to be able to act independently. While his emotional training hadn't completely removed that ability, it had severely limited it. A worthwhile trade-off when he had first begun, now it was proving to be a large problem. One he still wasn't completely certain how to fix. And don't even get him started on the issues that would arise when the seals placed on his agents deactivated upon his death. Keeping them all loyal would be hard enough if it failed while he was alive, but dead. There would be very little other than his indoctrination to keep them loyal, but without a leader that was almost useless. There was also that whole thing about being able to divulge any information they pleased to whomever struck their fancy. No, unless he figured out a way to solve his problems, then his death would officially mark the end of Root. His lifetime dream was supposed to last far longer than his lifetime. Good morning, Danzo Dono. So distracted had he been by his thoughts that he had failed to notice anyone's approach. Had he been a decade or two younger, he'd be kicking himself right now, but he really couldn't find it within him these days. He was a shinobi, yes, but also an old man. Balance would be necessary. Turning his attention to the young lady that slipped into the stone seat across from him, he couldn't help but think she looked familiar, and it took only a moment to place her. Ah, my. It's been a while. It is indeed a beautiful morning. That it has, Danzo Dono, that it has. May I ask what brings you to visit an old man such as myself on this fine day? Thankfully, she gave a soft smile. Not business. With Naruto-sama personally involved with the wolves and their operations at the moment, there hasn't been much I've needed to do, and I figured I'd take a walk. Knowing that Naruto often visited you for a few games, I thought I'd stop by. The way she spoke to him felt as though she was declaring herself his equal, and the mention that Naruto was only with the wolves at the moment pointed to her having been appointed a position of command over them. The fact that she referred to Naruto as being above her, though, made it feel as though she was saying the boy was of greater status than him. He wasn't sure if he should be amused or irritated by that. I see. And what might Naruto be doing that keeps him from being able to stop by himself? Oh, you know, taking over a country. He paused for only a moment. My, that was quick. That's Naruto-sama. Danzo inclined his head. Indeed. So, about that game. It would be nice to play against someone new. She gave him a smile. Great, I've already beaten the rest of the wolves and can't find anyone to give me a good challenge. Even Naruto. He and the boy were pretty evenly matched. If she was better than him, then chances were he was about to lose to a girl not even through her maturity. He may have been an old man, but he still had his pride. Naruto-sama doesn't actually like the game. I haven't convinced him to play against me yet. That was certainly unexpected. But it brought a small grin to his face. Naruto was certainly an interesting one. Mitarashi Anko was bored, and, as anyone in Konoha could attest, that was not a good thing. A bored Anko was a dangerous Anko. Of course, at the moment they had nothing to worry about, seeing as she was currently lying face down on her couch. The television was on, turned to a random program she hadn't bothered to identify, providing some measure of background noise to the otherwise silent apartment. Lazily her feet kicked back and forth in the air as she released a restless sigh. Days like this were extremely rare for the purple-haired woman, or, rather, they had been. Ever since Kurenai had gotten herself a team, this occurrence became more and more frequent. She helped her friend train her team on some days, which kept her busy, but when she wasn't needed that day, she could no longer bother the Genjutsu mistress. There was little work for her to do these days at the T&I division, and there weren't often missions suited to her tastes for her to bring Naruto on. Not that it would have helped at the moment, even if there were missions, as he had vanished. That was a bigger problem than the lack of missions, honestly, because she could have always gone to bother him in his home. Lazing about on his couch was better simply because she wasn't alone. Even if the two of them kept silent during her visit, it was far preferable to remaining in her own home alone. She tried to visit his home earlier, actually, but because no wolf greeted her, she couldn't exactly get in, and there wasn't anybody within to answer the door. She had hoped that even if Naruto wasn't available, she might be able to spend some time with one of his wolves, like that cute young woman that seemed to almost always be with him. She was probably with him now, in fact, but it hadn't stopped Anko from hoping she might be able to spend some time trying to embarrass the girl with talk of Naruto. She was normally so reserved and stoic, but once Naruto was brought up she was just so easy to tease. And it was fun, too. Even Kurenai would go out of her way to do it, and she was always trying to be so serious. Of course, none of this did anything to change the fact that Anko was still bored out of her mind. Flipping onto her back with a huff, she crossed her arms over her chest and gave a pout to the impassive ceiling above her. There wasn't anybody she could visit, they hadn't had new prisoners at work in a while, and she'd already gotten bored with the older ones, and, worst of all, there wasn't anything she could blow up. Not right now, anyway. Until she got her next paycheck she couldn't go purchase a bunch of exploding tags and detonate them randomly within a training ground or one of Konoha's surrounding forests. There was something satisfying about a good explosion, but it was made even better when Anbu were running about trying to figure out if the village was under attack. No one to bleed, nothing to blow up, she didn't even have enough left to go buy dango at this point, stuck with whatever was in her fridge. Seeing as she usually ate out a probable source of her money issues, there wasn't much there. Naruto probably had stuff in his fridge, or at least within his cabinets. Gods above his wolves would never let him be wanting for anything they could possibly provide him, she knew that much. The only problem there was, of course, getting in. Then again, when had Mitarashi Anko ever backed down from a challenge? The wolves were likely with Naruto, and Mai was off somewhere, probably wherever Naruto was, which meant there was no one who was going to try to stop her. Grinning broadly at her amazing plan, Anko grabbed her shinobi gear and raced out the door to Naruto's apartment. She would be found well into her attempted break-in by a returning Mai who, shaking her head at the woman, would hand her a spare key. It would be a spectacular failure, but at least she wasn't bored. And for that, Konoha was grateful. Senbon of ice crashed against chains of chakra and clattered to the ground in an ever-growing pile. Next to her, Sasuke's eyes darted about furiously to predict their opponent's next position. 1 o'clock, second level. Chains burst towards the designated mirror only to just miss their mark. The few Senbon they had managed to throw in that instant joined its brothers and sisters on the cold concrete of the unfinished bridge. What had started as a one-sided match of Sasuke versus Zabuza's apprentice had become a battle of attrition when Naruto arrived to join the fray. With her Uzumaki stamina and the ability to stop the countless Senbon, she could keep this up indefinitely. Sasuke, on the other hand, could not. His Sharingan, unmatured and newly awakened, sucked chakra at an ungodly rate and threatened to completely drain him far sooner than was helpful. And if Sasuke was to fall, Naruto's ability to block the incoming Senbon would be largely hampered. At that point it would be a matter of taking the Senbon long enough for their opponent to run out of chakra. As their opponent had demonstrated before, they only needed one good shot. Naruto knew this was going to be close, and victory relied completely on their ability to work together. Even Sasuke was aware that neither of them would be able to do much against Zabuza's apprentice alone, as even together they could do nothing but dodge and block attacks. Their opponent didn't even seem to be trying all that hard, either. Sending a quick look to her teammate, Naruto considered her only real chance for victory. Her mother had told her to keep it a secret for as long as possible, and she really didn't want to be judged by her teammates for it, but he didn't look like she had much of a choice. Creating more chains, she completely abandoned any sort of assault and instead formed a dome around the both of them. Sasuke. As soon as she had his attention, she continued. I might have a way to get us out of this, but it's dangerous. Once there's an opening, you need to get out of here so it doesn't end up harming you. This is my fight, he insisted. This is our fight. If we lose, we die. You don't have to go guard Tazuna with Sakura, but you need to put some distance between us so you can join in when it's safe. And when will I know it's safe? He didn't like the plan, but he had no ground to go against it. When I'm not in a chakra-fueled berserker rage. At his questioning look, she gave him the first explanation that came to mind. It's an Uzumaki thing, which wasn't exactly untrue. Some of your blood awaken eyes that can copy techniques and read movements, some of my blood go into a chakra frenzy and start tearing shit apart. And that, Kyuubi or not, was actually a rather Uzumaki thing. Not the chakra part, but they certainly had a tendency to cause a lot of unnecessary damage to things around them. He was still giving her an odd look, but he nodded anyway. He had never heard of such a thing, but he'd also not heard much about the Uzumaki clan. Also, as not every Uchiha activated the Sharingan, it was also possible that fewer Uzumaki ever awoke the ability she had claimed to have. But he had to wonder. If this berserk state of hers was an Uzumaki ability, what were the chains? Got it. Good. Reaching deep down into her chakra, she followed its path through her body and to her seal. Losing her consciousness into it, she continued until she felt the volatile chakra contained within. With a deep, final breath, she plunged straight into it. It consumed her. A tortured scream tore itself from her lips as the corrosive chakra burned through her coils and seeped from bleeding skin. Pain akin to that she had felt when she attempted to draw this very power against her brother filled her mind and drove away any whisper of rational thought. The cloak formed, one tail, then two, and her body changed accordingly. Her nails became claws, her eyes slitted. Whisker marks deepened on her face as her canines elongated to dangerous points. Her hair, well kept, became more like coarse fur as it was lifted slightly into the air by the sheer amount of chakra surrounding her. Sasuke only gave her one brief look and instantly understood why he had been instructed to run. This was no longer his teammate, the Uzumaki princess. No, this wasn't even human. This was a monster. Awe-inspiringly terrible, with power he hadn't dared dream of. It was absolutely beautiful. Just as the chakra surrounding her burned the ground and scorched the air, so too did his Sharingan forever burn that image into his mind. As the chains surrounding them began turning red and were destabilized by the sudden influx of volatile chakra, he didn't even need to think about his next action. He obeyed. Bursting through the rapidly dissipating chains, he heard her roar with the might of an angered god. The mirrors, just like her chains, could not possibly remain on the physical plane in her presence and were instantly shattered. Running through the rain of ice, he turned as soon as he was out of the area the dome had covered. His Sharingan protested its activated stage, but he paid it no mind. He needed to see this, he had to watch the rest of this battle and bear witness to this side of his teammate. He would not be rejoining the fight. But by the gods, he was not going to miss it. Pain boiled through every inch of her flesh as her insides seemed to melt. The instant of agony she had felt after trying to summon the power against her brother was nothing compared to the extended suffering that resulted in forcing the cloak to remain activated. Tears streamed down her face only to evaporate into a cloud of mist that blocked her vision. Not that it would really matter, all she could see was red. Another roar tore itself from between bloodied lips and sent her opponent flying back. With a great leap she lunged, claws swiping wildly through the air, and with a crunch she pounced upon her prey. The infuriating white mask was shattered under the blows of her first, but a single look at the face beneath bled the red from her vision. Without her will forcing the Kyuubi's chakra through her system, it was quickly expunged by her own chakra, leaving her weak and exhausted. Staring wearily at the person before her, she couldn't stop from saying their name. Haku. They gave a small, sad smile in response. You're much more powerful than I had realized, Naruto-chan. I probably shouldn't have held back. Why? The rest of the question went unspoken but was heard well enough. For Zabuza, my precious person. That was all they needed to say. Naruto understood completely how far people would go for those they cared for. A piercing screech tore through the air, followed by 1,000 chirping birds. Their attention was brought to the glowing blue further in the mist. Neither could make out what was going on, but it was obviously the 2A-ranked shinobi fighting. And the thought alone was scary. And Naruto. It was pleading and told her that whatever was making that horrid sound wasn't Zabuza, and she suddenly found herself conflicted. They were opponents and Zabuza needed to be defeated, but at the same time, if she didn't do something, she'd be essentially taking away Haku's precious person. There wasn't really anything else that needed to be said. The Uzumaki valued family over all else. Even if that family wasn't theirs. With great struggle she managed to raise her arm in the direction of her sensei and his opponent. She could only see Kakashi because of his technique, but it would be enough. Chains without number surged from her body, taking with them the last vestiges of chakra she had, and that remaining chakra quickly snaked through the air to form a wall before her sensei. She could feel them vibrate and fall apart as his unknown technique pierced them, but his momentum was halted. It did not, however, stop the pained yell that was most certainly not Kakashi's. She may have managed to stop Kakashi from continuing, but his arm had been able to go far enough. The mist around them dissipated as Zabuza's chakra stopped sustaining it. Kakashi, as expected, was slammed against a wall of chains, his hand extending through them. On the other side, not too far from those chains, was Zabuza, held down by a pack of dogs and with the tips of Kakashi's fingers buried into his chest. The fingers, however, were not the problem. Lightning-natured chakra was a nasty thing, and any technique employing it was always far more dangerous than it seemed. There was no doubt that the chakra had forced its way through the missing ninja's body and done incredible damage. In fact, if not for the dogs currently keeping him still and the fingers lodged solidly into his flesh, Naruto was sure the man would have collapsed. He was, however, alive, and that was the goal. In fact, alive and incapacitated was better than she could have hoped. Not only did she not stop Kakashi from doing what needed to be done to keep the client safe, but Haku's precious person was still alive. It was obvious that they appreciated it too, because a hand gently turned her face back to the opponent she was atop of, and their thankful lips quickly met her own. And while the kiss only lasted for a second, the shock lasted much longer. "Thank you, Naruto-chan." The smile on Haku's face, however, was well worth it all. There was nothing she found more fulfilling than making someone smile. Her thoughts may have continued had there not been a great commotion at the other end of the bridge. Emerging from the slowly dissipating mist of Zabuza was a sight that made stomachs drop. A group of thugs numbering easily over 100 grinned back at the exhausted shinobi, Gato himself standing like a commander before them. It was the figure next to him, however, that was the most imposing. Hood drawn up and a mantle of snow-white fur gently moving in the sea breeze, the high captain of the wolves was unmistakable. While the thugs behind him began laughing and Gato grinned widely, he remained silent and motionless, a solid statue of might whose presence could be felt by those around him. It was no wonder the hired muscle felt so confident at the moment. Anyone with such a man on their side would probably feel invincible. Movement from the other side of the bridge, however, left the thugs silent and Gato with a noticeable frown on his face. Even as Tazuna was escorted back behind Kakashi and Sasuke went to stand protectively over his downed teammate and her opponent, the villagers of Nami no Kuni made their presence known. They faltered only slightly at the snarling visage of a wolf, and a few were seen looking around for more. The pack, they knew, was never far. And they were right. Around the bridge thickened the mist, clinging to cold concrete like a million tiny hands caressing a lover. Those metaphorical hands were quickly replaced with very real hands grasping whatever free space they could and dragging up the unmistakable form of the wolves. They crawled over the edges of the bridge just as smoothly as the fog, possessing an inhuman grace that was more flowing of being than any actual movement on their part. Rather than stand like Gato's other forces, they choose to perch themselves on the raised sides of the bridge in crouches, hands resting on one of the various weapons they carried. Of course, this renewed the courage of Gato and his forces. "Hey, looks like you really weren't much of a demon, Zabuza. I think it suffices to say the contract is over with this latest failure, which means it falls to us to clean up this mess. Isn't that right, boys?" Behind him his gathered forces gave a great cheer. "Gato, you bastard, I'll get you for this." Zabuza's growl was barely loud enough to be heard and earned chuckles from the businessman. "You won't be doing anything when my boys are done with you, and neither will that little army of villagers you have there. Wave is mine. If they can't accept that, well, I'll just have to dispose of them." The thugs began laughing even louder and the villagers tensed in preparation. And then came deeper, darker laughs. Like a host of demons their amusement sung, filled with malicious intent and promises of cruelty. All around the thugs the wolves laughed, shoulders shaking slightly. Some of them had thrown back their heads and let loose howling into the air with horrifying glee. Gato, unnerved by their behavior but unwilling to stop them, pointed towards the mass of villagers to direct the demons pretending to be wolves. "All right, you're free to slaughter them as you please. Whoever brings me a head of a shinobi gets a bonus, and any woman you capture you can keep." Another raucous cheer left the thugs as they made to follow their orders. The blades descended. Like a rain of death they flashed as lightning through the air, burying deep in the flesh of their targets. Blood flowed as freely as screams. The laughter didn't stop. With a cold dread growing in his chest, Gato turned to look at his forces. Or what had been his forces. Those few not lucky enough to be taken out in the first strike were helpless as those around them were slaughtered mercilessly by the wolves he was supposed to have control over. They joined them soon after. Slowly, Gato turned from the sight to look towards the High Captain. The dark chuckle that escaped his mask told him all he needed to know. We had a contract, me and your leader, you can't do this. Poor Gato. You made a mistake thinking a lazy cat could ever hope to play with the wolves. A bark of laughter followed. You also made an even bigger mistake. Wave is not yours, it belongs to the wolves. By order of Tsukiyomi-sama, you are to be silenced. One swipe of the shinobi's tanto was more than sufficient for removing the tycoon's head from his shoulders. Deftly catching said head he held it aloft proudly, first to his fellow wolves and then to the gathered people of Wave. From this day forth, by the grace and decree of Tsukiyomi-sama, Nami no Kuni is under the protection of the wolves. It was silent for only a moment before those who had been helped by the wolves began to cheer. It wasn't long until everyone had joined in. Gato was dead and they were being promised protection. It was a better deal than they could have hoped for. The wolves of Wave. It started with a single cry but was soon repeated many times by the newly freed villagers. As the people of Wave began celebrating and the wolves went to work clearing the corpses from the bridge, there was a ball of fire in the sky in the direction of Gato's mansion. The cheers grew only louder. Behind his mask, Keigo smirked. Naruto-sama would be pleased. 2 days had passed since the death of Gato and the takeover of the wolves. If Kakashi was honest, things were actually looking pretty good for the villagers at the moment. After a night and day of partying, the wolves had called for the bridge to be continued and the people of Wave had been only too happy to answer them. Vast quantities of supplies were distributed by the wolves from Gato's warehouses and various ships were given to the few sailors still in Wave. Already Gato's things were being prepared to be shipped off to whomever would buy them. But there was still an uneasy feeling when it came to the wolves. The people of Wave might have been accepting of their saviors, but Kakashi was a shinobi and something felt wrong. From what the lead wolf, the High Captain, he had heard them called, said to Gato, he could guess that this had been planned to some degree for some time now. He had also mentioned a Tsukiyomi-sama, which meant that the High Captain wasn't the leader but was being directed by someone else. Someone else who had their eyes set on Wave. Just like Gato. Of course, it was not for him to say whether this new ruler would be better or worse for Wave, but it also wasn't his business. His job was to escort the bridge builder and protect him while he finished the bridge. From what he could see, the wolves wanted that bridge done and would ensure its completion. His mission had been hijacked. Officially, too, as Tazuna decided to trust the wolves and had declared Team 7's mission complete. That was all well and good for Kakashi because it meant he could go home to his collection of Ika again, but it still left a bad feeling in him. That couldn't be helped. Shinobi were always suspicious, but there was something off about the High Captain personally offering him any assistance he may need before leaving with a salute. The Konoha salute. Wave had changed and she almost couldn't believe how quickly. It was less than 2 weeks ago that Tsunami had taken her as an escort through the marketplace and she had been appalled by the way the people of the country were living. Now, mere days after the wolves had turned on their employer, everything seemed to be turning around for the citizens of Nami no Kuni. No longer did people huddle in gutted buildings but rather used the resources within Gato's vast warehouses to restore them to what they once were. The docks, once filled with nothing but the quiet murmurs of workers and the occasional drunk laughter of Gato's forces, were now filled with energy as wares were loaded of and on repossessed vessels. Children happily watched the new sailors scurry about as they waited for a fish to bite their line so they could bring fresh food back to their families. There was hope in the air once again for the first time in years, and yet she couldn't help think there was something off about the whole thing. Peering from crouched positions on the very buildings workers were restoring were snarling masks, their gaze capturing everything that happened within their new domain. Small patrols moved through the streets, further ensuring order within the busy town and yet feeling isolated from the world in which these people lived. There was an unmistakable distance between the people of Wave and their saviors. The distance between man and beast. Naruto didn't know what to make of it. The people were happy, but for how long? Were the wolves like this only because foreigners her team were present and wished to avoid drawing more attention from one of the 5 greater villages? Would everything change once again upon their departure, or was this to stay as the new wave, a place of hope and joy? Perhaps that was what bothered her. While people were still celebrating as they worked, filling the air with sounds of laughter and cheer, they were watched by the cold-hearted visage of wolves. The wolves did not utter a sound if they could help it, keeping a daunting vigil over the village. It was, perhaps, this clash that set her ill at ease. Her blue eyes moved from the town and its self-proclaimed protectors and back to the bandages that covered her body. She knew it was a horrible idea, but what choice did she really have? Once there was a time that she'd have felt nothing but a comforting warmth when attempting such. Now there was nothing to greet her but the merciless fire that sought only to devour her flesh and its maddening power. But the pain it brought, the utter agony that ripped through her body and burned at her mind, held nothing compared to the last time she had gazed into the eyes of its true mistress. Those furious eyes had burned an unholy red, filled with such anger that she could hardly think straight looking into them. And each word she had uttered that day was a cracking hiss spewed from between painted lips. The Kyuubi no Kitsune had not been pleased. And she knew why. Long-standing had been their simple agreement, one desire for another. It had seemed so easy back then, to provide the ancient being of chakra with what she wanted. After all, she too was looking forward to seeing her brother again. Things had not been so simple. Her brother had changed while they were away, molded by a world without them, and his new world had no place for them within it. He was no longer the boy who would do whatever he could to ensure she was happy and taken care of, but a cold young man who would lift not a finger to aid her. She was a stranger to him, a nobody, and despite the pain she felt at thinking that she could only imagine the suffering he must have endured in order to be turned into that. But he was still her brother and she still loved him. And then she had done the unthinkable. Angered that her clothing had been removed by his blade and hating how helpless she had felt, she lashed out at him, the very one who had been ensuring not a scratch had befallen her throughout what was supposed to be a friendly spar. Her chains, the chains of the Uzumaki clan, had drawn the blood of kin. It was not enough. She had tried to go farther, to completely crush him with her abilities, but he had not allowed it. With ease that spoke of mastery far greater than she could ever hope to achieve, he, the one who had not even received the training for those chains from their mother, had summoned his own and completely crushed her attack. And then she had made her final mistake, one that outshone the others like a million suns to a dying ember at noon. She had attempted to use the chakra of the Kyuubi no Kitsune against her brother. The deal with Mito, the Kyuubi herself, was that in exchange for that very power she would reconnect the ancient Biju with her brother. That alone should have told her that trying to use that power against him would never work. In her anger, she tried anyway. The pain then was nothing compared to the guilt she felt later. But that guilt hadn't stopped her from confronting the Biju about it. That, too, was a mistake. When she first met Mito, she was begging to be reconnected to her brother with a desperation that was more suited to a heartbroken widow than a being of untold destruction. Somehow the Biju had known her brother, had at one time been connected to Hai, and was now separated. She had never asked, never questioned, and perhaps that was yet another mistake on her part. It was evident that her brother meant a lot to the ancient being, and by trying to use their power against him she had not only angered them but made it even harder for her to uphold her own end of the bargain. She would never forget the pure rage and sheer malice that was reflected on the elegant face of her ancestor as it sneered down at her in contempt. It were her first words that struck the hardest. "You will not harm him." But those that came afterward hurt no less. "Even if you were to grow stronger than him, he will always be greater than you. You and your mother have already destroyed him once, you will not bring him down again." There was guilt in those words, she thought, as if she too had harmed Naruto, but it was buried deep under her anger at her prison. Naruto couldn't fault her for that, she had been angry at herself as well. And while she was upset that the Kyuubi had withdrawn her help controlling her power, she couldn't fault her for that either. After all, she had attempted to use it on the Mito's precious person, and that was unforgivable. At least she had not been completely barred from using it, which meant their deal was still alive. Should she manage to return Mito to her brother, they could all be happy. Or that's what she hoped, at least. Naruko-chan. The soft voice of Haku was unmistakable to her, and she turned to her friend with a smile, her thoughts temporarily pushed to the back of her mind. She was also aware of nearby wolves turning to look. Whether it was out of curiosity, because they had a connection to her brother, or because Haku was the apprentice of a missing ninja as infamous as Zabuza, she could only guess. Haku, you're still here. I thought you and Zabuza would be long gone by now. Haku shook his head in the negative. I was actually just about to head out. Zabuza started already, but his injuries are still taking a toll on his body, so I should be able to catch up to him long before he reaches the border. Oh, well, I hope he gets better. I know he means a lot to you. He does, but you're very important to me too. I wanted to be able to say goodbye. Naruko gave him another smile. You're important to me too, Haku. I don't have many friends. The ice user seemed a little bit disappointed at her words for some reason, but Naruko couldn't tell why. I also wanted to thank you again for saving him. I hope your sensei wasn't too hard on you about that. No worries, Naruko waved off the concern. Kakashi sensei's pretty laid back. He just shrugged, told me not to do it again, and then proceeded to tell me my brother would have found a better way. You have a brother? Ah, yeah. Seeing she was uncomfortable with the subject, Haku apologized. Sorry, I didn't mean to pry. It's fine, she assured him. We're having some family trouble at the moment, but I'm hoping we can fix it soon. I see. It was evident Haku wanted to ask about it, but they moved on regardless. In any case, I really should be going. Zabuza shouldn't really be traveling right now, especially not alone. Oh, well, maybe we'll see each other again someday, Haku. Yeah, I'd like that. Before Naruko realized it, a pair of lips were pressed against her own. Just as quickly they were gone, leaving her to stare dumbfounded at the softly smiling Haku before her. Sorry, I just wanted one last taste. Her mind struggled to comprehend what had just happened, but she did admit that there were far worse-looking boys who could have kissed her. She hadn't met very many young men that she could honestly describe as pretty. As Haku went to leave, they paused for a moment and turned back to the still shocked Naruko. Oh, by the way, I really am a girl. With nothing but soft, tinkering laughter, Haku was gone, leaving a blushing Naruko in her wake. The small waves crashed gently against the shore of a land that shared their namesake. The ocean breeze was pleasant in the late morning as the sun warmed the land and banished the last remnants of that morning's fog. Sitting on the wooden pier just outside the home of Tazuna the bridge builder with a knee pulled to his chest, Sasuke idly swung his leg mere centimeters over the water. Should the wind pick up any more, he was certain his foot would be soaked. This did not bother him, however, as his mind was far from the world around him. Actually, it was not as far away as he may have liked, for his teammate was somewhere in the nearby town. Ever since witnessing the power she held within her, there was little else Sasuke was able to think about. This was not in the normal sense of how he too might obtain such power, but rather how she acted with it. It did not look easy for her to call upon or control, and every second she accessed it seemed to pain her greatly, but the second she recognized who it was behind the mask, all that power and the feeling of unbridled fury that had filled the air vanished without a trace. If she was really that desperate for the power, if she was really willing to suffer through it, why would she stop? Couldn't she see that it was all for naught after that? And for an enemy? But, at the same time, had she not entered into that incredible form to protect him, her teammate? Sasuke was well enough aware that he was the biggest liability in that battle simply because his Sharingan were newly awoken and were draining him too quickly to be as useful as they should have. And while that hurt his pride, he cared far more about the odd behavior of Naruko. He had always believed that others made you weak, and he could use the fact that just knowing who their opponent was made Naruko cast away her power, but at the same time it was for others that she ended up calling upon that power. Did it really not matter as much as he had thought? Was it, perhaps, completely unrelated? Did power, true power, come from some other source that couldn't care less how few or how many people you surrounded yourself with? Then there was the fact that she had stopped Kakashi from killing Zabuza. While she didn't completely stop the attack, was being able to decide who lived and who died not power in itself? In the end, his thoughts got him nowhere and he was still no closer to understanding Uzumaki Naruto. But that was okay, because he still had plenty of time. He made no comment as he felt his apprentice take their place behind him, nor did he mention the satisfied smile on her face when he spared her a quick glance. It was God that she was happy, however, as things were not going to look good for them in the foreseeable future. Recovered as he was, there was still a long time until he'd be back to where he was before this godforsaken mission. It most certainly did not help that all of it meant nothing in the end. His employer being dead and with the mansion having been blown up, he was fortunate that the wolves hadn't tried to kill him. Taking only the minimum amount of time necessary to heal so he would be able to get the fuck out, he left as soon as he could. He didn't know if Wave would stay like this or change back the second the Konoha team was gone, but he really didn't want to find out. They were out quite a bit from their journey here and there wasn't much left, but they should be able to make it back to Mizu no Kuni and find Mei. She'd need to know about the wolves that had taken control of the port nation, especially if she later considering hiring their services. Sure, Gato wasn't the best of people, being the little shit he was, but he was still their employer. That was, at the very least, something to be cautious about in the future. I hope you enjoyed yourself, Haku. He eventually spoke, voice gruff. Because this is going to be a bitch to explain to Mei. A small giggle was the immediate response followed by her soft voice. Oh, yes, I'm quite glad I took the chance to steal another kiss from Naruto-chan then, it may be the last. He managed to resist the urge to bury his face in his hand. At least some good came from this for one of us, I suppose. If only he had managed to get a hold of some of Gato's finances or could keep Mei from being upset by giving her a kiss. Alas, Zabuza was not that lucky. A group of villagers had come to see off the Konoha shinobi that had protected their bridge builder and provided the opportunity for the wolves to strike at Gato. Sakura smiled lightly to all those that wished them well, an embarrassed blush on her cheeks. Sasuke remained silent and unmoved, but his usual scowl had been replaced with a thoughtful frown. It was not a very noticeable change, but his team could tell the difference. A bright grin split Naruto's face despite the feeling of unease that still lingered at the thought of leaving these people quite literally to the wolves. Kakashi had a distinctly pleased smirk easily seen through his mask. One hand held his opened copy of Ika Ika and the other was lazily placed in his pocket where he idly fingered the pair of panties Tsunami had shoved into his pocket after a night of celebrating. Or maybe it was for a job well done. He couldn't quite remember what reason she had given him and he doubted she did either. After all, they both knew it was just an excuse for a bit of fun. Maybe when the team got some time off they'd come back to visit, you know, for nostalgia's sake. Also because he really wanted to hit that again. By the gods, that was almost worth going missing Nin for. The wonders of women aside, the completed bridge spread behind them, unnamed, and ready for them to cross. Tazuna was at the head of the group there to see them off, having just declared the bridge complete. Team 7 would be the first to cross it, or, that had been the plan. As soon as Tazuna's eyes had widened, Kakashi spun around, abandoning the panties in his pocket for a kunai from his leg. The first form at the edge of the bridge was hidden well enough by the scarf wrapped around their lower face and the hood of a traveling coat pulled over their head. As the cloak was left open it was easy to see the tight gray shirt and black cargo pants the person wore. A small bag sat across the small of their hip and just peeked out enough to be seen. There was a blade, completely wrapped, atop that bag. It would not be easily drawn in battle, but with the familiar sight of snarling wolf masks surrounding him that didn't seem like much of an issue. They did not hesitate to cross the bridge with their escort trailing behind and did not pause when they reached the other side, moving instead to meet with a group of wolves that approached from the direction of the village. The white fur mantle of the High Captain was unmistakable as he stopped before the cloaked figure and snapped instantly into the Konoha salute. Behind the cloaked figure a wolf wore a similar mantle in bright red who waved off the High Captain and gave orders that couldn't heard by those near. With but a nod the High Captain began leading away the cloaked figure and the other wolf who was no doubt a superior. The three genin watched the newcomers intently and the villagers seemed wary. As if they hadn't just entered like they owned the place, though considering their company they just might. The cloaked figure followed after, sparing only a glance back at Team 7. Kakashi could have sworn 2 amethyst orbs had been hidden in the darkness of their hood. Sensei. No. Kakashi stopped Naruto before she could finish asking. This is no longer our business, it's time to return to Konoha. While it may have been coincidence that they came from that direction, especially considering that was the only bridge in the area and there were wolves here in Wave who could have informed them of such, that was also the direction of Konohagakure no Sato. Considering their salute, Kakashi had little doubt that these were the same wolves that the Yamanaka had claimed to exist. The same wolves that Naruto seemed to associate with. That may or not be him, continued Kakashi. And it's just as likely he's only a figurehead. They could easily have the backing of some noble family who wanted Wave and be acting in their interests. So you don't think that's Tsukiyomi? Asked Sakura, her eyes never leaving the figure. No, it probably is. I'm just saying that they might not actually be at the top. But, even if they are, our work here is done. What happens next is out of our hands. Sakura nodded in understanding. Maintaining his frown, Sasuke turned from the group and began walking down the bridge towards their village, Sakura scurrying to catch up. Naruto also frowned, uncomfortable leaving this town in the hands of unknowns but relented anyway, moving to join her companions. Turning back to the people of Wave, Kakashi gave an eye smile. We're glad we were able to help, expect us to visit when we can. We'd really like to see what Wave can become now that it's out of Gato's hand. The silent promise that they'd be back to check up on the village was understood well by the villagers, and for that they were grateful. None more so, however, than Tsunami, who rushed over to Kakashi and slammed her lips to his mask. Oh yes, they'd definitely be back. It was good to be Kakashi. The sea breeze was the first thing he noticed about the small town, a pleasant change from the forests of Konoha. The second was of course the size. This country had the potential to be one of the wealthiest in the world and yet it was just so small. Once everyone was properly settled he'd have to see about expanding this small town into something more grand. Perhaps he could offer sanctuary to some clans that were having trouble. That would not only rapidly expand the town but would provide new trainees to be inducted into the wolves. That would have to wait, however, as Wave was not quite ready yet. The High Captain directed them through the village and into the surrounding woods before changing direction and heading towards Gato's mansion. Stepping around a large, scorched clearing, obviously man-made, they were soon before the 2-storied mansion Gato had been so proud of. Various wolves stood guard around the perimeter, snapping into salutes as soon as they saw who it was that approached. Stepping into the grounds, Naruto had to admit that the man had done well. The gardens were simple but low maintenance and immediately separated the mansion from the surrounding lands. The mansion itself was built quite solidly, balancing appearance and function. No doubt this was to be just as much a fortress should things go wrong as it was to be a palace should they all go right. Unfortunately for Gato, he had not been in his fortress when things went wrong. Moving through the wooden doors, he noted with some admiration that there were actually 2 doors of fine wood with a large plate of metal between them making up each of the doors for the grand entryway. Had the man only been dealing with civilians and bandits he'd have had success all but guaranteed. Of course, once shinobi were added to the mix all bets were off. He would admit, however, that the building would have at least been difficult for an experienced genin if only because it didn't seem as fortified as it actually was. The mansion was a nice bit of deception but he was willing to bet that it was more to make the place pleasant to look at and live within than it was to make people underestimate the defenses. Either way, props to whoever designed the place. And, he supposed, props to Gato for hiring them. When the doors were shut behind them and wolves had taken up defensive positions around them, Naruto removed his hood and scarf, shooting a pleased grin to his High Captain. High Captain Keigo, well done, you've done the pack proud. Thank you, Tsukiyomi-sama. Keigo had moved into the Konoha salute at the praise and one could practically feel the satisfaction rolling of the man at having pleased their leader. There is no need to thank me, High Captain, the pack thanks you. I wanted Wave and you've delivered it to me. Now we finally have a place of our own. The High Captain stood just a little taller. Everything we need is in his study, yes. Yes, Tsukiyomi-sama. Then you are dismissed for the rest of the day, spend it how you wish. With a final salute he excused himself and Naruto started up the grand staircase to the second floor. Gato had certainly poured a fortune into this place, probably enough to run a small country for a few years. Oh, yes. That certainly would be something the businessman would do, wasn't it? No matter, it was his now and the people would be taken care of with money from Gato's coffers. Or, they would for a while yet. As soon as they could support themselves he'd back out and let them do their own thing. He understood why Gato had been sucking the place dry, but it really wasn't the best option. With a reasonable tax and the proper protections in place to ensure no one interfered with his country he'd still make a killing off the people of Wave. It would have been slower and people would have stayed, but he could have just as easily started buying up people's land until everyone was forced away. There wouldn't have been anything anyone could do against that. Oh well, his loss. The office was easily enough found, being the room directly at the top of the staircase, and opening it showed a room that had been torn apart. Just from a quick glance he could see 3 separate safes that had been hidden throughout the room. 2 were in the walls and another was under floorboards. There was a corner of the room untouched, or, rather, that had been put back together passably enough, and that's where Gato's desk had been moved. Stacks of papers covered it and boxes surrounding it contained more. Atop one of the boxes was a plain sealing scroll that no doubt contained the valuables hidden within the found safes. Pleased, Naruto carefully made his way across the torn-up floor and over to the desk to see what they had for him. He wouldn't even try getting through it all this trip, if ever, and he was rather relieved that he'd be pushing this all into Sai's lap. To take care of. A lot of it would make its way back to Mai and a good portion of that would undoubtedly be placed before him again, but it was better than going through all of it. The Hokage really should have thought about hiring a few more secretaries to sort through his paperwork for him and perhaps even a full administrative team. Considering the amount Konoha seemed to generate, though no one could figure out why, it seemed rather called for. Then again, if he wanted to go through every scrap of paper filled for the village he was welcome to. Maybe it was a hobby of his. Leafing through the papers it was easy to see most of them were finance related and likely only kept as records. That also meant it was unlikely that anything contained was illegal, which made it pretty useless for Naruto. Actually, it made it useless for all of them. He'd need to find someone to run the business side of Wave because Sai was hopeless with money and Mai already had enough on her plate. He paused for a moment at that thought. He had at least one clan back in Konoha he could use and a good portion of another. Establishing some Hyuga here would be pretty good, as would giving them a position in which they had some control, but as long as Hinata was in Konoha it might be a bit difficult to arrange without people becoming suspicious. Mainly without Hinata's followers getting suspicious. That left the Inuzuka, and they were far more free to serve. Then again, they weren't regarded as the brightest bunch, far more impulsive and brash than what would be required of them here. The main family, however, claimed to be more knowledgeable as they would need to be in order to manage their clan. If that was true, they might be just what he was looking for. The youngest, Inuzuka Kiba, wouldn't be any help. He didn't seem to possess the intelligence of the main family or chose not to demonstrate it if he did, preferring to be as brash as his cousins within the clan. Sume, the head, was an excellent choice, but it would be difficult for her to get away from her clan for long periods of time to manage business in Wave, and he was willing to bet a lot of her time was already taken up by her management of the clan. She did, however, have a daughter, if he remembered correctly. That could work, that could most definitely work. Dealing with business in Wave could be seen as good experience for heading the clan, and giving her such a high position would help solidify the relationship between the Inuzuka and the wolves. It might be hard to convince them to send their heiress to Wave with them, but they wouldn't have any problems with an Inuzuka guard being stationed here to ensure this wasn't an elaborate kidnap attempt. Of course, should she end up in a relationship with one of the wolves during her stay, or, better yet, Sai, then the ties between her clan and his wolves would only be strengthened. Assuming they don't have a messy breakup, of course, that could set things back between the clans tremendously. Naruto idly noted that business relations seemed needlessly complex when they should be, in theory, incredibly simple. Her guard might end up in relationships too, though, and that would create better bonds, even if the heiress's relationship became a nightmare. Considering Sai was the best choice, it seemed pretty likely. Ah, No matter, if it happened he'd deal with it then, but for now he'd need to contact Sum through Mai and propose the arrangement. Maybe some gifts from Wave first, a house, too, for the heiress while she stayed here. They'd also need a place for the wolves so that Gato's mansion could be available for a daimyo. Though whether that would permanently belong to that daimyo or just be used for any visiting daimyo he had yet to decide. Shaking his head, he quickly scratched his idea down and shoved it into a pocket before writing a more proper though certainly no longer message. Come, Sai, we need to take care of one last thing before we get to work. Without a word Sai fell behind Naruto and followed him out into the gardens. Finding a place to stand directly in the scant sunlight of the usually cloudy sky of Wave, he pulled his amulet from beneath his shirt and made sure the sun was caught on the golden coils. Cutting his thumb on the edge of a kunai, he rubbed a generous amount of blood around the amulet of O until the gold glow of the sun it reflected became crimson. In a small flash of the same red light, a golden serpent not much longer than Naruto's arm was coiled on the ground before him. High Priest. It greeted him. Child of O, he replied. I would ask for your aid, will you grant it to me? Of course, what is it you ask? This message, he showed the rolled paper to the serpent. I would that it be delivered to the holder of the snake contract. The snake gave a nod. Give it to me, it instructed. It shall be done. As soon as the paper was held out to it, the snake struck out and took it into its mouth, disappearing in a flash of red. Giving a small grin, he lightly caressed his amulet with a clean finger, noting with some amusement that the blood that had covered it was gone. This was perhaps the most useful gift Orochimaru had sent him so far. He would certainly have to thank them when he eventually met them in person. Speaking of thanks, he looked to the sun as it was hidden behind a softly floating cloud and whispered quietly. Thank you, child of O. Despite the fact that the sun was hidden behind the clouds, he could have sworn the amulet briefly glowed at his words. None of the nervousness she felt was reflected upon her face as she made her way through the town she had lived in her entire life. A soft smile graced her lips and she cheerfully returned every greeting sent her way. The people were doing better these days, far better than they ever had under Gato. She almost didn't dare hope, but it looked like things might end up better than they ever had been even before Gato's arrival. Of course, the past few years left her unable to hope so foolishly that such might come to pass. If it did, they were fortunate, but she would not get her hopes up. As far as she was concerned, this was the best it was going to get. The fact that it was a noticeable improvement, however, helped keep that small smile on her lips. Even if she wasn't hopeful and this was the best things were going to get, she was still thankful for the change these wolves had brought to the country of her birth. Peering up from her surroundings, she was greeted by grouching wolves who watched everything like the eyes of an ever-present god. As far as some within Nami no Kuni were concerned, they were. The fact that their leader felt it acceptable to call themselves Tsukiyomi, after the god of the moon, certainly added to that. It was a foolish thought, one that most of Wave was aware of, but no one would try to persuade the few believers otherwise. If that's what they wanted, what they needed, then they could have their god. Tsukiyomi himself had spoken neither for nor against it, and the wolves had various reactions to it, mostly centered around appreciation and amusement. It would seem even they were not in full agreement about their leader's divinity. Checking the bundle of cloth in her hands once more, she ensured herself it was still present. Great lay or not, she couldn't believe she was about to do this just because the lazy pervert had asked her to. He had promised that if this Tsukiyomi was who he thought it was, then she and her family would be placed in a rather favorable position by this, and even if they weren't, the item itself would likely serve well enough as a gift to get into their good graces anyway. Of course, immediately after saying that and handing her the item, he had taken one last feel of her rear before placing a quick, covered kiss on her lips and disappearing to rejoin his genin team who had already started their journey back to Hai no Kuni and Konohagakure no Sato. That damn pervert's inability to keep his hands to himself was sometimes as irritating as it was flattering. She knew well enough that she was an attractive woman, but it had certainly felt nice to be reminded by someone else. That said, it also kept that thought in the forefront of her mind as she sought to accomplish this task. It was no secret the wolves had been happy to supply money to families during Gato's reign in exchange for wives and daughters, but even though Gato was now gone, there didn't seem to be any sign that those women might be returning. Even if someone were to scrounge up the amount that the woman had been originally sold for, the wolves didn't appear all that interested in selling them back. Of course, there was also the fact that no one actually knew what had become of those women. Were they simply being kept somewhere safe? Were they working for the wolves, cooking and cleaning? Had they been sold to other slavers at a higher price? Perhaps they had been given to Tsukiyomi as a gift upon his arrival, or maybe they used them just as Gato's forces would have, raping them to their heart's content to satisfy primal urges. There was no way to tell for certain without finding one of those women, but even then they weren't guaranteed to be willing to share their experience with others. It was the general consensus, however, that they were probably better off with the wolves than they would have been with Gato. It was wishful thinking, or that was her opinion, but it had some merit. After all, not only were the wolves' use for the woman unknown, while Gato and his men's actions would be obvious, but even if they did the exact same thing, the wolves, cold and unfeeling as they seemed, had always treated the people of Wave better than Gato's forces had. Both did the same job, but people would much rather deal with the wolves. That hope was that would carry over to the women in their possession. Actually, if one really thought about it, any woman who went missing before the wolves' arrival would be the only real way to tell how the guests of the wolves were being treated. Having experienced Gato's hospitality before the wolves claimed them, only they would be able to accurately describe the situation those wives and daughters now found themselves in. The fact that all those women had been fairly purchased, however, did not make her feel any better as an attractive woman who sought to meet with their leader. The plain blouse and well-worn skirt were not eye-catching in any sense, but they fit her well enough to show her rather generous womanly curves, and that was far more advertisement than she'd have liked. It was a double-edged sword, she knew. On one hand, it might help convince the wolves to let her approach their leader, but on the other she might not return afterwards. Already she could feel the eyes of Nami no Kuni's silent protectors drinking in her appearance, and the sneering faces seemed to become lecherous leers. It was probably her imagination, and it was unlikely that every wolf she passed was eyeing her like a piece of meat, but it certainly felt that way. Perhaps she would be lucky to make it before the one who called themselves Tsukiyomi. If she did, her gift might please him enough to have her let go. She wouldn't have that chance if the wolves decided to take her now and she never meet the man. The thought that she was safer at the mercies of the Alpha and his whims when his wolves had already demonstrated their vicious might and dark cruelty upon the forces of Gato did not comfort her. But it certainly provided ample drive for her to arrive before him quickly. Leaving the streets of the village for the clearings that surrounding it only served to focus the attentions of the wolves on her further. That was no surprise, as she was headed in the direction of Gato's old mansion. Kakashi had assured her that even if the mansion really was destroyed, there was no way in hell the wolves hadn't cleared it of valuables first. Shinobi were opportunistic bastards by nature, he had claimed, something that had a high likelihood of referring to the fact he had betted her when she showed interest, and the wolves were most definitely shinobi in every sense of the word. The fact that they were at the very least camped out in this direction was further supported when two wolves dropped from branches just a bit further into the forest and stopped her from entering it at all. Placing the bundle of cloth on the ground, she raised her hands before her without prompting, taking a single step back from the bundle on the ground. "These woods house the wolves. What business do you have here, daughter of the bridge builder?" "I bring a gift." She kept her voice as even and calm as possible. "For Tsukiyomi-sama." The first wolf didn't turn away from her, but the second noticeably looked to the bundle of cloth on the ground. "And your gift is within there?" asked the second. "It is," she answered with a nod. The two wolves shared a quick look before the second one approached. With each step they took, she took one more back to give them space. When they eventually reached the bundle, they didn't hesitate to crouch down to inspect it, completely ignoring her. She couldn't imagine people thinking she was much of a threat, so it was understandable. They rummaged through the cloth until they could peer at the contents, but they never removed them. Staring at it for a moment, they looked to her and then back to their partner. Scooping up the bundle, they brought it back to the edge of the woods where they showed it to the first wolf. The first nodded after a quick look, and the second walked back and handed it to her. "Very well," spoke the first. "We will take you to present this gift to Tsukiyomi-sama." They paused for a moment. "Where did you get it?" "Kakashi-san of Konoha's Team 7 gave it to me. He said Tsukiyomi-sama would approve." I think Tsukiyomi-sama will approve. Come, follow us closely. If you stray from our path you will be cut down. As if to emphasize this, several other wolves dropped from the trees, showing that the wolves did indeed make their home in these woods. Of course. With a nod more to assure herself than them, she stepped up to stand before the first wolf. Without another word he turned, and she knew she was expected to follow. As soon as she had stepped into the tree line, the second wolf fell into step behind her. Logically he would be keeping an eye on her in case she tried anything, but there was still a part of her that claimed he was only behind her so he could stare at her ass. That feeling was only supported when she heard a faintly whispered, "Damn," behind her. Kakashi had said much the same, but her vanity certainly appreciated the second opinion. Now she was just hoping that didn't work against her when it came time to leave. Aside from the occasion glimpse of various wolves throughout the forest, the trip was uneventful until they reached a large clearing of broken trees and ash. There had obviously been some sort of explosion here, and she was smart enough to realize that this must have been the explosion they had all seen from the bridge. Most of them had assumed that it had been Gato's mansion going up in flames, but one had to remember that these were shinobi. Considering how happy the people of Nami no Kuni were to think the last trace of Gato had been removed from their country, she had to admit it was a rather good idea. Not only did they please the people of the country they were trying to take over, but they got to keep what must be a rather expensive mansion. Everyone knew that Gato liked to live lavishly. There was no way his mansion would be anything but the best his money could buy. Just like Kakashi had said, shinobi were opportunistic by nature, and she applauded the manner in which they had taken advantage of this particular situation. Not far from the man-made clearing was one that seemed far more natural. It was here that Gato had built himself a palace, and it was this palace that the wolves had been happy to turn into their new den. She was escorted through the manor grounds and into the building proper before being told to wait just inside the doors. The first wolf proceeded to leave the room, no doubt in search of his master to inform him of her presence. The second wolf, however, seemed content to remain standing behind her. At a respectable distance, of course. How else was he going to be able to enjoy the view? Knowing that he was staring, she turned to look over her shoulder. "Down, boy." Her voice was far more confident than she currently felt, but his reaction helped in part to fix that. Yes, of course ma'am, sorry." The wolf stammered slightly, caught like a guilty child with his hands in the cookie jar. "Just don't do it again." "I'll try not to, ma'am, but what you ask is going to be pretty difficult." She gave him a wink. "Oh, I know. Evil woman," was growled under his breath, just loud enough for her to hear it. She just gave a soft laugh that had him groaning in dismay behind her. "I swear, you would fit right in with the women whose company Tsukiyomi-sama keeps. I know you're not a kunoichi, but maybe you'd consider joining the wolves." "Oh, and whatever would a beautiful civilian woman like me be doing in an organization like this? I'm a mother, you know, I have a child to take care of. I'm sure I could convince one of the higher-ups to hire you for something administrative, preferably a position that requires you to walk around a lot. I'm sure you'd appreciate that. Me and many others. I'll think about it, but don't be getting your hopes up." "You just made my day, ma'am." She let out another soft laugh, far more relaxed than when she had first entered the wolves' new den. "I thought I did that earlier, damn, was it?" "Oh, heard that, did you?" "Oh, yes, I most certainly did." Any further conversation was stopped when the first wolf returned. "Tsukiyomi-sama is currently in the master bedroom, he has instructed me to lead you there." Nervousness returning, though thankfully not to the level they had been earlier, she gave a silent nod and followed the wolf back out of the room and to a set of heavy doors. "He is within. Make no sudden movements, and if he tells you to do something I would advise you to obey." That nervousness was now far worse than it had been in the beginning, and she could feel a drop of sweat trail down the back of her neck. "So you aren't coming in?" He shook his head. "I have been ordered to return to my duties after escorting you here." I see. Are there any more wolves within?" He regarded her with what could only be suspicion from under his mask at her question, but answered anyway. "No. Normally we have guards assigned to him, but he dismissed them when I announced your visit. The two of you will be alone in there, which is why I will stress one more time that you must not make any sudden movements." Because there aren't guards. Because he can still cut you down from anywhere in that room before you can blink. We will not be present to deter anything you may wish to attempt or restrain you should you try regardless. She didn't know if she should be flattered that they were treating her as more than just a pretty face or irritated that they acted as though she were some sort of threat when she was a housewife. Fine, I can take care of myself. The wolf just shrugged. Either way, one of you will. With that said, he left her standing in front of the double doors. Looking down the hallway on both sides showed wolves standing at attention along the walls a few doors down. They didn't turn their heads, but she was certain she was being watched. Mustering up her courage and taking a deep breath, she turned the handle and gently pushed against the door. It swung open easily enough and without a single sound, allowing the light of the hallway to spill into the much darker room. Gas lamps burned dimly along the walls, doing little to banish the darkness that clung within the corners. Dark curtains had been drawn over the large windows that took up most of the wall across from the door and blocked most of the early afternoon sun from entering the room of the man who referred to himself as the god of the moon. Another lamp sat at an empty desk, burning barely brighter than the others, and a twin sat upon a nightstand by the large four-poster bed. The man she came to meet sat on the edge of that bed, boxes of paper stacked at his feet and another spilled onto the bed. He didn't look up at her arrival, eyes gliding over the papers he currently held in one hand, but his voice broke soft the silence of his sanctuary. Come in then, no reason to stand in the hallway. As soon as she had complied, he continued. And the door, please. My first office didn't have windows and I've found it rather distracting to work in a brighter environment. Ah, sorry. One hand moved in dismissal of her apology. It's fine, I'm the one who sent for you to be brought here. Tossing the papers onto the pile on his bed, he looked up at her, his purple eyes glowing in the dim light and his skin almost luminescent. Now, what can I do for you today, Tsunami-san? One hand immediately shot to her mouth to stifle a gasp. At first it was because of the unique appearance he had in the darkened room and then due to how young he looked. Despite that quick movement, however, the young man made no move to cut her down. I brought something you may like. A gift. A gift, she confirmed. Moving slowly to the edge of the bed, she reached out to give him the bundle only for him to pull her down onto the bed in a sitting position near him. Once she was properly seated, he removed the bundle of cloth from her hands and unwrapped the object within. Staring down at it, a fond smile touched his lips as the face of a crow stared back. Where did you get this? He asked after a moment of silence. Kakashi-san handed it to me just before he and his team left for Konoha. He said that if you were who he thought you were, you would appreciate it. He gave a light chuckle. Ah, good ol' Inu. He's right, I do appreciate it. I'm sure Makoto-chan will as well. She didn't know who this Makoto was, but Inu was obviously some reference to Kakashi. It was curious that they would know each other and she was almost tempted to ask. Before she could, however, Tsukiyomi asked his own question. So, I take it you must be close to Kakashi, then. Well. A hand was held up to silence her. I understand. His purple eyes trailed up and down her body, tracing every inch of her form. I can certainly see what drew him to you, Tsunami-san, you're a beautiful woman. Despite herself, a faint dusting of pink graced her cheeks. Thank you. No, thank you. I'm rather happy to have this, and any friend of Kakashi is a friend of my wolves. Call on us and we will aid you. Was there anything else I could help you with, Tsunami-san? The woman thought for a moment. Well, one of the wolves I met today did mention something about the possibilities of an administrative job, and I do find myself with more and more time on my hands as Inari gets older. Another source of income certainly wouldn't hurt. He gave her a grin that matched very well the namesake of his forces. I'll see what I can do. Hanabi-sama. At the voice of the main family's lapdog, the Hyuga heiress paused in her walking and peered over her shoulder at the one who addressed her. Neji, I take it this means you've discovered something. The boy bowed slightly. Yes, Hanabi-sama. It certainly took you long enough. Come, we will discuss this in my chambers. Of course, Hanabi-sama. She had already been heading for her room, and so it took very little time for the two of them to arrive. Taking a second to check the surroundings with her Byakugan, she was confident there was no one to observe the two of them entering her chambers. If the branch members were to become suspicious that the two of them were onto whatever was happening behind the scenes of the Hyuga clan, it would be bad, but any rumors involving the two of them together would be worse. Her room was one of the few that the Byakugan couldn't penetrate, and so they'd be safe from prying eyes as soon as they were within. Letting her cousin enter first, she kept lookout. As soon as she knew that anyone entering Byakugan range would only see her entering her room and not question it, she followed after him. So, she crossed her arms over her chest and did her best to look down on him, something rather difficult considering the difference between both their ages and height. Were it not for the seal on his brow, he would be able to utterly decimate her in a fight. That fact was a source of endless frustration, but that same fact brought great satisfaction because she could still control him. What have you learned? Yesterday I observed a group of branch members exiting a sightless room. The name was a given considering the Byakugan couldn't pierce it, though taking into account the beliefs of the clan it was also a wonder they weren't referred to as fateless rooms. The fact that the members of the main family used them as personal quarters was a rather sound explanation for that. I expected a main family member to exit after them, as it is not uncommon for an elder or main member to bring branch members into them for various reasons. Naturally, those reasons were varied and all were left unsaid. The people of Konoha couldn't be allowed to learn that which went on within the clan. To my surprise, there was no main member, but Hinata-san left the room after the others, followed closely by a guard in a wolf mask who quickly vanished. That caught her attention. A wolf mask. That was infinitely more important than whatever he had to say at the moment. Her father told her about the enemy of the Yamanaka, a boy by the name of Naruto and a former member of the Uzumaki clan. He used the boy as an example for one who was not all that powerful but who had allies that were, in the fact that the Yamanaka were soon brought to their knees supported the fact that Naruto most definitely had powerful allies. And with the Yamanaka claiming that it was a group of unknowns wearing wolf masks that were breaking down their clan and not the clanless boy, it was obvious that these wolves were aligned with the academy student that had been in her sister's class. Now those same wolves were guarding her sister as she met with various branch members in sightless rooms. Already things were looking very, very bad. While the Hyuga were far above the Yamanaka, the wolves tore down the clan of Mindwalkers from the outside almost effortlessly. If they had a way into the Hyuga clan, then their might wouldn't matter. They had more than an in, it would seem, they also had support. She wasn't all that surprised by that last fact. Of course they had support. Most of the branch family would love to see the main family brought down, and with Hinata knowing more about the main family than the branch members supporting her, they were beyond vulnerable to the maw of these wolves. They were going to be devoured. Already she could feel beads of sweat trailing down the back of her neck. It could be a coincidence, but fate never dealt with coincidences unless there was a purpose behind them. Changes were coming to the clan, it was undeniable. Wolves seeking to take over the clan or not, the branch members were going to be making moves soon, and the fact that they felt they could do so despite the seals on their brow did not speak well for the main family. Regardless of what was happening, Fate's message was clear. She needed to get out. Yes, Hanabi-sama, a wolf mask. Her cousin continued, ignorant of the thoughts that had raced through her head or the unease that had taken root in her heart. I see, continue. Remembering the location, I awoke earlier this morning and sat down in a nearby garden to wait with my Byakugan. Just as the previous day, Hinata-san entered the room and many branch members soon followed. He paused, slightly uncomfortable. I must point out that the branch members that followed her are well-respected members of the branch family and have a lot of pull over the rest of the branch family. Whatever they are up to isn't isolated or, at the very least, won't be isolated for long. When they started exiting again several hours later, I moved closer in hopes of overhearing something about the meeting. Unfortunately, I only caught one thing before another member silenced the one who was talking. And what did you hear? He paused and took a deep breath, the very thought infuriated him. They were speaking of Hinata-san, she was referred to as Hinata no Makoto. What? It came out far more like a hiss than was proper for a Hyuga of her standing, but she hardly noticed. A goddess. They think her a goddess. Things just kept getting worse. If they truly believed that she was a goddess, then there was no way they would ever submit again to the main family. A bloodbath was inevitable, and she was not foolish enough to believe that only the branch members would fall. Hinata was believed divine and was somehow involved with the very wolves who brought down the Yamanaka clan. No matter what happened the Hyuga clan, as they knew it was about to fall, the only question was who would bear the burden of rebuilding it. The victors, certainly, but with outside help and far greater numbers on their side, it looked like those victors could very well be the branch family led by her sister. She could go to her father and the elders about this, in fact, she should, but that might tip off the branch members and bring things to a head far before they were ready. It might be a well-needed advantage for the main family, but even if they won there would be few if any branch members within the clan afterwards. The Hyuga could not survive without the branch family, her father had taught her that. They were absolutely crucial, and that meant it was actually in the best interest of the Hyuga clan that the branch family succeed. If that truly was what the fates had planned, then she, as the heiress of the main family, stood in its way. That was not a wise place to be. But she had been warned, given time to prepare, so fate must have other uses for her. It was up to her to ensure she was available to play whatever roles were left for her. She needed to leave. Very good, Neji, continue to watch them, but under no circumstances are you to be caught or report any of this to the elders or my father. I will see that things are taken care of, there is no reason to bother them with this. By your command, Hanabi-sama. He gave a slight bow which she waved off. You are dismissed. She should have exited the room to check for anyone who may have seen his exit, but she couldn't bring herself to. As soon as he was gone she fell back against the wall and slid to the floor, cradling her head in her hands. How the fuck was she going to avoid this mess? An unknown presence behind her had her turning immediately, and it was only at the last second that she managed to keep from throwing the kunai in her hand. Oh, what have we here? Security had been one of her primary concerns when she built her outposts, and she knew for a fact that it was far too tight for any animal to ever hope to get past. Add that to the sudden appearance of it, for she would have detected it earlier had it been present, made her question why she was gazing upon the golden scales of a serpent. Of course, there was one answer that came immediately to mind, one that brought a smile to her painted lips. A child of Oden. What brings you here? A roll of parchment fell from its mouth as it looked up into her eyes. The high priest has asked that I deliver this to the holder of the snake contract. You or she? No. That would be me. Whatever might my beloved godson have sent me? It is not for me to say. I shall take my leave now. With a flash of crimson the snake was gone, leaving only the parchment behind. Curious as to what her godson would be sending her, she picked it up and tucked it into her shirt. She was itching to read it, but she had patience enough to retreat to her sanctuary so she could take the time to enjoy the first thing she had ever received from the boy. Even if he didn't know that he was her godson and was simply looking to contact the holder of the snake contract, which wouldn't be surprising considering the gift she had sent him, it was still precious to her. Swiftly she made her way back to her chambers, long legs devouring the distance between her and her godson's written word. With every step she became more eager, her heart rate increasing and her breath drawing shallow. And still, past the excitement, was a sense of nervousness that was unbefitting of one such as she. Maybe he really had figured out the identity of his godparent but didn't want anything to do with her. Could the knowledge that she was a traitor to his home make him hate her? Did he somehow believe she was trying to tempt him away from his home with her gifts and was demanding that she stop contacting her? Was he displeased by the fact that she had assigned her spies with the task of observing him? Was he disappointed that she had never visited him, or that she hadn't taken him from Konoha when his mother had abandoned him? She found herself biting her lip in nervous anticipation. He could very well be writing to meet with her, or to thank her for the gifts. Maybe he was even requesting that she take him in as his new mother. Those outcomes would be wonderful, certainly, but they were all just as likely as the others, and she had no idea what to expect. Orochi, one of her subordinates, attempted to gain her attention only to receive a kunai to the shoulder for his efforts. Not now, she hissed, never breaking stride. She didn't care if the 5 greater countries had banded together and had their armies banging at the entrance to her hideout, this came first. Reaching her chambers she quickly entered, locking them securely behind her. She did not want to be interrupted. There was little light within, but that was fine. Her eyes had adjusted well enough after years in the darkness. The few flickering torches in her chambers provided ample light. Moving to the bed, she tossed aside her pillows and crawled to rest against the headboard. Bringing her knees up to her chest, she wrapped her blankets around her in a tight nest and drew the parchment from her shirt. It was short, very short, but she opened it, read it, and smiled. Wave belongs to the wolves. Your serpents are welcome here, Godfather. While irritated for reasons she couldn't explain that he had called her Godfather, which, technically, she still was, it was obvious that Naruto was not bothered by that fact. Actually, judging by his invitation to his new country, by the gods was she proud of that boy for managing that at such a young age. He was rather welcoming of their non-blood relation. The message, though short, had told her much more than what the words themselves had said. He was obviously doing well, having just taken over a country and being able to offer her a place in it, and he didn't seem to have anything against her. The fact that he had also mentioned her own forces meant there was more than a little hope in her heart that she could work with him one day. More than that, though, it gave her hope that he would completely accept her into his life, just like she wanted. Of course, just because the message had said more than what had been written didn't mean she wouldn't have wanted to hear more from him. It didn't matter what, she'd be happy to hear about anything from what he had to breakfast to his latest erotic dream. Actually, she'd really like to hear about such a dream or any fantasies he may have had. She could always use something else to do that had some sort of connection to him, something to feel closer to him by. The thoughts would be a welcome read, especially on nights she was really longing for his presence, but they would also let her try her hand at arranging situations that would fit those fantasies. Maybe if she was really lucky, her next body could be chosen to align with them. Then again, was her current form even acceptable? She didn't really know anything about his tastes, nothing solid at least, and even if her current body matched them perfectly, would he be able to accept his godfather like this? Maybe she should have gone with a body that seemed more masculine and slowly got him used to the idea of his godfather being a woman. As it was, she may very well see him should she visit Wave, and then he would have to deal with an obviously female godfather. Her hand absently cupped one of her breasts as a frown marred her face. There was no way to tell if he'd be able to accept her as she was, even if he accepted the idea of Orochimaru of the Sannin being his godfather. Knowing the identity of someone was one thing, learning about such a drastic change was quite another, especially when she sought to be far closer to him than would normally be proper for a godparent. Well, for any familiar relation, really. In the end, she'd just have to accept that he was a bit more open-minded than most, or wouldn't be hindered by some sense of morals that might keep him from allowing her to be as close to him as she'd like. Both would be preferable, actually, and she could already imagine all sorts of delicious moral trouble the two of them could get into together. Aunt would work, so would sister, but if I could get him to call me mother. Orochimaru shivered despite the many blankets wrapped around her. Oh, the fun we'll be able to have, my little prince. She wondered briefly if sending him some intimate pictures of her new form might help him be more accepting of her when they next met, or at least give her an advantage to use in order to convince him that the change could most definitely be a good thing for both of them. Then again, he wouldn't recognize the person in the pictures unless she told him, and even then he might not believe her before they met in person. But maybe she could somehow convince him to send a few to her. She licked her lips as she put down his message and her free hand disappeared into the blankets. Oh yes, she'd appreciate those. She could already imagine them. These meetings were much better when she was wearing pants, she noted idly, crossing one leg over the other without fear of giving her uninvited but not necessarily unwelcome guests a show. Interestingly enough, the young woman who represented the one known as Tsukiyomi seemed more disappointed with her increased clothing than the two men standing protectively behind her. Of course, that's not to say she couldn't feel the eyes that drank in her form from behind those masks of theirs, not that she could blame them. She was an attractive woman and the pants hugged her lower body quite snugly. She'd have to make sure the laundry got done often enough that she had more choices in the mornings, but after Kiba had graduated she had become used to being able to take advantage of the empty house and usually didn't get dressed until the early afternoon. After all, what did it matter what she wore or didn't wear while she did paperwork in the privacy of her home office? Naturally, the wolves made a fine mess of those plans. Not that they necessarily forced her to wear pants, but she certainly felt better meeting them dressed in a little more than her undergarments and a bathrobe. And for that reason she'd been putting on pants every morning even before her first cup of coffee, something she honestly hadn't done since before Kiba entered the academy, just in case she had any surprise guests. Why they couldn't visit later in the morning or, better yet, sometime in the afternoon, she'd never understand. She tried not to think about how long they actually waited in her home while she slept on, completely oblivious. Considering that Henna worked early mornings at the clan vet and Kiba met his team around 6, they were probably here a good 2 hours before she got up, and for a kunoichi like her, retired or not, that was a rather uncomfortable thought. Placing her empty mug on the coffee table, she rolled her eyes as 3 masks followed her movements and pulled the bathrobe tighter around her chest, to the noticeable disappointment of the young woman before her. Just because she started wearing pants didn't mean she was going to start getting dressed before noon. It was her house, damn it, and if someone didn't like that, it was their own damn problem. Not that these wolves seemed to mind, they would probably be perfectly happy should she start coming down completely naked. Honestly, there weren't many who wouldn't be. Then again, with how interested the woman was with her body, it wouldn't surprise her too much to one day wake with the 3 of them in her bedroom. Were that to ever happen, she half expected that she wouldn't be finding herself alone in her bed. Or clothed for that matter. But the female wolf's apparent sexual preferences aside, there was business to discuss. Or, she assumed there was. They had yet to make a social call to her house, and unless the young woman was planning on asking her out on a date, which was doubtful considering the 2 standing behind her, unless they were some sort of package deal, then this had something to do with the packs. So, was there a reason you came for a visit, or did you just need to see me again? Oh, Soom, you should know that seeing you is reason enough for a visit. Unfortunately, right now it's just a pleasant bonus. A faint dusting of pink found itself on Soom's cheeks. Holed up as she normally was doing paperwork, it wasn't often that anyone complimented her. Her vanity certainly appreciated the confirmation that people still found her attractive. Even if those people happened to be part of some hidden group that was taking over countries and managing a cult of Hyuga. Then what did you need to speak to me about? I'll cut straight to the heart of the matter. We need someone to manage our new country. Had she any coffee left, she was sure she'd have spit it out. Already. They had just recently spoken about the plan being accelerated, but to hear that it was over and the country was under their control already was almost unbelievable. Then again, they took down a clan from within one of the 5 greater villages, arguably the greatest of the 5 greater villages, so how difficult would it really be for them to take control of a country that only had civilians? Yes, we have in part Team 7 to thank. Their mission provided the opportunity to wrest control from the hands of Gato. Wave belongs to the wolves. Wave. Damn. There were many small countries that were valuable because they produced the resources needed by the larger countries or were filled with skilled artisans. Hell, the land of hot water made a killing off of their resorts and natural hot springs. The amount of tourists who used up years of saving and the money spent by wealthy lords on vacations was staggering. But Wave was right up there with the land of hot water, and yet it was almost completely undeveloped and home to only a few hundred people max. The location was perfect for trading, and even under Gato's tight control had acted as one of the largest trading hubs of the world. With the wolves taking care of it, there was no doubt that it would blow up to tremendous proportions and find itself in a class all its own. Indeed. As I said, we need someone to manage it. Commander Sai has control over the wolves in the area but is not suited to running a small country. I have too much on my plate at the moment, and Tsukiyomi-sama needs to be free to take advantage of any other opportunities that present themselves. I see. If you don't mind me asking, what exactly is the hierarchy at the moment? I probably should have explained that in an earlier meeting. The wolves answer to captains, who answer to a high captain. The high captains are under the direct control of Commander Sai, who answers to me. I direct Commander Sai and the leader of our little cult, and am tasked with keeping Tsukiyomi-sama informed of all happenings within both groups. That's certainly an interesting setup. Where does my clan fall in all that? You should be flattered. Tsukiyomi-sama considers dealing with your clan to be his personal duty. Naturally, he isn't available to meet with you in person, but rather than let me have control as I do with the other 2 groups, when dealing with you and your clan I simply relay Tsukiyomi-sama's wishes. She paused, and Soom could almost feel the frown that tugged on lips hidden by that mask. In fact, it's actually a bit more complicated than that now, considering his latest request. He wanted someone to oversee that new country of his, yes. I don't understand how that could relate to our clan and its relationship with Tsukiyomi-sama-san. I have been told Dono is acceptable. You are working together, after all. Thank you. Like I was saying, I don't understand how this affects our relationship with Tsukiyomi Dono. Isn't it obvious? He wants a member of your clan to manage his country for him. That was indeed the obvious answer, but it doesn't make much sense. You've said it yourself, we Inuzuka are a rather brash bunch. But did you not say those of the head family are more learned than their cousins? Tsume thought for a moment before she realized what the woman across from her was hinting at. Henna. The wolf nodded. Correct. Tsukiyomi-sama believes that with her training as clan heiress and with the support of the wolves she'd do a fine job and it would serve as valuable experience for when she eventually takes over the clan. And why not a Hyuga? Surely they'd do a better job. Your clan is known for its loyalty and by giving your heiress this position he hopes to strengthen the tie between our packs. Not only that, but you wouldn't have to rely solely upon the wolves for support as your daughter would have control over the day-to-day affairs of Nami no Kuni. It's a sound idea, but I would prefer to hear her opinion on the matter first. That's fine, shall I send a wolf to retrieve her? Please do. She didn't even have to send a wolf, for as soon as the two women finished talking one took it upon himself to find the Inuzuka heiress. Silence settled over the room, not comfortable but still not fully uncomfortable. The two remaining wolves naturally took this time to appreciate the appearance of their hostess and, knowing what they were doing, Tsume spent the time fighting down a slight blush. Gods above, you wolves are a perverted bunch, she muttered under her breath. Hearing her, the female wolf tilted her head to the side in contemplation before giving a solid nod. I suppose we are, she admitted, but it's more fun this way. I bet. She knew for a fact the girl was smiling under that mask of hers. The silence returned once more, this time slightly more comfortable, and it wasn't long until she heard the door open. Idly she wondered why she hadn't heard anything when the wolf left, surely there hadn't been any reason to sneak out of the house. Perhaps he found an open window. Whatever the wolf's exit had been, he entered again behind her daughter as the two made their way into the living room. Ka-san. It's fine, Henna, take a seat. Tsukiyomi Dono has sent. She paused, frowning, before turning to her guest. You know, I don't think you've ever given me something to call you. Oh, my apologies then, you may call me Mai. Tsume tested it on her tongue a few times before nodding. Yes, well, Mai here came here to ask for some help from our clan. She had already told her daughter and the older members of the clan about their new alliance with the wolves, but she had kept the details to herself, telling them only that the two groups would be working together for the good of them both. And how does that concern me? You're not looking to marry me off, are you? No, not at all. Mai, on the other hand, seemed thoughtful after hearing it. Well, I'm sure Tsukiyomi-sama wouldn't mind too much. He might be a bit irritated with me if I were to arrange it without his knowledge, but I'm sure he'd forgive me soon enough. Mai paused to noticeably run her gaze over the Inuzuka heiress. Especially considering how attractive you are. I'm certain he'd go from irritated when I informed him to quite pleased after meeting you. Henna seemed rather distressed by the idea, but a quick glance to her mother put any fears she might have had at ease. Mai, was practically growled by the Inuzuka matriarch in warning, only for the young woman to answer with a light giggle. Oh, calm down, I was just kidding. There are already plenty of options for him when he eventually decides to give the matter any thought, and no doubt many more will present themselves between now and that time. Even if there weren't, he's too busy for anything of that nature at the moment. Besides, if I arrange something between Henna here and Tsukiyomi-sama, I lose my shot at her. She's just as attractive as you, Tsume. Mother and daughter wore matching blushes at that. Tsume had to wonder if meetings with Tsukiyomi would be preferable, or if he'd be even worse than the young woman he sent to speak with them. So, if this is not about me being married, why do I need to be here? Tell me, Henna, have you ever considered running a country? What kind of question was that? She couldn't honestly be saying that running a small country was why she was needed, could she? The wolves have recently, Acquired, a country, Tsukiyomi-sama himself desires it to be you who runs Nami no Kuni on his behalf. You guys want me to manage Nami no Kuni? Seriously? She turned to her mother only to receive a confirming nod. That is correct. Tsukiyomi-sama believes that you would do well in such a position and that it would serve as invaluable experience for when you take control of the Inuzuka clan from your mother. So you expect me to just drop everything and move out of the country? Yes. There had been no hesitation, just the blunt truth, and while slightly annoyed by it, Hannah was also grateful for the honesty. Turning to her mother, she asked, "What do you think of this?" "I think it would be good for you," answered Sum. "This is an amazing opportunity that could help you in the clan, you should take it. If things don't work out we can always figure out something else. There's a bridge builder there who lead the construction of a bridge to connect Nami no Kuni to the eastern mainland. We could always hire him and have High Captain Keigo positioned permanently to help him manage Wave. You, however, would be the better choice," stated Mai. "How soon would I have to leave?" "Tomorrow. Tomorrow. Tomorrow." Tsukiyomi-sama is a busy man and has business to take care of outside of Nami no Kuni. You can't expect him to wait forever. "I see, do I have to go alone?" "Of course not, you are welcome to bring with you a guard of your packmates. You will all be taken care of. We have yet to prepare a house for your stay but the mansion we are currently inhabiting has plenty of room. If I can find enough people to accompany me I'll do it, but if there aren't enough people available to leave the country tomorrow you'll have to find someone else." "Fair enough. Would you like an escort for the remainder of the day?" "No, thank you, it's best that I speak with them all alone. I'll let my mother know by this evening and she can pass it on to you." "Certainly, I wish you the best of luck gathering your comrades, have a pleasant day." Recognizing the dismissal, Hannah took her leave. Silence once again settled between the two remaining women for several moments, neither really having anything else to say. Finally, Mai's soft voice interrupted it. "Well, I do believe that concludes this morning's business. As always, it was lovely to see you again soon." Likewise, Mai." The wolf-masked woman paused as she considered the Inuzuka matriarch before her. "Say, Sum-chan." The Inuzuka woman raised a brow. "Chan. That was new." "Yes. Would you like to meet up later for lunch?" She blinked a few times in disbelief. Was this really happening? Like a date? Yes. A drawn-out sigh escaped her lips as she gave it some thought before shrugging. "You know what? Sure. Why the fuck not?" It had been a while since she last went out and the girl sounded cute. What did she have to lose? "Great, I'll pick you up around noon, make sure you wear something nice." She paused once more to contemplate her latest sentence. "Or just very little, I'd be happy either way." With a giggle she waved before seeing herself out, leaving Sum to wonder once more. What have I gotten myself into? "All right team, no reason for you to be present while I report. Go home, I'm sure you'd all love a hot shower and a visit to your own beds." No one thought to question whether or not Kakashi's report would be anything close to accurate. The man had spent half the trip talking about how amazing Tsunami's body was and the other half bemoaning the fact he didn't have Naruto on his team. Surely, he had claimed, they'd be done with the mission long ago had Naruto been part of his team. None of the three genin would be all that surprised if his report to the Hokage was much the same. The man had an annoying habit of focusing only on what he thought mattered and leaving everything else out. Admittedly, for Naruto, this was probably a good thing. She doubted the old cage would be pleased to hear she hindered Kakashi's ability to execute an enemy. Maybe it was better that Kakashi go and report things in his own way. Besides, that hot shower sounded really good right now. Tezuna's house had plumbing but it was too expensive for them to heat the water. 2 weeks of cold showers and 3 days of travel to return to Konoha and she really couldn't think of anything she'd rather be doing. Whether they shared her thoughts on the matter or were just eager to get away from their sensei, Sasuke left, still deep in thought, and Sakura followed him without a word. If Sasuke did share her thoughts of a hot shower then she already knew exactly what the Pinkett was thinking. With those two gone, there was really no reason to stand around longer, especially in Kakashi's company, and so with a half-hearted wave to her separating team she started for home. It didn't take long to reach the compound she called home, opening the large gate and wading through tall grass that still had yet to be cut. She'd been gone for weeks and had really expected this to have been taken care of by now. Even if her mother didn't have the time, the Uzumaki had plenty of money to hire a genin team for a D-rank mission. Letting her eyes roam over the sea of green, she amended her statement. The Uzumaki had plenty of money to hire a couple genin teams for D-rank missions. Actually, they could probably bump it up to a single C rank if they offered enough money, and one could request certain shinobi for jobs. She'd have to speak with her mother about hiring her brother for a well-paying C-rank mission of clearing the grounds of the Uzumaki compound. They could thank him later with a cold drink inside, and for the first time in over our years they could spend some time as a family. If they were really fortunate and the gods were smiling down upon them, they might even manage to convince him to stay in the compound or start visiting once a week for dinner. Her mother might be obsessed with getting him back completely, but at this point Naruto would be happy just to see him regularly. She still needed to apologize for that spar, too. This would provide a perfect opportunity. The house was silent when she entered, no signs of her mother and not so much as a dish in the sink. She was probably off somewhere doing something that she felt would bring Naruto back into the family. Naruto was almost scared to think of what her mother might have done while she was on her first C-rank mission. Something to divide the family further, she'd have to guess. Her heart was in the right place, but her attempts to win Naruto's favor seemed to backfire spectacularly. She really needed to pause and take a second to think these plans out more thoroughly. She was just as eager to get him back as her mother was, but going about things in such a hasty manner was not going to do any of them, and most importantly Naruto, any good. Her mother didn't seem to understand that yet, but the sooner she did, the sooner they could really start making progress towards being a family once more. With a sigh she entered her room and tossed her gear onto her bed. She'd sort through and restock later, but right now that shower or maybe a nice, long bath was calling her. An hour later she sat on her bed wrapped only in a towel as she considered what she'd do with the rest of her day. She could retire to bed early, of course, and that was a tempting thought, but there was still plenty of time left in the day and she was loath to waste it. She really didn't have anything she needed to do, and other than perhaps getting something to eat, as she really didn't feel up to cooking, there wasn't anything she could think to do. If her mother was home she'd have talked with her about the trip and asked about some sealing lessons, but she had no idea where the woman was or when she'd be home. She didn't exactly have any friends to visit, either. In fact, the closest thing to a friend she had would have to be Ino, the Yamanaka heiress. Naturally, thoughts of the Yamanaka reminded her of the wolves she had seen in Nami no Kuni. Ino had certainly spoken a lot about the wolves who had brought the Yamanaka clan to their knees, and she had to wonder if the shinobi she saw in Wave were somehow related to those here in Konoha. Was the group spreading? Had they gotten a start in Konoha and then moved on? Maybe it was a global operation that sought some unknown goal. But, whatever the truth was, Ino claimed that her brother was somehow involved. Having seen the wolves and their operation in Nami no Kuni, she could only pray the girl was wrong. What on earth would her brother be doing with a group like that? Tsunami pointed out that things could have been worse for them under Gato's rule had the wolves not stepped in, but she had trouble believing that a group who ripped money from the destitute, slaughtered their client and all his forces in cold blood, and who bought young women in the middle of the street as if it were nothing could have anything but their own best interest at heart. How could a group like that be trusted with a country and the lives of all those who called it home? She had to hope her brother hadn't found himself involved in something like this and was in over his head. Of course, if anyone had more information about the wolves or would be able to give her a better opinion on what she knew, it would be Ino. She had also heard that her father, Inoichi, had made some sort of deal with her brother involving the wolves. It might be a good idea to speak with him too. Her mind made up, Naruto dug through her closet for something simple to wear over to the Yamanaka compound. Maybe afterwards she and Ino could go get something to eat. Better yet, she could invite Ino to join her for a meal and they could discuss it all over a late lunch. Yes, that would definitely work. Dressed well enough to be seen in public, she scribbled a hasty note to her mother about her planned whereabouts and left it on the table just in case her mother should return before she did. Hopefully she wouldn't be too upset with her visiting the Yamanaka. She had really not liked them recently and blamed most of her problems with her son on them. That would be something to work on when Naruto was part of the family again, especially since he could confirm that it wasn't Ino or her clan's fault. Though the Yamanaka compound was actually located within the village proper, much like the Akamaiki compound, and not with most of the other clans in the clan districts, it did not take long for her to arrive. Curiously, however, it also didn't take long for her to gain entrance. Before she could even utter a word, the gates of the Yamanaka clan were opened, both guards moving to stand at attention. How odd. Maybe Ino had spoken to them about granting her access or something. That was really the only reason she could think of that might explain the behavior. Unless the heiress had recently sent for her and it was simply good fortune that she happened to be visiting anyway. Considering her current family issues, that luck seemed unlikely. Shrugging off the odd occurrence and the way everyone she passed seemed to give slight bows at her passing, she went straight to Ino's office, knowing how much time the Yamanaka princess spent poring over clan paperwork. A visit from a friend would be a welcome break for the girl, she was sure. Knocking on the door, she was immediately called in. Perhaps the theory that she had been expected wasn't so far off the mark. Uzumaki-sama, I wasn't expecting you to arrive this early. The blonde heiress was sitting at her desk and buried in paperwork as usual. Eyes focused on whatever she was currently working on, she didn't even glance up at her visitor until she heard a rather confused, Uzumaki-sama. Oh, Naruto-sama, my apologies, your mother was going to be stopping in today to look over some clan paperwork. Really? Asked Naruto, a puzzled frown on her face. Did you ask her to help you or something? Ino stared at her for a moment, as if she were puzzled by the question, before her eyes widened in understanding. You were on a mission, weren't you? I remember Asuma-sensei mentioning it, no wonder you don't know. Know what? While you were away, your mother called for a meeting of the greater clans and demanded recompense from the Yamanaka because our feud with your brother drove him to renounce his clan name. What? Why would she do something like that? Ino shrugged tiredly. Something to do with getting your brother to rejoin the clan, I would suspect. Not that it worked. He seemed rather displeased that we had been taken out from under his control just as he was starting to build us up again. An uncomfortable silence stretched on for a few moments before Naruto managed to scrape enough courage up to ask the question she almost didn't want the answer to. So, what exactly did she want from your clan? The clan. Ino's blunt answer had her pausing, unable to process the information. I'm sorry, I don't think I heard you right. The clan. You heard correctly. Ever since the calling of the greater clans, the Yamanaka clan has become the vassal of Clan Uzumaki. A curious look overtook the Yamanaka princess's face as she wondered aloud, not sure if we're part of the greater clans anymore after that. The Uzumaki are greater though, so it's possible. I'll have to ask Kushina-sama later to know if I'm expected to attend the meetings. Probably am, but maybe not in the capacity of a clan head. She trailed off as she remembered she currently had a guest in her office. Ah, sorry. Just wondering about some future clan business. Now, was there something I could help you with, Naruto-sama? Please don't call me that, Chan is fine. Alright, Naruko-chan. She quietly tried the name a few more times, getting used to the way it felt on her tongue and trying to ignore the clan training that demanded she address the heiress of the lording clan with proper respect. So, what was it you needed from me? Well, it was about the wolves. That immediately had Ino's attention. Even with Kushina claiming that the Yamanaka would be kept protected as the vassal of the Uzumaki and Naruto assuring her that her clan was no longer the enemy of the wolves, one would do well to keep track of such a dangerous group. What about them? Did they have a new target? Have they moved against the Uzumaki? They had a new target, Nami no Kuni. The land of waves. What could they want there? No, that's what they wanted. They've taken over. Ino leaned back into her chair as she attempted to process what she had just been told. They've taken over a county. Her voice was weak, hesitant, even to her, but there was still that tinge of odd disbelief carried by it. It was recently that her clan was the target, but now, having just moved on to other things, they already had control of a county. A valuable one, too, if she remembered her lessons properly. Yeah. They were working for Gato, a shipping tycoon that took over years ago. When he attempted to stamp out the resistance of the villagers, the wolves cut his men down before beheading him. That sounds like the wolves all right, but are you sure they're the same group? Naruto could only shrug. No idea, I've never met the wolves here in Konoha. In Wave they all wore snarling wolf masks and dressed primarily in gray. There was one with a hood and a mantle of white fur while we were there and people referred to him as the High Captain. He's the one who beheaded Gato and declared Wave to be under the protection of the wolves by the order of the Moon God. The Moon God? Ino looked at her skeptically. Well, I suppose it could have been someone going by Tsukiyomi, I guess. Probably the name of their leader. Never heard of a Tsukiyomi associated with them. I guess they didn't have much need to mention him here in Konoha. Never heard of any High Captain either, now that I think about it. That's rather odd. And why's that? Well, assuming it's the same group, Konoha's wolves seem to be just a small portion. Over in Wave they were led by a High Captain, so why isn't there a High Captain here to oversee whatever it is they're doing in Konoha? I don't know, maybe because it would draw more attention. I've never seen any wolves here and only your clan speaks of them, but over in Wave they were out in the open and acted. She paused to consider the validity of her next statement. They acted just like the Anbu here on patrol, actually. There were some who were doing things for Gato, but the rest of them sat atop buildings overlooking the village and walking through the streets to keep an eye on the populace. That could be it, but I still find it odd that a commanding officer would be missing from anything they're doing here. I could understand they're more valuable, but surely the risk of losing them would be worth having a more stable setup within Konohagakure no Sato. Unless, Ino looked at Naruto, slightly uneasy with her latest thought and wondering if it was a good idea to mention it to the heiress of the lording clan. Unless what? Giving a deep sigh, Ino continued with her newest theory. Unless Naruto is their commanding officer. No, I won't hear it. Please, just hear me out. Do you have any idea what kind of people these wolves are? Ino gave her a blank look. Her clan had been brought to its knees by this group that no one believed existed. People were framed for kidnapping and rape, the treasury was robbed, threats and warnings were delivered to her room as she slept, and the reputation their clan had built up for generations was lost. She knew what kind of people the wolves were. They weren't people. They were wolves. They stalked their prey, taking it down in a show of vicious force and devouring it without remorse. They were shinobi, the truest, most pure example of shinobi she had ever borne witness to. The wolves followed the old ways, back before there was peace and international law, before the villages or even clans. They behaved like the first, villagers that turned to banditry and stealth, mercenaries and thieves that looked out for themselves first, their families second, and everyone else as a target. They didn't need fancy jutsu or catchy names like those of these days did. No, all they needed was the cold steel of a blade and a target to go after. She probably understood what these wolves were better than Naruto could ever hope to, but, at the same time, if she was asking that question it was pretty obvious that she had seen a glimpse of the wolves' true nature over in Wave, where they didn't have to hide from a village of shinobi who were unlikely to be accepting of their presence and even less so of their actions. No, I have absolutely no idea of what kind of people these wolves could possibly be. Answered Ino dryly. It's not like they were the enemy of my clan or anything. Naruto had to stop at that, an embarrassed red across her cheeks. Sorry, I forgot who I was talking to. Of course you do, but I love my brother and to have him compared to those things is absolutely infuriating. I watched as they went about collecting money from those who didn't even have their own homes, saw the way people shied away from their approach. I was there when they slaughtered Gato and his men just because he was in their way. No survivors, no mercy. They were laughing. They enjoyed it. And while I agree with the rest of the world that Gato was a horrible person and am glad he's gone, no one should take so much pleasure in ending lives like that. They're no better than the thugs and bandits he had hired. Only they had power and were willing to use it. They're worse. Naruto paused, collecting herself. They bought people like cattle. A young woman, only a few years older than we are, was sold by her father to them in the middle of the street under the light of the sun just so he could pay Gato's tax. All the wolves are horrible people, if they can even be called such. They're just a group of bandits more organized and trained than all the others. You're right, they are. This was the first she had heard of wolves acting in such a manner, but she wasn't all that surprised. It sounded just like them. They didn't spare the Yamanaka clan because of pity or because they were too weak. No, they spared them because Naruto wanted to use them as an example, a lesson to any others that might go against him, that even if he was just a clanless genin, he had power they couldn't hope to combat because they weren't even aware of its existence. How does one dull a blade that is hidden? But they're powerful, Ino continued. More powerful than they should be simply because they're hidden. No one knows of the threat they are, and so no one is prepared when they strike. That's the way of the shinobi, taking advantage of the world as best they can. However, no matter how horrible they are, one cannot deny the fact that Naruto is involved with them somehow. Maybe he befriended a few that weren't so bad, maybe he hired them because he knows how ruthless they were, or perhaps he was left so desperate and alone that he didn't have a choice. Are you saying it's our fault? The anger was gone and the girl seemed distraught that her brother's involvement with the wolves may have been, in part, because of her. No, not at all. It's no more your fault he became involved with the wolves than it is the Yamanaka clan's fault he renounced the Uzumaki name. And yet your clan suffers for it all the same. Someone will always suffer, it's just the way the world is. That doesn't mean I like it. Ino gave her a sad smile. Not many do, but that suffering doesn't last forever. Your brother, for whatever suffering he's gone through, seems to be doing well now. Even the Yamanaka clan are getting better. Sure, we've lost a lot, but we had even less not long ago. One just has to keep going no matter what happens if they ever want a chance to escape the cruelties of the world. Thank you, Ino. I'm sorry for interrupting you. What were you saying, about my brother and the wolves? I was saying that it was possible Naruto was their commanding officer or, at the very least, might have contact with one. My father spoke to Naruto to make sure there were no Yamanaka casualties during the feud, and it was Naruto who told me the Yamanaka were no longer the enemies of the wolves after I informed him of our new vassalage. Even if he's not the commanding officer, he seems to be the spokesperson of the wolves in Konoha. If that's the case, it's equally likely that the higher-ranking wolves contact their forces in Konoha through him. It would maintain a chain of command without risking the presence of a high captain, and Naruto is a resident of Konohagakure no Sato. Before graduation, back when the feud first started, he was still a civilian. As you know, civilian Konoha and shinobi Konoha are almost two separate entities. While a civilian, he had no obligation to report the wolves or their operations unless they threatened Konoha as a whole. With them only targeting the Yamanaka, it was a matter of a single clan instead of the village, and even if discovered, there wasn't much they could do about it. Well, she amended. That depends on his actual involvement, of course. As just someone to meet on the behalf of the wolves or to pass on orders, he would have been pretty safe, and with him being against my clan, he became the perfect option. That is, assuming the wolves were already planning on going after us. It's more likely that he was already helping them set up in Konoha, and when I made the mistake of incurring his wrath, the wolves couldn't be kept from joining in. Why would he even be a good choice? Why not go for someone who would remain a civilian? I don't know, it's all speculation at this point. Naruto seems pretty mature, and he was pretty much alone here in Konoha, which made him easily approachable. Without friends or family, he was almost always available and no one questioned his whereabouts. Also, as a shinobi in training, it was likely he could relate better to the wolves and understand their actions better than a civilian that hadn't been exposed to the shinobi world. Because he was all alone, muttered Naruto. Ino had to wonder if the girl, which was weird to think of her as, for they were both the same age. Naruto simply seemed so much younger than her, however, and that could only be attributed to how little responsibility she had to deal with. Had even heard the rest of what she said. He was, and then he had the wolves. Ino tried to reassure her. Part of them are just working with them for a tidy little paycheck, they support him, as evident by my clan's state, and all that's happened to us since he became our enemy. I suppose you're right, Naruto miserably admitted. But we left him to them, we literally left him to the wolves. He shouldn't have had to deal with them. There's no way to be sure about that. If the wolves were already coming to Konoha, he may have ended up working with them anyway. If they really are in wave, then I would say it's safe to say the group is global. I wouldn't be surprised if they pay well and serve as a good connection for any shinobi to have. A positive relationship with a global organization could prove a rather beneficial boon. Besides, if he really does enjoy working for or with them, do you really want to take that away? No, I suppose not. It's just that thinking about him becoming like them makes me uneasy. He's so cold now, he doesn't care about us anymore. It would be easy for him to become just another one of those beasts. He's not as cold as you think. He may act that way to those of the Uzumaki clan and perhaps while out in public, but he seems far more relaxed behind closed doors. And he does have those he cares about, I think. She paused briefly but went forward anyway. Naruto wouldn't like it, but it did need to be said. It's just that you're not one of them right now. She quite purposely said, right now, instead of, anymore, to avoid making things seem final. Luckily, it worked as far as she could tell. I know, we left him and he moved on. I can't blame him and certainly couldn't expect him to stay the same after that. During the trip it didn't seem so real, it just didn't feel like that big of a deal, like it only mattered a little. To me it was a chance to train and see the world. It must have been so different for him. A fire shone in her eyes. But I will make it up to him, no matter what. I'll have my brother back and our family will be whole once more. Ino suddenly looked rather uncomfortable. Is something the matter, Ino? Well, it's just that Naruto and your mother met here at the Yamanaka compound while you were gone. What happened? Did something change? Oh, gods, please tell me mother didn't drive him further away somehow. Nothing really seemed to change between the two of them. Naruto remained calm and unconcerned about the world around him the entire time, and your mom was just nervous about messing up. Then why mention it? During the meal Kushina-sama mentioned that I seem to be on good enough terms with me and he's displayed no signs of being adverse to my presence. After he complimented me on my appearance and with none of her other attempts to bring him back to the Uzumaki clan, she mentioned that she could arrange a marriage between Naruto and myself if he wanted it. Naruto groaned. I don't know why she thinks it's a good idea. She's always mentioning getting Nikun a woman as if it will fix everything. Well, maybe if she had brought the woman back with her. Ino trailed off at Naruto's unamused glare. I kind of understand why she might think it a good idea at first, you know, it sounds like the dream gift of a teenage boy. She continued. But from what I understand Naruto is already close to various women. Hinata is his age and they met in the academy. He's often seen with Mitarashi Anko, a Tokubetsu Junin my dad's worked with, and I know he at least shares a bed with some of the female wolves at times. So, I guess she's not all that far off with the idea of women, the only problem is that he doesn't need any from her. Naruto's glare hadn't lessened any. Nikun doesn't need to be worrying about that right now. He needs to continue with his shinobi career and become part of the family again. After that he can go about adding to it, but for now the only two women he needs in his life are me and Ka-san. Ino's flushed a bright pink that quickly settled into a deep, dark red. That kind of brings us back to why I was telling you about that night. Oh, right, continue. Naruto mentioned something about if he had wanted me I would have already been his. Ino managed to ignore the glare burning into her head by turning somewhat in her chair to peer out a well-placed window. And then he continued to comment about your absence. I'm not sure if he was being serious or if it was meant to bring what she was trying to do with me to her attention, but he mentioned that maybe if she gave him you things would be settled between them. Until today, Yamanaka Ino had never before borne witness to a face that was twisted in complete horror and yet at the same time blushing madly. What? The thought that her mother would give her away like some possession was awful, but the idea of belonging to her brother reminded her of the day she had the talk with her mother and what she had unknowingly implied about her brother, and their mother. That was not helped by her earlier comment that the only two women Naruto needed in his life at the moment were she and her mother. She could feel her cheeks burning red and was absolutely mortified by the thoughts that went through her head. After an uncomfortable few moments of silence while Naruto valiantly attempted to calm down and Ino managed to stop blushing, the Uzumaki princess found her voice again. What did my mother say? Her mother wasn't thinking right lately and she had good reason to be scared of the answer she might get. Sure, the family would be together again, but families weren't supposed to be together like that. Ever. Ino swallowed nervously. She knew that the longer she took to say it the more distressed her fellow blonde would be, but how does one go about telling someone that their mother actually sat there contemplating giving them away as a gift to their estranged brother? She went silent. I think she was thinking about doing it. Eventually she realized we were all watching her and told us you weren't present because you were on a mission outside of Konoha. Ino continued. She didn't bring up the matter again, but she also didn't say anything against the idea. Naruto didn't clarify his reasons for asking, so I'm still not certain he was actually after you like that, but if I had to guess he's not going to dissuade her from thinking he does. I wouldn't put it past him to just wait and see what your mother ends up doing. He's probably wondering exactly how far she's going to go in her attempts to get back into his life. I see. Naruto seemed a bit shaken up by the news, but she deserved to know. If nothing became of it then great, but she should still be aware of what her mother had done. If something did happen, however, at least now she had fair warning. Do you have any idea why he might not be willing to let us in? I know we abandoned him, but mother's actions alone, successful or not, should be showing him how much we want to make up for it. The Mindwalker paused for a moment to think upon a fitting response to the question. You said it yourself earlier, I think. Huh. He needs to focus on his career and his family first. That's what you said, isn't it? Well, yeah, but we're his family. Kushina asked if he wouldn't come home to his mother. He responded saying that his mother and sister left 4 years ago and he hadn't seen them since. No. The word that came out was almost a whine, but it carried a clear note of defeat. He mentioned having a new family now, who I would suspect as being the wolves, or at least certain members of it. I could be wrong and he could be referring to Hinata as his family as far as I know, but when he mentioned that his family left there was no bitterness in his voice. He was just stating a fact. That's what you should focus on. That we're no longer part of his lives and he doesn't care. Exactly. You're no longer part of his life and that means you can re-enter it. It might not be easy, but he's moved on. How is that good? Because he doesn't seem to be angry with you. Don't you see? He's treating you both as if he hadn't met you before your return. I know he hasn't forgotten you, which means he's making an effort to keep things civil and pretend it's never happened. Did it? Yes, it's done, over with, and it's going to affect you all for the rest of your lives. It's going to take a while for him to open up to you again, that's obvious, but you have to start somewhere and it's better to start at the beginning of the race than 2 miles away. You and your mother are both kunoichi, you're his comrades whether he likes it or not. Start regaining his trust and work your way slowly back into his life. But you need to remember he's a comrade now too. Treat him with respect and don't push too hard. And, if you ever find yourself on a mission with him, I would recommend doing everything possible to impress him without making yourself look like a fool. If you manage to impress him he'll become interested and he'll keep you around. It's how he is. So it's good because I have a better chance. That's right. I suppose that does make me feel a bit better. Just treat him like I would any other Konoha shinobi I meet, right? It's a lot more likely to work than trying to force yourself into his life again. And remember, I'm not saying he'll accept you quickly or even guaranteeing it will work. This is just the best way I can think of for you to be a part of his life. Thank you, Ino. You're welcome, Naruto-chan. Was there anything else you found out or needed from me? I really do need to finish preparing for your mother's visit. No, well, actually, I was wondering if your father might be available one of these days so we can all discuss what we know of the wolves. I'm sure he sees things we might miss and I'm sure he'd like to learn of our own experiences with them. I'll talk to him about it, I'm certain he'd be curious. Thanks, I'll get going then. See you around, Ino. Have a good day, Naruto-chan. Ino frowned at her desk. Now where the fuck did I put that file? It was not all that unusual to see a group consisting of some of the most skilled kunoichi in Konoha gathered together at a table in one of the village's many restaurants. What was unusual, however, was the rather somber atmosphere that clung to them. Any group with a quiet Mitarashi Anko, especially in the company of those like her best friend Yuahi Kurenai and the usually energetic Inuzuka Henna, was usually not a sign of good fortune. Whether that lack of fortune was the reason for her usual exuberance to be missing or because someone was about to suffer misfortune was usually impossible to determine from a distance. Those around her today, however, told anyone who bothered to look that Anko was not up to her usual mischief. That in itself was good news, but whatever had them all down probably wasn't. Of course, even that's subjective to one's views. It was good news, in a way, just as it was also bad news. One would not be wrong to simply declare it news and leave it at that, for at the end of the day that's all it was. These kunoichi, however, didn't like that news and therefore this news was bad news. So you're really leaving? ANBU's cat, Wanazuki Yugao, was probably the most level-headed of the group. With no major problems in her life and a calmness befitting one who belonged to Konoha's most elite division, she usually served as the group's voice of reason. Not that they often listened. Yeah, me and the others leave tomorrow. Henna, like many in Izuka, was rather wild. While reserved compared to many of her kin, she still had a tendency to stand out amongst her friends. She was always up for some fun, but unlike her good friend Anko, she usually managed to keep situations from spiraling out of control. And you have to go. I get that you're the heiress and all, but what could be so important that you have no choice but to leave? As the second most level-headed, Kurenai was relied on to help Yugao rein in the other two when things started to get too wild. She was also the one who could manage to get the Anbu to loosen up a bit so they could all enjoy their time together. Well, I don't have to, but it is important to the clan and Ka-san thinks it will be good experience for when I run the clan. You know, you still haven't told us what exactly it is you'll be doing outside Hai no Kuni or where you're actually going. Mitarashi Anko was, without a doubt, the most wild of their little group. Unlike the others, she didn't really care about the consequences of her actions and was far more focused with simply having a good time. Her well-known bloodthirst and love for explosions also kept away many men who might otherwise decide to approach. Each of the four in the group was undeniably attractive, but most people had more common sense than to bother Anko, especially if she was drinking. That's because I'm not supposed to. It's clan business and my mother would rather it stay within the clan. For now, at least. She might not mind later, but it's too important right now for us to risk letting this get out. You almost sound as if what you're doing could be considered treasonous. Pointed out Yugao with a frown. You're not about to do something stupid, are you? Yeah, you know that's my job. Anko commented. Yeah, stupid, like taking a fresh genin on a C-rank mission, blowing up a casino, and then sharing a bed with him in a town away from Konoha. Kurenai hadn't been too pleased to hear about that. Maybe if they had taken someone else with them, even a hidden wolf guard, she wouldn't have minded so much. The thought of Anko alone with any genin during a mission was unsettling, but for it to be the young man Anko was desperate to thank for the removal of her ten no Juin really made Kurenai nervous. The council and general populace of Konoha already wasn't too fond of the Tokubetsu Junin, and they didn't need any more reasons to dislike her. Hearing that she somehow managed to get knocked up by the former Uzumaki prince while on a C-rank mission certainly wouldn't endear her to anybody. Of course, then there would be the problem with Kushina, too. Gods know the woman would have gone ballistic if that had happened. Maybe she could convince Yugao to accompany them on all future missions, that would certainly help put her at ease. You're just jealous, Kur-chan. It's not my fault you haven't tried to use him as a teddy bear yet. Considering how often he has a woman in his bed, he probably wouldn't think much of it were you to join him. He let you use him as a teddy bear. There was only the faintest hint of a blush on the genjutsu mistress's face. Anko smirked. No, I ended up sprawled all over him. Wanting a cuddle buddy is your thing. Girls, if you're quite done, can we get back to the matter at hand? I'd think discussing Hannah's imminent departure would be more important than what the two of you are doing in bed with a genin. Yugao, as always, was the voice of reason. Like usual, Anko really didn't care. Ah, that's boring. I'd much rather talk about Naruto-kun. Have found yourself in his bed yet? I know you two were training together for a bit, ever pop over to his house afterwards for a shower? Well, yeah, once or twice. Usually it was if he got injured so I could help him. With the shower. Anko's words had a noticeable blush on the ANBU's usually impassive face. With the wound. So you've never shared a shower with him? Never seen him naked? Anko continued to inquire, relishing in the fact that she was getting a reaction out of the woman. Well, while she hadn't actually seen him in the buff, she had seen him pretty close to it. She had never shared a shower with him either, but that didn't change the fact that she had helped him clean the blood off of him after his spar with Naruto. It was just about as close to Anko's questions as one could get. "Oh my god, you didn't you? The most reserved of us has made it the furthest with our favorite genin. I was just helping him get clean. You washed him. Damn girl, you move fast. To think Kurenai's worried about me." Kurenai did indeed look rather surprised by Yugao's admissions as Anko made the comment. Henna, meanwhile, simply looked to be amused by the conversation. She didn't know who this Naruto was, but now she kind of wanted to meet him, if only to hear his side of these stories. "It's not like that. He was injured in a spar and the Hokage had asked that I help him. We went back to his apartment so I could patch him up. And you just so happened to need to wash him." It was obvious that Tokubetsu Junin didn't believe her. "I know he would have told you he was fine and could do it himself, which means you insisted on doing it for him. I didn't think the kitty would be so forceful and forward with a genin." Anko. "Don't know why you're uncomfortable with it, I'd have done the same. In fact, good job, Yugao, you're making the rest of us look like amateurs." "We're not trying anything, Anko," claimed Kurenai. "And I hope you remember that." "Sure we aren't, doesn't mean it isn't happening though," Anko countered. "So, when was this?" "First day of team meetings. He was sparring against his sister before them and she didn't show much restraint, throwing trees at him after he cut away her top." Naturally, Anko focused on the important details. "Oh, so the same day Chan here is telling me I shouldn't be sleeping with him. In almost nothing he was getting a good view of his sister's tits and letting Yugao rub her hands all over his body. Well, that's not fair at all. I guess I don't really need to hold back any next time I see him." Kurenai sighed as a blushing Yugao let her head rest on the table they sat at. "Can we get back to the matter of Hana's mystery clan mission now?" asked the only Junin sensei in the group. "There's not much to tell," admitted the woman. "It's sensitive clan business that may eventually prove beneficial for Konoha as a whole. I'm going to be gone anywhere between 2 weeks and until it's time for me to run the Inuzuka clan." "That long?" Yugao peered up from her position on the table to look at the Inuzuka heir that had just sat back and enjoyed their conversation. "If that's the case we might never see you again," commented Kurenai. "Oh, she'll be fine." Anko was unfazed by the news. "And if she's gone too long we'll just track her down for a visit. It is rather unfortunate though." Cautiously, Henna took the bait. "What's rather unfortunate?" "You'll miss out on all the fun with Naruto." Yugao and Kurenai groaned quietly, dragged back to the subject they had only narrowly escaped. Henna just smiled before deciding to have a bit of fun herself. "Oh, I guess you're right." That instantly had the group's attention. "A pity, he sounds great. Who knows how far I may have gotten knowing it might prove to be my only chance." It took all her effort not to start laughing at the dumbfounded expression the calmer two of the group now sported. A grin, predictably, had spread over Anko's face. "Say, Anko," continued the Inuzuka heiress, "you wouldn't happen to know if he's available at the moment, do you? I might as well make the most of my limited time with him. Wouldn't want to waste any." Anko's grin melted off her face and she seemed rather disappointed. "I haven't seen him around lately, I have no idea where he is. I keep trying to visit him but his little girlfriend Mai keeps telling me he's still busy with personal business." He has a girlfriend. That made the conversation the group had been having previously kind of odd. Going after genin was one thing and she didn't judge others for their particular tastes, which is to be expected considering how many of her fellow clanmates had fallen in love with their companions and weren't ashamed to discuss their rather interesting sex life out in public, but going after someone who's involved in a relationship was quite another. Add them together and Henna was a bit confused. None of her friend bar maybe Anko had previously struck her as the type. "No, or, we don't think he does, but there's a young woman who's often with him and gets rather flustered pretty easily when it comes to Naruto. If nothing else the girl has a crush on him," clarified Kurenai. "Are you sure the two of them aren't together?" asked Henna. Kurenai frowned deeply at the question. "Well, no, he took both her and Anko out to dinner and she's almost always leaving his apartment when we arrive, even if it's early in the morning. Visited one day soon after the kid helped me out to find him resting with his head in her lap," added Anko. "They certainly looked good together and it would make sense if they were a couple, but even then I don't get the feeling they're exclusive." "And why's that?" Yugao asked this time, curious for more information about the personal life of her former student. In response, Anko pointed across the restaurant where one Inuzuka-sum was sat across from a dark-haired young woman. Because she seems to currently be on a date with Hana's mother. I suppose she could be cheating on him, but even then I don't suspect he'd mind, especially if they let him watch. It was Hana's turn to blush madly. Can't blame him, muttered Yugao quietly. What teenage boy wouldn't enjoy that? A gay one. Anko was quick to comment but froze as the words came out of her mouth. She and Kurenai shared a shocked look. You don't think, Kurenai started. Well, he hasn't actually made any moves on us, and there are plenty of women comfortable sharing a bed with him. Hana's embarrassment faded into amusement at Anko's growing look of horror. He's gay. Kurenai was looking like she couldn't believe it. What? That's bullshit, declared Anko. How the fuck am I supposed to thank him if he's gay? Hana couldn't help it. She burst out laughing. Two fingers trailed gently down Aben Feather's as purple eyes inspected the paper held loosely in his other hand. It only took a few lines to recognize the writer, and he was pleasantly surprised to learn he was wrong. Uchiha Itachi, a rouge shinobi from Konohagakure no Sato, was known for his frequent use of crows in his techniques, and so when a black bird came bearing a roll of parchment he became suspicious. That really wasn't helped by the small metal bangle clasped on the bird's leg that quite proudly displayed the Uchiha's signature fan. Of course, the bird was actually a raven, but that didn't make him any less cautious. One had to remember that Itachi was not the only Uchiha still alive. He knew of 3 personally, and the Sandame had mentioned more bodies being missing, and he also wasn't the first to be associated with the Midnight Birds. Luckily, the sender seemed to be aware that they were no longer the primary Uchiha associated with the birds and had thus sent a raven instead. Though he supposed it didn't matter much this time because he came to the same conclusion anyway. For future visits, however, he would now know. Other than the piece of metal with the Uchiha fan on it, there seemed to be nothing special about the bird, and certainly nothing that hinted at it being a summon of some sort. If this really was just a trained bird, then he was really damn impressed, both with it and its owner. How they, in this case being both the bird and its trainer, knew where to find him he didn't know, and if the bird had managed to find him without the owner knowing where he currently was, then he had to give the raven credit because it was either very skilled or blessed with the devil's luck. The bird wasn't his focus, however, and his attention remained upon the letter in his hand. She had mentioned being a spy for him, but it certainly looked like she was doing her best to keep her word. Her report wasn't much, unfortunately, despite her being in a group she claimed to be made up of S-rank criminals. Apparently they were just getting started and not much was happening. In between apologies for not having a proper report, she had given him the most complete profile of every member that she could. What made it a bit more interesting was that she included both her and her alter ego, someone by the name of Toby, and had given a description of the hidden leadership within the group. A man, or perhaps plant, she admitted in her writings, named Zetsu, managed a plot that the figurehead leader Pain was yet unaware of. Pain took orders, most interestingly, from Toby, who, in turn, took her orders from Zetsu. Zetsu, when not working towards a plan Toby was not fully informed about, took orders from Pain. She made sure to express her frustration for the mess their chain of command currently was in, the confusion of not always being sure who was in charge in what situation. Other than what information she could scrounge up on members, their current location, and the general goal of the group, there wasn't much information-wise in the letter. There was, however, plenty of inquiries to his health and requests that he get a lot of rest and eat his vegetables. A fond smile tugged at his lips as he read over those parts. It would seem she was trying to take the role of his mother now that her own family had been taken from her. Or, maybe, he had taken the role of her son in her mind. Either way, she wanted to make sure he was well cared for, and he found it quite amusing. Here he was, leading a mercenary group that just took over a country, and he had an escaped Uchiha clan member hiding in a group of S-rank shinobi over in AIM, reminding him to get a good night's rest. Of course, speaking of the Uchiha, he still hadn't had a chance to ask one Uchiha Sasuke, sole recognized survivor of the Uchiha clan massacre, what his relations to her were. He could ask her himself, but it would be terrible to get her hopes up at another family member when she couldn't visit him. If they weren't closely related, then great, there was a big chance the two of them had never crossed paths and she wouldn't feel too bad about not being able to contact them. And if they were too damn bad, she was his now. As he continued to pet her trained raven, a thin smile spread over his lips. Yes, Uchiha Makoto was his, and he wasn't about to lose her. Naturally, the first thing they saw was the bridge as it stretched over the chopping waters and towards the village proper. The morning mist swirled upwards in serpentine tendrils that clung to the ground and cold concrete of the massive structure. 4 wolves, 2 on each side, stood at attention before the bridge. A small building had been erected off to the right in which they could see 2 more. It was a checkpoint, obviously, but a small list of fees posted in clearly readable print on a sign near it also spoke of it being some sort of toll booth. Of course, as they had been invited at the behest of Tsukiyomi, she wasn't even going to worry about it. If he wanted them there, he could foot the damn fee himself. The wolves seemed to be of the same opinion and made no move to approach the oncoming group. Passing without issue, the group of 10 Inuzuka soon came to the apex of the bridge and were greeted by their first look at the village that was to be their home, ranging from anywhere from a few weeks to possible decades. It looked clean enough, most of the buildings in good repair, and the few they could see in need of it were currently in the process of being fixed up. Set farther away from the village was a man-made clearing in which they could see piles of refuse being added to by workers and sorted through by scavengers. Set near the water as it was, a small group of villagers were seen at a small dock loading 2 separate boats. One seemed filled with salvageable items and the other with trash. Obviously, this was still rather new, and she remembered hearing about the recent change of ownership. Evidently that change was doing a lot of good. Idly, part of her mind made the connection that this was the village of Nami no Kuni, the same Nami no Kuni she was going to be managing on behalf of Tsukiyomi. It was an odd feeling but not unpleasant. All of this, was her responsibility now. These people would look up to her to take care of them. It was a scary thought, and she would not deny that she was somewhat intimidated, but she was also eager to be able to leave her own mark here, hopefully as the first of many leaders who would see this country prosper. As she and her companions continued to take in the sight of the village from a distance, they were approached by a wolf with a red fur mantle. Governor Inuzuka, he greeted as he neared. Welcome to Nami no Kuni. I do hope there was no incident on your journey. Obviously addressing her, Hana replied. Governor. It was suggested by Tsukiyomi-sama. It could be Duchess, if you like, but anything else we'd have to run by him first. No, Governor is fine. Is there a reason he chose that? He liked the way it sounded. She could feel the grin under his mask. I see. Our journey was uneventful. Ah, my apologies. He held out his hand, which she took firmly. I am Commander Sai, leader of the wolves. We'll be working together a lot from now on. A pleasure, I'm sure. I thought Tsukiyomi Dono was the leader of the wolves. He was. He appointed me when it became apparent he didn't have enough time to personally oversee all his projects. And that's where Mai comes in. She couldn't hide the slight annoyance in her voice at the mention of the young woman. Representing a shady organization was one thing, but dating her mother was just weird. I see you've met her. It figured that the wolf would pick up on her annoyance. Yes, that's where she comes in. All project heads, as I'll refer to them for simplicity's sake, report to her so that Tsukiyomi-sama can focus on our collective future. So you're one of these project heads? Yes. He nodded. As are you. Are you going to have problems reporting to and taking orders from Mai? No, I'll manage. Very well. If you don't mind me asking, what exactly has she done to earn your ire? Only if I can ask a question about her of you. At Sai's nod she continued. She took my clan head out on a date. Your clan head being your mother, yes. That's right. Your mother, he repeated quietly. She took your mother on a date. That's odd. Why on earth would she do that? Is that not typical? I know she can be quite playful around those she likes, but this is the first I've heard of her taking someone out on a date. The fact that it's an older woman just makes things more strange. Oh, how so? Something wrong with my mother? Oh, no, not at all, it just doesn't match up with her previous interests. He was frowning in thought beneath his mask. She seemed pretty fond of Naruto-san, who is a younger male, and she's around Tsukiyomi-sama as much as possible. I'm almost certain those two are closer than friends at this point. That being said, her going for a woman seems pretty out of place and I thought I knew her better. Maybe things just weren't going well with Tsukiyomi Dono and she needed a break. Ah, yes, maybe that's it. He grinned beneath his mask. If he were currently absent from her life it would certainly explain her behavior. She likes to cuddle, you know, and if your mother is even half as attractive as you or she would make an excellent choice. Hannah tried to get the thought of them eventually getting married out of her head. The girl was younger than she was, things would be infinitely awkward. Maybe it was some elaborate scheme to keep her here in Wave. She shook her head with a faint snort, that was just ridiculous. Just so long as she doesn't end up my second mother. I wouldn't worry, I don't think Mai would be able to go through with such commitment. She's already too invested with Tsukiyomi-sama and his plans. Well, that's one less worry, I guess. I suppose it is. You had a question about Mai, I believe. Yeah, that's right. Why did he choose her, Tsukiyomi Dono, I mean? She can't be older than me and yet he's given her control over you and your wolves in addition to whoever else is aligned with him. Sai thought briefly about it. She's competent, he finally admitted. And she has proven so time and time again. I would think, however, that a more likely answer would be that he favors her. She's been his assistant since the beginning and he's probably taken a liking to her. As good a reason as any, I guess. If he trusts her, why wouldn't he? No. Indeed. Now, shall I take you to your temporary lodging? Temporary. He nodded even as he turned to lead them away. Oh, yes. We've begun constructing a suitable home and office for you and your companions, but because Tsukiyomi-sama only recently decided to extend this offer to you, it's not quite ready yet. A few more weeks, I would suspect. He's paying handsomely for the local workers to focus on this project. Then where will we be staying? Gato had a small mansion built that was surprisingly well defended, considering the fact that he's a civilian businessman, and we wolves have been staying there. You'll be welcome to stay with us there, which is quite fortunate. Considering the amount of wolves who stay there, even off duty, it's the most well-defended location in the country. Also, it's where Gato kept all his documents, which means it's where the two of us, meaning mostly you, would have to start as we continue to establish a firm hold on the country and start guiding it in the right direction. And what direction is that? Honestly, whichever way the people want to go. It will help them accept us and show them that they still have their own freedoms while giving us the resources needed for other projects. We give them the opportunity, they start to grow and expand, and then with our guidance we ensure everything runs smoothly. So you're really taking the role of guiding seriously, offering the advice and opportunities and letting the people decide whether to follow it or not. Sai went silent for a moment, thinking of the best way to put it. Well, no, not exactly. While the people decide how, we wolves require that progress be made in order to support our own growth. There's also the matter of ensuring people don't do things that may be detrimental. To that effect, they can do as they like so long as they're actually doing something, but there are things we cannot accept. When they cross that line, we step it. Doesn't seem to be much ruling then. What's my job? No, not much ruling, there's no need at the moment. Your job is to work with me and the wolves to keep things running smoothly. Is that going to be difficult? I can't imagine too many problems arising. So far we haven't had any. The people are happy to work together in an effort to undo all the damage Gato caused. Unfortunately, we can't expect it to stay this way forever. Sooner or later conflicts will arise as everybody tries to rise above their neighbors. That's when the real work starts. Luckily, we get a head start, and the better the foundation we can lay and the more growth we have to increase variety, the better off everybody will be. Makes sense, I guess. When do we start? Tsukiyomi-sama is leaving in a few days. He'd like you and your companions to be settled and familiar with the country before he does. That said, I'll probably have you start as soon as he's out of sight. Like I said earlier, the sooner we get this done the less we'll have to fix in the long run. Alright, sounds good to me. The Inuzuka clan members stayed silent as their heiress spoke with the wolf, and when the two stopped speaking the silence remained. It near the same time that buildings began to surround them. Ah, here we have the village proper, commented Sai. I'd ask that you all pay attention to your surroundings so they become familiar. This will be your home for a while, I'm sure, and it's always a good idea to know your surroundings. No one else spoke, but that didn't seem to bother the commander of the wolves any. Though it was still pretty early in the morning, the streets were filled with people, not all that surprising considering how much the village relied upon fishing, and it was obvious that the villagers were currently pleased with their situation. Laughing children darted in between legs and excited chatter filled the air as gossip made its rounds. A few restaurants were already open and smells of spices that had for so long been out of reach to the people wafted out to draw in customers. Of course, all that happiness was offset starkly by the imposing image of wolves perched upon rooftops in a manner as unfitting as gargoyles upon a farmhouse. And while the people of Wave seemed to take little notice of the silent watchers on their roofs, they did notice those who patrolled the streets. Very few of the adults that passed wandered closely to the wolves or seemed to interact with them if they could at all help it. Unperturbed, the wolves continued to inspect wares, catch the occasional would-be thief, and break up the fights of drunken dockworkers who had just got off their night shift. The children, on the other hand, were much more welcoming. In one alley Hannah could see a wolf crouched down by a fence, a group of young boys huddled around them all holding kunai as the shinobi instructed them on how to wield them. Broad smiles stretched the lips of each of them and they were eager and excited to learn. Another two wolves nearby tried their best to keep vigil as a troop of giggling girls braided long hair and filled it with flowers. The only response they received was when the male wolf removed the carefully woven flower circlet from his head and instead nestled it atop his female companions. Naturally, a new circlet was placed on his head seconds after. Neither of them seemed to mind. Watching, Hannah couldn't keep the grin off her face. Maybe this wouldn't be as bad as she had thought. A generous amount of his drink made its way past his lips. It had been a long time since he had last sat across from his old rival and he couldn't help but feel a bit nostalgic. Said rival, on the other hand, didn't seem to share his sentiment. Odd, that, he was usually considered the one lacking emotion. What did you want now, Danzo? His rival had seemed more and more worn lately, his age finally catching up to him. He supposed that was a good sign that he was getting too old for this as well. They would both need to find replacements, or, if the gods smiled down upon them, they needed to find a single replacement that could take both their roles. Hopefully, however, they would not keep them as long as the two rivals had. That kind of workload was simply too much. Idly, he had to wonder if Naruto would find himself with the same problem or if he had found a solution that worked for him. He knew very well the stress of running his own organization, and even though he had done most of Naruto's work for him, he also had a lot more experience than the young man. Oh well, if nothing else, it pointed him out as his prospective replacement. Even without asking, he'd probably take up the role simply by nature. It was only right, he mused, that the dark side of Konohagakure be filled with yet another who understood the importance of shadows. The darkness provided freedoms the light couldn't and restrictions that kept one bound to them, but maybe Naruto would manage to find some sort of middle ground, even if just to give him the necessary freedom to support his village. Just had some news I felt you might be interested in. I doubt Jiraiya's network has picked it up yet, and even if it had, you wouldn't be receiving the report until sometime next week unless he deemed it sufficiently urgent. If it's not urgent, why would you want to bring it to my attention yourself? Hiruzen raised a single brow. Even if you thought I might like to know, a letter from you would have been sufficient. It's not necessarily important, confessed Danzo. I just found it interesting and wanted to be able to share it with you personally. It didn't take long for the old Sarutobi to hazard a guess as to why. Naruto's somehow involved, isn't he? Danzo, the Yami no Shinobi, grinned in response. Hiruzen had to style a groan, which only seemed to further amuse the retired shinobi. All right, sighed the Sandaime. What is it you wanted to bring to my attention? You are familiar with the situation in Nami no Kuni, yes? Questioned the leader of Root. I am. Hitaki Kakashi made his report for Team 7's recent C rank turned A rank that gave me a brief overview. How brief? It was Kakashi. The Sandaime Hokage said that as if it alone was an explanation. He wasn't wrong, but he clarified without prompting regardless. Very brief. What, exactly, did he tell you? Narrowing his eyes in suspicion, Hiruzen nonetheless answered. Team 7 escorted the bridge builder Tazuna from Konoha to Wave. The mission was successful but complicated by the appearance of the demon brothers Guzu and Maizu and then later by one Momochi Zabuza. In the end Gato, the tycoon who had been controlling Nami no Kuni with an iron fist, was dealt with and Zabuza was driven off after receiving grievous but not fatal damage. Sarutobi paused briefly before shrugging. Also Kakashi liked to point out that all his genin were horrible disappointments and he would have done better had they all been burnt logs. There was something about the worm in his report, too, but I admit I have no idea what he was talking about or how it related in any way to the mission. And that was all. He explained in great detail his conquest of the client's daughter. Apparently her ass alone had him briefly contemplating sending back his genin team with his headband so he could stay there. That is, troubling, noted Danzo. To think one of our best would be tempted to leave us for a civilian woman's body. After a moment of silence Hiruzen quietly commented. Must have been a hell of an ass. Danzo was nodding in agreement without so much as a second thought. Think we could convince her to join Konoha. A weapon like that would be more efficient than a Jinchuriki any day. And when we weren't at war. Something administrative, maybe, mused the Warhawk. A position where she would walk around a lot. Would work wonders for morale. I can't believe you're actually considering this. I can't believe you're not. He countered. Can we please get back to the reason for your visit? I doubt you came here to talk about an ass Kakashi tapped. To his credit, Danzo did look a bit embarrassed once he realized the direction their conversation was going. Ah, yes, got a bit sidetracked there. Now, while what Kakashi told you is not wrong and is, for the most part, complete. You should know him well enough to realize he left out details that while not directly pertaining to his mission of guarding the bridge builder are nonetheless important. Hiruzen wasn't surprised but he had to wonder if that was just Kakashi and he shouldn't have given him a team or if Kakashi was doing things like this on purpose because he didn't want a team. Neither answer was good, but the second was preferable, if only because the blame wasn't on him. And what did he leave out? That iron fist of Gato's he mentioned. It was enforced by a group of wild dogs we know of here in Konoha. The wolves. The very same. Danzo nodded. Gato hired them a while ago and they've been acting as his enforcers since. And they just let Team 7 complete their mission. I'd say it's more likely that Team 7 helped them complete theirs. Pondering that, Hiruzen rubbed his chin lightly before the realization struck. They were lying in wait to betray Gato, weren't they? Indeed. When Gato gathered his group in an effort to crush the remaining resistance in Wave, the wolves took the opportunity to slaughter him and his forces. There's more you're not telling me. The Sandaime accused. The wolves have taken over the country, claiming it under the protection of their leader, someone by the name of Tsukiyomi. The professor snorted at the presumptuous name. So Wave is theirs, then. What of it? Can't be much worse than while under Gato. Oh, no, Nami no Kuni is doing very well from what my spies have seen. Or, rather, what they're allowed to. Hiruzen raised a single brow in question. So long as my men stay around the village the wolves do nothing more than offer a Konoha salute when passing. Should they attempt to actually enter the village, however, they are quite forcefully removed. I see. And how does this relate at all to Naruto? You know as well as I that Naruto is involved with the wolves. I won't deny I've had my suspicions. There are no suspicions, he's involved. It's a fact. I've seen his wolf guard, hell, I trained them. That got Hiruzen's attention. Eyes narrowed he asked. What are the wolves? You obviously know more than what I've been able to piece together. They were, at one point, root agents undergoing training. These agents, unfortunately, could not be successfully conditioned and retained most of their emotions despite my best efforts. Danzo shrugged lightly. It's a rare few that can be both trained effectively and conditioned to feel little to nothing, it's why my operation has so few. The rejects I allowed back into the Konoha populace to continue life as civilians. If nothing else, I figured, having shinobi-trained civilians would prove to be a boon during a crisis where they could aid Konoha shinobi in getting their fellow civilians to safety. The Sandaime didn't like what he was hearing but he couldn't deny that it was a fairly sound idea. There were worse uses for the rejects of Danzu's illegal little pet project. Ignoring the fact that you've continued with Root despite it being disbanded and have apparently trained far more operatives than you have under your control, how did they become the wolves? Originally they still were under my control, explained Danzo. And then someone else, this Tsukiyomi, managed to take it from me. It is he who created the wolves. So Tsukiyomi takes advantage of your trained operatives and creates himself a little army. How is Naruto involved? That's the one thing I can't quite puzzle out. Isn't it obvious? Naruto is Tsukiyomi. Hiruzen looked at him skeptically. Before you explained it I would have believed you, but how could he have possibly managed to gain control over them? One of the reasons Root was disbanded was because you used seals to keep control over your operatives. I doubt you'd even attempt to train anyone without similar precautions. And yet Naruto has somehow managed to edit the seal. I don't know if it's still in effect or nullified completely, but he has their loyalty now. And a country. Danzo smiled. Yes, and a country. This does, however, provide you with a good opportunity. Konoha is not all that well off financially after the past few wars, and with the massive loss of shinobi after the Uchiha massacre the effects will be felt before long. We're better off than Suna or Iwa, but that won't last forever. So you propose I come to some sort of arrangement with Wave through Naruto? Exactly. And this isn't some attempt to get your own spies into better positions in Nami no Kuni. Well, it would certainly help with that, admitted the Yami no Shinobi. But while I think it's important to watch him, I don't have the feeling Konoha would suffer terribly were we not to do so. He's more likely to take up arms for us than against us. What brings you to that conclusion? As far as I can tell he doesn't have anyone left here in Konoha other than perhaps Azuki Yugao, his temporary sensei during the academy, or Mitarashi Anko, who seems to have taken a liking to the boy and enjoys taking him out on missions. Because despite this, Konoha is his home and wolves can be rather territorial. You're relying on him being possessive. Hiruzen paused. And Tsukiyomi, do you have proof of either? He strikes me as territorial, and I'm completely certain that he and Tsukiyomi are the same. You asked me what the wolves were, and here's your answer: the wolves are Naruto's personal army. A deep sigh left Hiruzen's lips. I was afraid of that. Let's hope you're right. By the gods, let's hope you're right. Because Konoha is in no shape to weather an assault right now, especially from the inside. He would remain blissfully unaware of the troubles of the Hyuga clan until it was too late for him to intervene. The house was quiet, far more quiet than it should have ever been. Unfortunately, she found herself getting used to it these days. Long gone was the laughter and pounding of feet as she and her brother played, no longer did her mother's lullabies fill the air. Naruto, focusing more on his studies, no longer called out for her to come back in from the back garden for dinner. No, dinner now was taken in silence at the table alone, the house empty around her. Her brother hadn't been here in over 4 years, and her mother seemed to only stop by late at night to sleep after a quick shower. She was usually gone before breakfast. The house was not what she remembered, not what she dreamed about returning to during the 4 years she received instruction in the kunoichi arts from her mother as they traveled the world. Never before could she imagine their home being so cold, so lifeless. But that's what it had become. With her brother gone and her mother always away taking care of clan business for the Uzumaki and Yamanaka, she had the home to herself, the dream of many her age. Even with visits to the Yamanaka heiress, swamped in work and always appreciative of an excuse to take a quick break, Naruko had never before felt so alone. Even Mito, sealed within her and more than capable of conversing at any moment, would not utter a whisper. She no doubt still held that mistake she had made during the spar against her, and there was no hope of repairing their relationship until Mito had been returned to her brother. Considering that her consciousness would reside primarily with her brother from then on, it made the chances of repairing the relationship at all rather slim. No, that bridge was thoroughly burned and she was trapped on the other side, lost and alone. This would all be so much easier if she still had her brother. She had always looked to him for guidance and would happily follow his lead. His path, however, had no room for her at the moment. She would only get in the way. The worst part about it was that her absence from his life is part of the reason he was on that path, and every day it seemed he was farther and farther away, never to be recovered. But she was an Uzumaki, and they never gave up. Even if it was on her deathbed, she would gain his acceptance once more. It was for that reason that she decided on the first step to getting closer to him, keeping her mother from driving him further away. It would be impossible to make any progress with her mother's attempts, no matter how well-meaning they might be, constantly undoing any work she might have been able to put towards her goal of having her family as complete as possible. She didn't have to step in, of course. Her mother was doing enough to wear herself out, and Naruto was confident that even without her, Kushina would end up exhausting herself to the point where she would be able to think about what it was she was doing. So full of frantic desperation, her mother never seemed to fully think out her plans, and while her determination was admirable, perhaps not to the average person, but to an Uzumaki it was doing more harm than good. So while her mother would stop soon, it didn't necessarily mean she would stop soon enough. Every attempt chanced damaging their failing relations to Naruto far too much, and the sooner she stopped, the sooner damage control could be run. That said, Naruto really wasn't a morning person, and so getting up before her mother wasn't an option. Also, knowing that she had spent the day working with the Yamanaka in running the clan and managing Uzumaki properties that hadn't received attention in years, stopping her from taking a shower and some well-deserved rest would just be inconsiderate. With that in mind, Naruto had decided there was really only one option. She just stayed up all night. The light from her mother's room shone through the bottom of the door as she got ready for the day, and Naruto only looked away from the door long enough to check the time, as if her mother might disappear if she weren't paying enough attention. 3:45. There's no way I could have woken up this early. Reassured that this was the best course of action, though her eyelids strongly disagreed. It should be noted that hard training during the day when you intended to stay awake all night was a rather poor idea. She anxiously awaited her mother's emergence from her room. Naturally, after having spent the entire night doing absolutely nothing, this was when she realized that she didn't actually know what she was going to tell her mother. The creaking of the door and the light that spilled into the hallway, however, told her that she really didn't have any time to worry about it. Naruto. Kushina looked understandably puzzled to see her daughter waiting outside her room. Morning, Ka-chan, it's been a while since I last saw you. Maybe a bit of guilt would help convince the woman to slow down and think about what she was doing. The guilt part itself seemed to be working and was evident on her face as she gazed down at her daughter. I'm sorry, my little sunflower, I've had a lot of stuff to take care of. Was there something you needed? Despite having just woken up, Kushina looked rather haggard and exhaustion seemed to cling to her. Considering she had two clans to deal with at the moment and the stress of Naruto's absence piled atop, it was easy to see why. The use of such an old nickname and the slight guilt on her features only served to make Naruto seem guilty about trying such a route. Her mother was already dealing with enough at the moment. I just think you've been doing too much. That was probably both a great understatement and a subtle hint at the fact that she was going too far. Subtlety, unfortunately, was a rather foreign concept to most Uzumaki. Honestly, it was only because of her sensei's constant subtle jabs and insults that she herself had managed to pick up on it. I have to do a lot if we want your brother back. Her heart was certainly in the right place, but the methods were all wrong. Pointing that out by itself probably would have worked fine, but Naruto made a rather grave mistake. I understand that, but I spoke with Ino and I think you might be going about this wrong. And that was it. The conversation wasn't going to be going any further because she had brought up the Yamanaka, the current target of her mother's blame. Even though Naruto seemed to be on amicable enough terms with the Mindwalkers, Kushina seemed to take out all her frustration on the clan. I see, so just because that little bitch spews more lies about my son, your brother, you think that I'm wrong. Naruto didn't get a chance to respond as her mother stormed off. Giving a defeated sigh, she slumped to the ground. Naruto was gone and they both wanted him back, and yet the family was still falling apart. There was no hope in them all being a happy family once more. The Uzumaki clan was done for. Perhaps it always had been, ever since that day 4 years ago when they abandoned a clanmate and forsook everything they had once stood for. That thought did nothing to stop the tears. The tightness of her chest and the stinging of unshed tears in her eyes was nothing compared to the regret that had already settled to gnaw at her stomach. She shouldn't have been so angry, especially at her own daughter, and she knew it. Naruto wanted her brother back just as much as she wanted the return of her son. It wasn't the girl's fault that the closest thing to a friend she had was the Yamanaka heiress, nor was it her fault that the Yamanaka were the best to go to in regards to information about Naruto, having interacted with Naruto more than most. But logic holds little to no sway over one's emotions. She couldn't stop herself from being angry when the clan she held most accountable for the loss of her son was brought up, and most certainly couldn't help the feeling of betrayal when her daughter seemed to associate more with them than her own mother. Considering she was rarely around these days, working either on clan business or trying to think up a way to return her son to the clan, it should have been expected. And, in a way, it had been. What was unexpected, however, was that her daughter ended up having good relations with the Yamanaka heiress. When she first returned to the village with her, she'd have been pleased to hear the two young kunoichi were getting along, but after learning the part they had played in her son leaving her clan, leaving the family, she couldn't help but hate them. Things had only gotten worse when she learned that Naruto no longer held anything against the clan and was even on decent terms with them. Well, not really decent. They were terrified of him, as they should be, but they weren't about to upset him, and he had managed to use them to his own devices. Most importantly, he wasn't angry at them. Hell, he had mentioned that he should probably thank them for what they allowed him to do and become. And while she could appreciate that he had grown up into a fine young man that she could be proud of, he had also grown away from the family to the point where not only did he not want anything to do with them, but he had actually gone about and replaced them. He had a new family, the mention of which had all the Yamanaka at the table tensing all those nights ago, a family that could only be the wolves the young heiress had mentioned before her clan became a vassal to her own. Criminals. Her baby boy had fallen in with criminals to the point where he would call them family over her, his own mother. And he seemed happy. As if losing them hadn't mattered in the slightest. Nothing had hurt more than that. To know her son thought nothing of his blood relations, nothing of her, and had simply moved on to the next group. It was horrible, she knew, to hope that he had been devastated by their disappearance, but that would have been expected at this point. Welcome, even but this simple apathy, the professionalism with which he had addressed her when she finally managed to find him again, she didn't know how to deal with it. It was tearing her apart. Plans were made and executed as soon as she could, all in a vain hope of regaining what was lost, but none of them worked, none of them got her any closer to her goal of a complete family. And now she was losing her daughter. She wasn't so caught up in her tasks that she didn't notice the ever-growing distance between herself and young kunoichi she had spent the past 4 years training. She hated to admit it, but that hurt even more. Her son was already gone, and a part of her, the kunoichi portion, acknowledged that and told her to move on, but her daughter she still had. With every attempt to regain her son, she spent less time with her, slowly fracturing what family she had left. It wouldn't be long now before she had lost them both and was left alone in this world. Just as Naruto had been. It was a mixture of guilt, love, and maternal instinct that made it impossible for her to simply abandon the idea of getting her son back, but at this point losing her daughter would be much, much worse. And that thought, like all thoughts involving her family, brought with it pain. Despite her intentions, she had abandoned her son to fend for himself for 4 years. There were worse places she could have left him. Certainly, Konoha was rather friendly compared to the other villages, but that didn't make things any better. She, the clan head of the Uzumaki, had abandoned her family. Were there any other adults in the clan, she would have been expected to surrender her headship to them and exile herself from the clan. Just like her son had done. He had taken it upon himself to leave the clan when he had feud with a fellow Konoha clan. It was exemplary, really, for any clan member who wasn't Uzumaki. Other clans might approve, might even hail him a hero, especially because he managed to come out victorious in the end without dragging in the clan. The Uzumaki, however, never abandoned each other. If one had an issue, they all had an issue, and they would fight to the end to see things through. Had Naruto wished to declare himself and by association the entire Uzumaki clan the enemy of the Yamanaka, the clan would have proudly stood behind him. But there was no clan, it was just him. She had already taken her daughter from the village on a 4-year training trip. And because it was just him, he had cut himself free from their name and taken the fight entirely upon his young shoulders. As an Uzumaki she hated it. As a kunoichi she approved. As a mother she was ashamed. In the end, she knew, no matter how much she tried to shift the blame to others, that this was all her fault. Every last single thing that had happened was her fault and her fault alone. Even as she denied it, the truth was always there in the back of her head, whispering to her as it became harder and harder to keep going. She wanted so much to simply give up, curling into a ball and ignoring the world. But she couldn't. She made this mess and she was responsible to fix it, no matter what it took or how long she had to work at it. And the more she worked at it, the more she threw her everything into it in a desperate hope that she might undo what was done. Her daughter suffered. She suffered. Just as Naruto had suffered. It all came back to him, didn't it? A few times she had been tempted to blame him for this mess, but he was only the source of the pain, not the cause. It had been actions outside his control that had caused all these problems, and while she could blame clans like the Yamanaka or the Senju for her trouble, she couldn't bring herself to really hold her son accountable for their troubles. He, if anyone, was the victim in this situation. Not her daughter, and certainly not those that had gone against him. He had been the victim, but no longer. He had risen above that and created a life for himself away from it all. She was proud of him for that, but was it really her place to be proud? The only influence she had on the young man, the shinobi he had become, was her absence, and that was hardly something to be proud of. Naruto was lost as could be, and with every passing day her daughter slipped further and further away. The last remnants of the Uzumaki clan, the greatest clan to ever exist, was falling apart, crumbling to nothing after all these years, and somewhere, deep down in the darkest pits of her heart, a place that she refused to acknowledge, she knew that it was her fault. And her children were paying the price. Should she be given the chance, she wouldn't hesitate to go back to when they were a complete family, and knowing what she did now, she would never have left her son's side. They would have all been together then, together and happy. But it was too late for that. She couldn't undo her mistakes. Neither could she accept them, accept the terrible knowledge that it was because of her that her children now suffered, that she actually found herself wondering if she should abandon one to keep the other. Was she really worthy of having either if she had to make such a decision? In the end, the only thing she could do was keep trying in hopes that one day she might make things right. That one day they might be a family once more. But deep within her heart, in the same place occupied by the knowledge that this was all her fault, resided the truth she wasn't strong enough to know, lest she be completely broken. Her family was already lost. And there was nothing she could do. The ocean air had grown on him over the last 2 weeks, as had the port town itself. Perhaps it was the simplicity of people's lives here, or the cheerfulness of the people that stood in such stark contrast to the usual overcast village, or maybe it was just because it was his, and that simple thought brought with it the same sense of freedom the villagers formerly tormented by Gato's rule now felt. He knew he wasn't the only one who was enjoying the thought of this small village belonging to them, as he was aware the Inuzuka heiress Henna had likewise become rather attached to it in the short time she had been there. He could certainly understand it. The sense of responsibility she was no doubt feeling was just as he had first felt upon assuming command over the rejected root prospects that would later become his wolves. Only this, a town that served as the center of a country, a capital, or the closest thing to one Nami no Kuni, had felt like a far larger responsibility than a simple organization, no matter how large it was going, could never hope to compare to. There was just something about an actual village, a permanent structure that sat out in the light opposed to the shadows he had grown so comfortable in, that felt so much more solid. There was a feeling of responsibility associated with any position of leadership, but until he had seen the faces of civilians that now depended on that leadership, it had never seemed so real. His wolves, despite his desire to look out for them, could take care of themselves, and he could always trust them to act as necessary to further the goals of the pack. But civilians, untrained and unknowing of the true nature of their silent protectors, were not so self-sufficient, and they looked up to those in leadership positions to help guide them through their simple lives. Unlike the Hyuga clan, in which the sheep flocked to a shepherd, this was a group of individuals who simply needed reassurance and a feeling of safety as they went about their lives as best they can. And while Tsukiyomi, as they knew him, could not provide such, Henna had risen spectacularly to the challenge. The people of Wave adored her. They didn't necessarily dislike the wolves, though they were cautious, but having a face to associate with the leadership of the village did wonders for the people's morale. Considering how high morale had shot after Gato's death and when Gato's wealth was used to bring Wave back to what it once was and towards what it could become, Naruto was actually a bit surprised the people hadn't pulled a Hyuga and proclaimed the Inuzuka heiress a goddess. Though he supposed that was a good thing. He couldn't even imagine how much trouble it would be leading a group with 2 cults and 2 different goddesses. That would be an absolute administrative nightmare. Purple eyes roamed his surroundings from beneath the black hood of his traveling cloak. In the distance he could see the villagers going about their daily lives with little more concern than what they would have for dinner that night or their ability to impress their love interest. It was a refreshing change both from the depressed Wave he had been informed about and the exuberant celebrations that had been ongoing when he first arrived. No, this simple cheerfulness suited the port town much better. A town of sailors and fishermen was less than ideal for large, village-wide celebrations in which the alcohol flowed freely from Gato's stores. That had been a pretty bad call on behalf of his wolves, actually, something he wasn't keen to repeat, but the village had needed it and it did them good in the end. Turning from the distant streets of Nami no Kuni's only official settlement, his gaze briefly locked onto the nearby carriage that would take him on his journey to be recognized as the ruler of Wave. It was simple, tediously so. Extreme care had been taken to ensure the carriage looked as plain as possible. Kept in good repair, the only thing that stood out about it was how average it was. And while the regular citizen might not make note of that fact, the lords and families that inhabited the capital cities would note that the carriage was kept immaculate with meticulous care. He did not need something gaudy to show his power, nothing shiny to attract attention. The dark gray carriage elevated him above the common rabble but showed he had better things to do than spend his money needlessly. He was not there to socialize with lesser lords or enter pissing competitions between the heirs of prestigious families. No, he was going to be there to speak with the Daimyo, to conduct business most of them would never be able to dream of. His carriage, intimidating in its simple perfection and marked only with the head of a wolf in a lighter gray, showed a grim seriousness that would never be matched by the rich nobles who had lived luxurious lives on the deeds of ancestors long past. They didn't have what it took to stand across from the daimyo as a potential ally, instead of next to him as just another waste of space hoping for his favor. He was above them in ways they couldn't comprehend. And while they no doubt competed to outdo one another regularly, his carriage would immediately tell them that he had no desire to join their pathetic frivolities. He would not be joining their games because he was already playing one far more advanced than they could ever boast. Yes, this carriage would suit his needs perfectly. That was to say nothing of the countless explosive tags hidden within it, ready to cause mass panic and chaos should they need to make an escape. And who knows? Maybe he'd end up using it to threaten the daimyo should things go wrong. He might even end up removing him entirely. Briefly he toyed with the idea of replacing the man and his family with hanged wolves and removing any member of the staff that became suspicious. No, that was going a bit too far. At the moment, at least. He'd keep that option in mind should something go terribly wrong, or save it for later when he wasn't dealing with so much. Pulling the strings of a man masquerading as a greater daimyo who was involved as your ally and supported your own position of daimyo was a bit too complicated for his liking at the moment. Managing the Hyuga who followed Hinata was enough trouble when he had to remain unknown and Hinata wasn't a natural leader. Luckily he didn't need to do much on that end at the moment, or he wouldn't have been able to so easily divested time to sort out things here in Wave and then go off to negotiate with one of the world's rulers. For truly, the greater daimyo were the ones who held the greatest power in this world, greater hidden villages at their call and armies of samurai ready to die at their command. And with the financial might they held, they could even hire entire lesser countries to take up fights for them, never having to resort to the deaths of its own people. It was almost frightening how much power those simple men held at their fingertips, ready to be unleashed upon the world. If even one of them was ambitious enough, the entire world would be engulfed by the fires of war within a week. That kind of power shouldn't be in the hands of those who had never really fought, never truly struggled. Unsurprisingly, the thoughts of their power only tempted him further to take it from them. Perhaps after he had secured backing he could target one of the other greater daimyo and take control of their country using a replacement. He'd probably keep that a secret from his backer, though. Such knowledge certainly wouldn't endear him to the man. Smaller countries, on the other hand, would probably be appreciated by the Lord of Lords, and even if he kept it a secret from the world, there was simply too much favor to be gained to keep his backer out of the loop. Alas, those were thoughts and plans for another time. He had to start at the beginning and then make plans for their growth. There was still no way to tell how the world might respond once the wolves came into the open. Old employers might be pleased to be able to easily contact them again, while others might fear their past involvement with the group coming to light and shining poorly upon them. After he dealt with that, he could go about scheming for what was starting to sound like a bid to take over the world. He had nothing against the idea himself, despite it not being his goal, though it certainly wouldn't hurt, and if nothing else, the thoughts of such could be toyed with for his amusement during the coming journey. Using a carriage, unfortunately, meant he would be traveling at a rather civilian pace. This was going to be a long 2 weeks. From the carriage his eyes moved to the few that surrounded him. Unlike the departure of Team 7, his would not be marked by a large, cheerful crowd. He was a name, a faceless ruler. The people had no love for him. Henna was their leader, and he the man who stood behind her in the shadows, his support evident but unnoticed by the populace for anything more than that. The wolves were recognized as their protectors and were reluctantly accepted after their experience with Gato and his goons. Those who supported the wolves, grateful for aid rendered when they worked for Gato, were few and far between. It was Henna who the wolves seemed to work for, or, at the very least, with. Should Henna have been the one leaving, he had no doubt that even after only a week of staying here and getting to know the people, introduced as she was as their leader, they would gather together to wish her safe travels. That was her purpose, after all, the figurehead they could all look up to in adoration. His organization might be stepping into the light, but he would not be with it. His place was within the shadows, stalking around in the background and ensuring no one had to see what was necessary for their light to exist. He had to admit, it saddened him slightly, but that was the cost of his actions, and he would gladly pay for the good of his wolves. The shadows were where he belonged, and they were where he would dwell for the rest of his life. These figureheads, he knew, would one day replace him completely in the eyes of those he led. Already he puzzled ways for Sai to be able to apply seals identical to the one he bore upon new recruits, which meant he would only be seen by those wolves when they were assigned a task that involved him, unlikely considering their junior status. No, they would hear solely of him from the lips of the older wolves, instructed that tasks were his will, the will of a man they had never met and never would. In time the talk would disappear, save for the occasional whispering of his name as though a prayer to some lost god they had once followed. Only the upper echelons of his forces would know better, but how long would that last? How long until only Sai knew of his presence in the background, watching over the wolves and directing them towards an uncertain future? When would it be Mai whom all believed to run this vast group? When the flock and their goddess sought direction from her, when the wolves followed at her heels, and when the Inazuka, allied with them, could only vaguely recall the man who had started this all. Soon would recognize the name but would perhaps dismiss it, having never met him and believing instead that the young woman she had met was and always had been the true leader, hiding herself amongst the ranks. Henna, on the other hand, had met him, however briefly, as he expressed his confidence in her abilities and the future of Wave, and would perhaps remember the hooded individual who had given her the position. Hinata would know of him, of course. He doubted that she could ever forget, but what would that matter when she was the goddess of the Hyuga? Her people wouldn't know of him, and as she became more and more confident in her position, she would stop relying on him to the point where she'd only need to report to Mai. Already he had a basic idea for how to go about giving Sai the ability to add the seal. How much longer would it be until he faded into obscurity, forgotten by those he had brought together? While they all moved into the light and went about with their lives in the open, unrestricted by secrecy or the threat of being unready for potential enemies, he would be forever trapped in the shadows and remain there until his dying day. He had to wonder if this was anything like Danzu's own life, starting strong, fading away, and at the very end reduced to little more than an advisor. The old warhawk would offer advice to the cage. Would he be nothing more than another opinion for Mai to consider as she ran the empire he built? He would need to start giving Mai more power. In that case, get her ready to lead completely as he disappeared, however slowly, into the background, never to be seen again. It was his fate, it seemed, to lose all which he had. In this case, however, that which he lost would not necessarily be gone. He would still be able to gaze upon it fondly as it grew beyond what he could have ever envisioned, expanding and changing to fit the world he had brought it into. It was better, he supposed, than to lose it completely. His pride, at the very least, would go on unharmed, forever assured by the continued success of what he had created. It occurred to him that his pride, one of the biggest weaknesses he had, was really the only thing he could trust to stick with him until the bitter end. His wolves would continue to expand and conquer, supported by the flock and the dogs of Konoha and with the backing of a daimyo. It would continue on forever. Without him. But the pride of its creation would remain with him through his end, every victory it achieved another for himself. It would turn him bitter, of that he had no doubt, but at least his wolves would be well cared for. And in the end, isn't that all that mattered? He temporarily shook the idea from his mind. He would have 2 weeks to ponder this. There was little point doing so now as he stood near the carriage that would take him to one of the 5 greater capitals. 10 wolves would be accompanying him on this journey, 2 driving the carriage, 2 on the back of the carriage, and 3 flanking it on either side. They stood apart from the others, their belongings stored within scrolls on their person and ready to serve their lord with all they had. The other group was even smaller. Henna and Sai stood next to each other, flanked by 2 wolves each. And that was it. The unofficial lord of Nami no Kuni would not leave to a crowd in any sense of the word, and nor would he ever return to one. As far as his people were concerned, they were led by Inuzuka Henna, and all that went right would be forever attributed to her and the wolves she worked with. He was nothing to these people, to this land, but it was his, and he would ensure it was taken care of. There was no cheering as he climbed into the carriage, no waving of crowds or the well-wishing of villagers. No, not a word was spoken as he disappeared into the wooden carriage and shut the door behind him, his entourage of wolves taking up positions on and around it. Looking out the window, the world began to slowly crawl by as his journey and the first step to his disappearance was taken. The wolves would become legendary under his guidance, a part of history so great it would never be forgotten, but he wasn't a wolf, and he would be forgotten soon enough. But that was okay. The wolves would continue on long after he was gone, and through his child, he would live forever. Because even if he was completely forgotten, he would always be the one who started it all. He would always be the father of the wolves. The mood seemed inappropriately somber in her opinion, as if he was going forth to the executioner's block rather than on his way to be recognized as a lord by one of the 5 greater daimyo. There wouldn't be any cheers, the wolves were too professional for that, but the silence didn't seem right either. And then there was the lack of everyone. Not a single villager was present despite what the man across from her had done for them all. Hell, just her presence usually meant some villagers would be around, but the gathering of wolves was evidently enough to keep them from investigating the strange occurrence. She scowled lightly at the though. It wasn't right that the people of Nami no Kuni praised her for what he had done and would trust her more than the very group that had secured their freedom. But not once had she heard any of the wolves complaining, they seemed to accept it and carry on regardless. That, or perhaps they simply didn't care, concerned only with the will of their leader. And their leader he was. The Inuzuka clan was known for its loyalty, but theirs palled in comparison to the loyalty the wolves had to Tsukiyomi. Inuzuka would support each other through anything, the wolves would go through anything for Tsukiyomi. Normally she'd say that's a bad thing, but despite what other might have done in his place, Tsukiyomi didn't seem to have any intention of taking advantage of such. In fact, he seemed more concerned with the needs of his army than he was with his own needs. It was certainly commendable, especially for one so young, but something still felt so off about the whole situation. The look in his eyes for one thing seemed so out of place on the face of a man going to meet with a daimyo about the future of his country. Instead of excitement, a cool calm, or even the panic that she would expect the average person to feel, he simply seemed lost in thought, but there was a sense of resignation around him she simply couldn't figure out. This was a good thing, no. Why did she feel like he was about to seal his fate? It was an uncomfortable feeling, to say the least, and she wasn't in the least bit fond of it. In the week she had been here, Tsukiyomi had proven himself a capable leader loved by his followers. No, that wasn't quite the right word to describe his wolves. They weren't followers, they were a pack, his pack. And his pack, his family, looked up to him as she had always looked up to her mother. He wasn't just their alpha, he was their parent, their father. Regardless of age, each of them looked up to him for guidance and acceptance. Even she, having only been here for a mere week, was starting to see him as the father she had only briefly known before. But parents made sacrifices for their children sometimes, didn't they? Was that why he seemed so resigned to a fate she couldn't begin to guess? What plans did he have? What had he managed to keep from even his faithful followers? She only hoped that whatever it was, it didn't affect him too badly. His pack would be devastated should he be lost, and she doubted it would be able to continue without him. They had no reason to protect Wave, no reason to ally with her clan beyond Tsukiyomi's will. If something happened, she would lose Wave, her clan would lose the greatest ally they had ever had, Nami no Kuni would lose its liberators and protectors, and the wolves would lose their purpose. Everything would fall apart without him. And he knew that, right? There was no way he would continue with something if it threatened the pack he had so tirelessly worked to give a place in this world. And yet she couldn't shake the sight of his eyes from her mind even as he entered into his carriage and started towards the capital. Something was troubling him deeply, something she probably couldn't hope to fully understand, but whatever it was, he had accepted it, for good or ill. They would just have to trust him and his judgment, for this was his pack and now she was involved with it. As soon as the Inuzuka had joined with the wolves, their packs had become one in the same in the eyes of the heiress. Her mother was the alpha. Tsukiyomi was the alpha. Mai, that odd young woman, was somewhere between the two, not quite their equal but also not quite below them to the level that she and Sai were. Together they were the head of this new pack, mother, father, heiress, commander, and the strange girl who seemed to have somehow caught the eye of both parents. Together they were a family. Together they were a pack. Together they were strong. But without Tsukiyomi, they would all fall apart. She hoped that whatever it was that bothered him would be resolved soon and leave him at peace. They needed him, she needed him. The young heiress that had never before found herself wanting a father had ended up finding one after having only known the man for a week, and for the first time in years her family felt complete. She wasn't about to lose him now. Not after having just found him. He was the father of the wolves, her father perhaps even for real one day in the future, and she'd be damned if he went through whatever it was that bothered him so alone when she was here and able to support him. And support him she would, with everything she had. The father of the wolves deserved no less. Another bump in the road rocked the transport, but it wasn't anything its lone occupant hadn't grown accustomed to. At first they had found it to be a rather odd feeling, being thrown about constantly on the ruined roads of a suspiciously poor country, but as time passed and the roads increased in both quality and wear, they had come quite used to the odd feeling of weightlessness that so often accompanied the bumps that grew to be less and less frequent. Of course, this did not stop the various bumps from constantly interrupting his thoughts, and trying to anticipate the next did more harm than good, for it was impossible for him to predict the road and all its many small imperfections when he had never before laid eyes on it. And, while it may have been tempting to draw away the blinds of the carriage's single window and simply watch the world roll by, it was ill-advised. The less people could see of him, the better chance he had of getting to his destination alive. Not that he knew of anyone specific currently out for his life, but it was always better to be safe, something his guards understood quite clearly. It's why they had begged him to refrain, after all. As much as he'd like to ignore them for the sake of ending the sheer boredom that plagued him, he knew they were right, and if keeping himself in the shadows helped ease their worries even a fraction, he would gladly never again see the light of day. Hey, the shadows. It was almost funny how often his thoughts drifted along this exact path. Then again, perhaps not. The wolves were his pride and joy, a family that he had made for himself that would never turn on him. He loved his pack, wanted nothing but the best for them, but in order to do that he had to split his focus dangerously so. The wolves were pretty self-sufficient even now. Any distraction on his part would have a negligible effect on their well-being, something he was certain Sai would be able to more than make up for, or something he would have been, had the wolves been as stable as he'd like. It wasn't like they were in danger of falling apart, but rather quite the opposite, they were still growing, and rapidly at that. One might even beg the thought that they were growing too fast for their own good, and while he wasn't completely sure of the truth of that statement, he was sure that it was growing too fast for him. Despite having left most of it in the hands of Mai and Sai in preparation of his shinobi career with Konohagakure no Sato, he was still heavily involved then, and with his career taking such a drastic setback, though perhaps also an incredible boon, if not for him then for the wolves, but likely for them both, he had only been able to throw himself further into the welfare of his pack. Now, however, he received mostly vague reports and the occasional detail that needed his final say. Even being in the country he had just taken over, he received little more than status reports, while the inside workings were taken care of by Sai and a slowly growing administrative staff, half of which would probably find themselves reassigned to help him, though mostly Inuzuka Hana as Nami no Kuni was governed. There was simply too much for one person to ever hope to handle alone, and only a fool would attempt it. A fool or Danzo? Of course, Danzo had several advantages that he himself did not have the luxury of. For one, Danzo, despite operating globally, operated at a much small scale. It was testament to the man's skill that he could do as much as he did with such a small organization. Well, small wasn't the best was to describe Root, but it certainly wasn't very large. For lack of a better description, it was a decent size. In fact, one might say it was the perfect size for Danzo's uses. That wasn't to say Danzo wouldn't have liked to have many more operatives, but the way he went about it, the fact that he had to have things a certain way and wouldn't accept them otherwise, meant he lost out on a lot of potential operatives. He was actually quite pleased about that, for if Danzo didn't require all of his forces to be perfectly conditioned, something that failed more often than not, as not everybody was able to be conditioned or could function afterwards, he wouldn't have his own little army. For that alone he should really send the man a gift, maybe a nice bottle of wine. On second thought, the man might be a bit too paranoid for something like that, which would just be a waste of good wine. Maybe something like a pen, no, too easy to hide explosive notes in. The man wouldn't risk it without thorough examination, and even then would probably discard it. He might not have any enemies, but Danzo no doubt did. He'd have to put that idea on the back burner. Danzo was not the kind of person who would be easy to shop for. Randomly browsing markets had a better chance of producing something than him thinking ever would, for the more he thought about things, the easier it was to find ways that the gift might be harmful. If he didn't stop soon, he'd find himself as paranoid as the old hawk. Not that paranoia was a bad thing, especially in this profession, but he really didn't feel like being as paranoid as the leader of Root, at least not this early in his life. While many could argue that paranoia would allow him to live to an age he deemed it appropriate to be paranoid, he would much rather enjoy those years. Thank you very much. Now, where was he? Ah, yes. Back to Danzo's advantages. Besides having fewer people than he did, each operation was, naturally, smaller. He couldn't risk his operatives, and he was unable to send backup if something went wrong in most cases. To that end, things needed to be simple and straightforward, lest he risk a major complication, laying ruin to all his plans. Because Danzo really didn't do small plans, it was just a matter of many small, short-term missions that could easily be adjusted to account for unseen developments in the long run. It was that method the man owed most of his success to, and he doubted the retired veteran would be changing such an effective system anytime soon. On that note was another big advantage, Danzo's retired state. While he still served as an advisor, though unofficial, and had a seat on the council, for what he didn't actually know. Maybe it was a clan seat, but it was more likely for some other reason, perhaps granted for his services, his experiences, or even by the Imperial Fire Court for some reason he wasn't privy to. Danzo still had a lot of time on his hands to spare for the meticulous micromanaging and mission analysis he did to ensure his organization continued to run smoothly. And while the work may have been tedious, it worked wonders for the efficiency of Root and allowed him insight to his ongoing operations that not many other leaders could hope to claim. It was rather impressive, actually. Not something he was all that interested in himself, but still impressive. No, while he'd like to be more involved, in fact, he really would have preferred working alongside his wolves in the field. He didn't need to be that involved. A nice middle ground was preferable. Unfortunately, he had more to worry about than Danzo did, too, namely the two additional groups that he was trying to move about to his advantage. The Hyuga at the moment were unaware of his influence, but they were also something he had to be very careful dealing with. His inaction was both because he didn't need to use them at the moment and because he had to be so damned careful about even the slightest way he and his wolves might interact with them. Unless he was the object of it, he was never dealing with another cult again. Ever. The loyalty and devotion was good, but it was just too much damn trouble to be worth it. Had Hinata not been leading them and had he not been the one who indirectly put her there, he wouldn't have touched it. Or, rather, he would have touched it being inexperienced as he was and then promptly washed his hands of the matter. Figureheads like Sai worked fine, especially because the wolves already knew who was really in charge, but cult leaders were a bit much. That was to say nothing about the situation his little goddess was currently in. The cult without the clan or the clan without the cult would have been enough trouble, but no, they couldn't stay separated, could they? Of course not. He had to deal with both of them being so backwardly intertwined that one wrong move could very well spark the Fourth Shinobi World War. That, admittedly, was a bit out there, but if ever confronted about it he would likely claim to be channeling his inner Danzo. Had one been to Kumokugure no Sato, one would probably say both of them channeled an inner Omoi, though thankfully neither took it quite as far as that young swordsman often did. Something that would make those who knew said swordsman both very grateful and not a small bit jealous. Fortunately, it was unlikely that the groups, separated as they were, would ever cross paths. At a personal level, at least. There was still plenty of animosity between the two villages existing in an uneasy peace, and while they could possibly cross paths, the chances of them even speaking to one another in any way other than taunts, insults, and perhaps a few threat was astronomically low. If Omoi's teammate Samui was present, that list would undoubtedly grow to include flirting, innuendo, and rather crass sexual comments about her breast size. If their friend Yugito was there, one could expect a lot of double entendre. In either case, it was almost guaranteed to be quickly followed by screams of pain and pitiful male whimpering. And perhaps the end of a few bloodlines. So, inner Omoi aside, if he wasn't careful when dealing with the cult and the clan from which it spawned, he could very well bring about war on a global scale, likely within as little as a few weeks. With the problems between the main and branch families that had existed for as long as anyone could remember, and the clan's current status as the largest and most powerful, manpower-wise, at least, as the Senju and Uzumaki still trumped them in political standing despite the current state of the two once great clans, meant that were a civil war to break out it would leave Konoha vulnerable. If that wasn't enough alone to entice old foes to strike at the village that had oh so recently lost the famed Uchiha clan, the fact that any conflict within the Hyuga clan would prompt the village to attempt to interfere. And, while they might succeed in stopping the branch family or perhaps take the chance to remove the main family so as to hold greater control over the clan, it was just as likely that Konoha itself would be dragged into civil war. He winced slightly at the thought. Though he had avoided it, his earlier actions against the Yamanaka almost sparked a civil war, and had the chance to do so again when Kushina had used his self-exile as reason to go against the clan of Mindwalkers. Had some of the clans stood against her, he had no doubt that things would have quickly turned to violence. It wouldn't have mattered in the end, and he wouldn't be trying to avoid it now. The Fourth Shinobi War would have already been sparked. They might have been fighting in it right now, in fact, but more likely it would already be over, and the victors would simply be fighting amongst themselves for the biggest scraps of what had once been the first hidden village. He loved Konoha, it was his home, but he wasn't so blind as to see how weak they were becoming. Standards were slipping, the number of people joining the shinobi forces was declining. Likely the reason standards were slipping, people were becoming fat, lazy, and complacent, and, while he was an incredible leader and shinobi, Sarutobi Hiruzen was far past his prime, and it showed. Painfully so. He still respected the man for what he had done and what he went through, but the man shouldn't be leading them right now, peacetime or not. Iwa was always looking to rip out their throats, with shinobi known for stubbornness almost on par with the nearly extinct Uzumaki clan, and the drive to keep going regardless of the conditions. Even when the Yondaime Hokage was cutting through them like a hurricane through rice paper, they refused to stop and charged until the last man fell. It was brave, incredibly stupid, but, most of all, dangerous. Very dangerous. One had to respect an enemy who wouldn't falter even in impossible odds, who would throw away their life for the sake of their country and for the smallest chance of cutting down their foe. It wasn't very ninja-like, but there weren't that many these days that were. They were warriors, like most modern shinobi, but were more akin to bandits than samurai. No, that was a bad comparison. They had the energy and wildness of bandits, but they were more dangerous than that, and comparing them to such common trash was an insult to their skill and tenacity. Eywa and its children were like barbarians, tribes of warriors who just kept going, caring not for their own wounds so long as their foes sated the thirst of the earth upon which they fell, and their rotting corpses fed the murder of crows that watched battlefields with the glassy eyes of death. Eywa was not an enemy to make light of, even after all these years and all the treaties that had been set in place to avoid further conflict on the scale of the previous shinobi world wars. There was no doubt that those same treaties were only cared about in Eywa if one of their foes stopped following it, something that did nothing that provided them with a chance to be less secretive and go further with what they were already doing without fear of the finger being pointed their way. Eywa kept their weapons sharp, even in times of peace, and they were always itching to reclaim pride for the sake of their own warriors lost on the field of battle against Namikaze Minato. Not that he could really blame them. Kumo was, in ways, similar to Eywa. Like those hidden in the stones, they were always ready for war. Unlike them, they could succeed. Eywa would send generation after generation at the gate of their foes and manage only to paint the land around the village red. Every generation would be fiercer, more ferocious, and more willing to lay down their lives for the chance to avenge their fallen fathers. Eventually the gate would break and they would tear through the enemy village like a horde of ravenous beasts. Kumo would march up to a gate. There would not be a gate standing for them to leave through. Thoughts of Eywa brought the word, savagery, to mind, but Kumo was undoubtedly professional. Unlike the vast armies of Eywa, theirs was smaller, but each shinobi was trained to a level far above their Eywa counterparts. Kumo was a military, and it lived for war. It didn't care if it was fighting for one, preparing for one, or recovering from one. Kumo was war, it ate, breathed, and slept war, and when the trumpets sounded they were the first hounds to bound from the gate of their village and tear through their foes. There was a sense of precision with Kumo, the idea that no movement was wasted, and it was only to be expected from a village that favored the sword almost as much as the infamous Bloody Mist. Eywa would keep trying until they succeeded, Kumo wouldn't try until victory was assured. Between the two it was difficult to determine the greatest threat, for both were dangerous foes to face on the field of battle. Of course, should they be facing one, it was inevitable that the other would soon join in. It was not surprising, long had Konoha been considered the greatest even when the other two possessed far more might than Konoha couldn't currently hope to scrape together. The chance to topple the first hidden village and establish themselves atop the new food chain was not one easily passed up, and the knowledge that were one of the other villages to gain the majority of Konoha, then it was likely they would be able to conquer the others. For what Konoha lacked in manpower, it had a surplus of resources, always had, and that was a fact never lost on the other villages. Hashirama had chosen the location of Konoha wisely, and the village had benefited from it ever since. The other villages, while defendable, were too out of the way and had such tight security that they couldn't benefit from trade, leaving them to rely solely upon what they could produce themselves. Those same defensible positions meant it wasn't much. Only Kurigakure avoided such an unfortunate situation by having easy access to the ocean, allowing for limited shipping and plentiful seafood. In fact, his new country had once traded quite a bit with Kurigakure, but ever since the bloodline purges had started, the village had closed itself off from the world. It was likely the reason Nami no Kuni was in a bad enough situation for Gato to take over. The loss of such a source of trade would have wreaked havoc upon their economy. Speaking of Kiri, Konoha was rather lucky that they were too busy with their own problems to try anything, though there still remained the constant threat that Kiri's troubles might spread past the borders of Mizu no Kuni and drag the rest of the world into their mess. It was, perhaps, the reason other conflict had been avoided. Kiri was closer to both Eywa and Kumo than Konoha, something often used by those villages to justify having forces that far exceeded what the treaties allowed, and neither wanted to be caught fighting a war on two fronts. Then again, the tension Kiri's issues caused alone might spark a war that could very well end before Kiri opened again to the world around it. That would certainly be interesting. He could only imagine the confusion one would feel learning they had somehow missed a shinobi world war. Kurigakure was well known for its insatiable thirst for blood. They didn't care if they were slaughtering outsiders or their neighbors, they just wanted to spill blood. Somewhere between Iwa's savagery and Kumo's military precision, had Kiri not been closed off to the world fighting itself, they would undoubtedly be the biggest threat for any of the villages to face. Should all three of those countries join forces, there was no doubt Konoha would be utterly annihilated and their sole ally, Suna, wouldn't be any help. In a terrible financial situation and with limited manpower because there weren't enough missions for the path of the shinobi to be a widely viable career, Suna was barely considered a greater village. Only the sheer size of Kei's no Kuni and the wealth amassed by their daimyo from the various desert mines granted them such status. Considering how their daimyo had a tendency to go to Konoha for his needs, where shinobi could be better trained and a surplus of jobs meant cheaper rates, Suna was just as likely to go against them as offer any aid. On that note, he wasn't really sure why they still had an alliance. Unless it was a precaution brought about solely by proximity, he really couldn't see how Konoha benefited from it. They already had a tense peace with the rest of the world and Suna certainly wasn't friendly, their shinobi being rather hostile for supposed allies, not that they could be blamed with their current situation. So unless Konoha was planning on offering aid, which really should have been done long ago to promote stronger bonds and give them a reliable ally, he really didn't see the point. Then again, it wasn't his place to, either. He was neither the Hokage nor the advisors he trusted with his plans. For whatever reason they were still allied with Suna, good or ill, he would just have to accept it and keep going about his own business. Business that, naturally, included being ready in case Suna did turn against them. Not much they could do against the village itself. The desert sands provided ample defense, but just having an additional army that could go against them should prove devastating. The fact that by moving northwards he could use his troops to pincer any Suna army between his wolves and the shinobi of Konohagakure was just an added benefit of having the majority of them stationed just outside of Hai no Kuni. Here he is, thinking about all these other villages constantly preparing for war, and it's the exact same thing he's currently doing with his new country. The shinobi world, it would seem, existed only for war. It wasn't much of a surprise. But once again he was letting his thoughts get away from him. The wolves were growing to be too large for him to take direct, everyday control over them. The cult in the midst of the Hyuga clan was just one of the delicate situations that could spark another world war, and he had even more on his plate to deal with. Fortunately, the only other group at this moment, and hopefully for a while yet, was the Inuzuka clan of Konohagakure. Thank the gods for the Inuzuka. Unlike the other two groups, he was not in control of the Inuzuka and they were 100% self-sufficient. He could not contact them in the next year and they would be just fine because they had been fine before he approached them. They were a clan of Konoha, one with a low but solid position that wasn't about to change without a lot of work. Or a little help. That is, of course, where he and the wolves came in. They provided the Inuzuka with support and in return the Inuzuka would look out for their better interests in Konoha. With the heiress now working alongside the wolves in a position that allowed her almost complete control of a profitable country and a way to easily support her clan with said profits, he didn't have to worry about the Inuzuka turning against him anytime soon. He did, however, have to keep an eye on the information they sent him and provide responses quickly enough for them to act on. At the moment there wasn't much he needed them to do, and having them benefiting from the partnership was sure to please them, but unlike the Hyuga where it was dangerous to move, he simply had no immediate need of the Inuzuka. Some of their number were in Nami no Kuni as the heiress prepared to run the country, publicly, of course. He had no doubt he'd need to do most of the work to keep things going smoothly in the background. And those still in Konoha were already aware of their new partners. He could probably station some wolves in their compound for security or even to train some of their members, but he would hold off on that for now. He certainly wouldn't be averse to having a few wolves with Ninken, however, or even just regular trained dogs. That would be infinitely beneficial. Actually, the sooner they started that the better. He would have to send word to Mai to see if she couldn't arrange something. Picking up the notebook that had been left open on the seat next to him, he quickly scratched down the idea so he wouldn't forget. Forgetting was unlikely, of course, especially when the thought would probably be running through his head until something else came along to replace it, and there wasn't all that much going on around him to serve as a distraction, but it was always better to be safe than sorry. It was for that very reason he hadn't brought any of the files from Gato's mansion along to go over during the trip. 3 days in he had started to wonder if it wouldn't have been worth the risk in the end. He really didn't even need to wonder about that, he already knew that such a risk would never be worth it, but at least it would have been something to do. Idly he wondered if there had been any books in Gato's mansion. It was likely, and he cursed himself for not grabbing a few for the road. While the journey had given him plenty of time to think about his wolves, a distraction really would have been nice. There were only so many times you could think about the current situation of the various groups you were involved with before you started to worry about what could go wrong. Thinking about what might go wrong was exactly what he should be trying to avoid on his way to visit a daimyo. Because even though he didn't show it and his wolves wouldn't notice, he was beyond nervous. This wasn't a man he could immediately have assassinated or could blackmail. Threats wouldn't work, the legal system wouldn't help against its own ultimate authority, and the samurai armies of the greater lords were nothing to scoff at. If he didn't get this right, he risked losing Wave when the other villages inevitably sent their own forces to take control. They wouldn't be public about it, of course, probably using a third party to take over and run everything, but the fact was that group would have the support of the village or even rival lord that was after it, something he couldn't claim to have yet. And while he knew any daimyo would jump at the chance to benefit from Nami no Kuni in a way that other countries couldn't protest, there would always be that lingering doubt. All that they needed for everything to go wrong was one distant relative of the Yamanaka holding sway over the court, or one distrustful advisor keeping the daimyo from committing. Something as simple as the greater lord having a head cold and not wanting to deal with them would be enough to cause a fair bit of trouble for his wolves. They could go to another lord, of course, but word spread fast and chances were good that if one lord rejected them, the next would, out of sheer principle. The lot of them were competitive bastards, and if one said the arrangement wasn't good enough for them, then no greater lord worth his pride would accept them and be seen as having lower standards than their fellows. This really was a one-shot kind of chance, because otherwise they'd be on their own against everyone who wanted a piece of Nami no Kuni and its superior trade location. That's not to say they were completely banking on having the support of a greater lord. He had thought of other ways to secure his position just in case something went wrong. It certainly wasn't preferred and would be nowhere as simple, but they were still options viable enough to go for should the greater lord have no interest in Nami no Kuni. The greater lord, however, was, as mentioned earlier, the best option. There was sure to be more than one country frowning at his backup of hostilely taking control of the lesser countries until the land he controlled rivaled that of the greater lords and he could stand up to them. No, that was definitely something he'd try to avoid. Unless they managed to get the support of a greater lord like he planned. In that case he could move on to expanding Wave with minimal worry, and every country would both further secure his benefactor's support and make the other great countries more hesitant to go against them. A win-win partnership. It was just a matter of convincing the greater lord of such. Sighing, he leaned back fully against the seat and let his head fall back. His carriage was comfortable enough for small trips, but the way it was set up made it rather difficult to sleep through the journey, even if the roads cooperated. The lord would go for it, he knew the man would. Not stupid but also not very cautious, the greater lord was a rather cheerful if vain man who would be delighted in the chance of expanding his influence if only to stick it to his peers. He just needed to relax and everything would work out. It was easier said than done, however, and the thoughts of possible failure continued to swim through his head, prompting countless scenarios he might have to soon face. His own plans he pitted against each one and came out in a position he could work with, but that did nothing to put him at ease. What was he missing if he felt everything was covered? 2 weeks of worrying about this meeting and the future of the wolves, his children, were taking their toll on him. He lost his family once, he wouldn't lose them again. If that meant he had to give them the entire world to keep them safe, he would work until the day his body gave to see that they would last until the end of time, a legacy that would see him living forever. For even if the wolves far into the future lost his identity, he would always exist as the creator, and so long as the wolves were known until the end of time, he would never again be forgotten. If this stress was only a taste of the price he would pay, in the end he would happily bear the burden. But one of Mai's massages would be more than welcome. There were some snakes who enjoyed moist environments. Yakushi Kabuto was not one of them. He was incredibly fortunate to be stationed within Hai no Kuni, a country covered in dry woodlands. It was far better than working in a country like that of rice paddies, where fields upon fields of rice were grown. There were paths of plenty to avoid them, of course, but that didn't endear the country to him any. No, he preferred things to be nice, dry, and preferably a bit warm. He was, however, happy to do without the heat and brace the cold so long as it was dry. There was nothing like working on delicate medical experiments and having one's notes become damp halfway through. Naturally, Orochimaru's bases were always kept dry, though cold, which kept them perfect for what was done within, but Kabuto, being a spy, was not all that fond of cramped tunnels. Sure, they gave a sense of security in some cases, but Kabuto had trained to be suited to hiding in plain sight, and that could be more dangerous than anything that might threaten one of the many structures in which the hidden sound shinobi resided. Open space meant there were no walls, no obstacles. It meant an infinite amount of possible escape routes should something go wrong. And that, unfortunately, meant he liked to spend any of his free time outside their hidden bases. Places like Mizu no Kuni or Yuki no Kuni were simply far too wet for him to be able to enjoy himself, which would lead to frustration and a higher rate of failures as he set about doing his master's mistress's work. He could now add Nami no Kuni to that list. Distastefully his eyes roamed his surroundings, the sounds of footsteps echoing behind him as a small force of Odo shinobi marched onto the recently acquired country of Orochimaru's godson. Godson, now there was a surprise. He would never have guessed that Orochimaru was a godparent, let alone one who was viewed in good standing by the unfortunate child. Then again, that child just took over a country. They were likely more suited to each other than he was comfortable with. One Orochimaru even he would admit was not the best for the world, but two. Two was a horrifying thought, one that had him tempted to pray to any that might answer in hopes it didn't come to pass. Having a godson that supported him he tried not to think about it, certainly didn't make him feel good about the situation, but it was better than two of them. Orochimaru's brilliance was unmatched, don't get him wrong, but the world could barely handle him alone. Kabuto was rather fond of the world. After all, he lived here. Hopefully for much, much longer. Fortunately there were no similarities between the two he was aware of besides having taken control of a country, so with any luck this, Naruto, was simply a loving godson who wanted to help out his godmother. Kabuto had to wonder if the boy was aware that he currently had a second godmother. Orochimaru had mentioned something about Tsunade at one point when speaking about him, or if this would all come as a shock to him. Of course, as recently stated, he had taken over a country. So maybe not too shocking. The thought of his possible reactions, however, at least gave the spy something to distract himself from the awful moisture that surrounded him. As thick white mist swirled upon the road before him and danced in tendrils amongst the trees to either side of him, he once again cursed the fact that he had been chosen for this assignment. He couldn't think of a single reason the job couldn't have been given to one or all of the Sound Four, or even Gurren, who was just about his equal in rank. She really should have been the one here right now, actually. They had roughly the same skill, about the same rank, and the only real difference was that he was supposed to be maintaining his cover over in Konohagakure no Sato right now. It's not like he had some small position that allowed him to slip away easily. He had risen to be one of the top medics and was the son of the hospital's director. People noticed when he left, and it wouldn't be long until suspicions rose. After all, why did the medic need to leave the country so suddenly? Leaving had proven hard enough considering the constant workload of the understaffed hospital, but once he returned the questions would start and he wouldn't have another chance to escape the hospital for many, many more months. His network was going to suffer for this, he was sure. He doubted Orochimaru much cared. However, the snake summoner likely cared more for Gurren's crystal release far more than he did for Kabuto's spy network. Considering that the previous plans to invade Konoha had been scrapped out of fear that it could upset Orochimaru's godson, he was probably right. He wouldn't be surprised if the only reason she hadn't had him bring it down was because it could be used to look out for her godson and would give her access to updates of his well-being. The fact that she would care about that was far harder to get his head around than her recent gender change. Or did that imply she became male? His gender change as Orochimaru was now female. Bah, it wasn't important enough for him to worry about. Just so long as he didn't have to start calling her mistress, he would be fine. With all her dungeons and her tendency to torture captives when she was frustrated, Sexually and otherwise, the prospect of calling her such was distinctly unpleasant for the most overqualified lab assistant in the elemental nations. Orochimaru-sama should do well enough. Thank the gods he could call them that regardless of gender. Unless she decided to change her name, of course. The thought sent a shiver down his spine. As if things weren't weird enough. Shaking the thought from his head, he redirected his attention to the oncoming bridge and the guards standing before it. He swallowed nervously as the snarling faces of wolves became more defined and his hand brushed lightly over the letter kept within his top. Rumor had it that Momochi Zabuza had been employed by the last person to rule Wave, and while no one knew for certain what had happened, it had always been Kabuto's motto as a spy to be safe rather than sorry. So what if it was just a large group that had managed to drive Zabuza away with sheer numbers and were no stronger than bandits individually? It was far less risky to be respectful to them than to risk angering a group in which every member was stronger than the A-ranked missing nin. Had he not been representing Orochimaru and had the woman gods that was still weird not explicitly stated that the mission absolutely could not fail lest she be cut off from her godson and take out her displeasure on him personally, then he may have considered changing his attitude as soon as he learned the true strength of their allies. That was weird too, they actually had allies now. Sure, they'd had alliances before, but more often than not it was just so Orochimaru could turn on them or use them in some way to further her own goals. But to have actual allies that they were expected to cooperate with and in most cases defer to. That was simply unheard of. Of course, that also made it interesting, and Kabuto also hated being bored. A little bit of change was welcome, far more welcome than his current environment. That was a change he could have gone without. He was only half aware, dreaming of the lovely weather they had been having back in Konoha when they arrived at Nami no Kuni's only bridge. Stopping a respectable distance from the guards, he refocused on his surroundings and made sure to keep his hands easily seen as the wolf-faced guards approached his group. He had seen the occasional glimpse of white porcelain through the surrounding trees as they grew nearer, no doubt guards keeping an eye on them, so he wasn't surprised when he saw them step out behind his group from the corner of his eye. If nothing else, at least this group seemed professional, a nice change from the usual bandits and warlords he had to deal with for Orochimaru on occasion, and as competent as Konoha's Anbu, the only shinobi within Konoha he felt really deserved to call themselves such. He had high respect for that group, even if they hadn't found him yet. After all, he had been a sleeper agent and spy from a ridiculously young age. Hell, most didn't even realize he had been found outside Konoha and adopted by a doctor from Konoha. Orochimaru's brilliance really knew no bounds. In the name of Tsukiyomi, identify yourselves. Tsukiyomi. Either Orochimaru's godson wasn't at the top or had placed his new country under the command of another. Well, he could have been keeping his identity secret too, which, as a spy, Kabuto had to respect. Actually, thinking about it, if that was indeed the case, the two of them might be more similar than he would have previously thought. Both of them were from Konoha and kept their true natures hidden from all as they went about dealing with the infamous S-ranked traitor Orochimaru of the Sannin. There were few others, if any, who could claim the same. The kid had him beat though. Kabuto had never gone about taking over a country. It didn't sound like a bad idea, though. Maybe he'd try it one of these days. I am Yakushi Kabuto, here at the command of Orochimaru and brining with me shinobi from Otogakure no Sato to begin the arranging of an outpost. Hidden base just didn't seem to be the term to use in this situation. He had a feeling they might not appreciate it. As we were invited to by Orochimaru's godson, Naruto. And you have proof of this claim. Even as he spoke, the wolves seemed to be preparing to pounce. No doubt the use of Naruto's name had them on edge. Should any falsely use his name, it was obvious they wouldn't live to regret it. Only a letter to Orochimaru-sama from young, his actual growls, emerged from some of the masks at the thought his address might be demeaning to the boy. He quickly added to it, Master Naruto, as was delivered by a child of O summoned in his capacity as High Priest to the Golden Serpent. The one who had been questioning him seemed confused by some of the details provided, evidently not knowing everything about the godson of Orochimaru, but they didn't necessarily seem surprised that he was greater than they had realized. Kabuto was impressed by the obvious devotion. Even Orochimaru couldn't inspire loyalty like this out of anyone but the dying Kagaya. To be fair, though, Orochimaru preferred to rule by fear and it certainly suited her. "Show me the letter," the wolf eventually decided, holding out his hand expectantly. Slowly, almost painfully so, Kabuto slipped one hand into his top and grasped hold of the letter. Orochimaru had only grudgingly surrendered it for this purpose and he knew his life was forfeit should it come to any harm for she treasured it immensely. Her evident obsession was just another strange thing about her he couldn't understand. Making an obvious show of turning the parchment this way and that to show there wasn't anything hidden on it, he slowly moved closer and placed it in the waiting hand before retreating back a step and a half. The note was short, he had been allowed to read it himself, so it took the man only a second for his eyes to move over it. Despite this, Kabuto could sense the frown that tugged down at lips hidden behind his mask. "I see." He held out the letter to Kabuto, who eagerly though still very cautiously retrieved it and returned it to the safety of his top. "While that appears to be by Tsukiyomi's hand, I will have to confirm this with the commander in his absence." Well, that confirmed the name theory. The absence, however, was a bit troubling. Orochimaru was planning on arriving a few days from now to meet her godson. She was going to be terribly disappointed. He'd have to remember to send word of his absence and the name he went by while amongst the wolves soon in hopes of placating her wrath before she had a chance to take it out on one of her subordinates, namely him. Of course, Orochimaru-sama made it very clear that wave belongs to the wolves and we were to defer to you until they arrived. Orochimaru is coming here. There was noticeable discomfort, which was to be expected. There weren't a lot of S-ranked shinobi and just one was a substantial threat. That had been the plan, but you mentioned that Tsukiyomi-sama was not currently present. Orochimaru-sama was quite intent on meeting their godchild and with him unavailable I do believe the meeting will be postponed. Very well, the commander will be notified of this so that Tsukiyomi-sama might be informed. Until then, however, I will have to ask that you remain here so we can sort everything out. I hope that this will not be a problem. The wolf obviously didn't care, but at least he was following the proper niceties. That was something, at least. Not at all, please, take your time. We'll be here. No, he'd rather they didn't take their time, but if one of the wolves so much as whispered that he had been rude during Orochimaru's inevitable though soon to be postponed visit, then he wouldn't be shedding skin. He'd be having it ripped from his flesh. From the tone of the wolf the man was amused, no doubt sporting a massive grin, and the rising and falling of some of his companions' shoulders meant he wasn't the only one. "Oh, don't worry, we plan to." Kabuto only barely managed to keep himself from releasing a defeated sigh. This was going to be a long day. "Damn you and your bloodline, Gurren, I want to be back in Konoha. Do you understand your orders?" 3 simultaneous answers of, "Hi," echoed from the darkened room, 6 eyes staring back at him. This wasn't like him, he was treading on new territory, forbidden territory, and one wrong step could have disastrous consequences. But it needed to be done, he had to know what the boy was up to. "Remember, if they discover you their wrath will be upon us, if she discovers what it is I've sent you to do her wrath will be upon us, and if you fail we will not support you. The second you step outside this room to the moment you report back success we will consider you traitors to the clan, and should Konoha discover your absence you will be marked and hunted as missing nin." His daughter had done well befriending the heiress, the news she brought back from her mission would have never reached him otherwise and he would have been oblivious to their actions. He wasn't of the distinct opinion that said actions were bad, but they were undoubtedly a possible threat that needed to be looked into. The fact that he and his kin had history with the group only made it that much more important. He claimed to be done with their clan, finished making his point and abandoning his project to avoid useless conflict when someone else started meddling in his affairs. He had what he wanted though, he had completed what he originally set out to do and everything else was simply a bonus. But that didn't mean they still couldn't be brought down by his hand, intended or not. With him having little to no interest in the clan they were just as likely to be caught up as collateral damage as he was to target them. He had no further use of them, what did it matter if they were wiped from the earth? They were under the protection and control of another clan, and if that clan couldn't provide the proper protection it wasn't any of his concern. Not for the first time he cursed the woman who had managed to steal his clan away from him just because the others were scared of the possible political repercussions of going against the ancient clan. He had to admit that her idea to get advice from the Imperial Fire Court was well played and nicely executed. No one could be sure just who she had asked, and while Inoichi was fairly certain she had simply contacted a single member of the court, the other clans were understandably cautious that the matter may have been looked into and supported by the court as a whole, or at least a good portion of it. Going against that kind of power was foolish, and so they had supported her, old allies turning their backs to save their own skin. Not that it did her any good in the end. The entire reason she had done so was a feeble and poorly planned, or perhaps it was just poorly decided, for it was planned well enough and had given her exactly what she intended to obtain, and yet obtaining it did not help her achieve her other goals, serving only to further push away the son she had been hoping to lure back. To a degree, he felt for the woman. He would go to any lengths for his daughter, even if this entire mess could be traced back to her, though the boy held some of the blame for his actions, provoked or not, and she demonstrated that in her attempts to regain her son. The main problem was that she was focused so much on executing the plans that she had stopped trying to figure out what it was he actually wanted. He wasn't sure if the boy had anything he wanted that the woman could actually give. Hell, according to his daughter's friend, the wolves who he knew answered to the boy had recently taken control of a country. A fucking country. Unless she was planning on gifting him an army of slaves, which actually seemed pretty likely, or another country, he probably didn't need help in that department. He seemed quite capable, then he couldn't imagine what might endear the boy to her. And really, bribes weren't the best way to do this, anyway. If she wanted to make things better, she'd need to talk to the boy, and while he certainly made it hard on her, or really, just people in general, he was rather private. He wasn't actively avoiding her. From what he had heard, she knew where he lived, too. Even with him currently taking a vacation, which not many genin had the chance to because of their team and the low pay of the missions they did, he would be back eventually. All she really needed to do was crash at his house, and it wasn't like she spent much time at her own anyway. Her time was almost completely consumed with managing 2 clans, and she only returned to her home for quick showers and a few hours of sleep. It might actually do her good to start doing so at his home so she could feel closer, and if he was really lucky, she would calm down and stop making his own job harder. She might be in charge of his clan, but he was still a clan head and had to keep everything running smoothly while she watched from the background, looming over his shoulder and analyzing every tiny detail. It was absolutely exhausting. But at least she got the short end of the stick. After she finished with his clan business, he was done. She still had to then go over things for the Uzumaki clan. Serves her right for screwing up the kids' plans. Had they gone through, the Yamanaka would be on their feet again and managed solely by him. He'd be doing his best to ensure his actions didn't interfere with the boy, and when he could, support, and in return he was sure his clan would be protected by the wolves that had brought them down. After all, a clan was an awfully useful recourse within a hidden village, especially when you're trying to keep an organization hidden. On that note, he should really keep his eye out to figure out who it was that the wolves had sunk their fangs into. The kid had plans for his clan but seemed unperturbed when they were cut off, and that could only mean he didn't have any problems adapting him. One of the clans was working with the wolves, as theirs should have been, and he should do his best to gain their favor. If he was really lucky, he might even manage to convince her to ally with them officially. Now wouldn't that be an interesting little connection between all of them? Hell, if he came out with his plans to her, he might actually be able to convince her that it was a good way to start connecting with her son. It wasn't the relationship she wanted with him, but it would be a start, something she still failed to manage. He would really have to take some time and decide if it was worth showing his hand and the plans he had of allying in secret with whomever were acting on behalf of the wolves here in Konoha. Maybe he could run it by their daughters first, see what they decided. It was almost humorous how, with the absence of his 2 best friends, the heads of 2 clans that had long been allies with his own before they abandoned him, he was now seeking the counsel of 2 12-year-old girls who had only just become genin. Unfortunately, they knew the boy best and were some of the only to know what was going on with the wolves, while the rest of the village stayed blissfully ignorant, for now, at least. It was better than no one, though. He needed to be able to bounce ideas off someone, and his wife had never cared much for politicking so long as she could tend her beloved gardens. There were many times he wished he could simply stop being clan head and simply join her. He really couldn't wait until he retired. He just hoped that he, his family, and their clan lasted long enough for him to do so. Unless you succeed and we manage to regain our freedom, the clan will never know what you're about to do for them." His eyes turned to look at the three before him. He had been blindsided by the boy and his wolves with no chance to defend his clan, but he wasn't going to just sit around as they were torn apart by other players in the game. No, they would not be stationary, they would flow like water, like thought, and position themselves to weather this storm. He might not be the best at this, but he was no fool. He needed what needed to be done and how far he'd have to go for his clan. Because if he wasn't willing to risk his clan, it was likely he wouldn't have won by the time everything had settled. But even so, know now that you are all heroes, and I, if no one else, will remember what you were willing to do, willing to sacrifice for the sake of your family. Closing his eyes, he took a deep breath before snapping them open once more, giving the final order that would set things in motion irrevocably. For the sake of the clan and with the speed of the swiftest spirits, go. Hi, Inoichi-sama. 3 shadows vanished from the room, leaving Yamanaka Inoichi alone. 3 spies had sped off on a mission for their clan. 3 shinobi had, as far as the village would be concerned, become traitors. 3 men were about to risk their lives sneaking into a country ruled by wolves. He could only pray they would all make it home safe. But the wolves weren't known for mercy. It took monumental effort to keep his face in a pleasant half-smile as he followed behind the wolf guiding his group. 4 hours, 4 fucking hours they had been made to wait. They would have been able to clear everything up in a matter of minutes, and yet they had to stand out in the terribly moist air of Nami no Kuni for hours. What made it worse was the fact that the wolves left as guards had been laughing most of the time, taking obvious pleasure in their discomfort. Sadistic bastards. Not that it was too unexpected, the sadism, that is from the group controlled by Orochimaru's godson. It was just another similarity between the two of them. Despite the familiarity, or perhaps due to it, it was not comforting in the slightest. Of course, he couldn't let their most gracious hosts, and he meant that in the most sarcastic manner, know what he was thinking about them and their hospitality. Orochimaru would be most displeased to hear of it. As all who followed the women knew, her displeasure tended to translate to your displeasure. She had the most awful tendency to take out her anger on her subordinates until she was calmed down, too tired to continue, or had run out of people to inflict pain upon. He could, quite unfortunately, speak of it with intimate experience. These days he was in the habit of sending other unfortunate souls with his reports just in case. Because even if his report was positive, her mood could be anything but, something especially true when she first changed bodies. The sheer contrast between the hormones of the two bodies had certainly hit her hard, and it took a few weeks for them to properly settle. It had certainly been an interesting week though. Lots of promotions to fill newly emptied spaces, a few recruitment drives, and he was fairly certain he remembered her throwing a birthday party for one of the prisoners. Thinking back on that strange occurrence was enough to let his face relax slightly, a small, amused smile gracing his lips naturally. Things were rarely boring in Orochimaru's bases, even if that could be considered a bad thing in most cases. His mind sufficiently distracted from his feelings for the wolves, didn't they know the importance of first impressions, he paid a bit more attention to the world around them. The concrete bridge they walked over rose in the middle and allowed a good view of the village not too far away. He doubted they would actually go through it, at least not directly, but it wasn't too big that he couldn't see most of it. Most of what was currently there, he should probably amend, for a number of construction projects seemed to be underway to further the size of the rather modest town. Then again, this was modest only if one considered other villages in the world. Considering the state this place had been in a month before under Gato's rule, the state of growth was nothing short of amazing. Bright neon lights proudly hung outside the most successful of the businesses, and every building seemed to have electric lighting. Crowds of people went about their business with an unmistakably cheerful air despite the small size of the town and the state it had so recently been in. Banks of mist spilled gently from alleyways that lead outside the town proper and flowed into the newly paved streets to nip playfully at the heels of passers-by as it danced. That was both new and uncommon. Paved streets. In most cases such was only done within compounds such as those for clans of palaces of lords. For an entire town to have such walkways was incredible, and in so little time too. The small size undoubtedly helped, but even Konoha didn't bother to pave the streets, preferring to leave them dirt to avoid cost and maintenance associated with such roads, and it was one of the most financially powerful villages there was. There was some, however, placed in the early days of the village, but that older area had evolved to become Konoha's own red light district. With that in mind, he could see the resemblance. While most of the stores seemed reputable and he didn't see any shady characters on the streets, probably because of the wolves, it had the same feeling. He had to admit that despite his hatred for the environment he found himself in, the town looked pretty inviting. The larger villages tried to hold on to tradition as much as possible despite the changes in their own growth, and most small countries simply couldn't afford to advance themselves. This, however, was a completely different situation. The town was small and pretty young, but it was also rich, even if it hadn't got back up to speed. The amount of wealth that had been distributed from Gato's stores had seen that the town thrive, and this is what it looked like: a town do doubt soon, a city that didn't care for where it came from but rather where it was going. The past was done, the foundation, and now it was time to build upon it. Kabuto very much approved. Half a day had passed since the rough roads had leveled out to a point that bumps were a minor inconvenience, but when he felt the transition from earth to paved road, he knew the journey had almost reached its end. A quick peek out from the covered window, earning a concerned glare from the wolf nearest the carriage on that side, revealed that they had indeed reached the far outskirts of the capital city. And when he said far outskirts, he meant it. They were so far, in fact, that there had yet to be any city. Instead, concrete foundations and plots marked by flag-tied metal poles stood in the city's place. Hinokuni, being one of the most financially secure, was constantly expanding. Knowing this, the Imperial Fire Court decided to get a head start for all future building and had set about having 10 new sections prepared at any given time. Each section was separated by the beginnings of a wall that flanked the road and merged as large, empty gates. Banners, similarly, were hung on either side of the road on these gates. The red fabric danced gently in the light wind of Fire Country, but the solid black emblem of Hinokuni remained prominently displayed. Naturally, that emblem was of a ball of fire, and the fluttering banners gave off the illusion that it was burning. Intended or not, it certainly helped the city's image, which was, unfortunately, somewhat impaired by the preparations made. It was, however, practical, and that was far more important. He had to remove his finger from the dark red fabric that hung over his window before one of his wolves decided the window should be filled with wooden boards for his safety, but he already knew what to expect when it came to the capital of Hinokuni. He had, after all, been raised in Konoha, where they taught their students all about it. The Shinobi Academy, in particular, taught the most, covering everything from the drainage systems to the servant stairways within the daimyo's personal bedchamber. This was for two reasons, the primary being that in the case of an attack on the capital, the shinobi of Konohagakure could be rapidly deployed to aid the armies of samurai and evacuate the important residents of the city, namely those of the upper two tiers, the members of the Imperial Fire Court. The lesser-known reason was in case they were ever against the daimyo and needed to mount an attack of their own against the capital. Shinobi tended not to speak of that reason, though, for it was the general belief that the Imperial Fire Court and the daimyo would frown upon such. Which was completely understandable, for in that case they would be the targets. There weren't many people, it would seem, who enjoyed being targeted by shinobi. Unsurprisingly, most of them were shinobi themselves itching for fights. He was quite certain the daimyo didn't fall into either of those categories. On the off chance he was, however, Naruto, like every student to graduate the academy and even some who didn't, was well prepared to make his day. The main road he was currently on, the one whose main gate faced southwards to avoid the rising and setting sun for the sake of symbolism he really hadn't been interested in at the time, was the covered in smooth black pavement all the way from the daimyo's palace to the outskirts of the latest prepared section of the city. That same pavement would stop after a single street to either side where it usually reverted to cut blocks. Those paved roads tended to differ depending on which neighborhood one visited within the city. Some roads were made of regular brick, others with gray shapes in odd patterns, still others were created to show images. In poorer areas and occasionally in those belonging to the rich and paranoid, gravel covered the ground. Areas that contained official buildings tended to be covered in smooth concrete carefully maintained by those in the employ of the city itself. In the end, it lacked uniformity and elegance but, like fire, it was bright and alive. It also made it really easy for one to know where they were, for while similar neighborhoods would show the same characteristics, there would always be something slightly different to set them apart. The roofs, he knew, were all made of red or, in the case of the light gray government buildings, orange tile, and worked with other buildings to form a rather unique drainage system that took advantage of the overlapping roofing and differing angles to direct the rainwater of the summer months away from the streets as much as possible to decrease the strain on the tunnels that ran beneath the roads. Only the capital of Mizu no Kuni exceeded them in the management of water throughout the city, but because it wasn't as critical as it was in the land of water, it was nonetheless impressive work. It also meant any trained shinobi could easily make their way through the city without touching the streets. Compared to the road-like roofs of Konohagakure, probably a result of a partially failed attempt to avoid such a situation, it was like a highway, and with no shinobi patrols atop it to stop one from using it, a thief or assassin was bound to find themselves in love. The Imperial Fire Court, likely realizing this, made their homes in the second tier of the city, a slightly raised area with a better wall and patrolled by samurai and the occasional guardian at all times. The first tier, which housed the daimyo's palace, was much the same, only to a substantially larger degree. It was probably the only reason the daimyo yet lived in a city so readily accessible by assassins. Of course, being at the first tier, they would have to go through quite a lot of gates before reaching the palace. If I remembered correctly, the last count of tiers had been somewhere around 12, with talk of a soon-to-be-started 13th. With the width of the 7th tier being the same diameter of Konoha and each tier increasing in size, they still had a long ways to go before he could speak with the daimyo. That was, of course, assuming he could manage an audience. He felt the carriage slow down considerably. Considering they had stopped for a rest just a few hours ago, he knew the 4 there had been 2 in wave. Where did they find the others? Horses couldn't be that tired, which meant they were nearing the latest gate of Hai no Kuni's capital. Another quick peek, lasting only a moment, showed that he was indeed correct and let his see the various construction crews working on the outskirts in the construction of another tier. He was of the opinion that the daimyo should just make a new city nearby, but it was his land and his money, he could use it as he pleased. Despite having only peeked out for a few seconds, he could feel the glare of at least one wolf through the wood of his carriage. He appreciated their devotion to him and his well-being, but they were really taking things just a bit too seriously. The carriage eventually came to a stop, and he wondered if now would be a good time to draw the curtains so the gate guards could take a quick look inside the carriage, but ultimately decided to let the wolves take care of it. When one of the drivers mentioned that they had just taken over a country and would like to speak with the daimyo at his earliest convenience, Naruto slightly regretted that decision. He could hear the sputtering of the guard and the laugh of another and wondered if they would even make it inside the city. The laughing eventually stopped and the sound of flesh impacting flesh, a hand on the shoulder of the first guard, if he had to guess, managed its way through the dark wood of his carriage. "All right then, we'll send word to the daimyo and see how he wants us to proceed." There was still some faint chuckling in his voice and his amusement was clear. "Until we hear back, I'd ask that you proceed over there." Naruto could only assume he pointed somewhere, "and just hold tight." After a moment's pause he proceeded to ask, "Now, who should I have announced it being at the gate?" "The wolves escort our lord, Tsukiyomi-sama. I'll make sure he knows. Any refreshments?" The disbelieving sputtering of the first guard resumed in force. Naruto suspected the wolf shook his head because the second guard continued, "Suit yourselves, this shouldn't take more than an hour." With that he heard 2 steps of footsteps walking off, or, rather, one walking and the other being half dragged, and the carriage pulled off to the side of the road by the guardhouse. He had to wonder if the daimyo would actually allow them in the city, let alone in his presence, after an announcement like that. Not for the first time, he wished Mai had joined him on this journey. An hour later Naruto was still shaking his head in disbelief. It had taken 20 minutes for word to reach them from the daimyo, and he had immediately cleared his schedule to meet with them. Despite the fact that his wolf had openly stated that they just took over a country, which would imply the murder of another daimyo, they were going to be allowed in his presence. In fact, Naruto had a feeling that it was because the wolf had said such a thing that they were admitted so quickly. Evidently the daimyo's curiosity was piqued. He had certainly heard that the man could be a bit strange, but this was something else. Not that he felt the daimyo was being foolish, the man had an army within his walls that would tear them to shreds as soon as they stepped out of line. And while he wasn't being as careful as he could be, he was still in a good position and couldn't be blamed for being interested in meeting someone who claimed to have taken over a country. News like that would usually spread quickly enough, so for there to be a change in ownership he didn't hear about must have been sufficiently enticing for a daimyo who was likely finding himself rather bored as he took care of the affairs of his country. Naruto and his wolves were likely a very welcome break. And probably an excuse to completely wipe his daily schedule. Naruto, having dealt with the paperwork solely from a hidden organization for a while, knew only vaguely what it must have felt like, but it was enough to understand that some of the things removed from that day's plans weren't going to be finding themselves on one anytime soon if ever. He had certainly been guilty of that himself, much to Mai's ire. That's not to say he managed to avoid it, of course, for, like he said, it hadn't earned any points with Mai and she had been more than happy to find some way to squeeze it into his full schedule. He didn't regret handing most of that work off to her, but perhaps he should get her something to show his thanks, like a vacation. A long vacation. A very long vacation. She had Sai and the wolves doing as much as they could on that front, but she still managed their relation with both the Inuzuka, which meant poring over reports of council meetings and deep research into Konoha law, and with Hinata's little cult. Seeing as Hinata had very little idea as to what exactly she was supposed to be doing, she often sought out advice from the older girl. Just the wolves had been enough work in his opinion, and back then Sai and Mai helped tremendously. With her managing all three, he couldn't imagine her workload, which, he had to remember, might mean distracting her from it was a bad idea. It would seem as though he couldn't start planning something to thank her and latter Sai, though he had been given an army and dual governance, to a degree, not that the people knew such of a country under his control until after they met again. Whenever that ended up happening, of course, as he still didn't have a concrete schedule for this trip, which had, most likely, gone on far too long. People were going to start getting suspicious if he didn't return soon, and afterwards he wouldn't be able to leave again for quite some time. Because team or not, the boy living on his own and working only the occasional mission with other shinobi, B and C rank or not, should not be able to afford constant vacations out of the country lasting for weeks. Though maybe next time he could pass it off as further survival training. It would be a simple matter to convince Anko, especially if he offered pay, and he could probably trust her with the knowledge of where he was going and who he was dealing with, something that wouldn't seem so bad as soon as he, or, rather, the wolves were recognized by the daimyo. And if it came down to it, he could always offer her a spot amongst the pack. It wasn't like she hadn't already become close to him, and the pack was supposed to be the equivalent of his family. Considering how much time she spent with him, how often she crashed at his place because she was bored, and the number of times they had shared a bed, it didn't seem like too much of a jump to induct her as a trusted member of his personal army. Oh, yes, that sounded like the best option. Well, that or a mission near Nami no Kuni, perhaps he could have one of the villagers personally request him on a mission. No, still suspicious, but they could ask for Anko. She was well known for her bloodthirst and love of explosions. Naruto was sure he could fabricate a mission perfectly suited to her. On second thought, he'd have to ensure there actually was a mission to avoid her ire. It wasn't a good idea to promise the woman one of her favorite things and then not deliver. He liked his balls just where they were, thank you. So, the problem with him getting back to waves seemed to be sorted. Now he just had to get a bit of insurance to ensure it was still his wave when he did. He felt the carriage rolled to a stop and took one last peek to confirm they had reached their destination. Taking a quick moment to ensure his scarf and black cloak kept any distinguishing features hidden, he made to open the door only to be beaten to it by one of his wolves on the outside. Taking it in stride, he stepped out from the carriage that had served as his moving home for the better part of 2 weeks. The courtyard they were in was rather plain, all things considered, paved with tightly packed stone tiles and completely empty save the 2 gardens that flanked the walkway, marked by being gray instead of the burnt orange of the rest of the courtyard in the shape of outward-facing crescents, the middles of which were filled with additional gardens arranged in perfect circles around small ponds. Benches were scattered about so that the front gardens might be appreciated, but he didn't think they got much use. It was too simple, too plain, to be of much note to the royal family. The daimyo himself, from what he had heard, might be satisfied by them, but he was too busy for such a luxury when his time was limited and his family was no doubt spending their own time somewhere more grand. It was enough, however, to show that the Lord did, in fact, care for his image and was willing to ensure the first impression of guests was elegance of a simple, natural variety. He didn't overwhelm with opulence but gently ease one into his home with a grand display of something common, almost as if to say he didn't need anything fancy to set himself apart and stand far above you. Considering he ruled the greater country of Hai no Kuni, one whose financial power was more solid than the mountains of Tsuchi no Kuni, more vast than the deserts of Kase no Kuni, and with coffers deeper than the coasts of Mizu no Kuni, it kind of went without saying. At least he wasn't gloating about it from the get-go. That was certainly a point in his favor. Unfortunately, Naruto doubted that would remain once he entered into the palace proper. Even if the daimyo didn't need the extravagance, his family would crave it, and the palace itself was built long before his time and had spent many generations amassing decorative treasures. Unless the Lord had removed it all, unlikely, it would be more than enough to keep a smaller country running for centuries. It would still be there in its overwhelming grandeur. Of course, he really hadn't expected anything else. The fact that the courtyard was so plain was an unexpected and very welcome surprise. He had spent the better part of 2 weeks within that carriage, stopping only to rest when they absolutely had to, and he was glad the first thing he saw upon exiting wasn't the overwhelming wealth of Hai on Kuni's royal family. You wouldn't be able to see that relief nor the distaste he felt for what he was going to see within the palace, however, not just because his face was covered but because it was kept carefully blank, the very image of professionalism. The wolves would accept him no matter how he acted. He was their master, after all, but the idea that he, the one representing them, might look foolish, even in just their presence, was unacceptable. He always without fail addressed them properly as a commander to his soldiers. He was now putting all that experience into practice, ensuring his movements were calm and controlled, flowing with the grace of the predator he was. He did not walk, eating up the distance between himself and the palace with long strides, so much as he stalked towards it with the unstoppable purpose of the Shinigami coming to collect a favored soul. The palace guards were taken aback by the authority and power he seemed to radiate despite his size, and so unprepared were they that they found themselves momentarily stunned. By the time they regained their senses and remembered what it was they were supposed to be doing, snapping back into the proper mindset of their station as the daimyo's palace guards, Naruto had nearly reached the doors. 2 wolves flanked him, the identities of which he didn't know, but observing them from the corner of his eyes he could tell they were female, and his cloak fluttered protectively behind him. He stopped before the door, black fabric catching up to him in a loving embrace that further shrouded his features in darkness. The guards were addressed curtly but with an underlying hint of disdain that gave the distinct impression that they were beneath it. That wasn't, actually, unusual for them. They had grown to expect it after years of dealing with the lords and ladies of the Imperial Fire Court, but the sense of danger that radiated off this newest guest was certainly new. He was short, almost comically so now that they could see him close up, but the way he held himself and the relaxed posture of his guards made it clear that he wasn't to be underestimated. "Our lord is expecting me, be gone from my path that I might meet with him." The impatience was characteristic of the other lords, but the way he had addressed the daimyo wasn't. The other lords always referred to the man respectfully, but here was an outsider proclaiming that he, too, was beneath the Lord of Fire. It was an oddity without a doubt, this new, enigmatic guest of their lords, but perhaps that's why the daimyo was willing to meet on such short notice. In the end, however, it was not their place to question. With nods to the strange young, or maybe just unfortunately short man, they opened the 2.5-story tall double doors, revealing a waiting man. He was plain, so plain it was suspicious, but the mark of fire rested upon his hip to proclaim him to be one of the 12 guardians. He gave a polite smile, small and disarming, before beckoning the 3 forward. Without waiting he turned heel and began walking further into the palace. Appreciative of the no-nonsense meeting between the two, Naruto was quick to resume his aggressive pace, 2 wolves slinking behind their alpha. The hallway, as he suspected, were just dripping with riches in ways he found to be distasteful. Red walls had veins of gold that alternated between looking like wisping smoke and burning flames, highlighted with careful accents of silver. The solid marble beneath his feet was likewise covered in flowers of all sizes made of everything from precious metals, rare stones, and even ivory. A crimson carpet, at least a good inch thick, went straight down the hallway, no doubt an effort to protect the precious flooring that could easily place several struggling lesser countries back on their feet. As they traveled further and further into the daimyo's domain, things increased exponentially. Displays of weapons, armor, rare relics, and even strange mutated animals that had been preserved lined the walls to impress any who were granted the honor of visiting the palace. Guards were stationed regularly, whether to protect the daimyo and his family or ensure the safety of the displays unknown. It made him sick. There was no elegance in this gaudy display of opulence, it served no real purpose but to shove the fact that the lord of this place was far too wealthy for his own good down one's throat. He supposed a civilian might be in awe, and a lord wary of angering one with such resources that they could wantonly show off such splendor, but for a shinobi it just felt wrong. It wasn't that shinobi didn't like wealth, quite the opposite, they were a bunch of greedy bastards, but it was the manner in which the wealth was being used that wasn't right in their eyes. To put it bluntly, this was all useless. There was no point to any of this. Yes, it could make Lord hesitant and civilians feel small, but there were better ways than in such an untasteful display of one's coffers. Power is what it all came down to. Money was a form of power, and displaying it reminded others of the power you held. He understood that, but it would be so much better used to do something. Nothing said power like buying massive amounts of other countries or erecting giant monuments to the greatness of your country, your family, and, most importantly, oneself. Amass an army, corner the markets, take hold of a small country by the neck with the hands of plenty until it can't function without your express permission. That was power, and that was how one should show it. Not by turning your home into some sort of museum for vastly overvalued knickknacks and heirlooms that, as far as anyone could tell, might have been created by your blacksmith the day before. Of course, that was the problem with nobles. This was the only way they knew to show that power, and financial power was the only they really cared about when the daimyo had control of such a vast army. Even if the daimyo felt the same way he did about this shit, he would have no choice but to show it off to remind visiting lords who it was in control here. He really didn't have to worry about it in Naruto's case, though. There were two people to whom he answered, as he had once told Mito upon their first meeting long ago, and that's why when they entered a large throne room dripping with gold and bathed in a soft orange light, he immediately dropped to a single knee. As a shinobi, and back then a shinobi in training of Konohagakure no Sato in Hai no Kuni, he owed his allegiance to the Hokage, and above even him the daimyo. Even back before he had started his training, he, as a citizen of Hai no Kuni and a subject of the Imperial Fire Court, his loyalty lied at the feet of this man. Only two people in this room knew his identity, however, so the other occupants were understandably surprised. Bows were common between lords, kneeling not so much. The daimyo took it in stride though, hiding a small smile behind a favored fan as he rose from his throne. Pausing to shoot reprimanding looks at the other occupants of the room, a multitude of guards, a few maids, and two of his children, he continued smiling once the hushed whispers had ceased. Please, rise, Tsukiyomi Dono, are we not both lords here? While he remained kneeling, Naruto's covered head rose to meet the eyes of the daimyo. At the moment I am no lord, simply a subject of your court who has obtained land outside your domain. His voice was soft but carried well. It was neither assertive nor submissive, an even tone that did nothing more than convey words. A subject of my court. One of the lord's brows rose inquisitively. Now that is interesting. Tell me then, Tsukiyomi-san, why, if you have managed to gain a hold of a country outside my grasps, do you now kneel before me? Surely it hurts your pride when you could just as easily declare yourself a lord of your new country. I was born here, my lord, within the land of fire. It is within this country I have lived my life, and you to whom I have owed my allegiance since birth. Just because I have amassed land does not mean I have been removed from under your rule, and so long as I am I shall serve as I swore. Swore. He puzzled over it for a moment before it struck him, lighting up his face considerably. Ah, I see. You are a warrior, then, not just a man who has created an army and used them to establish himself as a lord. What is it, then, that you are? Samurai, shinobi, maybe even a simple warlord who has managed to avoid both on your rise to power. I am shinobi, as are those I command. The daimyo made an odd noise in the back of his throat, obviously having noted that the kneeling man before him hadn't claimed to be a shinobi, but rather, shinobi, as if he were the archetype. It was arrogant and presumptuous, but most shinobi had more than enough power to overthrow a daimyo, and all his forces with just a small group of few dozen should have been sufficient, and yet none had bothered to. Sure, people claimed that it would lead to shinobi wars, but he hadn't heard of this group or the country they overthrew, so it couldn't be that difficult to keep fellow villages in the dark. He was of Hai no Kuni, 2 or so he claimed, which meant Kanahagakure no Sato, a place known for prodigies mostly because the rest of their forces were so painfully average, oftentimes less than that, 2 more than because they outshone the forces of fellow villagers. Oddly enough though, those same prodigies so easily seen amongst their lackluster comrades often outshone those of other villages. It truly was odd, almost as if all the potential from their fellows had been stolen and given to them instead. If nothing else, it kept things roughly balanced. This young man, however, seemed to slip beneath everyone's radar, perhaps on purpose, and managed to take over a country without anyone else being any the wiser. Acknowledging him for that feat, if nothing else, the daimyo accepted it. So you are. I have many more questions, shinobi, but the first is perhaps the most important, as it will determine the path our dealings take. He stopped, looking deep into the purple eyes of his guest that glowed in a slightly ominous fashion amongst the gentle light of the room. What country has fallen to the shinobi who claims the name of Tsukiyomi and his pack of wolves? One most coveted, my lord. All within the room could feel the grin that stretched over hidden lips. I am sure you know of the riches it has amassed in the past and the potential it holds within its borders. I come before you today with that country in the palm of my hand. I kneel before you representing the new order of Nami no Kuni. That, above all else, most certainly gained the daimyo's attention, and he broke out into a grin behind his fan. Oh, is that so? In that case, I do believe it's safe to say we do in fact have further business to attend to, Tsukiyomi Dono. Shall we retreat to my study? And with that, the first step was taken. The rest would be soon to follow. 2 glasses were poured by the daimyo's own hand, his fan having been left atop the table and a grin showing plainly on his face. He grabbed one before sinking into a red armchair by the empty fireplace, shoeless feet buried within crimson carpeting that was more like an unkempt lawn than proper flooring. If there was a limit, then those who built and decorated this palace over the years certainly hadn't been informed. With one arm the lord lazily gestured to the remaining cup in silent invitation. For the sake of politeness he accepted it but made no move to sit. Seeing this, the daimyo frowned slightly. It's only the 2 of us here, you don't have to worry about image. Have a seat and we can discuss these recent developments properly. A curt nod later and he took his place in the chair across from the daimyo of Hai no Kuni, letting his eyes roam quickly over his surroundings. The walls here, like most of the palace, were a deep red, and in the gold light of the room seemed to glow warmly. To his left was the fireplace, unlit despite the imminent winter. To the right, at the far end of the room, was a large ornate desk stacked high with papers and reports the daimyo had yet to go through. There were curtains behind it, but the complete lack of light indicated it was just for show and no window was hidden behind it. He could understand that the wolves had never been comfortable with him out in the open, and a window to an office was a glaring vulnerability. Directly behind the daimyo's chair was a wall absolutely filled floor to ceiling and left to right with overburdened bookcases. Behind his own chair and to the far right sat a few filing cabinets nestled into the corner. The door was also behind him, about halfway along the wall. In the end the room was pretty simple, focusing on functionality as it served its function as the daimyo's study. Naruto was certain there was a proper office somewhere as well for other, more official meetings. If the daimyo was agreeable today, then the next time they met would probably be there. If he gained the man's favor, however, he might be fortunate and future meetings might continue to take place here away from the bullshit of nobility. Such thoughts were better kept for another time, however, for as soon as he appeared settled the daimyo continued. There, isn't that better? He didn't wait for a response. Now, you come before me as Tsukiyomi and hide your face, but before we begin I need to know who it is I'll be dealing with, otherwise I'll never be able to tell you apart from an imposter, and we wouldn't want that, would we? Naruto narrowed his eyes, flicking them around the room in a quick sweep to ensure there wasn't anyone hidden, before he complied with a nod. Not before, however, he hissed. This does not leave this room. If the daimyo was angered by such, he did precious little to show it, choosing instead to smile and lean back. Of course, you, a Konoha shinobi, just took over a country. I understand your need for secrecy. The hood was pulled back first, exposing his blood-red hair that seemed to burn like living fire under the dim golden light of the room. His skin, too, reacted to the light. In addition to the normal, almost ethereal glow his pale skin produced in the dark areas it contrasted with, there was a tinge of gold around him similar to the light themselves. Like the moon whose governing spirit he took his name from, he reflected the light of the sun, imitating the sister spirit to such a degree that the daimyo was momentarily stunned. As the scarf was pulled down, showing a face with features indicating noble blood, the lord commented on it. Had you not had yourself announced as Tsukiyomi, I'd have likely believed you to be his wife, and were I a deeply faithful man, I might have believed you truly were a child of Izanagi. But perhaps you are not wrong to style yourself after the moon god with looks so out of place amongst mortals. Naruto gave a shallow bow from his sitting position before pulling his hood back up to block his features from the light. His scarf, on the other hand, remained pulled down to his neck so that the daimyo could still see most of his face. I thank you for your most kind compliments. It was obvious to the daimyo that the young man before him really didn't care for the compliment and likely didn't think anything of his looks. That was to be expected, though. He came across as a man of action, one who favored the image he created with his work to his own physical appearance. Still, there was something about his face that was familiar, reminding him of someone he had known long ago. It was close, so close, just at the tip of his tongue, and it probably would have remained as such. But he didn't have to rely on some faint whisper in the back of his head to drudge up whatever memory he was trying to recollect. He had his answers ready before him. Your face is not one I know, he started. But it reminds me of one I did. Tell me, what name has been given to your flesh? Bestowed upon me was the name Naruto. Naruto. Just Naruto. Your features indicated you are of noble blood. You cannot expect me to believe you have no surname. I had one, once. Usually that meant one had been banished from a clan or noble family in shame, but that was not always the case. Rather than immediately ask for clarification, the daimyo took a moment to ponder what he knew. The face was familiar, the noble blood was obvious, and he no longer carried his family name. Why did he feel he knew something of this boy before him? Naruto, where do I know that name from? And then it hit him. An official renouncement sent by one of an ancient clan had found its way to his attention 2 years ago after the official record keeper realized exactly how significant it was. Yes, I remember now. You are the former Uzumaki prince, are you not? Naruto grimaced slightly in response, but the lord couldn't tell if it was because of the clan or his noble heritage being acknowledged. Regardless, he answered. I am. My, how interesting. To think that not only did you end up before me, but you did so in possession of a country. It was only 4 years ago your mother was here, you know, she brought along your sister, and I wondered if I would ever have the chance to meet you personally. He grinned. I suppose that question has been answered. I suspected she would have visited, admitted Naruto. With the death of her husband, she probably needed to re-cement the ties between the Uzumaki formerly of Uzushiogakure and your land of Hai no Kuni. You refer to your father as her husband. Is this because you have left the clan, or do you have other reasons? The daimyo had always been fond of the man who had sired the former prince before him. It would be a shame if his son didn't feel the same. It is all I know him as. That was troubling. Surely he couldn't really mean that he knew nothing about his father besides the fact that he married his mother, right? It was more than some knew, admittedly, but any child of such a legend should know who they represent and who it is they would be trying to live up to. Anything else simply wasn't fair to them. Are you saying you don't know anything of him? I know he was a shinobi who died during the Kyuubi attack 12 years ago. And nothing else. That is all I know of the man who sired me. The distress felt by the daimyo had obviously made itself known upon his face. Some secrets needed to be hidden, he knew that, but others were simply too big to hide. Are you well, my lord? The voice broke through whatever thoughts had plagued him, and he gave a weak smile to the young man across from him. I am fine, just a bit shocked, I suppose. I would have thought someone had shared with you the knowledge of his identity, considering it is his shadow that will loom o'er your head until the day you die. I take it you know him. Oh yes, I did indeed. The smile turned bittersweet. I remember him fondly and considered him to be a friend. He was always welcome here, almost like the son I never had. He didn't stop by often, but he made sure to write and usually talked about the projects he was working on with one of the Sannin. Jiraiya-sama. The daimyo laughed. No, not his mentor, there was nothing left for the man to teach him aside sage techniques, but even he hadn't fully mastered them. He was working with another of the Sannin, Orochimaru, who he often described as matching and sometimes exceeding his own brilliance. The two of them were close, from what I know, and often collaborated on various ideas. Sealing, in particular, was of great fascination to them both, though they both approached it differently, and your mother's collection of Uzumaki sealing techniques were a great help to the two over the years. Now that was interesting. It would also explain why the Rouge Shinobi from Konohagakure was his godfather. The Sannin must have left Konoha sometime after his death, and with him gone it was likely no one bothered to change the fact that he was one of his godparents. After all, with him off, God knows where the chances of him ever being part of his godchild's life were slim, even in the occurrence where something happened to his mother. One should always expect the worst, but even that was a little too far-fetched for people to worry about. It didn't seem to matter, either, as a living parent hadn't kept him from contacting his godson. I see, that would explain why he was chosen as my godfather. The daimyo seemed surprised by this, but not in a bad way. Is he now? Yes, that does make a lot of sense. Your father was well respected and quite loved, but wasn't close to many. Besides your mother, Orochimaru was probably the person he was closest to. Have you been in contact with him lately, by any chance? Naruto's amethyst eyes narrowed. Godfather or not, he is a traitor. As a shinobi of Konohagakure and a subject of the Imperial Fire Court, it would be frowned upon to do such. The daimyo waved one hand in a lazy dismissal of his comment. As a Konoha shinobi perhaps, but being a subject of the court is completely unrelated. At Naruto's inquisitive look he continued. Konoha is rather isolated from the rest of Hai no Kuni, and we the court tend to turn a blind eye to most of it. As far as we're concerned, he only ever harmed those of Konoha, and they're partly to blame for living in a shinobi village when those in the trade are so often known to suffer mental illnesses. Because it's Hai no Kuni, Konoha shinobi are free to apprehend anyone they've marked as a criminal and return to their village unless they've been granted sanctuary within Hai no Kuni by the court, in which case action can only be taken should they step foot within Konoha itself. Said criminals, however, are not necessarily considered criminals within Hai no Kuni itself, as they haven't yet gone against the country. Sounds like bullshit. The daimyo shrugged. You have to realize that the idea of hidden villages is still rather recent, only about a century old. We're still working to find the right balance between the hidden villages and the countries they're sworn to protect. To that end, we take a loose stance and simply tighten as needed. So far we've yet to see any benefit from making enemies with the Rouge Sannin, and in all these years he has yet to show any further interest in his old village. I suppose that's a good thing, then. A brow rose in question. I've extended a standing invitation for him to relocate to Nami no Kuni. Your father would be pleased. Not many liked Orochimaru, he tended to rub them the wrong way. Having his son get along with the Sannin would have done him proud. Were you intending on telling me who he was? Ah, yes, I'm afraid I became distracted. Your father was the Yondaime Hokage, Namikaze Minato. I don't know why you wouldn't have been told. You're a fine young man with a good head on your shoulders. I suppose some might say it was for your own protection, but you conquered Nami no Kuni. If you can manage that, I think you can keep yourself safe, and even if you can't, you would have likely been a target as the leader of the wolves once discovered. There's no reason for you not to know. The Yondaime, Naruto repeated lightly. I'm the son of the Yondaime. He hadn't expected that, not in the slightest, but he really didn't have the time to ponder it either. He was here on business and couldn't forget that. Later, when this was all over, he could sit down and wonder what that would mean for him and, most importantly, how he could use it to his advantage. Indeed, do you need a moment? It's a rather heavy truth I've just placed upon your shoulders, and I can't blame you if you need time to take it in. No, thank you. I'll be fine. If you insist. A moment of silence passed anyway, the train of the conversation having been lost. It was Naruto who eventually broke it. Would it be too much to ask to borrow a courier, my lord? I have a letter I need to send to Commander Sai so he can forward it to his sister. I have some things I need her to look into and they should both be notified of this latest development. Not at all. Don't take this wrong, but it will allow me to confirm your hold on wave. I, personally, would like to believe you, but I still need to make sure or I'll never hear the end of it from the court. Of course, better cautious than defeated. I'm glad you understand, though I do find myself a bit curious. About what? Why you would be contacting the sister of your commander? Is he not the one you trust to lead the wolves? He is, but the wolves are not my only project. Oh, my, you are a busy one. Didn't you just use the wolves to take over a country? The opportunity presented itself earlier than expected. I see, that was rather fortunate. It was. Nami no Kuni will prove useful in my other plans, especially should things go wrong. And you expect them to. Better cautious than defeated, repeated Naruto. That's why I've come to you. Yes, I suppose that would be the real reason you decided to pay me a visit. Subject or not, you're far too ambitious to have approached me with your country with the intention of handing it over. Indeed, but that doesn't mean you can't benefit from this arrangement. I'm not so foolish as to ask of you without providing ample tribute. Nami no Kuni is well known for the wealth it can amass. This palace has been filled with priceless treasures for many centuries, but the riches generated in your new country often threaten to encroach upon the domain that has rightfully belonged to it since the beginning. And while those riches are changing hands amongst the inhabitants and traders for the most part, I know you and your wolves will be benefiting greatly. Supporting your rule, allying myself with your new country, would provide Hai no Kuni with untold opportunities. He gave a sly grin to the young man across from him. It's also the only way to have anything reminiscent of a claim on the country without risking my standing amongst the elemental court, but I'm sure you're well aware. Naturally. Of course, you wouldn't come to me unless you were prepared. Now, with Orochimaru being welcomed to a land of riches and a great pack of wolves prowling for its protection, shall we get down to business and discuss all the wonderful ways we can help each other? I'm sure this relation will prove most profitable. The daimyo laughed. In your case, boy, you have no idea. Hai no Kuni has coveted the land possessed by Nami no Kuni for many, many years. Now that we have it, well, I do believe that's worthy of a rather substantial reward. They continued to speak long into the night, breaking only to sup at the daimyo's table, and Naruto was eventually provided with the courier he had requested. With negotiations finished and only a confirmation of his control over wave remaining before the daimyo of Hai no Kuni officially recognized him as the daimyo of Nami no Kuni, Naruto and his wolves were offered rooms within the palace as honored guests. A week later, after the courier's return, the two set their plan into action. Tsukiyomi of the Wolves was recognized formally by the daimyo of Hai no Kuni as the lesser daimyo of Nami no Kuni before being granted a seat within the imperial fire court as dictated by a treaty that had been signed only seconds later. With the seat in the court came his own noble house, the first of its kind to be bound by oath rather than blood, and the House of Wolves was born. Two daimyo were pleased that day. One, who had managed to gain open access to the country that had traditionally served as the trading hub of the world, and the other who had managed to elevate his forces to a house in a greater court. It was a day neither would be soon to forget. Gently the carriage came to a stop, which couldn't possibly be right. They had left the capital of Hai no Kuni no more than an hour ago, fully stocked and with a brand new set of horses. What could they possibly be stopping for? Ignoring his desire to just peek out the curtains to try for a glimpse of whatever reason they were no longer moving, they had threatened to sick my on him if he didn't stop and instead wrapped the back of his hand against the door. When he heard taping against the glass instead of seeing the door open a crack, he had to roll his eyes. Naturally, the one time he didn't look out was the time they wanted him to use the window instead. The fact that they refused to open the door, however, told him that they felt there was a possible threat to his well-being. More so than that which prompted them to keep him safely hidden away, at least. Moving the curtains let him look out the window, but the only thing he could see was a wolf who was keeping one eye towards the front of the carriage. Naruto decided to just get to the heart of the matter. They had a long way to go and he really wanted to get this trip over with. Why have we stopped? There's someone on the road, a woman. Naruto raised a brow. And, it's a road, we can't be the only ones using it. She's not moving, Tsukiyomi-sama. So have you checked to see if she's still alive? She's alive, she's just not moving from the center of the road. The wolf paused briefly before clarifying. She's standing there staring at us, as if she's been waiting. Ah, why didn't you say that in the first place? No matter, have any of you spoken to her yet? No, we've all just sort of stared at each other thus far. I think the others are waiting for her to say something first. Naruto let out a sigh. The wolves were better suited to act amongst the populace than Root, but the failed conditioning they went through still left its marks. Then let the others know they have two options. Either they speak with her and sort everything out so we can continue, or I'll do it myself. The wolf seemed almost horrified that he would even consider leaving the safety of the carriage when the wolves had yet to check the perimeter and take up suitable posts. The idea that he would then approach an unknown in the open, however, was far worse. Naruto was almost regretful that their uniform included the mask. The face the man would have been making would have no doubt served to be rather entertaining. Oh, of course, Tsukiyomi-sama, I'll let them know immediately. He made to leave but faltered in his step, turning back to his lord. Please, stay safe. In the end, that's what they were most concerned about, and everything they do was in hopes that it would keep him out of danger. It was not so much because they believed him weak, he thought, but rather because they didn't want to lose him. He had given their lives purpose again and allowed them to be more than sleeper agents waiting for a time of crisis. And for that, they loved him. Naruto gave a soft smile to the man, seen only because he had taken the liberty of removing his scarf during the journey. I'll be fine, my child, I have all of you here to protect me, don't I? The wolf seemed to perk up at his words, both because of the faith he was placing in them and the more affectionate way he had been addressed. Yes, my lord. He wasted no time after that, hurrying off to see the will of his lord done. Admittedly, it was more for the purpose of keeping his lord's will be done, because he knew he would much rather leave the carriage and speak to this person personally. Tsukiyomi had really come to hate that carriage during the trip to the capital, more so than seemed reasonable. Perhaps it wasn't so much the carriage itself but what it represented, the useless role it forced him to assume and the slow burden it placed upon the journey. Or, perhaps, it was simply the journey itself. Tsukiyomi was a man who liked to get things done. Spending so much time on the road likely felt like a massive waste to the man. The wolf was quick to the front of the carriage where several of the wolves had gathered across from the woman. The others were either flanking behind her in the trees, ready to strike, or surrounding the carriage in case they should be attacked from another direction. The secondary driver seemed to be the one at the forefront of the group, so he made his way to them. The relaying of their lord's words earned him a hurried nod. No doubt they felt the same as himself when it came to their lord's safety. Stepping to the woman with no concern for his own safety to ensure this was taken care of before their lord grew too restless and took matters into his own hands, the secondary driver spoke quickly and quietly, eventually nodding and returning to the group. She claims to be here to speak with Tsukiyomi-sama. She speaks of him as Naruto, which is a good sign, but check with Tsukiyomi-sama to verify they know each other and she can be trusted. Did she give a name? No, but she said he would understand, Mother Crow. The wolf that relayed Naruto's wishes gave a quick nod before returning to the side of the carriage. My lord. The curtains opened once more. He hadn't noticed they were shut, and it comforted him to know his lord was taking steps to remain safe when he could easily discard the urgings of his wolves, and Tsukiyomi of the House of Wolves peered out. Yes, my child. She claims to be here to speak with you. She didn't give us her name, but she did say you would know, Mother Crow. A smile tugged at Naruto's lips. Ah, yes, that could only be one person. She is welcome among us, bring her here so we can continue on our way. Yes, my lord. That eased him somewhat. Even if they didn't know who would be meeting with their lord, he did, and he trusted them enough to allow them in his presence. He'd rather the two not be alone together hidden from view, but he didn't have much choice in the matter. There was also the fact that his lord was a young man and his visitor obviously a woman. Considering he didn't know the relationship between the two, maybe it was better that the wolves not be able to see the two of them in the carriage. It only took a moment to retrieve the woman, this Mother Crow, perhaps, though it very well could be a simple phrase to confirm her identity to Lord Tsukiyomi. Maybe she was a spy of his lord's, for she seemed quite eager to see Tsukiyomi. When he returned to the carriage once more, he knocked thrice before opening the door and allowing the woman to launch herself into the carriage. He tensed for only a split second before he realized she had wrapped herself around the young lord as she sat half in his lap. It was starting to look like not being able to see the two interact was a good thing. He knew his lord enjoyed his privacy whenever possible, and a situation like this seemed to call for more privacy than normal. Closing the door with a small smile, their lord seemed happy. If his warm chuckles were anything to go by, he went back to the front of the carriage to inform the others that they were to continue. Back in the carriage, Naruto wrapped both arms around his guest as she squeezed her own around his neck, her face buried into his chest much like the first time they had met. This time, however, her mask had remained on her face. Removing one arm from around her, he lifted up her chin so he could remove the strange orange mask she was wearing. As soon as it was off, she was once more pressing her face against him and her entire body seemed to relax. "It's good to see you again, Makoto-chan. I take it you received my letter." It was the most obvious explanation for her presence, as he had informed her of his location within it. She had evidently seized the opportunity to pay him a visit, the first one they'd had in the past 2 years. Face still in his chest, she gave a nod in the affirmative. Her crow had returned with his letter before he left on his trip. It had been hard to keep from visiting him immediately upon learning he was outside Konoha, but with aim being closer to the capital of Hai no Kuni than it was to Wave, she decided to meet him there. "I missed you, Naruto-kun." The massacre of her clan left him the son of her estranged friend as the closest person she had, and she latched onto the relationship with all her might, desperate not to lose all she had left. That, of course, didn't mean she was completely reliant upon him or had any trouble exerting the fact that she was her own person, as shown when she pulled back and punched him in the shoulder with a pout that looked out of place but not unpleasant upon a woman of her age. "That was for sneaking that money into my pouch when I told you I was fine." She leaned back in and gave his cheek a kiss. "And that was for the money, it made things a lot easier." "I'm happy to hear it. How have things been in AIM?" She pouted again, though he could barely see it. "Wet." He didn't even try to resist the smile that spread across his lips. She sounded like a child despite, quite literally, being old enough to be his mother. He supposed that with everyone else gone and her hiding from Konoha, he was the only one she could allow herself to relax and be vulnerable around. It was kind of cute. "That's so." She looked up at him, the same mischievous glint he had seen so many times in Anko's eyes shimmering in her own black orbs, as her lips curved upwards in a small smirk. "Yep, that's right. I would never have guessed. It must be horrible." It was. "During the summer, winds from Hai no Kuni make everything all hot and muggy, so I can't wear much more than my cloak because it's too heavy, and in the winter it's so cold that I have no choice but to wear my cloak." She looked down at the black cloak covered in red clouds she was currently wearing with a scowl. "I hate this damn cloak. If it hugged my body I could deal with it, but it just blocks my clothes from view so no one can appreciate just how great I look." His smile widened. He hadn't spent much time with the woman, but she was like a cross between Mai's affection and Anko's fun personality, almost like the best of both. "And do you look great?" She directed her scowl at him, but it quickly melted to another pout. Standing up, which she could barely do within the carriage, she unclasped the cloak and let it fall to the ground, where she kicked it to the seat across from him. That didn't have his attention as much as her clothes did. Black jeans hugged her lower body tightly, but what stood out the most was her top, or lack thereof. It would seem right now it was getting cold enough for her to wear more beneath her Akatsuki uniform, but not enough for her to wear anything but a black bra over her chest. She gave a little twirl, which would have been disastrous if they had hit a bump in the road, before he realized she was answering his question and waiting to hear his opinion. "I suppose you do. Maybe I should start hating that cloak too." She beamed at him before returning to sit beside him, pressing herself as closely as she could as his arm wrapped around her waist. It had been 2 years since she had last had contact with another person, a decision on her part more than something forced upon her. though admittedly affected by the fact that she was now in Akatsuki and she intended to both make up for it and get her fill before she had to leave. Smiling down at the woman and couldn't help but think that his trip was already looking to be far better than the last. He had been wanting the company of Mai, but a Makoto worked just as well. She walked cautiously down the halls of her home, footfalls light and silent. It wasn't long ago she would confidently strut down these very paths, certain of the safety provided her by her standing within the clan. Back then she knew that as the daughter of the clan head she had a target on her back, she just didn't think those who might strike the target were so close. Or so many. Kumo had always been after the Byakugan and Iwa would be happy to strike against Konoha's greatest clan. Never before had she ever entertained the idea that danger might come from not just within her village, but from her own clan, the very clan she was expected to lead when her father stepped down. She knew better now, knew that pieces were moving on a board she couldn't see. She was no longer a player of the game, just another square that would fall beneath the movements of those who were. That left her with two options: she could vacate the board or be crushed. She was often described as arrogant and self-centered, but she was no fool. She needed to get out. Plans had been made, scrapped, and planned again, as she sought some way to avoid this mess without losing everything she had. Either way the losses would be great, but her life wouldn't be one of them. If her father and the elders somehow managed to stop the cult that had formed within the clan, ready to strike, then she would be able to return to a broken, failing clan, for none of the branch members would be left alive in fear of another uprising. If the cult her sister led won, however, her fate could be anything from death to something far, far worse. She was not willing to test the tender mercies of those she had happily tormented using her status and curse seal against. As was previously said, she was no fool. No matter what happened, further involvement with her clan would end in disaster she couldn't face alone. Nor could she hope to face the outside world alone. She was too sheltered, not from the world of shinobi and the horrors it involved, but in the day-to-day living of everyday people. She would never be able to fit in after being taken care of servants for years. She also knew the safest place for her was still in Konoha, which meant she couldn't leave the village entirely. Somehow she needed to get out of the clan without arousing too much suspicion and set herself up within Konohagakure. That alone wouldn't guarantee she'd get out of this mess, but it was her greatest chance by far. Setting herself up, however, meant she had to find some way to protect herself and those she brought with her from her soon-to-be former clan. She needed, as much as she hated to admit it, someone to protect her. It was a pity she was still too young for marriage, as arranging something with the easily controlled Nara heir or the mature Aburame heir would have been a viable option. Even the jovial Akamichi wouldn't be too hard for her to accept if it meant her safety. The Uchiha didn't have an actual clan these days. The son of the Inuzuka head was unsuitable as the husband of a noble woman such as herself, and the Yamanaka couldn't provide the protection she needed. The Uzumaki had potential, she supposed. If the head could get her son back into the clan, a marriage with him could offer more protection than the others. He may not be as easily manipulated as the Nara or simple as the Aburame, but even the somewhat wild nature of the Uzumaki was better than the Inuzuka prince. It certainly helped that from what she had heard of him he was more calm and collected than Uzumaki of the past tended to be. That said, he wasn't available and marriage wasn't an option yet. She could always add it to the end of her plans, but she would need something to protect her until she could enact them. Pale eyes scanning around her for threats again, she was quick to deactivate them when she came to the dining room of the main family. It was considered rude to have them activated during a meal, and her father would start asking questions that would further tie her to this mess. It didn't stop her from taking a quick look around the dining room, however. Her father sat calmly at the head of the table nursing his morning tea, as usual, and besides a single branch member off in a side room tending to the food from the neighboring kitchens, the room was empty. Her sister, though officially a branch member, was sometimes seen at the table, both because she was his daughter, branch or not, and because he hoped she might eventually slip and let loose some hint as to how she had escaped the branding. The elders were still more than a little nervous that the seal didn't take, but in their short-sightedness didn't realize that it was more than fate decreeing her free from that bond, but that it meant the bonds themselves were soon to be loosened from those who followed her. Civil war was being threatened, and yet they couldn't look past the single event and see the signs in the future. That was good, she supposed. They wouldn't expect her to bolt the second they received sign of trouble and would therefore be unable to stop her. That is, if she managed to put something together. Her sister wasn't here this morning, though, either eating with branch members, holding a meeting of her cult, or simply not yet here. She honestly didn't know what she would have preferred to be the case. She and her sister had certainly had their differences, but did the girl hold that against her? She always seemed too kind and caring for such. In fact, she didn't seem suited to a cult at all. If that was the case, were the wolves the real ones in charge? That was an option. She couldn't go to them directly, of course, but Naruto, the former Uzumaki prince, was tied to them somehow. If she could get protection through him, then it wouldn't even matter whether or not he returned to the Uzumaki clan, because a marriage with his would still grant her protection from the wolves. And if it were the wolves controlling in some way the cult of Hinata no Makoto, which would make sense considering her sister's ties to Naruto, then by having their protection she could avoid the wrath of the branch family when they rose up. It was perfect, should it work. If Hinata had something against her, or if Naruto didn't want to help her, she would have to risk the wolves themselves. What were the chances of her being silenced as a mere precaution? She shivered slightly even as she entered the dining room. She didn't even want to think about what might happen should they deem it too risky to let her live. Death would once again be a pleasant fate. There were plenty of ways to make people disappear. She was no Neji, but perhaps fate itself had a hand in her latest thoughts. First warned and now directed to her best chance of surviving the coming storm. Almost as if to solidify such a belief, as soon as she had taken her seat, her sister entered the room, a connection to her salvation just as she was the key to her destruction. It was a humbling thought to know fate was using her sister to determine her future. Even if the older girl wasn't fate's chosen, as the branch family seemed to believe, she couldn't deny that her fate was now tied to her sister, the same sister she had belittled and tormented just like the other branch members. It would serve as a lesson that fate was above all and would work in ways they couldn't hope to know. Despite its plans for you, each and every action could change which path it sent you down. Perhaps it was a bad idea to place herself above others when they were all below fate. For favored or not, she didn't know what role those around her were to perform, and the best way to anger fate was to somehow interfere with its plans. Those plans couldn't be stopped. All that fate decreed would come to pass, but that did not mean any actions taken that could affect it wouldn't bring its displeasure down upon you. Fate was more than willing to punish you even if it disrupted other plans. It would adapt soon enough, stealing away whatever path you were to walk and instead cursing your very existence as a warning to any others. Seeing her sister brought just how close she may have been to disrupting fate's plan. She had really been. She'd have to be more careful from now on. No one spoke as her sister silently took her place at the table. Her father didn't even look at her. She, however, watched carefully. Her sister was tied too closely to both the future of the clan and her own fate for her not to, and the trademark pale eyes of their clan searched her sister's face almost desperately to help her get a feel of her current mood. Like a proper Hyuga, something that couldn't have been used to describe her before the failed branding, her face remained carefully controlled. The eyes, however, were not so easily influenced. Many had trouble reading the all-seeing eyes of their noble clan, but those born with the Hyuga blood came to identify tells of the Byakugan's deactivated state almost as well as they could normal eyes. Her sister was at peace. And she didn't know what to make of it. There was a mix of confidence and worry, but both were overshadowed by a serenity that shouldn't have been able to exist in their presence. She knew of trouble, accepted it, and felt that she would be able to deal with it. For one dreading such events, positioned opposite in this great game, it was not comforting. It was then, at that very moment, that Hyuga Hanabi, heiress of the great and noble Hyuga clan of Konohagakure no Sato, knew whatever the coming conflict, her sister would emerge victorious. The belief that she needed to escape was only solidified, and a flare of desperation pushed her to ensure her survival as quickly as possible. That desperation, however, would not be seen. "I haven't heard much of your friend lately, Hinata-san." Hanabi's voice was calm and controlled, despite the nervous knot in her stomach and rapidly beating heart. Maybe doing this in front of her father wasn't such a good idea. Is he laying low now or just waiting for his next move? Her sister's eyes snapped to her so quickly she nearly jumped back in surprise. Evidently she had not been expecting for the former Uzumaki prince to be brought up. Neither, one might note, was her father, who, after a suspicious look to her, gazed questioningly at his firstborn. I don't know what you're talking about, Hanabi-sama. Naruto is a very private person and tries his best to avoid attention. Yes, but he received quite a bit of attention when he declared you under his protection and went against the Yamanaka. I hear they're still recovering. While the eldest sister tried to come up with something to say in response, their father seemed to look at her for the first time, as though something hadn't clicked until just then. He did declare that, didn't he? The clan head seemed almost troubled by the thought, not that Hanabi knew why. It was likely it somehow involved the Uzumaki clan, though. And the Yamanaka did indeed find themselves in a rather poor condition afterwards. She hadn't expected any input from her father, as he usually preferred to silently observe any discussion rare as they were between his two daughters. It could, however, work to her favor. Yes, he did. Hinata had been doing better lately, the lack of expectations on her shoulders as clan heir giving her more confidence than she once had. But now she was caught off guard and Hanabi was well aware there were things about Naruto she knew but needed to keep silent about. Those truths, unfortunately, would actually be detrimental to her own plans should they come to life. Therefore, despite the fact that she could get her sister to spill them without too much trouble, Hanabi made sure to avoid anything about the group he may or may not have ties to. The Yamanaka wouldn't have stood a chance against our clan. But did we ever show him the due appreciation for coming to the defense of one of its members? This was directed more towards her father than her sister, but she continued to look across the table as if it weren't. Her father, as expected, was the one to answer. No, we didn't. It didn't seem something to concern ourselves with at the time, but he did stand against an entire clan for the sake of our blood. He made no mention of what had happened to the clan he stood against, but it was clear he was still thinking about it. It's rather shameful, actually, to think I have not so much as met him 2 years afterwards. He paused and thought, his tea forgotten on the table. There was no doubt that his thoughts were directed towards the returned Uzumaki clan and their new vassals the Yamanaka. More than that, his thoughts were on young Naruto's connection to them. Hinata. Why yes, Hiyashi-sama. Hanabi only barely caught the wince of her father when he was addressed like that by his eldest daughter. Can you get into contact with Naruto-san for me? Hi, Hiyashi-sama, but it may take some time. He rose a brow. And why would that be? Naruto-san is currently outside the village on leave. He doesn't have a team, so he's got a lot of freedom. I see. Do you know when he'll get back? No, but it's been a while, so he should be back soon. Their father ignored the slightly hopeful expression on the girl's face. It was obvious she wanted to see the boy again. Very well, as soon as you hear word that he's back I want you to contact him. Of course, Hiyashi-sama, but, can I ask why? We need to thank him properly, of course. He turned to his youngest daughter. You, Hanabi, will make preparations for a dinner to be held once we learn he's returned. It will be good practice for when you take the mantle of clan head. Hanabi inclined her head gracefully. As you say, to-sama. He nodded to himself before looking back to his tea. With a frown he tested the cold tea before returning it to the table and standing up. I should be getting to today's work, remember your tasks. He left the room after that, despite having not eaten yet. Her father gone, Hanabi let a small smirk tug her lips. Yes, that worked out better than she could have hoped. A formal dinner would provide an opportunity to observe the boy and, with a little luck, make contact. If she could get him alone for just a few moments, she might be able to arrange a later meeting to obtain the protection she was going to need. Her sister, on the other hand, seemed dreadfully confused by the sudden development. At the same time, the idea of spending time with the boy seemed to please her. Had this been any other situation, Hanabi and quite possibly Hinata as well knew that the eldest would not be present for the dinner. But with her being in part the reason for the event and because she was the one who knew how to get a hold of Naruto, who had proven rather elusive within a village of shinobi, she would be permitted to join. If her mark was gone, like the first one, it would be another point in her favor. Unfortunately, the second one had just stopped working, which meant her forehead was still marred by the seal. She'd have to find some way to cover it for the dinner, but that was none of her problem. Still pleased, Hanabi almost didn't notice when the food was served, nor did she care about the confusion of the branch member at the absence of her father. It would seem fate was finally starting to bring its plans together. She might get out of this yet. I have your mask, he murmured quietly, his left hand brushing through her midnight hair. Sunset had not long passed, but it would be a few hours more before they stopped to rest the horses. With her curled into his side as she was, he wondered if he'd even bother leaving the carriage when they stopped. She moved only slightly at the sound of his voice. Had he not been able to feel the movement, he wouldn't have even noticed. My mask. Her orange porcelain mask was atop her cloak in the seat across from them. Looking up to him, bleary-eyed from a recent nap, as there wasn't much to do in the carriage but talk or sleep, she searched his face as though it held all the answers. Your Anbu mask. Oh. She accepted it easily enough, turning back into his warmth as she settled down to sleep again. Oh. Her sleep-addled brain processed what he said, her eyes once more turning to meet his with a mix of surprise and delight. Really? Really? It's back in wave. She pouted slightly that he didn't have it now. Most Anbu, regardless of time spent in the division, became rather attached to what they liked to call their second face, but it quickly morphed into a pensive frown. How did you get it? We would have seen it when we packed for my journey, wouldn't we? You left it outside and I was more concerned about the woman sobbing in my arms. Kakashi picked it up for us and used the daughter of his client to send it to me when they were in wave. She blinked a few times as she processed the important parts. The daughter of his client. Oh yeah, Tsunami is an attractive civilian whose home his team stayed in for the duration of the mission. I ended up giving her a job working with Hana-san. Hana-san, huh? Is she attractive as this Tsunami? A single elegant brow rose in question. Most men would be very careful about what they said next in this situation. Naruto, however, was not most men. Scratching his chin in honest contemplation, he eventually shrugged. I don't know. Tsunami is a woman with the curves to match, but she also has the softness of a civilian. Hana on the other hand is a young kunoichi and her body shows it. So if you had to choose just one, who would you keep? One might note by the tone of her voice that this was a trick question and the proper response would have been her. Regardless, Naruto answered. Hana, of course. A faint smile tugged at the edge of his lips and there was a mischievous glint in his eye. He had, naturally, recognized the question for what it was. As she began frowning, he continued. She is leading my country, after all. Her frown became a pout. How am I supposed to be jealous if you put it like that? She asked, earning a soft chuckle. You're not supposed to be jealous. He admonished her. Those two aren't about to take you away from me. It should have been said the other way around, stealing him from her, but it still gave off two messages very plainly. Neither of them would be leaving for others and, more importantly, he was the one who possessed her. The first thought she found comforting and the second blossomed warmth within her chest. It was not because she wanted to be thought of as belonging to him, but because he recognized her as being there for him. As far as she was concerned, she was his new mother, no matter what anyone even he might say, and in taking care of him she would be able to heal her own damaged heart and give purpose to the life from which everything she cared about was stolen. He needed her, and so she would be there for him, a guardian angel to look after the boy who had grown up too fast. Those two. Are there others you aren't telling me about, Naruto-kun? Don't hold out on Karasuka-chan now, tell me everything. Others. As in other women. Well, I suppose there's Yugao-sensei, though she doesn't want me to call her that anymore, Enko-san, Kurenai-san, Mai-chan, Shizune-san, and perhaps Ino-san. Ah, can't forget Hinata-san, she's doing things for me in the Hyuga clan right now. Oh. Is my little Naruto really surrounded by so many women? I see them from time to time, that's not exactly being surrounded by them. She hummed her agreement but pressed on. So, how far have you got with them? Naruto raised a brow. Come on, something has to have happened, right? An accidental grope, an eyeful they hadn't intended for you to get, a peck on the cheek. I already told you you're not going to be replaced, why does it matter? Akatsuki's full of S-ranked criminals, not exactly somewhere I can be out seeking romance, A slight growl rumbled in his chest at the idea of someone else getting their hands on what was quite clearly his, and Makoto had to admit it was probably a good thing she didn't get any chances to start relationships. Not that she was particularly interested in one, at the moment, but it would seem as though he wasn't too keen on losing her to another. Of course, she was Uchiha Makoto, she couldn't blame him. Which means you'll have to have relationships for the both of us. She frowned for a second before smiling wickedly. Or maybe not relationships, she amended. You could always just go have some fun and tell me about it, that would be good enough for me. He shot her a look. She was definitely channeling more of her Anko half right now. Maybe you'd like pictures instead. Perhaps I should just record visits to brothels for you to use during your private time. Her cheeks flushed red as she hit him gently. That's naughty, Naruto-kun, I'm not going to use you during my, private time. Then who are you going to use? He rose both eyebrows, looking down at her expectantly with that mischievous glint back in his eyes. She really didn't have an answer for that, and so she buried herself back into his side with a huff, crossing her arms over her chest. So that's how it's going to be. You get to hear about what I do, but I don't get to know about you. That's hardly fair, Makoto-chan. Not like you've told me anything. She mumbled, face still red. Does that mean you'll tell me if I share? No. He gave another chuckle. Well, in that case, I guess I won't tell you. You don't have anything to tell me, you're too busy taking over countries. I suppose you're right, not much has happened back in Konoha. Though I could probably get a cute attendant back in Nami to change that, I'm sure they'd be happy to serve their daimyo. Makoto frowned. You're too young for that, keep it to touching until you're older. Are you my mother now? She answered immediately, absolutely no hesitation. Yes. He rose a brow but didn't argue. All right then. The conversation ended there, silence spreading throughout the carriage. It was a few minutes later Makoto's soft voice gently broke it. See, can you, whatever she meant to say was lost as she mumbled into his side. Can I what, Makoto-chan? Can you call me Ka-chan? Naruto smiled gently down at her before placing a kiss atop her head. Of course, Ka-chan. Despite the darkness outside, her beaming smile lit up the carriage. Thank you, Sochi. Cold seeped from the walls and through the thin black shirt he wore. He probably should have been wearing more, especially in the cellar-like construct that was their base, but he never particularly cared to cover his torso too restrictive, he had always felt. He was used to the cold though, he had lived in this country for most of his life and spent the rest of it traveling with the last remaining Hyouten user in the world. It was only natural he would become accustomed to the biting lack of warmth. The numbness that spread over exposed flesh was like an old friend, and he was especially grateful for it when injured. Fortunately, he wasn't injured right now, not anymore. The weeks had gone slow at first, but as he healed he was able to make better time until he returned to where he could receive better treatment. Admittedly, it wasn't much better than his apprentice could do, but at least they weren't trying to recover while on the move anymore. One had to be thankful for small miracles. The shuffling of feet caught his attention and he lifted his head to watch people leave the room whispering quietly about the last meeting. He didn't move from his spot against the wall, arms crossed over his broad chest as several dozen members of the higher command structure exited the room through the door on his left. Their number was always a curiosity. Why have so many? They weren't a large group by any means. Having so many in charge and closely involved with their plans was a bad idea that always set him on edge. It was like she was asking for something to go wrong, for some Spire sympathizer to make it into the vast upper echelons, to have unrestricted access to information that was too critical, too valuable to lose. Then again, he wasn't in charge, it wasn't his fight or his goal they were trying to achieve. He couldn't care less if the bloodlines were wiped out here or if they were worshipped as a sign of godhood. He wasn't here for the bloodline resistance, he was here for her, their leader Terumi Mei. And that's why he was concerned. Please tell me you were only throwing out ideas. His voice was gruff and impersonal, belaying how much he cared for the woman he grew up with, but that's how it normally was. Few could truly claim to know the slight variation in his words, the subtle change in voice, that might indicate what he was really feeling behind the persona he had made for himself with the blood of hundreds.
Some might consider it a disadvantage in their life, being known as a monster, but he preferred being a beast. It was better than being dead or, worse, being weak. He would never be weak again.